The man stood before a full-length mirror, gazing at the unfamiliar yet handsome face reflected within. It was a striking face, with bright, deep, light blue eyes. A slight smile played on his lips. This was his current body. Not long ago, he was transported by accident to a wondrous continent filled with magic and battle aura, inhabited by dragons and countless magical beasts, and teeming with both danger and opportunity. Fate, however, led him to become the second son of a noble family, Murray Green. In this world, everyone will gradually awaken their own talents upon reaching adulthood, thus becoming a warrior or a magician and wielding extraordinary power. However, Murray Green was surprised to discover that he was not like the ordinary people of this world. He could awaken a rare dual talent, water magic and the legendary, almost extinct, space magic. Tomorrow is his coming-of-age ceremony. Once tomorrow is over, he will be able to gradually activate these two talents and become a rare dual elemental mage. At this thought, Murray Green's eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor. He planned to fuse the modern knowledge in his mind with magic to create entirely new magical weapons, thereby enhancing his own strength. He aspires to become a powerful mage capable of destroying the heavens and earth, slaying dragons, and leading his family to the pinnacle of this world. After gradually regaining his composure, Murray Green pushed open the door, walked out of the room, and along the dimly lit and quiet corridor to the Green family's main hall. At the far end of the hall hung 7 portraits of the successive heads of the Green family. The paintings were solemn and the eyes were dignified, demonstrating the family's steady lineage. In the very center was a large, long table, above which hung a magic crystal lamp suspended by 8 iron chains, but the lamp was not turned on at the moment. This magic crystal lamp is not used lightly. It is only lit on major holidays or important banquets, because each activation consumes a large number of magic crystals. Even wealthy Earl families use ordinary candles for lighting on a daily basis. Magic crystal lamps are never everyday items. At this moment, 3 people were already seated around the long table. The person at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a robust build and a full beard, dressed in a noble robe. He was none other than the father of the current Earl Murray. To his left sat a beautiful young woman with light blue hair and eyes. That was Murray's mother. To his right sat a tall, handsome young man, Murray's older brother, Ryan Green. As Murray Green appeared, the 3 of them looked at him simultaneously. He calmly stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted them respectfully. Father, mother, elder brother, good morning. The father and mother both nodded in response with smiles, while Ryan Green stood up abruptly, walked quickly to him, looked pleased, and placed his hands on his shoulders. Good morning, Murray. How are you recovering? I'm fully recovered. Mother's healing potion is truly miraculous. It cured me instantly. Murray Green stretched his shoulders slightly to show he was in good shape. Then, he walked with his older brother to the long table, sat down, picked up his knife and fork, and looked at the sterling silver plates in front of him. On the plate was a glistening, pan-fried steak, next to a glass of warm milk. He recognized the steak's origin. It was the meat of the shadow leopard that had wounded him. Originally, this magical beast hid behind other magical beasts and launched a surprise attack, leaving him severely wounded. Fortunately, Ryan Green intervened in time and killed it. This piece of flesh was one of Ryan's spoils after slaying it, used to nourish his body. Let's eat. The Count gave the order, grabbed a piece of cured smoked meat with both hands, and with a slight effort of his fingers, tore the hard piece of meat into several pieces, then put it into his mouth and chewed it heartily. Ryan Green was the same, his movements as practiced as a soldier. Murray Green gritted his teeth silently, his lips twitching, and lowered his head to cut the fried steak on his plate with his knife and fork, feeling a dull ache in his teeth. As a soldier, the Count's diet naturally leaned towards simplicity and practicality. He always advocated eating military standard food, and his heir, Ryan, also underwent rigorous training, with his diet being no exception. Murray Green, if not for his mother's repeated pleas, would have already eaten the bacon. Fortunately, there were still regular steaks on his plate. Otherwise, he really couldn't guarantee that his teeth could withstand the tough, unprocessed meat. Murray ate while engaging in casual conversation with the Countess and his elder brother. Supported by his bodily memories, his speech was largely unchanged from before. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could completely integrate into the family and become a perfect fit. Little Murray, tomorrow is your 16th birthday, and we will hold a grand coming-of-age ceremony for you. Just as he was concentrating on eating, a gentle voice came softly. He looked up and saw his mother eating a cream bread while gazing at him. Her pale blue eyes seemed to ripple like water, so gentle and touching. Murray Green's heart skipped a beat. Although he had been in this world for less than 2 weeks, he truly felt the undisguised affection and warmth from his mother, who had always cared for and loved him. Unlike the world Murray Green knew from his previous life, in this world, turning 16 means adulthood. According to the research of magic scholars and battle chi instructors, this is the most suitable stage to begin cultivating battle chi and learning magic. Tomorrow you'll be an adult. Later, Ryan will take you to the family collection room to choose a piece as your coming-of-age gift. The father's voice was as authoritative and steady as ever. Thank you, Father. Murray Green replied earnestly. The Green family's collection room has a history of more than 200 years. The treasures displayed inside are all from the collections of successive family heads, and only the family head, heirs, or those authorized by the family head are allowed to enter. Murray had long yearned to enter this mysterious collection room, but his status prevented him from doing so. He never expected to be able to go in and choose a gift himself today. Thinking of this, he immediately stuffed the steak from his plate into his mouth, finished his milk in one gulp, and looked on expectantly. I'm done eating, he said, his voice brimming with excitement. He looked eagerly at Ryan Green, his eyes full of anticipation. Seeing his brother's expression, Ryan Green chuckled, then swallowed the bacon in a few bites, chewing as he led his brother out of the hall and towards the collection room. 2 guards, clad in full heavy armor and with long swords at their waists, stood solemnly before the entrance to the collection room. Upon seeing the two approach, the guards immediately bowed their heads in utmost respect. Open the door. Father wants little Murray to go in and choose a coming-of-age gift. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, 2 guards each took out a key, inserted it into the lock of the heavy bronze door, and turned it twice at the same time. With a crisp click of the lock, the heavy door slowly opened. Behind it was complete darkness. Murray Green squinted, trying to adjust to the darkness. He instinctively looked at his brother beside him. Go in. Ryan Green stepped in, walking ahead, with Murray immediately following closely behind, both entering the collection room. The room was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and there was an eerie silence all around. Murray was about to ask a question when he suddenly heard a soft switch click. The next second, a magic crystal lamp, smaller than the one in the hall, lit up the ceiling, its pure white light filling the entire space. A magic crystal lamp? That's right, Ryan nodded and explained. Some of the treasures stored in the collection room are precious, and some are of great significance. Torches and candles can easily damage the collection, so a magic crystal lamp was specially installed. As the lights came on, the entire collection room was revealed to Murray. The first thing that caught his eye was the 6 full suits of armor in the center, each with a different style, some even in a dilapidated state, covered with cracks, and shockingly obvious knife and axe marks. These were the armors of 6 of the 7 generations of the Green family's patriarchs, all of whom were brave warriors who had fought on the battlefield. The family's current status was entirely due to their dedication and sacrifice. The 2 brothers bowed solemnly before the armor to show their respect. The areas on either side of the armor were filled with a dazzling array of treasures. Long tables and shelves were filled with all kinds of weapons and equipment, including long swords, battle axes, longbows, magic wands, and rare materials, a feast for the eyes. Having a rare opportunity to enter the collection room, Murray certainly didn't want to miss it, wandering around and carefully selecting items. Every time he stopped in front of an item, Ryan would give him a detailed explanation, like a professional guide. However, Murray had already decided to become a magician, so after looking around at the weapons, he went straight to the area where magical items were displayed. The first thing you see is a magic wand about 1.3 to 1.4 meters long, made of wood, with a light red trunk and a red crystal embedded at the top. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and was immediately startled to feel a burning sensation spreading from his palm. Fire Magic Staff, Level 2. The materials are fire leaf branches and fire magic crystals, which can enhance the power of fire magic. Ron explained while gesturing for him to examine the crystal. Murray nodded, put down the fire staff, and picked up a wand that was entirely blue and covered with flowing water patterns. The wand was made of some kind of smooth stone, felt warm to the touch, was less than a meter long, and felt as comfortable as flowing water in his hand. Water Magic Staff, Level 3. Ryan continued, looking at the staff in his hand. It's made of water stone and has a water amplification magic circle, which can stabilize magic casting and enhance spell effects. Murray listened to the introduction, then looked at his own light blue eyes, and felt a subtle resonance in his heart. This should suit you quite well. Have you decided to choose it? Ryan asked. Murray shook his head. I want to take another look. Although the Green family has a history of 200 years, it is still a newly emerging noble family with a relatively deep foundation, especially since its collection of magic-related items is far less abundant than that of warriors. Most magical items are low to mid-tier, with even the strongest being a level 4 staff suitable for advanced mages. However, the warrior collection contains many level 5 weapons, and even some level 6 weapons. This world has a very clear hierarchy of professions. Warrior ranks are divided into Warrior Apprentice, Junior Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Senior Warrior, Great Warrior, Earth Warrior, Sky Warrior, Star Warrior, War Saint, and War God. The corresponding ranks for magicians are Magic Apprentice, Novice Magician, Intermediate Magician, Advanced Magician, Archmage, Sorcerer, Archmage, Grand Sorcerer, Saint of Magic, God of Magic. Each official rank is further divided into 3 levels: Newcomer, Senior, and Perfect. The subcategories vary, with some based on cultivation progress, combat power, or advancement time, but the rank medal system is clear and unified. The level of equipment depends on the strength of the user. The value of a level 4 staff can differ by several times compared to a level 5 weapon. This made Murray quite hesitant. He struggled to make a decision. After examining the magic robes, Murray Green went to the long table at the far end of the collection room. On the table were several sealed wooden boxes containing magical items he hadn't yet opened. These were the last few items he could choose from. He carefully opened the first box, and when he saw the contents, his pupils constricted sharply, and his expression changed drastically. He could hardly believe his eyes. It was a flintlock pistol? In this magical world, such a gun actually existed? The gun was about 30 centimeters long, entirely brass-colored, and engraved with numerous intricate patterns. One end of the gun was a slender cylinder, while the other end curved like a grip, its structure resembling early firearms from his previous life. Although it was the first time Murray had seen the actual object, he recognized its nature at a glance. He looked up at his elder brother and asked decisively, "Is this a gun?" Ryan Green nodded, his expression serious. "This is a magic crystal gun, a magic weapon without a level, which even ordinary people can use. It is made of brass and copper, and there are 2 kinds of magic circles engraved on the gun body, one to strengthen the structure and one to reduce shock." As he spoke, he took 2 exquisite little boxes from the wooden case. One contained small copper pellets, and the other contained several bags of transparent, finely crushed magic crystal powder. This was the ammunition system of the magic crystal gun. The copper pellets were the bullets, and the magic crystal powder was a gunpowder substitute. Magic, mental power, and battle aura can all detonate it, or it can be triggered simply by pulling the trigger. Its power is roughly equivalent to a fireball spell. Murray's eyes lit up as he listened. He gripped the magic crystal gun, and a thought popped into his mind. If magic and firearms could be combined, he might be able to forge a completely different path. A few minutes later, Murray quickly examined the other boxes, but none could compare to the awe he felt for the magic crystal gun. He resolutely chose this hybrid of technology and magic as his coming-of-age gift. "Brother, I've made my choice." "A good choice." Ryan nodded with a smile. "Although this weapon has limited destructive power, it's just right for your current strength. Why don't you go to the training ground and test its power?" Murray readily agreed, immediately putting the magic crystal gun back into the wooden box, carefully picking it up, and leaving the collection room with Ryan Green. They walked through the corridor and headed straight for the training grounds at the back of the castle. The Green family's training grounds were divided into 2 areas, one open area for the family guards to train, and the other a private training area for family members. When the 2 arrived, dozens of teenagers were practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of instructors in the open training area. Upon seeing the 2 young masters appear, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted in unison. Murray nodded slightly in response. Then he and Ryan walked through the crowd and into the private area. As soon as he stepped into the private grounds, he saw a man standing in the center, none other than the patriarch, Earl Green. He was dressed in warrior's attire, holding a massive, unsharpened 2-handed sword, and was watching them arrive. "Father," the Earl nodded slightly. "Have you chosen your coming-of-age gift?" "Yes, I chose this magic crystal gun." Murray took the weapon from the wooden box and presented it with both hands. Earl Green reached out and took it, a wisp of dark red battle aura surging from his palm into the gun. Instantly, the magic circle was activated, and a strange red pattern appeared on the gun, as if it had come to life. "The magic crystal gun," he murmured, his gaze as steady as a mountain. "It seems you want to walk the path of a magician?" Murray knew his father disliked indecisive people. He took a deep breath, met those deep black eyes, and replied, "Yes, I want to become a magician." Hearing this, the Earl nodded slightly. "You inherited your mother's water-based talent, so pursuing the path of magic is the right thing to do. Remember, don't let her down." Murray solemnly replied, "I will be her pride, and also the pride of the Green family." These words caused the Earl's expression to shift slightly. He took another look at his once sickly son, seemingly noticing a significant change in him. After returning the gun to Murray, he said nothing more, simply patting him on the shoulder as a gesture of approval. Murray began the first loading. He poured a bag of magic crystal powder into the barrel, tamped it down with the matching wooden stick, then inserted a copper pellet and pressed it down again. The whole process was careful and skillful, as if he had practiced it countless times. Standing at the target position, he raised his gun and aimed at a thick wooden stake about 10 meters away. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Ryan suddenly reminded him, "Use both hands. Even with shock absorption, your current physique can't withstand the recoil." Murray nodded, gripped the gun with both hands, and stood firmly. The next second, the trigger was pulled. A deafening roar echoed throughout the arena, the powerful recoil nearly knocking him over. Fortunately, he managed to stumble back 2 steps before regaining his footing. Looking ahead, the target wooden stake had been completely shattered, splinters flying everywhere. The sheer force of the explosion was astounding. "This is practically a hand grenade," Murray exclaimed, his heart trembling. Even Ryan couldn't help but marvel. What an incredible magical weapon. One shot has the power of a fireball, and ordinary people can use it. It's completely overturning the rules of the battlefield. But Earl Green, standing to the side, disagreed. "It's ultimately just a clever trick. Though its destructive power is strong, its potential is extremely low. A true warrior doesn't rely on weapons." With that, he swung his two-handed sword, unleashing a crimson sword aura that swept across the area. More than a dozen wooden stakes along the way snapped at waist level, their ends carving deep sword marks into the stone wall. Murray was stunned. On one side was a magic crystal gun combining technology and magic. On the other was a destructive sword strike unleashed with pure battle aura. The two power systems clashed incessantly within him. He couldn't help but wonder, is it too late to become a warrior now? Chapter 4: Training and the Origin of the Magic Crystal Gun. After carefully storing the magic crystal gun given to him by his father, Murray Green began his daily training. Donning his warrior's uniform, he picked up an unsharpened one-handed sword and began practicing the sword techniques from memory. At first, his movements were a bit stiff, but the more he practiced, the smoother and more fluid his posture became. On the other side, the eldest brother, Ryan Green, as a mid-level warrior, no longer needed to repeat basic sword moves. He picked up a two-handed sword and began practical training with his father, Earl Green, honing his on-the-spot reactions and skills. In the training ground, a furious shout rang out as Ryan swung his sword, only to have it easily parried by the Count. The Count then deflected Ryan's sword with a swift twist of his hands, followed by a thrust aimed straight for Ryan's chest. Ryan quickly parried the sword with a downward slash, and just as he was about to catch his breath, his father swiftly closed in, thrusting the sword hilt squarely into Ryan's abdomen. Ryan was immediately knocked back several steps, unable to even stand steadily. "You remember the movements well, but your on-the-spot adaptability is terrible. On the battlefield, no one waits for you to think," the Earl said, his tone sharp but every word a truism. Hearing his father's admonition, Ryan gritted his teeth and attacked again, but he was kicked away after only a few moves. Murray watched in astonishment, silently abandoning his idea of taking the warrior path. "A noble and elegant mage is the path I should take." But his saneness lasted only a few seconds. After knocking Ryan away once again, the Count suddenly looked at Murray and slowly said, "You go too." Murray was stunned. Although he felt uneasy, he still braced himself and went up to the ring, wielding a one-handed sword and charging towards his father. The Count casually remarked, "His steps are unsteady, and his sword strikes are weak." He then slightly turned to dodge Murray's attack, blocked Ryan's sneak attack, and then shoved the unsuspecting Murray aside with a shoulder thrust. Murray felt a numbness in his wrist, and his body staggered backward as the sword pulled him back. Before he could regain his footing, the Earl slashed at him with a hand chop. Murray had no time to dodge and was struck directly in the back, falling face down into the sand. "Tui, tui, tui." Murray's mouth was full of sand, and his heart was full of grievances. He had only wanted to participate in the training, but he had been beaten to a pulp. "I'll fight back." He slid towards his father in desperation, but was kicked away by the Earl. "Nonsense, this is embarrassing." Murray clutched his chest and shouted, My old injury has flared up again. I need to go back to my room to rest." Using the excuse of old injury relapse, Murray decisively slipped away and successfully escaped this domestic violence level training. Back in his room, he washed his face, spat out the sand, and changed into casual clothes. He looked at the magic crystal gun in his hand, played with it for a while, and then carefully placed it back into the display case. Immediately afterward, he headed to the library of Green Castle, intending to thoroughly research the origins of the magic crystal gun. Upon entering the library, he saw his familiar teacher, Roy, sitting there reading. This man in his 50s was the Green family's intellectual officer, responsible for teaching and managing the library, and had taught Murray basic courses and aristocratic etiquette. "Good morning, Mr. Roy." "Oh, it's Murray. Are you feeling better?" The teacher responded gently. "I'm much better now. By the way, I'd like to find some books about magic crystal guns to read." Murray explained that he was about to turn 18, and his father had given him a magic crystal gun, which was truly amazing, and he wanted to learn more about it. "Oh, then I'll go look for it for you." Roy stood up and slowly walked towards the bookshelves, leaning on his cane. The library was quite large, about 200 square meters, filled with more than 20 sets of bookshelves. Only one row contained books in animal hides. The rest were ordinary paper books. Before long, Mr. Roy picked out 4 books and handed them to Murray. One was a book made of animal hide, and the other 3 were paper books. The contents were The History of the Demise of the Kingdom of Moss, Explosives Research by Ranger Anthony, and Key Points for Inscribing Magic Crystal Gun Arrays. Back in his room, Murray began to peruse the books. The first book, A History of the Fall of the Kingdom of Moss, recounted the story of an ancient nation. This nation had once dominated the region with its magically modified firearms, even achieving terrifying victories. With a single blast of the flintlock musket, the enemy fell to the ground. The king, brimming with confidence, launched a war of conquest. Initially, they were indeed invincible, but they overlooked the existence of martial energy and magic in this world. Ultimately, faced with an allied army of knights and magicians from other nations, the flintlock muskets of the Kingdom of Moss were powerless to resist and were utterly destroyed, the royal palace reduced to rubble. Murray broke out in a cold sweat. Let's put aside the idea of conquering the world for now. Firearms are powerful, but in this world where martial arts and magic coexist, relying on technology to fight head-on is too idealistic. Unless he can create high-tech weapons someday, firearms alone won't even be able to stop forbidden spells. The second book on explosives mainly discusses the mixing ratio of gunpowder and magic crystal powder. The magic crystal gun is essentially a magical version of a flintlock pistol, using magic crystal powder to generate energy and fire the projectile. The third book, The Ranger Anthony, is a novel. It tells the story of a ranger who wields a sword in one hand and a magic crystal gun in the other, punishing evil and promoting good. While it's exciting, the content is too idealistic and not very helpful to Murray. The last book, a book in animal hide titled Key Points for Inscribing Magic Crystal Guns, was a professional resource for high-level mages. It explained in detail how to inscribe amplification magic circles on a magic crystal gun. Murray was completely bewildered. The only thing he could understand was that the magic crystal gun in his hand did indeed have sturdiness and shock absorption, magic circles inscribed on it. Chapter 5 Coming of Age Banquet. As night fell on the second day, Green Castle came alive with activity. The usually dark and quiet castle was now brightly lit, and carriages drove in one after another, carrying richly dressed noble guests, all there to attend Murray Green's coming-of-age ceremony. The banquet was held in the castle's main hall, an important social occasion for the nobility and Murray's first public appearance. The star of the evening, Murray Green, was meticulously dressed by his mother, Lady Penny. He wore a gold-trimmed aristocratic robe, his face covered in a full set of expensive cosmetics, making him glow with whiteness. He looked like a noble young master who had just stepped out of an oil painting. Looking at this unfamiliar handsome face in the mirror, Murray felt a little overwhelmed. He never imagined that, having lived 2 lives, he would be dressed like this to attend a party. But Mrs. Penny was quite pleased with it all. She proudly said that Murray looked like her, with light blue eyes, a symbol of the Campbell family bloodline. Compared to her eldest son Ryan, a roughneck, Murray was more like an elegant aristocrat. The Campbell family is one of the 4 marquises of the Northern Kingdom, with a history far exceeding that of the Grimm family. They are also a legendary magical family that once produced a water elemental archmage. Penny hopes that Murray will follow the path of a magician in the future, preferably the same path as hers, water-based healing, and then advance to become a potion master, so that he can assist his brother on the battlefield and continue the family's glory. After carefully dressing up, Murray's hair was also specially styled into a noble wolf-tail braid. The tied-up long hair paired with a metal headband gave him a touch of unruly aristocratic air. The banquet officially began. Earl Green stood in the center of the main hall, raised his glass to the guests, and addressed them. His words were brief, simply wishing everyone a pleasant evening, before he and the other noblemen raised their glasses in toasts and began socializing. The noble ladies were led by the Countess to the back hall for a gathering, leaving the younger generation free to roam. Murray Green, the star of the evening, naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Many aristocratic children of similar age surrounded him, including his group of old perverted friends. One of the chubby boys leaned close to his ear and whispered teasingly, "Murray, you're an adult now. Shouldn't we arrange for you to experience the true meaning of life?" Upon hearing this, the others also started to cheer and suggested holding a real coming-of-age ceremony for him. Murray blushed, then angrily retorted, "Get lost, you bunch of animals." But these people didn't take him seriously at all. Instead, they laughed even harder. Someone said, feigning seriousness, "Have you taken a fancy to some noble lady? Want to seriously pursue a relationship?" Another person quickly chimed in, "How about I introduce you to my sister? She's pretty, gentle, and obedient." But someone immediately retorted sarcastically, "Your sister? She's just like you, as fat as a pig's head." "Fat my foot. That's called voluptuous, it's mature charm. Yours is just a skeleton." As he watched them banter with each other, Murray's expression grew increasingly complicated. He finally understood that these people weren't just hanging around him tonight for fun. They all had a family mission behind them. Many noblemen's sons were there today, hoping to arrange marriages between their sisters and Murray. After all, although he wasn't the heir to an earldom, he was still the second son of a noble family with a solid foundation, making his future prospects secure whether he pursued a career in government or on the battlefield. If he could also achieve some military merit, he might even be knighted or granted a minor noble title. In this kingdom, there have always been far more female nobles than male nobles, so getting a share of the earl's daughter-in-law pie is naturally an opportunity. But Murray was inwardly groaning. He had originally thought that his old friend's sudden great interest in him tonight was a joke, but he never expected that they were all marriage plotters. On one side was his excessively beautiful, heavily made-up face, and on the other was this group of second-generation rich kids, desperately trying to sell their sister. He suddenly realized he had to retreat. If he didn't leave now, rumors would spread throughout the city tomorrow, and his lifelong reputation would be completely ruined. With that thought, he decided to turn around and run away to preserve his honor. Chapter 6 Angie. Murray Green picked up his wine glass, a smirk playing on his lips, and tossed a remark to his group of cronies. "Do I need you to introduce me? I can handle it myself." With that, he walked towards the circle of noble ladies, leaving his buddies behind, grinning mischievously and looking on with more excitement than anyone else. "I bet 5 silver coins that he'll run back blushing in 2 minutes at most. Add one, 3 minutes at most. I bet 1 minute. With his personality, he won't last a round of small talk." The group chuckled, but in their hearts, they were betting on cockfighting, convinced that Murray, this general, would be defeated as soon as he stepped onto the battlefield. Murray Green heard everything clearly, his lips twitching. "You bunch of bastards, you're saying this on purpose for me to hear, aren't you? What? Shy and introverted? Are you talking about me? Fine, never mind. The main character has already reached the battlefield. The arrow is on the bowstring and must be released." In the corner of the hall, several noble ladies sat around a sofa, drinking tea and eating snacks, chatting about clothes, makeup, and gossip from aristocratic circles. Occasionally, a soft laugh would break the silence, creating a relaxed atmosphere. "Hey, look, Murray Green is coming over. He looks so handsome tonight. I never realized he was so good-looking before." Although she has a wolf-tail hairstyle, that cool and gentle feeling makes me want to bully her. Upon hearing the noise, the girls immediately sat up straight, instantly becoming dignified and reserved, as if they had just been discussing doctrine and poetry. Murray approached with a smile, his tone natural. "Good evening, ladies. Thank you for coming to my coming-of-age party. I hope you all have a good time tonight." The girls nodded politely, but the atmosphere didn't last long before a languid, yet clear voice broke the silence. The orchid powder incense is noble and elegant. The black tea and pastries are also new recipes. You can tell they've been made with care just by tasting them. But this banquet isn't quite perfect yet. Murray turned his head and saw a noblewoman in a black dress speaking. The light shone on her fair, snow-white skin. The diamond necklace around her neck sparkled slightly. Her features were delicate, her eyes were languid, and a half-smile played on her lips. At that moment, Murray Green felt his heart skip a beat. In that world, he had watched countless videos of beautiful women without feeling anything. But now, this one in reality was incredibly alluring. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his legs almost turned and ran away. He realized that shy and introverted might actually be a fitting description. However, he took a deep breath, rummaged through his memories, and replied with a smile. "Anshi, it's been a long time. You look beautiful today too. Although this world cannot be perfect, the process of pursuing perfection is more meaningful. I wonder if you could enlighten me and help me take this banquet to the next level." "Thank you for the compliment, Murray. It really has been a long time." Angie sized him up. She knew they didn't interact much, but seeing the slight tension in his shoulders, he was clearly nervous. Suddenly intrigued, she smiled and gestured to the sofa beside her. "Want some advice? Sit down, and I'll explain." "Huh? Oh," Murray's mind raced. "Damn it. What does this pretty female hooligan want to do to me?" But remembering his good looks, Murray gritted his teeth, looked back at his group of cronies, and saw they had all run away. They were watching Murray from afar. Murray roared inwardly, "You bunch of idiots." Since he was fighting alone, he might as well bite the bullet and go for it. As he sat down, a delicate fragrance wafted to his nose, the scent of Angie, a captivating aroma. Before he could react, several noble ladies turned to look at him, their faces smiling, but there was a hint of ulterior motive in their smiles. Oh no, he'd wandered into a pack of wolves. But the die was cast. Murray smiled and said, "If there has been any rudeness or lack thereof tonight's hospitality, please forgive us." "Not at all, Mr. Murray. The dinner was exquisite. We just have a small suggestion, if you would be so kind as to make one. Please go ahead." Murray looked at Angie, his tone sincere. Angie picked up her black tea, a smile playing on her lips. "Today is your coming-of-age ceremony. We sisters would like to raise a toast to you, wishing you a happy adulthood." The other noble ladies also raised their teacups. "Murray, happy coming of age. May you grow more and more handsome." Murray paused slightly. Tea for toasting? It was a bit odd, but he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he quickly picked up his wine and downed it in one gulp. But the next second, Angie leaned closer, sipped her tea, and said alluringly, "However, this is a banquet of wine, and it's rather boring for us ladies to only drink tea. What do you think, Murray?" As she spoke, she lightly snapped her fingers, and her female companions beckoned in return. The male servants immediately stepped forward, bringing several bottles of wine and sets of single-serving glasses. The tea was removed, and the wine glasses were replaced. The young women all looked at Murray, their eyes saying, "Let's see how you handle this." On the other side, the Earl drank his wine while glancing towards the back hall, listening to the teasing around him. "Your son may be handsome, but he can't hold his liquor like you did when you were young. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle this situation." The Earl laughed heartily. "Don't let his thinness fool you. He can still manage to handle a few young ladies without being defeated." Someone whispered, "Sir, the young master is now an adult. When do you plan to consider marriage for him?" As the eldest son and heir, Ryan was destined to be a popular target in noble circles, with fierce competition. However, many families began to turn their attention to Murray, who was equally outstanding. The Earl chuckled casually. "Penny is in charge of this. I don't need to worry about it." With that, he raised his glass and drank it down, laughing loudly. Come, let's not talk about children's business. Let's go to the back hall and play a few rounds. Let them have their fun." Chapter 7: The Green Family. As adults, many things forbidden in childhood become commonplace, such as drinking alcohol. But there are also many more situations where one cannot refuse, such as being forced to drink when offered a toast. Murray Green received a harsh lesson from reality on his coming-of-age day. He woke up the following afternoon, and it wasn't until the third day that he fully recovered. Murray still felt a chill when he recalled that night. After Earl Green left, the hall was emptied, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Dance music started, and the young people threw themselves into the revelry. But Murray hadn't danced more than a few dances before he was surrounded by a group of noble ladies who wanted to drink with him. His body, which had secretly drunk a few sips before, was now completely drunk to the point of blacking out. According to his older brother, Ryan, after drinking heavily that night, he became like a madman, sitting motionless on the sofa, turning into a dancing puppet that anyone could take away. Any girl who wanted to dance only needed to reach out and take his hand, and he would follow along like a fool. After dancing, he would return to the sofa, at anyone's mercy, much like a tabletop doll. Because of this, he became one of the most popular people in the room. Fortunately, Ryan kept a close eye on him from beginning to end, otherwise he might have been taken home and claimed by some young lady that night. It could be said that he truly became an adult on the night of his coming of age. However, Murray was too embarrassed to recall such a memory. He couldn't remember how much he drank, only that he tried to leave, but Angela dragged him to dance. Her soft touch and faint fragrance were his last memories. So embarrassing. After that night, Murray stayed home for several days, training with his father and brother in the mornings and reading with his teacher, Roy, in the library in the afternoons. Teacher Roy was pleased with his sudden enthusiasm and his willingness to share his experiences beyond the books, which gradually broadened Murray's horizons. One day in his bedroom, Murray carefully examined several sheets of paper. They were gun blueprints he had drawn himself, ingeniously conceived, but at that moment he felt a pang of regret. Sigh. In this magical world, these blueprints are only good for toys. With that, he lit the blueprints and threw them into the fire pit, watching them slowly turn to ashes without the slightest hesitation. After burning the blueprints, he changed into civilian clothes. After a slight hesitation, he opened the cabinet, took out the magic crystal gun, put it in its special holster, and hung it on his waist. Although it was peacetime, he still felt insecure and needed a weapon for self-defense. Jim, prepare a carriage. I'm going into town. Yes, young master. Jim, the valet, took the order and quickly made the arrangements. When Murray stepped out of the castle, a carriage and 2 guards were already waiting at the gate. It was a 4-wheeled, single-horse carriage, black and red in color. The side door was open, and Jim respectfully opened it. Inside, there were sofa seats facing each other, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air. To Sam's tavern. Yes, sir. Gone. 2 guards quickly mounted their horses and set off, the coachman whipping the horses to urge them on, carrying Murray down the castle hill, the flaming Warhammer banner on the carriage fluttering in the wind. Green Castle sat atop a low hill to the north of the city. More accurately, the castle came first, and the city was built around it, as it was a frontier territory. To the north lay the wasteland, inhabited by savage orcs who frequently raided southwards for food and people. Thus the castle became Green City's first line of defense. This fortress predates the Green family, existing since the early days of the kingdom. Through several changes of nobility and numerous renovations, it has reached its present form. Over 200 years ago, Murray's ancestor, a blacksmith, led his workshop brothers and apprentices in a valiant fight against the savage orcs, successfully defending their homeland. For his military achievements, he was ennobled as a baron by the kingdom, given the surname Green, thus establishing the family foundation, acquiring fiefdoms, and embarking on the path to nobility. Subsequent generations refused to settle for mediocrity, not only holding on to their fiefdoms, but also actively campaigning against the barbarians in the north, accumulating numerous military achievements and rising in rank from baron to viscount. Murray's grandfather died in battle on the northern plains, while his father, now Earl Green, led a counterattack and distinguished himself. He defeated a 100,000-strong orc tribe and crushed 3 smaller tribes of 10,000 each, directly expanding his fiefdom and earning him the title of Earl. Today, the Green territory encompasses 1 atomic lordship, 3 baronships, and vast northern grasslands, comprising 7 cities and 3 fortresses. All of this has made the Green family renowned throughout the north, and even within the kingdom, they are considered a rising power with an exceptionally prominent position. Along the way, the carriage, adorned with the family banner, sped along like the wind, with pedestrians and other vehicles making way for it, no one daring to block its path. Murray looked out the window at the street and noticed that the people's eyes held both respect and awe as they gazed at the carriage. For the first time, he deeply felt the weight of the name Green. With mixed feelings, he sighed softly. Being able to choose a way to travel through time is certainly the right choice. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a conspicuous building, Sam's Tavern. Murray looked up. The 4-story building seemed extremely out of place. Located in a working-class area, the tavern occupied 300 or 400 square meters and stood out among the surrounding 2-story buildings, making it an easily recognizable landmark. Sam was a fat man from an aristocratic family. He was the son of a knight under Earl Green and the third child in his family. His older brother had a good chance of inheriting the family business. After he came of age, his father gave him a sum of money and 3 shops, which he simply sold all of them and borrowed money from his friends and Murray to build this tavern. Young Master Murray, welcome. Before he even stepped into the tavern, a sharp-eyed doorman greeted him with a beaming smile, his tone enthusiastic and his attitude humble. Murray had never liked sycophants before, but seeing this level of enthusiasm today, he felt inexplicably comfortable. Is Sam here? The boss is resting on the 4th floor. I'll go get him. No need, I'll go up myself. Murray casually waved his hand, refusing the doorman's help, and turned to walk towards the stairs from memory. Jim, behind him, quietly took out a silver coin and rewarded the doorman. Thank you, young master. Have a good time. Sam's Tavern has 4 distinct floors. The first floor is for ordinary people and small business owners. The second floor is for distinguished guests, and the third floor is an exclusive area for the nobility. The top floor, the 4th floor, houses the banquet hall, lounges, and Sam's office, and is the heart of the building. It's currently 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the time when businessmen come to relax after finishing their business, but the evening rush has not yet begun. Chapter 8 Fat Sam. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Sam's tired and irritated reply came from inside. It's me. Upon hearing Murray Green's voice, a flurry of activity erupted inside, including the sounds of clothes being rummaged through and a woman's gasps and whispers. Murray instantly understood what was happening inside. This Fat Sam was certainly living a comfortable life. The thought of being betrayed by these people on the night of his coming-of-age ceremony made his face darken. Murray, come in and sit down in the office. I'm coming right now. I just woke up and haven't gotten dressed yet. Hurry up. Murray pushed open the office door and went in. The interior was very tastefully decorated, with thick carpets, a large desk, a neat wine cabinet, and a floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view of the city walls. The sofa was made of monster hide and was quite comfortable to sit on. Although it couldn't compare to the view from the hilltop of Greencastle at home, it was still relaxing enough. After a while, Sam lazily pushed open the door and entered, wearing pajamas, his belly round, and his face full of smiles. A rare guest indeed. Murray, what brings you here? I drank too much yesterday, and my head is still spinning. I think you're not still asleep. You just woke up from someone's body. Sensing Murray's unfriendly tone, Sam chuckled, leaned over, and patted his shoulder, revealing his signature lewd smile. I happen to have a party tonight. How about I arrange something for you? Absolutely top-notch body. Murray narrowed his eyes, looking at him softly, and said, Arrangements are fine, but only if you're not afraid of my mother ordering the tavern shut down and my brother hanging you from a tree and whipping you. Sam shuddered, instantly sobering up. Don't let the Countess's kind and gentle demeanor at home fool you. Outside, she's a devil she-devil, who controls the finances of the entire Green territory. A single word from her could bankrupt him, leaving him destitute. Murray, you're an adult and she's still so strict? In the kingdom of Laney's, the nobility practices primogeniture, with the law stipulating monogamy. The eldest son is the first heir, and only daughters or other relatives are considered if there are no sons. To ensure the eldest son is capable of maintaining the family business, the nobles concentrate resources on training him in combat aura or magic so that he can inherit the family business in the future. It is generally believed in this world that the golden age for cultivation is between 16 and 20 years old. If one can maintain a pure body, the speed and potential of cultivation will be even higher. The so-called pure body means that boys have not been intimate with women and girls have not been involved with men. If a cultivator can maintain purity, they will have a higher level of talent growth. Therefore, the eldest sons of noble families usually do not marry until they are around 20 years old. Unless someone truly lacks talent, they wouldn't get married early and pin their hopes on the next generation. As for those who aren't the eldest sons, some are separated from the family upon reaching adulthood, while others can receive training, but the standards aren't as strict. Sam originally had the potential to be trained, but he heard that he had experienced early with his own maid at the age of 12 and was directly handled by the family's laissez-faire approach. I'm different. My mother even specially approved a sum of money to send me to Ellis Academy to further my magic studies. What did you say? Ellis Academy. Sam was stunned upon hearing this, his eyes widening as he stared at Murray as if he had seen a ghost. That's right, you heard me correctly, the #1 magic academy in the North, Ellis Academy. Sam took a big gulp of black tea to calm his nerves, then clicked his tongue in amazement. You're something else. Ellis Academy's tuition is 300 gold coins a year. That's almost equivalent to my tavern's net income for 1 or 2 years. In this world, gold, silver, and copper coins are used. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 10,000 copper coins are roughly equivalent to 10,000 RMB in his previous life. In other words, 300 gold coins is equivalent to 3 million gold coins a year, and this is only the basic tuition fee for Ellis Academy. Ellis uses a 4-year system, which costs a total of 1,200 gold coins, but this is only basic magic education. If you want to advance to a professional, you will have to spend a lot more money. For the Green family, this tuition fee, while not crippling, was still a considerable expense, given their powerful military but limited resources. Their constant garrisoning of troops against the northern orcs meant that 70% of their income went to military construction, city defense repairs, rewarding meritorious service, and talent development, leaving them already stretched thin. They had little to spare. Your mother is really generous to spend this much money to send you for further studies. Sam was genuinely impressed. Having grown up together, he never expected Murray to be able to study at a magic academy of that caliber. Actually, I was quite surprised too. I'm leaving in a few days, so I just wanted to get together with you guys today. It'll be the end of the year by then. Murray Green had a hint of pride on his face, but also a touch of reluctance. Sam patted his chest confidently. I'll take care of everything tonight. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Heh. Murray's lips curled into a smirk, but inwardly he shook his head. He really didn't trust him at all. After the disaster of his coming-of-age ceremony, his trust in Sam's arrangements had been completely wiped out. If these few close friends weren't among the original owner's few familiar playmates, he wouldn't have made this special trip to say goodbye. Chapter 9: Enrolling at Ellis Academy. After spending a few more days in Green City, Murray Green witnessed firsthand this world where magic and steel intertwined, and bid farewell to his friends one by one. Fat Sam, to compensate him, arranged a small drinking party, but Murray was once again defeated by Angie. He couldn't even win a one-on-one fight. Murray Green was utterly dejected, vowing that once he returned from the academy, he would reclaim his dignity in the drinking world. After parting, Murray and his brother Ryan set off together, escorted by cavalry. The journey was smooth, and they successfully arrived in Ellis City. At the gates of Ellis Academy, he successfully completed the registration process and officially became a freshman in the magic department. Murray Green, here are your student card, dormitory key, and basic course schedule. Please keep them safe. The staff member spoke meticulously, even reminding him that the card was made of expensive materials, forged from gold, mithril, and gray magic iron, and connected to the Academy's main magic array. If lost, you will need to go to the registrar's office to get a replacement, which will cost 10 gold coins. Murray took the card. The gray card bore the words, Ellis Academy, Magic Branch, in gold lettering, with his name and enrollment date below. His magical portrait was also attached to the back of the card, adding to the solemn and mysterious atmosphere. This premier academy in the north, backed by the Duke of Ellis family, had a history of over 500 years and was a sacred place coveted by noble children. Here, not only is there systematic knowledge imparted, but there are also opportunities to build deep connections with other noble science. Ryan Grin studied in the warrior division here and is now a battlefield elite. Murray carefully put away his student card, worth 10 gold coins, and turned to Ryan, who seemed quite familiar with the place. Brother, where are the dormitories for the magic division? Ryan nodded and led him across the wide main road. I've been here a few times, come with me. The entire academy was vast, covering nearly 10,000 acres, far exceeding the high schools Murray had seen in his previous life, yet it only had a little over 5,000 students. Including faculty, staff, and attendants, the total was no more than 10,000, a typical case of vast land and sparse population. The 4 years of students in the magic division had a total of less than 1,000, yet they occupied nearly a third of the academy's area. Entering the magic district, he was greeted by hundreds of towering magic towers, some hundreds of meters high, and even the shortest over 50 meters. Even though Murray had seen countless skyscrapers in his previous life, he was still speechless with awe at these stone towers. Standing beneath the Stanley Ellis Tower, he felt for the first time how insignificant he was. This tower is so tall. Of course, it was designed by Archmage Stanley himself when the school was first built, and it took 20 years to complete. Ryan switched into explanation mode again, leading him along as they walked and talked. Before long, they arrived in front of the 3-story teaching building. Compared to the tower, this teaching building was not particularly tall, but it occupied a very large area horizontally, and was the core of the magic department's teaching. After passing the teaching building, they arrived at the dormitory area. Five-story dormitory buildings stood in neat rows, each surrounded by several independent small castles. Water Tower, Wind Tower, Earth Tower, Fire Tower, and Mystery Tower. You're assigned to the Water Tower. After registering at the dormitory entrance, the dormitory supervisor bound Murray's student card to a magic circle and repeatedly reminded him, "Don't lose the card, or you'll be unable to move an inch." Murray nodded vigorously, checking the tag on the key, Water Building, 305. After finding the room, he pushed open the door and was stunned. The dormitory was a private room for one person, complete with a bedroom, living room, and bathroom, furnished with luxurious furniture comparable to a small aristocratic mansion. "Wow, this is amazing." Ryan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "Don't get your hopes up. This dormitory costs 30 gold coins a year. Mages can make money faster than robbing a bank." Murray was shocked on the spot. He did a quick mental calculation. 1,000 students would cost 30,000 gold coins, or 300 million copper coins. He could make 3 small goals just from accommodation. Isn't this robbery? Calling it robbery isn't entirely wrong, but if you really wanted to rob a potion master, it would be much faster. So, little Murray, pull yourself together and don't let us down. Ryan's tone was relaxed, but his eyes gleamed with the shrewdness of a businessman, making Murray feel uneasy. Murray muttered to himself, "Is my brother going to actually come and rob me one day?" The next morning, after washing up and having a hearty breakfast in the cafeteria, Murray walked briskly towards the teaching building. Along the way, more and more students poured out of the dormitories, gradually making the campus lively and adding a touch of life to this otherwise serious college. Following the directions on the timetable, he quickly found the classroom for his first class, Meditation Classroom 1. There were no desks or benches in the classroom. Instead, there was a wooden floor in the center with 20 cushions neatly laid out, where a dozen or so students were already sitting quietly, waiting. Murray found an empty seat and sat cross-legged with the others, saying nothing. Soon after, the last few students took their seats, and the classroom was finally full of 20 students. The atmosphere was serious and quiet. No one whispered among themselves. Ding dong, ding dong. As the bell rang, a middle-aged magician suddenly floated in from outside the door, dressed in magnificent robes, his expression solemn. Yes, he really did float in. Murray thought he was seeing things until he saw the man's feet lift a few centimeters off the ground, lightly drifting from the doorway onto the podium. At that moment, Murray Green finally understood this was magic. Mysterious, otherworldly, a single gesture was enough to captivate the heart. Chapter 10, First Lesson. Good morning, teacher. Although no one called for students to stand up, all the students rose in unison and bowed to the middle-aged magician. The teacher remained calm and nodded in response. "Please sit down. My name is Lyndon Bill, and I am your meditation introductory class teacher. You can also call me Teacher Lyndon. Let's start by calling roll so everyone can get to know each other." Professor Lyndon landed slowly, sat cross-legged on the lectern cushion, and took out a list to call roll. Leeway Ellis. Here. The student named Leeway stood up and bowed politely. Hearing this surname, Murray Green was momentarily stunned. Ellis? The powerful family behind the academy? However, he quickly noticed that the boy's features were slightly different. His lineage was likely quite distant, perhaps only remotely related to the Ellis family. Maggie Clemens. Here you are, everyone. I'm Maggie. A strikingly beautiful young woman stood up, her smile confident and her demeanor impeccable. The Clemens surname was one of the 4 great marquis families of the North. Murray glanced around and realized that all 20 students in the classroom were of noble birth, signs of prominent families. After taking attendance, Mr. Lyndon put away his watch, looked up and scanned the class, and calmly said, "Welcome to Ellis Academy, and welcome to my class." Polite applause rang out for a few seconds, then fell silent. Mr. Lyndon continued, "My class is simple, with a few rules: no absences, no lateness or early departures, no disruptive behavior. If you need to leave, ask for permission. If the reason is appropriate, it will be approved. These are the rules. We'll add more later." He added casually, "Hopefully, you won't need to come to my classes anymore soon." Everyone laughed, because it meant that once they successfully cultivated magic, they could skip the introductory courses. Teacher Lyndon formally announced, "Today, I will teach you the standard magical meditation method of Ellis Academy. This was created by Stanley Ellis and supplemented and improved by generations of mages. It consists of 5 volumes and can be cultivated to the level of a grand mage. What you're about to learn is Book 1, a basic guide to meditation, activating mental power, and taking your first step into magical practice. Hearing that the main lesson was finally about to begin, Murray immediately perked up, his eyes glued to Teacher Linden. Close your eyes. I will begin the lesson now. Huh? No textbook? Murray was taken aback. 300 gold coins for the tuition and no handouts? Despite a slight internal grumbling, he complied and quietly closed his eyes. At this moment, Teacher Linden took a deep breath and slowly channeled his magic power into the cushion on the podium. The next instant, magical runes appeared, converging into a complete magic circle. As the magic power spread, the runes flowed like water, extending from the podium to the ground, and then spreading to the cushions of every student, instantly enveloping the entire classroom in the magic circle. Gathering Spirit Magic Circle, activate. Murray felt a sudden chill on his forehead, like an ice cube against his skin, and he gasped and opened his eyes. Huh. Other students reacted similarly, and the classroom erupted in exclamations of surprise. Quiet down, close your eyes and keep going. Mr. Linden immediately stopped them. Everyone had no choice but to suppress their curiosity, close their eyes again, and focus on experiencing that cool yet refreshing state. Immediately afterward, Teacher Linden began reciting meditation techniques in a low, indistinct voice, like a whisper in his ear, which felt somewhat unsettling. Murray listened intently for a long time, but couldn't remember many words. Just as he was about to open his eyes and ask the teacher for some handouts, the teacher's voice rang out again, beginning the second round of explanation. This time, the pace was slower, and the explanation was much clearer, allowing Murray to finally understand the content. Sitting and listening to the lecture should have been relaxing, but Murray felt a strange excitement. Fortunately, the calming effect of the magic circle allowed him to maintain his focus. By the third time, Professor Linden's voice was close to normal volume, and his words were clear and distinct. Murray gradually began to remember the content word by word. The fourth time, his voice was loud and clear, striking straight to the heart. The fifth time, his voice seemed to transform into a carving knife, carving each word deeply, engraving the entire meditation method into his mind. Once, twice, 3 times. Murray didn't know how many times he had listened, until finally, he could not only recite the entire text from memory, but also follow the steps of the mantra and begin to truly try meditation. Ding dong ding dong. The bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. He was exhausted, so tired that he didn't even want to move. Teacher Linden announced, "This lesson is over. Remember to review the meditation method after class. If you have any questions, ask them in the next class. Get out of class dismissed." Goodbye, teacher. Murray mechanically stood up and bowed to his teacher, but when he opened his eyes and looked around, he froze. He was the only one who stood up. All the other students were slumped on their cushions, looking utterly exhausted. Teacher Linden looked at him with slight surprise, then nodded and smiled. "You're in good spirits. Continue practicing meditation after class. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my magic tower." "Thank you, teacher." Murray didn't understand why his teacher was being so kind to him, but he didn't dare to think too much about it, and quickly thanked her respectfully. Chapter 11 Magic History Class. Murray Green only had one class today, Meditation Initiation. After finishing his lunch at the cafeteria, he went straight back to his dormitory and, following the teacher's instructions, sat cross-legged on his bed to try meditation on his own. In this world, warriors grow stronger by cultivating battle aura, while mages cultivate magical power. Meditation is a fundamental method of cultivation for mages. Through meditation, one can concentrate their mental energy to perceive the magical particles in the world, guide them into the body, and merge them with the spirit to form true magic. The principle is explained very clearly, but putting it into practice is not so easy. Murray closed his eyes, silently recited the meditation mantra in his mind, and repeatedly performed the meditation technique according to the rhythm taught in class. Once, twice, 3 times. No matter how he read it, that clear sense of spiritual excitement never appeared. He couldn't sense any so-called spiritual power at all, and he started to feel tired as he chanted. So he simply lay back, covered himself with the blanket, and fell fast asleep. But what he didn't know was that while he was fast asleep, a wisp of mysterious gray particle silently drifted into his forehead. At that very moment, he had a bizarre dream. He was hit by a truck and thrown into the air. It flew 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, and finally flew directly out of the atmosphere, through the sea of clouds, and into the starry sky. His body was tainted by some kind of gray energy, as if he had been painted with a layer of gray paint, but he still kept flying into the distance. With a sudden push, Murray lost his footing and woke up from his dream. Damn, that was a nightmare. He looked around the room in a daze and realized that the furniture was still in its original place, and then he realized that he had just been dreaming. But I can't remember the details of the dream. I only remember flying and rising into the air in a thick gray expanse. Murray yawned, sat up, stretched, and moved his hands and feet a few times. To his surprise, he felt unusually good, not at all like the dizziness he usually feels when he sleeps in. He stood up and looked out the window, realizing it was already late. My afternoon nap turned into a night nap. The next morning was a magic history class. Unlike the meditation enlightenment class, which was taught in a small group, this class was held in a large classroom with hundreds of students. The lecturer was an elderly magician with a full head of silver hair. Although he was quite old, he spoke with great enthusiasm and passion when recounting the history of magic. Murray took this course very seriously because this world was not like his previous life, where he could easily find various versions of knowledge with a simple tap of his finger. Here, knowledge is extremely expensive, especially magical knowledge, each piece of which is priceless and a completely monopolized resource. Therefore, all classroom content is delivered orally by the teacher and is not allowed to be shared outside the classroom. Even notes must be carefully kept, and the college has a strict punishment system for this. The history of magic can be divided into 3 stages, the earliest being the ancient era of blood magic, about 10,000 years ago. Then came the ancient chaotic magic era, which lasted until the first year of the divine revelation calendar. We are now in the age of elemental magic, and also the age of orthodox meditation systems. As Murray listened to his teacher's narration, he felt as if he were in a history book, experiencing the magical evolution of this civilization from barbarism to order. The earliest users of magic had no teachers or incantations. They relied entirely on awakening, bloodline, and chance. It was a chaotic and brutal era. They were known as messengers of the gods, the earliest superhumans, and the research and experiments surrounding them gave rise to the earliest blood mages. It was a cruel and bloody era, where power and sacrifice coexisted, and the rudiments of magical civilization gradually emerged amidst this blood and fire. The emergence of the Year of Divine Revelation was a watershed moment, marking the establishment of meditation methods and the true beginning of their systematic teaching. Murray listened with rapt attention, just as he had when he first heard his father tell the legend of the god of war as a child. Ding dong dash. When the bell rang, the old magic teacher neatly collected his lecture notes, said, "Get out of class dismissed," and turned to leave, without going over time. Murray, still in a daze, muttered under his breath, "Actually, I don't mind if you talk a little longer." He packed up his notes and prepared to leave the classroom. Just then, a voice called out to him from behind, "Murray, please wait a moment." Murray turned around and saw it was Livy Ellis, the aristocratic classmate whose name had been called in the first class. "Hello, is there something you need?" Li Wei smiled and said politely, "I'm planning to host a classmate dinner at Rose Garden this Friday evening, and I would like to cordially invite you to attend. Would you be so kind as to join me?" Dinner parties and hunting were the most common forms of social interaction within aristocratic circles. Murray immediately switched to a standard aristocratic smile and nodded in response. "It would be an honor, and I look forward to it very much." Li Wei's smile deepened, and he stepped forward, continuing to politely inquire, "Could you tell me your dormitory room number? I'll arrange for someone to deliver the invitation." "Of course, I live here." The two chatted as they walked, heading to the cafeteria for a meal together. When Murray returned to his dorm after dinner, he noticed that Li Wei did not go into the dorm building, but instead turned into a detached villa. It was a 2-story building with servants, a kitchen, a meditation room, and a research room, providing living and cultivation conditions far superior to ordinary dormitories. Of course, the price is also much higher. Murray isn't unable to afford a house. The small villa is something he could have, but doesn't need right now, and his current dormitory is sufficient. Chapter 12 Nobles are all relatives. Back in his dorm, Murray Green couldn't wait to sit cross-legged on his bed, close his eyes, and silently recite meditation techniques, trying to enter a meditative state. He hadn't meditated yet today, and his energy and physical strength were at their peak, but perhaps due to the lack of guidance from a teacher, Murray Green made no progress other than feeling a bit restless in his body. After an hour of trying, Murray Green was still unable to enter a meditative state on his own. Somewhat discouraged, he opened his eyes, took a few breaths, and calmed his body down. This meditation method is truly amazing. I have memorized it, but I find it difficult to express in words or write it down. Otherwise, I could go and verify whether I have memorized the meditation method correctly. Murray Green gave a wry smile, sighed, and then whispered to comfort him. It's all right. It's only the second day. It usually takes most people about a month to enter a meditative state on their own, so it's still early. Perhaps he managed to convince himself. Murray Green relaxed and felt a little tired. He closed his eyes again, leaned back on the bed, and fell asleep soon after. When Murray Green opened his eyes again, he glanced out the window and saw that the sun was about to set again. Is this the kind of decadent college life I'm living? No, I have to work hard tomorrow. I can't keep sleeping like this. Upon waking up, Murray Green made a firm decision. He would get up quickly, get ready, leave the dormitory, and go to the cafeteria for a meal. There were some students eating in the cafeteria, and Murray Green also saw a few familiar students who were his classmates from the meditation class. Some of them greeted Murray Green politely, and Murray Green nodded in response before going to the cafeteria window to order. Hello, I'd like 2 honey-glazed pork chops and a glass of grape juice, thank you. 2 pork chops costs 60 copper coins, and grape juice costs 20 copper coins, for a total of 80 copper coins. This price is much higher than outside, but of course, in the main city of the north, especially in Ellis Academy in the core area, this price is still reasonable. Murray Green took out his student card, swiped it on the magic circle at the window to record the transaction, and then found an empty seat with his tray. The reason why a small student card is worth 10 gold coins is that this student card can connect to the magic circle of the entire Ellis Academy. There is a huge combination magic circle in Ellis Academy. Without this student card, you have to register to go back to the dormitory or enter the classroom, and you have to carry cash to eat in the cafeteria. By simply depositing a sum of money at the school, students can use their student cards to make payments anywhere on campus, much like card payments in the real world. This truly opened Murray Green's eyes. He never imagined that although this world lacked advanced technology and intelligence, its magic was just as developed. Of course, this only applies within Ellis Academy. Outside the academy, without the academy's magic circle covering it, the student card is only worth a little money for the materials themselves. Murray Green picked up his knife and fork, skillfully cutting the steak with the knife and eating elegantly with the fork. Just then, a tall figure walked up to him. Sensing the figure approaching, Murray Green looked up. A tall, handsome man with a composed expression stood before him. Upon seeing this man's face, a name came to mind. His classmate from meditation class, whose name seemed to be, Hello Murray Green, I'm Nick Brown. The Brown family, with the title of Earl. Nick Brown is tall, and, although only 16, he is a head taller than Murray Green and on par with his older brother Ryan Green. He has the makings of a warrior, so it's a mystery why he chose to become a magician. Hello Nick, how can I help you? Murray Green put down his knife and fork, wiped the remaining meat sauce from the corner of his mouth with a white napkin, stood up, and formally responded to Nick Brown. May I sit in the empty seat in front of you? Sure. The two sat down together. Nick Brown stared intently into Murray Green's light blue eyes and asked softly, Is your mother a member of the Campbell family? Yes, my mother's name is Penny Campbell, and she is the third daughter of the current Marquis Campbell. Although Murray Green was still somewhat puzzled by Nick Brown's purpose in coming to see him, he answered truthfully when asked. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Nick Brown suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Oh my, what a coincidence. My grandmother is the aunt of the current Marquis of Campbell. We're relatives. So, I might be your great-uncle. ? Faced with this suddenly appearing peer, Murray Green suddenly found his steak less appealing. However, considering that his grandmother was his maternal grandfather's aunt, the tall and imposing Nick Brown, who was the same age as him, was indeed a generation older than him. Damn it. Uncle. Haha. Murray, no need to call me uncle. We're classmates, brothers. You can call me brother, or you can just call me Nick. Nick Brown's originally composed expression turned greasy and cunning, making Murray Green's temples throb. He clenched his fist, but looking at Nick Brown's tall figure, he silently relaxed it. I never expected that someone who looks so big and honest would turn out to be this kind of person. The aristocratic family has a long history, and the larger and more ancient the family, the more mixed the bloodline. Just like in Europe in the last century, the monarchs of almost all countries were relatives. If they had no children and their bloodline was about to end, they could borrow a prince from another country to become king. This place is no exception. You never know who the person in front of you is. You finally find a girl you like, only to discover she's your great-grandmother. The feeling is incredibly complicated. The Green family was the most remote and newly emerging noble family in the north. For generations, they had all intermarried with neighboring families and had not been able to develop any noble circle. As a result, the current Earl Green first married the daughter of the Marquis of Campbell and then became famous in one battle, was ennobled as an earl, and suddenly became very popular. Therefore, as the sons of Penny Campbell and the grandsons of the Marquis of Campbell, the Green brothers immediately entered the circle of noble bloodlines in the north thanks to their mother's bloodline. Entering this circle of noble bloodlines has its pros and cons. The advantage is that you have noble relatives everywhere, and having relatives makes things easier. This is a hard truth in any world, especially for emerging noble families like the Green family. Once they entered the circle of noble bloodlines, it became much smoother to sell goods, purchase strategic materials, and even borrow money for war, which can be described as killing several birds with one stone. The downsides are also obvious. The most immediate consequence for Murray Green is that he's now considered lower in status and seniority. This almost made Murray Green, this quiet and handsome man, break down. Chapter 13: The Potions Master's Prestige. Being classmates, the same age, related by blood, and of similar social standing. All these factors combined, aside from the fact that the older person is a generation older, make their relationship quite close. Murray Green ate his steak while talking to Nick Brown. After 2 steaks, Murray Green suddenly realized that he wasn't feeling very full today. Usually, 2 steaks would make him about 80% full, but today he was only about 70% full. Has your appetite increased? I hope you won't gain weight. Probably not. At 16, you're still growing, so it's normal to have a bigger appetite. With that thought in mind, Murray Green stuffed the garnished vegetables from his plate into his mouth, then finished off the grape juice in one gulp. You can't be a picky eater, and you need to supplement your vitamin intake. Murray, are you free tonight? How about we go check out the service area together? Seeing Murray Green finish his plate, Nick Brown glanced down at the remaining food on his plate, but didn't mind. He excitedly invited Murray to go to the student service area with him. No problem. I heard the service area is very lively. I've been wanting to go in and have a look for a long time. Faced with Nick Brown's invitation, Murray Green, who was also quite interested in the student services area, immediately agreed, and they headed towards it together. The entire Ellis Academy can be divided into 3 parts, arranged in a triangular pattern: the Magic Branch School, the Warrior Branch School, and the Student Service Area. The Magic Branch School and the Warrior Branch School occupy the 2 openings below the Fiend character. These 2 parts are very simple: the teaching area and the dormitories for teachers and students. The Student Service Area is quite complex. It's essentially a large shopping and leisure area, restaurants, clothing stores, weapon shops, magic potion shops, and bars catering to both teachers and students. Almost every need you can think of can be met here. It's practically a miniature city. As they continued their journey, the 2 noticed that many students from the Magic Academy were also heading towards the service area, but they were mostly freshmen who had just enrolled. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Nighttime is the best time for magicians to meditate, and only freshmen have time to visit the service area. In addition, the Magic Academy is very quiet. So how could young students endure the loneliness and stay in the Magic Academy all the time? Upon entering the student service area, one is greeted by a shopping street lined with shops on both sides. Groups of students shop and play on the street, and many students also set up stalls in open spaces to sell their goods. Come and take a look. This is a level 2 magical beast, the Gale Wolf, that was just hunted from Mount Caius. Look at its fangs and claws, essential for weapon crafting. Its pelt is incredibly tough. With a little sewing, it can be made into a piece of armor. It died no more than 3 hours ago, so the meat is very fresh. Eating it will strengthen your body. A tall college student dressed in armor and a warrior's attire is calling out to customers. Next to him is a teammate dressed as a wandering knight, with a one-handed sword at his waist and covered in blood, who is also greeting customers. In front of them lay the carcass of a swift-winged wolf, which had already been disposed of. The wolf's carcass was as big as a water buffalo, and many students surrounded it. Excuse me, how much are the wolf fangs? A student wearing leather armor and carrying a longbow carefully examined the wolf fang before asking the stall owner for a price. Fangs cost 1 gold coin, and sharp teeth cost 50 silver coins. Okay, 1 fang and 2 sharp teeth. Longbow didn't haggle and took out 2 gold coins to hand to the senior warrior. Then he pulled a dagger from his calf, pried off a fang and 2 sharp teeth from the wolf's mouth, wrapped them in a piece of cloth, and carefully stuffed them into his pocket. Monsters are powerful creatures that have been baptized by magical particles and possess magical power. Even the weakest level 1 monster is stronger than an ordinary warrior apprentice or mage apprentice. Each part of them has a unique function. Their teeth are the best material for making arrowheads, capable of easily piercing through the tough hides and scales of magical beasts. Excuse me, how much are the jack wolfskin claws? A short, thin student dressed as an assassin touched the wolf claws and asked the price. The wandering swordsman senior immediately replied, sold by the palm, 3 claws per palm, 2 gold coins for the front palm and 1 gold coin for the back palm. The front paws of the Gale wolf are much larger than its hind paws, so the front paws are more expensive than the hind paws. Hey classmate, that's too expensive. Look at your Gale wolf, its claws aren't big enough to make a dagger. I'll take both forepaws for 3 gold coins. Okay, I'll also give you 2 heels. Just then, the senior soldier who was shouting suddenly interrupted. Hearing this, the assassin asked in surprise, really? You're not kidding, are you? You were the one who started the joke. The senior soldier continued, I've killed at least 8, if not 10, wolves, and they all used wolf claws as claws and throwing knives. You're the first person to want to use wolf claws as daggers. Ha ha ha. The surrounding customers burst into laughter, which made the assassin blush. He turned around and disappeared from the scene in a flash. Murray Green was quite surprised to see the assassin disappear in the blink of an eye. With that speed, he could easily break records on the field. I'll take these 2 eyeballs. How much? Before the laughter could stop, a senior dressed as a magician, wearing 2 medals on his chest, pulled out his wallet. Oh, how could I let Master Petty pay for this? It's such a blessing for these 2 wolf eyes to have caught your eye. Please take them with you. Faced with this customer dressed as a magician, the warrior senior who had been laughing at the assassin immediately revealed a fawning smile, immediately offering it for free, then paused, and then said in a pleading tone, Could you share a bottle of the night vision potion you concocted with us? This is a level 1 potion master. Murray Green immediately recognized him by looking at the medicine bottle-shaped medal with a gold thread on his chest. Because his mother, Penny Campbell, also possessed a medal of this shape, except hers had 2 gold lines on it, signifying that she was a level 2 potions master. Okay, come to my lab to pick it up the day after tomorrow night. After a moment's thought, the potion master put away his wallet, nodded in agreement, took the wolf eye carefully packed by the senior apprentice, turned and left amidst the farewells of the group, leaving behind a rather sophisticated back view. So being a potion master, is this lucrative? Murray Green looked at the figure from behind with great envy. His mother had previously said that potion masters had a very high status, and that she was preparing to train him to become one. But he never expected that potion masters would have such a high status and such a prestigious position. It's so comforting to have such a visionary mother. This is the right way to time travel. Before long, the 2-meter-long Gale wolf was completely dismantled and sold, with even its bones and internal organs packaged up and sold to a restaurant. After selling out, the 2 stall owners gathered up the cloth from the ground, threw the cloth stained with the blood of monsters into the trash heap, and left arm in arm with their money bags full of coins. Chapter 14 Simona. Look, it's a potion shop. Let's go in and see what potions are suitable for us. The 2 were wandering aimlessly when Nick Brown suddenly pointed to a store and excitedly told Murray Green. Turning his head, he saw a potion shop with a sign that read Simona's Apprentice Potion Shop. Murray Green felt that the name, Simona, sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Welcome. As I entered the gate, a pretty waitress in her early 20s greeted me. What kind of potions would you 2 like to buy? Our shop has just received a batch of meditation potions, magic affinity potions, mental potions, and concentration potions. They were all made in less than a week, so we guarantee that their effects and quality are top-notch. The waiter had a keen eye and immediately recognized that the 2 were newly enrolled magic students, recommending them potions to aid in meditation and cultivation. Upon hearing about these magical potions, the 2 men's eyes lit up, and they immediately asked him to show them the goods. This meditation potion can assist in meditation practice for 4 hours, accelerating the meditation process. If taken by someone who has not yet entered a meditative state, it can increase the chances of entering a meditative state. The magic affinity potion can temporarily enhance the user's magical affinity, attracting magical particles to participate in a meditative state to aid cultivation, lasting for 8 hours. The potion shop has more than 20 kinds of potions, which can be roughly divided into 3 categories. Potions to assist mages and warriors in their training, potions to temporarily increase combat power, and potions with special effects. All of them are easy to sell and sell very well. Murray Green looked at the meditation potion with great longing, but remembering his mother's teachings, he ultimately gave up his plan to buy it. Before you can cultivate magic power on your own, try not to take magic potions that aid in cultivation. Otherwise, it will affect your aptitude assessment, disrupt your future career development plan, and make it easy to become dependent on them, making it difficult to wean yourself off magic potions that aid in cultivation later on. After leaving the potion shop, the two went to the magic weapon shop to broaden their horizons. They strolled around for more than 2 hours before returning to the Magic Academy. They agreed to go to class together the next day, and then said goodbye. Back in his dorm, a refreshed Murray Green tried meditating for another hour, but made little progress, much like at noon. The third day of school, Murray Green and Nick Brown traveled together to the classroom. Today's lesson was on the basics of magical plants and animals, a medium-sized class of 40 students. They were attending the class together with Class 1 and Class 2. The school bell rang, and Murray Green, who was whispering with Nick Brown, stopped what he was doing, sat up straight on his chair, and waited for the teacher to start the class. Just then, a petite and delicate female teacher with an indeterminate age walked into the classroom. She was wearing a green magic robe and a medal on her chest. Hello everyone, my name is Simona Lind. I will be your teacher for this class for the next year. I hope you will all behave well in this class. Despite being less than 1.6 meters tall, this female teacher exuded an aura that seemed to stretch for 2 meters. The moment she opened her mouth, an intimidating presence enveloped the entire classroom, making Murray Green, who was already sitting upright, feel a pressure on his spine, as if it were about to bend him. Simona Lind raised her eyes and scanned the entire class, like a queen of beasts surveying her territory. The students whose eyes fell upon her paled even more, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid her gaze. His gaze quickly shifted to the direction where Murray Green was, facing Simona Lind's eyes. Murray Green felt that invisible pressure become even stronger, and the pressure gradually increased as he met Simona Lind's gaze. His body's instincts kept telling Murray Green, look down quickly and avoid eye contact with her. As the thought came to mind, Murray Green prepared to lower his head, but at that moment, his spirit, which had been relatively still during his solitary meditation, slowly began to stir, generating an equally invisible force that withstood the pressure and told him something. No need to bow your head. His body offered 2 different suggestions, but while Murray Green was still debating which one to choose, Simona Lind had already looked away, though her gaze now held a hint of admiration. Simona Lind seemed quite pleased with the student's reaction, her eyes narrowing slightly as she nodded and continued speaking. My courses don't care whether you listen attentively or not. As long as you pass the final exam, you've passed. However, if a student performs well, voluntarily applies for a more rigorous assessment, and achieves good results, then I can take him on as my potion lab assistant until graduation. As she spoke, Simona Lind leaned back slightly, puffing out her chest, making the medals on her chest even more conspicuous. The medal is shaped like a medicine bottle and is entirely silver. In sunlight, it not only fails to reflect any luster, but even appears somewhat black. Anyone with a little knowledge of the subject can easily discern its material. Mithril. Most importantly, this medal is inlaid with 5 gold lines. 5. Level 5 Potions Master. In this magical world, warrior and mage are 2 general terms. Anyone who cultivates battle aura is called a warrior. However, among warriors, there are also dragon knights, holy warriors, destruction knights, and spell destroyers. These are all classified as warriors, but they are more powerful than ordinary warriors. Magicians are no exception. Once they cultivate magical power, they become magicians. However, among magicians, there are professions such as battle mages, alchemists, rune masters, potion masters, and telekinetic masters. Potion masters are magicians who concoct potions. They use special techniques to refine magical plants and animals into potions with special functions that can be used for various purposes, such as healing, cultivation, and combat. Almost everyone needs the help of the potion master, which makes the potion master's status very high and his wealth very rich. A level 5 potion master is already a master among them, a true master. Not to mention in the north, even in the capital or the empire, their status and position are extraordinary. If you could learn from her, even if you were just a lab assistant and not an apprentice, with a little guidance from her and the influence of the lab environment, you would have a great chance of becoming a potion master. Upon realizing the identity of the magic teacher who was about to instruct them, the students were all taken aback, and then turned their burning gazes to Simona Lind, who stood proudly on the podium. Who wouldn't want to be a noble and wealthy potion master? Hee. Simona Lind remained unfazed by the intense gazes of the crowd. Okay, let's begin the lesson now. Chapter 15 Space Ring. If you had to describe the class in 2 words, it would be extravagant. In 3 words, it would be super nouveau riche. And in 4 words, Murray Green could only describe it as inhumanly extravagant. Murray Green had already reluctantly accepted the lack of textbooks, so he assumed that Ms. Simona would be like the history teacher in the previous class, lecturing on all the knowledge. However, he only saw Ms. Simona make a slight grasping motion in the air with her left hand, and a magical plant appeared out of thin air in her hand. To appear out of thin air. Magicians can do that, it's just an illusion. But in this world where magic truly exists, they certainly wouldn't use such low-level tricks. It's the effect achieved by magic. So all the students present unanimously turned their gaze to Simona's left hand. Unsurprisingly, on Simone's fair and delicate fingers, she wore a simple, gray ring that didn't quite match her exquisite appearance. Space ring. This is a miracle of weapon refiners. Even the worst spatial ring, with a volume of 1 cubic meter, starts at 1,000 gold coins and has no upper limit. Most importantly, these treasures are priceless and unavailable. Even if you offer several times the price, you might not be able to get a spatial ring. Long after class, Murray Green and Nick Brown, who were having lunch in the cafeteria, were still marveling at how incredibly wealthy Miss Simona was. I absolutely love this class. The plants that Miss Simona talked about were so interesting. Murray, can I borrow your notebook? I want to review it after class and try to get a perfect score on the final exam and get first place. Hee. Murray Green grinned, looking at Nick Brown with a mocking expression, wanting to stab him in the cheeks with his knife and fork to test just how thick-skinned the man really was. Before class, didn't you say it didn't matter whether you brought your notebook or not, since this lesson isn't your focus anyway? The beautiful and generous teacher, Simona, with her outstanding teaching ability, impressed me and made me feel that it was only right to make this course a key focus of my 4 years of study. Unfortunately, I had already marked this course as a priority before enrolling. So do you think I would help my competitor? You. Nick Brown looked down at Murray Green, who remained expressionless, and thought to himself, goodness, I thought you were a decent guy before, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What a greedy and treacherous fellow. Humph, since that's how it is, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Kid, taste my trump card. Nick Brown, his eyes darting around, immediately grabbed Murray Green's wrist, his expression filled with sorrow, and pleaded, Murray, don't do this. I'm your uncle. If we, uncle and nephew, team up, we can easily dominate this class. Don't let outsiders laugh at us. Watching the tall and imposing Nick Brown put on a melodramatic act in front of him, Murray Green felt a wave of dizziness and a chill run down his spine. He simply couldn't bear to watch. Release. Murray Green tried to shake Nick Brown off with a couple of hard swings, but Nick Brown's tall stature was no joke. How could Murray Green possibly shake him off? Little Murray, take my notebook and get lost. Okay, I'll do as you say and leave right away. Nick Brown took Murray Green's notebook and left the cafeteria before even finishing his lunch. Oh dear, I made a bad choice in my friends. Watching Nick Brown's extremely sleazy back as if he had successfully stolen a chicken, Murray Green raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. Nick Brown's departure improved Murray Green's appetite considerably, so after finishing the 2 patties on his plate, he reached out his fork and speared the untouched piece of fried fish from Nick Brown's plate before continuing his meal. Let's start with ourselves in the clean plate campaign. After eating and drinking his fill, Murray Green stood up and subconsciously glanced around. There were many classmates eating as well, and he saw several students from class 2 eating and chatting not far away. The second class should logically be a class of noble children from the north, but judging from their accents, they don't seem to be from the north. Thinking about this, Murray Green recalled for a moment. Although he had focused most of his attention on Simona in class today, for some reason, his memory had improved considerably, and he could clearly recall the appearances of all the students in class 2. They have darker skin and more delicate features. Neither of them are from the north. However, Murray Green didn't think much of it when he noticed this. After all, it wasn't unusual for Southerners to come to the north to study, and there were plenty of people who went abroad to study. So he didn't take it to heart, turned around and left the cafeteria, returning to his dormitory. Hey, there are 2 letters. Upon opening the door, Murray Green found 2 letters lying near the entrance. He picked them up, closed the door, sat on the sofa, and opened the envelopes. One letter was an invitation to a banquet from Levi Ellis, which he had mentioned before. The other letter was a routine greeting from his elder brother, Ryan Green, inquiring about his adjustment to school life and instructing him to return to the manor that Earl Green had purchased outside Ellis this Saturday morning. Despite being an Earl family that started out on the border, the Green family, under the arrangement of the Countess, acquired many properties in Ellis, the main city of the north. There are shops, butcher shops, purchasing offices, and of course, real estate, including a holiday estate. Unfortunately, due to financial pressure, they could only buy the estate outside Ellis City. After reading the letter, Murray Green wrote back to his older brother, briefly describing the situation of the past few days. As for why his brother wanted him to return to the manor on Saturday, he simply said he had received the message and did not inquire further about the reason, saying he would find out later. After finishing the letter, Murray Green went downstairs. Students who can get into Ellis Academy and afford such expensive tuition are either children of nobles or wealthy merchants, pampered and waited on since childhood. So, downstairs in the dormitory, there is a staff member who is in charge of handling most things for these students. As long as you pay, he can do most things. Sending a letter is a small matter. As soon as Murray Green handed over the money, someone rushed to Ryan Green's dormitory with his letter. The following 2 days will be dedicated to the courses of Magical Item Appreciation and Magical Etiquette and Spells. The Magical Item Appreciation course will teach everyone how to recognize and distinguish magical items. Magical Etiquette and Spells teach everyone the etiquette of a magician, as well as the spells used in practicing and casting magic. It explains why spells are used, what precautions should be taken when using spells, and the origin and composition of spells. The teachers in these 2 classes were quite good, and the course content was all very useful, which taught Murray Green a lot. However, perhaps because Simona was so memorable, the teaching styles of these 2 instructors were not as sharp and assertive as Simona's. So Murray Green felt that he didn't enjoy those 2 classes and wasn't very enthusiastic. Chapter 16 Classmate Dinner. Friday night, at Livy Ellis's dinner party. After checking the time and feeling that it was almost time, Murray Green took out a formal suit from the wardrobe and put it on. So handsome. After fussing over himself in front of the full-length mirror, Murray grinned, quite pleased with his current body. After tidying up, Murray Green went out and waited by the roadside for Nick Brown, who had also been invited. It was dinner time, and many students were going out to eat or returning from their meals. People were coming and going. Wow, that classmate is so handsome. I wonder who he is. Yeah, so handsome. Although he couldn't hear very clearly, Murray Green vaguely heard some whispers. Turning his head, he saw the female classmates who had noticed him peeking at him. Murray Green smiled and gave them a gentle smile. The 2 female classmates who were caught peeping were shocked and blushed. They quickly covered their faces with their hands and ran away. Murray Green smiled slightly as he watched their youthful figures hurry away. But inside, he was laughing uncontrollably. In his previous life, he only dared to imagine this scenario, but now it had become a reality. How could he not be delighted? Tisk tisk tisk, isn't that Murray? What's he doing here flirting with female classmates? Happiness is always fleeting. Before Murray Green could even savor it, the tall Nick Brown blocked his view and started teasing him. Hee, we're going to be late. Hurry up and go. Murray Green didn't respond and changed the subject. The 2 of them bought a small gift on the way and chatted as they walked toward the banquet venue. As they walked along the street, the shops on both sides became increasingly luxurious, but business became increasingly slow. The 2 kept walking and soon left the street, arriving at the manor area of the student service area. Finally, we arrived at a small manor with the words Rose Garden written at the entrance and bright roses planted on both sides. Welcome to Rose Garden, gentlemen. I hope you enjoy yourselves tonight. When you enter the gate with an invitation, place the gift at the reception desk, where the staff greet you with smiles and warm wishes. Upon entering the banquet hall, Leeway Ellis, who was entertaining his classmates in the center of the hall, immediately came over and shook hands with the 2 men in turn to express his gratitude. Haha, welcome to my banquet. It is my great honor. You're too kind. It's our honor to receive your invitation. The 2 exchanged a few polite words with the host of the banquet. Leeway Ellis, equally busy, greeted the 2 and chatted for a few minutes before going to attend to the other newly arrived guests. Upon entering the banquet, Murray Green separated from Nick Brown and began to act freely. Murray Green walked to the food counter, ordered a juice, picked up a plate, took some roast meat, vegetables, and potatoes from the table, and went to a corner to eat alone. For some reason, he felt his appetite was particularly good lately, so he also got a bowl of stew. Finally, he ate a few slices of pizza and blueberry pie, and a fruit platter. When he was about 70% full, the banquet was about to start. Almost everyone attending the banquet had arrived. Looking around, there were about 100 people, roughly half of the new students who enrolled this year. After wiping the residue from the corners of his mouth with a napkin and drying his hands with a warm towel provided by the server, Murray Green picked up a glass of wine and walked toward the center of the dinner party. Anyway, the food tonight was really good. The roast meat was tender and juicy, and the blueberry pie was baked just right. It was fantastic. I accidentally ate a little too much. I hope I can eat this again in the future. Murray Green raised his glass and clinked it with Lee Ellis's to thank the host of the banquet. Hearing Murray Green's praise, Leeway Ellis smiled and replied, "Haha, Murray, thank you for the compliment. The pastry chef baked the pie today. If you want to eat it in the future, just let me know, and I'll have him bake it and deliver it to your dorm." "Haha, really? Then I won't be polite from now on." After greeting Livy Ellis, Murray Green and Nick Brown met up, chatted for a bit, and then walked over to a female classmate. "Good evening, beautiful lady. My name is Murray Green. Maggie Clemens." Murray Green raised his wine glass, touched it lightly, took a sip, and stared directly at the woman before him. She was dressed in a white dress, not very old, but with a stunning figure. Her jet black hair hung straight down to her waist, and she looked up slightly, her captivating eyes fixed on him with curiosity. "The Green family, judging from your appearance. At first, I thought you were a member of the Campbell family." "Hee, I look like my mother. My mother is Penny Campbell. My maternal grandfather is the Marquis of Campbell, and my father is the Earl of Green." When introducing oneself to unfamiliar nobles, one needs to mention one's lineage to let the person being introduced know one's status. Just like Liu Bei, before he rose to prominence, he was just a straw sandal seller, and nobody knew him. But when he said that he was a descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan, he was of Han imperial blood, and easily won over Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. "You are Ryan Green's brother." "That's right." Compared to the relatively unknown Murray Green, Ryan Green is a household name. He can simply introduce himself as the first heir of the Green family. In the entire Northern Kingdom, the Grand Duke of the North is the most prestigious and powerful noble, followed by 4 marquises and 11 earls. These 16 nobles basically control the northern lands and are renowned great noble families. As the first heir of the Green family, Ryan Green has been the focus of attention throughout the North since birth. Countless women wanted to become the future countess, and Maggie Clemens was no exception. Murray Green glanced at Maggie Clemens with some annoyance. "I never imagined that I would treat you as a classmate, but you would want to be my sister-in-law." You see, after his father, that toad, ate his mother, that swan, he was hailed as a genius who would surpass his father, the young lion of the Green family. The eldest brother, Ryan Green, doesn't necessarily have to surpass his father's standards for a wife, but he has to at least match them. So now his target is the eldest daughter of a marquis. Ryan Green's father was the first to support his ambitions, because his mother had greatly enhanced the Green family's aristocratic genes. Earl Green, having tasted the benefits, even provided Ryan Green with a large sum of money for courtship, which made Murray Green extremely envious. He had never heard the name Maggie Clemens from his elder brother, so she must not be the legitimate daughter of the Clemens family, but rather a member of a collateral branch. "Take it away, next one." After a brief conversation with Maggie Clemens, Murray Green recalled the names of his classmates and then took his wine glass and approached the next classmate. Chapter 17, Northern Ice Lotus. Murray Green toasted several marquises and earls in the order that Professor Linden had called roll in class, then left the banquet center, went to a bar, ordered a glass of juice, found a sofa nearby, and sat down for a short break. After taking a couple of sips, Nick Brown, who had been wandering around the lobby, came over to him and plopped down on the sofa next to Murray Green. "Ugh, I'm exhausted. Any results? Did you manage to get a few girls to dance with?" Murray Green joked. Nick Brown waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about that. I've discovered something earth-shattering. Look, isn't this banquet a bit strange?" Upon hearing Nick Brown's words, Murray Green turned his head and looked around a few times, but found nothing unusual, let alone anything earth-shattering. "What's the problem?" "I don't think there's a problem." At home, the Countess kept a very close eye on Murray Green, and he mostly attended formal banquets with relatives and elders present. This was the first time she had attended a banquet where everyone was her age, so she was unaware of the difference between the two occasions. "Look at that group of people." Faced with Murray Green's puzzled expression, Nick Brown pointed directly to the students of Meditation Class 2 and began to explain. "There are about 20 students from outside the North at this banquet. Some of them come from the central capital, and some come from the East, West, and South. They are all from all over the country, and their status is very high. The lowest among them are all descendants of earls. This. Upon hearing this, even Murray Green, who was not very familiar with this world, sensed that something was amiss. While Ellis Academy may be considered to have strong teaching capabilities, there are schools in the entire Kingdom of Laney's that are no less capable than it in the East, West, and South. Not to mention the central capital, which boasts the kingdom's premier academy. Given the noble family backgrounds of these individuals, why would they travel thousands of miles to the unfamiliar northern lands to study? Could it be that they came to see the snow? Stop talking nonsense. They must have some other purpose. With narrowed eyes, Murray Green turned and silently stared at the group of people. Finally, he noticed something unusual. Wow, these people are all men. You noticed it too. The two men exchanged a glance. Nick Brown swirled his wine glass, leaned back, and said with a cold look in his eyes, "They actually dared to lay a finger on our Northern Ice Lotus. It's simply unforgivable." Murray Green. Northern Ice Lotus? What is that? Although Murray Green has recently started studying hard, spending his free time reading in the library to broaden his knowledge, he doesn't recall ever hearing the words Northern Ice Lotus. The snow lotus of the northern mountains is quite famous, but there's no need to send a group of noble children to go to such great lengths to snatch it. Besides, if it's really that valuable, sending such a few nobody is like throwing good money after bad. It's like throwing meat buns to a dog, gone and never to be returned. Seeing Murray Green's puzzled look, Nick Brown knew he hadn't understood him. Speechless, he knew his nephew was somewhat ignorant, but he hadn't expected him to be this ignorant. So he said angrily, "It's the most beautiful woman in the north, Princess Elizabeth Ellis, the Ice Lotus of the North. You've never heard of her? Your Highness Elizabeth Ellis, the second in line to the Grand Duke of the North. As a noble, you must have heard of her. If you didn't, you could be executed on the spot. But what's the situation with the Northern Ice Lotus? What do you think of the nickname I chose? Is it fitting?" Murray Green clenched his fist, and the thought of cursing Nick Brown's entire family crossed his mind, but he held back when he remembered that the person on the other end was his relative. The world is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This is not good at all. However, after hearing Nick Brown's words and glancing at the out-of-town students wandering around the lobby, Murray Green understood what was going on. Elizabeth Ellis, 17 years old, is the current ruler of the North, the granddaughter of Grand Duke Ellis, the protector of the North, and the second in line to the Duke's throne. However, unlike Murray Green, who is the second in line to the Earl's throne, her father is the first in line to the throne. Her father only had one daughter, Elizabeth Ellis, so she would certainly inherit the title of Duke of Ellis, becoming a very rare female Grand Duchess. In this world dominated by nobles, women with noble inheritance rights would certainly not marry outside the family, so they would choose men to marry into the family. Because of the special status of female nobles, men who marry into the family may share some of the noble rights. The allure of the shared fiefdom and the rights of a Grand Duke attracted talented individuals from across the kingdom who were not noble heirs, drawing them to the north to prepare for a gamble on their future. Having figured things out, Murray Green took a sip of juice to suppress his anger towards Nick Brown, then shifted his weight back, his entire body enveloped in the large sofa. But what does that have to do with me? Hey, what do you mean by that? Judging from your expression, are you about to surrender and admit defeat? Murray, we can't give up. If we lose, and these despicable outsiders take our Northern Ice Lotus, what face will our North have left? We'll be laughed at by the entire Kingdom of Laney's. Nick Brown gritted his teeth and said to Murray Green, but Murray Green replied softly, "It's not that I don't want to fight, but look at my skinny arms and legs. How could His Highness possibly like me? This is like dying before even getting started. But it's all right. I admit defeat, but that doesn't mean we've lost." Murray Green paused, then said in a low voice to Nick Brown, "Her Highness Elizabeth's future husband must be a truly upright man, capable of holding up the sky for Her Highness above and protecting the entire Northland below. And the phrase, upright man, is practically tailor-made for you, Nick Brown." Hihiware. Even the usually thick-skinned Nick Brown couldn't resist Murray Green's flattery and became a little smug. But before he could finish speaking, Murray Green interrupted him and continued. "Look at your strong body, tall and mighty, with huge biceps, powerful and strong, a sharp mind, resourceful and wise. The body of a warrior and the wisdom of a magician are perfectly embodied in you. You are the creation of the Creator, cough cough, the man among men, the best of the best. So, Nick, I voluntarily concede defeat, not because they are so powerful, Otherwise I would fight them to the death to prevent them from touching our northern ice lotus. It is because you exist in the north that I am willing to withdraw, to make room for you who are about to dominate the world, so that you will not be held back. Go, Nick, the battlefield before you is set for you, the path to your heroism. Go and defeat them. I'll be here to send you my blessings, and wish you a triumphant return. Watching Nick Brown stride confidently toward the center of the hall, Murray Green finished his juice in one gulp, swallowing the nausea he had just felt. He then straightened his clothes slightly, raised a glass of wine, and gracefully walked up to a beautiful noblewoman. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? Chapter 18 The Banquet Storm. The upright Nick Brown embarks on his heroic journey, but halfway through, his intelligence, which had been clouded by Murray Green's flattery, suddenly returns, and he realizes he's been fooled. Wait a minute. I've been fooled. That wretched kid. How come I never knew he had such a silver tongue before? He's almost as good as me now. But now that he's already taken this step, if he chooses to back down, Murray Green will definitely laugh at him for 4 years. What fun would he have for those 4 years? So Nick Brown turned his gaze to a young nobleman who was chatting with Maggie Clements. It's you I've chosen, Hayden Magelli. Hayden Magelli, one of the 4 marquises of the North, was the 3rd son of the Marquis Magelli and the 2nd highest-ranking male present after Levi Ellis. Having thought of his target, Nick Brown gathered his thoughts briefly, then slowly stepped forward to Hayden Magelli's side and said softly, "Excuse me, gentlemen, may I speak with Mr. Hayden privately?" Hayden Magelli was somewhat surprised by Nick Brown's sudden interruption, but he still apologized to Maggie Clemens and followed Nick Brown to the edge of the hall. "Sir Nick, what can I do for you?" When faced with Hayden Maggry's question, Nick Brown's expression changed, revealing a sad look, which made Hayden Maggry's heart skip a beat. Is he going to ask me for money? I'm having a real dilemma. Should I lend it to him or not? If I do, what interest should I charge? If I don't, how can I refuse him? Before Hayden Magelli could come up with an answer, Nick Brown said in a heavy tone, "Lord Hayden, we in the North are facing a huge challenge that only we can fight. But if we fail, the entire North will become a laughingstock of the Kingdom of Laney's, or even become a vassal of other places." What? Upon hearing Nick Brown's words, Hayden Magelli's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise, causing several classmates who were chatting nearby to look at the two of them with some confusion. Hayden Magelli knew he had lost his composure, but as expected of an aristocratic elite, he immediately regained his composure, apologized to the students around him who had been disturbed, and pulled Nick Brown to a more secluded corner. What kind of challenge? Seeing Hayden Magelli become serious, Nick Brown was delighted, knowing he had captured his attention, and said directly, "Those outsiders come to Ellis Academy with impure motives. They are all after Princess Elizabeth Ellis. They want to become her husbands and share the rule of the North. If they succeed, our future will be bleak." Snort. Hayden Maggry, having understood the situation, turned pale with rage and glared angrily at the outsiders. Her Highness Elizabeth is already 17 years old, so the selection of her other half is no longer a secret among the nobles. Hayden Magelli, as the son of a marquis, knows even more about this matter than Nick Brown. As Elizabeth was approaching adulthood, the Duke of Ellis sent men to visit the 4 marquises, and Hayden Magelli was given a very thorough examination by the Duke's men. Before the examination, he asked his father what was going on, but he didn't get an answer. Instead, his father told him to do his best and show his best side. Sometime after the examination, his usually serious father told him with a smile that he had been included in the list of candidates for Princess Elizabeth's husband, ranking in the top 5. Upon receiving this news, he was overjoyed. Who wouldn't want to be Her Highness Elizabeth's husband, enjoying the company of a beautiful woman while wielding power over the world? No man could resist such temptation, especially since he had become one of the candidates and was not far from achieving that goal. Now, Nick Brown tells him that a large group of people have come to the North to take away his Princess Elizabeth, his wealth and honor, and his title as Duke of the North. How could he not be furious? Looking at Hayden Maggry, whose anger was about to explode, Nick Brown clicked his tongue. Although he didn't know why, he secretly thought that he hadn't made a mistake in choosing the right person. With such a general charging into battle, he could comfortably fish in troubled waters from the back. "Mr. Nick, thank you for today. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have noticed this matter. These people actually dared to come to the North to spy on Her Highness Elizabeth. They are simply courting death. Yes, Her Highness Elizabeth is the ice lotus of our North, pure and holy. These outsiders want to lay a finger on her, but we men of the North will never allow it," Nick Brown said indignantly, then revealed a sinister smile and whispered in Nick Brown's ear, "I have a little idea to give these people a taste of their own medicine." Hayden Magelli's eyes lit up when he heard Nick Brown's idea. He laughed and said, "Great idea. We'll split up, gather our men, and launch our attack in half an hour. Today, I'm going to make sure these outsiders come in upright and leave horizontally. I've booked 3 dance partners. That should be enough for tonight. Nick Brown is in action, and Murray Green isn't idle either. Aristocratic banquet, a social paradise, filled with beautiful young noble women of similar age, tall, sexy, innocent, and lively. This dazzled Murray Green. He abandoned his inferiority complex and composure from his previous life, followed the hormones of youth, and took the initiative. Now, he was handsome and charming, and he got dates with almost every time. If he hadn't restrained himself at the end, he would have had more than 3 dance partners. Hey, what are they doing gathered there? Murray Green had been focused on the noble girls, but as he looked around the hall, he found that the out-of-town students were surrounded by the male students from the north. Murray Green curiously approached and, using his agile movements, squeezed into the encirclement. There, he saw an embarrassed-looking Livy Ellis standing in the center, flanked by out-of-town classmates and Nick Brown, among others. They wore aristocratic smiles, but their eyes were locked in fierce stares, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. "Welcome everyone to my dinner party. I, Leeway Ellis, hope you all have a great time tonight." Haha. Thank you so much, Leeway Ellis, for providing us with such a perfect dinner. We're sure to have a great time tonight. Let's raise a glass to thank Leeway Ellis. Hayden Magelli raised his glass, and upon hearing his words, everyone around him raised their glasses in a toast to Levi Ellis. After drinking the toast, Levi Ellis sighed, turned, and left the circle of people. Chapter 19 is full of wonderful moments. Everyone was captivated by the upcoming spectacle, and no one noticed that as Leeway Ellis walked away dejectedly, a smug smile played on his lips. Let's compete. True gold fears no fire, and the stage is set. Let's see what brilliant performances you can give. Your Highness's future husband will surely be the best. Thinking of this, Levi Ellis turned his gaze to Murray Green, who was watching the show with narrowed eyes. Murray Green, feeling the attention, turned to meet Levi Ellis. Murray Green noticed that Lee Ellis was staring at him, and although he was a little puzzled, he nodded with a smile and continued to watch the show. This guy's mental strength is definitely the strongest among us. In less than a week, he has already shown such outstanding ability. He's a genius. I wonder if he can become a battle technique. If he can, there's a good chance. Leeway Ellis looked up at the conductor of the banquet band, extended his right index finger, spun it twice, and then pulled it up sharply. The originally gentle banquet music immediately soared up, and the conductor waved his hands vigorously, making the music even more exciting. The rousing dance music filled the air, and the 2 groups facing off became even more excited. Hayden Magelli exchanged glances with the people around him and took the lead. The out-of-town students on the other side were not to be outdone, and the 3 of them stepped forward at the same time, all wanting to be the first. Ha ha, a bunch of ragtag soldiers, trying to get their hands on our Princess Elizabeth in the north? Toads trying to eat swan meat? Wishful thinking. The out-of-town student who was being mocked changed his expression, but none of the 3 students who took the first step chose to back down. Instead, they composed themselves and continued forward. I am Hayden Magelli, son of the Marquis of Magelli. I would like to get to know you all. Hayden Magelli raised a glass of wine in his right hand. His expression turned serious and fired the first shot of the war. Marin Reed, grandson of the Duke of Southland Reed. Bennett Lytton, son of the Duke of Lytton, the capital. Gustav Pierce, son of the Duke of Pierce, the capital. No wonder these 3 were so unwilling to yield to each other. It turns out they were all of similar status and position. If any of them gave in or backed down, it would be a disgrace to their noble lineage. These meritorious nobles are joining in the fun too. Just then, a voice rang out from somewhere. Upon hearing this, Bennett Lytton and Gustav Pierce from the capital changed their expression slightly, but they still clinked glasses with Hayden Magelli and drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. The entire kingdom of Laney's can be divided into 5 parts: east, west, south, north, and center. The king resides in the central capital, which is the pillar of the kingdom. The 4 dukes of the east, west, south, and north guard the kingdom's perimeter and are renowned border protectors. In the north, all nobles were appointed by the king and were his vassals. The only difference was in their noble rank. A marquis and a duke were only 1 rank apart in terms of noble rank, but in reality, there was a huge gap between them. The Grand Duke of the North not only collects taxes from his own territory, but can even share the taxes of the entire North with the king. Furthermore, in times of war, the Grand Duke of the North automatically has control over the entire army of the North, the right to conscript soldiers, and the right to command the war. Therefore, apart from the limitations on taxation and the right to declare war, the four dukes of the East, West, South, and North were not much different from the rulers of a principality. The four dukes are second only to His Majesty the King. They are the only four fiefdom dukes in the entire Kingdom of Laney's. In addition to fiefdom nobles, the Kingdom of Laney's also has meritorious nobles. These meritorious nobles do not have land, only annuities, and their noble titles cannot be inherited. In the eyes of the feudal nobles, these meritorious nobles were all high-level henchmen kept by His Majesty the King. As long as they were strong enough, they could be granted the title of noble. Therefore, the fief barons all looked down on the meritorious dukes. Now, the sons of these meritorious nobles actually want to use Her Highness Elizabeth to become the husband of the Grand Duke of the North, seize the power of the Grand Duke of the North, and act arrogantly over them, which makes the surrounding sons of the northern nobles extremely angry. As Hayden Magelli finished his drink and stepped down, another person raised his glass and took his place. The students from the north lined up, wanting to teach the other side a lesson. Boring, more drinking. They've started playing dance music. I have to go dance with the pretty girl I've arranged to meet. People's sorrows are not shared, so Murray Green could not understand the anger of these Northland students, nor could he understand their obsession with their aristocratic status. For Murray Green, life is already pretty good. He has food and drink, and he can date as many beautiful women as he wants. He's free and easy, so why give up the whole forest for one tree? Since God has given him another chance, he must enjoy it to the fullest this time and leave no regrets, so that he will not have lived in vain. Beryl, will you dance with me now? Murray Green walked up to a noblewoman. She had eyes like red apricots, willow leaf eyebrows, cherry red lips, skin as white as snow, and a tall figure. She wore a form-fitting black dress adorned with silver flecks that shimmered like stars in the night under the lamplight. Seeing Murray Green's outstretched hand, Beryl Pete smiled brightly, glanced at the most lively spot in the hall, and then said jokingly, "Hee, Murray, they're all vying for Princess Elizabeth's attention. You're the Earl's son, why don't you go?" When a woman talks about another woman in front of a man, she is most likely jealous. In his previous life, Murray Green wasn't a dating expert. He was just a typical 996 worker. But in order to find a partner, this single guy meticulously studied dating guides and mastered the techniques and methods, eventually becoming a single guy with a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Because the prerequisite for using dating techniques is having another person. Faced with Beryl Pat's question, Murray Green suddenly realized that the dating skills he had previously studied could actually come in handy. So he looked directly into Beryl Pat's eyes and said softly, "I am but the son of a minor count. Your Highness is like the bright moon in the sky, unattainable. I will respect her, but I will not love her, for my heart is small and can only hold one person, and that is you, my dear Beryl." Puffed, "Murray, you're such a smooth-talking rascal, but I like it." Beryl Pete covered her face and smiled, then extended her flawless white hand and gently placed it on Murray Green's palm, responding to Murray Green's invitation to dance. Murray Green lifted Beryl Patel's soft hand and led her to the dance floor. He turned to face Beryl Patel, and the two danced together to the music. Chapter 20 Family Mission. What? You want me to go after Her Highness Elizabeth? The next day, Murray Green arrived at Green Manor and exclaimed in shock, while Ryan Green opposite him nodded calmly. "That's right, Murray. This is a family mission." "What kind of mission is this, brother?" "You don't know? The men chasing after Her Highness Elizabeth could stretch from the north to the south. Last night, because of a petty squabble, a group of people had a drinking contest. Without Her Highness Elizabeth's notice, 40 or 50 young noblemen were left lying across the banquet hall and had to be carried back to their dormitories. They probably haven't woken up yet." Murray Green sat on the sofa, rubbing his weak legs, and said with lingering fear, "Is the fighting at the Magic Academy so mild? Just drinking contests? Do you know what's going on at the Warrior Academy?" "What?" 36 people were injured, 6 seriously, 1 lost an arm, and 2 are still unconscious. Today is Saturday, a rest day, and there may be even more casualties. Murray Green, all right. Compared to the Warrior Academy, which resorts to violence at the drop of a hat, yesterday's drinking contest at the banquet was indeed a small matter. But what could they do? Fight with magic? They were all freshmen, and they hadn't even mastered meditation techniques. Where would they get magic from? Unlike the warriors, who could just grab a sword and start slashing, simple, convenient, and direct. This is so dangerous. Why are you sending me? Details determine success or failure. Attitude determines everything. Ryan Green uttered these 12 words, then looked at Murray Green with a worried expression. To be honest, Ryan Green did not want his underlings to join this silent war, but the nobles of the 4 regions of East, West, South, and Central all sent their descendants to participate in the competition, while the people of the North did not participate. What must the dignified Grand Duke of the North think? Is it that his granddaughter is not pretty, or that the Grand Duke of the North's power is not attractive enough, or that you think his sword is not sharp enough, or that his punches don't hurt? As for the Green family, excluding Ryan Green, who has the right to inherit, the only one left who meets the competition criteria is Murray Green. Murray Green was speechless when he heard these 12 words. It turned out to be formalism, but formalism is unacceptable. I called you here today not only to talk to you about this matter, but also to give you some training to improve your skills. You need to be more careful in the future and not let others plot against you. Hey, big brother, don't make it sound so scary. My heart is starting to tremble. It's just an enhanced version of a martial arts contest to find a husband. I'll just admit defeat as soon as I step onto the stage. Only the dead are the best opponents. Ryan Green's expression turned serious as he looked at Murray Green and said in a low voice, "Our Green family, from humble beginnings, has fought for over 200 years, shedding blood endlessly. For the sake of an earldom, countless family elders and descendants have died, and the total number of soldiers sacrificed is no less than 100,000. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Right now, this is a power struggle among the 4 dukes of the kingdom. Even if the person who marries into the family doesn't have much power, given the size of the dukes, as long as they make a little move, the benefits they gain could potentially create another Green family. You will encounter many dangers in this competition, including assassination and poisoning. You must take it seriously and not be careless. I don't want to collect your corpse. Of course, if you unfortunately die, you'd better leave behind information about the murderer so I can avenge you." Murray Green was dumbfounded when he heard Ryan Green's words. What was this? A noble version of palace intrigue, a story of 3,000 talented men vying for the heart of one woman, a plot reminiscent of a female-oriented novel with a powerful female protagonist. Well, although I still don't quite understand, I roughly understand the ins and outs of this matter. I may not be able to fight against others, but others had better not mess with me, otherwise none of us will have a good time. It would be best if you understood. Father's requirements for you are very simple. Express your attitude, live safely, and live until Her Highness Elizabeth chooses someone she is satisfied with. Ryan Green nodded, very satisfied with Murray Green's change in attitude. If he had remained as indifferent as before, he might have been the first victim of this silent war. Looking at Murray Green, who was deep in thought with his head down, with his handsome face and well-proportioned body, to be honest, he had a very good appearance, and, compared to other competitors, his natural advantages were quite good. But Murray Green grew up in a warm family environment, which made him gentle, kind, and without any bad intentions. At most, he would secretly drink a little alcohol. These are all advantages, but now they may be fatal weaknesses. So he called Murray Green to this manor today for 2 reasons. First, to train him and strengthen his resistance, and second, to keep him away from danger for the time being. Just then, as if he had just thought of something, Murray Green suddenly raised his head and asked, his face pale, "Brother, what if Elizabeth is a lesbian and likes women? What would be the point of this struggle then? Then go and dress as a woman." Ryan Green gritted his teeth and spat out those words, then grabbed Murray Green, preparing to take him to the training ground for a workout. What kind of time is this to be thinking about such nonsense? "Hey, brother, slow down, my legs are weak, I can't keep up." Upon hearing this, Ryan Green's expression changed, and he looked at Murray Green with shock. He grabbed Murray Green's collar with both hands, pulled him close, and stared intently into Murray Green's eyes, as if interrogating him. What did you do at the banquet last night? Did you lose control and defile your virginity?" It should be noted that even though Ryan Green is 18 years old and has been an adult for 2 years, as the first heir of the family, the requirements are extremely strict, and coupled with his lofty ambitions, he still remains a virgin. Unbelievable. I never expected that my introverted and honest little brother would go astray in less than a week of school. It seems I need to give him a good talking to. At last night's banquet, most of the guys went to drink. There were more women than men at the banquet, and even fewer good men. I was the one who stood out the most. I had only asked 3 girls to dance, but I ended up dancing with 13 girls yesterday. From the moment the music started until the end of the banquet, I was almost drunk and Nick Brown had to help me back to my dorm. If you hadn't asked me to come here this morning, I'd probably still be in bed resting. Brother, how about we skip training today and let me rest? Murray Green's eyes welled up with tears as he talked about what happened last night. Dancing with beautiful women. The first feeling is enjoyment. The second is joy. The third is indifference. The fourth is surprise. The fifth is showing off. And the sixth is pain. In the end, Murray Green became a painful human dancing machine. Although Murray Green wanted to refuse the girls who asked him to dance, he ultimately succumbed to their pleas and bore the pain himself. Looking at the pitiful Murray Green, Ryan Green was speechless for a moment, then softened and said something. We'll rest today and go hunting tomorrow. Chapter 21, Shooting the Wolf. The next day, Ryan Green and Murray Green rode to the hunting grounds, Mount Caius. This mountain is Ellis Academy's exclusive hunting ground. Every year, the Academy sends teachers into the mountain to investigate. The distribution of magical beasts and the location of magical plants are compiled into a file to provide a reference for the Academy's missions in the new year. Under the school's control, the highest level of magical beasts in Mount Caius is level 4, but they are all located deep in the mountains, and unless there are special circumstances, these level 4 magical beasts will not leave their territory. At the entrance to Mount Caius, there are many students doing school missions and training, and upperclassmen set up stalls near the entrance to sell supplies and buy magic materials, making it very lively. Murray Green dismounted, rubbed his thigh which had just recovered, and led his horse, following Ryan Green to store the horses in the stables, before entering a 3-story building. Student Task Hall. The two of them, with no mission, went into the mountains to hunt. Ryan Green and Murray Green took out their student cards and registered in the mission hall. A girl of similar age took their student cards, placed them on a small table covered with magic runes, and then asked in a formulaic manner, "Do you know the rules for entering the mountains?" "No." "Will you be spending the night in the mountains?" "Won't." After asking a few questions, the female server took out 2 flares from under the counter and handed them over along with the student card. Murray Green stepped forward and took them. "Thanks. No need to thank me. If you encounter danger, just fire a signal flare. Teacher Shoshan will see it and come to the rescue immediately." Stepping out of the mission hall, Murray Green checked his equipment. He was wearing leather armor, carrying a longbow with a draw weight of 100 pounds, and a quiver of arrows. He had a one-handed sword hanging on one side of his waist and a magic crystal gun stuck in the other. He also had a water bottle and some smoked meat on his body. Looking at his older brother, Ryan Green, I saw that he was only wearing a half-body armor, carrying a 2-handed sword, and had an emergency kit on his back. "Ryan, it's Ryan Green." There were many students at the entrance to the mountain. When Ryan and Green walked over, people around who recognized Ryan called out his name. Just then, a senior dressed as a knight-errant quickly walked up to Ryan. "Haha, Ryan, what are you doing in the mountains? I've taken on a mission. If you don't have one, why don't you come with us and do it? I'll give you 30% of the mission rewards." "No, I brought my younger brother hunting today. We're not going very deep into the mountains, so I won't join you." Faced with the senior's invitation, Ryan Green pointed directly at Murray Green and shook his head in refusal. Seeing Murray Green beside Ryan Green, the senior was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't say much. He simply said that they could get together another time, then bid farewell to the two and led his team into the mountains. Those around him who were also planning to invite Ryan Green to do the mission together, seeing that Ryan Green wasn't planning to go too deep into the mountains or fight monsters, simply greeted him and dispersed. "Bro, you're really popular. So many people want to do missions with you." "Because I am strong enough," Ryan Green said confidently. Don't be fooled by the fact that when Ryan Green was training at home, he was beaten up countless times a day by Earl Green and belittled to the point of being worthless. But at the Warrior Academy, a junior high school student with exceptional combat experience is a golden opportunity. Who wouldn't want to be on their side? The graduation standards for Ellis Academy, both the Warrior Academy and the Magic Academy, are level 3, which is equivalent to an intermediate warrior or an intermediate mage. Therefore, Ryan Green has already met the standards for early graduation. However, Ryan Green felt that he could still accumulate experience at school, improve his skills, select some useful talents, and build his future earldom, so he did not choose to graduate early. "Murray, do you know why I brought you on the hunt?" I don't know. Logically speaking, Murray Green's future opponents should all be cunning and scheming people, but today he is facing a ferocious and brutal beast. Shouldn't they find 2 old guys to train him on palace intrigue, improve his framing skills, or enhance his resistance to poison. Ryan Green turned to look at Murray Green and sighed. Murray, ever since you were seriously injured in a fall from your horse during your last hunt, I've noticed that you've been feeling uneasy, especially when you travel. Since then, you've been riding in a carriage and haven't ridden a horse. When we rode here just now, I noticed that your riding skills had deteriorated quite a bit, and you also seem to have a sense of fear. You are afraid. In the days to come, fear might make you more cautious, but it might also make you die faster. Our family started out in war and has experienced countless battles. In war, the safest thing to do is to forge ahead, crush the enemy, and defeat them until they have no will to resist. There's a patrolling wolf over there. Go kill it. Ryan Green, who was sharing his life experiences and insights with Murray Green, suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at a patrolling wolf, making the wolf howl. Whoa! The wolf, its limbs slightly bent from the impact, was poised to charge, glaring fiercely at the two men. Ryan Green, having finished his task, moved back more than 10 meters behind Murray Green, his face calm. Can I ask to finish my chicken soup before I start fighting? Murray Green inwardly grumbled, but his hands didn't stop moving. He quickly took out his bow and arrow, nocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring, pointing the arrow directly at the wolf. The wolf, which was being pointed at by the arrow, seemed to know the killing power of this thing and immediately began to move in small steps. 30 meters is enough distance. Murray Green, having aimed at his target, did not hesitate and immediately released an arrow. The arrow flew past the wolf with a whistling sound, but Murray Green, who was already prepared for this, immediately drew another arrow. But the wolf, being a ferocious beast, was not one to sit idly by and wait to be beaten. It suddenly exerted force with its limbs, and like a gray lightning bolt, it quickly approached Murray Green. As the wolf drew closer, Murray Green fired another arrow. Perhaps due to the closer distance, or perhaps due to his skill, this arrow struck the wolf in the foreshock. Whoa! The wolf, struck by the arrow, let out a painful howl and turned to try to escape. But just then, Murray Green's third arrow struck the wolf in the lower back. The wolf, writhing in pain, took 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, howling incessantly. Call out. Murray Green's final arrow pierced the back of its neck, the arrowhead emerging from its throat, silencing the wolf's howling and ending its suffering. Seeing Murray Green decisively kill the wolf with 4 arrows, Ryan Green raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that Murray Green's hunting ability had not only not declined since that serious injury incident, but had even improved considerably. Not only has the decisiveness of throwing arrows improved, but the accuracy of shooting arrows has also been improved. Chapter 22, Using God to Control Your Body. That's a good thing, but how am I supposed to say what comes next? According to Ryan Green's estimation, with Murray Green's abilities, the best outcome would be that he would have to frantically kill the wolf, and the worst outcome would be that he would need to step in to help resolve the situation. Then, I'll bring out the set of persuasive words about courage and fear that I've prepared beforehand, and then take him hunting around the area. That will achieve today's goal. Murray Green's unconventional approach initially frustrated Ryan Green, but his curiosity quickly replaced it. Your arrows are much more decisive now, and your accuracy has improved significantly. Have you been practicing? When asked by Ryan Green, Murray Green slapped his forehead, somewhat puzzled as to why he was so strong. No, but before I shot the arrow, I felt I could hit it, so I shot it. As for why it was so accurate, I was also surprised. Ryan Green stared into Murray Green's eyes and noticed the confusion there. He didn't sense that Murray Green was lying, so he took Murray Green to find another prey to test the waters again. A dozen minutes later, Ryan Green kicked out with a sudden kick, sending a fist-sized rock flying into the tree branch. Accompanied by a painful howl, a leopard fell from the branch. Fortunately, it was agile and flipped over upon landing on all 4s. Then it shook its head, lay down, opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs, and stared menacingly at the 2 uninvited guests beside it, constantly emitting growling sounds as if it were about to attack. Go. Ryan Green looked at the leopard and nodded in satisfaction. Its streamlined body and glossy fur made it look like a mature leopard in its prime, much stronger than the wolf from before. Upon hearing Ryan Green's words, Murray Green, who was already prepared, took 2 steps forward, nocked an arrow, drew his bow, and released it in one swift motion. However, the leopard, who was already on guard, leaped away from its spot, dodging the arrow. It landed on all 4s, then sprang up and charged straight at Murray Green. The leopard moved much faster than the wolf, and with a slight turn of its foot, It easily dodged Murray Green's second arrow and came within 20 meters of Murray Green. At this distance, Murray Green only had one arrow left to shoot. Facing such a dangerous situation for the first time, Murray Green held his breath and stared intently at the leopard in front of him. Suddenly, he clearly saw the moment when the leopard's limbs left the ground. Call out. Seeing the opportunity, Murray Green didn't hesitate. He shot an arrow, and without even checking the result, he dropped his longbow, drew his sword with one hand, held it horizontally in front of him, and drew his spear with the other, aiming directly at the target. The third arrow, like a flying fish, swung through the air, but the arrowhead remained aimed at the leopard's chest. The sharp arrowhead pierced the leopard's glossy fur, passed through its strong muscles, and plunged into the leopard's rapidly beating heart. Before it could even register the intense pain, the leopard felt its limbs suddenly lose all strength. It instinctively tried to run forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. After letting out a few confused howls, it finally realized it was about to die as the pain intensified. It lay on the ground, gasping for breath, before falling silent. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden applause snapped Murray Green out of his daze. He stared in disbelief at the leopard he had killed with a single arrow through its heart. It was unbelievable. Had he really done that? Haha, great job. Murray, you did a fantastic job. Clapping and laughing heartily, Ryan Green walked up to Murray Green, excitedly patting Murray Green's shoulders with both large hands, his eyes fixed on Murray Green's puzzled expression. Then, as if caressing a rare treasure, he gently stroked Murray Green's head, making Murray Green feel extremely disgusted. With divine control over your body, I finally understand why your arrows are so accurate. It turns out that your mental strength has reached the level of divine control over your body. Controlling the body with the gods? What the hell is that? But could you please stop touching my head? It's making me dizzy and uncomfortable. Haha, you weren't knocked unconscious by me touching you. Ryan Green retorted, but stopped what he was doing and asked Murray Green to sit down and rest against the tree. Not long after sitting down, Murray Green not only felt dizzy, but also experienced a sharp pain, like the feeling of being drunk and having to get up early for work the next day. My head hurts so much, what's wrong with me? This is a good thing. Seeing Murray Green clutching his head in pain, Ryan Green was delighted. He hadn't expected his little brother to have such high spiritual talent. He had only been in school for a week, yet he could already control his body with divine power. This was a level that many first-level mages couldn't reach. He never expected that he could do it with an ordinary human body. To control the body with the spirit means to use spiritual power to control the body, so that the body cooperates with the spirit to do things that exceed the limits or capabilities of the body. For example, the reason why Murray Green was able to shoot a leopard through the heart was that his mind had locked onto the target, but Murray Green's own abilities were not enough to hit the target. However, he had a strong desire to hit the target. Under these circumstances, his thoughts drove his mind, and his mind controlled his body, allowing Murray Green to shoot an extraordinary arrow. However, Murray Green's mental strength is currently insufficient. After that amazing arrow, he was greatly exhausted, and the pain is just a backlash. He will recover after resting. Have some water, rest for a bit, and once you feel better, we'll head straight back to school. After drinking the water, Murray Green closed his eyes, leaned against a big tree, gritted his teeth to resist the pain, and unknowingly fell asleep. Seeing this, Ryan Green shook his head, chuckled, then turned to look at the leopard that had been pierced through the heart by Murray Green's arrow, picked up his sword, and walked over. In his dream, Murray Green found himself in a gray, gloomy space. He couldn't see what lay ahead, so he kept running, but he couldn't find a way out or reach the end, which made him feel desperate. Just then, the aroma of burning fat from barbecue wafted into his nose. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Call. Murray Green took a deep breath and woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Ryan Green roasting meat in a lush green forest. Realizing it was just a dream, Murray Green touched his head and found that the pain had lessened considerably and no longer affected his movements. You're awake. My barbecue is almost ready. You little rascal, you didn't wake up because of the smell, did you? Hee, you guessed right. Let me try to see if it's cooked through. After eating most of the roast meat, Murray Green felt much better. Then, carrying the leopard skin that Ryan Green had peeled and rolled into a ball, he followed Ryan Green down the mountain. Chapter 23 Successful Solo Meditation. Meditation Classroom 1. Meditation teacher Lyndon Bill sat cross-legged on the platform, with magic circles shimmering beneath him like flowing water. His mouth opened and closed as if he were chanting something. Strangely, The entire classroom was very quiet, without a sound. Below the podium, Murray Green listened with his eyes closed to the meditation method that Professor Linden was explaining. Professor Linden's voice was steady and clear. But suddenly, he noticed a change in the volume of Mr. Linden's voice, which surprised Murray Green. He instinctively focused his attention and concentrated all his thoughts on Mr. Linden's voice. After Teacher Linden explained the meditation method several more times, Murray Green realized that the volume of the sound was actually fixed, but it was like a fish swimming around in Murray Green's body. When it swam to his head, the sound was louder. When it swam to his upper body, the sound was softer. And when it swam to his lower body, the sound was even softer. Wow, this sound can actually move inside my body. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Murray Green became immediately interested, focusing his attention intently on listening for Mr. Linden's voice. A short while later, after reciting the meditation method once more, Mr. Linden began the next one. Murray Green heard Mr. Linden's voice in his head and immediately focused all his attention on his head, only to feel his attention collide with an invisible current. Murray Green, who collided with this invisible current, did not feel pain. Instead, he was surprised that his attention had merged with this invisible current, as naturally and comfortably as a stream flowing into a river. This invisible current followed Mr. Linden's voice, flowing continuously through his body. Murray Green felt that this invisible current was gradually growing larger, like countless tributaries flowing into the Yangtze River, finally carrying all its power as it rushed into the sea. The invisible current of air did the same, carrying the power it had gathered, returning to Murray Green's head and suddenly rushing into a gray space that Murray Green found somewhat familiar. As this airflow surged in, the originally calm gray space was suddenly disturbed. It turned out that what lay beneath this gray space was not the ground, but the sea, a gray sea. This is the spiritual space and the spiritual sea. Looking around, Murray Green suddenly realized that he could actually see the mental space and the mental sea, and understood that the invisible current was his own mental power. I can now see inside myself, although at first it was all gray and not very clear. But it also thrilled Murray Green. With the ability to see inside his body, he could see the condition inside his body clearly, saving him from countless detours. Just then, guided by the meditation method, a strand of spiritual energy was separated and detached from the sea of consciousness. Murray Green saw it proceed along a different route than before, and finally, carrying a large amount of spiritual energy, it surged into the sea of consciousness from another entrance, adding a ripple to the gradually calming sea of consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Murray Green discovered a pattern. A complete meditation session could be performed in 3 cycles, and the endpoints of the 3 cycles, when connected, formed an equilateral triangle. Each cycle increases mental strength, but the increase is not significant compared to the mental sea. To broaden one's mental sea, a significant amount of time is required for accumulation. Of course, mental strength does not increase without cost. With each cycle, the increase in mental strength decreases, while the feeling of physical fatigue increases. In other words, the increase in mental strength in the next cycle is less than that in the previous cycle, but the feeling of fatigue is greater. Murray Green, having discovered these patterns, seemed to have figured out how to cultivate himself. After class, an exhausted Murray Green ordered a Warcraft stew in the cafeteria. After taking a sip of the broth, Murray Green felt much better and his fatigue was reduced. No wonder my elder brother said that monster meat is a perfect match for cultivation, and that I should eat monster meat as much as possible to strengthen my physique and help with cultivation. Feeling sluggish after a full meal, Murray Green yawned after finishing a bowl of Warcraft stew. Feeling sleepy, he quickly returned to his dorm to rest, and slept until dark, after which he ate another meal of Warcraft meat. At this moment, Murray Green was full of energy and vitality. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and slowly exhaled. Murray Green silently recited the meditation technique and entered a state of introspection. He carefully mobilized his spiritual power from his mental sea, separating a small ball of spiritual power. Perhaps without the assistance of a magic circle, this ball of spiritual power he separated was not very stable and was somewhat dissipated. After staring at it for a moment, Murray Green gritted his teeth and used meditation to bring it into the cycle. As soon as he entered the cycle, his fears came true. The spiritual power not only failed to grow stronger, but also scattered throughout the cycle. Wherever the spiritual power passed, Murray Green felt a heat in his body. Finally, the The spiritual power disappeared completely after traveling 1/5 of the distance. Seeing this, Murray Green realized how important a good mentor is, and that those who are self-taught are truly geniuses among geniuses. However, he quickly regained his composure and resumed his meditation. It was just a minor setback. He could handle it. Having regained his composure, Murray Green separated another burst of spiritual power. Perhaps due to the experience from the first time, this spiritual power was much more solid and went much further. The third time, this time it went smoothly, and I reached one halfway. This greatly encouraged Murray Green. Fourth, fifth. Finally, on the 7th attempt, the spiritual power he separated completed the entire journey, though very little remained. But success is success after all. So Murray Green pressed on, separating his mental energy to begin the second cycle. The first cycle was completed after 1/3 and 5/3 of the previous one. After completing 2 cycles in a row, Murray Green was like someone who had eaten a whole pack of gum. Even though he was exhausted, he simply couldn't stop. So he started the 3rd cycle, and after 3 cycles, the 3rd cycle was completed. Yay! Murray Green was thrilled to have completed his first independent meditation. He clenched his fists and jumped up from the bed, bouncing twice more. However, he quickly realized that it was late at night and that making a lot of noise was inappropriate, so he stopped immediately. But joy is irrepressible. Murray Green reached out, covered his mouth tightly, wrapped himself in the blanket, and laughed silently in bed. Then he rolled around in the blanket like a caterpillar. I succeeded. I finally succeeded in meditating on my own. Even if I'm not a great genius, I can still call myself a minor genius. Murray Green chuckled, and as his mind relaxed, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted off to sleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 24. Nick breaks through the defenses. Murray, open the door quickly. We're going to be late for class. Nick Brown pounded on Murray Green's dorm room door and shouted, but after knocking for a while without any response, he got a little angry and kicked the door twice. Murray, open the door. You're so capable of stealing from noble ladies, but you're not capable of opening the door. Open the door and let me in. Fine, you won't open the door, huh? Don't blame me for bringing the dorm supervisor to catch you cheating. What? Murray Green's weak voice came from inside the room. Too late, Murray. Now you're scared? Where were you before? Just you wait. I'll make you infamous throughout the whole school. As Nick Brown stood still, making a gesture as if to leave, the door was soon opened. Nick Brown, who was staring intently at the door with a joking expression, was startled when he saw Murray Green's face. Murray Green was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and his dark circles were extremely noticeable. Holy crap, you really want to steal a noble lady? Let me see who it is. Before he could finish speaking, Nick Brown burst into the dorm room, rushed into Murray Green's bedroom, and stared at the bed that Murray Green had turned into a mess the night before, his expression shifting several times. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Well done. You little rascal, you've managed to do something so big without making a sound. Who is it? What are you saying? Rubbing his eyes, yawning, and still feeling dizzy, Murray Green was full of questions, wondering what Nick Brown was up to. Good heavens, you're still playing dumb here. Tell me, was it Beryl Pete? After you two danced that day, when you weren't around on the weekend, she asked me if I had seen you. You two hooked up so quickly. Question mark. Murray Green was completely bewildered. His already dizzy head was made even more confused by Nick Brown's question. He said helplessly, "What kind of riddle are you talking about? Can't you speak properly? And what does this have to do with Beryl Pete? I haven't seen her since that banquet. As for hooking up, even if I don't care about her innocence, don't slander her without reason." Humph, you start defending her after I say a few words to her, and you even claim she's innocent? What kind of innocence do you have? I didn't catch her here, so I'll go to the classroom and see if she's there. If she's not there, well. With that, Nick Brown took a step forward and strode towards the classroom, ready to catch Beryl Pat, who had escaped from Murray Green's dormitory. Nick Brown sprinted to the history classroom, a large class of 100 students, including Beryl Pat. As soon as he entered the classroom, Nick Brown's eyes flashed like lightning, quickly scanning everyone's faces. No, 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 yes, no, no. You little Murray, you think you can hide it from me? Don't you know I'm known in the underworld as the detective with divine eyes? This secret is something I've been eating for a year. Huh? Wait a minute. Nick Brown, who was still thinking about how to use this secret to his advantage, suddenly recalled a face that his eyes had scanned earlier. It couldn't be Beryl Pete. I must have been seeing things. As soon as I turn my head, I'll see that it's definitely not Beryl Pete. After comforting himself, Nick Brown took a deep breath and struggled to turn his head back, only to see the elegantly dressed Beryl Pat sitting upright in her seat, looking at him with some curiosity as he stood motionless in the doorway. Impossible. Unable to believe his eyes, Nick Brown instinctively shouted out, drawing the attention of the entire class. Behind him, the students who had tried to ask Nick Brown to move aside were also stunned. I haven't even exported it yet. Why are you reacting so strongly? You think you're in the right for blocking the door? Looking at his tall figure, and knowing that Nick Brown was the Earl's son, the students behind him finally relaxed their clenched fists and walked into the classroom with a pitiful expression. The same was true for the students behind him. Seeing this, everyone in the classroom looked at Nick Brown with disdain. Nick Brown is a bully at school. He's absolutely inhuman. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just saw something that really surprised me. I was so shocked. I'm sorry. Once he realized what was happening, Nick Brown immediately apologized. Hearing his apology, the gazes directed at him in the classroom softened considerably, though some doubts remained. Faced with this situation, Nick Brown gave a wry smile, scratched his head, and felt that he was having a really bad day. He had wanted to catch Murray's little tail, but he almost ended up becoming a stinking rat that everyone wanted to kill. Nick Brown found a corner to sit down, leaned back against the wall, and glanced at Beryl Pete. He noticed that her exquisite makeup, even for a skilled stylist, would take at least half an hour. It wouldn't take me more than 5 minutes to rush from Murray Green's dorm to the classroom. So who's in Murray Green's room? Or is there really no one else? Impossible. Having made such a fool of myself today, how can I recover my losses if I don't seize on Murray's weakness? Thinking of this, Nick Brown grinned, revealing a cruel smile. The students who were originally sitting around Nick Brown had been silently observing him because of the earlier commotion. When they saw Nick Brown reveal such a terrifying smile, they were immediately frightened and unanimously changed seats, choosing to stay away from Nick Brown. Ugh, Nick, why are you running so fast? You didn't even help me up. I'm so tired. I'll never overdo my meditation like that again. Murray Green was filled with regret upon realizing how weak he was. He kept cursing himself for insisting on completing the meditation the night before, thinking that completing just 2 cycles would have been fine. Staggering, Murray Green hurried and finally arrived at the classroom before the bell rang. He walked in, looked around, and tried to find an empty seat. Good heavens, Nick Brown was sitting in the far corner staring at him. The back row by the window, the hometown of the king. How did he manage to get this position? And the best part was that there were plenty of empty seats around him. So Murray Green took a step and walked towards Nick Brown, but before he had even gone halfway, a familiar voice called out to him. Murray, come over here, there's an empty seat. Upon hearing this voice, Murray Green turned to look at Beryl Pat, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. The empty seat she was referring to was made up by her sisters who had squeezed out of the room. To this, Murray Green could only say, these aristocratic ladies have such great figures. Murray Green glanced at Beryl Pete, who was blushing and looking shy but still serious, and then at Nick Brown, who was staring intently at him, and made his choice easily. Thank you for saving me a seat. Sitting next to Beryl Pete, the stool still retained the warmth of its previous owner, and I could smell the fragrance wafting from it. Feeling refreshed and relaxed. Chapter 25 Notes in Class. There's a problem, there's definitely a problem. Nick Brown, his eyes glued to the backs of the 2 men, muttered to himself, while Murray Green, oblivious to his gaze, felt his eyelids grow as heavy as mountains, ready to crush him at any moment. But he could only hold on, because if these 2 mountains pressed down on him, he would definitely fall asleep in class. If he fell asleep, he didn't know if the white-haired old magic teacher would raise his hand and cast a fireball spell to cremate him on the spot. Thinking of this, Murray Green, who was originally drowsy, suddenly woke up and felt much more energetic. After all, human potential is limitless, and you don't know how deep it is until you push it. Slightly more alert, Murray Green raised his head, propped his elbows on the table, and stared intently at the history teacher who was giving the lecture. In ancient times, the primary power of wizards came from blood and flesh. They studied the messengers of the gods and discovered that the blood of these messengers possessed magical powers, and so they. Murray Green, who was listening to the lecture, felt sleepy again and struggled to stay awake. Just then, a piece of white paper with writing on it was slowly handed to him from the side. Hey, a little note. Turning his head, Murray Green saw that Beryl Pete, who had passed him the note, was staring intently at the teacher, looking like she was listening attentively to the lesson. Murray Green's lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his pale face. That's interesting. This is youth. It feels great. Because of this incident, Murray Green, whose spirits were lifted, immediately straightened up sat upright in his seat, held the white paper between his arms, and faced forward, looking just like a good student who was listening attentively to the lesson. My eyes glanced down and saw what was written on the white paper. You seem very tired today. Did you not sleep well last night? Yes, last night. I was so engrossed in my practice that I couldn't tear myself away. Pick up your pen, Murray Green replied. After writing this sentence, he slightly raised his arm, leaving a gap between it and the table. The white paper passed through this gap and was handed to Beryl Pete. Feeling the white paper, she secretly pulled it in front of her. Haha, you're lying, I don't believe you. You stinking man who's full of lies. You probably haven't even memorized all the meditation techniques, yet you're talking about cultivation. She has only been enrolled for a week and 2 days and has already attended 2 meditation classes. Most of her classmates, including her, haven't even memorized the meditation method yet. Without a meditation method, failure is inevitable if one tries to practice rashly. If he succeeds, he will be a peerless genius who can create his own meditation method. An ordinary person creating a meditation method, such a genius has never appeared before in history. Nowadays, when people talk about wizards, they say they are bloodthirsty and cruel. But one thing is undeniable. They are the ancestors of cultivators, the source of some cultivation methods, and the beginning of humankind's control over power. Although the original superhumans were messengers of God, a large amount of research shows that messengers of God were just humans with strong, innate mental strength and high magical affinity. Over time, a large number of magical particles accumulated in their bodies, causing a qualitative change in their bodies. Success makes you a messenger of God. Failure means certain death. However, this is all arranged by God. It is up to God to decide who will become the messenger of the gods. Wizards are those who, though not becoming messengers of God, desire the power of such messengers. They study the messengers of God, and to remember the details of their research, they record the entire process in notebooks. After extensive research, some researchers would eventually arrive at the correct ideas or methods. They would then compile these methods into a separate notebook and carry it with them. After their deaths, later generations would obtain their experimental notebooks, and, through these notebooks, also gain power. This is the original method of cultivation. Later generations continued to research based on the original methods, or drew on other cultivation methods to create new ones, which laid the groundwork for the later chaotic ancient magical era. Murray Green, who was listening to the lecture, took the blank sheet of paper, saw what Beryl Petter had written on it, and chuckled. Don't you know whether I'm a scumbag or not? You know, that night, you were so close to me. After a light-hearted teasing remark, he continued writing. I'm a genius. Meditation is nothing to me. While most of his classmates hadn't even memorized the meditation method, he not only memorized it all, but also successfully meditated on his own. If he's not a genius, then who is? Moreover, who doesn't exaggerate a bit in front of pretty girls? But what he said was the truth. Only Beryl Petter didn't agree with Murray Green's truth. You're such a stinky man. You stink. I was practically holding my breath while dancing with you that night, or I would have been knocked unconscious by your stench. You say you've memorized the entire meditation method? I don't believe you unless you write it all down on paper and let me check. Murray Green wrote quickly. You know perfectly well that meditation methods cannot be spoken or written, and you still make me recite meditation methods from memory. That's unreasonable of you. I don't care. If you can't write it down, it means you haven't memorized it completely. You call this cultivation? Honestly, what did you do last night? Murray Green's lips twitched as he read the cute, yet mischievous tone in the words. Miss Beryl, when I first met you, you had such a cool and aloof aura. How come you've become such a different person after just a few days? Can you please come back to your old self? After a moment's thought, Murray Green realized that even the most aloof and mature woman is still youthful and adorable at 16. Back and forth they wrote, and the blank paper was quickly filled with their writing. Then they wrote on the back, and the back was also filled, so they changed to another blank sheet of paper. As the history teacher lectured, Murray Green became engrossed in his battle of wits with Beryl Pat, forgetting his fatigue and ignoring his drowsiness. Nick Brown, who had been keeping a close eye on the two, had long since discovered their despicable behavior of pretending to attend classes seriously while secretly engaging in romantic relationships. I hate it. Murray, it's only been 2 days. How did you manage to strafe the group? Knock, knock, knock. When the bell rang, Murray Green, Beryl Pat and her friends, along with Nick Brown, went to the cafeteria for lunch. After dinner, Nick Brown sat casually on Murray Green's sofa, crossed his legs, and stared at Murray Green with a scrutinizing look. Tell me the truth, was she in your room last night? If not, Then who was she? Tell me, or don't blame your uncle for being impolite. I already said, it's just me. Murray Green finally understood why Nick Brown had been acting so strangely that morning. So he explained that he was so tired today because he was cultivating, and that the bed was messy because he was so excited after achieving some success in his cultivation that he had turned it upside down. As for the specific progress of his cultivation, he did not reveal anything. It makes sense, but I don't believe it. Whatever you want, think whatever you want. I'm going to take a nap now. Remember to close the door when you leave. Murray Green rolled his eyes, gave up on explaining, yawned, went into the bedroom, locked the door, and fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 26 Playful Fighting. After waking up, Murray Green ate a piece of monster meat as usual, then sat on the sofa, feeling a little bored, thinking about what to do that night. He thought, should I cultivate? But then he remembered the pain he had experienced from cultivating earlier that day. If I don't cultivate, how am I supposed to get through this long night? He wondered. In the end, Murray Green gritted his teeth. I'll cultivate for a while longer, but I must control my cultivation time today, or I'll suffer tomorrow. Having made up his mind, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began his cultivation again. Having already completed 3 complete cycles yesterday and being able to meditate independently, he, being experienced, soon completed his first meditation of the day. The situation is better than the first meditation. I have retained more mental strength. I just don't know when I will be able to start improving my mental strength as the meditation teacher instructed. However, it's not all a drawback. Murray Green raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched forward twice, feeling a slight increase in his physical strength. Although meditation is designed to enhance mental strength, the body also passively receives some improvements during the practice. As spiritual energy circulates within the body, it draws upon the body's energy while simultaneously tempering the physique. With subsequent rest and nutritional replenishment, a mage's physical strength will gradually surpass that of an ordinary person. Of course, this is certainly not comparable to warriors who have been specially enhanced in terms of physical strength. 1 cycle complete. 2 cycles complete. 3 cycles complete. Meditation complete. Murray Green, who is becoming increasingly familiar with meditation, completed his second meditation session today, and the meditation was more effective and faster than the first one. Murray Green's growth is visible to the naked eye, and he is thrilled to receive positive feedback. He also feels that he is not very tired, so he immediately began his third meditation of the day. Cultivation is like staying up all night. The body suffers, but the inner joy and satisfaction are irresistible. Knock, knock, knock. Murray, let's go. Nick Brown's expression changed drastically when he knocked on Murray Green's door again. Looking at Murray Green, whose face was even worse than yesterday, he rushed into the bedroom and found the bed neatly made, except that the blankets were not properly tidied. Oh, it wasn't Beryl Pete, nor any other female classmate. Could it be a male classmate? Nick Brown almost killed Murray Green with his opening remarks. It's hardened. Its fists have hardened. I've already told you this is because of my hard training last night. Why won't you believe me? Why is trust between people so difficult? Don't you have even a sliver of trust in me? Upon hearing Murray Green's question, Nick Brown gave a cold laugh and slowly replied. I used to trust you completely, but ever since that banquet, you tricked me into causing trouble for those outsiders, while you went to dance with 13 noble ladies. Well done, you dancing 13th young lady. Oh, you can't say that. That was the struggle you fought for Her Highness Elizabeth. How can you say that I deceived you? That's being unreasonable. Murray Green countered. Protecting Her Highness Elizabeth from harassment by those outsiders is our duty, and you, Murray, have not fulfilled your duty well. Duties are commensurate with rights, so you must not have any improper thoughts about Her Highness in the future. Murray Green opened his mouth as if to agree immediately. After all, it was just a son-in-law position. He wouldn't even take it for free, let alone compete for it. But then he suddenly remembered the family mission that Ryan Green had given him. In this world dominated by nobles, the family is the root of nobility. It provides the nourishment needed for the growth of family members. Therefore, every family member must be responsible for the family. The family tasks assigned to them cannot be taken lightly and must be treated seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Murray Green, remembering that he was still using his family's money to go to school and receiving favors from his family, smiled bitterly and shook his head in reply. That won't do. I've received a mission from my family, and I think you have too. Neither of us can break away from the family or rebel against their mission for the time being. Upon hearing this, Nick Brown flew into a rage, grabbed Murray Green by the neck with both hands, and shouted loudly. Since that's the case, then I'll eliminate you now, Murray. Unfortunately, you will become my first defeated opponent, die. This terrified Murray Green. He had heard that the war was terrible, but he never imagined it would be this terrible. Nick Brown, who was his relative and classmate, would actually kill him. Oh no, this is just the beginning of my amazing life. But soon, Murray Green realized that Nick Brown was just making a show of bravado without actually using any force, and that the guy was just bluffing and joking. This relieved him, and he shouted back with a chuckle. Damn Nick, even if you kill me, I will not beg for mercy, I will not regret it, because I died for the holy and beautiful Princess Elizabeth. Even if you kill me, Murray, now, there will be thousands upon thousands of Mois who will rise up, because the North and Her Highness will live forever. The two boys laughed and joked all the way, having a great time. They quickly arrived at the teaching building, entered the classroom, sat down in their seats, composed themselves, and resumed their proper young noble demeanor. Today's lesson was a basic introduction to magical plants and animals taught by Simona Lind, a level 5 potions master. Murray Green had a deep impression of Simona. Beautiful, refined, powerful, and wealthy. Soon, the class bell rang, and everyone sat up straight, waiting for Miss Simona to come to class. But just then, a well-proportioned young man wearing a magic robe walked into the classroom, carrying a wooden box. Upon seeing this person, Murray Green felt that he looked somewhat familiar. After a moment's recollection, he remembered that this person was the senior who had obtained the wolf eyes from the senior selling wolves in the student service area. How did he get into this classroom? If I remember correctly, this person is called. Hello everyone, my name is Petty Bruno. I am a senior in college and a student of Professor Simona. I am also a potion master. At this point, Patty Bruno flashed a confident smile, straightened his back, and made the two medals on his chest even more conspicuous. Second level Mage Medal and first level Potion Master Medal. Today, Ms. Simona is brewing potions and can't take time to teach the class, so she arranged for me to teach in her place. My knowledge and experience are not as rich as Ms. Simona's, so if any of you don't understand something during the class, please raise your hand and ask. I will do my best to answer your questions. Petty Bruno looked around and, finding no troublemakers, continued. Then let's begin our lessons today. Chapter 27 Enlightenment. With his elbows propped on the table and his hands crossed to support the lower half of his face, Murray Green was deep in thought. Ryan Green had previously mentioned that he felt uneasy, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. Because he was an outsider who had taken over Murray Green's body, he was always afraid that Ryan Green and the others would recognize him as not Murray Green. This was the unease he felt at the time. However, this morning, Nick Brown suddenly launched an attack. Although it was just a joke, Murray Green felt like he had really walked through the gates of hell at that moment. Compared to his peers, his body was somewhat weak. The reason was that Murray Green was born with a deficiency. It was only through the Countess's care and treatment that he was able to grow up safely. So even if his body is improved through meditation, it's a gradual process, and in such a short time, the improvement is negligible, while Nick Brown's physique is much taller and stronger than his. If Nick Brown hadn't been joking and had genuinely intended to kill him, he might actually be dead. Although he was sitting quietly in his seat, Murray Green was filled with lingering fear. The real unease that Ryan Green had mentioned before, buried deep in his heart, had resurfaced. Murray Green couldn't even concentrate on the lecture, and he forced himself to fight off sleepiness as he began to organize his thoughts. In that world, although he worked hard and didn't earn much money, he wasn't anxious because he could live on his own. He wouldn't say he lived a very good life, but he was doing all right. Then, in that world, there was no battle magic. Everyone was an ordinary person. A person dies when they are killed. So even the strongest, richest, and most powerful person is just an ordinary person who will die if killed. So even if he can't win, a desperate sneak attack to exchange one for one is his own way of comforting himself, and this comfort can put his mind at ease. At worst, I'll just have a worthless life. However, in this world, due to the existence of battle chi and magic, the difference between people is huge. Some people are called human, but even if they stand there and let ordinary people cut them down without resisting, ordinary people cannot hurt them in the slightest. These people are called cultivators, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are monsters in human skin. What I have in my hand is a green lantern grass, a low-level magical plant that typically grows along riverbanks or in swamps. When mature, it grows to be 20 to 30 centimeters long, entirely green, and looks much like ordinary weeds. However, once mature, it emits a green light at night, hence its name. But its maturation period is only 3 days. After 3 days, it will die. On the platform, Patty Bruno was lecturing while holding up a green lantern that looked like a weed, and Murray Green below changed his posture. With his left hand supporting his chin and his right hand on the table, holding a pen, he looked like he was taking notes in class. But his mind was no longer in the classroom. He was contemplating important matters in life. Faced with these humanoid monsters, Murray Green, who was still an ordinary person, was worried, fearing that he might be killed by them if he was not careful. Given his current impressive start, it would be a huge loss for him to die like this. So after he came across the meditation method, he put in a tremendous amount of effort to cultivate it, not only because of the powerful feeling he gained, but also perhaps because of his inner unease. This morning, a joke by Nick Brown completely ignited his inner anxieties, allowing him to clearly see his biggest weakness. That means it's too weak. Weak and helpless, therefore uneasy. Continue training tonight. As long as I don't die, I'll train until I die. The idea suddenly popped into Murray Green's mind, and he nodded subconsciously, agreeing with his inner thoughts. Hey, this junior is pretty good. He's taking notes in class and even nodding at me. Looks like I'm explaining things quite well. His gaze wandered, and suddenly, he saw Patty Bruno nodding at Murray Green. He couldn't help but laugh, so a bright smile appeared on his face, and he began to lecture even more meticulously and energetically. Unaware that his simple nod had led to a misunderstanding, Murray Green continued to ponder. Cultivation can make you stronger, but it's a long process. Besides, if you can cultivate, others can too. What if someone cultivates faster or stronger than me? Then all that cultivation would be for nothing. Murray Green was annoyed by this result. He grabbed a pen in his right hand and started doodling in his notebook to vent his frustration. Then he began to think about how to become stronger than others. A cultivator's combat power is affected by their cultivation level, combat skills, weapons, armor, and magical potions. Cultivation comes from practice. As long as you don't die from practicing, you should practice to the point of exhaustion to maximize your progress. Combat skills come from your later learning. Warriors' combat techniques and mages' magic are both combat skills. You need to plan carefully and choose a few powerful spells to learn. Weapons and armor, good magic wands and robes, or some precious magical items require money. However, it's inconvenient to be spending the family's money right now, so I'll have to find a way to earn money myself later. The thought of making money made Murray Green's expression harden, his unfocused gaze sharpening as he stared intently at Patty Bruno, the level 1 potions master who was giving a lecture. This guy doesn't need to pay for things and can even concoct potions. He must be able to carry money in sacks. If I could become a potion master, I could not only make a lot of money, but also concoct potions myself. Potions that can improve cultivation and assist in combat would be a piece of cake. Murray Green suddenly remembered a question. If he could buy weapons with money, others could too. So what weapons did he have that others didn't? After thinking for a moment, Murray Green couldn't come up with the answer to the question and had to give up. Even so, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief after figuring out quite a bit. Because he had found his life plan and his goals, he lowered his head and prepared to refine and supplement his plan in his notebook. Suddenly, his pupils dilated violently as if struck by an earthquake, and he stared in shock at the notebook he had scribbled in earlier, which contained a drawing of a gun. Looking at the gun, Murray Green thought of his magic crystal gun, and then of the gun designs he had burned. This world once developed firearms, but was overwhelmed by battle aura and magic, eventually causing firearm development to stagnate. In contrast, my original world could only develop firearms, so it created many powerful weapons whose power was no less than that of magic. He couldn't manufacture these weapons himself. He didn't have the capability, and the world didn't have the industrial base for it. So if I use the knowledge and technology of this world to modify the powerful weapons of the original world, can I create powerful weapons for this world? Weapons that belong exclusively to me? Murray Green's eyes gleamed with a fiery light. Chapter 28, Individual Guidance. After class, Murray Green, who had lunch with Nick Brown, did not return to his dorm but went to the school library instead. Compared to Earl Green's library, Ellis College's library is much larger, covering more than 1,000 square meters and spanning 3 floors. The first floor contains printed books and some publicly accessible archives that students can view for free. The second and third floors contain books and knowledge that are not accessible to ordinary people. Only those who become magicians or warriors can go up there. Moreover, it is said that the books up there are not free to read. If you want to view them, you have to pay gold coins or academy contribution points. However, at this point, Murray Green didn't need to read those books he couldn't understand. So he went downstairs to look for books that would be useful to him and research all the knowledge related to firearms. After reading intently for several hours, Murray Green became drowsy and could no longer resist. So he borrowed more than a dozen books from the library, returned to his dormitory, lay down on his bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Eating, sleeping, practicing meditation, attending classes, and reading. Murray Green's days have been very regular and busy lately. In the blink of an eye, the second week has passed, and the third week of school has begun. During the meditation class, with the blessing of the magic circle, Murray Green's meditation completion speed even surpassed that of teacher Lyndon's guidance, and his mental power was much greater each time he returned to his mental sea. At the end of the third cycle, a surge of spiritual power flowed into the spiritual sea, while the fluctuations caused at the end of the second cycle had not yet ceased. Murray Green suddenly discovered a phenomenon. That is, the entire sea of spirit seemed to be slowly rotating under the impact of the spiritual power surging into the end of the cycle. At first, he thought it was an illusion caused by his unclear inner vision. But after several meditations, Murray Green finally realized that this was not an illusion. His mental sea was indeed slowly rotating, just too slowly to be easily overlooked if one was not paying attention. What's going on? Murray Green stopped meditating, opened his eyes, and looked blankly at Mr. Lyndon, who was guiding the class in meditation. Mr. Lyndon was indeed a teacher. His mental strength was very strong. Even though most of his energy was focused on guiding the class, he immediately sensed that someone was watching him. Which student is it that doesn't close their eyes and meditate properly during class, but instead slacks off here? Lyndon Bill opened his eyes and instantly met Murray Green's questioning gaze. He could tell that Murray Green seemed to have some questions he didn't understand. This student seems to be Murray Green. He seems to have good mental fortitude. What's wrong with him? After the first lesson, Lyndon Bill was impressed with Murray Green and felt that he should be a genius, so he sent a telepathic message to Murray Green. Close your eyes and continue meditating. If you have any questions, come to my magic tower later. Murray Green was surprised to hear Professor Lyndon's voice suddenly ring in his head, but he obediently closed his eyes and continued meditating. Murray Green completed the cycle faster and faster, resulting in each meditation session being shorter than the last. As mental energy continued to pour in, the speed at which his mental sea spun began to increase, forming the initial shape of a vortex. Because of Murray Green's previous unusual behavior, Mr. Lyndon had been paying a lot of attention to Murray Green. But at that moment, a faint attraction emanated from inside Murray Green's body. Mental attraction? He can actually make his mental sea rotate, generating mental attraction? In just 2 weeks, his mental strength has grown to this level. It's practically the appearance of a warrior. No, even among warriors, no one at the same stage has as strong mental strength as this little guy. Lyndon Bill, who felt the pull of Murray Green's mind, immediately understood what Murray Green's question was. Inside Lyndon Beer's magic tower, Murray Green and Lyndon Beer sat facing each other. Lyndon Beer handed him a glass of water, which was very clear and had a faint fragrance. The fragrance made his tired body restless, wanting him to drink the water. The feeling was magical, so Murray Green didn't hesitate. He picked up the cup, took a sip, and tasted the sweet, fragrant water. Then he drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the glass of water, a warm sensation welled up from his abdomen and spread throughout his body, relieving the fatigue that had drained his body from meditation. Teacher, what is this? Upon realizing this, Murray Green understood that this was probably a good product specifically designed to replenish the body's energy reserves after meditation. This is a body-strengthening potion. Drinking a cup after meditation can replenish your physical body. It's a good cultivation aid, but you can't take a lot right now. You are only 16 years old now, in the prime of your youth, the golden time for cultivation. Sufficient rest and adequate nutrition are the best and most natural ways to recover. If you take a large amount of medication at this time, it will develop resistance. Don't wait until you need to use it later, only to find that it is no longer effective. As he spoke, Lyndon Bill also drank a cup of body enhancement potion, sighed, and said earnestly, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Murray Green immediately thanked him, but Lyndon Bill waved his hand and continued speaking to him. Of course, it cannot be used in large quantities, nor can it be not used at all. Every medicine has its side effects, so medicine cannot be taken indiscriminately or in large quantities. But when a person is sick, they have to take medicine. So when your body is deficient, don't be stingy. It is normal to drink some tonics and eat some supplements, just like you just now. Lyndon Bill straightened up and stared at Murray Green with a serious expression. Sensing the change in the other party's attitude, Murray Green immediately straightened up and sat upright in his chair. 2 weeks have passed, and there are still a lot of students who haven't memorized the meditation method, but you can make your mental sea rotate, form a mental force field, and generate mental attraction. Your mental talent is extraordinary and far stronger than that of other students. And you have also been overdrawing your cultivation after class. Although cultivation requires diligence, one should not rush and overdraw one's cultivation. Except for occasionally trying to break through, one should still combine work and rest. It is not worthwhile to overdraw one's body for a little bit of cultivation speed. With that, Lyndon Bill drank another cup of body-nourishing potion and began to formally answer Murray Green's questions about cultivation. You completed your meditation very quickly, exceeding my guidance speed. The guidance speed I set is a standard. If you are slower than it, it means your mental strength is not up to standard and you need to strengthen it. If you are faster than it, it means you can move on to the next step of cultivation. This step is called attracting the demon, which draws magical particles from heaven and earth into the body. Chapter 29, Testing the Gun. Even if a person trains to their limit, they cannot fight against magical beasts. This requires a breakthrough that breaks through the limits of the human body. This breakthrough comes from drawing power from heaven and earth. Whether it's a warrior or a mage, when they can no longer meet the conditions for becoming stronger, like Murray Green, who squeezed his body's energy to strengthen his mental power, but the body's growth rate couldn't keep up with his mental power, it would lead to a deficit. However, Murray Green couldn't spend a lot of time repairing his body, so he needed to find alternative energy from elsewhere, which was called magical particles. Magical particles that roam between heaven and earth are natural energy. They can replenish the energy that the human body lacks, and may even become part of the body's constituent energy in the future. Summoning magic is a method of attracting magical particles. Through meditation, one strengthens and rotates the mental sea to form a mental gravitational field, absorbing magical particles from heaven and earth into the body. This is the next step in Murray Green's cultivation. Meditation in this private meditation room is indeed much more effective than in a classroom. Murray Green opened his eyes after finishing his meditation, walked out of the meditation room, and went down a corridor. He soon came to a counter where a middle-aged man was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, resting. How do you feel now that you're out? Very good. Murray Green took out his student card and handed it to the teacher on duty in the meditation room. The teacher took the student card and left a usage record on the magic circle. Once Murray Green's meditation speed surpassed Lyndon Beale's guidance speed, his learning progress began to far exceed the teaching progress. For such a genius, the academy could not forcibly suppress his learning progress or speed up the teaching progress for the remaining students. In such cases, meditation instructors can issue certificates to arrange for gifted students like Murray Green to practice in private meditation rooms. 2 hours a week, 8 hours a month. Following Professor Lyndon's guidance, Murray Green meditated for only 1 hour each time, which meant he could use the meditation room 8 times a month. This was much more cost-effective than the 4 meditation classes a month, and it was a special perk that Ellis Academy offered to gifted students. After leaving the meditation room, Murray Green visited Professor Lyndon's magic tower, where he received some guidance on cultivation techniques. Before we knew it, the 3rd week of study had come to an end. On Saturday, Murray Green left his dormitory and went to the student services area, where he entered a blacksmith shop. Uncle Mike's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was bustling with activity, the sound of hammering filling the air. Murray shouted, "Boss, pick up the goods. Is my order ready yet?" "Oh, Mr. Green, you've arrived. Your order is ready." Hearing the clerk's call, Mike, who had been sleeping behind the counter, poked his head out. Upon seeing the person, he immediately greeted Murray with great enthusiasm. The man was dressed in a simple merchant's robe, tall and thin, with no flesh on his body, looking as if he could be blown away by the wind. It was impossible to tell that he was the owner of a blacksmith shop. Mike got up from the recliner, took a wooden box from the front desk drawer, placed it in front of Murdoch, and opened the box. Inside the wooden box were 30 small metal cylinders, each about the size of a fingertip. The bottoms of the cylinders were sealed. If this were in that world, almost everyone would recognize them, because they were bullet casings. Upon seeing the 30 bullet casings, Murray Green's eyes lit up. He immediately reached out and picked one up. It was cold to the touch, but smooth and didn't cut his hand. It had been carefully polished, and the cylinder had no seams. It was cast as a single piece. "Young Master Green, we specially made a mold for these 30 little things, and the price might be." "Sell me that mold too." Having understood Mike's meaning, Murray Green did not hesitate. He took out his student card, paid all the fees, took the bullet casings and molds, and left amidst the shop owner's farewells. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Murray Green went to several other blacksmith shops, bought the parts he had commissioned them to make, and took the original templates with him. After obtaining the parts, Murray Green immediately returned to Green Manor. The estate was large and had a blacksmith's workshop where farm tools could be made and repaired, as well as some simple swords. Murray Green requested a separate forge to further process the parts he had brought: barrel, frame, trigger, grip. Murray Green assembled all the parts, and the final, simplified pistol, resembling a revolver but without a cylinder, was born from his hands. Opening the lock reveals the connection between the grip and the barrel, exposing the bullet loading area. The loading method is similar to that of a double-barreled shotgun and is very simple. Grabbing a bullet casing, Murray Green took out a carving knife and carefully carved the bottom. After finishing the casing, Murray Green took out the gunpowder and bullet he had made and loaded the bullet. Pick up the bullet, load it into the magazine, close the lock, press the trigger with your thumb, and the trigger is ready to fire. Disengage the safety and Murray Green aims at a metal plate specifically designed for testing. Call. Suppressing his excitement, Murray Green secured the gun to the iron base, pulled the trigger with a wooden stick, and fired. Bang! Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and I immediately looked at the test iron plate. A bullet hole appeared on the surface of the iron plate. After carefully examining the situation, Murray Green discovered that the 1 centimeter thick iron plate had not been penetrated, but only had a dent. This power is a bit weak. Seeing this result, Murray Green recalled the scene of the magic crystal gun blasting the wood. After thinking for a moment, he drew the magic crystal gun from his waist, held it with both hands, and pulled the trigger. The magic circle on the magic crystal gun flashed. Bang! Collapse. The test plate was sent flying. After the commotion subsided, Murray Green picked up the plate and saw a hole the size of a thumb. The area where it was hit was dented in a large area. The difference between the two impact points was enormous. Murray Green held a basic pistol in one hand and a magic crystal gun in the other, and began to ponder deeply. The gunpowder he prepared according to the initial formula was far less powerful than the gunpowder made from magic crystals. This also represented the gap between technology and magic. No matter how much he studied technology, he could not catch up with magic in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Murray Green took out a small bag of magic crystal powder, separated a small portion, carefully mixed it with ordinary gunpowder, and finally packed it into a bullet. He loaded the gun into the chamber, and Murray Green raised it to fire, but after thinking about it, he felt it was inappropriate, so he kept the gun fixed to the iron base and used a wooden stick to pull the trigger. Bang! Thump! The bullet flew out, and the gun barrel vibrated violently, making Murray Green's heart jump. He didn't have time to look at the power of the bullet, and quickly opened the chamber, removed the bullet casing, and found that the one-piece cast bullet casing had cracked. Chapter 30. Gold, Silver, and Bronze. Upon discovering cracks in the bullet casings, a startled Murray Green carefully inspected the simplified pistol, only to be relieved to find that it was not faulty. This basic gun was made from parts crafted by an ordinary blacksmith. Murray Green then modified it, and it looked good on the surface, but the fit and airtightness were not very good. The loading area did not fit the bullet well, and the cracked bullet casing did not affect the gun itself. Murray Green didn't know whether this was good news or bad news, so he could only smile helplessly and then check the power of the bullets mixed with magic crystal powder. The 1 centimeter thick iron plate was pierced through. Judging from the situation, the power was not as great as that of the magic crystal gun, but it was still far greater than that of bullets made of ordinary gunpowder. Upon discovering this, Murray Green picked up the magic crystal gun and examined it carefully. Just then, he suddenly remembered what Ryan Green had told him. The main body of this magic crystal gun is forged from a mixture of brass and copper. Brass and copper, I see. Murray Green picked up a bullet casing, flicked it with his finger, and it made a crisp sound. It was cast directly from molten iron, a different material from the magic crystal gun. In this world, copper was much stronger than iron. The world's monetary system consists of copper, silver, and gold coins. The reason for choosing these three metals to make coins and why paper money wasn't issued is a story in itself. In fact, the Kingdom of Lanes, and even the three great empires that were more powerful than it, had all issued paper money, but the acceptance of paper money was not high. Even the paper money of the three great empires could not be used by their own citizens, let alone go abroad. This was not because the three great empires lacked authority and could not promote their own paper money, but because gold, silver, and copper could not be replaced. That's right, it's irreplaceable. In this magical world, perhaps the materials have mutated, or perhaps the gold, silver, and copper in this world are not the same as those in the previous world at all, but these three metals just happen to be called gold, silver, and copper. As a result, gold is harder than silver, silver is harder than copper, and copper is harder than iron. An ordinary farmer's farm tools are usually made of iron. If he wants his farm tools to be more sturdy or durable, he will pay extra to have some copper added when the blacksmith makes them. According to regulations, a longsword must be mixed with at least 1 kilogram of copper to be considered a qualified weapon. However, such a conventional weapon can only be used by ordinary people. Those with greater strength, or some warrior apprentices, typically use weapons made of a mixture of copper, iron, and gold, with silver added. As for gold, it is considered one of the harder common metals in this world, so warriors of slightly higher levels will choose a weapon infused with gold. Therefore, gold, silver, and copper not only have monetary attributes, but also strategic attributes. To be precise, it is because of their strategic attributes that they were chosen as base currencies. If a lord possesses a large amount of gold, silver, and bronze, he can forge a large number of standard weapons, thus converting his wealth into actual combat power. No matter how large the numbers on a piece of paper are, they cannot replace the importance of gold, silver, and bronze, because controlling gold, silver, and bronze means controlling power. Who would feel comfortable entrusting their power to someone else? If someone were to use your own money to forge weapons and armor, defeat you, and then demand that you cede territory and pay reparations, wouldn't that be utterly ridiculous? The magic crystal gun is made of a mixture of brass and copper, so it is more durable than a bullet casing. In addition, the strong magic array makes the gun body even stronger when activated, so that it can withstand the explosive force of the magic crystal explosion. Murray Green reached out and stroked the silent magic circle patterns. In fact, the value of the magic crystal gun largely came from the magic circle engraved on it. According to Murray Green's understanding, magic crystal guns can only be made by level 3 weapon refiners, or more precisely, level 3 magic weapon refiners. Forging weapons was originally the job of blacksmiths, but some blacksmiths were so skilled that they could forge divine weapons that could cut through iron like mud. People with such outstanding technical abilities were called weapon refiners. Traditional weapon refiners are promoted from blacksmiths and are skilled at crafting conventional weapons and armor. They are mostly warriors. Since there are traditional weapon refiners, there are also non-traditional weapon refiners, namely magical weapon refiners. These are magicians who research weapon refining techniques and use their magical skills and power to create magical items. If a fire magic circle is engraved on a longsword, then when a person wields the longsword in battle, activating the fire magic circle will cause flames to entwine around the longsword, inflicting terrifying fire damage on the enemy. Not only can magic circles be inscribed on longswords to enhance their lethality, magic weapon refiners can also create strange and wonderful items, such as earrings with a concentration effect, which are inscribed with a concentration magic circle. Magical alchemists below level 3, also known as enchanters, can only add magic circles to existing weapons. Only at level 3 and above can they use magical means to refine the object itself and inscribe magic circles. This magic crystal gun is a unique and unconventional weapon, therefore only a level 3 magic alchemist can create it. Traditional alchemists do not create unconventional weapons and armor, and level 1 and 2 magic alchemists do not have the ability to create the magic crystal gun itself. A level 3 magic weapon refiner uses ordinary copper to forge magic crystal guns that are suitable for ordinary people. These guns are usually custom-made by wealthy people to protect their family's descendants, or by magicians to prevent being ambushed. How could something made of ordinary iron by an ordinary person possibly compare in hardness to a weapon made of mixed copper by a level 3 magic weapon refiner? Not to mention that it is engraved with magic circles. Having thought things through, Murray Green took a piece of pure copper from a nearby iron cabinet, threw it into the furnace without hesitation, and increased the heat to smelt it into copper. The founding ancestor of the Green family was a blacksmith. As members of the Green family, they could not lose their old skills, so Earl Green, Ryan Green, and Murray Green all had blacksmithing skills. However, Murray Green's original skills were not proficient, and he was unable to forge a qualified silver-plated longsword before he transmigrated. But even if he couldn't forge a silver-plated longsword, turning copper ingots into molten copper was not a piece of cake for Murray Green, but it wasn't difficult either. Molten copper was poured into a bullet casing mold. After the copper cooled, Murray Green obtained 5 copper bullet casings. He polished these 5 casings smooth and then used them to make a bullet. The bullet was loaded, fixed to the iron base as usual, and fired with a wooden stick. Chapter 31 First Test of Skill. If the bullet casing is damaged, strengthen the bullet casing. If the bullet casing can withstand the impact, increase the proportion of magic crystal powder. As a result, when the power increases, the iron gun can't withstand it and cracks appear. With the mold in hand, you can fix any broken parts, and if everything is fine, you can increase the proportion of magic crystal powder. Through numerous experiments, Murray Green obtained a simple gun made of a mixture of silver, copper, and iron, with silver cartridge cases and copper bullets, and gunpowder in which magic crystal powder accounted for 1/4 of the composition. Murray Green smiled as he disassembled and reassembled the gun with both hands, repeating the process of loading, firing, and reloading. He would occasionally stop to polish and adjust the gun, and finally wipe all the parts with Warcraft grease for final maintenance. It was already evening when he walked out of the blacksmith shop carrying the gun case. Murray Green looked at the stars in the sky, stretched, and loosened his muscles. At this moment, the fatigue that had been suppressed by excitement surged forth. He was so tired that he didn't even do his meditation for the day and went straight to bed. The next day, Murray Green was awakened by Ryan Green, who had just arrived at the estate. "I heard you were at the blacksmith's all day yesterday, making a racket and banging all by yourself. You scared the other blacksmiths in the forge half to death. What were you doing?" Ryan Green didn't come to this manor often, since it was outside Ellis City and not close to the school, so Ryan Green usually lived at the school. However, yesterday, he received a message from a servant saying that the young Master Murray Green had returned to the manor and had been making a fuss at the blacksmith's all day. Ryan Green heard about it and rushed back. "Oh." Murray Green yawned, squinting, and immediately woke up. Then, with a mysterious look on his face, he pulled a gun box out of the blanket and said with a smile, "This is my biggest secret. I will never tell you unless you take me hunting in the Kayas Mountains today. You rascal, if you want to go hunting, just say so. Why are you being so mysterious? Hee hee, this treasure of mine will definitely surprise you." As he spoke, he pulled Ryan Green along and rode quickly to Mount Kayas. Once on the mountain path, Ryan Green saw Murray Green take out a gun box, open it, and find that it was full of small parts he didn't recognize. "You went hunting in the mountains without any weapons, just this? You're here to feed the wild animals." Upon hearing Ryan Green's question, Murray Green laughed twice, patted the other man on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, your little brother is a magical genius. His mental strength is unmatched among his classmates. Even the teachers speak highly of him. How could he possibly do anything irrational? The line between genius and madness is very thin. I'm afraid you might accidentally become mad. Rest assured." While chatting with his older brother Ryan Green, Murray Green's hands never stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, he skillfully assembled all the parts, and a pistol that resembled a magic crystal gun but was smaller appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Ryan Green was even more puzzled. "Your toy isn't even as good as a magic crystal gun. At least a magic crystal gun is powerful and loud. Even if it doesn't kill a monster, it might scare it away. Your toy is made of ordinary materials and doesn't even have a magic circle. What were you thinking? My gun isn't as powerful as the magic crystal gun, but it's much more convenient." Murray Green loaded the bullets, put them into the holster for quick and easy draw, and strapped the holster to his right thigh. He also hung the magic crystal gun on his waist. With 2 guns in his pocket, Murray Green was bold and took the lead. "Hee hee, then I'll see how you prepare to perform today." Shaking his head, Ryan Green carried his 2-handed greatsword and followed behind Murray Green. Mount Kayas isn't very large, but it sees a lot of students every year. The road into the mountain is relatively easy to navigate. Following the wildlife distribution map, Murray Green soon found a wolf on patrol. The two looked at the wolf, and the wolf noticed them too. Bang! Upon spotting the enemy, the wolf opened its mouth wide, but before it could howl, its head shattered instantly, followed by a deafening gunshot. Call. Murray Green blew lightly to clear the white smoke from the gun barrel, a smug smile playing on his lips as he glanced sideways at Ryan Green. Seeing this, Ryan Green was silent for a moment, then looked at the pistol in Murray Green's hand with disbelief. He loosened his grip, and the greatsword plunged into the ground with a whoosh. Murray Green only felt a blur before his eyes, and the pistol in his hand appeared in Ryan Green's hand. Ryan Green gripped the pistol, examining it from head to toe, occasionally tapping it to listen to the sound and assess its quality. As the first heir to Count Green, Ryan Green had learned blacksmithing skills far more extensively and deeply than Murray Green. Had he not switched to another warrior profession, Ryan Green would likely have become a weapon refiner. Amazing. I can feel the aura of a magic crystal exploding. Your silver copper iron composite material simply cannot withstand the power of a magic crystal explosion, and the bullets it fired can actually kill wild wolves directly. Even if its destructive power is not as great as that of a pure magic crystal gun, it can still threaten a level 1 being. Even a level 1 magical beast cannot survive if it is hit in the head. While commenting on the pistol, Ryan Green moved quickly and arrived at the wolf 50 meters away in the blink of an eye. He carefully examined the wolf's injuries and saw that its entire skull had been shattered, leaving only a large bloody hole at the back of its head. Moreover, with a range of 50 meters and such power remaining, it can certainly become a low-end alternative to the magic crystal gun to a certain extent. Hey, this is my exclusive work. Give it back when you've had your fill. Murray Green jogged up to Ryan Green, snatched the pistol from his hand, opened the loading compartment, and poured out a silver bullet casing with tiny cracks on its surface and a scorching heat. Upon discovering this, Ryan Green reached out and grabbed the scorching bullet casing without hesitation. It was silver all over, but the inside was black, and there was an irregular hole at the bottom seal. After squinting at it for a while, Ryan Green used both hands to break it in half. He then used his fingers to wipe away the residue from the gunpowder explosion, revealing the dense, fine cracks inside. Ryan Green quickly realized that the bullet casing was the key to why, despite being made of ordinary materials, it could withstand the explosion of the magic crystal. Magic crystals are energy crystals created by fusing magical particles with certain minerals. Once activated, they unleash extremely high destructive power. If the bullets fired from the magic crystal gun are comparable in power to a level 1 fireball, then the explosive force inside the magic crystal gun is at least equivalent to 2 fireballs. If activating the magic circle on the magic crystal gun didn't consume some energy, and if the magic circle didn't reinforce the gun body and reduce recoil after activation, the magic crystal gun wouldn't be able to withstand the damage from a complete magic crystal explosion. Chapter 32 Wolfpack tests its shots. Since the gun body itself cannot withstand the damage from the magic crystal explosion, then the magic crystal should be separated from the gun body and isolated with bullet casings. Even if the damage from the magic crystal explosion is too great, the silver bullet casings will offset most of the power, and what remains will not be of much use to the gun body. After thinking it through, Ryan Green shook his head and said, "Your method is clever, but also dangerous. Ordinary materials are still ordinary materials. Even if you use a small amount of magic crystal powder, for ordinary materials, every shot is a test of the material itself. You have no way of predicting whether the gun body can withstand it, or whether the bullet casing can withstand it next time. If you can't withstand it, it will be like a weak version of a fireball exploding in your hand. If you're lucky, your hand will be blown off. If you're not, you'll die." Ryan Green paused. His expression turned serious, and his voice softened as he continued earnestly. "Murray, your magical talent is exceptional. You should focus your time on cultivation, rather than on what seems like a shortcut, but is actually a detour." Hearing Ryan Green's guidance, Murray Green felt somewhat conflicted. Yesterday, during his research, he had destroyed 3 guns and used up more than 30 bullet casings before finally achieving the best results to date. The result he created by combining knowledge from 2 worlds was something that Ryan Green could roughly understand after a little research. It proved that the principle behind his use of bullet casings was not complicated, and the reason why there had been no significant progress in firearms 1,000 years after the invention of gunpowder was because they had thinking errors or biases. In the eyes of everyone in this world, cultivation allows one to fly through the air and become invincible. When faced with problems, one should cultivate relentlessly, as becoming powerful can reduce many difficulties. Under such circumstances, Ryan Green might marvel at the gun, but he wouldn't take it seriously, because he didn't even consider the more powerful magic crystal gun a threat. It could even be described as contempt, but even if the opponent stood still and Murray Green shattered his gun, he still couldn't break through the edge of Ryan Green's sword, thanks to the strength of a level 3 warrior. For Ryan Green, becoming stronger through training is a broad and promising path, and galloping along it is what he should be doing. Therefore, Ryan Green didn't quite understand why Murray Green was wasting his training time studying these shortcuts, so he tried to advise him indirectly. Murray Green, understanding his brother's meaning, couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he knew how great the potential of technological development was, it was a joke until it was realized. So he patted Ryan Green on the shoulder with a smile and said, I don't know how good my magical talent is yet. If I could, I would like to stay in the meditation room 24 hours a day. But Teacher Linden said that I should not be too hasty. To cultivate magic, one needs to calm down and focus to achieve the best results. I overcultivated before and almost exhausted myself. If my teacher hadn't discovered it early, it would have been troublesome. At this point, Murray Green patted his heart, looking visibly shaken. So these past 2 days I've been researching this to relax and see if I can produce any research results, or if I can make some life-saving weapons. As a magical genius and a promising warrior, wouldn't it be a great injustice if I were to fall victim to someone else's poison while competing for Princess Elizabeth's favor? Oh, I see. Ryan Green scratched his head, looking as if he had just realized something. His serious expression immediately melted away, and he smiled as he said to Murray Green, I've inquired, and His Highness plans to hold a banquet 2 months after the start of the semester. Until then, everyone is getting along well. At this point, Ryan Green narrowed his eyes. After the banquet, it's up to each individual to prove themselves. But don't worry, Father and Mother have already made arrangements after receiving this news. Just focus on your cultivation and strive to make a name for yourself in a little over a month and win His Highness's attention. Even if you can't become His Highness's husband, you won't lose out by being his lover, Go to hell. I, Murray Green, am a god of magic, capable of conquering 3 great empires and establishing an unparalleled divine kingdom. Even if she were to become my lover, she would have to wait in line and be chosen. After saying this, the 2 brothers burst into laughter at the same time. Murray, I never knew you had such a talent for humor before. You're so funny when you talk. Humph, the past is the past, the present is the present. A person should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation. I, Murray Green, have been in school for 3 weeks and have already been transformed. As Murray Green spoke, he reloaded his pistol and then told Ryan Green about his plan. Ryan Green nodded in agreement, picked up his discarded greatsword, bent his knees, and leaped onto a tree branch, concealing himself within its branches. Murray Green himself stood not far from the wolf carcass, listening to the howls of wolves all around him, waiting for the pack to come and check the situation. Not long after, Murray Green noticed that the wolf had not responded to the pack's alpha wolf's howl. The alpha wolf, accompanied by 4 strong guard wolves, quietly approached the area. Murray Green, who was standing still, had his hand tucked into the holster on the outside of his right thigh and was stroking the gun handle with his right hand, looking as if he was ready to draw his gun and fire at any moment. Murray Green's mental strength, far exceeding that of ordinary people, gives him exceptional attention. With his eyes scanning his surroundings and on high alert, he can sense any movement or disturbance in his vicinity immediately. Suddenly, Murray Green felt a chill down his spine, as if he were being watched by something. Without hesitation, he drew his gun, cocked it, held it in one hand, and whirled around to point the muzzle at the source of the chill. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a wolf's tail that hadn't been hidden in a clump of grass. Murray Green decisively pulled the trigger, opened the lock without checking the result, folded the barrel down to expose the loading chamber, tilted it down, and the remaining spent cartridges fell out. Murray Green then took a new bullet from his pocket with his left hand, loaded it into the chamber, and closed the lock. Whoa! Just then, Murray Green, who was on standby, heard a pitiful wolf howl. He looked up and saw that the strong guard wolf had been shot in the waist, and the bullet had also torn off one of its hind legs. This was a fatal wound, so it could only lie there, howling and waiting for death to come. Normally, Murray Green could have given it a quick death, but he found that the 3 guard wolves had revealed themselves and were running nimbly through the woods, surrounding Murray Green from 3 directions. They had already surrounded Murray Green, but before the encirclement could even begin to shrink, Murray Green had already torn open a corner. Bang! With the aid of his mental powers, Murray Green only needed to aim and pull the trigger, and another guard wolf fell with a roar. Murray Green reloaded, but before he could shoot the 3rd wolf, a majestic wolf howl rang out, and the remaining 2 wolves immediately turned around and chose to flee. Chapter 33 Hunter and Prey. As the largest carnivorous beast clan in the Kais Mountains, the wolf clan has an astonishing reproductive capacity. If you catch a few pairs of wolves and throw them into the mountains, a large pack will appear the following year. As often taught by teachers and students, only the wolves who know when to yield can survive. So when the alpha wolf realized that Murray Green was a tough nut to crack, it immediately sent out a message and quickly retreated. Seeing the 2 remaining wolves fleeing with their tails between their legs, Murray Green was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't been able to test the limits of the gun and himself, but he still lowered the gun he had been pointing at their backs. Murray Green is not a killer. He was only testing his fighting ability before. The wolves were also aggressive towards him. Killing the fleeing wolves now would just be a meaningless massacre. Ordinary wild beasts are no longer a challenge for you. Why don't you find a level 1 magical beast and let you try your hand at it? Ryan Green approached Murray Green and offered his suggestion. Upon hearing this, Murray Green's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Led by Ryan Green, the two headed deeper into the Kaya's mountains. The trees grew taller, and the mountain paths became much more rugged. Suddenly, a giant goat, 2 meters long, leaped down a cliff and ran across it. A level 1 magical beast, the iron-hoofed goat. Upon seeing the goat, Murray Green's name came to mind. But before he could think any further, a young man in tight leather armor, carrying a one-handed sword, tried to catch up with the iron-hoofed goat. However, the iron-hoofed goat grew up on cliffs and moved about as if on flat ground. The boy behind him not only didn't get close, but was even pushed back. Meow. Without looking back, but seemingly knowing that the boy behind couldn't catch up, the iron-hoofed goat began to bellow and mock. Hearing the goat's bleating, the boy behind couldn't help but curse angrily. But that couldn't change the fact that he was being left further and further behind. Iron-hoofed goat galloped wildly across the cliff when a flying arrow suddenly shot out from the forest. Caught off guard, the goat was struck in the side by the arrow. In great pain, the goat lost its footing and fell off the cliff. Even a level 1 magical beast would be covered in wounds after falling from a cliff. Meow. A weak roar escaped as the iron-hoofed goat struggled to its feet, but just then, a warrior clad in heavy armor, wielding a 2-handed greatsword, leaped out from the nearby bushes and beheaded the goat with a single stroke. Blood splattered, but the soldier paid no heed. Instead, he stood still, his eyes fixed on the direction where Murray and Green were, as if on guard. Let's go? After watching the entire hunt, Ryan Green turned and left, with Murray Green following behind, glancing back every now and then. The boy ran up to the warrior and started talking. A short while later, a tall girl carrying a short bow came out of the woods, and the three of them processed the spoils of war together. However, all three of them kept glancing at the two of them, remaining very vigilant. The hooves of the iron-hoofed goat can be used to make potions. They must be students who took on the gathering mission. They are second-year students, and their strength is average. Ryan Green took on the role of commentator again, explaining the situation to Murray Green, who then asked the question that had been on his mind. Those who come into the mountains are all trainees. They are so wary of the two of us, as if they are afraid that we will make a move. Do you think we can steal other people's spoils in the mountains? Why not? If someone else's wounded prey wanders into my hunting range and I kill it, then who owns the prey? Half for each of us. Or I might want their prey, which is illogical, but I'm stronger than them. I can just snatch it and run, or beat them off. What can they do to me then? Find a teacher? Impossible. Once we're in the mountains, the teacher only cares about the student's safety. As for the harvest and prey, can the teacher act as a judge to determine fairness? This world is powerful enough that many problems are no problem. Mount Caius is a hunting ground established by Ellis Academy. It's only for students and magical beasts. How can you tell who the hunter is and who the prey is? At this point, Ryan Green gave a sinister smile, glanced at Murray Green, and Murray Green felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of such an unfamiliar side of his older brother, unsure of what to say. Actually, it's easy to distinguish them. The strong ones are the hunters. Iron-hoofed goats are prey to them, so why can't they be prey to me? In Mount Caius, everyone relies on their own methods. The Academy established Mount Caius to provide students with a place for rapid growth. As long as one can adapt to Mount Caius, then no matter where one goes, one will not be bad. Murray Green lowered his head, accepting his older brother's instruction, while also sighing that the world was indeed not safe. Even students studying at school could face such cruel things. However, to prevent incidents in the Caius Mountains from affecting the school's internal environment, there is a rule in the mountain access guidelines that states, what happens in the mountains, stay in the mountains. In other words, if they were robbed of their prey by Ryan Green in the mountains and failed to get it back, then seeking revenge on Ryan Green after leaving the mountains would not be a valid reason for their exoneration if they were subsequently captured. As they moved forward, Ryan Green shared a lot of experience with Murray Green, but the core of it was that strength is paramount. As long as you are strong enough, anywhere can be paradise. After a long while, Ryan Green stopped, narrowed his eyes, and looked in one direction. Murray Green, seeing this, also turned his gaze in that direction. His gaze pierced through the foliage, and he vaguely saw a cave behind them. Recalling his previous hunting experience, Murray Green judged that it should be a bear den. Then he looked around the cave carefully and found that there were many newly broken branches around it, and the grass at the entrance and exit of the cave was much less than in other places. Bears live inside. Murray Green looked at Ryan Green, but Ryan Green shrugged and tilted his head, indicating that Murray Green should handle it himself. Seeing his older brother preparing to watch the show, Murray Green took a deep breath, lowered his head, picked up a fist-sized rock from the surrounding area, gritted his teeth, and smashed it into the bear's den, which was more than 2 meters high. Thump! The sound of a stone hitting the ground rang out, and Murray Green quickly moved away from the bear den. However, after waiting for a long time without any movement coming from the den, Murray Green knew that the bear in the den had gone out hunting. Whether to wait in the cave for the bear or actively seek it out, that was the question. Murray Green was somewhat conflicted. It would be risky for an ordinary person like himself to actively seek trouble with a magical beast, but staying here would be a waste of time. Murray Green scratched his head and then looked at Ryan Green, but the big guy who was standing there just a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. This made Murray Green even more agitated. He paced around twice, his eyes fixed on the area around the bear den, trying to find out where the bear had gone. With his powerful mental strength, Murray Green quickly noticed some details, deduced the bear's whereabouts, and raised his leg, intending to give chase. But then, Murray Green suddenly took a deep breath, suppressed his impulse, climbed a nearby tree, sat on a branch, leaned against the trunk, squinted, and scanned his surroundings. Chapter 34: Killing a Level 1 Magical Beast. To ensure his own safety, he chose to become stronger, and in order to become stronger, he studied firearms, and in order to test firearms, he put himself in danger. Even though Murray Green knew that his older brother Ryan Green was nearby and would come to his rescue if he were in danger, a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. There are some things that, even if you are confident, you shouldn't deliberately put yourself in danger. This time, with Ryan Green backing him up, he won't be in too much danger. But next time, who will back him up? So this time, even if Ryan Green is around, he must act as if he's all alone in order to get himself into peak condition. Exhale, inhale, and as Murray Green slowed his breathing, each breath became long and drawn out. Under the influence of his breathing, his body calmed down, but his mind was racing. His eyes looked around, and his ears listened to everything around him. After an unknown amount of time, Murray Green heard a slight, muffled sound, like a heavy object hitting the ground, followed by the soft rustling of grass and branches. Murray Green's eyes lit up, and like a falcon, he stared at the location from which the sound came. The bushes swayed slowly, growing more and more violent, until finally, a black bear carrying a deer poked its head out. As it continued forward, Murray Green saw silver fur growing on its front. Silver-haired black bear. Murray Green's heart skipped a beat upon recognizing the other party's identity, and he quickly observed its appearance. It had a tuft of silver hair on its chest, was a little over 1 meter tall at the shoulders, and if it stood upright, it might be 3 meters tall. It was a behemoth, but Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered this. Silver-haired black bear is a level 1 magical beast, but the better individuals can grow into level 2 magical beasts. However, level 2 silver-haired black bears are 5 meters tall, and their silver fur covers their abdomen. The silver fur of the silver-furred black bear is strong yet soft, making it an excellent material for crafting close-fitting protective gear. Even a level 1 longsword or the claws of a magical beast would find it difficult to cut through. However, when the fur is still growing on the body of the silver-furred black bear, it directly reduces one of its fatal weaknesses. Aside from some powerful magic spells, few other forms of damage can forcefully break through the silver-haired creature's defenses and reach its heart. Seeing how formidable his opponent was, Murray Green gripped the gun handle tightly with his right hand, then released it, then gripped it again, drew his gun directly, and locked his eyes on the silver-haired black bear's head. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the forests of the Kayas Mountains, but Murray Green's expression turned serious because of his sudden attack. It's empty. The whistling bullet flew past the silver-haired black bear's ear. It wasn't that Murray Green hadn't aimed, but rather that the silver-haired black bear displayed a reflex that was completely out of character for its appearance, turning its head to dodge the shot the instant Green fired. The black bear, attacked at its den entrance, dropped its food, lifted its forelimbs off the ground, stood up, opened its blood-red maw, roared angrily at Murray Green, and then slammed its paws into the ground, creating a small crater with the powerful force. The silver-haired black bear exerted force with all four limbs, its massive body like a fully loaded truck, charging towards Murray Green. Faced with this situation, Murray Green did not hesitate, instantly changing to a bullet and aiming at the silver-haired black bear. Warriors possess intuition, mages possess perception, and magical beasts possess instinct. These three are completely different, yet converge on the same goal. They can all anticipate opportunities and sense danger. This is why the silver bear was able to evade Murray Green's sneak attack. Sensing danger, the silver-haired black bear twisted its body, no longer moving straight forward, but approaching Murray Green erratically, occasionally circling behind trees, trying to escape the danger it sensed. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green pulled the trigger without hesitation, then reloaded amidst a scream, raising his gun to look at the silver-haired black bear. A small blood pit appeared on its back. It wasn't fatal for its powerful physique, but it was very painful. The injured silver-haired black bear's eyes turned bloodshot, and it let out an angry roar. However, at the same time as its roar, there was also a booming sound, and a bloodstain appeared on its front shoulder. Having been shot twice, the silver-haired black bear's rage soared to unprecedented heights, and it accelerated its movement once more. But just then, it suddenly sensed a deadly danger approaching and instinctively shook its head to dodge. But his previously injured shoulder was hit again, causing his body to slump, and he almost fell to the ground. Pretty. Murray Green reloaded, gripped the gun handle tightly with both hands, aimed at the silver-haired black bear's head, and at the moment of firing, the muzzle veered slightly, and the third bullet struck the silver-haired black bear's front shoulder. Blood stained the black bear's front shoulder crimson, and large amounts of blood flowed down its fur onto the ground. The massive blood loss caused the silver-haired black bear to lose a great deal of strength as well. The 3 shots that hit its front shoulder rendered it useless, rendering one of its front paws unusable. Now forced to use only its 2 legs and 1 paw, its speed dropped significantly, and it was no longer as agile as before. Click. The bullet is loaded. Bang. The bullet was fired. The silver-haired black bear tried to dodge, but it was too slow to evade and was shot squarely in the lower back. The bullet pierced its flesh and rolled inside its body, damaging its internal organs. The silver-haired black bear's legs went weak, and it almost collapsed on the spot. Although it did not stop, its speed had already dropped by more than half, and was still slowing down, and it might stop at any time. A whoa. Bang. The silver-haired black bear, seemingly at its wit's end, lunged forward, narrowly avoiding Murray Green's fatal shot aimed at its head. However, severely injured, it was unable to move forward for a while and could only lie there panting heavily, with blood from its injured internal organs spilling from its mouth. Murray Green exhaled, his hands trembling slightly, aimed at the silver-haired black bear's head, inhaled sharply, and his trembling hands became as still as steel, his fingers decisively pulling the trigger. Sensing the danger to its life, it instinctively tilted its head, but the silver-haired black bear, severely wounded and losing a lot of blood, moved much more slowly. The bullet whistled into its eye and flew out from the side of its head. A whoa. They're really troublesome. Seeing that the other person was still alive, Murray Green gave a wry smile and sighed. Although his body could withstand the recoil of the gun, the continuous firing in a short period of time, coupled with the extensive use of mental energy to fine-tune his body, caused Murray Green's hands to tremble and his head to spin. With his eyes closed, Murray Green expertly reloaded the bullet, gripped the gun handle tightly with both hands, and his breathing became shallow. In an instant, Murray Green opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, aimed the gun at the silver-haired black bear's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! This bullet, fired by Murray Green with his last bit of mental strength, broke through air resistance and flew straight toward the powerless silver-haired black bear, hitting it squarely in the forehead. Chapter 35: Scaring Away a Powerful Enemy. With his arms hanging naturally at his sides, occasionally twitching, Murray Green leaned against the tree trunk, panting heavily. Sweat covered his forehead, and his eyes were tightly closed as he fought off the pain caused by using a large amount of mental energy in a short period of time. A magical beast is indeed a magical beast. It's completely different from ordinary wild animals. If I hadn't ambushed it at the cave entrance and caught it off guard, plus the fact that I was using ranged attacks, which is more effective against magical beasts like the silver bear that move relatively slowly, it would have been too risky to face a magical beast alone with just a simple pistol. We need to continue to improve. First, we need to get a burst fire gun. Based on that, we need to get a revolver with 6-round bursts. If the opponent isn't dead after one drum magazine is empty, then I can be dead too. I just don't know if there's any magical way to modify firearms. After resting for a while, Murray Green recovered, climbed down the tree, and walked towards his spoils. Looking at the silver-furred black bear lying in front of him, a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. This level 1 magical beast, the silver-haired black bear, could easily take down a dozen or so ordinary people armed with weapons. But how could Murray Green not be excited that an ordinary person with relatively strong mental strength could kill his opponent single-handedly with a weapon he made himself? Murray Green excitedly circled the silver-furred black bear twice, raised its paw, and found that it was bigger than his head. One paw could feed him for 2 days. He also estimated that its silver fur could be woven into a close-fitting undergarment, comfortable and sturdy. But just then, an unfamiliar voice came. "Kid, don't move, don't touch my silver-furred black bear." A tall man, carrying a single-handed axe in both hands, and a companion with a longbow beside him, heard the tall man's voice. Murray Green's face turned cold, and he stared at the 2 uninvited guests with icy eyes. Murray Green drew his 2 guns, a magic crystal gun in one hand and a basic gun in the other, pointing them at the 2 men. "If anyone takes another step forward, I'll make a hole in their forehead. I don't believe your foreheads are harder than a silver-haired black bear's." "Oh, kid, you think you can hit me? We brothers aren't like this bear, standing there and letting you hit us." The 2 men stood still, staring intently at Murray Green. One bent his knees slightly and leaned forward, while the other drew his bow and arrow, pointing it straight at Murray Green, ready to attack at any moment. Murray Green stared intently at the 2 men without blinking, and the situation instantly reached a stalemate. "You can try it. If you get shot by me, you'll be seriously injured even if you don't die. And do you think that I, an ordinary person, would dare to enter Mount Caius without any support or companions? You're a freshman, aren't you? You've got some nerve, daring to come deep into the Caius Mountains. You only have 2 magic crystal guns with you. Do you think we brothers are afraid of you?" The man with the double axes turned and left with a disdainful look. "But we brothers never bully the weak. It's dirty work." Watching the 2 figures walk away until they disappeared from sight, Murray Green suddenly dropped his hands and roared, panting heavily. "Ryan, you little rascal, come and help me up." "Haha, you did a great job. I thought you would call me out directly, but I didn't expect you to scare them away by yourself." Murray Green's shoulder jerked as Ryan Green slapped him hard, and Murray Green felt his legs buckle, almost falling to the ground. "Damn it, don't you see how weak I am? My head is throbbing with pain. You didn't even help me up, but you slammed me to the ground." After being ridiculed by Murray Green, Ryan Green simply smiled and didn't care, looking at the corpse of the silver-haired black bear and saying, "Your mental strength is really strong, and you are quite skilled in the method of controlling your body with your spirit. Otherwise, even if this black bear is relatively slow, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to hit it. Haha, you don't even know who I am. It's an honor for it to die at my hands." Murray Green's hands. "Hey, I see cows flying in the sky." Ryan Green suddenly tilted his head back, making Murray Green think he had made a discovery, but instead he heard Ryan Green's teasing words, which made Murray Green's face turn black. After chatting and laughing for a while, Murray Green felt a little better from the fatigue caused by the stalemate. He then sat down on the black bear, closed his eyes, and silently recited a meditation technique, allowing his mental energy to circulate twice within his body. He used his mental energy to restore some of his mobility. Standing up, Murray Green patted his aching head and grinned, saying, "It hurts so much. My mental energy is never enough. This is so hard." Ryan Green was speechless upon hearing Murray Green's complaints. "Enough. Your fellow freshmen are still memorizing meditation techniques, while you're already out in the Caius Mountains. It is precisely because of his spiritual strength that far surpasses that of his peers. Not to mention killing a level 1 monster while being above his level. If word got out, that feat would surely shock a lot of people." Those 2 bullies initially thought Murray Green was also a level 1 warrior, but upon closer inspection, they discovered he was just an ordinary person. Discovering that Murray Green, an ordinary man, was able to kill a silver-furred black bear, it's possible he possesses some extraordinary abilities. This leads to the deduction that there must be a powerful figure behind Murray Green. Otherwise, why would he so readily abandon a silver-furred black bear? The silver-furred black bear's silver fur, paws, heart, gallbladder, hide, and bones are all valuable. Among level 1 magical beasts, the silver-furred black bear is quite expensive. What are you going to do with this bear? Didn't you carry it down the mountain? Murray Green's eyes widened as he looked at Ryan Green, who brushed off imaginary dust and said arrogantly, "You actually want me to carry a mere silver-haired black bear out of the mountains? Don't you know that your older brother here won't carry any magical beast below level 3? What can I do? I'm just an ordinary person and a magician at that. I can't possibly withstand it." Ryan Green shrugged. "Just leave it here." Murray Green strongly objected to this answer. This was the first magical beast he had ever killed, and it was very memorable. Even if he didn't make a specimen of its entire body and put it in his collection room, he would definitely keep its fur and silver fur. Murray Green couldn't bear to leave the pelts and silver fur behind, leaving the other valuables like bear paws, hearts, gallbladders, and bones behind. Even a level 1 magical beast can be sold for at least 10 gold coins. This silver-furred black bear, which is quite valuable, can still be sold for more than 10 gold coins even if you keep the most valuable silver fur and pelt. So Murray Green replied firmly, "No." Chapter 36, Selling the Bear. "I don't want to carry it, and you can't carry it, so you'd better think of another way." Ryan Green shrugged, ready to run away. After all, his main target every time he went into the mountains was level 3 magical beasts. If he couldn't get one, he would just use level 2 magical beasts to make up the difference. He really didn't take level 1 magical beasts seriously. Upon hearing Ryan Green's words, Murray Green's already aching head felt even worse, and he couldn't help but pat it to relieve the pain. Slap slap. "What?" After patting him, Murray Green had a sudden inspiration and stared straight in the direction the two had left, then paused for a moment. Evil people will be punished by other evil people. Murray Green turned his head and looked at Ryan Green. This is the greater villain. So he proposed a solution, and Ryan Green agreed without hesitation. He stretched his limbs, picked up his great sword, and chased after the two who had gone. Not long after, a confident-looking Ryan Green returned, followed by 2 dejected men. These were the 2 men who wanted to rob Murray Green's prey. "Big brother, you're awesome." Murray Green gave a thumbs up, leaving Ryan Green both amused and exasperated. "They're just 2 cowards. They backed down before they even made a move." The 2 people who heard Ryan Green's words twitched their lips involuntarily, but quickly regained their composure. With the addition of 2 strong laborers, the 3-meter-tall, nearly 1-ton silver-furred black bear was carried out of Kaya's mountain and back to the entrance. Many students came to Mount Kaya's to do missions, hunt, sell things at stalls, and even visit. It was bustling with people. When the 2 men, their faces grim, carried the silver-haired black bear out of the mountain, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. "Hey, is that a silver-furred black bear? I'll buy all the silver fur the silver-furred black bear has. Money is no object." On the way, someone directly approached the 2 with the idea of buying their items. To this, the 2 only showed a dark expression. Because the bear wasn't theirs, they were just forced to work as laborers to carry it, so the more sought after the bear was, the more bitter they felt inside. "Haha, sorry, we don't sell the silver fur of this silver-furred black bear. Of course, we can sell everything else besides the silver fur, the pelt, and the bear paws. The price is negotiable." Seeing how popular his bear was, Murray Green, who was walking behind the 2, laughed heartily and enthusiastically greeted the customers around him who were interested in buying it. The crowd was somewhat surprised to see Murray Green suddenly appear, whom they hadn't noticed before. However, after realizing that the 2 men carrying the silver-haired black bear didn't object, they all started asking about the price. Finding an open space, the 2 placed the silver-haired black bear's carcass on the ground, and people who wanted to buy it or just watch the spectacle immediately surrounded the 3. "Handsome seniors and beautiful seniors, please don't rush. Give us some time to deal with this silver-haired black bear." The 2 men, panting heavily, looked around, trying to find any trace of Ryan Green, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Just then, Murray Green turned to look at the 2 of them and said gently, "Could you 2 please help me dispose of this bear carcass?" Hearing Murray Green's kind words and seeing his bright smile, the man with the double axes trembled, sighed, and patted his companion's arm, indicating that he would follow orders. Alas, when one is under an empty roof, one has no choice but to bow one's head. They originally thought they could get a great deal and pick on an easy target, but instead of picking on the easy target, they messed with the tough guy behind him. Ryan Green, heir to the Count's throne, intermediate warrior, and one of the top 10 warriors at the Warrior Academy. When Ryan Green suddenly chased after them from behind, the 2 men were so scared they almost wet themselves. So before Ryan Green could even make a move, they chose to surrender. Under Murray Green's direction, one man struggled to chop off the bear's paw with an axe, while another man drew a one-handed sword from his waist, carefully removed the silver fur from the bear's chest, packed it in a paper bag bought from a nearby stall, and handed it to Murray Green. Then, he used a one-handed sword to skin the silver bear. Although Murray Green made several holes in the silver bear, they were not much in the face of its huge size, so the whole piece of bear skin was intact. The complete black bear skin was covered in blood, dust, and bits of leaves, a messy, dirty-looking thing. But Murray Green happily packed it up. Haha, seniors, thank you for waiting. Now here's the black bear. If you want to buy anything, just tell these two. But payment must be settled in full. I'll collect the payment, and they'll deliver the goods. The two men felt a jolt in their hearts, subconsciously exchanged a glance, and then cast incredulous looks at Murray Green, who was all smiles and beaming with warmth. Please, have some decency. Who would treat those two like that and exploit them so cruelly? Carrying such a heavy bear out of the Kaya's mountains is exhausting, and now they still have to sell it. Can't you be a person and let them catch their breath? You will receive 40% of all the profits. The more you sell, the more you will receive. Just then, Murray Green suddenly whispered something in their ears. Upon hearing this, the two men, whose faces had been gloomy, instantly perked up, their eyes lighting up as they stared straight at Murray Green. Murray Green nodded slightly, indicating that they hadn't misheard. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously noticed the burning desire in each other's eyes. Reaching an agreement, they burst into laughter along with Murray Green and began to greet the surrounding customers who showed interest in making a purchase. Come on, everyone, what do you want? Bear bile. This bear only has one gallbladder. Ordinary bear bile is a treasure, but this is from an adult silver-haired black bear. We need this much of its bile. The man with two axes put down the axe in his left hand and held up 5 fingers to the customer who wanted to buy bear bile. Upon seeing the price, the customer frowned. This price is only available for high-quality bear bile. Judging from the injuries of your silver-haired black bear, its internal organs have been damaged. If you don't remove the bile, and if the quality is good, this price is negotiable. Okay, let's cut open the bear and extract its gallbladder. Murray Green made the decision, and the man with the double axes immediately used both axes to split open the abdomen, while the other man used a long sword to insert along the opening, thus disemboweling the silver-haired black bear and removing its internal organs. Look, this bear bile is intact and of excellent quality. At this price, it's a great choice to use it to make medicinal wine or magic potions. It's definitely worth every penny. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Metal coins occasionally fell into the purse, colliding with the coins inside and making a crisp sound. Murray Green was delighted, as if listening to celestial music. Before long, the once enormous silver-haired black bear disappeared at a visible speed, and even its feces were sold to make animal repellent powder. A total of 15 gold coins and 48 silver coins. 40% is 6 gold coins and 19 silver coins. Here is 6 gold coins and 48 silver coins. The extra change is yours. Murray Green took out 9 gold coins from his purse and handed it to the two men. After glancing at the purse, the two men exclaimed with delight. Young Master Murray is very generous, and we admire him greatly. We are second-year students at the Warrior Academy. My name is Nigel Alaran, and his name is Walter Reelan. If young Master Murray needs help when he goes into the mountains, we will be there whenever he calls. Good. Chapter 37 Spatial Magic Particles. Monday of the 4th week of school. Nick Brown, looking dejected, walked into the meditation room alone and sat cross-legged on his own cushion, staring blankly at Murray Green's cushion. Hey, Nick, didn't you call Murray in class today? Class is about to start. I hope he won't be late. Just then, Livy Ellis turned around and suddenly noticed that the cushion where Murray Green was sitting was empty. There are 20 students in the class, and 19 have arrived so far, with only Murray Green missing. Therefore, Leeway Ellis asked Nick Brown, who usually went to and from get out of class with Murray Green. Upon hearing the question, Nick Brown looked distressed and said, Oh no, Murray won't be coming to this class. What happened? Hearing Nick Brown's words, the people around him were very surprised and quickly asked. Faced with everyone's questions, Nick Brown scratched his head and said directly, Murray has already mastered the basics of meditation and has been recommended by Teacher Linden to meditate independently in the meditation room, so he no longer needs to attend this class. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of shock, which made Nick Brown feel much more at ease. At the same time, outside the meditation room, Murray Green was registering with the teacher on duty. After registering his application, Murray Green chose an empty meditation room. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the meditation room, Murray Green reflected on this morning. It was hilarious how Nick Brown looked on incredulously when he told him he was going to the meditation room to meditate alone. Murray Green smiled silently, adjusted his mindset, and began to regulate his breathing, allowing himself to enter the optimal state for meditation. He reached out and touched the cold ground in front of him. Wisps of magic runes appeared on the previously blank floor of the meditation room, swirling around him and flowing outwards. Soon, all the magic runes in the meditation room were lit up. Murray Green took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When his physical eyes closed, the inner eye opened from within his body. Murray Green looked at his mental space, which was still gray and unclear. But one must eat one bowl of rice at a time, and one must cultivate oneself step by step. It's not as good as black and white now, but one day we'll be able to get to the original artwork. Silently reciting the meditation method, the originally calm mental sea began to fluctuate, and a spiritual force left the mental sea and entered a cycle. Just then, this spiritual power encountered a water attribute magic particle within his body. Upon seeing this magic particle, Murray Green was overjoyed and quickly wrapped his spiritual power around it, finally carrying the magic particle throughout his body and completing the cycle. The immense spiritual power returned to the spiritual sea, and the water attribute magic particle was also brought to the spiritual space, where it wandered. Murray Green was thrilled to see the magical particle. He hadn't expected to have such a lucky start to his business today, getting a magical particle right at the beginning of his meditation session. Magical particles roam freely between heaven and earth, existing in all things in the world. Therefore, magical particles may also exist within the human body, but finding them depends on luck. After all, the first volume of the meditation method that Murray Green learned only has 3 cyclic lines, and the probability of encountering magical particles on these 3 cyclic lines can be said to be extremely low. With a lucky start, Murray Green kept an eye on the magical particle, praying that it wouldn't fly out of his mental space, while speeding up his cycle. Soon, the 3rd cycle was completed, and his mental sea began to rotate slowly. The mental force field formed by the rotation of the mental sea enveloped the entire mental space, and the water attribute magic particles that were originally wandering around Murray Green's mental space were pulled back by gravity. The magical particles, which were previously like a playful puppy, were now restricted in their movements, as if they were leashed, and could only rotate within the space following the mental sea. After controlling the magical particle with his mental field, Murray Green finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then kept channeling his mental power to contact the magical particle. As the two came into contact, Murray Green felt his mental strength become even stronger. This is the fundamental reason why cultivators become stronger. Magic particles. It can make objects that come into contact with it stronger, and the goal of cultivators is to fuse with magical particles. When spiritual power is fused with it, it becomes magic power. When blood and chi are fused with it, it becomes battle chi. Murray Green's mental power surged like waves, relentlessly crashing against the water attribute magic particle, but it remained as steadfast as a reef, showing no sign of merging with it. No, in my current state, a single burst of spiritual power cannot shake it. I must pull it to the center of my spiritual sea, sink it into the center of the vortex, in order to concentrate all my spiritual power to merge with it. With this thought in mind, Murray Green gritted his teeth and accelerated his meditation once again. His mental sea spun faster and faster, and the destructive power at the center of the vortex grew stronger and stronger, ready to crush the target at any moment. Under the pull of the mental field, the water attribute magic particles slowly moved towards the center of the vortex. Murray Green was extremely anxious about this, wishing he could just reach out and press them directly towards the center. But just then, the water attribute magic particle seemed to have collided with something, and its form instantly stopped. Murray Green's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he knew something was wrong. As expected, the magical particle vanished the moment it gained its freedom. Murray Green hurriedly mobilized his mental power to stop it, but he could only intercept a small portion of it. The mental energy that came into contact with the remaining part of it became stronger, but the magical particle had vanished without a trace. Damn it! How can a cooked duck fly away? After ending his meditation and opening his eyes, Murray Green clenched his fist and slammed it on the ground to vent his frustration. Before long, Murray Green, who had failed before, calmed down. This was simply the closest he ever came to success. What just happened? Did that water attribute magic particle hit something? But in my mental space, there shouldn't be anything else besides my mental energy. What could it have hit? After thinking for a while, Murray Green, increasingly confused, gave up trying to figure it out. He simply assumed he hadn't seen it clearly, since his internal vision was blurry and hazy, and it was normal that he hadn't seen it clearly before. After a brief adjustment, Murray Green closed his eyes and began another meditation. In his mental space, a gray magical particle drifted around, sometimes rotating with the mental sea, and sometimes playing by itself. Suddenly, it began to fly towards the center of the mental sea, the center of the vortex, but when it was not far from the center of the mental sea, it also collided with a gray magic particle. Looking around, one could see a cluster of gray magical particles hovering in the center of Murray Green's mental sea. Unfortunately, Murray Green could not see them because they were gray. They are excellent stealth agents, and they are also among the most difficult magical particles to find in the world, space magical particles. Chapter 38 Spatial Magic. He began meditating again, but this time, Murray Green wasn't as lucky as the first time, and he wasn't able to find the magical particles within his body. When meditation is successful, the mind's sea begins to swirl and the vortex forms. At that moment, a faint gravitational force appears out of thin air, radiating outwards in all directions, like countless hands reaching out, trying to grasp something. As soon as the mental gravity appeared, the magical particles that were originally floating freely in the air were directly attracted by it, and slowly pulled towards Murray Green. However, not long after, a red fire attribute magical particle broke free from the mental gravity and regained its freedom. Led by the first fire attribute magic particle, the other magic particles gradually broke free from the shackles of mental gravity. Red fire attribute particles, yellow earth attribute particles, cyan wind attribute particles, and rare attribute particles. Soon, except for the blue water attribute magic particle, all other attribute particles broke free. 5 or 6 water attribute magical particles swirled and danced around Murray Green under the influence of mental gravity, adding to his mystique, but unfortunately no one could see this. Finally, the nearest water attribute particle was pulled into his body. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Luckily, I didn't give up. Stay calm, stay calm. It's a small matter, don't panic. Overwhelmed with excitement, Murray Green suppressed his elation and methodically and properly practiced his meditation technique, concentrating his energy to hold back the water attribute magic particles entering his body. Under the pull of mental gravity, the water attribute magic particles were slowly drawn towards the very center of the mental sea, as if trying to pull them into the center of the vortex. Practice makes perfect. Murray Green skillfully used his mental gravity to pull it closer and closer, soon approaching the area where the spatial magic particles were concentrated. Not long after, Murray Green used his mental gravity to pull the water attribute magic particles into the area of spatial magic particles, and the spatial magic particles flying around in the area crashed into the water attribute magic particles. The water attribute magic particles were violently knocked away. Seeing this, Murray Green, who was already mentally prepared, used all his mental gravity to pull the water attribute magic particles back. Persistence pays off. Murray Green successfully pulled back the water attribute particles and crashed into the area of spatial magic particles again. With the help of mental gravity, the water attribute magic particles knocked away 2 spatial magic particles in a row. This time, Murray Green instantly realized it through introspection and the impact transmitted by mental gravity. There's something there. This impact sensation definitely indicates something else. What exactly is that thing in the center of my mental space? Before he could figure it out, the third spatial magic particle slammed into the water attribute magic particle. The water attribute magic particle, which had previously knocked away 2 spatial magic particles and was now somewhat exhausted, was immediately knocked away. The sudden flight of water attribute magical particles caused the mental gravity to lose its target instantly, resulting in a feeling of emptiness and causing the spinning mental vortex to pause. What? Murray Green was shocked to see the water attribute magic particle suddenly fly away. He tried to use his mental gravity to catch it again, but his rhythm was disrupted and he could not catch it again. He could only watch helplessly as the water attribute magic particle flew away. Damn it, this is my territory, I'm in charge. If you're a dragon, you'd better coil up. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. How dare you act so arrogantly in my mental space? I'll teach you a lesson. Discovering that his failure was caused by a bunch of things he couldn't see clearly, Murray Green, who always valued prudence and thought things through, became somewhat annoyed. He gritted his teeth and summoned another water attribute magic particle. Come on, let's see who can outrun whom. Murray Green pushed his meditation speed to its limit, channeling all his energy into his mental space, amplifying the mental gravity. Concentrating all his mental energy, he grabbed water attribute magic particles and made them spin wildly around his mental sea, accelerating relentlessly until Murray Green could barely control them. Go! Like throwing a hammer, it spins at high speed and is thrown out, generating tremendous destructive power. The usually gentle water attribute magic particles have stormed into the territory of spatial magic particles with murderous intent. Bang bang bang. The collision of magical particles was silent, but Murray Green could almost hear the sound of the impact through the feedback of mental gravity. The water attribute magic particles at maximum intensity knocked away 5 or 6 spatial magic particles before slowing down, but it still continued to advance towards the center of the mental sea, trying to enter the center of the mental vortex. Just then, a spatial magic particle, which had been knocked back by a water attribute magic particle, swayed uncontrollably and fell into the center of the mental sea. Murray Green was startled when he sensed something falling into the center of his mental sea. But upon contact, he was surprised to find that it was also a magical particle, though he couldn't immediately discern its attribute. Magic particles. It landed in the center of the spiritual sea. Realizing what was happening, Murray Green steeled his heart and immediately abandoned the water attribute magic particles, concentrating all his power to begin annihilating the unfortunate spatial magic particle that had been caught in the trap. Damn it, since you're a magical particle, you can be fused with it too. I don't care what your attributes are, I'll fuse with you first. Waves of spiritual power assaulted and annihilated the spatial magic particles, but the spatial magic particles were like slippery eels, and he could never catch them. I refuse to believe it. A cooked duck can't fly away. You think you can escape when you've landed on my home turf? You're simply not taking Murray Green seriously. Murray Green, realizing he was just one step away from success, gritted his teeth and his eyes reddened as he pushed his meditation beyond its limits. Faced with the desperate Murray Green and the ever-growing capture force he brought, even the space magic particles, known for their stealth and escape skills, were somewhat overwhelmed. Even the best can make mistakes. Faced with Murray Green's Skynet, the spatial magic particles were inadvertently surrounded by mental energy, which then entangled them, making it impossible for them to escape. Merge. You all need to merge right now. Under Murray Green's will, mental power tightly enveloped the spatial magic particles, constantly squeezing them inward, trying to merge with them. After an unknown amount of time, Murray Green, whose eyes were bloodshot and face had turned pale, vaguely heard a cracking sound. His mental power was finally able to enter the spatial magic particles, and the two finally showed a tendency to merge. With a beginning, everything else followed naturally. Mental power and spatial magic particles merged together, eventually forming a gray droplet that fell into the mental sea and was nurtured there. That is magic. Having finally succeeded in fusing magic, Murray Green's pale face flushed instantly. He wanted to jump up with joy, but because he was too exhausted from the previous battle, he couldn't stand up at all. Murray Green felt more tired today than during his first meditation class, but he felt it was worth it. It was totally worth it. Chapter 39 Mentorship System. This is spatial magic. Upon seeing the gray light appear on Murray Green's palm, the usually composed Mr. Linden instinctively opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in surprise. Then he grabbed Murray Green's arm and stared intently at the spatial magic in Murray Green's palm. Murray Green sensed that Linden's mental power was covering his spatial magic, and that Linden was needing his spatial magic repeatedly. That's right, it's spatial magic. Linden released his grip and sensed a void through his mental power. It was indeed spatial magic. This thing is actually spatial magic? Haha, it's actually spatial magic. That's amazing. Upon learning that his magic was actually spatial magic, Murray Green beamed with joy. Had he not been in front of his teacher, he would have practically jumped for joy. According to the understanding of the magical world, the entire world is composed of 4 basic elements: water, wind, earth, and fire. Therefore, the primary attribute of most people is one of these 4. Besides these 4 basic elements, there are other elements such as light, darkness, lightning, ice, and wood, which are all special elements. On top of these, there are 2 supreme elements, time and space. Compared to the time attribute, which is extremely rare, the spatial attribute appears more often, but it is still exceptionally rare. Of course, Time and space are supreme elements not because they are rare, but because they are too powerful. Time can be accelerated, stopped, slowed down, and predicted, and attacks based on time are undefendable. Time can deprive an opponent of time, causing them to die of old age, or allow one to see the opponent's actions in the next few seconds, thus always being one step ahead. This is the terrifying nature of time. Space is extremely useful. Spatial attacks are powerful, fast, and difficult to defend against. They can also lock down and imprison opponents, or teleport instantly, making them impossible to track. Murray, in less than a month, you've already cultivated magic power, specifically spatial magic power, becoming a first-level mage. Your mental strength is incredibly powerful, and your magical affinity is also quite high. This is truly the potential for spatial combat. Ha! Murray Green was equally delighted upon hearing Professor Linden's evaluation and immediately responded. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Mr. Linden. Otherwise, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. Thank you, Mr. Linden. Haha, gold shines wherever it is. You performed exceptionally well. I was just giving you some advice. Mr. Linden laughed and waved his hand. Then his expression turned serious as he stared directly at Murray Green. Right now, regular courses are basically useless to you. You need to pursue further studies. Do you plan to find a tutor? Upon hearing Linden's question, Murray Green snapped out of his reverie and lowered his head to think. Learning magic can be divided into course-based learning and instructor-based learning. Course-based learning is like group classes, such as Linden Bill's meditation class, where all the students call him teacher. This is course-based learning. The mentorship system involves choosing a teacher and studying under them. For example, if you study under Simona Lind, you can learn how to brew potions and become a potion master. Therefore, finding a mentor is essential if you want to learn more magic and knowledge. Of course, you can't just find a tutor whenever you want. The tutor has to decide whether to accept you. Even if they do accept you, you'll have to pay a lot of tuition. Ordinary students won't get accepted by any tutor. Murray Green naturally wanted to choose a mentor. Back home, his mother, Penny Campbell, had already planned for him to develop in the direction of a potion master. So once he had cultivated magic power, he could inform his family. At that time, her mother would ask her eldest brother, Murray Green's maternal uncle, the first heir of the Campbell family, and the future Marquis of Campbell, to write a letter of recommendation. The Campbell family is one of the 4 famous marquises in the North, and also a renowned magical family that has produced many magicians. They hold a high position in the magic community. With his uncle's recommendation letter, as long as Murray Green doesn't perform too badly, he can find a potion master. It's not difficult. But that was the original plan. Now, Murray Green has cultivated spatial magic within a month, and his mental strength and magical affinity are both high. He is fully qualified to be a spatial combatant. Giving up becoming a combatant and switching to a potion master would be a complete waste of his talents. Battle mage is short for combat mage. They wield world-destroying magic and possess formidable combat power. This is the common person's impression of a mage, but anyone with a little knowledge knows that this is a description of a battle mage. Throwing fireballs can be used to fight, but that cannot be called a combat tactic. After changing to a combat tactic class, through class characteristics and talents, the same fireball can be used. The fireballs released by the warrior are more powerful, have a longer range, shorter casting time, and shorter casting intervals than those of ordinary mages. In the later stages, they even require less mana. Therefore, the battle mage is the epitome of a mage, invincible among those of the same level, and can even fight against those of higher levels. Every mage dreams of becoming a battle mage, and Murray Green is no exception. However, the requirements for becoming a battle mage are extremely demanding both high levels of mental strength and magical affinity. Murray Green had considered becoming a battle mage before, but he didn't think he was qualified. But things are different now. It has now been confirmed that the standard has been met. Thinking of this, a burning desire welled up deep within Murray Green. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful combat mage? After a long period of contemplation, before Murray Green could figure out how to start, Linden spoke first. I'd like to introduce you to someone who would be perfect as your mentor. As for whether you two can become a couple, that depends on how you discuss it. Professor Linden took the initiative to introduce him, and Murray Green couldn't refuse. Moreover, the mentorship system is a mutual selection process, and it can only be successful if both parties agree. If someone tries to play dirty tricks, using sweet words to deceive him in the beginning, and then treating Murray Green like a beast of burden, then Earl Green's vast army is not to be trifled with. Thank you for the recommendation, teacher. May I ask which teacher it is? You'll find out when he gets here. Lyndon smiled mysteriously, keeping everyone in suspense, then closed his eyes and communicated telepathically. A moment later, Murray Green felt his spatial magic suddenly pulsate, and then he subconsciously looked behind him. A handsome middle-aged man of medium build, with white hair and snow-white eyes, appeared behind Murray Green. "Little Lyndon, is this the student you recommended to me?" This handsome middle-aged man had snow-white eyes that shot straight at Murray Green like lightning, scrutinizing him intently. The moment Murray Green saw him, he froze as if encased in a block of ice, his body stiff and unable to move. Mr. Lyndon, who also saw the man, walked up to him with excitement and replied with a respectful expression. "Yes, Dean." Chapter 40, Instantaneous Teleportation. It is indeed spatial magic. Little Lyndon, you're right. This little guy is indeed a good prospect. After giving Murray Green a once-over, the Dean of the Magic Academy, Webster Ellis, nodded, a hint of surprise appearing on his calm face. Once the scrutinizing gaze was withdrawn, Murray Green felt that he could move again. He immediately walked quickly to Dean Webster and respectfully gave a student salute. Student Murray Green greets the Dean. The little guy from the Green family? He actually has such talent, able to cultivate spatial magic. It's unbelievable. The Dean remained calm, looking into Murray Green's light blue eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips, and continued speaking. You have Campbell's bloodline, but your talent suppresses it. If that old guy in Campbell knew about this, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next few years. Little guy, you know me, right? Upon hearing this, Murray Green nodded quickly, looking at the other person with admiration. Although he had never met this person before, he was able to identify him based on his appearance and the way he addressed him as Teacher Lyndon. Webster Ellis, a level 7 ice mage, a battle mage, the dean of the magic division of Ellis Academy, the current ruler of the Stanley Ellis Tower, the #1 mage in the north, and the leader of the Ellis Dukes Mage Corps. Anyone with such a prestigious reputation would know this, let alone Murray Green, a student at Ellis College. Your talent is quite good. Your cultivation speed is already comparable to mine at the same age. What's even more remarkable is that you have cultivated an exceptionally rare spatial magic power. In comparison, you are even more outstanding. Dean Webster's feelings were somewhat complicated at this point. He had been called a genius since childhood, and his achievements certainly lived up to that title. I never expected that I would meet a genius like Murray Green, who is one in a century. So I'd like to take you on as my student. Would you be willing? Upon hearing Dean Webster's words, Murray Green was overjoyed and was about to agree, but in the end, he suppressed his excitement and said with some hesitation, I really want to accept the dean's offer and become your student, but this is such an important matter that I would like to discuss it with my parents or older brother before giving a reply. This is how it should be for such important life events. Dean Webster nodded, not angry that Murray Green hadn't agreed immediately. In this world, learning magic is an extremely expensive thing. Even if you find a mentor who is happy to accept you and teach you, the mentor does not impart knowledge for free, so you still need the support of your family. Without family support, who will pay the expensive tuition fees? Who will provide the necessary supplies for cultivation? A mentor? Impossible. No fool would do something so stupid unless you sold yourself to him. Given Murray Green's talent and aptitude, if he were to choose to sell himself to Webster Ellis, he would be happy to accept him and nurture him to a great extent. But then another problem arose. Murray Green wasn't without connections. He was a member of the Green family. Wouldn't this be a slap in the face to the Green family? Moreover, Murray Green was unwilling to sell himself to Dean Webster, because although he would gain many things he longed for, he would lose his freedom and be at the mercy of the other party. Therefore, the best option is to have someone in the Green family who can make decisions discussed with Webster Ellis and come up with a training plan that will benefit everyone. My eldest brother, Ryan Green, is the first heir of the Green family. He is currently at Ellis Academy, a third-year student in the Warrior Academy. May I discuss this with him first? That makes things much more convenient. Dean Webster, dressed in white, stroked his chin, nodded, and uttered these words before speaking to Professor Lyndon. Little Lyndon, you've done a good job teaching. I'll increase your teacher budget this year, and I hope you can teach even more outstanding students. Thank you, Dean. Even Professor Lyndon couldn't help but beam with joy at being praised by the Dean, not to mention the substantial reward that would follow. So he happily thanked him loudly. You're welcome, you deserve it. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Webster turned his gaze to Murray Green and reached out to grab his shoulder. Murray Green was puzzled by this, wondering why Dean Webster had made this move. Before he could ask his question, Dean Webster asked him with a mocking expression. Have you ever witnessed teleportation? Huh? Instantly before Murray Green could finish speaking, a gray magic ring enveloped the two of them, and then they vanished from Lyndon Bill's sight. Lyndon was amazed when he saw this. This is the power of space. Hyperactivity. Murray Green felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and the spatial magic within his body surged violently. In the blink of an eye, Murray Green found that his surroundings had completely changed. He was originally in the living room of Professor Lyndon's magic tower, but in the blink of an eye, Dean Webster led him to an empty room. The room was so empty that there was nothing but a jadestone table. You recover here for a while. I'll go and bring your older brother, Ryan Green, here. Murray Green opened his mouth, his mind filled with a host of questions he wanted answered from Dean Webster. But before he could even ask a question, Dean Webster had vanished. Instant teleportation. This is definitely a spatial skill called instant teleportation. If the Dean can teleport, then he must have also cultivated spatial magic. No wonder Teacher Lyndon said he would introduce me to a suitable mentor. Combat tactics and spatial magic. This is indeed the most suitable mentor. Overwhelmed with excitement, Murray Green felt the surprise was so sudden that he could hardly contain himself. Fortunately, he possessed strong mental fortitude. After taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and began to survey his surroundings, trying to figure out where he was. He strode to the window and looked out. He saw many magic towers of varying heights surrounding him, but none of them were as tall as where he was. Further away, countless houses lay prostrate at his feet. Wow, the Stanley Ellis Tower. I'm inside the Stanley Ellis Tower. Indeed, the only place to see such a view is inside the Stanley Ellis Tower, hundreds of meters high, making everything around you seem small, as if you were standing above the clouds, looking down on everything on Earth. One must climb to the summit to survey all the lesser peaks below. Seeing everything bowing down at his feet, Murray Green was filled with excitement, and some other thoughts began to arise in his mind. One day, I will build a magic tower of the same height to overlook all things in the world. No, my magic tower will be even taller, reaching straight into the clouds. Chapter 41. Not on the same channel. Murray, what are you doing here? Not long after, Murray Green, who was admiring the view outside the window, heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw that it was his older brother, Ryan Green. At this moment, Ryan Green was completely confused. He was taking a practical combat class, and his instructor arranged for him to practice against several strong senior students. However, not long after the fight started, Dean Webster of the Magic Academy grabbed him and dragged him away. Where am I? What happened? Before Ryan Green could figure it out, he was transported to this unfamiliar place in the blink of an eye. However, when he saw Murray Green's familiar back, he became even more confused. What's going on? My younger brother made a mistake, so why should I, as his older brother, have to attend the parent-teacher conference? No, I'm just a third-year student, only 2 years older than Murray. Thinking of this, Ryan Green felt a little depressed, and his face darkened. All right, your elder brother is here. You two discuss it, and then tell Earl Green about it. It would be best if he could come and discuss it with me. What's wrong? Why did you have to call Dad over? Could it be that Murray has been caught flirting with his granddaughter? No, Dean Webster is over 100 years old, and his granddaughter is over 50. Could she be his great-granddaughter? Ryan Green's thoughts were wandering. After Dean Webster left the room, Ryan Green straightened up and looked at Murray Green with a serious expression. Brother, I have something very important to discuss with you. Upon seeing Ryan Green, Murray Green quickly stepped forward and spoke. Seeing Murray Green's beaming face, and hearing about the important life event he mentioned, Ryan Green felt that his previous guess was correct. Well done, Murray. I didn't expect you to be so capable, managing to hook up with Webster's great-granddaughter. Upon realizing this, Ryan Green immediately nodded in response. That's fantastic, Murray. Your older brother, your father, and your mother all support you in getting in touch with Dean Webster. Murray Green assumed that Dean Webster had already informed Ryan Green about his intention to take him on as a student, so he was very excited when he heard Ryan Green's direct support. He immediately hugged Ryan Green and laughed as he patted him on the back. Haha, big brother, thank you for your support. At first, I thought you wouldn't support me, and I was thinking about how to persuade you. I didn't expect you to be so kind to me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Upon hearing Murray Green's heartfelt words, Ryan Green frowned, sensing something was amiss. Is this kid planning to marry into the family, which is why he needs our support? Ryan Green felt a pang of reluctance as this thought crossed his mind. This younger brother of mine is someone I've watched grow up. He's been well-behaved and sensible since he was little. I was planning to take him to the battlefield a couple of times in the future to earn him some military merits so that I could give him a noble seat. But now he wants to marry into the family. No, even if she's Webster Ellis's great-granddaughter, my brother can't marry into the family. Webster Ellis is not someone to be trifled with, but the Green family isn't a pushover either. Ryan Green opened his mouth, wanting to tell him directly that he did not accept Murray Green's decision to marry into the family, but seeing how excited Murray Green was at this moment, he couldn't help but slow down. A blunt refusal might get Murray Green to accept now, but knowing his younger brother as he does, despite his gentle appearance, he's quite stubborn, and it would be troublesome if he developed a rebellious streak later. Ahem, as your older brother, I support you in spirit, but don't be too happy yet. Getting past your parents won't be easy. Why don't you tell me your current thoughts in the specific situation, and I'll give you some advice. We can work together to persuade your parents. Ryan Green planned to approach from the side to find out the specifics, and also to find out if Murray Green was forced to marry into the family due to pressure from Webster Ellis, or if his great-granddaughter had some clever means to control Murray Green. Understand the problem, analyze the problem, and solve the problem. This is the solution that Ryan Green came up with. However, Murray Green, who was very excited at the moment, did not notice the strange thoughts in Ryan Green's heart. He put one hand on his shoulder, stretched out the other hand in front of Ryan Green, and said mysteriously, "Brother, I've got something good to show you." Before he finished speaking, a gray light rose from Murray Green's hand. Upon seeing this, Ryan Green's pupils contracted sharply, his expression changed drastically, and he stared intently at the gray light. This is magic. This color isn't water-based magic, it's gray. Gray represents space. This is spatial magic. Ryan Green shouted out the properties of this magic in great shock, while a raging fire ignited in his heart. In less than a month, he cultivated magical power. This is the essence of a battle technique. Even the prestigious Green family, due to insufficient foundation, has not been able to cultivate a battle technique of its own. My younger brother now has the potential to master a battle technique, and it's the most powerful spatial battle technique at that. Yet that old bastard Webster Ellis actually wants to steal the fruits of their Green family's labor. No. So what if he's from the Ellis family? So what if he's the #1 magician in the North? So what if he's the headmaster of a magic academy? For 200 years, countless members of the Green family have died on the battlefield, their bodies wrapped in horsehide, all to prevent themselves from being bullied by others. Even if it means certain death for the Green family, they cannot allow Webster Ellis's conspiracy to succeed. Ryan Green looked down at Murray Green, who was smiling, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Murray has really grown up. For the sake of family stability, he actually chose to compromise. No, we can't sacrifice Murray. Brother, you don't seem very happy. Are you jealous of me? Seeing that Ryan Green's expression was off, Murray Green was puzzled and spoke up. Ryan Green sighed, surprised that Murray Green was trying to find humor in his misery and comfort his older brother. So he decided to lay things out and tell his younger brother that with the family around, he didn't have to bear it all alone. Murray, you don't actually need to. You must be envious and jealous of me, but there's nothing you can do. Who made your brother so talented? He easily conquered the magic with just a little bit of spatial magic and was even accepted as a student by the dean of the Magic Academy. Ryan Green looked taken aback, but Murray Green continued speaking. But don't worry, you've taken such good care of me before. Once I become powerful, I'll definitely treat you to the best of everything. What? ? What did you just say? That old man Webster Ellis wants to take you as a student. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Although Dean Webster is indeed very old, can't you be a little more polite, brother? Stop calling him old man all the time. He's your brother's future mentor. If you offend him, my future days won't be easy. Webster Ellis, who was drinking tea outside and waiting for news, twitched at the corner of his mouth and narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the meditation room where the two brothers were. Chapter 42: The Countess's Arrival. As Murray Green explained everything in detail, Ryan Green's anger towards Webster Ellis instantly subsided, replaced by overwhelming joy. Ha, what great news. You've cultivated spatial magic and are going to be accepted as a student by Dean Webster. It's truly a double blessing. Our Green family is finally about to have its own unique combat technique, and it's a spatial combat technique at that. Ryan Green was visibly excited, while Murray Green was somewhat puzzled, wondering what was wrong with his brother. She had looked unhappy before, but now she was smiling as happily as a flower. He used to be very rude to Dean Webster, but now he has great respect for him. It's such a contradiction. However, Murray Green didn't think much of it. Otherwise, his expression would have been quite interesting if he knew what Ryan Green had been thinking. Brother, don't worry. The family has put a lot of effort into training me, and I will definitely bring the family hundreds or thousands of times more benefits. Murray Green patted his chest and said with great pride. Ryan Green neither confirmed nor denied this, but believed that Murray Green becoming a warrior was already the greatest reward for the Green family. The family absolutely agrees to choosing Dean Webster as your mentor. The only question is how much training resources will be invested in you. But don't worry, the family will do everything in its power to support you and help you reach great heights and become even stronger. Thank you, brother. Murray Green was so excited that he hugged Ryan Green again, but Ryan Green patted him on the back, pulled him away, put his hands on Murray Green's shoulders, and looked calmly into Murray Green's eyes as he spoke. We're all family. There's no need for thanks. All right, come with me to accept Dean Webster's invitation, and then I'll write to your father or mother to come to the school to meet your future mentor and discuss the specifics of your training. The two brothers left the meditation room and came to the living room. They stood before Dean Webster and bowed respectfully. Thank you for choosing Murray, Dean. It is Murray's good fortune to have you as his mentor. Our Green family is very supportive. Please rest assured that our family will do everything we can to ensure your satisfaction regarding tuition and training costs. Ryan Green paused, turned to Murray Green beside him, patted him on the shoulder, and then turned to Dean Webster. Hereby I, Ryan Green, the first heir of the Green family, on behalf of the Green family, entrust Murray Green to your guidance. I look forward to your continued support. Haha, no problem, no problem. Being able to take on a student as talented as Murray is also a kind of luck for me. As he spoke, Webster pointed to the chairs in front of the two brothers, and the two chairs moved back to a suitable position, gesturing for the Green brothers to sit down. After the two brothers obediently sat down, Dean Webster flicked his finger, and 2 cups of fragrant tea flew to them. Smelling the aroma, Murray Green's eyes lit up, and he was certain that it was something good. The two drank a few cups of tea there, and after Dean Webster gave Murray Green a few instructions, he let them leave. However, when Murray Green went downstairs, he was relieved to find that there was a magic elevator. Otherwise, going down a magic tower that was hundreds of meters high would have been quite a troublesome thing. After leaving the tower of Stanley Ellis, Ryan Green immediately wrote everything down in a letter and arranged for a magical beast carrier eagle to deliver the letter back to the Green family. A few days later, a cavalry squad of 50 men escorted Countess Penny Campbell to Ellis College. Mother! Mother! With a gentle expression, Penny Campbell reached out and patted her 2 sons' heads, then looked into Murray Green's eyes and spoke. Little Murray, you're amazing. You truly are my little darling. The Countess's straightforward praise instantly made Murray Green blush, his fair face turning crimson and his whole body covered in goosebumps. Hey. Feeling incredibly awkward about the sweet talk, Murray Green didn't know how to respond and could only lower his head and smile. Seeing the Countess's shy expression, she couldn't help but let out a silvery laugh, which attracted teasing glances from passing students. When they realized it was just parents visiting their children, they looked away. Let's go visit Dean Webster. After chatting about some everyday matters, the cavalry squad waited near the academy gates. The Countess led the 2 brothers into the academy and headed familiarly toward the location of Stanley Ellis Tower. Ellis Academy, it's been a long time since I've been here. The last time was when I was a second-year student. Countess Penny Campbell's eyes showed a look of reminiscence, and the 2 brothers who heard her words exchanged a glance, both thinking of something at the same time. Some stories about Countess Penny Campbell, an unethical and complex tale. Penny Campbell, daughter of a marquis, was born into the Pure Blood Project and possesses the pure Campbell bloodline. With light blue hair and double pupils, she should theoretically have a very strong bloodline and become a powerful water mage later on. But things have not gone as planned. Penny Campbell's talent stemmed from the Pure Blood Project, but it also brought her many misfortunes. The Pure Blood Project is for clans with powerful individuals who possess star warriors or archmages or higher. These individuals are powerful enough to imbue their bloodlines with unique attributes, which are then passed on to their offspring. The Campbell family had a water-type archmage in their ancestor, so their descendants' water-type talents are stronger than ordinary people. However, due to the passage of time, the purity of their bloodline has decreased, causing their talents to be unable to manifest. In this situation, the Pure Blood Project emerged. The Pure Blood plan is simple. It involves inbreeding, but during the process, some magical potions or other methods are used to help purify the bloodline. It can enhance the talents of offspring and minimize their defects, but nothing is foolproof. This plan can improve the purity of the family bloodline for future generations, but it can also have some negative effects, and Penny Campbell is a prime example of these negative effects. Although she possessed extraordinary talent, she was born with a weak constitution and was at risk of dying from birth. It was likely that the Marquis of Campbell was powerful enough to use very expensive treasures to ensure Penny Campbell's safe upbringing. However, in her second year, she had to drop out of school due to health reasons, which prevented her from completing her studies and graduating normally from Ellis College. After reaching adulthood, Penny Campbell was deemed to have difficulty conceiving due to her congenital weakness. Therefore, although she was the legitimate daughter of a marquis, no noble heir dared to propose marriage to the Marquis of Campbell and invite Penny Campbell into their family. Because nobles value offspring highly, if they have no descendants, their noble status cannot be passed on and will have to be handed over to their brothers or sisters. For the heirs of a family who have received aristocratic education from childhood, this is no less than the destruction of the family. Chapter 43: Tuition Fees. Under such circumstances, Penny Campbell remained secluded in her chambers, and even with the Marquis of Campbell's generous dowry, she was unable to marry a nobleman's heir and become a noblewoman. Meanwhile, the Green family and the barbaric orcs on the northern border engaged in the largest and most brutal war in their history, in which the previous head of the Green family, Murray Green's grandfather, was killed. The current head of the Green family, Earl Green, was appointed to the position in a time of crisis. He faced two choices. One was to shrink the battle lines and retreat, thus preserving some of his resources. The other was to continue the offensive. In keeping with his character, Earl Green did not hesitate to choose the second option. He proposed to the Marquis of Campbell, married Penny Campbell, and armed a cavalry unit with a generous dowry. For this war, Earl Green staked his noble status, even though he later won and was promoted to Earl. But the entire Northland, and even the entire kingdom of Laney's, regarded him as a joke, because he married a woman with almost zero fertility, and the noble position he had worked so hard to obtain had no descendants to inherit. Everyone thought Earl Green had won the war, but he had lost everything. Under these circumstances, Penny Campbell's congenital weakness, coupled with the pressure of being unable to have children, caused her physical and mental health to deteriorate, making her a potential death at any moment. But at this time, Penny Campbell became pregnant and risked her life to give birth to Ryan Green. Earl Green had an heir, which brought prosperity back to the Green family. The birth of Ryan Green made Penny Campbell proud and invigorated, and even benefited her body, improving her health and allowing her to live for several more years. She thought that being able to accompany Ryan Green as he grew up was already wishful thinking, let alone getting pregnant. But perhaps after all her suffering, she became pregnant with Murray Green a year later and gave birth to him safely and successfully. A woman with a congenital physical defect, deemed extremely infertile, gave birth to 2 boys in a row. In her extreme excitement, Penny Campbell's mental power broke through, and she began to show her talent for cultivation, becoming a magician and even a potion master. Unfortunately, she missed the best time to cultivate, and later took control of the finances of the Green territory, which made her training time insufficient, and now she is stuck at the intermediate level of magician. The 3 of them passed by one magic tower after another, and finally arrived in front of the tower of Westonleigh Ellis. Looking up at the towering magic tower, the Countess had a very complicated expression. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful magician when they're young? She was no exception, so even though she was born weak, she still went to Ellis Academy to study magic. The Stanley Ellis Tower represents the pinnacle of northern magic. Who wouldn't want to be its owner? Unfortunately, she lost her eligibility to compete. The Countess turned to look at Murray Green, reached out and patted his head, smiling gently. Let's go, little Murray. Let's go meet your future mentor, the #1 magician of the North. The gates of Stanley Ellis Tower opened silently, as if welcoming guests. The 3 entered, and the gates closed silently as well. A floating stone platform flew to their feet. Upon seeing this, Murray Green's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. He had previously thought this stone platform was just a magical elevator, only for going up and down, but now he discovered that this thing was much better than an elevator, and could actually be used in this way. The 3 of them stood on the stone platform, which moved steadily and quickly through the flight passage, what Murray Green had initially thought was an elevator shaft, and flew towards the top of the magic tower. Before long, the stone platform came to a smooth stop, and Penny Campbell took the lead, with the 2 brothers following closely behind their mother. Upon entering the hall, Webster Ellis, dressed in pure white, came into view. He was sitting behind a tea table pouring tea, and at that moment he had just filled the third cup. He didn't even look up. Webster Ellis waved his hand, and 3 chairs flew out. After the 3 of them sat down, the dean's snow-white eyes kept scrutinizing the Countess and Murray Green, his snow-white eyebrows slightly furrowed. What is the dean looking at? After taking a sip of the black tea, the Countess asked a question. Watching interesting things. Dean Webster smiled slightly and continued. Penny Campbell, I've heard of you. I heard that your magical talent is no less than your older brother's. It's just a pity that you were born weak and sickly and could not cultivate. Indeed, some things can only be heard and not believed. What can be believed and what cannot be believed? Simple. The truth is believable and lies are not. Murray Green. Listening to the 2 adults pacing around in circles, Murray Green suddenly felt that Dean Webster, the seemingly mature and steady number 1 magician of the North, might not be as reliable as he had imagined. Your bloodline talent is even stronger than your older brother's, but unfortunately your bloodline couldn't suppress this little guy. Thank you for the compliment, Dean. He suddenly felt that the dean was quite reliable. The Countess's elegant demeanor began to fade, and she looked directly at Dean Webster, her red lips parting slightly. A good piece of material needs a suitable and highly skilled swordsmith to forge it into a peerless sword. Murray is exceptionally talented, but he needs a good mentor to bring out his full potential. After a pause, the Countess stood up. The 2 brothers, seeing this, also wanted to stand up, but the Countess pressed down on Ryan Green's shoulder, preventing him from standing. Murray Green did not stop her and naturally stood up with her. The Countess placed her hand on Murray Green's back and applied slight pressure, causing Murray Green to bow respectfully to Dean Webster along with her. This junior dares to be presumptuous, but I would like to ask the dean to accept Murray as his student and guide him. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the Countess's words, Dean Webster smiled and waved his right hand. Murray Green felt an invisible force supporting his body, allowing him to slowly stand upright. Students will seek out powerful mentors, and mentors will also seek out talented students. Murray's talent is rare in the world, and it is my good fortune to be his mentor, so you don't need to be so polite, madam. While using his mental power to help the 2 up, Dean Webster said, but the Countess did not sit down again after being helped up. She reached out, and a piece of white paper appeared in her fair hand. Seeing this familiar scene, Murray Green's attention was immediately drawn to the spatial ring on the Countess's hand. This is the tuition fee that my child's father and I discussed. I hope you, Dean, won't mind. As she spoke, the Countess, under the shocked gazes of the Murray and Ryan Green brothers, took off her spatial ring, placed it on a piece of white paper, and pushed it in front of Webster along with the paper. Chapter 44 Spatial Feedback. After the Countess led the 2 brothers out of Stanley Ellis Tower, the 2 brothers still looked somewhat dazed. Murray Green had only 3 words in his mind. Too expensive. The tuition fee was painful for him, and he thought more than once about reaching out to retrieve the spatial ring, but he only thought about it and never took any action. Mother, what about the tuition fees? Before Murray Green could finish speaking, the Countess interrupted him with a smile and said seriously, this tuition was well worth it, Ryan Murray. You must understand that the most expensive knowledge is magic, and spatial magic is the rarest and most expensive of all magical knowledge. Many people hold gold bricks, but still can't learn the knowledge they want. Now, the dean is willing to teach Murray. This is Murray's good fortune, and also the Green family's good fortune. The Countess sighed softly as she spoke. You are well aware of the situation in Green territory. After years of recovery, the barbarian orcs of the north are now eyeing the lands your father conquered. He was originally planning to come with me to visit you, but he received a report that savage orcs had been spotted around the territory, so he changed his plans and went to the front lines of the territory to inspect the situation. These barbaric orcs are truly courting death, daring to offend Green territory. I'll make sure they're wiped out later. Upon hearing this news, Ryan Green let out an angry snort and said excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to grab his greatsword, ride to the front lines, and charge against the savage orcs. Hee, Ryan, the young lion of the Green family, you will have the opportunity to go to the front line. When that time comes, you will be more courageous than your father and achieve greater success than your father. The Countess reached out and patted Ryan's head, instantly turning the lion-like Ryan Green into a cute but fierce little kitten. Then she turned her gaze to Murray Green, staring intently into his pale blue eyes, and said seriously, the magical power of Green territory is weak. In war, without mages, we can only fight with the flesh and blood of soldiers. Your father and I do not want to see this happen. Murray, You carry the hopes of the entire Green family and the entire Green territory. We hope that you will become very strong in the future so that you can help your elder brother in the Green territory. Faced with his mother's hopes and requests, Murray Green was filled with emotion. His eyes reddened, and he opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Ha, Murray, you'd better study magic diligently with the Dean. Once you've mastered it, my brothers and I will definitely crush those savage orcs and get Father to grant you a noble title. TCH, I don't care about what my father bestowed upon me. When I grow up, I'll separate from the family. I'll have to get His Majesty the King to grant me a noble title somewhere near Green territory, so I can come back to see my mother every day. Mother, if you've been staying at home for too long, come to my territory for a vacation. Murray Green suppressed his emotions, composed himself, and replied. The two men who heard Murray Green's words did not take his boasting to heart. According to his words, he was preparing to start afresh, follow in the footsteps of his ancestors, and rebuild a powerful feudal aristocracy. The difficulties involved were unimaginable. At the time, their ancestors knew they would die if they didn't keep going, and neither of them believed that Murray Green would have the perseverance to continue. Murray, that's great. But to build a noble force, you can't do without a lot of people. Do you have a girl you like lately? Since you're here, I can propose marriage for you so you can settle down and have children as soon as possible. I can help you take care of the kids, and the little ones can help you fight alongside you when they grow up. The Countess said with a joking expression, and upon hearing this, Murray Green's expression turned serious. He stared at the Countess with wide eyes, then looked at his older brother, Ryan Green, with a puzzled look. My dear mother, I'm only 16, just turned 18. In another world, I wouldn't even be an adult yet, and you're already pressuring me to get married and wanting to have children. It's not appropriate for you to urge me instead of the older brother next to me. Besides, given his personality of rushing into danger, it won't be peaceful until he settles down and has descendants. After spending a few days in Ellis with her two brothers, the Countess hurriedly led her cavalry back to Green territory. After being accepted as a student by Dean Webster, Murray Green's life didn't change much. It remained very regular. Before, he would eat, sleep, attend classes, go back to his dormitory to meditate, and go to the meditation room to meditate. Now it's become eating, sleeping, attending classes, meditating at Stanley Ellis Tower, and meditating in the meditation room. There wasn't much change, but Murray Green felt his cultivation progress accelerating rapidly. The magic ball that was originally the size of a water droplet had grown to the size of an egg. This seemingly cheat-like cultivation speed surprised Webster. Your magical power is already sufficient to support the use of magic. Now I will teach you a spell. Dean Webster paused, admiring Murray Green's expectant look, like a dog seeing a bone. But Murray Green had a different idea. You old codger, you were so eager to collect tuition fees, but now you're only teaching one spell. If you don't teach 17 or 18, how can you justify my expensive tuition? This magic is a level 1 spatial magic. Spatial magic? Murray Green's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately retracted his previous thought, thinking to himself that his mentor was actually quite considerate. Few people possess spatial attributes, and even fewer possess spatial magic. Coupled with the unique and mysterious nature of spatial magic, everyone wants to try it, making it exceptionally expensive. This leads to a frustrating situation for those who study spatial magic. They have magical power, but no magic. The first level spatial magic I'm going to teach is called spatial feedback, which allows the caster to clearly perceive their surroundings. Ahem, teacher, shall I switch to an offensive spell? Murray Green said it tactfully, but Dean Webster, upon hearing his opinion, spoke directly. The worst attack spell in space magic is the 4th level spell, Space Blade. A space blade created with space magic is not only invincible at the same level, but also extremely powerful at a level higher. Even a 5th or 6th level warrior cannot withstand a 4th level space blade. This is good, this is good. It's a pity I can't learn it now. I'll learn it first after I pass the CET4 exam. Just a heads up, teleportation is also a level 4 spatial magic. Dean Webster's kind reminder silenced Murray Green. Spatial Blade and instant teleportation. Spatial Blade is the initial attack spell of spatial magic. Mastering it makes challenging opponents of higher levels a reality. Instant teleportation is a versatile skill, used for both offense and defense, and is hailed as a divine technique in spatial magic. Oh my god, this is such a difficult decision. Smack. Webster Ellis flicked Murray Green's forehead with one finger. Listen carefully and don't get distracted. Now, let's learn about spatial feedback. Chapter 45 Practicing Magic. Murray Green muttered something to himself, clenched his right fist, extended his index finger, and a gray light appeared at the tip of his finger. He moved his index finger in the air, leaving a strange trail of gray light. Ning. The gray light condensed into a strange geometric pattern in the air, like a mirage, extremely illusory. Murray Green, upon seeing this pattern, was overjoyed and quickly exclaimed, "Disperse." At his command, the gray pattern rapidly expanded, enveloping his entire body and spreading in all directions. The moment he was enveloped, Murray Green felt his thoughts emerge from his body and spread outwards along with the magic. The magical power spread to a range of about 50 meters from Murray Green's body, reached its limit, and then began to return, eventually carrying the information detected around it into Murray Green's head. Murray Green felt as if a complex amount of information was being crammed into his head, like a computer being overwhelmed by a large amount of data, causing it to freeze and be unable to process it all. The information from the spatial feedback was too much for Murray Green to process instantly, causing his thoughts to stall and leaving him frozen in place. After catching his breath, Murray Green finally came to his senses and went through the information that had been absorbing into his mind. The time it takes to cast the spell plus the time it takes to come back to my senses exceeds 10 seconds. In a battle, that's enough time for my opponent to kill me several times over. No, I need to keep practicing and compress the time. After summarizing his actions, Murray Green began to repeat his previous movements, drawing patterns in the air, only this time at a slightly faster pace. Just then, the gray light on his finger flickered, like a light bulb flickering due to unstable voltage. But a light bulb flickering once doesn't affect its use. The unstable supply of magic directly caused the spell casting to become disjointed, and the illusory pattern Murray Green drew in the air shattered and dissipated into the world. Oh dear, I'm getting anxious. Murray Green sighed, summarized his failures, sat cross-legged and meditated for a while before continuing his practice. This time, Murray Green drew more steadily, but his speed was much slower than the first time. It's done, disperse. After several days of practice, Murray Green finally managed to reduce the casting time of this spell to 2 seconds and the reaction time to 3 seconds, achieving a 100% success rate in the past day. He has gained a basic understanding of the magic of spatial feedback. However, to his disappointment, it was only a detection spell, not an offensive one. Hee, I'll go find my mentor and see if I can get him to teach me another attack spell. Impossible. When faced with Murray Green's request, Webster Ellis, who was dealing with school affairs, didn't even lift his eyelids and directly refused. Upon hearing his advisor's refusal, Murray Green felt a chill in his heart. Before he could even ask, Webster Ellis tossed aside his pen and began scribbling and drawing on the document himself. Hand of the Mage, a level 1 mental support spell, a decent little spell, a good helper for mages. With his mage hand holding a pen, Webster Ellis leaned back, his eyes fixed on Murray Green, and began to speak. How's the spatial feedback practice going? Not bad. It succeeds 8 or 9 times out of 10, and the total time is about 5 seconds. Webster Ellis remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was astonished. He hadn't expected Murray Green to have mastered spatial feedback to such an extent in just a few days. Then practice some more until you reach 100%, and then increase your casting speed and reduce the casting interval. As for offensive magic, don't rush it. Your most important task right now is to cultivate and increase your magic power. It's not worth wasting your energy learning cross-attribute spellcasting for an offensive spell. In this world, magicians are distinguished by their attributes. For example, Murray Green is a space magician, while Webster Ellis is an ice magician. However, a magician of a certain attribute is not necessarily limited to using magic of that attribute. Webster Ellis's primary attribute is ice, and his secondary attribute is space. Therefore, his strongest magic is ice magic, followed by space magic. However, he can also cast some low-level magic of other attributes, such as creating a fireball, which is naturally easy for him. This is cross-attribute spellcasting. Cross-attribute spellcasting allows one to transcend the limitations of physical attributes and cast magic of other attributes. The most powerful can cast all types of magic. It sounds impressive, but it's actually quite tough to do. By spending several times the effort, you end up learning a spell that is different from your own attribute. If you had put that effort into spells that are your own attribute, you could have learned several of them. For students like Murray Green who are just beginning their training, there is no need to learn cross-attribute spellcasting. Their most important task at this time is to cultivate themselves and become stronger while they are still in the golden period of their training. This is the most cost-effective approach. The best time to enrich one's combat power and methods is when one's cultivation level has not improved significantly. Therefore, those who can achieve full control over all attributes are generally people whose cultivation level has virtually no possibility of improvement. If it weren't for the need to help students gain control over their power and increase their self-defense capabilities, many teachers wouldn't actually teach magic to their students. They would simply have them cultivate relentlessly to improve their cultivation level. But now, a freak has appeared, whose cultivation speed is astonishing. If it goes any faster, it will be overdrawing on his cultivation. Then, the only spatial feedback that matches the level 1 spatial magic he has learned so far is a detection-type spatial feedback. Thinking of this, Webster Ellis extended 2 fingers and pointed them in the air. Murray Green felt a tap on his forehead, and something suddenly appeared in his mind. These are some of the training methods for combat techniques. You can refer to them when you practice spatial feedback to prepare for your later job change in combat techniques. Tactics and techniques? Thanks, Mentor. Murray Green, who had just gotten another good find, beamed with joy. He glanced at the pen that was writing by itself and continued, somewhat envious. Look, I only have 1 spell, doesn't that seem too weak? And practicing the same spell all the time can be nauseating. Why don't you teach me that little spell too? I'm sick of practicing the spatial feedback spell, so I can practice different ones. Who wouldn't want a magic tool that lets them do their homework without having to lift a finger? Oh, Webster Ellis chuckled softly, then shook his head and said with a smile, Fine, I'll teach you everything. Then he raised his hand and pointed, and Murray Green felt a hard knock on his forehead, instinctively letting out a cry of pain. Mentor, could you please stop tapping my forehead next time? If you keep doing that, I'm really going to get a head full of thorns. If you say another word, I'll make sure you get a lot of bumps on your head. Gah? Thank you, Mentor. Goodbye, Mentor. Seeing that Webster Ellis was getting impatient, Murray Green immediately suppressed his other thoughts and quickly said goodbye and left. Chapter 46 Revolver. 2 spells, 1 spatial feedback, a spatial detection spell, and the other Mage's Hand, a mental support spell. Murray Green practiced them incessantly, but the more he practiced, the more anxious he became. Living in this extraordinary world, although I have now cultivated magic power and become a first-level magician, my 2 spells are both rather unimpressive. In a fight, his combat power would only be slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. His opponents would be either warriors who could defeat more than 10 ordinary people with their bare hands, or mages who could kill their opponents from dozens of meters away. Despite being the rarest space mage, Murray Green is actually the weakest level 1 mage in terms of combat strength. Anyone who learns an offensive spell would be stronger than him. This made Murray Green hesitant to tell Nick Brown that he had become a magician. He wondered if, when asked to demonstrate, Murray would use spatial feedback to analyze the magician's mocking expression or use his magician's hand, which could barely lift a pound, to pluck Nick Brown's nose hairs. Murray Green thought that this force shouldn't be enough to pluck Nick Brown's nose hairs. What nose hair? This can't go on. I need to find some sense of security. Murray Green touched the 2 guns at his waist, his restless and uneasy heart finding temporary relief. Then he decisively drew his basic gun, picked up a pen with his mage's hand, and while touching the cold basic gun, he drew design drawings and kept thinking and revising the design in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, the mage held a pen and began sketching on the white paper, eventually creating a complete design. Murray Green picked up the design and examined it carefully many times before finally smiling. That's right, that's exactly it. Having made up his mind, Murray Green asked his mentor Webster for 2 days off over the weekend, saying he wanted to go home to his estate outside the city to rest and recharge. Webster Ellis, who had been checking on Murray Green's study progress every day, knew that Murray Green had indeed been working very hard lately, and taking a couple of days off to relax was a good option. After all, a mage's training is not about rushing, but about tranquility. How can a mage who can't calm down become stronger? Murray Green, who had successfully obtained leave, carried a large bag into the manor's independent forge, took out items from the bag, and arranged them one by one on the empty platform. A 10-kilogram long copper block, 3 1-kilogram silver blocks, 10 gold coins, some molds, a small packet of magic crystal powder, a large packet of ordinary gunpowder, and a piece of white paper covered with gun designs. Murray Green placed the gun design on the wooden board in front of him, took out an existing mold, made slight adjustments with a carving knife, and then used the mold clay from the forge to create several new molds. After placing all the molds on the platform, Murray Green extended his index finger and cast a spatial feedback spell. However, this time, he actively narrowed the range of the spell, focusing it on all the molds on the platform. With his eyes closed, Murray Green sorted through the feedback he received. The bullet mold needs modification. The manufactured bullets are a bit too small and don't fit the cartridge case properly. The barrel mold needs to be ground straighter, otherwise the manufactured barrels will be somewhat bent. Unable to use spatial feedback in combat, Murray Green used it as a scanner, transmitting all the details into his brain, allowing him to grasp many details he had never noticed before. After adjusting the mold, Murray Green lit the furnace, threw in the copper block, and poured it out after it melted into molten copper. Then he melted out the silver block and gold coin in turn. Some of the molten copper was taken out and heated to make it boil continuously in the furnace. Murray Green then added some molten silver and gold, stirring constantly to make the three metals fuse together. Finally, the mixture was poured into several molds. He then made a mixture of metals in different proportions and poured it into several other molds. Different structures have different strength requirements, so it is necessary to manufacture gold, silver, and copper alloys of different strengths. Of course, this is also due to Murray Green's limited budget. Otherwise, he could have used pure gold or made a pistol from magical metals, so that he wouldn't have to adjust the metal ratio. While waiting for the mold to set, Murray Green processed some of the magic crystal powder again to make it even finer. To obtain this batch of finer powder, Murray Green used his mage hands to grind each grain one by one. Murray Green had never imagined that his two spells could be so useful. After Murray Green finished polishing the last gun part and placed it on the platform, he turned to look out the window. It was already dark. After stretching his stiff body, Murray Green turned his gaze to the platform in front of him. Shot stock, cylinder, locking mechanism, trigger. Murray Green interlaced his fingers, pushed forward with his backhand, loosened his hands, and then picked up the gun parts without hesitation and began to assemble them. Before long, the parts were installed, and a silver pistol appeared in Murray Green's hand. This is a revolver. The metal gun body and the drum magazine that can hold 6 bullets exude a sense of mechanical violence. It is made of silver-copper alloy with some gold added to make its structure more robust. The bullets, however, were modified with great care. The previous bullets were assembled from a bullet casing, a bullet head, and gunpowder mixed with magic crystal powder. The bottom of the bullet casing was thinned by carving it with a knife to make it easier to fire, but it was unstable. Modern bullets are manufactured with a high degree of precision, consisting of a projectile, cartridge case, gunpowder, and primer. Murray Green modified the structure and materials of the cartridge case base to make the bullet easier to fire and to allow the cartridge case to be recycled. A primer has been added, which is made of finely ground pure magic crystal powder. A thin layer of this primer is spread on the bottom of the bullet casing to increase the bullet's firing probability and make the firing process smoother. Although its power is still not as good as the magic crystal gun, the optimized revolver has increased its power by 30% compared to the simplified version. Most importantly, it can fire 6 shots in a row. It felt cold to the touch, but Murray Green felt a warmth in his heart. The anxiety that had been troubling him vanished the moment he touched the grip of the gun. Without firing a bullet, Murray Green pulled the trigger a few times to test the smoothness. If he found anything wrong, he immediately disassembled the parts and carefully polished them with a grinding tool. After several adjustments, the revolver finally met Murray Green's requirements for smoothness. In the end, all parts were disassembled, soaked 3 times in Warcraft grease, wrapped in cloth, and placed in an exquisite wooden box. Finally, Murray Green fell asleep with a smile on his face, clutching the wooden box. Chapter 47: An Invitation from Elizabeth. The next day, Murray Green, who had slept in late, manufactured a second gun following the same process as the first. However, this gun is somewhat different from the first revolver. It is still a revolver in style, but the barrel is much shorter. Trying to tuck it into his sleeve or put it in his pocket, Murray Green found it easy to conceal the gun on his person if he wore looser clothing. After finishing this portable revolver, Murray Green used the remaining materials to make bullets. Retiring his basic gun, Murray Green holstered the magic crystal gun and the long revolver on his waist and concealed the short revolver in his left sleeve. With all 3 guns on his person, Murray Green felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over him. We still have some time today. How about we go to Mount Kayas and try out the guns? Murray Green thought about it for a moment, but ultimately shook his head and gave up the idea. Unlike warriors, mages are physically stronger than ordinary people in the early stages, but not by much. Even if they defeat 2 or 3 ordinary people with their bare hands, they may still end up with bruises and swelling, paying a heavy price. Moreover, low-level mages have limited magical power and a limited number of spells they can use. If they can't kill their opponent with a few spells, they won't even have a chance to escape, let alone a level 1 mage like myself who is the weakest. Therefore, before a mage has grown to the point where they are capable of going out on adventures alone, they will generally choose to go out in a group. In the team, the mage is the main damage dealer. After casting a spell, they are protected by their companions, making them very safe, and they can also enjoy a life of leisure. He wanted to ask his older brother, Ryan Green, to go for another stroll in the Kaya's mountains, but then he remembered that ever since their mother had mentioned the instability of the border, Ryan Green had been recruiting and building his own faction at the academy, and hadn't had time to play with him. Well, with a sigh, Murray Green felt somewhat helpless. His classmates were still in the classroom, struggling with meditation, some even memorizing meditation techniques. I don't know any of the other senior students, and we're not related. Who would bring a burden like me into the mountains for a mission or a hunt? Wrong. Murray Green touched the lining made of silver bear fur, and suddenly remembered the 2 second-year students who had failed to rob him and were instead taught a lesson by Ryan Green. Forget it, it's the weekend today. They should be in the Kaya's mountains right now. If I go into the mountains to look for them now, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it will be very dangerous. Disappointed, Murray Green returned to school, went into his dormitory, and as he closed the door, he suddenly saw an invitation in the mailroom. This was an ice blue, aristocratic invitation with elegant floral patterns printed on its surface. Murray Green's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the patterns on the invitation. This invitation is from the Ellis family, and their members must be of high status. Picking up the standard invitation that could only be used by direct members of the Ellis family, Murray Green slapped his forehead and suddenly thought of a name. Elizabeth Ellis. Upon opening the invitation, as expected, it was an invitation to a banquet hosted by Her Highness Elizabeth, the Ice Lotus of the North. Seeing this invitation, Murray Green felt a headache coming on. He wasn't one to cause trouble. He preferred to amuse himself in his own little world. But the host of this banquet was currently the biggest source of trouble in the North. However, due to his special status, Murray Green had no choice but to actively approach this source of trouble, unless he and the Green family no longer wanted to live in the North. Alas, I was so happy yesterday, and I am so sad today. After reading the invitation, Murray Green laid down on the bed, stretched out his body, and lay flat on his back, looking utterly dejected and unwilling to move. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could even get comfortable in bed, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door, making Murray Green even more upset. He didn't want to get up to open the door, but he still dragged himself out of bed because he knew that if he didn't open the door, things would get even more complicated. You're here. Stop knocking. If you damage the door, you'll not only have to pay for the full repair cost, but also compensate me for emotional distress. You little devil, Murray, you're inside and you don't open the door right away? You want me to pay for the door? No way. And to disrespect your uncle is utterly disrespectful. If I don't file a complaint against you when I see your mother in the future, I'm not Nick Brown. After opening the door, Nick Brown hurried into the room and, as usual, checked Murray Green's bed. Murray Green, however, just stared at Nick Brown with a dark expression and a speechless look on his face. Do you really need to say that? Don't tell me I didn't do those things. Even if I did, what does it have to do with a single guy like you? Murray, I am your uncle. It is my duty to care for the younger generation and ensure your healthy and happy growth. Since your parents are not around, as your elder, I have to keep an eye on you and prevent you from going astray or developing any bad habits. As Nick Brown was speaking, he exaggeratedly clutched his chest, looking heartbroken. Seeing this drama queen start his steady performance again, Murray Green rolled his eyes at him, interrupted his performance, and sat on the sofa to ask directly, "How did you know I was in the dorm? Instead of discussing tactics with your comrades and dealing with those out-of-town students, why did you come looking for me?" Since that banquet, Nick Brown and other male students from the North have connected and formed an organization to protect Her Highness Elizabeth, aiming to combat out-of-town students. They considered it a silent war, so within the organization, everyone called each other comrades in arms, and their daily task and goal was to find a way to deal with those students from other places. At first, Murray Green was quite curious about their organization, but when he learned that their daily routine consisted of inviting a group of out-of-town classmates out for drinks, He lost interest in the organization. It's funny, really. They were noble children, and they had to attract Her Highness Elizabeth's attention and make her notice them. Therefore, every move must be elegant and noble. As a result, no one will do small things like spitting, applying glue to a bench, or throwing insects at the other person, because these are likely to eliminate you from the competition. At this time, they had only been enrolled for less than 2 months, and they did not have the magical talent of Murray Green. They were not yet magicians, so magical clashes were out of the question. As for close-quarters combat, please, they are noble and elegant future magicians, and they hate using brute force the most. In this situation, forcing someone to drink alcohol becomes the optimal solution, simple, direct, and brutal, and it can also make the opponent feel very uncomfortable. So every day they thought about how to get those out-of-town classmates drunk. Therefore, Murray Green declined Nick Brown's invitations time and again. Weekends are the time for the organization's officers. Generally, Nick Brown would go with his group of comrades to go drinking with their classmates from out of town and wouldn't bother him. Chapter 48, First Invitation. Upon hearing Murray Green's question, Nick Brown rolled his eyes, naturally sat down on the sofa opposite him, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a glass of cold black tea. After taking a sip of tea, Nick Brown leaned back, crossed his legs, picked up the invitation that Murray Green had casually placed on the table, and began to look through it. Hey, didn't you see the invitation? And you should have received it, so why are you looking at it so carefully, like it's a confidential document? Seeing that Nick Brown had flipped through his invitation 5 or 6 times, and was even starting to examine the cover, Murray Green couldn't help but stop him. Although Murray Green was reluctant to attend this troublesome banquet, he would be in even more trouble if he ruined the invitation and didn't go. Of course, I also have an invitation from Her Highness Elizabeth. Except for the fact that the invitee is different from you. Everything else is exactly the same. Isn't that obvious? Aside from the different names, what else could the invitations possibly be different about? Murray Green poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and was somewhat puzzled as to why Nick Brown had come to see him today. Nick Brown sighed, gently placed the invitation on the table, and stared intently at Murray Green. Murray Green raised an eyebrow and silently met Nick Brown's gaze as he suddenly became serious. "Sigh, I came here just to see if the first invitation to the Magic Academy was any different from mine. I thought I would see His Highness's handwriting, but it turns out they are the same as mine, both written by the same person." Nick Brown sighed, leaned forward, and tried to stand up to leave Murray Green's room. Upon hearing this, Murray Green's expression shifted, and he reached out and pressed down on Nick Brown's shoulder. Although Nick Brown was taller than Murray Green was now a level 1 wizard, and his physique had been enhanced, making him no less powerful than Nick Brown. Murray Green's sudden action caught Nick Brown off guard, leaving him unable to stand up and forced to remain seated on the sofa, accepting Murray Green's interrogation. "You said this is the first invitation from the Magic Academy. Where did you get this inside information?" Murray Green casually picked up the invitation, waved it in front of Nick Brown, and tossed it onto the table, looking at the other man's somewhat surprised face. This morning, the Ellis family's messenger went straight to the dormitory building, put the first invitation into your mailbox, and then went to deliver the invitations to the others. Many students saw it clearly, so it's not just some rumor. Upon receiving this news, Murray Green frowned, released Nick Brown, sat on the sofa, crossed his arms, rested them lightly on the tip of his nose, and fell into deep thought. The first invitation from the Magic Academy. From Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis, the second heir to the Grand Duke of the North. Anyone with a basic understanding of invitation letters knows that when the invitees are all in the same city, the order in which invitation letters are sent is determined by the invitee's social status. Elizabeth Ellis's social status is currently ranked 3rd in the North, making her the highest-ranking person after her grandfather and father. In this situation, everyone is a subordinate in her eyes, and superiors usually invite subordinates in order of importance. The first invitation from the Magic Academy signifies that Murray Green is the person Elizabeth Ellis values most at the Academy. So when the invitation was delivered to Murray Green's door, Murray Green was already embroiled in a trouble he had always wanted to avoid. "Hey, what are you doing, Murray? As your uncle, I rushed over to remind you as soon as I heard you were going back to school, and you treat me like this? I'm heartbroken. I'm really heartbroken." Nick Brown, recovering from the shock of being pinned down by Murray Green, looked at the other man with a surprised expression, then crossed his arms, looking as if he had been insulted by the big man. "All right, speak properly. I'm in a bad mood right now, and I don't have time to argue with you." Upon returning to school, Murray Green was met with such terrifying and devastating news, leaving him in a state of confusion and unsure of how to handle the situation. Elizabeth Ellis's interest would have been a cause for celebration for anyone else, but Murray Green had no intention of becoming a live-in son-in-law, as it meant not only a lack of freedom, but also the risk of being cuckolded. As for the Duke's power, Murray Green would gladly accept it even if it were given to him for free, but he would rather not pay such a heavy price. TSK. Isn't this Murray Green, the favorite of Her Highness Elizabeth? He's gotten so imposing in just one day. I'm so afraid. Oh, you. Murray Green suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Nick Brown knew he was in trouble. He hadn't expected to provoke him. It seems Murray Green is indeed in a bad mood. All right. I'm not joking anymore. Please sit down. Nick Brown straightened his back. His expression became serious, and his eyes looked straight ahead. Seeing that Nick Brown had finally become serious, Murray Green let out a breath, drank the black tea in his cup in one gulp, suppressed his anger, and sat down again. According to my investigation, Her Highness Elizabeth sent out more than 100 invitations at the Magic Academy. Students from the 1st to the 4th year received the invitations. Among them were noble heirs and noble children who were not heirs, but the families behind them were mostly earls or above. In addition, there are magical geniuses, combat mages, potion masters, weapon refiners, and so on. As long as they are well-known geniuses in the school, regardless of whether they are nobles or commoners, they have all received invitations. Nick Brown blinked, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said with a sigh, Her Highness Elizabeth's banquet this time is truly grand and extravagant, and the venue for the banquet is the student auditorium. I estimate that there may be 400 or 500 students attending this banquet, which will bring together all the top talents in the entire college. At this point, Nick Brown's eyes widened as he scrutinized Murray Green, trying to discern anything special about him. Because he still couldn't understand why the person in front of him was ranked first in the Magic Academy. Murray Green's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. Why is he ranked first? A student of Webster Ellis. Spatial warfare tactics. Why shouldn't he be ranked first? But he only wanted to develop in a low-key manner. Elizabeth Ellis's first invitation immediately put him in a very conspicuous position, which annoyed him a lot. Chapter 49, Plucking Your Nose Hairs with a Mage's Hand. The Magic Academy has genius students who become advanced magicians as soon as they enter their senior year, as well as Duke's sons. So, whether it's magical talent or social status, you're not number one. Why did His Highness send you the invitation first? Nick Brown asked the question that puzzled him greatly, while Murray Green thought of a figure dressed entirely in white, and the culprit Webster Ellis came to mind. It's all the mentor's fault. It must have been that old man Webster Ellis who informed Elizabeth Ellis of his information. Otherwise, how could Elizabeth Ellis have known that such a giant was hidden in the small Ellis Academy? A frustrated Murray Green leaned back on the sofa, looking utterly dejected, and said, Who knows? Maybe I have unlimited potential and Her Highness Elizabeth has high hopes for me. Or maybe I'm Webster Ellis's student, or most likely, it's because I'm handsome. Ahem, what did you say? Who? Nick Brown, who was drinking tea, almost choked to death on a mouthful of tea. Webster Ellis? Webster Ellis, the #1 magician of the North. Dean Webster, is that the name you're referring to? Could there be another Webster Ellis? Ha. As a student of the Magic Academy, you're Webster Ellis's student, so does that mean I'm not his student? Don't talk nonsense, and besides. Nick Brown patted his chest, calming down from his earlier taunts. He looked Murray Green up and down, then patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Murray, Her Highness Elizabeth is no shallow person. As the heir to the Duke, she's seen all sorts of men. Although I admit you're handsome, you can only be a mistress at best. It will be very difficult for you to rise to the top. However, I noticed that your physical strength has improved a lot. When I patted your shoulder, it bounced back. Normal training could not possibly make you this fast. You must have made great progress in meditation. The feedback has enhanced your physique. No wonder you were able to hold me down just now. After briefly testing Murray Green's physical strength, Nick Brown judged that his meditation practice was progressing rapidly, and thus somewhat accepted Murray Green's first reason. However, no matter how fast he progresses, without becoming a magician and achieving a substantial breakthrough, it's impossible to measure Murray Green's meditation progress. As for why he believes Murray Green has not broken through to become a wizard, that's because, based on his understanding of Murray Green, if Murray Green were to become a wizard, he would definitely be unable to resist showing off to him. When the time comes, all Murray Green needs to do is raise his hand, and shoot out a water arrow. It will be so cool and stylish that no man can resist such a dazzling scene. If Murray Green doesn't show it, then he hasn't been promoted to a magician. Without becoming a magician, how can one choose a mentor, and how can a mentor accept such a student? Before a student becomes a mage, no one can be 100% certain of what the other person's attribute is. Just like Murray Green, basically 99% of people, including Murray Green himself, thought he would cultivate water attribute magic and learn water attribute magic, but now he is a space mage. Life is full of surprises, and spiritual practice is not static either. Only after clearly understanding his own attributes would he choose a mentor. This was the first reason he rejected Murray Green's second argument. The second piece of evidence is that Webster Ellis is an ice attribute mage who has only taught ice magic to members of the Ellis family. Murray Green is not a member of the Ellis family, so why would he be able to receive guidance from Webster Ellis? Based on his unlimited potential? It's because he's more handsome. Pooh. Murray is getting more and more cunning. Of his 3 reasons, 2.5 were false. If I weren't so clever, I would have been fooled by this wicked nephew. Nick Brown thought to himself that he was clever. When Murray Green heard that Nick Brown didn't believe him, he didn't try to prove himself, because there was nothing to prove. Was he really going to use his magician's hand to pluck Nick Brown's nose hairs to prove that he had successfully become a magician? Stop fooling around. However, the thought of this made Murray Green narrow his eyes as he looked at Nick Brown, a surge of impulse rising within him. Actually, it's not impossible. If you take my words as a joke, then I don't know how to explain it to you. Do you expect me to go all the way to Her Highness Elizabeth and ask her directly in front of you? Murray Green shrugged and continued. The issue now is not why I was the first one to receive the invitation, but what the consequences of this will be and how we should deal with it. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nick Brown nearly jumped up and shouted. What do you mean by US? You are now the enemy of the entire school. Everyone who has designs on His Highness wants nothing more than to get rid of you. So you are you, and I am me. We have no relation whatsoever. Goodness. Murray Green inwardly exclaimed. Wow, I was a bit hesitant before, but now I've made up my mind. Since you were unkind first, don't blame me for being unjust. With a sharp look in his eyes, Murray Green's spiritual power burst forth, transforming into a tangible mage's hand that flew toward Nick Brown's nostrils. Ha ha ha. When you opened the door before, you called yourself my uncle, but now you want to sever ties? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Murray Green grinned, revealing a cunning smile that sent a chill down Nick Brown's spine. Tomorrow I'll post a notice downstairs in the teaching building saying that you, Nick Brown, are my uncle. We grew up together and are as close as brothers. If you want to cause me trouble, you'll have to get past me first. Huh. Such shameless remarks terrified Nick Brown. If he were to actually do it, Nick Brown could imagine how miserable his future would be. I grew up in the Brown family. You're from the Green family. We just happen to share Campbell blood. We're not close, ouch. And who grew up with you, ouch ouch. Nick Brown touched his nose, and for some reason, it suddenly started to itch, like someone was plucking his nose hairs but not quite pulling them out, and it also stung a little. I can't breathe the air in your room. I have to go. As he spoke, Nick Brown stood up, rubbed his nose vigorously to shake off the discomfort, and then turned toward the door, saying as he walked, Goodbye, Murray. Actually, I quite enjoyed playing with you, but unfortunately, not making a move against you is my bottom line. Reminding you now is my last act of kindness towards you. Enjoy your last happy moments. Chapter 50 Utter Madness. Watching Nick Brown's departing figure, Murray Green wished he could just pull out a gun and blast a hole in the back of his big, round head. Relax, don't rush, don't get angry. He's my relative, my good friend, we can't break down. Ever since he invented the revolver, Murray Green has had the urge to draw it and aim at his targets at any time. Perhaps it was because he possessed a weapon that his murderous intent arose spontaneously. Looking down at the invitation lying on the table, I thought it would have been better if I hadn't looked at it. Now that I did, I felt like pulling out a gun and shooting it. This thing was a menace. It was ruining my peaceful life. Forget it. Let's just practice magic. I don't want to think about these things. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. As long as those senior students don't bully me, I can basically crush my peers. Murray Green patted the pistol at his waist, and his previous unease dissipated. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was another knock on Murray Green's door. He thought it was Nick Brown returning, but when he opened the door, it turned out to be a classmate from out of town. Hello, Murray Green. My name is Marlon Reed, grandson of the Grand Duke of the South. Hello. Their eyes met. Marlon Reed's gaze full of inquiry, eager to know what kind of person this unexpected #1 competitor was. In Murray Green's pale blue eyes, he saw first a hint of confusion at his appearance, then calmness, and finally an unwavering determination. This made Marlon Reed immediately unsure of his opponent's situation, because the determination in his opponent's eyes wasn't just a forced, gritting teeth persistence, but rather a deep-seated confidence. He even vaguely sensed that the other party had a murderous intent that could kill him at any moment. After successfully meditating, Marlon Reed's mental strength improved significantly. He became able to notice subtle things and develop some spiritual intuition. Upon discovering this, Marlon Reed narrowed his eyes, realizing that his seemingly handsome and harmless #1 opponent was actually a ruthless character. There's definitely a reason why the other party was able to receive the first invitation. Haha, Murray, we were classmates in the basic introduction to magical plants and animals class. I heard you've already succeeded in meditation and can now enter the private meditation room to cultivate. You're cultivating so fast. I wonder if you could teach me some techniques. Murray Green was puzzled by the fact that the seemingly menacing enemy had suddenly become so friendly. It's very simple. Just stop thinking about random things and focus on your cultivation. Murray Green made a few casual remarks, and Marlon Reed, upon hearing these perfunctory words, revealed a look of ecstatic joy and replied with a loud laugh. Haha, thank you so much for your guidance, Murray. It's truly enlightening. I can't wait to start cultivating now. He clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and continued in a sincere tone. Murray, I'm very sorry. Your guidance has been a great help to me, but I want to practice now and give it a try. I can only thank you next time by treating you to a meal. Goodbye. Murray Green could tell that the other person just wanted an excuse to leave, and Murray Green, who was already a little flustered, also wanted to get rid of him. However, just as he was about to speak and send the other party away, Murray Green's powerful mental energy vaguely sensed that there were quite a few people watching him from the sidelines. These guys. Murray Green's eyes lit up, and an idea came to him. With a heavy heart, I made a difficult decision. Looking up, Marlon Reed carefully examined his appearance. As the grandson of the Grand Duke, he still dared to come to the north to compete for Elizabeth Ellis. His appearance and figure were naturally of the highest caliber. It's you I've decided on, you just happened to bump into me. Murray Green burst out laughing as well, slapped Marlon Reed on the shoulder, put his arm around him, closed the door behind him, and walked outside with a bewildered Marlon Reed in his arms. Meeting is fate. Why wait for another day to invite someone to dinner? Today is fine. Besides, cultivation is something that can't be rushed. There's no use in rushing it. Murray Green used his right hand to forcefully pin down Marlon Reed, who was trying to struggle. Why don't you treat me to a meal now? I know a lot of cultivation tips and tricks. I can teach you them slowly over dinner. At this moment, Marlon Reed was completely bewildered, not knowing what was wrong with Murray Green. Are we that close? I was just being polite. Inviting you to dinner? Only a ghost would invite you to dinner. Why did you have to climb up the pole like that? Lost in thought, Marlon Reed instinctively struggled again, but was quickly suppressed by a brute force, leaving him at Murray Green's mercy. Forget it, it's just inviting him to a meal, no big deal. He's such a northern barbarian, so eager to have a meal with him. Marlon Reed suddenly felt someone touch his lower back, which instantly tensed his previously relaxed body, making his hair stand on end. Damn it, what's going on? Does he expect me to go? Murray Green touched his lower back again, and this time the touch was moved slightly lower. Sensing the growing crowd around him, Murray Green suppressed his nausea and laughed loudly. Hey, Marlon, you have a great figure, and your skin is so smooth. I've heard that the South is great for skincare. When can I come over for a visit? As he spoke, Murray Green casually patted Marlon Reed lightly on the back. Gah? Marlon Reed desperately wanted to escape, but Murray Green held him firmly in place, making escape impossible. What a joke. The props have run away. How am I supposed to perform afterwards? Whether I can get everything sorted out and avoid future troubles depends on this one move. Murray Green silently thought to himself, then controlled Marlon Reed to walk towards the cafeteria, ordered 2 meals, and then sat down in the center of the cafeteria with the pale-faced Marlon Reed. Marin, you look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to check you out? As he spoke, Murray Green grabbed Marlon Reed's hand, preventing him from escaping. He then looked at the man across from him with deep affection, before turning his head to the left and right to show everyone around him his gaze. No, I'm fine. Let's eat. This food is delicious. Let's eat. Marlon has a good appetite, so eat more. If you're full, you'll have energy tonight, and I'll teach you how to cultivate then. Murray Green seemed oblivious to the students around him, speaking loudly and in a cloying tone, his words leaving much to the imagination. Ugh, I'm so ashamed. That wretched Elizabeth Ellis, you forced me to do this. Wait till I grow up, and I'll teach you a lesson. I'm not Murray Green anymore. Chapter 51 Complaint. When Murray Green returned to his dorm, he noticed that he was receiving far less attention. This relieved him, and he thought to himself that his previous plan had really worked. It was a stroke of genius. Aside from being rather disgusting to use, it's a good plan. We really owe a lot to Ma Luan for his performance today. I'll treat him to dinner next time to thank him properly. If he dares to come for dinner. Shaking his head, Murray Green put the nearly terrified Marin Reed out of his mind, silently chanted a spatial feedback incantation, drew a magic circle with his fingers, and surveyed the surroundings. After noticing that there were indeed fewer people around and things had returned to normal, Murray Green stared at the ice blue invitation, which was floating in the air. With a flick of his eyes, Murray Green manipulated the mage hand, carrying the invitation, to fly around aimlessly. After venting his frustration, Murray Green sighed and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. At this moment, his magical power was about the size of an egg, which was only at the level of a newly promoted mage. A first-level mage, on the other hand, did not have any bottlenecks. He only needed to spend time accumulating magical power until it was about the size of his head. After completing his training time for the day, Murray Green began practicing the spatial feedback and mage hand spells using the combat techniques taught by Webster Ellis. After using combat techniques, Murray Green's spellcasting speed increased significantly. He had only been taught the basics. If he learned the rapid casting techniques of combat, Murray Green would be able to cast those 2 spells in an instant. Fortunately, neither of his spells was lethal, so he could practice them in the dormitory. It's such a wonderful thing that it's hard to talk about all its merits. Murray Green was somewhat distracted as he watched the invitations fluttering wildly in the air. Before he knew it, the invitations had flown 5 meters away, leaving Murray Green's control. The invitation fell to the ground, but Murray Green just stood there, stunned, without picking it up. His expression changed constantly, sometimes happy, sometimes frowning, sometimes melancholy, as if he was thinking about something. My cultivation speed is quite fast, but even if it is fast, to reach level 4, which is the advanced mage, I would have to focus on cultivating magic power in my 4th year and not practice magic. The fastest I could do that would be in my 3rd year. He could probably manage to stay home and cultivate for 2 or 3 years without participating in battles, but even though he didn't cause trouble, trouble still came to him. I'm 16 this year, and I stand like a lackey. In today's situation, although he cleverly diverted many people's attention, cleverness cannot always solve problems. The key lies in hard power. Murray Green has potential at this time, but he cannot realize it. Faced with the crisis, he can only rely on the revolver at his waist. However, his revolver was just an ordinary creation, with only a few clever tricks. He used magic crystal powder to increase its power, which might give him an advantage against level 1 or 2 warriors or mages, but against level 3 or 4 opponents, it was no different from a toy. It's too long, it's really too long. Murray Green sighed, staring at the invitation lying on the ground. He reached out and grabbed it, lifting it from the air. He then drew his revolver from his waist and placed both of them in front of him. These are the 2 paths I've found. One option is to specialize in mental attributes and become a psychic. One option is to study weapon crafting techniques, become a weapon crafter, and forge magical weapons. As for the path of spatial combat, it is estimated that there will be little progress before level 4, because without offensive magic, combat techniques cannot unleash their terrifying power. However, Murray Green possesses a talent for combat, with high mental strength and magical affinity. Except for some demanding magic professions, most professions do not present much difficulty for him in changing jobs. Therefore, you can temporarily switch to another profession to get through your weak period, and then cultivate to become an advanced mage, mastering the attack magic space blade and the spatial divine skill instant teleportation. He will show others what the terror of spatial warfare truly is. 1 heart, 2 plans. On the surface, I'll specialize in telekinesis, and on the side, I'll work as a weapon refiner to forge magical weapons. As expected of me, I can come up with such a brilliant plan. Murray Green, having come up with a solution, immediately took action and went out of the dormitory again. On his way out of the dormitory building, Murray Green felt that he was getting more attention, but unlike the hostility before, now it was more of a cold stare and a joke. Murray Green turned to look around, and the male students whose gaze swept over him all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes, for fear of being remembered by Murray Green. Upon discovering this, Murray Green felt a mix of emotions, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then immediately rushed to Stanley Ellis's tower, found Webster Ellis, and looked at his mentor with a resentful expression. Looking at Murray Green, who was acting pitifully and with resentment in his eyes, Webster Ellis frowned. But before he could speak, Murray Green took out the invitation and wailed. "Mentor, I was overjoyed to receive this invitation today, because it means His Highness has high hopes for me. But..." Murray Green's mouth trembled, his body tensed, as if he had been bullied. He opened his mouth, but never uttered the rest of his words. Webster Ellis casually cast a calming spell on Murray Green and asked, "But what?" "I was very excited and grateful for Her Highness's recognition of me by placing me in the first position. However, some classmates were jealous of Her Highness's favor towards me and actually bullied me, saying that I was not worthy of Her Highness's favor." Taking a deep breath, Murray Green suddenly shouted loudly and passionately, "I am flattered by His Highness's favor, but my classmates say I am not worthy of His Highness's favor. I cannot let others slander me, so I fight back against them on reason. They couldn't beat me, so they tried to fight, but I'm your student. They're no match for me. Just when I thought the matter was over, some senior students put pressure on me from all sides, bullying me and showing no sportsmanship." "What?" Webster Ellis's expression changed upon hearing this. It was practically impossible for cultivators to coexist peacefully unless one subdued the other. It's normal for students to compete with each other. The college even gives preferential treatment to outstanding students in order to stimulate their competitive spirit and unleash their potential. But this is the benefit of normal competition. However, when older students compete against younger students, it's not competition, but suppression. The occurrence of suppression is extremely harmful to the school's learning atmosphere and one's own learning environment. As the Dean of the Magic Academy, Webster Ellis would never allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 52: The Dean's Will. Some schools prefer to treat everyone equally, while others prefer to respect the strong. Due to the different wills of their leaders, the school atmosphere will vary from school to school. Webster Ellis's personality leans towards stability, so the style of the Magic Academy also tends towards stability. Of course, giving some preferential treatment to gifted students is a common understanding among all schools. The next day, Nick Brown walked into the meditation room with ease, greeted his classmates, chatted and joked around while waiting for the class bell to ring. But just then, Lyndon Bill, who never waited for the bell to ring before entering the classroom, suddenly floated in. The students were all stunned for a moment, and then quickly went to their seats. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, please have a seat." 19 students sat down, while Lyndon Bill stood on the podium, his eyes narrowed, his body slightly leaning forward, looking down at the students, a heavy sense of oppression suddenly enveloping the entire classroom. Nick Brown felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Cough. Lyndon Bill coughed softly, and the pressure in the classroom vanished instantly. Heaving breaths filled the room. After 7 or 8 seconds, Lyndon Bill spoke, once everyone had recovered. "Last night, the dean held a short meeting with all of us teachers. The meeting was very simple, and the main point was to keep the Magic Academy stable. Today, I'm also holding a short meeting with you all. I have the same requirement as the dean for us, to maintain the stability of the Magic Academy." At this point, Lyndon Bill's tone softened. The air in the meditation room seemed to freeze for a moment, and then Lyndon Bill's deep voice rang out in inquiry. "Is it possible?" "Able. We guarantee we can. The dean's will is our mission, and we guarantee to complete the order." "Very good." Lyndon Bill, with a cold expression, nodded and revealed a slight smile. After class, seeing Lyndon Bill's departing figure, Nick Brown and the others breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss among themselves. "Sigh, do you know what happened? Why did Professor Lyndon suddenly become so strict? During the meeting earlier, my heart almost jumped out of my chest." One student patted his chest, then patted it down a few times to catch his breath, and Nick Brown shook his head in response. "I don't know. Everything was fine before. How could things change so suddenly?" Li Wei, you have good connections. Do you have any inside information you can share with us?" A bitter smile appeared on Li Wei Ellis's pale face. He frowned, thought carefully for a moment, and finally shook his head. "I don't know the specifics, but I do know that last night, the dean suddenly called a meeting with all the teachers and conveyed some requirements to them. But I didn't expect Professor Lyndon to react so strongly today. It seems that he has angered the dean for some reason, which is why he reacted like this. So here's the question. Who's so bold as to provoke the dean?" Once they recovered, the group walked out of the classroom in small groups, chatting about what had happened and speculating about the reasons behind what had occurred. On the way, students from other classes also mentioned the same thing, and everyone was amazed. As more people gathered, the information began to circulate among them. A few words here, a few words there. Do you think this whole thing started with the invitation His Highness sent out yesterday? Suddenly, someone mentioned this reason, but it was quickly refuted by others. Before the refutation could be successful, someone else spoke up. It's very likely that this is the cause. One of the senior students that our teacher is mentoring went to the dormitory building yesterday. I heard that he originally planned to go find Murray Green to find out why His Highness sent the first invitation letter from the Magic Academy to Murray Green. But he ended up seeing a commotion and discovered that Murray Green actually likes men. He has now been arranged by the dean to undergo training in the wilderness of Mount Caius. What? Just then, another person spoke up loudly. I also know a senior who was also assigned to outdoor training in the Caius Mountains. With many people involved, there was more information available. After a discussion around the teaching building, everyone quickly came to a conclusion. Several senior students were thrown into Mount Caius, and unsurprisingly, they all went to see the excitement in the dormitory building yesterday. This matter must be related to Her Highness Elizabeth's invitation. Therefore, it can be deduced that the dean did not want the students to disrupt the stability of the Magic Academy because of the invitation, so he asked the teachers to set some rules for them. Nick Brown, standing in the crowd, nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with the statement. At that moment, he recalled the protagonist of yesterday's invitation incident. I wonder where Murray has gone. The dean is actually supporting him. Could it be that he really is the dean's student? No, who isn't? It must be that the dean suddenly issued an order for the sake of the academy's stability. Meanwhile, as they were still discussing yesterday's invitation incident and today's events, Murray Green was in the tower of Stanley Ellis, practicing the new magic he had received from his mentor. Spiritual materialization. This is a special magic skill that requires no level. It can train mental strength, making the user's mental power materialize, allowing the materialized mental power to directly attack the opponent, making it impossible to defend against. Once the materialized spiritual power reaches a certain intensity, it is called psychic power. Power arises from a single thought and ceases with a single thought. It has a very peculiar way of being. Although its power is not as great as offensive magic, its strangeness far surpasses that of magic. To become a psychic, one must meet two conditions. First, possess strong mental power, and second, master the method of controlling one's body with one's spirit. Coincidentally, Murray Green meets both of these conditions. Of course, this is not a coincidence, but rather Murray Green's choice to switch to telekinesis because he had the necessary conditions. Call. Murray Green exhaled, his body slowly relaxing, then took a deep breath, and the mental energy in his mind began to squeeze against each other. Just as cotton hardens when squeezed, mental strength can be enhanced through appropriate means of compression. Murray Green suddenly opened his eyes, reached out and grabbed a rock 3 meters away from him. His materialized mental power emanated from his body, and he grasped the 2-pound rock. Rise. Under Murray Green's control, the rock in front of him was slowly lifted. Watching this rock, which weighed twice as much as he had ever done before, float in front of him, Murray Green grinned and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After cultivating the materialization of the spirit, my use of the mage's hand has indeed improved a lot. Now, with my 2 gene of strength, controlling flying needles to kill a few ordinary people is a piece of cake. If I had 20 gene of strength, I might even be able to kill a level 1 warrior head-on. Chapter 53, Smooth Mini-Combos. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Why did the dean suddenly arrange for us to go into the mountains for trials? Deep in the Caius Mountains, a young man dressed in a red magic robe and holding a fire magic staff chatted with his companions as they traveled. But just then, his gaze shifted, and he casually tossed out a fireball the size of a head. The fireball flew into the forest, and a commotion came from within. Then a giant python emerged. The giant python was about 1 meter thick, with most of its body hidden among the trees and bushes, but the length of its protruding body was already more than 10 meters. It was covered in scales as big as a wash basin, with red and green patterns on the scales, the red patterns of which shimmered faintly, clearly indicating that it was an extraordinary creature. The giant python, struck by the fireball, swayed its body, vaguely revealing the part that had been hit. Apart from being stained with some black, it was completely unharmed. The giant python stared at the person who threw the fireball with its vertical snake eyes, opened its blood-red maw, and flashed its red patterns. A fireball the size of a wash basin was hurled back. An eye for an eye. Faced with the incoming fireball, the red-robed youth stood calmly in place, without making a move. Beside him, a youth in a green magic robe casually waved his magic staff. A sudden gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, lifting the fireball spat out by the giant python upwards. The fireball flew uncontrollably into the sky, and the green-robed youth waved his magic staff again, sending the fireball hurtling towards the red and green python. The giant red-green python flicked its tongue, its eyes locking onto its massive fireball. A huge black shadow lashed out, blasting the fireball apart in midair. The enormous black shadow was none other than the giant python's tail. After doing this, the red and green python seemed to realize that its opponent was not to be trifled with, and it slowly retracted its head, which had been extended from the forest branch. Damn, without a soldier to hold this crimson forest python at close range, it's going to be difficult to handle. The red-robed mage patted his slightly aching head, turned to look around. There were 4 of them, all mages, and none of them dared to approach the woods. The magicians were incredibly powerful, but the crimson fire forest python had concealed itself among the branches and bushes, leaving the 4 fragile magicians unable to deal with it for the time being. Let's take action and deal with this crimson forest python first. The young man in the green magic robe stepped forward, silently chanting a spell. A gentle breeze blew into the woods. The binding of the wind. Under his spell, the gentle breeze that was blowing on the giant python's body instantly wove into more than a dozen wind-binding spells, firmly binding the python's massive body. Hiss! With a roar, the crimson fire forest python shattered all the wind-binding spells with its immense power. But just then, countless fireballs flew through the air and struck its body and the surrounding trees. The powerful snake's body was unharmed, but the trees and bushes that had provided it with cover were all reduced to ashes, revealing its entire body. A colossal creature, 40 or 50 meters long, coiled up and glared angrily at the attacker, but the young man being stared at showed no fear whatsoever. Hiss! A level 4 magical beast, the crimson flame forest python. Hell, what a fine prey. Realizing it wanted to leave, but these people wouldn't let it go, the level 4 magical beast, the crimson fire forest python, was furious. As the top predator in this nearby forest, it had never suffered such humiliation. The enormous snake, moving like lightning, slithered swiftly toward its opponents, while the 4 mages simultaneously raised their magic staffs. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, followed by towering flames. The students training and completing tasks in Mount Kayas all turned their attention to the deeper part of the mountain range, to the location where the snake and 4 people were fighting. And in different directions, deep within the same Kayas mountains. A tall young man also looked toward the rising flames. They're really lucky to have encountered a level 4 magical beast so quickly. Let's go and try to kill a few more level 4 magical beasts. The tall young man waved his hand and led his companions deeper into the area. On his waving hand, all 5 fingers were adorned with ornate rings, their flowing magical halos indicating that they were magical items. Because of the dean's orders, and the fact that the troublesome students were thrown into Mount Kayas, the entire Magic Academy was in a state of silence. No one dared to disobey the dean's orders, so Murray Green had been living a relatively peaceful life these past few days. Under these circumstances, Murray Green's mental strength grew stronger and stronger. After his mental energy materialized, he was able to lift a 5-pound weight, which greatly enhanced his strength. During this time, he also learned a new type of magic, a non-elemental enhancement magic called enchanting. Enchantment, as the name suggests, is the act of imbuing a weapon with one's own magic power. A weapon imbued with magic power will then possess magical attributes. Fire attributes inflict burning and scorching effects on weapons, earth attributes increase sturdiness and defense, and wind attributes make items lighter in hand and increase attack speed. Different magic powers carry different attributes, but they can all enhance combat power, making them a very useful auxiliary enhancement skill. Every team wants a mage who knows this magic. Murray Green didn't have a team, but he needed the magic because it would allow him to enchant his bullets, increasing their lethality. To aid his combat efforts, Murray Green spent over 10 gold coins to purchase 5 level 1 throwing knives, each weighing about half a kilogram. He then disassembled his gun barrel and had a weapon refiner inscribe a shock-absorbing magic circle on it, barely turning his revolver into a magical weapon. Otherwise, using a revolver in the future, an ordinary weapon with such great power would always attract unnecessary attention, while a magical weapon with such weak power would not need to attract any attention. Inside the room, Murray Green suddenly drew his gun with his right hand, made a firing motion, and then flicked his left hand, sending a throwing knife flying from his sleeve. The knife circled around Murray Green, relentlessly attacking his fingertips. Suddenly, the throwing knife fell to the ground. Murray Green abruptly dropped his revolver and took 2 steps back, as if he were being chased. But at that moment, a throwing knife with a gray glow flew out from his sleeve and stabbed straight ahead. The gray light throwing knife flies several times faster than an ordinary throwing knife, and wherever it passes, space seems to be cut open. It is incredibly sharp. Then he pulled a revolver from his waist and pointed it forward. 10 meters away, a pistol attack. Within 10 meters, a double attack of throwing knives and a pistol. Even a level 1 warrior couldn't withstand that. Within 5 meters, once the space-enchanted throwing knife is unleashed, even a level 2 warrior couldn't dodge it. As for the final shot, who knows? After practicing his combination moves, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly, finally feeling somewhat able to protect himself. Chapter 54 Campus Turmoil. Just as Murray Green was preparing to practice his combo a few more times, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the dormitory. What's going on? There's such a commotion outside. Murray Green frowned, opened the door, and found many classmates hurrying away. He followed the crowd and was taken directly to the main gate of the Magic Academy. At this moment, many students were gathered here. In the very center was the corpse of a giant python, which was 40 or 50 meters long. The python had been blown into 3 pieces and was covered in wounds, indicating that it had experienced a fierce battle. Upon seeing the giant python, Murray Green was taken aback. He stared at it intently for a moment, but before he could even think of its name, someone nearby shouted it out. It's a crimson flame forest python. Judging by its length and size, it's a level 4 crimson flame forest python. Senior Morphe can actually kill a level 4 magical beast. My god, that's unbelievable. You're making a fuss over nothing. Senior Morphe is a mid-level perfected mage, just 1 step away from advanced. But he uses fire attribute combat techniques, which are extremely lethal. Killing a level 4 magical beast is not a difficult task for him. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Murray Green shifted his gaze from the corpse of the Crimson Fire Forest Serpent to the confident-looking young man in a red magic robe. Morphe Crane, a senior, possesses intermediate-level fire attribute combat skills. His cultivation level is not low, and his strength is ridiculously strong. One of the top 10 masters of the Magic Academy, known for his strongest attack. Murray Green compared Ryan Green to him and found that Ryan Green, one of the top 10 fighters in the Warrior Academy, was likely no match for Morpheus. There was no way around it. The destructive power of the combat tactics was simply too outrageous. At this point, Murray Green had mastered some combat tactics and could use the few skills at hand in a variety of ways, while Morphe Crane was a true fire attribute combat tactician. With a single fire attribute spell, one can blast opponents into a riot. Although Ryan Green was not an ordinary warrior, he was a war knight. War knights, as the name suggests, are knights skilled in warfare. In battle, war knights can form a war field with their cavalry units, amplifying the combat power of allies within the war field and suppressing the combat power of the enemy. This profession is very suitable for Ryan Green's identity, because he is going to become Earl Green, and leading an army, guarding the territory, and resisting the savage orcs is his inescapable responsibility and mission. While war knights are strong in battle, their combat techniques are powerful in every way. In one-on-one combat, when the skill levels are similar, their combat techniques can easily defeat a war knight. Of course, if the war knight's mount is a dragon, that's a different story, because the quality of the mount has a great impact on the knight's combat power. Damn, this guy uses fire attribute combat techniques. When I can cultivate to become an advanced mage and a fully fledged spatial combat technique master, I'll definitely be even more impressive than him. Murray Green looked at Morphe Crane, who was surrounded by his classmates and being the center of attention, and felt a little envious. Yes, he was envious and jealous. At this moment, he even felt a little disgusted with the spatial attribute because it was holding him back. But if anyone tries to change his spatial attributes, he'll still spit a mouthful of salt water at them and kill them. Because its spatial properties are truly powerful. It's just a bit too late in the series. After adjusting his mindset, Murray Green watched the excitement with his classmates for a while longer before turning around and leaving. Instead of envying others, train yourself. In the blink of an eye, 7 weeks have passed since the start of the school year, and there is only about a week left until Her Highness Elizabeth's banquet. During this period, many geniuses emerged from the new students of the 2 academies, advancing to the first level and becoming warriors or mages, displaying astonishing talent. Murray Green, who was the first at the Magic Academy to finish his meditation class and enter his private meditation room, was no exception. He demonstrated his wizard hand in front of everyone, proving that his talent was still there and had not been surpassed by anyone else. However, after Murray Green showed that he was learning about telekinesis, many people paid less attention to him. Even though I switched to a telekinetic master, I am still very powerful. However, in their class, 3 promising talents emerged, one from an out-of-town class, one from a noble family in the north, and the last one surprisingly came from a merchant class. When news of this promising warrior from the merchant class emerged, Her Highness Elizabeth sent him a second invitation within 2 hours. As a promising warrior with a belated invitation from His Highness, this merchant classmate was riding high, instantly overshadowing Murray Green. Yes, brother, that's it. Perform well, and I hope Her Highness Elizabeth will take a liking to you and not pay attention to someone like me who's just an outsider. Rising from the leopard skin cushion and stepping barefoot onto a carpet made of silver-haired black bear fur, Murray Green stood before the full-length mirror. With a handsome face and skin even whiter than his silver fur tunic, Murray Green struck a few dashing poses in satisfaction as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Sure enough, good-looking people look handsome no matter what pose they strike. After muttering something to himself, Murray Green fastened a belt around his waist, tucked a revolver into his right hip, a magic crystal gun into his left hip, put on a tight-fitting holster, and placed a short-barreled revolver under his right armpit. Then he strapped a knife sheath to his left hand, placed 4 throwing knives into the sheath one by one, and tucked the 5th knife under his left armpit. Finally, Murray Green put on a loose trench coat to cover up all his gear. Having made all the necessary preparations, Murray Green left his dormitory and met up with Nigel Alleran and Walter Riley at the main gate of Ellis College, as they had arranged to meet beforehand. Nigel Alleran and Walter Riley were the 2 who tried to rob Murray Green, but were outmaneuvered by Ryan Green, and Murray Green gave them a considerable share of the profits after selling the bear. The carrot and stick approach made the 2 men admire the brothers Grimm greatly, and they even took the initiative to get closer to them. Ryan Green didn't need them, but Murray Green lacked helpers, so he thought of them and made an appointment to go into Mount Caius together. Murray Green chose the 2 of them not because he trusted them, but because he didn't know any of the other Warrior Academy seniors, and because he could control these 2 and wasn't afraid of them turning against him. Murray, I heard you've been cultivating quite fast, and you're already a level 1 mage. Nigel Alleran greeted Murray Green with a laugh, and Murray Green nodded in response. Yes, just recently. I've learned some new things and wanted to go into the mountains to test them out. Of course, we'll split the game we catch 50-50. As he spoke, Murray Green patted his waist, pulled open a corner of his trench coat to reveal the grip of a revolver. Upon seeing the gun, the 2 men simultaneously clicked their tongues, recalling the silver-haired black bear they had carried out of the mountains. The black bear fell down, and they were full. Murray Green, who was just an ordinary person before, was able to kill a silver-haired black bear with his weapon. Now that he has been promoted to a magician, wouldn't he be able to hunt even more prey? That way, they'll get a bigger share of the money. Chapter 55, 3 shots kill 2 beasts. The 3 of them, riding horses, quickly arrived at the entrance to the foot of Mount Caius. Seeing more people entering and leaving the mountain than last time, Murray Green knew what was going on. Since Mophie Crane returned to Ellis Academy with his prey, the level 4 magical beast Crimson Fire Green Forest Python, many experts have followed suit, entering Mount Caius to hunt powerful magical beasts and bring back their achievements to the school to show off. Of course, true masters are few and far between. The vast majority are just there to watch the show, so it won't affect Murray Green's trial. They chose a relatively secluded road, and Nigel Alleran, carrying 2 axes, led the way, with Walter Riley and Murray Green following behind him. After walking for more than an hour, passing through the outermost edge of Mount Caius, the area inhabited by ordinary wild beasts, we entered the area where magical beasts roamed. At this moment, Nigel Alleran slowed his pace considerably, while Walter Riley raised his longbow and went on alert, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding environment. Seeing this, Murray Green did not let his guard down. He stretched out his left hand, and a throwing knife landed in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and focused his mind, ready to face any attack that might come at any moment. After walking a short distance further, a beast's roar came from ahead. Walter Riley and the 2 exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and silently stepped towards the source of the roar. Soon, Walter Raylan returned with news of his findings. 2 level 1 magical beasts, a steelback boar and a wind ape. The 2 magical beasts are probably fighting for territory. The wind ape can't do anything to the steelback boar, and the steelback boar can't catch the wind ape either. They are in a stalemate. The 3 exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Although there were 2 magical beasts, neither of them were particularly powerful, not even comparable to the silver-haired black bear that Murray Green had killed at the beginning. So they decided to take them down together. Walter and I will deal with the Qing Feng ape together first, otherwise it will run away if it sees that things are not going well. The Qing Feng ape moves like the wind in the forest. If it is determined to run away, we will not be able to catch it. Murray Green then turned to Nigel Alleran and gave him instructions. Senior Nigel, stop the steelback boar. Don't let him interfere with our killing of the breeze ape, and don't let him get away either. Haha, I can kill it all by myself. Nigel Alleran weighed the axe in his hand and said confidently. Since that's the case, Murray Green won't give any more instructions. After all, it was their first collaboration, and neither side really knew the other's specific capabilities. The 3 approached their target with nimble steps, and soon saw a chaotic battlefield. The steelback boar was panting heavily and lying on the ground. There were several bloody marks on its hind legs, which appeared to be scratches from the Qing Feng ape. However, the bleeding was not significant, and for the thick-skinned steelback boar, it was just a minor injury. Awa. The wind ape, which was moving among the branches, suddenly sensed something was wrong with the wind and screamed. Looking to its side, it saw an arrow flying straight toward its head. The agile Qing Feng ape leaped down, like a flowing breeze, smoothly dodging the deadly arrow. But before the Qing Feng ape could make its next move, a huge roar came to its ears. Boom! A bullet struck the Qing Feng ape in the face, shattering its head. Its 2-meter-tall body lost control and fell to the ground. After killing the Qing Feng ape, Murray Green immediately turned his gun and aimed at the steelback boar's eyes. Sensing danger, the steelback boar lunged downwards, its massive weight seemingly accelerating its descent, narrowly avoiding Murray Green's shot aimed at its eye. The bullet grazed the back of its head, leaving a bloody gash on the steel-backed wild boar's tough back before finally being ejected. Drink. The steelback boar dodged Murray Green's attack, but missed its chance to escape. Nigel Alleran raised his double axes, pounced, and cleaved the boar's head with both axes. After leaving 2 deep axe marks, Nigel Alleran kicked the steelback boar in the nose, nearly knocking it crooked, and at the same time, Nigel Alleran pulled out his double axes. After being hit hard by Nigel Alleran, even the tough-skinned steelback boar was struggling and staggered backward. At that moment, Murray Green, holding a gun in his right hand, aimed at its gaping mouth as it gasped for breath. Pulling the trigger, a wisp of white smoke rose from the muzzle, followed by a deafening roar. But as the gunshot rang out, the bullet, traveling faster than the speed of sound, pierced the steelback boar's mouth, pierced its esophagus, and tumbled inside its entrails. A mouthful of blood spilled from its mouth, and the steel-backed boar let out its final howl before its heavy body slammed onto the grass, ending its life. Well done. Seeing Murray Green kill 2 magical beasts in a short time, even Walter Raylan, who was usually not very talkative, couldn't help but praise him. If it were just the 2 of them fighting, it would have been a tough battle. They could have won, but Qing Feng ape would most likely have been able to escape. Now, with Murray Green's involvement, this sneak attack, which lasted no more than 10 seconds, ended the lives of both magical beasts. Call. Blowing away the white smoke from the muzzle, Murray Green spun the revolver 3 times in his hand before putting it back into its holster. Thank you. Murray Green responded to Walter Riley's praise with a smile, then looked at the corpses of the 2 magical beasts and asked the 2 men, "What should we do with these 2 magical beasts next? Should we take them back to the entrance first, or continue forward and collect the prey together at the end?" Nigel Alleran and Walter Riley exchanged a glance, looking hesitant, and walked aside to discuss it. In the past, they would usually go back to rest after each time they defeated a monster or spent too long in the mountains. As a result, the 2 monsters were hunted down too easily today. They didn't even break a sweat and were still full of energy in their prime. If I choose to go back, the round trip, plus the time spent selling in between, will take up most of the day. I can only come in twice at most today. They had never imagined they could go into the mountains twice a day, but with Murray Green joining them today, they saw hope of making a fortune. If he misses this opportunity, given Murray Green's terrifying combat power, killing level 1 magical beasts is as easy as killing chickens. His next time he goes into the mountains, His target will no longer be level 1 magical beasts, but level 2 magical beasts. They were just level 1 warriors, ordinary warriors, without any powerful class advancements. Challenging opponents of higher levels was far too risky for them. Even if you encounter danger that you can't handle during a trial that goes beyond your level, you can notify your teacher for rescue. But there have been fatal accidents in the Kaya's mountains before. The two men, having come up with a solution that satisfied both sides, went up to Murray Green and began to discuss it with him. Chapter 56 Warcraft Merchant. Students who can study at Ellis Academy are not necessarily all nobles of the rank of Murray Green. Within the college, Murray Green's qualifications were considered top-notch. Most of the students at Ellis Academy are non-heirs of minor noble families, children of merchants, and even some talented students poached from other academies in the north. They don't have the same high training budget as Murray Green. The tuition for the Warrior Academy is 100 gold coins, while the tuition for the Magic Academy is 300 gold coins. Although the tuition for the Warrior Academy is much cheaper than that for the Magic Academy, it is still a considerable sum for many families. Every year, both the Warrior Academy and the Magic Academy have students who drop out because they can't afford the tuition. Of course, there are also students who drop out voluntarily because their training results are not obvious and they want to save on tuition fees. The gifted students recruited by the Academy can enjoy tuition waivers, but they can only study basic courses for free. They have to be responsible for the costs of some job-changing courses themselves. Therefore, being poor has a huge impact on cultivation. Under these circumstances, after careful consideration, Ellis Academy established the Student Mission Hall and artificially created Mount Caius, so that students could gain experience and rewards to sustain their studies. The strong survive the test of time. Every year, there are powerful and capable people who pay tuition of 100 or 300 gold coins and earn back several hundred gold coins from Mount Caius. Even if it's tough at first, capable people can still develop themselves after entering the Caius Mountains and gaining benefits. Being able to study at Ellis Academy in the north is considered genius, but the gap between geniuses is still quite large. Some people can earn money through their abilities, while others can earn money through their intelligence or physical strength. As a result, many jobs have emerged around Mount Caius. There are intelligence merchants who sell special information and the location of rare and precious materials, monster merchants who make a profit by buying and selling monsters, laborers who help carry monsters out of the mountain, and stall owners who help sell items, etc. Their solution at that point was to cooperate with the Warcraft merchant. Nigel Alleran and Walter Reelan had never worked with Warcraft merchants before because they used to hunt Warcraft themselves, carry the monsters out of the mountains, and then sell them. Although this was more troublesome, it allowed them to earn the maximum profit. Now that Murray Green is using two monsters at once, the old methods are clearly no longer applicable. Partnering with monster merchants allows them to come to the mountains to buy monsters. Payment is made on a cash-and-carry basis. The monster merchants bring the monsters down from the mountains to sell them, while the merchants take the money and continue hunting. However, when monster merchants go into the mountains to buy monsters, they can only offer 50% to 60% of the original price. If they carry the monsters out of the mountains themselves and then sell them to monster merchants, they can get 80% of the original price. The price of a level 1 magical beast varies depending on its type. The price of a Qingfeng ape is cheaper, around 11 gold coins, while the price of a steelback boar is 14 gold coins. If we let the Warcraft merchant buy it, we'll lose about 10 gold coins. According to their prearranged 50-50th split, each side will lose 5 or 6 gold coins. Upon hearing this idea, Murray Green thought for a moment and agreed without hesitation, requesting that the monster merchants go into the mountains to collect monsters so that they would no longer have to carry the monsters out of the mountains. It took them more than an hour to get into the mountain, and it would take them at least 3 hours to carry the two monsters out. In the end, most of their time was wasted. Unlike his classmates who were busy with tuition fees, he went into the mountains today to test his current combat power, not to hunt monsters for gold coins. The golden cultivation period lasts 4 years, which sounds long, but is actually quite short. He is not short of gold coins now, so he doesn't need to use his precious cultivation time to exchange for them. If it weren't for the invitation from Elizabeth Ellis, he would have followed Webster Ellis's advice and focused on his cultivation until he reached the level of an advanced mage before learning anything else. After obtaining Murray Green's consent, Walter Reelan left the area and headed towards the stronghold established by the monster merchants in the Caius Mountains. While waiting, Murray Green had Nigel Alleran remove the bullet from the monster's body. Shortly after that, Walter Reelan arrived with 4 senior warriors. 1 third-year student, and 3 second-year students. These 4 senior students are all big and burly, and they look like they have great strength, making them very suitable for carrying monsters. Senior, these are the 2 ends. Can you give me an estimate? If the price is right, we can take them away directly. Murray Green wasn't very knowledgeable about this kind of business, so he had Nigel Alleran negotiate the price with them while Murray Green stood aside and listened to learn from them. Let's take a look. The 4 senior students surrounded the 2 magical beasts, inspecting them several times with practiced ease. After a brief discussion, they came up with a price. 3 junior brothers, the 4 of us have discussed it and found that the Qingfeng ape is only worth a little money for its fur. The rest of it is worthless. In addition, it is too small. Selling the meat by weight wouldn't fetch much money either. So we can only offer 11 gold coins. The third-year student turned his gaze to the steel-backed wild boar, and as he spoke, he stretched out his left hand, spreading his 5 fingers. This wild boar is not yet an adult, and many of its materials are substandard, so it will be sold at a reduced price. Therefore, it is only worth 13 gold coins. Since this place is relatively remote, it will take a lot of effort to carry these 2 magical beasts back to the entrance of the mountain. So we will split the cost 50/50ths, and the gold coins will be paid in cash. Qingfeng ape 11 gold coins. 13 gold coins for the steelback wild boar. Split 50/50ths, gold coins accepted immediately. In other words, the 2 monsters have a total of 24 gold coins, and they can get 12 gold coins. Nigel Alleran certainly disagreed with the price and shouted loudly. Senior, take another look at these 2 magical beasts. We were very careful when we killed them. Look, apart from the fatal wound on their heads, they are basically unharmed, and their fur is in very good condition. He then pointed to the 2 magical beasts. Nigel Alleran raised the price, the Warcraft merchants bargained, and the back and forth was quite a spectacle. Murray Green, standing to the side, thought to himself, this is amazing. A few minutes later, the 2 sides reached a deal. Qingfeng ape 12 gold coins. Steelback wild boar 14 gold coins. Gold coins will be settled immediately, with 45% to 55% exchanged. Murray, Green, and the other 2 took 55%, which meant they would receive 14 gold coins and 30 silver coins. Since it was cash payment in gold coins, they rounded up and sold both for 14 gold coins. Senior, take care. We can work together again in the future. Watching the 4 people carry away the 2 magical beasts, the 3 said goodbye and then divided the gold coins they had received. 7 gold coins lay in his palm. Murray Green weighed them in his hand. The crisp sound of the coins clinking together was so pleasant. In a good mood, Murray Green put the 7 gold coins away. Let's go? Keep going. We're sure to make a fortune today. Chapter 57 Black Mist Serpent. The territory of the monsters was quite large, so after killing 2 monsters, the 3 of them walked for another half an hour before encountering the 3rd monster. A green rabbit about half the height of a person. At that moment, the 3 of them were more than 100 meters away from the blue rabbit. Murray Green had just drawn his revolver when it turned into a blur and disappeared. Wind Rabbit, a level 1 magical beast, is very timid but incredibly fast. It will run away at the slightest disturbance, and very few people can catch it. Seeing Murray Green's disappointment at his prey's escape, Walter Reelan offered a word of comfort. Murray Green could only shake his head and put the revolver back in its holster. Suddenly, Murray Green's mind stirred. He frowned and immediately began casting a spell with his left hand. Spatial feedback. With the aid of combat techniques, this spellcasting took only a little over a second. Soon, spatial feedback, carrying information from a radius of 50 meters, returned to Murray Green's mind. Murray Green immediately used his powerful mental strength to disperse the information flow, then enveloped it and completely digested it. Trees, grass, insects flying everywhere, and venomous snakes crawling silently on the ground. Venomous snake? Murray Green said softly as he watched the snake silently approaching the 3 of them. A snake is coming, about 40 meters to my left. Be careful, it might be poisonous. Upon hearing Murray Green's message, Nigel Alleran and Walter Riley immediately looked in the direction he indicated, but found nothing. In response, Walter Riley simply drew an arrow. He drew the bow and shot the arrow in one smooth motion. With a whoosh, the arrow shot swiftly toward its target, the sharp arrow piercing the grass and cutting through everything in its path with a piercing noise. Startle the snake by disturbing the grass. Hiss. The venomous snake, sensing the movement nearby, was startled and hissed threateningly, poking its head out of the grass. Upon seeing the snake, The three of them simultaneously exclaimed its name. Black Mist Serpent. Black Mist Serpent, a level 1 magical beast, is highly venomous and a rare dark attribute magical beast. It is adept at silently approaching its prey and then killing it with its black mist poison. They are cruel, enjoy torturing their prey, and are aggressive. Hiss. With a threatening flick of its tongue, the black mist snake crouched down and hid in the grass. Seeing this, Murray Green moved his left hand and activated another spatial feedback, discovering that the black mist snake was fleeing. It's trying to escape. Should we chase it? After exchanging a glance, the two nodded to Murray Green at the same time. It's rare and valuable. Go for it. After saying this, Nigel Alleran raised his double axes, let out a roar, and the axe in his right hand flew towards Murray Green's pointing finger. With Nigel Alleran's power amplification, the sharp axe moved like a lawnmower, cutting the weeds in two wherever it went. Sensing the attack, the black mist snake twisted its body, turning its head back as it crawled forward. In a flash, a one-handed axe slammed into the ground in front of it. The attack just now nearly seriously injured the black mist serpent, which enraged it. Its eyes flashed with hatred as it stared at the three of them. Nigel Alleran's attack had cleared away the grass around the black mist serpent, revealing its general shape. It was black all over, with misty patterns on its surface, and was about 7 or 8 meters long, with legs as thick as its calves. The venom, gallbladder, fangs, and scales of an adult black fog snake are all very valuable. We can't let it get away. After shouting this, Nigel Alleran, axe in his right hand, charged towards the black mist serpent, while Walter Reelan raised his longbow and fired arrows in rapid succession, suppressing the black mist serpent's movements and preventing it from escaping. Under Walter Reelan's control, Nigel Alleran rushed towards the black mist serpent, which had only moved 5 steps. Go to hell. The single-handed axe, amplified by immense force, emitted a terrifying whooshing sound as it slashed towards the black mist serpent's dark body. Facing this axe blow, the black mist serpent twisted its powerful body, narrowly but calmly avoiding the fatal axe strike. It then opened its mouth and turned to bite Nigel Alleran's arm. Standing 40 meters away, Murray Green narrowed his eyes, twitched his right hand slightly, leaned forward, revealing the gun handle, and suddenly drew his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Clang! The black mist snake felt a tremendous force strike it, and its head tilted uncontrollably to one side, while the black scales on its neck were blown off by the bullet. However, the bullets that had been invincible before suddenly stopped advancing after shattering a few scales and getting stuck in the black mist snake's muscles. This snake is pretty tough. One shot wasn't enough to kill it. Before the black mist snake could recover from the shock of the shot, Nigel Alleran swung his axe at it. The axe strike was very solid. The black mist snake was struck and blood flowed freely from the spot, almost severing a third of its body. Hiss! Severely wounded and in excruciating pain, the black mist snake instinctively opened its mouth, letting out a painful hiss. But at that moment, another bullet, carrying unstoppable force, struck its open jaw. The black mist serpent's jaw wasn't as sturdy as its scales. Murray Green's bullet tore it apart. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green locked his eyes on the black mist snake's vital spot, channeling his mental energy into his right hand holding the gun. Control your body with God. Under the control of his mental power, he made a slight adjustment with his right hand, and the direction in which the gun was pointing also changed slightly. Pull the trigger, the hammer strikes, and the bullet is fired. Bang! A plume of white smoke emerged from the muzzle once more, the bullet heading straight for the black mist serpent's vital spot. Clang! The bullet struck the scales of the black mist snake with a crisp clanging sound, shattering the scales and penetrating into the snake's flesh. The black mist snake, struck at its vital spot, stiffened for a moment as if frozen. A good opportunity. Seeing an opportunity to attack, Nigel Alleran's eyes lit up. He gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, gathered all his strength, and unleashed a powerful cleaving strike, hitting the spot he had attacked earlier. The black mist snake, already severely injured, was struck again by such a terrifying blow, and was instantly cleaved in two by Nigel Alleran. The two snake parts fell to the ground, and began to struggle violently. Upon noticing this, Nigel Alleran quickly stepped back to prevent the black mist snake from biting him in its death throes. Fortunately, the dying black mist snake had lost its senses and was just frantically twisting its body in place, while its upper body instinctively tried to escape. But before he could even twist his body and take a few steps forward, Nigel Alleran swung his axe at him, knocking him back. This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The black mist snake, which was struggling on the ground, slowly stopped moving and finally died. After seeing the black mist serpent die, Murray Green turned his gaze to Nigel Alleran and the other man, nodding to himself. No wonder those two dared to rob people in the mountains. They're quite skilled. Chapter 58, Another Robbery. This black mist snake may not be large in size, but it is extremely dangerous among level 1 magical beasts. It took a coordinated effort from Nigel Alleran and Walter Reelan, along with Murray Green's 3 dominant shots, to finally eliminate him. If it were just the two of them working together, they might not be able to capture the black mist snake, and there was even a possibility that it would turn the tables and kill them. Haha, this black mist snake is a treasure. It's very valuable. After confirming that the black mist serpent was dead, Nigel Alleran picked up his weapon, surrounded the serpent's corpse, grabbed its head, pried open its mangled mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs. It didn't spray any venom, so there must still be a lot of black mist snake venom in its venom sacs. It can fetch a good price. As he spoke, Nigel Alleran turned to Murray Green, who had just finished reloading, and said in a consultative tone, "Murray, this black mist serpent is very expensive, more expensive than the 2 magical beasts we had before combined. Moreover, it is relatively light, making it easy to carry out of the mountains. If we hand it over to those magical beast merchants, we will suffer a huge loss. How much does this black mist snake cost?" Murray Green asked the question, and Walter Riley, who was standing to the side, interjected, "No less than 30 gold coins. This black mist snake is very rare, but many people need the materials it carries, so its price is more expensive than some level 2 magical beasts. No less than 30 gold coins. Even if there are only 30 gold coins, both sides can get 15 gold coins. If the monster merchant is still allowed to collect the goods, they will only get 7 or 8 gold coins in the end. Other monsters that are difficult to deal with are large in size, hard to move out of the mountain, and not in high demand, making it easy to waste time dealing with them. But this black mist snake does not have these disadvantages. Small in size, expensive, and in high demand, Nigel Alleran and Walter Reelan wanted to handle the black mist serpent themselves. Murray Green lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then you two go down the mountain and deal with this snake. I'll rest around here for a bit, and you can come back as soon as you're done." Murray Green's physique was only slightly stronger than that of an average person, and his physical strength was not as good as the 2 warriors, so he did not want to go down the mountain with them. Upon hearing Murray Green's arrangement, Nigel Alleran disagreed and offered his own suggestions. He left Walter Reelan to deal with the black mist snake alone, while he stayed with Murray Green to continue their training in the mountains. After discussing it for a while, the 3 finally agreed to Nigel Alleran's solution. Watching Walter Reelan carry the corpse of the black mist serpent and stride away into the woods, Murray Green withdrew his gaze and sat down with Nigel Alleran at the foot of a large tree for a short rest. Murray Green closed his eyes and began to think. In this battle, the black mist serpent, a relatively powerful level 1 magical beast, performed so poorly, failing to demonstrate its terrifying destructive power before being killed without injury by the 3 of them. That's because from the very beginning, its stealth was vaguely detected by Murray Green's mental alertness. In addition, Murray Green's control over spatial feedback made the black mist serpent nowhere to hide, directly breaking its concealment. During the subsequent battle, before Murray Green fired his gun, despite Nigel Alleran and Walter Reelan's fierce attacks, they were actually at a disadvantage. Walter Reelan's arrows missed their mark, and Nigel Alleran's throwing axes and axe attacks were easily dodged by the black mist serpent. It had found an opening in Nigel Alleran's attack, and was preparing to counterattack when Murray Green decisively fired, interrupting its counterattack and giving Nigel Alleran the opportunity to unleash a full-force attack. This is the core of the battle, and the real reason for the black mist serpent's death. Murray Green touched the revolver at his waist, feeling calm. After about 10 minutes, Murray Green took a short break to relieve his fatigue from the journey and stood up. Nigel Alleran, who was full of energy, immediately jumped up as well. "Let's go?" Today's fruitful day brought a smile to Nigel Alleran's face, and he couldn't wait to continue forward. The two continued walking deeper into the Kayas Mountains, but before they had gone far, a signal flare rose up behind them. Nigel Alleran turned around and shouted in alarm. "Oh no, Walter is in danger. Someone must be trying to steal our black mist serpent." "What? Someone's stealing our prey. Quick, we need to go help." Nigel Alleran was very fast, and Murray Green couldn't keep up with him at all. In this situation, Nigel Alleran grabbed Murray Green's shoulder and ran with Murray Green in the direction behind him. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Murray and Green arrived at the location where the signal flare had been fired. Walter Riley, his face bruised and swollen with 5 or 6 wounds, lay on the ground. For students Murray Green didn't recognize were eyeing the black mist serpent's corpse with greedy looks. Where did these brats come from, daring to steal my Nigel Alleran's prey and even attack my brother? Don't you want to live? Nigel Alleran raised his twin axes, roared, and charged forward. Although the 4 men who were robbing their prey noticed Murray Green and Nigel Alleran rushing to their aid, they never expected that Nigel Alleran would dare to charge at them all by himself. Faced with Nigel Alleran's fierce charge, a young man wielding a 2-handed greatsword, who was closest to him, hurriedly raised his greatsword to meet Nigel Alleran's twin axes. Clang! The 2 axes clashed with the 2-handed greatsword, producing a crisp sound. The unprepared greatsword youth was forced back 2 steps by Nigel Alleran. A guy who can't even hold a sword properly dares to steal your prey, Lord Nigel. He's simply courting death. Nigel Alleran, not one to let his advantage rest on his laurels, swung his axe again, but just then, an arrow shot out from behind the greatsword-wielding youth and aimed at Nigel Alleran's shoulder. Bang! As Nigel Alleran was still considering whether to trade blows, he saw the arrow aimed at him shatter, its shaft and fletching fragments flying everywhere. It was Murray. Well done. With a surge of joy, Nigel Alleran remained still and swung his axe toward the shoulder of the greatsword-wielding youth opposite him. Because of the previous arrow, Nigel Alleran's attack was slightly delayed, giving the greatsword-wielding youth a little time to react. He gripped the hilt with one hand and braced the blade with the other, blocking Nigel Alleran's attack. Wow, you're pretty good at blocking. Can you block this attack? The greatsword-wielding youth, who barely managed to block Nigel Alleran's axe blow, exposed an opening elsewhere, and Nigel Alleran delivered a straight kick to his chest. This powerful kick sent the swordsman flying 6 or 7 meters away, landing on the ground where he uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 59 Sword Dancer. Murray Green thought to himself as he looked at Walter Reelan lying on the ground, and then at Nigel Alleran, who was confronting the enemy. This Mount Kayas is really not peaceful. Robberies are everywhere. Is it training robbers or students? Suppressing his doubts, Emo turned the revolver 3 times in his hand, put it back in its holster, and shouted loudly at Walter Reelan. Walter, are you alright? Fine. Seeing Nigel Alleran and Murray Green arrive as reinforcements, Walter Reelan quickly endured the pain, picked up the weapons that had fallen beside him, and got up from the ground. Hiss! He strode over to Murray Green's side, the intense pain causing Walter Riley to groan involuntarily. Although Murray Green and Walter Riley weren't very familiar with each other, and were only temporary teammates, Murray Green couldn't help but get angry when he saw his teammate so badly injured. At this moment, Nigel Alleran is with 4 enemy soldiers. The greatsword-wielding youth who had been kicked away by Nigel Alleran had already stood up with the help of his companions. Pooh! Spitting out the remaining blood in his mouth, the greatsword-wielding youth stared intently at Nigel Alleran, sword in hand, poised to attack at any moment. You defeated bastards, what are you looking at? You 4 shameless scoundrels, you attacked my brother while I was away, do you want to die? Upon hearing Nigel Alleran's boastful words, a well-proportioned young man with a long sword at his waist laughed in anger. Nigel Alleran, I've always heard you were arrogant, and seeing is believing. But in front of me, you have no right to be arrogant. Ha ha ha, you actually know me? But who do you think you are, daring to talk so arrogantly in front of me? If you've got the guts, come over here, and I'll give you a couple of axe blows. Hunter Dunlop. Hunter Dunlop's face darkened as he uttered his name, and Nigel Alleran's heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. He had heard of this name before. In their second year, he was considered a minor celebrity, wielding a one-handed sword and often leaving his opponents with no chance to fight back. I'd only heard about it before, but now I've actually encountered it. Looks like I'm not going to have a good day. Nigel Alleran was very pessimistic, but his expression remained unchanged, still arrogant. What, nobody? Never even heard of him. Come at me if you dare. One is a one-handed swordsman, one is a two-handed swordsman, one is an archer, and the last one should be an assassin. Nigel Alleran drew attention ahead, while Murray Green observed the enemy from behind, then whispered to Walter Reelan beside him. They're all level 1 warriors, right? Are there any particularly troublesome professionals among them? Walter Reelan gave a wry smile and replied wearily, they're all second-year students, level 1 warriors. I heard that Hunter Dunlop is a sword dancer, but I don't know anything else. However, There shouldn't be anyone stronger than Hunter Dunlop. Sword Dancer. Thankfully, they weren't too difficult opponents. You rest first, and Nigel and I will deal with the four of them before we come back to bandage your wounds. Having received information about their opponents, Murray Green realized that although they outnumbered the opposing team, they were all level 1 and none of them were particularly powerful professionals. Therefore, Murray Green was no longer afraid. Murray Green walked slowly forward, shouting as he went, "Nigel, make your move. Beat them up first." Nigel Alleran. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nigel Alleran wondered if he had misheard. Moreover, and most importantly, if he could win, would he be here engaging in verbal sparring with the other side? We definitely can't beat them. However, the already tense situation spiraled completely out of control after Murray Green's words. Hunter Dunlop drew his sword instantly, his steps as swift as the wind, like a nimble swallow, and thrust his sword at Nigel Alleran. Faced with Hunter Dunlop appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye, Nigel Alleran couldn't care less about anything else. He just wanted to fight first. Bring it on. The two axes crossed and clashed twice, producing a resounding clang. Nigel Alleran also became excited, letting out a roar as he swung the axes with tremendous force at Hunter Dunlop. A reckless person will only bring about his own death. The longsword, which had been thrust out, was suddenly retracted, avoiding a direct clash with Nigel Alleran's axe. Then, Hunter Dunlop flashed forward, and the longsword, at an odd angle, stabbed towards Nigel Alleran's ribs. Bang! Murray Green walked slowly forward, using his left hand to provide spatial feedback and control the entire court, while his right hand hung at his waist with his fingers slightly moving. Just then, Murray Green stepped forward with his right foot, thrusting his right hip forward to reveal the grip of a revolver under his trench coat. Without hesitation, Murray Green drew his revolver and pulled the trigger. The first bullet was fired, heading straight for Hunter Dunlop's abdomen. Although he was playing against Nigel Alleran, his attention was also on Murray Green. Upon seeing Murray Green's shooting motion, Hunter Dunlop froze, abruptly halting his advance. In a strange posture, he took a step back, widening the distance between himself and Nigel Alleran. "Oomph, you opportunistic brat, I'll teach you a lesson." Before he finished speaking, Hunter Dunlop placed his longsword in front of him. Clang! When the bullet struck the longsword, Hunter Dunlop slightly deflected the sword in his hand, and the bullet flew out diagonally in the direction of the deflection. Murray Green frowned slightly upon seeing this, but he wasn't too surprised. Unlike those magical beasts, although they had strong physical strength, they were basically unable to escape Murray Green's attacks once he targeted their weaknesses. Humans are different. They have wisdom, can predict, and have weapons to defend themselves. Murray Green was a little excited as he faced his opponent for the first time, but he remained calm on the surface. Suddenly, he spun the revolver twice, leaving everyone watching Murray Green's movements dumbfounded. What's going on? Seeing this for the first time, Hunter Dunlop's eyes widened, and he was furious. What's the meaning? Are you kidding me? Do you look down on him that much? Before he could express his anger, Murray Green gripped the gun handle and pulled the trigger again. Hunter Dunlop's right hand, holding the sword, trembled slightly before finally stopping, because the shot was not aimed at him. Careful! Murray Green's bizarre shot went straight for the longbow-wielding youth, who was standing still, drawing his bow, aiming at his target, and preparing to fire his arrow. The youth had no chance to dodge. Just then, an assassin classmate dressed in close-fitting leather armor stepped in and shoved the longbow classmate out of danger. Chapter 60 Double Kill. As expected of a genius from Ellis Academy, your awareness and abilities are quite impressive. However, it's a pity that you've run into me. Both shots missed, but Murray Green was neither anxious nor frustrated. Instead, he drew the magic crystal gun from his left waist and pointed it at the greatsword-wielding youth. What? The magic array on the magic crystal gun was illuminated by Murray Green's mental power, looking as if it was about to fire at any moment. The greatsword youth, whose eyes were being aimed at by the magic crystal gun, felt a tremor in his heart. No one expected Murray Green to have a second gun, and more importantly, the second gun seemed to be much more powerful than the first. Murray Green's left hand twitched, and the greatsword-wielding youth who witnessed this quickly lunged to the side. Bang! Gunshots rang out as expected, reaching the ears of the greatsword-wielding youth. At the same time, the screams of his assassin companion also came through the gun. The greatsword-wielding youth, who was lying on the ground, was somewhat bewildered. Turning his head, he saw that the assassin's companion had a bloody hole in his thigh. Although he didn't fall to the ground immediately, he was no longer able to fight. The young assassin glared at Murray Green with gritted teeth, never expecting Murray Green to use a feint attack. He aimed his magic crystal gun at the greatsword-wielding youth, pretending to shoot, but actually used a revolver to sneak attack him after he had just helped his companion. He was originally an assassin who relied on agility and stealth attacks, but now he was ambushed and hit in the thigh. Although the bone was not hit, the injury was not serious. But now it can be said that he is basically useless and cannot exert his normal strength at all. Of course, this is just an internal sparring match between students, so there is no need to fight desperately while injured. Seeing that the assassin had been wounded by his shot, Murray Green was completely relieved, because what mages fear most is assassins. Once an assassin gets close enough to a mage, the speed at which they can launch a sneak attack is so fast that the mage can't even react. Eliminating the most threatening enemy at the start is a good start. Utterly vulnerable, Murray Green twirled his left hand, putting the magic crystal gun back into its holster. He raised his revolver, blew away the white smoke from the muzzle, and looked at the four men with a mocking smile. "You wretched brat." Seeing his assassin companion successfully ambushed by Murray Green and so blatantly looked down upon, the archer was enraged and fired 3 arrows at Murray Green. A barrage of arrows. At the same time, the greatsword-wielding youth got up from the ground, gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, and charged towards the battlefield between Nigel Alleran and Hunter Dunlop. "Ant, you go deal with that kid. I'll hold him off here." "Good. What a load of rubbish. Leave them all here." The swordsman's attack speed was incredibly fast, and combined with his specially trained footwork, Hunter Dunlop's attacks were extremely unpredictable. Nigel Alleran was completely unable to defend against Hunter Dunlop's attacks. Therefore, Nigel Alleran could only unleash his berserker traits, going into a frenzy, with no chance of survival, and forcefully engage Hunter Dunlop in a direct attack, preventing the latter from trading a sword for an axe blow, in order to barely hold off Hunter Dunlop. As a result, the young man with the greatsword prepared to enter the arena to entangle him, allowing Hunter Dunlop to deal with Murray Green, which made Nigel Alleran somewhat anxious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows appeared in front of Murray Green, but when they entered within 10 meters of Murray Green grinned and extended his left hand. "Do you know why I didn't target you for a sneak attack?" Murray Green's materialized mental power followed the direction of his finger and instantly appeared on the flying arrow. With a slight flick of his finger, the arrow's trajectory changed slightly. A slight deflection 10 meters away can result in an error of 20 or 30 centimeters after flying over that distance. "Because you pose no threat to me." Murray Green didn't move, and 3 arrows flew past him in unison, making the archer's eyes widen in horror, and he instinctively screamed loudly. Psychic. Previously, Murray Green had kept a low profile, with nothing particularly special about him except for his peculiar magic crystal gun, which could fire continuously with high accuracy. Those who focus on ingenious gadgets are generally not very capable. Unexpectedly, Murray Green, once he made a move, crippled the assassin's leg and broke the archer's morale. What? That kid is actually a telekinetic master. Hunter Dunlop, who was preparing to escape and cause trouble for Murray Green, was equally stunned. You see, becoming a psychic is an advancement class for magicians. The prerequisite for becoming a psychic is that one must first be a magician, and then only those with strong mental power can become psychics. So even excluding his telekinetic skills and peculiarities, this kid is still a powerful magician. Why is this kid not studying magic and improving his mental strength at the Magic Academy? What is he doing at Mount Caius? Level 1 mages generally don't go into the mountains because, although early game mages have relatively strong attack power, that's about it. They have too many other weaknesses and aren't as well-rounded as warriors. If a warrior encounters an opponent he can't defeat, he can send out a distress signal and wait for rescue while running away. But when a mage realizes he can't win, well, he can't escape anymore. Of course, not all first-level mages avoid going into the mountains, but those who dare to go in are either fools or possess extraordinary skills and are quite powerful. Ellis College doesn't accept idiots, so Hunter Dunlop concluded that Murray Green was the latter. Thinking about all this, Hunter Dunlop felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his heart sinking. He thought he was easy prey, but he hadn't expected to step on a steel plate. Bang bang. Just as Hunter Dunlop was considering how to leave gracefully, Murray Green did not stop. The spiritual power flowed into the revolver in Murray Green's hand, activating the only shock-absorbing magic circle on it. The moment the magic circle was activated, Murray Green directly fired the remaining 2 bullets in the gun at the greatsword youth. Damn it! The young man strode forward, preparing to take over Nigel Alaran's greatsword, when he noticed Murray Green firing at him. He quickly raised his two-handed greatsword in front of him and dodged to the side. Clang! The first bullet was blocked by the thick two-handed greatsword, making a crisp clanging sound. But before he could even feel happy, his calf, which was stepping out from the side, was hit by a second bullet. Murray Green, having taken down another opponent, turned on the cylinder of his revolver, emptied the spent cartridges, and caught them with his mage hand. He took out a bullet with his left hand and used enchantment magic to attach spatial magic to the bullet head. He inserted it into the bullet hole on the reel, and at the same time, Murray Green used his mage hand to grab 5 bullets and insert them into the remaining bullet holes. With a flick of his right hand, the reel returned to its original position. Chapter 61 6 consecutive shots. After reloading, Murray Green placed the revolver on his left forearm with the cylinder against his sleeve and pulled it forward forcefully with his right hand. Click, click, click. The cylinder of the revolver spun rapidly until Murray Green held his right hand out to the side, his thumb pressing down on the hammer, the muzzle pointing at Hunter Dunlop. Next, I will fire 6 bullets directly, one of which is enchanted and has a greater power than a normal bullet. As he spoke, Murray Green activated a shock-absorbing magic circle with his mental power to ensure that the next 6 consecutive attacks would not be greatly affected by the recoil. Now, you have 2 choices. One is to leave with dignity, but you must leave 40 gold coins as compensation for our robbery and an apology for the harm done to Walter. The second method is to beat you all down and then seek compensation from you. The magic runes emanating from the revolver shone on Murray Green's face, making his calm expression appear exceptionally mysterious. Choose. Hearing Murray Green shout, Hunter Dunlop was furious. He never expected that he, a sword dancer of the same level, would be threatened like this. They also apologized. Don't even think about it. Seeing Hunter Dunlop's resolute expression, Murray Green knew the other's choice even though he didn't answer. All right. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Before he finished speaking, Murray Green pressed his right hand down, placed the revolver in front of his abdomen, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! With the left hand's 5 fingers spread, as the first bullet is fired, the left thumb immediately presses onto the hammer to chamber the round. Bang! Slide your left hand backward, with your index finger behind your thumb, and then lift your hand. Bang! Middle finger, cocking. Bang! Ring finger, cocking. Bang! Little finger, upper part of the chest. Bang! With the aid of the shock-absorbing magic circle, Murray Green fired 5 ordinary bullets, plus 1 enchanted bullet, in less than a second. When Hunter Dunlop saw Murray Green shoot at him without hesitation, his scalp tingled instantly. Hunter Dunlop reached forward with his left hand, and a short sword slid out of his sleeve and into his left hand. He held the long sword in his right hand and the short sword in his left hand. Drink. With a swift movement, Hunter Dunlop pushed his swordsman's speed to the limit, narrowly avoiding the first bullet. Then, he slashed down with his right longsword, splitting the 2 bullets in 2. The bullet fragments, violently split in 2, flew past Hunter Dunlop. Then, using the force of his sword swing, Hunter Dunlop spun to the side, slashing back with his left hand and narrowly deflecting the 3rd bullet with his short sword. The sword dancer truly lived up to her name. Her swordplay was as beautiful as a dance, yet brimming with deadly intent. But just then, the 4th bullet appeared in front of Hunter Dunlop at an absurd speed. Before Hunter Dunlop could react, he was hit in the right shoulder by this space-enchanted bullet. The space-enchanted bullet, carrying immense force, pierced Hunter Dunlop's right shoulder, tearing away a large amount of flesh and blood. In that instant, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed on Hunter Dunlop's right shoulder. The intense pain caused Hunter Dunlop to scream, his body tilting uncontrollably to the right and backward. But just then, he felt a numbness in his hands. It was because of the pain that Hunter Dunlop could no longer grip the hilts of his swords. Murray Green fired his last 2 shots at his twin swords, knocking them from his hands. With his swords gone, the heavily wounded Hunter Dunlop collapsed to the ground. The only archer on the field who remained unharmed paled and immediately shouted, "We admit defeat, and we are willing to apologize." Shouting, he charged toward Hunter Dunlop. The archer who reached Hunter Dunlop immediately pulled out a potion bottle filled with red liquid from a concealed part of his body. He opened the potion bottle and poured the potion directly into Hunter Dunlop's mouth. Hunter Dunlop immediately swallowed the potion. The healing potion quickly stopped the bleeding from his right shoulder, which had been bleeding profusely from being hit by a spatial enchantment bullet. At the same time, a blush appeared on Hunter Dunlop's face, which had been somewhat pale due to significant blood loss. Although they were fighting, they were classmates, so when he heard that the other side had chosen to concede, Nigel Alleran put away his double axes. He jogged up to Walter Reelan, pulled out a similar red potion from his pocket, and handed it to Walter Reelan. Walter Reelan took the healing potion, drank it down in one gulp, and began to rest and recover. After reloading, Murray Green twirled the revolver in his hand a few times before putting it back in its holster. He then walked over to Walter Riley and, together with Nigel Alleran, bandaged Walter Riley's wound. About half an hour later, the other side finished treating the three men's injuries. The archer, carrying a longbow, walked to within about 10 meters of Murray Green and his companions. He glanced at Murray Green with a complicated expression, and finally, somewhat reluctantly, tossed a money pouch to Murray Green. Murray Green reached out his right hand and caught the apology pouch. They weighed the coins in their hands, and the pleasant sound of the coins clinking together made Murray Green and his companions quite delighted. "We have lost this time. May I ask your name?" Although they lost, they also wanted to know who the four of them lost to. In response to the archer's question, Murray Green tossed the money pouch in his hand to Nigel Alleran, straightened his expression, and said his name word by word. "Murray Green. Murray Green. You belong to Ryan Green. Younger brother, my dear younger brother." Before the archer could even voice his question, Murray Green provided the answer. The archer, upon hearing it, seemed somewhat dazed, pondering it in his mind before finally blurting it out unconsciously. "That can't be. Ryan Green's younger brother. How come I've never heard of you before? Could it be that you're a freshman?" "That's right. Is there a problem?" The other three people who overheard the conversation all wore incredulous expressions, then stared intently at Murray Green. "Look at what you're saying. Is there a problem?" "No, there's a huge problem. It's only been less than 2 months since the start of the semester. Think back to when they first enrolled. They were still sweating it out on the training grounds of the Warrior Academy, striving to master breathing techniques so they could join the ranks of soldiers. And look at you. In less than 2 months you've already become a telekinetic master and defeated all 4 of them." The 4 were so saddened to the point of tears upon learning that the other person was just a freshman. However, he still forced a bitter smile and replied to Murray Green. No problem. You're a true genius." Chapter 62: The Three Alliances of New Students. The Black Mist Serpent was indeed in high demand. As soon as it appeared at the entrance to the mountain, before Murray Green and the others could even call out to sell it, many buyers surrounded the 3 of them, waving money bags full of gold coins, wanting to buy it. All the materials from the Black Mist Serpent were in high demand, so Murray Green and his 2 companions held a simple auction, with the highest bidder winning. In the end, the Black Mist Serpent was auctioned off for a sky-high price of 38 gold coins. Murray Green had never seen a level 1 magical beast with such a high price tag. He really learned a lot this time. The apology fee was 40 gold coins. The Black Mist Serpent's fee was 38 gold coins, totaling 78 gold coins. One side received 39 gold coins, plus the previous 7 gold coins, for a total of 46 gold coins. During this mountain trial, Murray Green not only fought monsters, but also people, ultimately earning a whopping 46 gold coins. He was absolutely ecstatic. If Murray Green's happiness was a silent smile, then Nigel Alleran and Walter Riley's happiness was much more direct. The 2 hugged each other, jumping and laughing. Their earnings in one day are equivalent to what they earn in a month. They had originally planned to toss Murray Green in the air to celebrate, but remembering Murray Green's terrifying appearance before, the 2 of them ultimately abandoned this bold idea. Back at school, after making a promise with the 2 that he would give them priority consideration on his next trip into the mountains, Murray Green happily headed to the cafeteria, ready to have something good to eat. "Hey, Nick, why are you alone? Aren't you fighting alongside your comrades?" Upon entering the cafeteria, Murray Green discovered that Nick Brown was eating alone, so he ordered a few pieces of monster meat and sat down opposite Nick Brown with his tray. "It's you, Murray, huh? Murray, I don't know you, so don't come any closer." When Nick Brown saw Murray Green suddenly sitting in front of him, he was startled. He leaned back, crossed his arms in a defensive stance, and stared at Murray Green warily. He had witnessed firsthand how badly Murray Green had treated Marlon Reed in the cafeteria. For the first few days, Marlon Reed would run straight back to his dorm after class and avoid contact with anyone else. Only now had he improved considerably. Defeated by Nick Brown's appearance, Murray Green sighed, pressed his throbbing temples, clenched his fist, and placed it on the table. You're still doing the same thing. Do to Marlon Reed what disgusted me the other day. Do it to you again, okay? Dear Nick. Upon hearing Murray Green's last sentence, Nick Brown felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected that Murray Green, who was so handsome and refined, would have such a perverted hobby. How come he had never noticed before? Could it be that he really likes this kind of thing? But in this situation, shouldn't he be the bottom? However, according to Marlon Reed's later account, he actually judged that Murray Green should be a power forward. No, I can't. Nick Brown lowered his hands with a serious expression, sat up straight, and held a knife and fork. Seeing Nick Brown finally looking a bit normal, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief, cut off a piece of monster meat, and put it in his mouth with his fork. Tell me, what's the situation now? I have a feeling you're about to be defeated. Although I haven't been following Nick Brown's Northland Noble Boys Protection League, I can vaguely sense that the league's fighting frequency has decreased significantly recently. Now that Nick Brown, a key player in the league, is eating here alone, it seems the league is not far from falling apart. Who said we were defeated? We are just accumulating strength. Like a fist, after clenching it, you have to pull it back first before you can unleash greater damage. Nick Brown said this somewhat stubbornly, but seeing Murray Green's disbelieving expression, he knew that his words had no effect. At the same time, Murray Green spoke up directly. Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and you'll be punished severely. If you tell the truth, I might even be able to give you some advice. Why are you all so weak? You need to step up your game. The more fiercely you fight, the more attention Elizabeth Ellis will pay to you, and the less she'll have to pay attention to me. Murray Green thought so. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nick Brown sighed. Perhaps his psychological defenses had been breached, or perhaps he needed to confide in someone. So he began to recount the recent changes that had occurred. There's only 1 week left until Elizabeth Ellis's banquet, and 3 promising warriors have emerged at the Magic Academy, the 3 mentioned earlier. 1 heir to a northern noble family, 1 student from out of town, and 1 son of a local merchant. Of these 3, the noble heir does not participate in the competition because he already possesses the right to inherit the noble title. So why should he give up his right to inherit the title and compete for a spot as a live-in son-in-law? Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Although his territory was not large, he was the master of it, and the feeling of comfort was something that a live-in son-in-law could never imagine. With 1 strong competitor eliminated, the remaining 2 are up to 2. One of them is a student from out of town who originally came to the north for Elizabeth Ellis, and now that she has become a promising fighter, the odds have been raised, and they are determined to win her over. With such a formidable figure among the out-of-town students, no one in the Northern Aristocratic Male Students Alliance could rival him. Hayden Marjorie, the current leader of the alliance, is still just a regular level 1 mage and hasn't even decided on his future class advancement yet. With such a huge gap in leadership between the 2 sides, how could they dare to launch a preemptive strike? Moreover, now that people are becoming magicians one after another, who would compare drinking or magic? Isn't that a simpler, more direct, and more effective way to compete? Strength is the primary persuasive power. But in the alliance, whose magic can compare to that of a promising warrior? In terms of magic, only 1 other potential warrior can rival him. The remaining warrior prodigy was merely the offspring of a merchant. When their alliance was formed, all the members were nobles, with not a single merchant among them. At first, the sons of those merchants were quite interested in joining their alliance, but they were not accepted because the sons of nobles looked down on the sons of merchants. Now, a promising young warrior has emerged among the merchants' offspring, and they want to take him in, but that young warrior is no fool. You ignored me before, but now that I have value, you're trying to win me over and make me your henchman? No way. Therefore, relying on their natural status as descendants of merchants, they formed the 3rd alliance of merchant descendants. The 3 major alliances, the largest of which was the Northern Noble Descendants Alliance, are now in an extremely awkward situation. The Out-of-Town Students Alliance, which they had previously bullied, has sounded the horn of counterattack. The sons of merchants whom they had previously ignored and looked down upon have now risen from humble beginnings to become powerful figures, swaggering over them with an air of superiority. What are they supposed to do? What can they do? Murray Green could only say it's up to you to that. Chapter 63, First Meeting with Elizabeth. The biggest weakness of the Northern Noble Alliance is the lack of a powerful leader, such as Murray Green. If he were willing to step forward and reveal his identity as a warrior, then the Northern Noble Alliance would once again become the most powerful alliance among the new students. But Murray Green's purpose in making this league stand out was to have them create trouble and draw attention away from him. Wouldn't it be more likely to draw more fire if we stepped in to help them get back on their feet? Moreover, if joining the Noble Alliance now means sinking with this wrecked ship, that's one thing. But what if the two opposing sides go too far, and I can't hold back and take action? That would complicate matters. He never wanted to marry into the Duke's family, and now that Elizabeth Ellis knows about his talent, if he goes too far and accidentally defeats all his rivals, Elizabeth Ellis will have no choice but to choose him. Foolish behavior is unacceptable. Therefore, at this time, Murray Green believed in the principle of the more you do, the more mistakes you make. The less you do, the fewer mistakes you make. And if you do nothing, you make no mistakes. As long as no one provoked him, he was happy to slack off until Elizabeth Ellis chose her fiancé. The invitation issue had caused him a lot of anxiety. Now, two attention-seeking individuals had stood their ground, making Murray Green, who had chosen to keep a low profile, feel like things weren't going to be easy. However, after Murray Green used a tactic that killed 1,000 enemies but also injured 800 of his own in order to divert other people's attention, he found that his popularity with women had dropped significantly. Beryl Pete, who had a good relationship with him not long ago, was no longer very close to him. Alas, this is truly a sad story. Thinking of this, Murray Green couldn't help but smile wryly, sigh, and utter these words. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nick Brown assumed that Murray Green was commenting on the Noble Alliance, so he nodded in agreement. Who says otherwise? Right now, we in the North have basically no chance of competing with the Magic Academy. Hopefully, the Warrior Academy can step up its game and produce a few geniuses to uphold the glory of our Northern nobility. Let's hope so. After chatting with Nick Brown for a while, Nick Brown went to the Warrior Academy after he finished eating to find out what was going on there. After eating a few pieces of monster meat, Murray Green felt much less tired from the day's hike in the mountains. He then went to Stanley Ellis's tower to speak with his mentor, Webster Ellis, and ask him to recommend a powerful telekinetic instructor. He now possesses a spiritual materialization ability. If he wants to become stronger, he will need a professional mentor. Learning in isolation is not conducive to growth. The magic elevator soared upwards, quickly taking Murray Green to the top floor, hundreds of meters high. Upon reaching the lobby, Murray Green noticed that the door to the mentor's reception room was closed, indicating that there were guests present. What bad timing. Should we wait a while, or come back another time? Murray Green frowned, unsure of who the guest was or how long his conversation with his mentor would last, and thus struggled with his decision. Wait, we can't just leave without saying goodbye when we come to our mentor's place. That would be impolite. Having made his choice, Murray Green prepared to go to the meditation room to wait, hoping to cultivate for a while waiting so as not to waste time. But just then, the voice of his mentor, Webster Ellis, suddenly rang in his mind. Murray, come to the meeting room for a moment. Murray Green was a little confused when he heard his mentor's order. You're talking to the guests. Why are you calling me in? Do we need a T-boy/girl? Despite my doubts, I still had to obey my supervisor's orders. Murray Green then walked to the door of the meeting room, clenched his right fist, and knocked twice on the door with the knuckles of his index and middle fingers sticking out. Come in. The tutor's calm voice came from inside. Murray Green gently pushed open the door and slowly walked in. When he looked up, he saw a snow-white figure from behind. She was dressed in an ice-white female warrior outfit, with her long, snow-white hair tied in a high ponytail, which looked very simple. However, from her straight back and graceful waistline, it could be seen that she was not bad in terms of figure and appearance. However, when Murray Green saw this figure from behind, his pupils contracted and his heart trembled, because this figure reminded him of a name. Now he is praying very much that this person's name is not the one he has in mind. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green forced himself to calm down, slowed his pace, and walked straight ahead. The reception room was neither small nor large. Even though Murray Green walked slowly, he still reached the figure with his back turned and respectfully bowed to his mentor, Webster Ellis, as a student. Tutor. The more respectful Murray Green's outward actions were, the dirtier he was cursing inside. You wretched old man, why did you call me in here? Just a minute ago, why didn't you just leave? Why be so polite? You could have just walked away. This old man doesn't deserve your respect. After performing the student salute, Murray Green turned his head somewhat stiffly to look at the person next to him. She was very beautiful, with delicate eyebrows, red lips and white teeth, and snow-white skin like solidified cream. Her figure was elegant and well-proportioned, but her temperament was very aloof, like an ice lotus, unattainable. Although she was sitting in a chair, Murray Green estimated that if she stood up, she wouldn't be shorter than him, based on her long legs. In this world, Murray Green's height is relatively short for a boy his age, but he is still 1.75 meters tall, and he might grow to 1.8 meters tall by the time he turns 20. As Murray Green looked at the beautiful and aloof woman, she turned her pretty face slightly, her snow-white eyes also looking at Murray Green, beginning to scrutinize him. The other person looked up at him, but Murray Green had the illusion of being looked down upon. Moreover, upon seeing the other person's appearance, Murray Green sighed inwardly. Finally, he let out a wild roar. "Old man, hurry, tell me this is your great-granddaughter." Murray Green didn't know if Webster Ellis had a great-granddaughter, but this was Murray Green's last hope. Webster Ellis, also dressed in pure white, had no idea how fascinating Murray Green's inner thoughts were at that moment. He simply pointed at the aloof woman and said, "Haha, Murray, this is Her Highness Elizabeth, whom you've been longing to see. Are you happy to finally meet her?" Murray Green's heart was completely broken. "And what's with this thinking about it day and night? Nonsense, old man. Don't add any more drama to my story." "Haha, Your Highness, I am Murray Green. It's a pleasure to meet you." Murray Green flashed a bright smile, respectfully performed a subordinate's aristocratic salute, and greeted him with an attitude of 3 parts joy, 3 parts excitement, and 4 parts fervor. Chapter 64. You should focus on your studies. "Hello, Murray Green." Elizabeth Ellis nodded slightly in response to Murray Green's greeting, then scrutinized him from head to toe, making Murray Green's scalp tingle. "I heard you specialize in spatial warfare." With her red lips slightly parted, Elizabeth Ellis asked directly, and Murray Green was not surprised to hear this. After all, his mentor was Webster Ellis, who was related to Elizabeth Ellis. Murray Green had virtually no secrets from them. Otherwise, how could the unknown Murray Green have received the first invitation from the Magic Academy? Yes, God bless me, allowing me to awaken spatial magic and become a spatial combatant. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to unleash the true power of spatial combatants. Murray Green initially showed excitement. Then his expression turned to disappointment, before he changed the subject. "At the banquet a week from now, may I have the honor of inviting Your Highness to dance?" As the owner of spatial attributes, Murray Green's talent was probably already rated the highest in Elizabeth Ellis's mind. Therefore, Murray Green has to lose points in other areas. Otherwise, he won't be able to demonstrate the competitiveness of his opponents, and he won't be able to escape the fate of being married off. To be honest, Murray Green thought Elizabeth Ellis was very beautiful, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. If he were to choose a wife based on beauty, Elizabeth Ellis would definitely be Murray Green's first choice. But the world is not such a simple multiple-choice question. It is a very complex and multifaceted one. Elizabeth Ellis's noble status would make her husband lose all his glory. Murray Green doesn't care about glory, but he cares about his reputation. The Kingdom of Lanes is a country where the king and nobles jointly rule the world, so the nobles have a very high status, which makes many things very simple. Even if they do things that are against worldly morality, such as having an affair, few people would blame the nobles for such a thing. In fact, many would argue that it was only in line with their status that the nobles did such a thing. Therefore, the romantic affairs of nobles were countless. Male nobles indulged in philandering, and female nobles played with men. These were all very normal and common occurrences. Therefore, Murray Green was afraid that if he married into the Ellis family and became Elizabeth Ellis's husband, he might be cheated on. He can't accept this kind of thing. With Elizabeth Ellis's figure and looks, Murray Green would have been more than a man to be her lover, but he certainly wouldn't have been her husband. But given Elizabeth Ellis's status, Murray Green couldn't possibly tell her directly. "You might cheat on me in the future, you scumbag, stay away from me." If Murray Green were to say such a thing, Elizabeth Ellis might not react much, but Earl Green would immediately appear before Murray Green and skin him alive. He then apologized to Elizabeth Ellis with a broad smile. Therefore, when his amazing talent could not be hidden, Murray Green chose to make his personality blend into the crowd. Prepare to be challenged, future female sea queen. Faced with Murray Green's direct invitation to dance, Elizabeth Ellis, sitting in her chair, remained expressionless and gave a formulaic reply. "I'll think about it, and we'll talk about it later." "Yes, Your Highness, thank you for your kindness in sending me the first invitation. I will definitely perform well and prove with my abilities that Your Highness did not misjudge me." Murray Green, his face beaming with excitement, spoke louder and louder, but Elizabeth Ellis felt a little uncomfortable hearing what he was saying. This person is arrogant and spoiled, and becomes overly enthusiastic when given even the slightest bit of kindness. He has a bad personality. Seeing Murray Green still talking animatedly, Elizabeth Ellis raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Murray Green quickly stopped and looked at her with some confusion. Murray Green, it was my great-grandfather who told me that you are a true magical genius, which is why I chose to send you the first invitation. I hope you will study hard in the future and strive to master the essence of spatial combat as soon as possible to protect the northern lands. With that, Elizabeth Ellis turned her head directly to Webster Ellis, no longer facing Murray Green. Elizabeth Ellis's words, though seemingly complimentary, conveyed a sense of coldness and distance to Murray Green. This delighted Murray Green, who was overjoyed and quickly continued the conversation. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. I will study hard and strive for excellence every day. I will protect the North and guard Your Highness. Your orders are my mission, and I will serve you. Murray Green was in the middle of his enthusiastic flattery when Elizabeth Ellis raised her hand, interrupting him with even more explosive remarks. All right, Murray Green, I understand what you mean, but your most important task right now is to study hard, understand? Yes, I understand your command. Good that you understand. Elizabeth Ellis was somewhat annoyed, and at the same time, she felt that she had placed too high expectations on Murray Green. After all, everyone would be excited about space combat, and she, Elizabeth Ellis, was no exception. Seeing is believing, and this one encounter completely shattered Elizabeth Ellis's golden armor of spatial warfare. So when facing Murray Green, Elizabeth Ellis's tone became cold, and she didn't even look at Murray Green directly. Grandpa, I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Webster Ellis glanced at Murray Green with some disappointment, feeling that Murray Green had performed exceptionally poorly today. However, he didn't think much of it, because it was normal to behave poorly in front of Elizabeth Ellis. Webster Ellis sighed inwardly, abandoned his previous plan, and nodded kindly to Elizabeth Ellis. Your business is more important, so go ahead and take care of it. But come visit your great-grandfather more often when you have time. Okay, great-grandfather. Having said that, Elizabeth Ellis leaned forward slightly and stood up gracefully. Seeing Elizabeth Ellis stand up, Murray Green secretly sized her up from head to toe. Exquisite appearance, tall figure, and graceful curves. It's simply a masterpiece of God. Murray Green looked on with a hint of fascination. Although only 17 years old, Elizabeth Ellis, already a mid-level warrior, easily noticed that Murray Green was secretly watching her. This person is very talented, but has a poor character and willpower. With that thought in mind, Elizabeth Ellis turned and left. Your Highness, please wait. Let me see you off. What is troubling you? Would you like to tell me? No need. You should focus on your studies. Chapter 65 Teacher Paying. As Murray Green watched Elizabeth Ellis hasten her departure because of his words, his eyes were filled with reluctance. Of course, if you look closely at his expression, you'll notice that the corners of his mouth are slightly upturned. You little punk, try arguing with me. I'll make you sick to death. As the heir to the Grand Duke of the North, Elizabeth Ellis grew up surrounded by adoration, so she had seen countless sycophants. Goddesses don't lack admirers, nor do they care about them. Therefore, even if it's a virtual admirer, he's still just an admirer to her. If the virtual admirer has a bad personality, then her impression of him will be even worse. As the door to the reception room closed, Elizabeth Ellis disappeared completely. Murray Green turned his head back reluctantly, swallowing hard. I must say, Elizabeth Ellis truly deserves her title as the most beautiful woman in the North. Even her back view is stunning. Master, thank you for putting in a good word for me with His Highness. After dealing with Elizabeth Ellis, it's your turn now. Well, having witnessed everything that had happened, Webster Ellis didn't know whether speaking up for his student had helped him or harmed him. If they didn't help, they wouldn't raise Elizabeth Ellis's expectations, causing Murray Green to fall far short of them and ruining his first impression on her. If he hadn't helped, Murray Green wouldn't have piqued Elizabeth Ellis's interest so quickly and received the first invitation. It's all about timing and fate. To meet for the first time and get such a terrible result, and for my student to be so enthusiastic all of a sudden, continuing might harm him. Mentor Webster Ellis shook his head slightly, sighed, and looked at Murray Green with a complicated expression. After pondering for a few seconds, he spoke. You should focus on your studies. I will now teach you one of the 3 basic combat skills, rapid casting. From now on, concentrate on practicing it. Thank you, Master. I will definitely cultivate diligently and live up to your and His Highness's expectations. Looking at Murray Green before him, whose every word was addressed as Your Highness, Webster Ellis knew he had fallen for him. A 16-year-old boy, just coming of age and just beginning to experience romantic feelings, meets a woman of noble birth and stunning beauty, who then takes the initiative to show interest in him. Even Webster Ellis, who is over 100 years old and has seen a lot, thinks this is perfectly normal. Webster Ellis wouldn't have stopped anyone else, because it would have proven how charming their Elizabeth was, but this was his student, and a gifted one at that. If he could be paired with Elizabeth Ellis, he would wholeheartedly approve, but now, based on the previous events, he judged that the chances of them becoming a couple were extremely slim. The greater the enthusiasm invested now, the greater the setbacks later on. Webster Ellis even foresaw Murray Green's devastating collapse due to shattered hopes. Mentor, I would like to discuss something with you, which is about learning the skills of a telekinetic master. As Murray Green spoke, he observed Webster Ellis's expression and, finding no displeasure, continued. Today, I went into the mountains to train and found that my current methods are too limited. So I had an idea. I want to ask a psychic teacher to give me some guidance on my psychic cultivation. Webster Ellis knew that Murray Green had researched magic crystal guns and had even created some weapons based on them. But in the eyes of a 7th-level mage, these things were no different from toys. Can toys be considered a means to an end? Cannot. So when he heard Murray Green's self-summary, Webster Ellis nodded slightly in agreement. However, when Murray Green said the rest, he frowned and wanted to reprimand Murray Green. I've only taught you the basic skills of a combat technique, and instead of practicing them properly, you want to learn telekinesis. Trying to do too much at once is not a good idea. Now is the time for you to build a foundation, everything else. At this point, Webster Ellis had a sudden inspiration. If he were to exhaust himself through cultivation, he wouldn't have the time or energy to think about romance. Even if Elizabeth Ellis were to choose a future husband during that time, he wouldn't have time to grieve. Learning more about other things and applying them to other areas is also a good approach. I agree with your idea. Now I will write a letter of recommendation for you to Teacher Payne and ask him to guide you in telekinesis. Hey. Murray Green made many preparations to persuade Webster Ellis, and even if he didn't succeed today, he was prepared to use time to wear him down. While Murray Green had not anticipated the opposition expressed in Webster Ellis's initial words, Webster Ellis's subsequent turn of events was a slap in the face. It's like someone using a drainage ditch to go around a bend, someone driving a car up a tree, and someone using a motorcycle to carry 4 or 5 girls. It's outrageous, but it actually happened. Take this and go find Professor Payne. When Murray Green received Webster Ellis's letter of recommendation and walked out of Stanley Ellis's tower with a bewildered look on his face, he felt a sense of unreality, as if in a dream. So he decisively gave himself a hard stab. Ouch, that really hurts. It's real, not a dream. Murray Green breathed on his arm that had been grabbed, rubbed it, and then came to his senses. Puzzled, he scratched his head, turned around, and looked up at the location of Webster Ellis at the top of the tower. Who cares? This is a good thing. Why overthink it? We're not detectives. What's the point of finding out the whole story? Murray Green put all his questions aside, gripped the letter of recommendation written by Webster Ellis tightly, and strode toward the magic tower where Payne DuPont, the top telekinetic master of Ellis Academy, was located. He would occasionally skip a few steps along the way, showing that Murray Green was in a very happy mood. Not long after Payne DuPont finished reading the dean's recommendation letter brought by the student, many questions suddenly popped into his mind. He vouched for it with his own proud mental fortitude, confirming that it was indeed a handwritten letter from Dean Webster Ellis, without any misspellings or alterations, and that his eyesight was not deceiving him. But he still couldn't quite believe what was written in the letter of recommendation. Are you a student of Dean Webster Ellis? Yes, Professor Payne. Then why don't you learn combat techniques from the dean, but instead come to me to learn about telekinesis? Because I want to diversify my attack methods. Forehead. Battle tactics. Diversify attack methods. He recognized each word individually, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand them at all. Look at you. Are you even speaking human language? Chapter 66: The Secret of the Psychic Master. In terms of attack methods, if Jean-Fa claims to be second, no one dares to be third. Among mages, he is practically in a class of his own. Even a level 1 magic spell like Fireball, in the hands of a warrior mage, can unleash a devastating barrage of attacks on the opponent, cremating them on the spot. Looking at Murray Green's light blue eyes, Payne DuPont guessed that he should be a water attribute fighter, but then he remembered that Murray Green was the dean's student, so it must be a mutation of the water attribute, an ice attribute fighter. Ice is a special attribute. Although its destructive power is not as strong as fire, its lethality is no less, so it has a wide variety of attack methods. After a moment's thought, Payne DuPont suppressed his doubts and took Murray Green to the training room to test Murray Green's current condition. Payne DuPont was astonished when he discovered that Murray Green could lift a 10-pound iron block from a distance of 10 meters using his spiritually materialized mage hand. Good grief, why don't you cultivate your psychic powers before coming to me for guidance? Upon discovering Murray Green's astonishing mental strength talent, Payne DuPont was both surprised and somewhat frustrated. It's unbelievable that I can't get such a good potential psychic. If Murray Green were another teacher's student, he might have been able to use some connections to get him in. But Murray Green was the dean's student. Now, the dean has done Payne DuPont a favor by writing him a letter of recommendation, asking him to tutor Murray Green. If the dean knew that Payne DuPont was trying to snatch food from his jaws, he would probably make things very difficult for Payne DuPont. Murray Green, your mental talent is quite good, and you are indeed suitable for learning the knowledge of a telekinetic master. However, since you are already the dean's student, there are many combat techniques and knowledge to learn. Therefore, I estimate that you will devote most of your energy and time to the dean. Payne DuPont smiled and looked at Murray Green as he continued. Of course, if you have enough time and energy to learn all my knowledge, I will also teach you everything I know. Considering that he was only giving Murray Green some casual guidance, Payne DuPont generously gave Murray Green a discount on the guidance fee, charging him only 500 gold coins. The tuition fee at the Magic Academy is 300 gold coins per year. Although you can only learn some basic magic knowledge, according to the curriculum of Ellis Academy, as long as you can keep up with the pace and study hard, you will basically become an intermediate magician after graduating normally in 4 years. An ordinary, 20-year-old intermediate mage would be considered a genius by ordinary people, but within Ellis Academy. If the goal is simply to become an ordinary magician, why spend 1,200 gold coins to study magic at Ellis Academy? As Murray Green's friend Sam said, a 10-year magic school might be more cost-effective for him, since his goal was simply to become an ordinary wizard. Initially, Murray Green came to Ellis Academy aiming to become a potion master, but as fate would have it, he didn't become a potion master, but instead became a battle mage. However, the spatial attributes were too high level, and even the lowest level attack magic was level 4, leaving Murray Green in the awkward situation of having no magic to use. Being a telekinetic mage is a good transition, because telekinetic mages have a high status and are strong enough to allow Murray Green to smoothly transition to level 4. The job of becoming a telekinetic master is also quite expensive. Payne DuPont only charged 500 gold coins out of respect for Dean Webster Ellis, so Murray Green made a killing. Thank you, Professor Payne. Murray Green pulled out his student card and immediately paid the tutoring fee, fearing that Payne DuPont might change his mind. Haha, it's nothing, it's just a casual instruction, it won't take much effort. After the test and payment, Payne DuPont had Murray Green sit cross-legged on the floor of the training room, and he did the same. The two sat facing each other, their faces serious. Your time is very tight, so I won't waste any more words. Your mental talent is excellent. You can barely lift 10 pounds right now, but how long do you think it would take to lift 100 or 1,000 pounds with your current training method? Upon hearing this question, Murray Green pondered for a moment, recalling the exact time he had studied the mage's hand and the materialization of spirit, and began to estimate the time. However, before he could answer, Teacher Payne spoke up. Even if you are exceptionally talented, using such primitive methods, it would take at least 5 years to grow to 100 gene, and 1,000 gene would never be possible. Payne DuPont directly told Murray Green the answer, and Murray Green was not surprised to hear it, because if Professor Payne had brought up the problem, there must be a way to solve it. So Murray Green nodded and listened to Payne DuPont continue. The skill of materializing the spirit is very simple. It is to compress and enhance the strength of the spirit, so that the intangible spirit becomes tangible. As Payne DuPont raised his head slightly, Murray Green inexplicably floated up, looking down at the ground 50 centimeters away from him. Murray Green was very surprised. The materialized mental power is our magician's third hand. Of course, once you master multitasking, it's like having several more strong and powerful hands. The goal of us psychic masters is to strengthen one or more of these large hands, making them even more powerful. Therefore, increasing our spiritual energy and spiritual strength is the purpose of our psychic master training. Before he finished speaking, everything in the training room floated up silently. Seeing this, Murray Green, who had remained calm throughout, finally showed a look of shock. So what if you're a potential warrior? We telekinetic masters have our own specialties and a kind of joy that warriors can't experience. Seeing the shocked look on Murray Green's face, Payne DuPont smiled with satisfaction and then put everything down, including Murray Green's. How was my telekinetic power? That's great, Mr. Payne. Murray Green looked at Payne DuPont with admiration, and Payne DuPont was equally pleased with Murray Green's sensibility, so he taught Murray Green the mental tempering method. And he made Murray Green practice on the spot. When blood energy and magical particles merge, they become battle energy. When mental power and magical particles merge, they become magical power. And the tempering of mental power by a psychic is also done through magical particles. Using mental power to contact magical particles and making the two collide but not merge can greatly enhance mental strength and may even transform mental power into telekinesis. Upon hearing this idea, Murray Green immediately thought of something. If mental power's craving for magical particles is like a lecher's craving for a beautiful woman, then tie a lecher to a pillar and let a beautiful woman pose seductively in front of him. Faced with such a predicament, whoever is the pervert would have to be a pervert. No wonder mental power can be transformed into telekinesis. It turns out it comes from a perverse method. Upon realizing this, Murray Green's expression suddenly dawned on him. Chapter 67 Gravity and Repulsion. Basically, many things are easier said than done. Even though Murray Green has the talent for combat, tempering his mental strength is still a considerable challenge for him. The difficulty stemmed from his lack of strategic knowledge and tactics. To become a combat mage, one must have both high mental strength and a high affinity for magical particles. These are mandatory requirements. The dual high conditions caused Murray Green's mental power to merge with the magical particles upon contact, and then transform into magic power, failing to achieve the goal of merely contacting without merging. So, in front of Payne DuPont, Murray Green transformed the tempering of mental power into meditation. An hour later, Murray Green had completed his training for the day, but he hadn't even scratched the surface of tempering his mental power. Payne DuPont, who witnessed the whole process, remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, because telekinetic masters only had strong mental power, but their affinity for magical particles was not high. Therefore, when a psychic mage practices meditation, the speed at which they fuse magical particles is very slow. So, they intersperse the process of tempering their spirit at this time, taking advantage of the fact that their spiritual power and magical particles have not yet fused together to achieve the purpose of tempering. Therefore, a telekinetic practitioner needs to spend several hours to complete their daily training tasks. Murray Green, standing before us, completes his daily training tasks in just an hour or two. His training efficiency is simply off the charts, saving countless hours of study time each day. He truly deserves his reputation as a warrior. You need to slow down the fusion speed of your mental power and magical particles. Otherwise, the contact time between your mental power and magical particles will be insufficient to temper your mental power. Hearing Payne DuPont's guidance, Murray Green felt like crying. Apart from the very beginning when he started cultivating, he had been trying to accelerate the fusion process ever since. He is now able to subconsciously merge mental energy and magical particles the instant they come into contact. Now, we have to do the opposite. Murray Green had to break his own training habits, slow down his training speed, and even allow himself to fail in meditation. This is truly a painful challenge. I try to slow down my cultivation speed, but as soon as my mental power comes into contact with the magical particles, it begins to merge. Even if I control my mental power to prevent merging, the magical particles will still merge with my mental power in the opposite direction. Murray Green smiled wryly, his face turning somewhat sad, while Payne DuPont, upon hearing Murray Green's words, nearly broke down. Look at you. Are you even speaking human language? I've discovered that you're completely nonsensical. Previously you flaunted your combat techniques. Now you're flaunting your cultivation speed. Are tactics so amazing? Pooh. To say that the magical particles were active is shameless. It was clearly your mental power that couldn't control itself. If your mental power could reach the level of remaining unmoved by temptation, I don't believe that the magical particles could forcefully merge into your mental power. He mentally scoffed, but still spoke with a serious expression. Since your affinity is high enough and the magical particles merge with your mental power relatively quickly, then don't use your mental power to control the magical particles. Use other methods to control the magical particles and your mental power, and keep them at a distance. Remember, the method resides within your mind. I hope you discover it soon. Teacher Payne said mysteriously, and then, regardless of whether Murray Green understood, He closed his eyes, indicating that he did not want to discuss more detailed information with Murray Green. Good. Having received some guidance, Murray Green casually summoned a spatial magic particle from above his mental space. Strangely enough, extremely rare spatial magic particles were actually plentiful in his mental space, so Murray Green essentially skipped the cultivation step of drawing magic particles into his body. This resulted in Murray Green's training speed being faster than that of a telekinetic master, and even faster than that of other combat techniques. His cultivation speed left even Dean Webster Ellis somewhat baffled. Seeing the magical particles heading towards the mental sea under the guidance of mental gravity, and combining this with Payne's previous hints, Murray Green immediately realized how to keep the two at a distance. The spatial magic particles plummeted downwards, about to fall into the mental sea. If Murray Green had followed his previous method, he would have used his mental power to hold back the magic particles and prevent them from falling into the mental sea. This time, however, he didn't intend to let the magical particles come into contact with his mental power. Instead, he used his will to directly create a surging wave in his mental sea, disrupting the mental gravity and making it take longer for the magical particles to enter the mental sea. It works. Even after canceling the mental gravity, it has a significant effect. If I rotate my mental sea in the opposite direction, will it generate a mental repulsive force that is opposite to the mental gravity? Thinking of this, Murray Green immediately took action, summoning another magical particle and then immediately starting the reverse meditation technique, causing his mental sea to rotate in the opposite direction. After the spatial magic particles rotated in the reverse direction in the mental sea, an invisible repulsive force appeared out of thin air, supporting the falling magic particles. Yeah, that's it. Seeing that his method worked, Murray Green cheered inwardly. Meanwhile, Payne, who had been watching Murray Green closely, suddenly felt the attraction emanating from Murray Green turn into a repulsion. Holy crap, this kid not only doesn't speak human language, he doesn't even intend to be human. Payne DuPont was dumbfounded when he realized that Murray Green had grasped the knack with just a slight hint. He hadn't expected Murray Green to be so talented. Fortunately, I'm only providing part-time guidance. If I were to become his full-time mentor, I don't know how much pressure I would be under. I hope the dean can handle it. Payne DuPont, who was previously saddened by missing out on Murray Green, is now gloating. If a student is too stupid, the teacher gets angry. If a student is too smart, the teacher feels no sense of accomplishment. When the magical particles were pushed away by the mental repulsion, Murray Green used mental gravity to pull them back, then push them away again when they got close. This back and forth, gravity cutting through repulsion, repulsion cutting through gravity, repeatedly bouncing back and forth, Murray Green became more and more skilled at it. The magical particles, under his control, floated up and down not far from the surface of the mental sea. The magical particles floating on the sea surface emitted a faint magical light, illuminating the water. Murray Green felt a growing sense of strength in the areas illuminated by these particles. Yes, that should be it. Before meditation is successful, all magicians strengthen their mental power in this way, so that their mental power can withstand the fusion of magical particles. However, after successfully meditating, most magicians accelerate the fusion process to increase their magic power, while psychic magicians retain this process and organize it separately, forming the mental tempering method. Chapter 68, I'll Find You a Sister-in-Law. In the dormitory, Murray Green sat cross-legged on a leopard skin cushion, 3 palm-sized throwing knives circling around him like 3 swimming fish, free and agile. Just then, Murray Green's eyes flickered as he looked at a wooden target on his right. A throwing knife shot out like lightning, hitting the bullseye perfectly, the blade completely embedded in the target. The materialized mage's hand, combined with mental repulsion, is imbued with the throwing knife, enabling it to unleash the attack power of a level 1 warrior. When a throwing knife is as lethal as a level 1 warrior, and it is freely controlled by a mage, Murray Green is considered an outstanding individual among ordinary level 1 cultivators simply by virtue of this throwing knife combination skill. Of course, it is still somewhat weak against some powerful professionals, such as sword dancers. After finishing his meditation, Murray Green looked out the window. The setting sun, like blood, bathed the earth in its light. Tonight is going to be very exciting. After washing up, Murray Green took out a brand new, custom-made aristocratic outfit from the wardrobe. As per Murray Green's request, the aristocratic outfit was designed to be very simple. The garment is entirely black, woven from the silk of a magical spider, and embroidered with the Grimm family crest in gold thread. The buttons are made of gold. Compared to other aristocratic attire, this garment appears very understated yet luxurious. Moreover, compared to the tight-fitting clothes of other nobles, the sleeves of this garment are wider, allowing for a more elegant and carefree look when swaying freely. With his magic crystal gun, long-barreled revolver, short-barreled revolver, and 5 throwing knives, Murray Green still wore all his equipment, because tonight was Elizabeth Ellis's dinner party, which might be even more dangerous than entering the Kaya's Mountains. After dressing, Murray Green put on a level 1 magic robe as the outermost garment. This magic robe had high defensive capabilities because it was engraved with a level 1 defensive magic circle. Once the magic circle was activated, ordinary swords and blades could not cut through this magic robe. After completing all the preparations, Murray Green picked up the invitation and left his dorm room. Downstairs in the dormitory, several students dressed as wizards were standing. When they saw Murray Green appear, they all turned their eyes to him, glanced at him a few times, and then looked away, ignoring him. These were members of the Noble Alliance, who had arranged to attend the banquet together. Murray Green, however, was not a member of the Alliance, so he walked straight past them toward the banquet venue, the student auditorium. After checking the invitation, I walked through the doors of the auditorium, where soothing and beautiful music filled my ears. Looking up and around, the entire auditorium came into view, with a ceiling height of about 30 meters and an area that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The place is quite big. You won't feel crowded even if you're doing something. After making that casual remark, Murray Green still habitually took a stroll through the food pickup area first. The Ellis family truly lived up to its reputation as a ducal family. They were incredibly wealthy and powerful. Everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and swims in the water is available, and they are all magical beasts. There are even some that have been caught from the sea. You should know that the entire kingdom of Laney's is not located by the sea, so all seafood is imported from abroad, and the price is very expensive. There's a tough battle to come, and you need to be well-fed to have the energy to fight. So Murray Green pointed without hesitation to a seafood that was over a meter long and looked like a lobster, and asked the chef to cut him a plate of lobster meat. During the meal, Murray Green kept getting invited into the auditorium, chatting in 2s and 3s, with bursts of hearty laughter occasionally breaking the silence, which Murray Green found quite hypocritical. Murray, you really are here. Murray Green was originally focused on eating, since opportunities to eat at big restaurants are rare, so he was planning to make his performance fee back today. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hearing someone call his name, Murray Green immediately turned around and saw Levi Ellis, dressed in a magnificent robe, walking towards him. Liwei, you're here too. Damn it. I have another strong competitor now. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Although Murray Green did not want to become Elizabeth Ellis's husband, nor did he want to participate in the competition, the Green family stance had to be made, so Murray Green represented the Green family in the competition. Ha, Murray. To you I am no match, just an ant you can crush with a flick of your wrist. Levi Ellis had a smile on his face, but Murray Green was puzzled when he heard Levi Ellis's words. Where did I give myself away? Hey, Liwei, that's not fair of you. If word gets out that you said that, it'll put me in a very difficult position. Murray Green, looking furious, took a vicious bite out of a piece of meat and continued speaking. And those who praise others indiscriminately will be punished with 3 cups of wine. You flattered me first. I'm just returning the favor. If there's a penalty, you drink 3 cups first, then I'll drink 3 more. How about that? Is that the penalty? Levi Ellis raised an eyebrow and said jokingly, then placed his wine glass in front of Murray Green. Haha, I think the best wine should be offered to His Highness. Murray Green chatted with Levi Ellis for a few minutes while eating. After a few words, Levi Ellis picked up his glass and walked casually toward another classmate. Watching Levi Ellis's departing figure, Murray Green turned back and ordered some food he had never eaten before. After a lavish meal, Murray Green sat on the sofa, leaned back, and squinted at the scene in the auditorium. Nick Brown's Noble Alliance had already entered, while the out-of-town students were with the Warrior Academy students. Judging from their skin color and build, those students must have come from out of town. Just then, the side door of the auditorium opened, and a group of female students dressed in their finest attire walked out, creating a lively and bustling scene. Upon seeing the female students enter, the male students in the auditorium surprisingly became reserved. He had a serious expression, his eyes were straight ahead, and he looked like a refined gentleman. The reason for this was not that they disliked women. It was simply that tonight was Elizabeth Ellis's dinner party, and that was their main purpose. If Elizabeth Ellis notices that I've been glancing at other girls, and if she's bothered by that, I'm doomed. After the female students entered, Murray Green noticed that 20 or 30 male students were walking out from the back of the auditorium. Hey, Big Brother's here too. Murray Green was quite surprised to see Ryan Green enter the arena. He quickly stood up and walked towards Ryan Green, wanting to get some answers from him. Big Brother, what brings you here? Upon hearing Murray Green's question, Ryan Green smiled, raised his glass, and lightly clinked it with Murray Green's. Taking a sip of wine, Ryan Green said with a smile, I'll find you a sister-in-law. Chapter 69, The Dinner Begins. Men have best friends, women have girlfriends. Elizabeth Ellis is of noble birth, and as the controller of the third power in the North, her best friends are no ordinary people either. They are either genius girls or daughters of high-ranking noble families. At this dinner party hosted by Elizabeth Ellis herself, her close friends were all present to support her. Ryan Green's goal was simple, to bring home a marquis's daughter. I just went with them to meet Her Highness Elizabeth. I found a satisfactory target by her side. She's beautiful, intelligent, and I heard she's also very smart. Murray, you'll soon have a sister-in-law. Haha, with you in charge, it'll be a piece of cake. I wish you a triumphant return. Although he is not yet 20, Ryan Green, as the heir to a noble family, is already making plans for his future marriage. Because a suitable future countess is a very important matter for the entire Green territory. Just as the Earl married Penny Campbell, the Campbell family behind the Countess provided the Earl of Green with a lot of help. Later, the Countess took control of the territory's finances, developed commerce, and provided support for the Earl's army, making the entire Green territory prosperous. In this marriage alliance, the Green family received financial support from the Campbell family, while the Campbell family received military support from the Green family. Earl Green's gamble resulted in a win-win situation. Following Ryan Green, Murray Green noticed that some of the female classmates who had entered the auditorium earlier kept toasting Ryan Green and occasionally throwing him flirtatious glances, clearly having ulterior motives. Looking around, Murray Green noticed an interesting phenomenon. The boys who entered first were all in the center of the hall, waiting for Elizabeth Ellis with serious expressions. The second group of female students who entered mostly surrounded Ryan Green and his entourage. Those who came out with my elder brother must all be heirs of noble families. It turns out that this banquet was a matchmaking event for heirs of noble families from the North. The main guests at the banquet were Elizabeth Ellis and Ryan Green, among others, who chose their ideal partners during the dinner. Wow, the Ellis family truly lives up to their reputation as leaders of the North. They even care about the lifelong happiness of their subordinates. Murray Green was about to move away from Ryan Green, because if he didn't leave soon, the group of female classmates would kick him out. But before he could take 2 steps, a slightly familiar voice called out to Murray Green. Good evening, Murray. Upon hearing this, Murray Green turned his head and saw Maggie Clemens, dressed in a long black dress with a large ruby pinned to her snow-white chest, standing before him, holding a glass of wine. Good evening, Maggie. After exchanging greetings, Murray Green prepared to leave, but Maggie Clemens blocked his way and kept making awkward small talk with him, though her eyes kept glancing at Ryan Green. Murray Green, understanding what Maggie Clemens meant, sighed inwardly. Girl, give up. My older brother already has someone else in mind. Although Murray Green knew that the chances of Marge Clemens being a good match were slim, he still politely introduced her to Ryan Green. Brother, this is my classmate, Maggie Clemens. After doing this, Murray Green, having served no purpose, left the matchmaking corner and joined the crowd in the center of the hall, waiting for the day's biggest star to make his appearance. Not long after, Murray Green heard the music suddenly change, becoming somewhat rousing before abruptly stopping. Then, a clear, cold voice rang out from the amplification and transmission magic circle. Welcome everyone to my dinner party. I hope you all have a great time. At the same time, the curtain on the high platform of the auditorium slowly opened, and all the lights focused on it, revealing a tall figure. Elizabeth Ellis strode forward without hesitation, followed by 6 beautiful women, each with her own unique charm. This was Elizabeth Ellis's group of girlfriends. Upon seeing Elizabeth Ellis and her group of girlfriends appear, Ryan Green and the others forgot about their flirting with the female classmates around them and rushed to her side, acting as a group of guards to protect Elizabeth Ellis. They protected Elizabeth Ellis, and a group of female classmates followed them as they walked to the center of the hall. When Elizabeth Ellis walked to the center of the hall, the people attending the banquet were no longer distributed in batches, but began to be mixed together, with both men and women. This is what a normal dinner party should look like. Thank you all for attending my dinner. I would like to raise a toast to you all. Elizabeth Ellis casually took a wine glass, raised it, and everyone present followed suit. Your Highness. Then everyone drank it all in one gulp. After this toast, the music at the banquet changed again, gradually becoming more relaxed, but it no longer had the same light-hearted feel as at the beginning. Next should be the dance invitation session, right? In a normal banquet, after the opening toasts, the next step is to invite people to dance. This step involves inviting members of the opposite sex to dance and setting a time for the dance. However, the dance invitation segment was the one where the most conflicts and disputes occurred throughout the entire banquet. A beautiful and outstanding woman will usually receive several dance invitations. Although she may dance with several different men at a dinner party, the first dance is usually with the person she is closest to. Therefore, when several people invite the same girl to dance the first dance, if the girl prefers one of them, she will give a clear choice for the first dance partner. But if there isn't one they like, then the men who all want to dance the first dance will have to solve the problem themselves. Men usually deal with this by using power, offering benefits, appealing to personal relationships, or threatening others to eliminate their opponents. But when these civilized methods fail, they resort to barbaric methods. Duel. The music was still pleasant, but what reached Murray Green's ears was the sound of war horns. Murray Green looked up at Ryan Green, then at Elizabeth Ellis, who stood out from the crowd in the center of the hall, and sighed. Murray Green touched the Green family crest embroidered on his chest, took another deep breath, raised his wine glass, and walked straight toward Elizabeth Ellis. At the same time, many people, like Murray Green, are taking steps toward Elizabeth Ellis. There were about 20 or 30 people who were ready to invite Elizabeth Ellis to dance the first dance. As they got closer to Elizabeth Ellis, they began to see their opponents' faces clearly. At the same time, everyone present subtly turned their gaze towards them. Chapter 70, The First Test. Let me introduce myself. My name is Newman Jeffrey. Before Murray Green could get any closer to Elizabeth Ellis, a handsome man appeared in front of him, holding a wine glass, blocking his way. Murray Green narrowed his eyes and carefully surveyed his surroundings, noticing that those heading towards Elizabeth Ellis were mostly stopped by the group of noble heirs. The test has begun. I wonder how many rounds it will take. Seeing that Ryan Green was also chatting with a competitor, Murray Green understood something. The performance has begun. Murray Green, who had already received his performance fee, smiled professionally, offered his glass, and lightly clinked it against Newman Jeffries, who was blocking his way. Hello, Newman. I'm Murray Green, a first-year student. You're Murray Green? Upon hearing Murray Green's self-introduction, Newman Jeffrey actually showed a surprised expression, which made Murray Green a little confused. Was he really that famous? When I went to see His Highness earlier, I chatted with Ryan. Ryan mentioned that he has a younger brother who is a genius magician named Murray Green. Oh, it's you. My older brother is quite reliable. He directly put the strings in his favor. You flatter me. You flatter me. Big brother just likes to exaggerate. The title of genius magician is just something you made up on the spot. Don't take it seriously. Praised by his imagined enemy, Murray Green looked a little embarrassed and replied modestly, while Newman Jeffrey slapped his forehead and said loudly in an exaggerated voice. Murray Green, no wonder that name sounds familiar. You were the one who sent the first invitation to the Magic Academy that caused such a stir. Murray Green was completely stunned when he heard Newman Jeffrey's words. Brother, did Ryan bribe you? Elizabeth Ellis is standing right here watching. Are you really going to let me off so easily? Yes, that's right, it's me. Although reluctant to admit it, Murray Green could only show a proud expression, glance at Elizabeth Ellis with gratitude, and then turn to Newman Jeffrey, nodding in acknowledgement. Elizabeth Ellis felt a chill run down her spine after being looked at by Murray Green. Her brows furrowed slightly, and upon realizing it was Murray Green, she felt a mix of emotions, including unease and frustration. Elizabeth, today is supposed to be your special day? Why are you in such a bad mood? Beside Elizabeth Ellis, a woman with fair skin, wearing a fiery red dress and adorned with fiery red gemstone earrings, and possessing a captivating and alluring figure, noticed a subtle change in Elizabeth Ellis's expression and asked a question. I made it very clear to those heirs that I should be strict and selective, but they ignored me and showed a lot of favoritism towards the noble sons of the North. Elizabeth Ellis spoke softly, her voice reaching only the ears of her close friends beside her. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis's words, the group of close friends glanced at the challenger and discovered that he was a descendant of a noble family from the North. The heirs were chatting happily with them, and some were even acting as confidants, praising the challenger. Those challengers from other places and commoners were criticized and even berated by the heirs. Noble heirs are the hope of their families for the next generation, so they receive far more resources for training than challengers. In the same grade, their strength is generally much greater than that of the challengers. Faced with the constantly nitpicking successors, the challengers dared not speak out, and could only grit their teeth and speak to the successors with neither arrogance nor servility, occasionally offering a few words of rebuttal. But they dared not refute too strongly, for fear that a single disagreement would lead to a duel. They really went too far, making a joke about your life's most important event and letting those noblemen off so easily. But they also have their own considerations. At this moment, a woman with a graceful figure and gentle face, dressed in a white and green evening gown, spoke up, saying something negative about Rhine Green and the others, and then defending them. Never mind them. They're just doing a preliminary screening anyway. You guys have to keep a close eye on things for me. If anyone lets me through someone who doesn't meet the requirements, you'll have to kick them out. Hee hee, Elizabeth, don't worry, we promised to complete the mission. But as required, we chased away all the suitors. Don't hide under the covers and cry. Several women laughed at the same time, their silvery laughter drawing attention. Those you can drive away are all incompetent. I, Elizabeth, disdain them. All right, someone is coming. Who will deal with them? Just as the group was chatting and laughing, Morpheus Crane, dressed in a red magic robe, smiled and bid farewell to the successor who had stopped him, then walked toward Elizabeth Ellis. Morphe Crane, fire-based combat magic. I'll go. At this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in a snow-white dress, with snow-white eyes and a face that bore a striking resemblance to Elizabeth, stepped forward and stood up. Cousin Melody, it's up to you now. Don't worry, Elizabeth. The confident Morpheus Crane froze when he saw Melody Partridge gracefully walk up to him. As a fire-type combat mage, Morpheus was never afraid of anyone at school, but Melody Partridge was an ice-type combat mage, 2 levels above him. Back when he first entered the academy and began to make a name for himself, Melody Partridge was already a prominent figure at the magic school. Now, Melody Partridge has been graduated for 2 years, and Morpheus has no idea how strong she has become. Morphe, long time no see. I heard you're quite famous at school now. Senior sister. Morphe Crane gave a wry smile, recalling those days. Newman, I've also been to Mount Caius a few times. How about we team up and go into the mountains together sometime? All right, ever since I successfully changed jobs, I've wanted to try my hand at Mount Caius. Now that I have a genius mage like you to help me, if we join forces, we'll definitely dominate Mount Caius. Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey had a very pleasant conversation and even made plans to visit Mount Caius again. All right, it's almost time. I need to go deal with the next person. Murray, good luck. Try to get a good result. Newman Jeffrey patted Murray Green on the shoulder and stepped aside. Looking at the road ahead, Murray Green wanted to say something. No way. We're having such a great conversation. Why don't we chat for another coin? Unfortunately, Newman Jeffrey had already left to find trouble for the next challenger, leaving Murray Green with no choice but to bite the bullet and move forward. Chapter 71. Joanna Stewart. A handsome young man has arrived. He's quite brave to ask me to dance so quickly. I'll go and get to know him. Seeing Murray Green pass the first test, the woman in the red dress's eyes flashed. After carefully examining Murray Green, she showed interest and spoke to Elizabeth Ellis. Murray Green, genius magician, be careful. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis refer to Murray Green as a genius wizard, Joanna Stewart, the woman in the red dress, raised an eyebrow and revealed a proud expression. Even the most talented magician can't withstand my sword strike. I wonder if this little guy can inspire me to draw my sword. With that, Joanna Stewart picked up a glass of red wine, twisted her body, and moved her feet slightly, leaving a fiery red afterimage before finally disappearing. Murray Green suddenly sensed a red glow approaching him. Sensing something was wrong, he slightly raised his left hand to shield himself, the throwing knife hidden in his sleeve ready to be activated at any moment. He held a wine glass close to his left chest with his right hand, ready to draw a gun from under his arm at any moment. Soon, Joanna Stewart, dressed in a fiery red dress, suddenly appeared in front of Murray Green. Upon seeing her, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief and disengaged from combat. Hee hee, you must be Murray Green. I've heard you're a genius magician. My name is Joanna Stewart, and I love dealing with geniuses. Damn it, who spread the title of genius magician? How come every time we meet someone calls him that? What are the other 3 warriors supposed to think? There are 3 combat tactics on the surface, but there are 4 genius mages involved. They wouldn't test themselves out of curiosity, Murray Green dared to say that tomorrow's sun rises in the west. However, feeling quite pleased to be praised by a beautiful woman, Murray Green forgave her rudeness and smiled in acquiescence. Haha, these are just nicknames given to me by my close friends. Don't take them seriously. If we're talking about genius, it has to be you, sister. I didn't even see you clearly when you came over just now. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Joanna Stewart narrowed her eyes. Her woman's intuition told her that he was lying. Her warrior instincts told her that her opponent was not without a chance to fight back. Before she stood still, Murray Green had clearly made a defensive move, even though a mage's physical defense was negligible. But the fact that Murray Green could sense her movement at such close range, even though she was at the second level of perfection and about to break through to the third level, shows that her title as a genius mage was indeed well-deserved. At this moment, Murray Green was unaware that Joanna Stewart had seen through some of his weaknesses, and he continued to feign weakness, hoping that Joanna Stewart would see that he was too weak and eliminate him directly. People only have wrong names, not wrong nicknames, and Elizabeth has approved of your nickname. Besides, I just discovered that you're quite something. Compared to her sisters, Joanna Stewart has a fiery personality, so she is generally more direct and straightforward in her actions. Murray Green stood there awkwardly, laughing dryly, but was extremely annoyed after being so bluntly exposed by Joanna Stewart. Damn, it seems that humility, this traditional virtue, is of little use in this world. I guess I need to change my approach. So Murray Green chuckled twice, then straightened his expression, revealing a smug look. He laughed loudly twice more, and then slowly said, Haha, as expected of Sister Joanna, you have such keen insight and discerning eyes. That's right. Ever since my first class, Teacher Linden has praised my mental strength, and my meditation progress has been far ahead of others. Murray Green's voice was low and persuasive as he spoke. I might even be the first magician among the new students at the Magic Academy, and Her Highness Elizabeth sent me the first invitation to the Magic Academy because of my outstanding performance. Murray Green's voice grew louder and louder, drawing the attention of everyone chatting around him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Murray Green smiled, looked at Elizabeth Ellis with deep affection, and continued speaking. A week ago, I met with Your Highness and invited you to dance. I can't believe such a thing exists. The busy successors and challengers around them, upon hearing Murray Green's words, forgot about their own business and stared intently at Murray Green. This guy actually met Her Highness Elizabeth before the banquet and even extended a dance invitation. Who is this person that Her Highness values him so highly? Murray Green seemed oblivious to everyone's gaze, lost in his own world, recounting to Joanna Stewart what had happened a week earlier. Her Highness said she would consider it and talk about it later. Now that it's time for the banquet, I would like to ask Her Highness if I may have the honor of inviting her to dance the first dance. Since keeping a low profile doesn't work, let's do the opposite. Previously, it was just a dance invitation, but he changed it to an invitation for the first dance. If Elizabeth Ellis accepts Murray Green's invitation outright, then everyone else can be eliminated. My God, I never imagined that Elizabeth and you had such a promise. It's unbelievable. Looking at Murray Green, who seemed like a completely different person, it was clear that he had previously been like a little lamb, easily manipulated, but now he had torn off his sheepskin and transformed into an ambitious big bad wolf. Yes, if you don't believe me, you can ask His Highness, or you can listen in when I ask. Joanna Stewart glanced at Elizabeth Ellis, a mid-level warrior, and believed that she had heard what Murray Green said, despite the noisy banquet. When she realized that Elizabeth Ellis, though somewhat displeased, hadn't directly refuted the claim, she concluded that the incident must have occurred. Then, after glancing at the smug Murray Green, Joanna Stewart seemed to understand why Elizabeth Ellis didn't particularly like Murray Green, the magical genius she had described. Little guy, how can you be so naive? I thought you were pretty good before, but after I praised you a couple of times, you got all cocky and not composed at all. Since that's the case, little one, don't blame your older sister for being impolite. Joanna Stewart's smiling face suddenly fell, and she looked at Murray Green with a serious expression. Murray Green felt a chill in his heart, while countless waves of heat surged through his body, intensely scorching him. Chapter 72, Let Me See. Yes, that's it. Dear sister, come and eliminate me. Sensing the sudden pressure emanating from Joanna Stewart, Murray Green was secretly pleased. Without changing his expression, he handed over his wine glass and continued speaking. Senior Joanna, I have some things I need to ask His Highness about. He then raised his glass again, gesturing for the other person to clink glasses. Different times of toasting represent different meanings. The banquet begins with toasts to express welcome. They were chatting happily, clinking glasses to indicate they wanted to continue. Asking to clink glasses signifies agreement. Murray Green's offer of the glass, combined with his earlier statement, indicated that he wanted to say goodbye to Joanna Stewart and go to Elizabeth Ellis, so he sought her consent. Faced with Murray Green's blunt request to clink glasses, Joanna Stewart gave a cold smile. If I let you pass so easily, wouldn't I be a terrible goalkeeper? I'd be in big trouble with Elizabeth later. Giggle. Joanna Stewart let out a soft laugh, and the oppressive heat intensified, making Murray Green feel as if he had been stuffed into a furnace. This made him subconsciously want to use his mental power to isolate himself, but he immediately stopped himself from doing so. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit hot. Before Joanna Stewart could speak, Murray Green fanned himself with his left hand, then unbuttoned 2 buttons on his high collar, revealing his Adam's apple and the area below it. Joanna Stewart's eyes twitched when she saw this. What is this little guy trying to do? Was it a hint to her? Dinner parties are often venues for romantic escapades, but how could many people who are so charming at a banquet suddenly find themselves taking their new partners into the woods? It all comes down to hints. When someone is interested in another person and wants to learn more about them, they will make some intimate hints, such as showing some skin, or making small gestures like pinching or scratching the palm when shaking hands. If the person being hinted at doesn't react, it means there's no chance. If they do respond, it means things are going well for tonight. Was he genuinely hot, or was he trying to subtly imply something? Oh well, one lacks patience, and the other has ulterior motives. Either one has bad habits, so their elimination isn't unjustified. Thinking of this, Joanna Stewart smiled sweetly, grabbed Murray Green's collar, and looked at Murray Green with a radiant smile, her red lips slightly parted. Junior, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Let's go to a quiet place over there. He grabbed Murray Green by the collar and pulled him aside. Those watching wore amused expressions. Some looked at Murray Green with pity, others with envy. Hey, sister, dear sister, I didn't mean to resist. Could you please be gentler? The banquet hall is a single, open space, but for those who prefer privacy or want to do something discreet, there are back halls and side halls. Some places also include second-floor guest rooms for drunk guests to rest temporarily, as well as small gardens for romantic rendezvous and private balconies perfect for moon-viewing dates. Joanna Stewart doesn't care about the location when it comes to dealing with people, so she grabbed Murray Green and rushed into a side hall. The few people who were enjoying a moment of peace in the side hall stared in disbelief at the two who rushed in like a whirlwind. You all continue. I'm going out for a couple more drinks. A rather introverted male student blushed and quickly walked out, followed by the others. However, as they left the side hall, they noticed that many people were staring at them. Sigh. Joanna has too fiery a temper and isn't good at using normal methods to persuade someone to quit. That junior might suffer a bit today. Seeing this, the gentle woman beside Elizabeth Ellis whispered something in Elizabeth Ellis's ear. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth Ellis frowned, her heart filled with conflict. Spatial combat tactics. His talent is truly exceptional, but his personal abilities are lacking. Therefore, at this moment, Murray Green is practically useless to Elizabeth Ellis. It's a pity to throw it away, but it's tasteless to eat it. My great-grandfather said that one must cultivate spatial combat techniques to the level of an advanced mage before one can truly shine. But I reckon that, given Murray Green's personality, he's so easily swayed by praise. He probably won't live to become an advanced mage. Never mind. Elizabeth Ellis didn't pay much attention to this little incident at the banquet, but instead turned her attention to the fire-type battle mage, Morpheus. Then he turned to look at the weaponsmith Harlan Horace, the storm swordsman Quincy Collins, and the archer Rory Clements. Junior, what do you mean by unbuttoning your collar? In the side hall, Joanna Stewart, ignoring Murray Green, asked him a cold question, while Murray Green feigned ignorance and replied, I'm hot. Really? Then let me see if you're really hot. Before she could finish speaking, Joanna Stewart suppressed her strength to level 1, then put 2 fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture, and suddenly jabbed Murray Green's shoulder. Sensing danger, Murray Green instinctively activated his mental power, using his divine control to forcefully shift his shoulder, thus dodging Joanna Stewart's sudden attack. Murray Green took a few steps back, bringing him to a distance of 4 or 5 meters from Joanna Stewart. This. Senior, what are you doing? She discovered that Murray Green, being a magician, was able to evade her sudden attack. Although she controlled her power, it was still something that a mere novice magician could not avoid. Therefore, Joanna Stewart smiled, revealing a hint of interest. Junior, your reaction time is pretty good. Let me see your skills now. I'm a magical genius, so I'm not lacking in skill. But Senior, this is His Highness's banquet. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to start fighting like this. At this moment, Murray Green acted unusually arrogantly because he realized that his strength could not be hidden and that others would easily expose him if they tested him. Unless Murray Green is determined to get beaten up, he's certainly not the type to swallow a grudge. Therefore, Murray Green could only make his personality more ruthless in order to discourage Elizabeth Ellis. Thinking of this, Murray Green activated his mental power, and 2 wine glasses flew in front of him. Then, with his mage's hand, he picked up a bottle of red wine and poured some into the 2 glasses. Murray Green unbuttoned another button and straightened his collar, which had been slightly disheveled by Joanna Stewart. He no longer looked like a dashing young nobleman, but rather a debonair and handsome young man. He reached out and picked up a glass of red wine, then used his mage's hand to hand another glass to Joanna Stewart. Senior, a banquet should do what a banquet is supposed to do. As he spoke, Murray Green raised an eyebrow and gave him a teasing look. Chapter 73 Encounter. Junior, you've got some nerve. SOSO. Looking at the wine glass floating in front of her, Joanna Stewart stretched out her finger, her white finger stroking the rim of the glass, and circled it twice. I don't want to know how bold you are. I just want to know if you're strong enough. Before she finished speaking, Joanna Stewart smiled brightly at Murray Green, then flicked her middle finger against her thumb, tapping it on her wine glass. In an instant, the wine glass that had been floating beside her exploded like a Claymore landmine, and the shards of the glass mixed with the wine inside flew towards Murray Green. The shards of the pristine white wine glass danced with the red wine, like autumn maple leaves fluttering down, creating a beautiful scene. Despite Joanna Stewart's beautiful yet brutal attack, Murray Green remained calm, extending his right hand with his fingers slightly spread and his palm facing the attack. Mental repulsion activated. The shards of wine and the wine that were shot at Murray Green seemed to sink into a quagmire, their flight speed slowing down until they finally floated in the air. A telekinetic master, not bad, but these techniques are nothing to me. Seeing Murray Green easily deflect her attack, Joanna Stewart smiled with satisfaction, found a feather duster nearby, and, holding the feather duster, charged straight at Murray Green. Go! The mage's hand, holding the shards of the wine glass, scattered them towards Joanna Stewart like petals falling from the sky, amplified by the power of mental repulsion. Burst! Joanna Stewart swung her sword, and an explosive force emanated from the feather duster in her hand, instantly shattering the shards of the wine glass that were thrown at her, sending them flying everywhere. Seeing Joanna Stewart approaching, Murray Green touched the pistol at his waist, but chose not to use it. Instead, he extended 3 mage hands and grabbed 3 large pieces of broken wine glass. Senior, it's just a drink. Why resort to violence? Although Murray Green verbally told her not to make a move, he controlled the 3 shards of the wine glass and kept attacking Joanna Stewart. I didn't lay a hand on you. I just wanted to see what you were capable of, just to see. Joanna Stewart is very strong, but she was suppressed to level 1. Faced with Murray Green's simultaneous attack from 3 sides with the broken glass fragments, she was unable to cope at first and chose to strategically retreat 2 steps to avoid one of the fragments. Then, he used the feather duster in his hand to knock 1 piece away, and with a backhand, he knocked back the last piece, thus perfectly dealing with Murray Green's first wave of attacks. Seeing that his attack had failed, Murray Green did not panic. Instead, he retreated while continuing to control the fragments and launched a second attack. Because the 3 fragments were in different positions, Murray Green was unable to launch an attack from all 3 fragments at the same time this time. Joanna Stewart seized the opportunity and unleashed a fierce triple attack. Explode! 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 Joanna Stewart instantly shredded the 3 pieces into dust with a feather duster. Then Joanna Stewart delivered a vertical slash, parting a path through the debris, her steps as swift as fire, feather duster in hand, as she aggressively charged toward Murray Green. That's terrifying. Senior, aren't you afraid of scaring the junior and ruining his image of you as a great beauty? That's because you don't know me yet. Be good, stay where you are, and I'll help you make a better impression. Murray Green casually placed his wine glass on the table, where there was a set of cutlery that had just been used and hadn't been cleared away. So he slammed his hand on the table, and the cutlery floated up. Go! The silver cutlery flew out instantly, the knife heading straight for Joanna Stewart's face, while the fork shot towards her thigh, and the plate kept spinning, circling around Murray Green's body. Good timing. Joanna Stewart turned to the side, dodging the knife, her fiery red dress swirling, making her look like a beautiful, dancing red butterfly. At the same time, she flicked the feather duster upwards, knocking the fork away, and then spun around and kicked the fork back to Murray Green. Stop! Seeing the fork being kicked back by Joanna Stewart, Murray Green unleashed his full mental repulsion, while simultaneously gripping the fork tightly with his mage's hand. Finally, the fork stopped a meter away from Murray Green. Before Murray Green could even catch his breath, the fiery red figure instantly closed the distance to within 5 meters, and Joanna Stewart closed the safe distance Murray Green had previously maintained. Counterattack. The knife, which Joanna Stewart dodged, traced a graceful arc in the air before stabbing towards her side and rear. Sensing the commotion, Joanna Stewart didn't turn around. She suddenly exerted force with her legs, leaped into the air, and spun 720 degrees in the air, causing the knife to fly past her waist. Pretty. Taking this opportunity, Murray Green admired Joanna Stewart's graceful figure while retreating to the side. He then launched the fork in front of him. Haha, not bad. You've actually pushed me to this point. I acknowledge your title as a genius magician. While in midair, Joanna Stewart casually waved the feather duster in her hand, then thrust it forward, pressing her wrist down to strike the incoming fork. The fork and the feather duster were locked in a stalemate, but before Murray Green could exert any force, Joanna Stewart used the air to step into the air, stepping on the fork and pointing the feather duster directly at Murray Green. A celestial being descends from the heavens. Looking up at Joanna Stewart, who was dressed in a red dress and heading straight for him, Murray Green was a little stunned. Then he gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Senior, your legs are so white." You? Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in anger. But just then, the plate that had been spinning around Murray Green flew toward Joanna Stewart in a strange arc. Faced with the plate attack, Joanna Stewart drew her feather duster. But at that moment, the knife shot straight at the feather duster. Joanna Stewart gritted her teeth, knocked the knife away, and then pointed it at the plate. Slow. Just as the two were about to make contact, the plate paused in midair, slowing down and miraculously avoiding Joanna Stewart's click. After dodging the attacking plate, it continued forward, flying towards Joanna Stewart's neck. Humph, a mere trifle. Joanna Stewart twisted her strong, yet flexible body to avoid the attack of the plate, then fell to the ground. Looking up, I saw a beam of red light coming towards me. Chapter 74 Champagne at halftime. Faced with the attack, Joanna Stewart instinctively swung her feather duster, but was hit by a fork shot from behind, causing her to slow down. Not bad, a good method. Interrupted, Joanna Stewart immediately reached out her left hand to shatter Murray Green's attack, but the red light stopped right next to her hand. Upon seeing the wine glass filled with red wine floating in front of her, Joanna Stewart was first taken aback. Then her lips curved into a smile, and finally, she burst into a joyful laugh, her laughter ringing out like silver bells. Hee hee, Murray Green, not bad, you're really good. I know I'm pretty good, otherwise why would I be called a genius magician? At this moment, Murray Green looked smug and full of confidence. In this fight against Joanna Stewart, Murray Green did not use any tricks. He relied entirely on his strength to suppress Joanna Stewart, so he felt extremely satisfied and wanted to roar to the sky. My talent and strength are unparalleled, and my appearance is even more stunning. So, Your Highness and I are a match made in heaven. Senior, could you please put in a good word for me with Your Highness and ask her to agree to dance the first dance of the night with me? Joanna Stewart stared at Murray Green across from her, who was becoming smug again, and looked at the wine glass beside her, somewhat taken aback. Joanna Stewart simply couldn't accept that the genius magician who had easily defeated her in the past had suddenly become like this. The wine glass floated beside her, but Joanna Stewart refused to pick it up, so Murray Green pressed his advantage. Senior, if you could help me mention this to His Highness, I will remember your great kindness and will definitely try my best to let you sit at the head table when His Highness and I get married. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Joanna Stewart's face darkened, and she looked at Murray Green with disbelief. Young man, I know you're a bit arrogant, but I never imagined you'd drift so fast and so far. Before anything is even settled, they're already thinking about marriage. He even made empty promises to her. That's absolutely outrageous. Hey, Senior, you don't look too good. Did you get hurt during the sparring session? No way. I remember holding back and not hitting you hard. Murray Green looked puzzled, while Joanna Stewart, who already had a fiery temper, became completely enraged after hearing this. To hell with your red wine, to hell with your mercy. I want to see just how capable you are that you dare to show me mercy. The wine glass floating beside her was smashed with a casual slap, and then Joanna Stewart picked up the feather duster, grabbed it with her left hand, and plucked all the feathers off, leaving only a bamboo tube. Holding a bamboo stick in his right hand, he casually twirled the sword twice, adjusted his grip, and then stared at Murray Green with bright, angry eyes. Getting angry is fine. Even if I get beaten up today, it'll still be a rewarding day. He offended himself at the start, then his best friend. Murray Green didn't believe that this disastrous start could actually work out. If it did, he'd do a handstand while washing his hair. So Murray Green extended his right hand, for fingers together, signaling Joanna Stewart to come at him. Goodness. Seeing this, Joanna Stewart had no reason not to act. So, she flashed forward and charged towards Murray Green with overwhelming force, like a wildfire spreading across the land. Murray Green immediately used his three-piece cutlery set to launch a relentless attack on Joanna Stewart. After Joanna Stewart removed the feathers from her feather duster, her attack speed increased slightly, and her attack power also increased considerably as she attacked in anger. Change. Murray Green used his mental gravity to pull the knife that had been knocked away back to him. The knife hovered between Murray Green's hands, and Murray Green extended a finger and flicked the back of the knife. The previously still dinner knife began to spin like the blade of a cutting machine. Murray Green controlled the spinning knife, making it circle around him 3 times rapidly, before throwing it at Joanna Stewart with his mage hand. Joanna Stewart knocked the fork away with a single blow and took a step forward, but faced with Murray Green's fierce attack, she staggered back 3 steps. Gritting her teeth, she violently swung the bamboo stick in her hand. Burst. The spinning silver knife collided with the bamboo stick. Although the knife was not sharp, with the help of mental power and the spinning motion, the bamboo stick was cut in 2 in an instant. Although the bamboo stick was cut by the knife, the explosive force transmitted through the bamboo stick by Joanna Stewart also struck the knife, greatly affecting its flight speed and direction. Joanna Stewart tilted her head, easily dodging the off-target knife, and hurled the remaining bamboo stick at Murray Green. Murray Green grasped the flying bamboo stick with his mage's hand, feeling its powerful force and secretly alarmed. If it were to pierce his body, it would surely leave a bloody hole. "Senior, it's just a friendly spar, why go to such lengths?" As he spoke, Murray Green manipulated the mage's hand, forcefully pulling the bamboo stick askew. Although he couldn't block the attack also failed to hit him. Murray Green stood still, continuing his attack with the fork and plate. The bamboo stick whizzed past him, the strong wind blowing through his hair and making him look even more dashing. However, Joanna Stewart, who was unarmed, did not have time to look at him. She retreated quickly, nimbly dodging the 2 attacks, and moved back 10 meters away from Murray Green. Murray Green controlled the 3-piece set and did not continue the attack. Although his mental power only covered a distance of 10 meters, that 10 meters was the distance within which he could flexibly control objects. If possible, Murray Green could use his materialized mage's hand, combined with mental repulsion, to easily attack an opponent 50 meters away, and it would be highly lethal within 100 meters. However, such an attack would be too rigid for an opponent of the same level. Dodging or intercepting it would be as easy as drinking water or eating. I refuse to believe I can't do anything to you today. As a blazing swordswoman, Joanna Stewart can unleash explosive damage with every move, so she has extremely high requirements for her weapons. She's even afraid that a bamboo stick might accidentally explode in her hand. So Joanna Stewart turned her head, looked around, and took a few quick steps to the fireplace. She picked up the brass fire tongs used for holding firewood and waved them around a couple of times. It's a bit light and short, but it's usable. Turning her head, Joanna Stewart looked at Murray Green and found that there were 2 wine glasses in front of him, and he was holding a bottle of champagne and pouring wine into it. "What's wrong, senior? You haven't given up yet." Murray Green looked at her with a questioning gaze. Chapter 75 Unique Skill. Give up? The word give up doesn't exist in my motto, Joanna Stewart. Joanna Stewart, who was already not known for her good temper, had her life turned on tonight by Murray Green, who seemed intent on messing with her mind. It was like adding fuel to the fire, making her explode. He held the fire tongs horizontally in front of his chest, and his left hand formed a sword-like finger, pointing straight at Murray Green. Murray Green blinked and put down the champagne in his hand. "Senior, tonight's a banquet, a time for finding joy. For me, fighting is happiness." Before Murray Green could finish speaking, Joanna Stewart interrupted, silencing him, and then kicked the chair next to her. Powerful force, precise angle. The chair hurtled towards Murray Green's body, but Murray Green immediately used his mental repulsion to stop it, then pressed down, and the chair landed safely on the ground. Senior, you can fight, but you have to pay for damaging public property. I'll pay for it. I have plenty of money. That means you'll be responsible for the rest of the expenses. Joanna Stewart, wielding fire tongs, swept aside the chair, blocking her path with a single blow. The chair that Murray Green had managed to protect was shattered into pieces, flying through the air. However, Murray Green didn't care. Instead, he was thinking about just how rich Joanna Stewart was to be so extravagant. Go. It was still the same three-piece cutlery set that appeared before Joanna Stewart. This time, however, Joanna Stewart, wielding fire tongs, became even more ferocious after no longer caring about her weapon. Burst. The explosive battle aura surged violently, and Joanna Stewart acted without hesitation, striking the plate with a pair of fire tongs. Clang. The crisp sound of a collision echoed throughout the side hall and even reached outside. Those who had been watching the side hall immediately noticed the commotion. The plate that Joanna Stewart struck was sent flying out of Murray Green's control by the explosive flames of battle energy. At the same time, a surge of intense energy flowed through Murray Green's mental power and returned to him. Murray Green, who was encountering this situation for the first time, was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "This is the terrifying power of a strong professional. It's truly frightening." Then immediately start spinning the knife. Senior, take this. Murray Green threw the high-speed spinning knife without hesitation, then grabbed a champagne bottle and threw it at Joanna Stewart. All right, that's exactly what I've been waiting for. Joanna Stewart twisted the fire tongs, bent her right arm, and thrust out with a fierce jab, like a venomous snake that had been waiting for its prey, and unleashed a devastating attack. Snake kiss. The rapidly spinning knife, like a bird bitten by a venomous snake, could only follow Joanna Stewart's sword moves, and Murray Green lost control of the knife. Just as the two were struggling, Murray Green threw a bottle of champagne at them. Joanna Stewart jerked her fire tongs, knocking away the knife, and then opened the tongs to catch the champagne bottle. Junior, what kind of scheming is this now? It's just a winning trick. Senior, you don't need to worry about it. Murray Green gave a mysterious smile. Behind Joanna Stewart, a piece of the chair she had smashed suddenly rose into the air and attacked her from behind. Joanna Stewart's ears twitched, sensing movement behind her. She shifted her feet slightly to the side, and a piece of chair shard flew past her waist, hitting a champagne bottle. With a snap, the champagne bottle shattered on the shards. At the same time, Murray Green clasped his hands together, then turned his palms towards Joanna Stewart and pushed her forward forcefully. Mental repulsion, fully mobilized. Shards of the champagne bottle, carrying red liquid, were evenly ejected towards Joanna Stewart under the impact of mental repulsion. Faced with the imminent attack, Joanna Stewart raised her fire tongs high, her face full of disdain. That's it. After pushing the shards and whined toward Joanna Stewart, Murray Green did not wait for the outcome. With a flick of his left hand, the sole survivor of the three-piece set, the fork floated in his hand. Murray Green cast an enchantment spell with his right hand, and the three mage hands spun the fork together. In an instant, the silver fork began to spin wildly like an electric drill, and soon the enchantment was successfully cast. An inconspicuous gray light shimmered on the silver-white fork, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. Go! The spiral fork attached to the space, under the control of the mage's hand, burst forth with astonishing speed, appearing not far from Joanna Stewart in the blink of an eye. Open! Faced with Murray Green's attack, Joanna Stewart swung her fire tongs down, splitting the bottle shards and liquor in two, which flew past her. Just then, before Joanna Stewart could catch her breath, her pupils contracted sharply, and a deadly sense of danger surged into her heart. Call out. Before Joanna Stewart could react and make a defensive move, a sharp breath flew past her long, white neck, snapping a few strands of her hair. Then a soft whooshing sound rang in Joanna Stewart's ears. Joanna Stewart, realizing what was happening, was shocked and somewhat bewildered. She reached out and touched her snow-white neck, as if the aura of the spatial enchantment fork still lingered. Joanna Stewart paused for a few seconds before regaining her composure, staring intently at Murray Green and asking in an icy tone, "What was that move just now? It actually made me feel a deadly threat." In response to Joanna Stewart's question, Murray Green shrugged, put his hands on his hips, and laughed as he replied, "Ha ha, That's my genius's unique skill, the ultimate invincible spinning destruction drill, unstoppable by gods. How about it, did you pass? You can rest assured to entrust His Highness to me. With my ultimate spinning invincible destruction drill, I will definitely ensure His Highness's safety. Etc. Joanna Stewart frowned, as if she realized things weren't so simple. Your special skill, what kind of drill? Invincible spinning ultimate destruction drill. What's wrong? Want to learn it? If you put in a good word for me in front of His Highness, I might consider teaching it to you. Murray Green said this on the surface with a smug look on his face, but inwardly he wanted to slap himself. Damn, that's getting carried away. What was the drill I mentioned at the beginning? The name was too long, and I've already forgotten some of it since I just said it offhand. After exchanging a few words with Murray Green, Joanna Stewart tried to pick up the fire tongs she had put down and smash his mouth open. What a handsome young man, but he ended up with such a mouth. However, after careful consideration, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened instantly as she glared at Murray Green. You're playing me. No. Chapter 76, I don't want to dance tonight. Upon hearing Murray Green's flirtatious words, Joanna Stewart initially showed an incredulous expression, wondering if she had misheard, but she quickly exploded in anger. You little brat, you're really asking for it. Joanna Stewart said through gritted teeth. Joanna Stewart, no longer suppressing her cultivation, exuded a dangerous aura, which Murray Green, with his strong mind, sensed immediately. Murray Green narrowed his eyes, his right hand resting on his waist, his fingers trembling slightly, as if he were poised to strike. Seeing Murray Green in such a state, Joanna Stewart laughed in fury. Junior, you really intend to fight me, your senior? The senior student cheated and bullied the younger one. At this point, Murray Green was dancing on a knife's edge, but he couldn't afford to break his carefully constructed persona of arrogance, lechery, and somewhat dim-wittedness, or the problems would become even bigger. Knock, knock, knock. Just as a conflict between the two was about to erupt, a knocking sound rang out. 3 knocks came in quick succession, as if they were happening in one breath. Upon hearing the knock, Joanna Stewart, who had been furious, instantly calmed down and glared fiercely at Murray Green. Consider yourself lucky today. Next time, I'll definitely show you how red flowers truly are. Senior, I already said I wouldn't go on the date. My heart is full of His Highness, and there's no room for anyone else. Joanna Stewart raised the fire tongs in a threatening gesture, then casually tossed them aside and straightened her clothes, which were slightly disheveled from the battle. Upon opening the door, a delicate and aloof pretty face came into view. Joanna, could you please step out for a moment? Murray Green and I have some things to discuss. Good. Joanna Stewart had no objection to Elizabeth Ellis's arrangements. He simply stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words in Elizabeth Ellis's ear, then glared at Murray Green before turning and leaving the side hall. Murray Green outwardly wore a bitter expression at this act of tattling, but inwardly he was inwardly horrified. Well done, dear sister. In the side hall, alone with Elizabeth Ellis, Murray Green lowered his head, trying to organize his thoughts, but before he could speak, Elizabeth Ellis spoke slowly. Joanna said you did a good job. Gah. Murray Green was taken aback, but a knowing smile appeared on his face. He then took 2 steps closer to Elizabeth Ellis with a smug grin. With his left hand on his chest, Murray Green extended his right hand toward Elizabeth Ellis and said with a smile, In that case, may I have the honor of inviting your highness to dance the first dance tonight? Faced with Murray Green's direct invitation to dance, Elizabeth Ellis frowned slightly and said with a flicker in her eyes, I don't want to dance tonight. Let's do it next time. Elizabeth Ellis's purpose at tonight's banquet was simply to get to know the candidates and conduct some basic preliminary tests. The results of this test weren't bad, and there were some impressive men, but for Elizabeth Ellis, they weren't dazzling enough and didn't meet her expectations at all. Your Highness, won't you consider it? I'm a very good dancer. And the secret I'm about to tell you, don't tell anyone else. Murray Green moved a little closer to Elizabeth Ellis, entering her safe zone, which annoyed Elizabeth Ellis, but she still patiently continued to listen to Murray Green speak. It was just out of politeness, not for any secret. This time when I enrolled, I attended my first classmate dinner. At the dinner, I danced with 13 female classmates, and they all said I danced very well. Elizabeth Ellis regrets it. She really regrets it. I regret wasting my time listening to Murray Green's secrets. That's enough. Having run out of patience, Elizabeth Ellis raised her hand, interrupting Murray Green, and said coldly, I told you, I don't want to dance tonight. Although Elizabeth Ellis did not use her cultivation to overwhelm Murray Green, her acquired superior aura directly suppressed him. Murray Green opened his mouth, but his words were immediately blocked. All I could do was nod and say yes. This woman is so fierce. If you marry her, it wouldn't be uncommon for you to be abused every day. Murray Green, who had initially raised his head, lowered it again, stood at attention, and listened to a few words of reprimand from Elizabeth Ellis before being asked to leave. She then called the next person into the side hall to be reprimanded. After listening to the reprimand, Murray Green walked with heavy steps and a solemn expression, opened the door, and unsurprisingly, almost everyone's eyes were on him. Morphy Crane. Who is Morphy Crane? Her Highness Elizabeth wants you to come in. With a sigh, Murray Green put on a disfavored look and reluctantly stepped aside from the side hall door. Upon hearing his name, Morphy Crane immediately ended his conversation with Melody Partridge and strode over to Murray Green. The handsome and dashing Morpheus, dressed in a magic robe, took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, nodded and smiled at Murray Green, and strode into the side hall. Morphy Crane glanced out of the corner of his eye at Murray Green's dejected departing figure. So heartbroken, he's definitely going to be eliminated. I was even worried he'd be a strong competitor, but he's out so quickly. Ha ha. Morphy Crane, who had been laughing inwardly, was filled with boundless pride. He strode confidently into the side hall, turned around, and closed the side hall door, leaving behind only a confident smile. Brother, what did His Highness just say to you? As Murray Green stepped out of the side hall, he was acting out a scene of despair when a large hand suddenly grabbed him from the side. Before Murray Green could react, his shoulder was seized. Brother, you look very sad. What did His Highness say to you in private? Upon hearing Ryan Green's question, many people around pricked up their ears, ready to hear this first-hand news. Those further away noticed that Murray Green was surrounded by a dense crowd, making it impossible for them to squeeze in. They could only pray that Murray Green would speak louder. Well, Murray Green didn't know how to answer Ryan Green's question. Should he say that he had invited His Highness to dance again, and that she had said she didn't want to, and that was it? What's there to be sad about? Elizabeth Ellis has been rejected by at least 8 or 10,000 people since she was a child. Being rejected by His Highness is normal. Why be sad? So Murray Green had a sudden inspiration and decided to come up with a spectacular start, a tragic ending, and to minimize his subsequent competitiveness. Chapter 77 Mutual Harm. When His Highness entered the room, his first words were that I had performed well. Upon hearing this, everyone looked on in disbelief, staring intently at Murray Green as if they were ready to tear him to pieces at any moment. You're lying. Just then, Joanna Stewart, who was angered by Murray Green, exposed him without hesitation. Because of something she said to Elizabeth Ellis at that time. He performed well in terms of skill, but his character was terrible. Based on Joanna Stewart's understanding of Elizabeth Ellis, even if Elizabeth Ellis praised someone, she wouldn't say it so directly. She would definitely quote someone else. Faced with Joanna Stewart's ruthless exposure, Murray Green's eyes lit up. What's the point of excusing him now? Thank you for your cooperation, dear sister. Let's get straight to the main event. What makes you think I'm lying? Murray Green was furious at being exposed for his lie and yelled at Joanna Stewart. Seeing Murray Green in this state, Joanna Stewart, who had suffered a lot of mistreatment in the side hall, immediately felt relieved. So she pressed on, saying confidently, based on my understanding of Elizabeth, she would never praise someone so openly. Can I be an exception? Murray Green's face flushed red, but he stubbornly retorted. Joanna Stewart, thoroughly pleased, smirked with disdain. There might be an exception, but it can't be you, Murray Green. As Elizabeth Ellis's close friend of the same age, Joanna Stewart was very persuasive. After she took to the court and directly confronted Murray Green, almost everyone present believed Joanna Stewart's story. If Joanna Stewart is right, then Murray Green must be lying. Those who understood the situation looked at Murray Green with disdain and contempt. You loser, trying to deceive your competitors by lying, that's utterly shameless. Murray Green, under everyone's gaze, darkened his face, then slapped his forehead, revealing a look of sudden realization. It was you. When you left the side hall, you whispered bad things about me in His Highness's ear. That's not a bad thing. To be honest, you scoundrel who lies everywhere, wanting to invite Elizabeth to dance the first dance is just wishful thinking, a toad trying to eat swan meat. Joanna Stewart crossed her arms in front of her chest, making her already beautiful curves appear even more graceful. With a slight lift of her pretty face, she exuded joy. Although no referee decided the winner, everyone had their own judgment, and they could clearly see who was telling the truth, so the crowd surrounding Murray Green dispersed. You're so vicious. It must have been you who asked me out, and when I refused, you got angry and told His Highness about me. You wicked shrew. Hey. Upon hearing such explosive gossip, the crowd lowered their legs again, while those further away pushed and shoved even harder. His eyes were burning with gossip. That was wonderful. This dinner was absolutely fantastic. Everyone was thrilled. Give up. My heart belongs to the beautiful, charming, kind and generous Princess Elizabeth. You think you can ruin my image in Her Highness's heart and achieve your ulterior motives? You're just delusional. Murray Green was furious, but in his heart he was apologizing loudly. I'm so sorry, my dear sister Joanna. For Murray Green, the choice between offending Joanna Stewart and marrying into her family was an absolute choice, so he didn't hesitate to escalate his efforts. Murray Green simply couldn't believe that Elizabeth Ellis would still choose him after such a scandal involving her best friend. Sigh. Having exceptional talent is a difficult thing. This was a last resort, a desperate measure. Hopefully, Joanna Stewart won't hit anyone in the face later. Upon hearing Murray Green's slanderous rebuttal, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened, almost unable to believe her ears. Joanna Stewart had never suffered such injustice in her life. Murray Green, how dare you slander me like this? You're asking for it. A powerful, scorching aura, almost explosive, rose from Joanna Stewart's body as she clenched her fist. Get the hell away from me. Joanna Stewart took a step forward and shouted angrily at the crowd blocking her way from Murray Green. The innocent bystanders who were watching the drama unfold were no match for Joanna Stewart. Two unlucky individuals were mercilessly slapped away by Joanna Stewart because they couldn't dodge. Joanna, calm down. Just as the whole situation was about to descend into chaos, a woman from Elizabeth's group of friends made a sudden, swift movement. In an instant, he appeared behind Joanna Stewart, extending his long, slender, and white fingers to grab her shoulder. All right, Joanna, we'll deal with this later. Enraged, Joanna Stewart instinctively struggled, but finding it futile, she glared fiercely at Murray Green. Murray Green, this isn't over between us. I already said we're not going on a date. Ouch. Oh my God. Upon hearing Murray Green's answer, many people present couldn't help but express their shock. Just you wait. Surrounded by her group of girlfriends, Joanna Stewart left after saying those words. Making me wait for you? You're dreaming. Ryan Green pressed his hand over Murray Green's mouth, physically silencing Murray Green's next words. All right, little brother, that's enough. With that, Ryan Green led Murray Green out of the hall and out of the student auditorium. Ryan Green gave Murray Green a thumbs up and looked at him with a mocking expression. Little brother, you're really something. You actually dared to flirt with Joanna Stewart, that fiery female demon, today. I, your older brother, am completely impressed. Murray Green could only shrug and spread his hands in response. I had no choice. You don't know how Joanna acted today. She dragged me into the side hall without me saying a word and was about to hit me. Then, looking aggrieved, she continued. Although I, Murray Green, am not a person with a strong sense of pride, I cannot tolerate her trying to hit me without saying a word. She's strong. I can't beat her, but can I at least get the upper hand verbally? When Murray Green confided in Ryan Green, he also felt that Murray Green hadn't done anything wrong, but it was a pity that things had ended in a lose-lose situation. Forget it. What's done is done. Just focus on getting stronger. Otherwise, you'll have a tough time from now on. After giving Murray Green a few words of advice, Ryan Green and Murray Green parted ways and went back to their respective residences. Chapter 78 Revolver, Python. Training, attending classes, practicing magic, and honing telekinetic skills. Under the guidance of his teachers Payne DuPont and Webster Ellis, and further hampered by the scandal at the party, Murray Green's popularity with women declined even further. Therefore, Murray Green focused more on his training and entered a phase of rapid growth. In just 1 month, the magical power within Murray Green's mental sea reached an astonishing fist-sized. If judged by the usual internal ranking system, Murray Green would already be considered a senior magic apprentice at this point. Of course, the title apprentice mage is mostly replaced by first-level mage because the word apprentice doesn't sound very pleasant. But the reason why the first stage is called the apprenticeship is, this is because, whether warrior or mage, at level 1 they are just ordinary people with magic power or battle aura. Cultivators at this level are just apprentices. They only need to keep accumulating their foundation to become stronger. Therefore, there are no cultivation bottlenecks at the first level. Once you get to the basics, you can continuously increase your magical power or battle aura. At my current cultivation pace, I should reach perfection within 3 months, barring any unforeseen circumstances. After finishing his training, Murray Green subconsciously used two spatial feedback techniques. By this time, he had mastered spatial feedback, the only spatial skill he knew. If Murray Green uses the combat skill taught by Webster Ellis, rapid casting, he can use this spatial skill in the blink of an eye, allowing him to control the information of the surrounding space at any time. Moreover, Murray Green's biggest achievement this month was transforming his mental power into telekinesis. Telekinesis is indeed the fundamental technique of telekinetic masters. It is extremely powerful. After converting it into telekinesis, Murray Green's control range increased to 20 meters, and his maximum deadlift strength reached 100 kilograms, allowing him to control 5 targets simultaneously. Psychic force, attraction, repulsion. Murray Green mastered all 3 fundamental powers of a telekinetic master, and with the telekinetic techniques taught by Payne DuPont, he became a complete level 1 telekinetic master. Instead of an empty space combat tactic that only has magic power but no magic or ability, Murray Green flicked his left arm, and 5 throwing knives, each weighing less than a pound, flew out from his sleeve. Murray Green muttered an incantation, and his right hand slowly stroked over them, causing wisps of gray light to appear on the surface of the knives. Go! The 5 throwing knives transformed into 5 streaks of gray lightning, moving around Murray Green according to his thoughts, emitting a low whooshing sound. Seeing this, Murray Green smiled with satisfaction. Return. With Murray Green's command, the gray light of the 5 throwing knives dissipated, their speed decreased, revealing their true forms, and they returned to his sleeves one by one, demonstrating Murray Green's astonishing control. Murray Green sheathed his flying knife and walked out of the training room, only to find that Payne's reception room was closed. His mental perception indicated that Payne was inside, presumably entertaining guests. This time, having learned his lesson from Webster Ellis, Murray Green did not hesitate to leave. On his way back to his dorm, Murray Green ran into a senior student named Patty Bruno. Since meeting the teacher of the Basic Magical Plants and Animals course, Simona Lind appeared once in the first class, and afterwards, it was senior student Patty Bruno who substituted for him, imparting the subsequent knowledge to Murray Green and others. Senior Payday. Junior Murray. Murray Green greeted him politely, and Patty Bruno smiled and nodded in response. The two had no interaction outside of class, so after exchanging greetings, they left directly. Back in his dorm, Murray Green took off his coat and immediately took out his combat gear and gun case. He opened the gun case. Inside lay several handguns, and Murray Green looked at the guns before him with a satisfied expression. The first batch of pistols phased out included single-shot pistols, magic crystal guns, short-barreled revolvers, long-barreled revolvers, and 2 new revolver models that were significantly larger than the long-barreled revolvers. Code name, Python. These 2 revolvers are entirely dark gold in color, with delicate patterns on the gun body, resembling the scales of a giant python, making them look extraordinary. These 2 Python revolvers were assembled by Murray Green himself after having different senior weaponsmiths customize parts for them. Unlike Murray Green's own parts, which were smelted and cast from gold, silver, and copper, the parts for these 2 giant Python revolvers were crafted by a weapon refiner using special weapon refining techniques. Although it was made of the same materials as Murray Green's, namely gold, silver, and bronze. However, the hardness of each part far exceeds that of the parts that Murray Green himself could mix, melt, and cast using ordinary methods. With the addition of shock-absorbing magic arrays and pure gold bullet casings, they can withstand higher explosive damage while producing lower recoil. So Murray Green increased the proportion of magic crystal powder again. Now, its power in a single shot is no less than that of the magic crystal gun. But the magic crystal powder required for 1 shot of the magic crystal gun can be used to make 2 bullets that can be used by this new type of gun. Murray Green doubled the explosive utilization rate of the magic crystal powder. The Python pistol, each bullet has the destructive power of a fireball, and with 12 shots from both pistols, Murray Green can instantly unleash the terrifying suppressive power of fire-based combat techniques. If he were to use the space-enchanted bullets again, Murray Green believed that many level 2 warriors or mages would be no match for him. You get what you pay for. These 2 guns are indeed powerful, but the manufacturing cost of each gun exceeds 30 gold coins. Of course, most of this expense is the craftsman's labor cost. If Murray Green hadn't gone to Mount Kayas twice with Nigel Alleran to recover his strength, he would never have forged those 2 guns. Although it only cost a little over 60 gold coins to forge these 2 guns, which is far less than Payne DuPont's 500 gold coins for instruction, The former was the cost of a toy, while the latter was tuition. The tuition could be reimbursed by Ryan Green, so Murray Green didn't hesitate to take out the money, because it could be included in the study budget. But if Murray Green were to ask Ryan Green for reimbursement for the toy expenses, Ryan Green would definitely consider reducing Murray Green's allowance in the future. Two giant python pistols spun continuously in Murray Green's hands, forward, backward, and sideways. Then he pressed the cylinders against his sleeves and pulled them forward sharply. Click, click, click. The sound of the wheel turning could be heard. These are two really good guns, but unfortunately, I was at a critical moment of transforming my mental power into psychic power recently and couldn't get away. I didn't have time to take you out to see some blood. Murray Green smiled as he said this. Today, your time to shine has come. Chapter 79 Shadow Assassin. Murray Green, wearing a black trench coat, walked out of the college gates and found Newman Jeffrey, with whom he had arranged to go into the mountains together, in a tea house not far away. Newman Jeffrey, a first-year student at Warrior Academy. Unlike his exquisite and gorgeous attire at the banquet, he was now wearing a full set of close-fitting leather armor, with 2 daggers strapped to his lower back, making him appear very simple and capable. The two drank a few cups of black tea and ate some pastries together before riding their horses to Mount Caius. At the entrance at the foot of the mountain, Murray Green found the monster merchant he had worked with before and agreed on a fixed price. All the prey, regardless of its quality or condition, would be handled by the merchant. He and Newman Jeffrey were only responsible for hunting, and then they got 60% of the catch. As for how he and Newman Jeffrey would divide the spoils, since the two were not very familiar with each other, they would divide them according to their respective performances at the beginning, and then according to a fixed ratio after they became more familiar with each other. Upon entering the mountains, Murray Green noticed that Newman Jeffrey didn't seem as awkward as he had been the first time. It seemed that Newman Jeffrey had also gone into the mountains to gain experience during the month following the banquet. Newman, you've been to the mountains a few times. 4 times, this is the 5th time. The first 4 times I was with the senior students, just assisting them, and I didn't have many opportunities to contribute directly. Aside from broadening my horizons and gaining some knowledge, there wasn't much combat training. The two chatted as they walked, and Murray Green suddenly noticed that Newman Jeffrey liked to walk in the shadows of the woods. Moreover, he was very discreet. If he didn't reply, Murray Green would have thought the other person had gotten lost. There's some noise, I'll go check it out. The two continued their journey, walking on the mountain for over an hour, when Newman Jeffrey suddenly left behind these words and disappeared. Murray Green turned his head to his right, where he had sensed the movement, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, patiently awaiting news from Newman Jeffrey. Not long after, Newman Jeffrey emerged from behind a large tree as if he had just appeared out of the shadows, and shook his head at Murray Green. It's just an ordinary level 1 wolf demon beast, hunting for food. There's no point in fighting it. Let's go. At this time, Murray Green was a formal telekinetic master, and with 2 modified high-tech revolvers, his combat strength was among the top level. While he wouldn't be considered overwhelming, he was certainly a top-tier individual. Although Newman Jeffrey, who was traveling with him, did not disclose his new career, his performance made it clear. Assassin-type professions, which favor the shadows, are most likely shadow assassins. With its unique dark battle aura, silent and stealthy movements, and a final, devastating blow, the shadow assassin is the most terrifying enemy of mages. In the dense forest, in the shadowy corners, the agile shadow assassins thrive. It's embarrassing that the two of them, who are supposed to be a formidable force, started with a patrolling, ordinary wolf-like magical beast. Therefore, after hearing Newman Jeffrey's suggestion, Murray Green nodded and continued walking deeper into the mountains. When the two reached the outer edge of Mount Caius, they had already encountered 3 magical beasts, but none of them were particularly powerful, and neither of them had the desire to fight back. After walking for another half-hour along the boundary between the outer and central areas, Newman Jeffrey finally found a suitable prey. Windring black tiger. Its main body is black, with sky-blue ring patterns on its black fur. Long sky-blue hairs also grow on its back. When it runs, the long hairs flutter in the wind, like a flowing breeze. With a body length of just over 2 meters and a tail of more than 1 meter, its total body length is 4 meters. It is not much larger than an ordinary tiger, but it can easily hunt down a dozen or so. While the wind-ring black tiger was hunting, it sensed the presence of 2 unfamiliar auras, and Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey also noticed its presence. Wah! A deep roar came from its mouth. It lay on all fours with its abdomen slightly arched, not touching the ground. The muscular lines from its forelimbs to its shoulders showed that it was ready to unleash a deadly hunting attack at any moment. Good tiger. Newman Jeffrey's eyes lit up. He took a few steps back and disappeared into the shadows of the trees. Meanwhile, Murray Green's spatial feedback indicated that Newman Jeffrey was silently approaching the wind-ringed black tiger. Murray Green stood still, his pale blue eyes calmly meeting the tiger eyes of the wind-ringed black tiger, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, his fingers twitching occasionally. A whoa. Just then, the wind-ringed black tiger let out a deafening roar. Its powerful limbs lunged forward, and it opened its blood-red maw to bite at a tree that had suddenly stirred. But before it could bite its target, a figure appeared from the side of the wind-ringed black tiger like a venomous snake, wielding 2 daggers, and without hesitation stabbed into the side of the wind-ringed black tiger. A whoa. Upon realizing something was amiss, wind-ringed black tiger immediately understood that he had been misled. It couldn't care less about continuing its attack. Its sky blue fur shone slightly, and a gentle breeze enveloped it. With the wind ring protecting it, the black tiger's defensive capabilities are greatly enhanced. Newman Jeffrey originally thought he could plunge his pair of daggers completely into his opponent's body and damage his internal organs. But under the double defense of wind-ringed black tiger, he could only stab the dagger halfway in before immediately pulling it out and turning to flee. Haha, that was awesome. After leaving those words, Newman Jeffrey narrowly dodged the wind-ringed black tiger's turn and bite, disappearing back into the shadows. A whoa. Enraged by the pain, the wind-ringed black tiger sniffed the breeze and took a step to chase after it. But just then, a deadly sense of danger struck. The gentle breeze protected it once more, greatly increasing the speed of the wind-ringed black tiger. But before it could run 2 steps, a bloody hole the size of an egg suddenly appeared on its body, and then it heard a deafening roar. After being injured twice, the wind-ringed black tiger went into a berserk state, its aura intensifying, and Murray Green only felt a blur before his eyes. The wind-ringed black tiger moved sideways for about 3 meters, so Murray Green's subsequent 2 shots didn't even touch it. Then it leaped, at least 4 meters high, into the branches of a nearby tree. The moment it jumped onto the tree, a figure darted out from within. The figure was none other than Newman Jeffrey. His face darkened as he was driven out by the wind-ringed black tiger. He turned around and prepared to disappear into the shadows, but a gust of wind blew by, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. A huge figure leaped out from the tree branch and crashed down on him. Newman Jeffrey locked his eyes on wind-ringed black tiger's throat and tightened his grip on the pair of daggers in his hand. Seeing the wind-ringed black tiger hovering in the air, Murray Green's eyes lit up. He fired the remaining 3 bullets from the python pistol in one go, and with a flick of his right hand, the python pistol returned to its holster. Then he drew another fully loaded python pistol from his left hip with his right hand, and Murray Green fired all 6 bullets without hesitation. After doing this, Murray Green turned on the cylinder and stood still to change the bullet. The power of the giant python pistol's bullets is now almost the same as a fireball spell. If you are hit by 9 shots, that's like being hit by 9 fireballs. Even a powerful magical beast wouldn't be able to withstand that. Chapter 80 Grandet. TSK, this destructive power, this attack speed, incredible, incredible. Your magical weapon is quite powerful. A signal flare was launched into the sky, and the 2 waited in place for the monster merchant's men to come and carry away the corpse. Newman Jeffrey circled the wind-ringed black tiger's corpse a few times, carefully examining the wounds on its body. Hit by 9 bullets with power comparable to a fireball, and given that the wind-ringed black tiger is not a level 1 magical beast known for its defense. So at this moment, wind-ringed black tiger was covered in blood from the side hit by the bullet, with several bloody holes visible to the naked eye. Through the bloody holes, one could vaguely see wind-ringed black tiger's internal organs, which were basically shattered. Upon hearing Newman Jeffrey's praise of the python pistol, Murray Green raised an eyebrow, patted his hand on his waist through his trench coat, and said in a matter-of-fact manner, "Of course, these 2 magical weapons are the result of my long research into magic crystal guns. I designed them myself and spent a lot of money to have several senior weapon refiners work together to forge them for more than half a month. If they weren't this powerful, I would have lost a fortune." Murray Green was telling the truth, only adding and modifying a few parts. For example, the collaborative crafting was actually just that each senior weapon crafter crafted different parts, and then Murray Green assembled them together. But if we say it was created through joint efforts, there's nothing wrong with it. So when Newman Jeffrey heard Murray Green's words, he immediately looked enlightened. Given the enormous cost involved, it's quite normal for the resulting magical weapons to be powerful. Of course, it's not strange if it's not big. It's a common perception that magicians always manage to conjure up some strange and unusual things. Warcraft merchants build hunter huts in different regions so that their people can receive the message and rush to the trading location as soon as possible. Another business is to provide supplies or temporary accommodation for students who enjoy long-term training in the mountains. Not long after, the two warrior classmates who were cooperating with the Warcraft merchant arrived. After negotiating the price with Murray Green, they carried the Warcraft away. As for the money, they would settle it after leaving the mountain. After dealing with the corpse of the Wind Ring Black Tiger, Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey set off again to find a suitable magical beast. While Murray Green was still training in the Chaos Mountains, a magnificent, fiery red horse with a single horn on its head, much larger than any war horse, strode into the mountain pass market. The students around who saw the magical beast were all startled, and then looked up curiously, only to be surprised to find that the owner of this majestic and powerful horned fire horse was actually a beautiful woman. She was dressed in light red armor, with close-fitting leather riding breeches underneath. The breeches were covered with armor that did not hinder her agility, and a fiery red long sword hung at her waist. However, what is most striking is her beautiful and charming face. Looking at this captivating face, some people subconsciously called out her name. Joanna Stewart. What? She's Joanna Stewart, the Flame Witch. My dream has been shattered. Sister is so cool. Riding her horned fire horse through the bustling crowd, Joanna Stewart narrowed her eyes, looked at Mount Caius, and a strange smile appeared on her lips. You little rascal, you didn't expect that, did you? Your grandma's here, so just wait on the mountain for me to beat you up. Dismounting, Joanna Stewart entered a tent where the owner was sitting behind a table doing accounts. Hello, student. What service do you need? I need to find someone. Upon hearing this, the tent owner, a man with slightly chubby cheeks and a kind smile, first showed a puzzled expression, then smiled broadly. Excuse me, student. I'm a Warcraft merchant. If you need someone to help you carry your Warcraft, I can help you find a suitable assistant, but finding people is outside our service scope. The slightly chubby-cheeked monster merchant refused Joanna Stewart's request without hesitation. Instead of turning away, Joanna Stewart took out a money pouch and threw it on the monster merchant's table. Clang! The dull thud of metal colliding with wood reached his ears. Judging from the shape of the wallet and the clinking of the coins inside, as a professional, he knew exactly how much was inside. Haha, this beautiful and generous female classmate touched me with her sincere and enthusiastic approach. Although I don't offer the service of finding people, I'm willing to offer this service specifically for you, beautiful lady. Although he was also a student at Ellis College, Grandet, who came from a merchant family, knew very well that money was a good thing, so he was keen on making money. With such a large sum of money lying on his table, how could he possibly choose to give it up? Seeing the two faces that Grandet showed in front of her, Joanna Stewart nodded with pleasure. As the Marquis's most beloved youngest daughter, and with 4 older brothers who take great care of her, Joanna Stewart never runs out of her monthly allowance. Therefore, problems that can be solved with money are minor issues. What money can't solve is what she truly cares about. Joanna Stewart grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth and was of noble birth. The only woman who could keep her in check was her best friend, whom she had grown up with. Therefore, she never suffered any injustice. Murray Green, I want to know where this person is now. What? Murray Green? You know, he's my best, most valued customer. Upon hearing Joanna Stewart utter this name, Grandet's expression changed drastically, and his attitude immediately became fierce, but before he could finish speaking, clang, another money bag landed on his table. Seeing this money bag, which was even larger than the previous one, Grandet's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down before Joanna Stewart. Grandet walked behind the table, facing Joanna Stewart, his expression shifting. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned his back to Joanna Stewart, and punched the map on the wooden board behind him. Get out of here. You've gone too far. You actually tried to insult my noble character with money. I, Grandet, am not a money grubber. Don't even think about making me betray my customers. I'll keep your money as an apology. If you want it back, you'll have to beat me. Humph, Senior Grandet, I've heard of your strength. I'm no match for you now, but this isn't over yet. Despite her fiery temper, Joanna Stewart was not angry at Grandet's unfair treatment. Instead, she chose to turn and leave. However, after Joanna Stewart left Grandet's tent, she immediately rode her horned horse towards Mount Caius. Chapter 81 Iron Feather Eagle. 5 throwing knives flew through the air, confronting an iron-feathered eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters. Hundreds of meters away in the sky, a lightning-fast figure darted through the air, but always remained circling around Murray Green's location. At Murray Green's feet lay the carcass of a snake, 7 or 8 meters long, their newly acquired prey. However, before the arrival of the monster merchant, they were met by monsters ready to steal their prey. Shoot. Murray, why don't you shoot? It's easy to say, but if you can't lock onto the target, firing a shot is just a waste of bullets. Murray Green stared intently at the iron feather eagle in the sky, but the eagle was flying too fast and too far away for him to mentally reach, let alone lock onto. If Murray Green were to rely on eye pressure to shoot, he estimates that it would be a waste of time and effort. It's infuriating to be passively attacked. Should we retreat first? This is only a level 2 flying magical beast. If we continue to hold it off, the situation will become dire. Although the two were training along the border today, they shouldn't have encountered any level 2 magical beasts, but the real world doesn't always work that way. Just as the two were clapping and celebrating their kill of a decent magical snake, a lithe figure descended from the sky. If Murray Green hadn't been constantly monitoring the spatial feedback and immediately used 5 throwing knives to stop it after noticing something was wrong, not only would their prey have been snatched away, but the two of them might have been taken away as well. After hearing Newman Jeffrey's suggestion, Murray Green pondered for a long time before finally shaking his head firmly. You hide in that tree for now, and I'll see how things go after I've dealt with it again. For Murray Green, his previous prey was not exactly easy to handle, but it didn't require much effort either. With the help of Newman Jeffrey, the shadow assassin, Murray Green thought this trip was just a way to make money in the mountains. Now that he had encountered such a formidable prey, Murray Green suddenly felt reluctant to leave and instead prepared to test the limits of his abilities. The last time I fought with all my might was against Joanna Stewart. This time, I wonder if I can test my limits. Seeing Murray Green's determined expression, Newman Jeffrey fired a distress flare and then sighed in response. All right, then let me see what the 3 powers of a telekinetic master are all about. As you wish. As the ace of the assassin class, Newman Jeffrey was somewhat disappointed. If it were any other level 2 monsters, he could have given them a go. But with flying monsters, not to mention shadow assassins, basically all warrior classes except archers can only stare blankly at each other and passively take hits. Of course, flying knights are an exception, especially dragon knights. Mages, on the other hand, find it much easier to deal with flying magical beasts. Seeing Newman Jeffrey hidden among the branches, Murray Green looked up, drew his gun, and fired 3 shots in quick succession, raising his left middle finger high. Even when propelled by magic crystal powder, bullets can still maintain a certain level of lethality, even at a height of several hundred meters. However, for the iron feather eagle, which excels in speed, dodging these 3 bullets is just a matter of flapping its wings once more. Grumble. The iron-feathered eagle was enraged when it discovered that a prey weaker than itself dared to attack and provoke it. With its wings folded, it swooped down from the sky, its sharp beak aimed directly at Murray Green, facing the iron-feather eagle's fatal blow. Murray Green didn't hesitate either. He drew both pistols and fired all the bullets in an instant. With a flick of his left hand, a python pistol returned to his waist. Murray Green flicked his right hand, opened the cylinder of the python pistol in his right hand, and ejected the spent cartridges. A bullet flew out of Murray Green's pocket, and at the same time, Murray Green muttered an enchantment spell. The enchantment was successfully cast the instant the bullet was chambered. Murray Green pressed down on the cylinder with his left hand and spun it down hard. Before the cylinder could stop spinning, Murray Green raised his pistol high and aimed at the iron feather eagle. The iron feather eagle, swooping down, was somewhat surprised to see Murray Green unleash such a terrifying 9-hit combo at a speed of 1 second. However, its innate beastly instincts allowed it to clearly sense the source of danger. Therefore, with a slight flap of its wings, it propelled its massive body through the bullets, as if dancing a magnificent and extreme waltz, leaving a graceful gliding curve in the air. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several hundred meters disappeared under the high speed of the iron feather eagle, and it arrived within 100 meters of Murray Green. The wheel hadn't stopped spinning yet, but his mental energy had already locked onto the target. Murray Green, seizing the opportunity, pulled the trigger in an instant. Bang! A streak of gray light shot out from the muzzle of the gun, traversed 100 meters of space, and arrived in front of Iron Feather Eagle. The fast Iron Feather Eagle tried to dodge, but the spatial bullet was even faster because space itself was helping the bullet. Grumble. Unable to dodge in time, the iron-feathered eagle suddenly spread its wings and forced itself to glide at high speed, its feathers gleaming with a steely sheen. Faced with spatial attributes, the iron feather eagle's innate defense is like a young girl's modesty cloth, easily shattered with the slightest touch. The iron-feathered eagle's innate defense was ineffective, but its action of spreading its wings and changing its gliding direction was somewhat successful. The spatial bullet, originally aimed at its heart, only struck its wing, leaving a fist-sized, gaping blood hole. For the iron feather eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters, a fist-sized hole, while causing it great pain, was not a fatal wound. Therefore, it did not change its purpose and continued to pounce on Murray Green. After completing its mission, the python pistol was twirled in Murray Green's hand and then put back into its holster. 5 throwing knives were arranged in a row in front of Murray Green. From the very beginning, Murray Green's mouth never stopped, and 2 throwing knives have already been successfully enchanted. However, at this moment, the iron feather eagle had already reached within 50 meters of Murray Green, entering the range of his spatial feedback. With mental lock-on and spatial feedback, Murray Green could clearly perceive every move of the iron feather eagle within this distance. As it drew closer to Murray Green, the iron feather eagle's movements changed. It shifted from pointing its beak forward to leaning back and extending its claws, its target clearly Murray Green. The sharp eagle claws gleamed coldly, appearing extremely sharp. Murray Green didn't think he could survive a claw strike like that. Despite being in such an emergency, Murray Green did not panic. Instead, he was inexplicably excited. The surge of adrenaline made Murray Green feel somewhat intoxicated. Murray Green's mind was racing, but he remained outwardly calm. Even his breathing became lighter. Chapter 82: The Death of the Iron Feather Eagle. Go. With time running out, when Iron Feather Eagle was only 20 meters away from Murray Green, he used lightning-fast spell casting and all his might to unleash enchantment magic, and finally managed to produce 3 spatial enchanted throwing knives. The 2 unenchanted throwing knives fell naturally. Murray Green concentrated all his mental energy on the 3 enchanted throwing knives and gave a command. 3 streaks of gray lightning appeared and struck the iron feather eagle simultaneously. Chirp chirp. The moment the space-enchanted throwing knives pierced his wings, chest, and abdomen, Iron Feather Eagle realized that he was already seriously injured. But having already gotten close to Murray Green, it couldn't give up and chose to turn around and leave, so it increased its speed a bit more. Seeing that Iron Feather Eagle was preparing to make a desperate attack, Murray Green did not back down. He stood still and waited for Iron Feather Eagle's pair of sharp claws. On the surface, he did not make any move, but his mental sea was spinning to its limit. When the pair of claws were only 5 meters away from Murray Green, the rescue teacher who was hiding and watching from the sidelines was about to make a move. Murray Green slightly raised his head to look at the Iron Feather Eagle. His light blue eyes emitted a faint silver light, which was clearly proof of his powerful mental strength. Mental repulsion, maximum power. Repulsive shockwave. An invisible force of repulsion surged from Murray Green's body in an instant, rushing towards Iron Feather Eagle. The moment the Iron Feather Eagle's talons came into contact with the repulsive shockwave, it was as if a gust of wind rushed into a valley, repelling its entire body. Its body also slowed down at a visible rate, but it didn't care because its claws were not far from the prey that had caused it so much damage. Rise. Murray Green put his hands together, and a large hand formed by his telekinesis lifted the Iron Feather Eagle's body, causing it to fly past Murray Green's head. Grumble. Seeing its prey slip away, the iron-feathered eagle let out a questioning screech, spread its wings, adjusted its body, and tried to use its sharp talons to turn around and stab Murray Green. But the immense speed gained from gliding was not something it could stop in a short time, and just then, 2 streaks of gray lightning emerged from Murray Green's sleeves. Murray Green, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, didn't even turn around before shooting out 2 enchanted throwing knives. One blade was pinned to its wing, and another pierced the back of the Iron Feather Eagle's neck, the blade sinking completely into its flesh before finally exiting from its neck. Murray Green, who delivered the fatal blow, did not breathe a sigh of relief, because the palm-sized throwing knife was too small for the Iron Feather Eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters. Even with its throat pierced, the Iron Feather Eagle could barely maintain its life thanks to the powerful physique of a magical beast. Hiss. The iron-feathered eagle, with its injured throat, uttered a piercing hiss that sounded particularly harsh. Having missed that fatal blow, the iron feather eagle spread its battered wings and flapped them downwards with all its might. Instead of crashing to the ground, it soared into the sky. You've come and you want to run away? Too late. Now that the situation has reversed, Murray Green opened his trench coat, revealing more than a dozen throwing knives hanging from the lining. Murray Green waved his hand, and 5 throwing knives shot out. He then waved his hands 4 times in quick succession, and in the blink of an eye, all 20 throwing knives were aimed at Iron Feather Eagle. Sensing the approaching danger, the iron-feathered eagle, which was ascending, turned its body and began to spin its wings, forming an upward spiral that stirred up the surrounding airflow, making it violent. The throwing knife entered the airflow and was immediately carried away by it, deviating from its flight path. Good heavens! As expected of a level 2 magical beast, taking it down easily is impossible. Although the throwing knife attack did not harm the iron feather eagle in the slightest, it did slow it down. Without this attack, the iron feather eagle would have flapped its wings and soared into the sky to escape quickly, and all of Murray Green's previous efforts would have been in vain. Sigh, we still have too few attack methods. As he finished speaking, Murray Green gripped 2 throwing knives in both hands. The moment the enchantment was successful, Murray Green immediately threw the 2 spatial enchanted throwing knives. Iron Feather Eagle, still spinning, could no longer dodge the 2 throwing knives and could only sway its body slightly, hoping to avoid fatal blows. The throwing knife, originally aimed at its chest, ended up piercing its abdomen. Hiss! The Iron Feather Eagle let out a shriek, feeling its once powerful wings become unusually heavy, unable to flap them anymore. Its gunshot wounds and throwing knife wounds were bleeding profusely, and it could no longer suppress the terrible injuries it was suffering. These 2 deadly throwing knives were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Iron Feather Eagle, which was spiraling upwards, suddenly lost its grip on its wings, tilted its body upwards, and crashed into the trees to the side. The Iron Feather Eagle, with a wingspan of 5 meters, crashed into the thicket of branches, making a series of cracking sounds as the branches snapped, accompanied by the eagle's mournful cry. Newman, you've been watching the show for so long. How about I leave this fatal blow to you? Really? Murray, my friend. Newman Jeffrey, who had been crouching in the tree branches watching the show with wide eyes, popped out the moment he heard Murray Green's words, his eyes shining as he asked. Murray Green nodded in response. Of course would I lie to you. Oh my, you really are my good brother. From today onwards, you are my own brother. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me, and I promise to help you out. From now on, we'll be counting on you, Newman. Don't worry, it's all good. Newman Jeffrey thumped his chest, making a thumping sound, then drew his twin daggers and headed toward the Iron Feather Eagle's thicket of branches. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Even after the severely injured and dying level 2 flying magical beast landed, Newman Jeffrey still refused to believe he couldn't kill it. Seeing the tree branches and jungle swaying and the sounds of battle emanating from them, Murray Green thought to himself that he had made the right decision by sending Newman Jeffrey to deal with the Iron Feather Eagles. The space in the dense forest is narrow. It would be ridiculous if a fragile mage like myself went in and ended up crashing. Not long after, Newman Jeffrey emerged from the jungle carrying a bloodstained dagger and smiled at Murray Green. Done. Meanwhile, Murray Green had reloaded his gun, twirling the 2 python pistols in his hands, but his expression was somewhat dazed. He was deep in thought. Newman, do you think I'm not strong enough? Forehead. Upon hearing Murray Green's abrupt remark, Newman Jeffrey looked at Murray Green with disbelief, then turned to look at the already dead level 2 magical beast, Iron Feather Eagle. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Damn it, this new buddy of mine might not be quite right in the head. If I hadn't just met you and we weren't so close, I would definitely have taught you a lesson. Newman Jeffrey was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized an unbelievable fact. Based on Murray Green's previous performance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to beat him if the 2 of them got into a fight. Chapter 83 Joanna's Attack. Moreover, Murray Green is a telekinetic mage, known as the killer among magicians. In battle, the closer one is to the opponent, the stronger the effects of the telekinetic mage's 3 powers become. Therefore, telekinetic masters are not too afraid of close combat with warriors. Iron Feather Eagle was defeated only when he entered Murray Green's strongest attack range of 20 meters. If the iron-feathered eagle hadn't chosen to fight to the death and escape on the spot, Murray Green could only watch its retreating figure and fuss. Thinking of this, Newman Jeffrey hesitated for a moment before offering his comments. That's pretty good. Among mages, your combat power, plus those two magical weapons, should be second only to the warrior mage at the same level. Upon hearing Newman Jeffrey's comments, Murray Green nodded expressionlessly, but tears welled up in his eyes. Sigh. This is a story that brings tears to my eyes. It's frustrating that someone who specializes in spatial combat can't unleash the full potential of spatial combat. By the way, why didn't you use any magic? If you had used water bullets or water curtains, you could have not only damaged and slowed down the iron feather eagle, but also what its feathers and slowed it down a bit. Logically speaking, a telekinetic practitioner is also a magician, so it's normal for them to learn and master elemental magic. In the battle just now, if Murray Green had used elemental magic in conjunction with his two magical weapons, the victory wouldn't have been so narrow. I haven't learned it. Murray Green didn't know if there was only one level 1 spatial magic, but Webster Ellis only knew this one level 1 spatial magic. Therefore, Murray Green couldn't find a place to learn other spatial magic. That's right. In such a short time, you've mastered the 3 powers of a telekinetic master. It's understandable that you've spent most of your time learning telekinesis and haven't had time to learn elemental magic. Newman Jeffrey nodded in sudden understanding and then offered his guidance. The more skills you master, the more combat power you will have. You should learn a few suitable spells later and combine them with your telekinetic abilities. You will definitely be able to easily defeat many opponents. I'd like to too, but I can't seem to learn how to solve this problem. Murray Green was inwardly bitter, but a bright smile appeared on his face. After thanking Newman Jeffrey for his guidance, he went to collect the throwing knives he had thrown. After searching for a while, Murray Green retrieved about 20 throwing knives from the iron feather eagle's corpse, from the trees, and from the grass. Several others were still missing. This infuriated Murray Green, who kicked the iron feather eagle's corpse twice to vent his anger. It's important to know that every throwing knife Murray Green throws is a level 1 weapon. Although they are relatively small, use less material, and are cheaper, a few throwing knives together are worth several gold coins. Luckily, we kept the iron-feathered eagle, otherwise we would have suffered a huge loss. The two remained where they were, waiting for Grandit's men to come and collect the monster's corpse. Newman Jeffrey was calculating the value of the level 2 monster iron feather eagle, while Murray Green sat cross-legged under a large tree, closing his eyes to rest and recover. Not long after, the mentally strong Murray Green suddenly felt a slight vibration, frowned slightly, and opened his eyes to look in the direction from which he sensed the movement. This feeling, it feels kind of familiar. Murray Green's brow furrowed even more, and at the same time, his mental energy surged as a sense of unease welled up in his heart. A mage's mental perception, a warrior's physical intuition, and a monster's innate instincts. When danger approaches, everyone has a vague sense of it, but some people have a strong sense of it while others have a very weak one. Murray Green has a very good mental talent, so his mental perception is much stronger than that of ordinary magicians. Be on guard. Danger is approaching. Murray Green immediately spoke up, calling over Newman Jeffrey, who was examining the iron feather eagle's corpse. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Newman Jeffrey did not question him and replied to Murray Green. That direction? I'll go scout the area. Before he finished speaking, Newman Jeffrey flashed into the shadows and ran wildly in the direction Murray Green pointed. A moment later, Newman Jeffrey, with a strange expression, emerged from the shadows, patted Murray Green on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Brother Murray, it's not that I'm being unfair, but if it were anything else, I would have taken care of you without hesitation. But this is something I can't handle, and I wouldn't dare to. So take care." After saying this, Newman Jeffrey left Murray Green, who looked on with a puzzled expression, and went back into the shadows. However, Murray Green's spatial feedback told him that Newman Jeffrey had not run away, because he was crouching in a tree 30 meters away from him. What exactly happened? Before Murray Green could figure it out, the sound of horses' hooves reached his ears, and Murray Green, who was deep in thought, immediately looked over. A fiery red horned fire horse appeared in his field of vision. This horned fire horse was very strong, but it was just a level 1 magical beast, and Murray Green did not take it seriously. But when Murray Green saw clearly who was riding the horned fire horse, he was stunned. At the same time, he understood why Newman Jeffrey's expression had been so strange, and why his words had been so convoluted. Because the person who came was Joanna Stewart. Damn it, another unreliable guy. He knew that Joanna Stewart was coming from the other side, but didn't he tell me earlier so I could run away first? Now that he sees Joanna Stewart sees him too. Murray Green doesn't believe that he, as a magician, can outrun the horned fire horse and Joanna Stewart. Therefore, Murray Green gave a wry smile, sat cross-legged on the spot, and appeared to be in a meditative state. Even deep in the mountains, the level 1 magical beast, the horned fire horse, moved as if on flat ground and quickly ran up to Murray Green. Sigh. With a wicked grin, Joanna Stewart yanked on the reins, and the horned horse leaped up in front of Murray Green, then stomped down hard, finally exhaling a breath of hot air at Murray Green. The grass clippings and heat from his run came crashing down on Murray Green. In response, Murray Green activated his mental power, creating a protective shield that blocked everything flying towards him. Opening his eyes and looking up, Murray Green glanced at Joanna Stewart. Their eyes met, and Murray Green immediately flashed a fawning smile, stood up, and said enthusiastically, "Isn't this Senior Joanna? Long time no see. I've missed you terribly. You've come to the mountains to train too. Do you need any teammates? I've learned some new telekinetic skills. They're pretty strong. If we team up, we'll be invincible in Mount Caius." As he spoke, Murray Green casually patted the horned horse's shoulder and said something in passing. "This horse is really nice, Senior. Can I ride it?" Chapter 84. Another encounter. The horned fire horse, slapped by Murray Green, turned its head and snorted at Murray Green in dissatisfaction, spitting everywhere. If it hadn't been blocked by the repulsive force, it probably would have all flown into Murray Green's face. "Senior, your horse has quite a temper, but I like spirited horses like that. But it doesn't like you, and I won't let you ride it." Joanna Stewart sat atop her horned horse, looking down at Murray Green with a mischievous smile, her left hand resting on the hilt of her sword, giving it a light tap. "Murray Green, it's been a long time. I've gone to great lengths to finally find you. Senior, is there something you need from me?" Murray Green feigned ignorance and asked a question in return. He came all the way to Mount Caius to find him, and his purpose was obvious to everyone. He was definitely going to teach him a lesson. But Murray Green didn't want to bring it up. Because here, no one can stop Joanna Stewart when she's going all out. Even Newman Jeffrey was recently scared away by her. Hee, Murray Green. Weren't you quite smart and arrogant before? How come you're acting stupid and cowardly now? Joanna Stewart slapped her longsword, raised her slender right leg, turned her body, and dismounted gracefully and elegantly, standing in front of Murray Green. "The last fight was too restrictive, and I didn't get enough of it. This time, I've come to you. If you fight me and make me feel good, I'll forgive you for spreading rumors about me that night." The straightforward Joanna Stewart stated her purpose directly. Upon hearing Joanna Stewart's words, Murray Green felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, and his expression changed drastically. "Senior, you're a level 2 warrior, while I'm just a level 1 mage. How dare I fight you? Yeah, you were pretty daring that night. What? You don't have the courage now that Elizabeth isn't here. Your Highness Elizabeth has always been in my heart, but you are making things so difficult for me. Even if I can't beat you, I can still not fight back or talk back, so that you won't feel any sense of fighting." Murray Green retorted forcefully. "Afterwards, I will spread this story throughout Ellis Academy, saying that you, Joanna Stewart, are uncivilized and bully the weak." As he spoke, Murray Green turned his head and looked at where Newman Jeffrey was, pointing at him. "Don't even think about killing me to cover it up. My buddy, my good friend, a freshman at Warrior Academy, Newman Jeffrey, is right there watching us. If you want to kill me to cover it up, you'll have to kill him first, or you'll be going to die with me." Newman Jeffrey, enough with the nonsense. I, Joanna Stewart, the Flame Witch, have never had a good reputation at Ellis Academy. Before she finished speaking, Joanna Stewart patted the sword at her waist, and the fiery red longsword flew out, its hilt pointing towards Murray Green's abdomen. Meanwhile, Joanna Stewart's aura began to decline, quickly dropping to level 1. Murray Green smiled inwardly upon sensing this situation. This Joanna Stewart, though she said she didn't care about her reputation, her actions spoke louder than words. She was unwilling to bear the stigma of bullying the weak and taking advantage of the powerful. Murray Green immediately used repulsive force to block Joanna Stewart's longsword. At the same time, Joanna Stewart patted the horned fire horse, sending it away from the battlefield. "We're at the same level now, so no matter how badly you get beaten, it's just normal sparring." With a slam of her foot on the ground, making an explosive sound, Joanna Stewart sprang forward like a cannonball, grabbing at the one-handed longsword that was suspended in midair. Seeing Joanna Stewart launch an attack, Murray Green grabbed the longsword with his right hand, using telekinesis to catch it, and threw it upwards. The longsword soared into the air, and Joanna Stewart's attempt to retrieve it failed. "It's been a month, and you've mastered telekinesis. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Today we can have a good fight." Joanna Stewart didn't stop, and threw a punch at Murray Green's handsome face. Of all the faces Murray Green has been given since he traveled through time, this is the one he's most satisfied with. Don't hit someone in the face. Faced with Joanna Stewart's punch, Murray Green raised an eyebrow, and 5 throwing knives instantly appeared in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Joanna Stewart used her wristbands as a shield to easily block Murray Green's throwing knife attack, while Murray Green took the opportunity to quickly retreat and increase the distance between himself and Joanna Stewart. After running for about 10 meters, Murray Green finally caught his breath, while Joanna Stewart, after blocking a round of attacks, jumped 3 or 4 meters high, grabbed the falling one-handed longsword, and charged at Murray Green again. Change. The 2 throwing knives spun wildly. Then Murray Green controlled them to strike Joanna Stewart. At such a short distance, there was no chance to dodge. Joanna Stewart held her sword in one hand and slashed down diagonally, striking twice with one blow. Joanna Stewart was struck by 2 throwing knives, but the enormous impact of the knives caused her to stumble. Murray Green drew his gun with his right hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Good timing. Although Joanna Stewart didn't know what kind of magical weapon it was, she sensed a threat from the bullets that were flying out. Joanna Stewart held the long sword horizontally in her right hand and stroked it with her left, the fiery red sword appearing as if it were about to burst into flames. Royal Flamesword Dance. Joanna Stewart wielded her long sword with impenetrable precision, the remaining red sword shadows covering her like a red magical shield. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. The roar of the python pistol and the crisp sound of a sword slicing through bullets rang out simultaneously, like a symphony being played. But this symphony was exceptionally terrifying. Drink. Joanna Stewart gave a low shout and continued forward despite the bullets, while Murray Green fired the last bullet, and a throwing knife was successfully enchanted and began to spin rapidly. Take this. A spatial enchanted throwing knife, much faster than a bullet, appeared instantly in front of Joanna Stewart. Sensing the deadly threat emanating from the throwing knife, exactly as it had been that night, Joanna Stewart's pupils constricted, and she quickly gripped her sword with both hands. Joanna Stewart paused for a moment, then unleashed a devastating slash. Explosive flame slash. Explosive slash. A flash of red light appeared in Joanna Stewart's hand, and her longsword struck the space-enchanted throwing knife with speed beyond the reach of the naked eye. The two collided without making a sound. Joanna Stewart felt the terrifying force and the horrifying tearing sensation from the longsword, and her mind was shaken. How could that be? Chapter 85: The Expensive Cost of Bullets. Sensing something was wrong, Joanna Stewart flicked her wrists, slightly deflecting her longsword, and the spatial enchanted throwing knife flew out at an angle, skimming the surface of the longsword. Call out. The space-enchanted throwing knife sliced through the air, flying past Joanna Stewart with a low, guttural sound. So this is your trump card. Not bad. It looks like an enchanted attack, but it's not quite, because enchanted attacks don't have such terrifying destructive power. Joanna Stewart raised her longsword, looked at the obvious scratches that had suddenly appeared on it, and said with a heavy heart, "It's actually an enchanted attack, just a spatial enchantment." Murray Green silently replied in his mind. Different enchantment attributes will cause different effects on the enchanted items. Fire attributes will cause explosion and burning damage, while wind attributes will increase attack or flight speed. As for the spatial attribute, it truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 2 supreme elements. Throwing knives enchanted by space travel at extremely high speeds and possess the indestructible property of space, making many defenses as fragile as paper in front of them. The Iron Feather Eagle's innate iron feathers make it impossible for many enemies to break through its defenses. But nothing is unbreakable in the face of Murray Green's spatial properties, unless the added spatial magic is insufficient. The spatial attribute doesn't enhance the sharpness of the throwing knife. Rather, it imbues it with spatial magic that allows it to tear through space, then use that space to shred anything that dares to stand in its way. If the throwing knife hadn't lacked sufficient spatial magic, Joanna Stewart's precious longsword would have been severed. No, Senior's sword strike was absolutely explosive. Even a level 2 magical beast could perish under this sword strike. Murray Green sighed inwardly. He really did have too few offensive options. The Python pistol is practically a massacre against opponents weaker than Murray Green. Even those stronger than him would be restrained by him, creating opportunities for Murray Green to achieve a kill. But Joanna Stewart, being a blazing swordswoman, had a decent class and could pick and choose which level 1 warrior skills to learn, completing all level 1 class skills. In addition, She possesses a longsword of at least level 2 and a set of light armor whose level cannot be determined at present. Among level 1 warriors, few can rival her. So let alone bullets with power comparable to a fireball, she could even cleave a real fireball in two. Of course, if Murray Green were to unleash a barrage of fire from his rifle, Joanna Stewart would be no match for him and would be riddled with bullets. However, this will lead to several tricky problems. First, there's the issue of concealment. Rifles don't offer the same level of concealment as pistols. Soldiers have extremely fast reaction times, and when shooting from a distance, bullets, unlike fireballs, can't be easily dodged because you can't rely on mental energy to fine-tune their direction. At close range, it leaves the enemy with no time or space to dodge, greatly increasing the hit rate, but it can also easily lead to a desperate gamble, just like the Iron Feather Eagle. If Murray Green hadn't caught it off guard with his telekinetic techniques, he would definitely be the one dying here today. Secondly, there's the cost, which is the most difficult and troublesome aspect for Murray Green. A pair of Python pistols cost over 60 gold coins, a price Murray Green could afford, but the most important part of firearms is not the guns, but the ammunition. The more exciting the fighting on the front lines, the more cursing there is in the logistics department. When the cannons roar, gold flows in. This is not a joke, it's the truth. With Murray Green's current financial situation and capabilities, he could make not only rifles, but even Gatling guns. However, a Gatling gun without bullets is just a fire poker, not even suitable for hitting people. The bullets used in the Python pistol are currently very expensive. While the pure gold bullet casings could be reused multiple times, Murray Green didn't dare to produce too many. Pure silver bullet heads, on the other hand, were much cheaper. But the most expensive expense was gunpowder. Magic crystals represent the best and most superior energy in the world, and unsurprisingly, they are also the most expensive. A magic crystal of the same quality is worth 10 times the value of gold. A standard magic crystal weighs 10 grams, but it's worth 10 gold coins. However, 10 grams of magic crystal can only produce 20 bullets, and that's after Murray Green's optimization. So Murray Green enjoyed firing that round of bullets, but the thought of losing 3 gold coins made his heart bleed. Senior, I really don't want to fight you, really. Murray Green's eyes were so sincere that Joanna Stewart actually had a fleeting thought of a ceasefire. However, he still swung his longsword, pointing it at Murray Green. Enough with the nonsense. If you have a good time playing with me today, I'll forgive you and even put in a good word for you with Elizabeth. Thank you so much, Senior. Murray Green would have preferred Joanna Stewart to say more bad things about him to Elizabeth Ellis, but due to his mission, he could only thank her with tears in his eyes. Although Murray Green expressed his gratitude, it sounded somewhat awkward to the ear. However, Joanna Stewart didn't think too much about it and stepped forward again with her sword. Explosive step. The defining characteristic of the blazing swordsman is explosion. They compress their fire attribute battle aura and unleash it, creating terrifying destructive power. Aside from being ineffective in prolonged battles, they are incredibly powerful in the early game. Faced with Joanna Stewart's renewed attack, Murray Green took a deep breath and put his pistol away. Since the Python pistol isn't very effective, let's rely on the methods of a telekinetic master and have a real fight. Murray Green's eyes narrowed, a silver light flashing within them. He compressed the spatial feedback to 20 meters, taking in every rustle and movement around him. For throwing knives hovered around Murray Green like fish. Murray Green's eyes flashed, and one of the knives spiraled out, shooting towards Joanna Stewart's right calf. Snort. Joanna Stewart, whose right foot had just touched the ground, noticed Murray Green's attack intention and immediately thrust out her longsword. But at that moment, the throwing knife aimed at her right calf flew upwards in a strange arc and deliberately collided with the longsword. Joanna Stewart hadn't even unleashed her full power when she was attacked. It was like a fist that had been pulled back before it was even thrown, and a feeling of discomfort welled up inside her. With a flick of her longsword to ease her discomfort, Joanna Stewart shoved her left foot into the ground, sending bits of grass and dirt flying as they covered Murray Green. Joanna Stewart's figure became somewhat blurred by these things, and she took the opportunity to turn her footwork and prepare to attack Murray Green from the left with a zigzag step. Murray Green smiled. Naive, he didn't lock onto the target with his naked eye. The spatial feedback clearly detected Joanna Stewart's direction of movement, so Murray Green pushed with both hands, and all the grass and dirt that had been shoveled towards Murray Green flew towards Joanna Stewart. Chapter 86. Joanna, who lacks martial virtue. Open. Facing the shovel of grass and dirt pushed by Murray Green, Joanna Stewart swung her sword down, subtly dodging all the attacks with a slight movement of her feet. Seeing this, Murray Green's eyes lit up, and his two throwing knives immediately began to spin, mowing the ground like a lawnmower. Then, Murray Green used his telekinesis to throw them all towards Joanna Stewart. Senior, prepare to be challenged. Weeds flew everywhere, obstructing Joanna Stewart's view, which angered her so much that she swung her sword, clearing away the weeds in front of her. But the forest is never short of weeds, and before Joanna Stewart could even catch her breath, Murray Green threw in another pile of weeds. Shameless scoundrel, if you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. Joanna Stewart roared and drew her sword swiftly, charging towards Murray Green. Suddenly, Joanna Stewart felt a sense of danger approaching. It turned out to be a throwing knife hidden in the weeds, aimed at Joanna Stewart. She quickly raised her sword to block it, but the swirling weeds around her rushed towards her. Asshole! At this point, Joanna Stewart's best option is to block the throwing knife. As for the weeds, they have no offensive power and pose no threat to her. But the thought of getting covered in dirt if she didn't block the weeds made Joanna Stewart reluctantly slow down and focus on blocking all attacks. Realizing his scheme had succeeded, Murray Green quickly looked towards the nearby woods and made a grabbing motion with his left hand toward a large tree. Gravitational. Pulled by gravity, Murray Green quickly left his original spot and ran rapidly towards the tree. When Joanna Stewart suddenly surrounded and attacked Murray Green's original location, she only saw Murray Green's hurried departure. Murray Green, you bastard, stop right there. Under the influence of gravity, Murray Green was as light as a feather, and with the advantage of starting first, he quickly ran to the tree and replied with a big laugh. I'm a bastard, not an idiot. You're a warrior, and you expect me, a mage, to stand still and fight you in close combat? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Before he finished speaking, Murray Green's telekinetic energy surged upwards, causing countless leaves to flutter down. Enveloped in his telekinetic energy, the leaves flew towards Joanna Stewart. Joanna Stewart's eyes were filled with leaves, and Murray Green's figure had disappeared again, but she could still vaguely sense Murray Green's direction. She gritted her teeth. With the sword tip pointing forward, the right hand holds it horizontally and pulls it back, while the left foot takes a big step forward, the whole body tense, like a fully drawn longbow. Flame thrust. Get out of my way. A scorching aura erupted from Joanna Stewart, and then Joanna Stewart instantly thrust out her longsword, her feet moving forward with the sword. Wherever the longsword passed, all the leaves were blasted open, clearing a path for Joanna Stewart. Having skills is a sign of arrogance. Murray Green looked at Joanna Stewart with envy, then immediately used gravity to pull all the surrounding leaves together, and then used repulsion to throw them toward Joanna Stewart. A spatial enchanted throwing knife appeared in front of Murray Green. Murray Green flicked his finger, and the knife spiraled towards Joanna Stewart. Faced with the endless barrage of leaves, Joanna Stewart's expression turned grim. She prepared to use flame thrust again, but a strong sense of danger reminded her that this wave of leaf attacks was fraught with peril. You wretched brat, don't let me catch you. Joanna Stewart closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a red light flashed in her eyes, and her explosive battle chi was running at its maximum. With both hands gripping the sword, he unleashed a fiery slash to meet the spatially enchanted spiral throwing knife. Joanna Stewart didn't care about the leaves that were pelting her. Clang. Faced with that familiar tearing sensation once again, Joanna Stewart narrowed her eyes, slightly turning her sword in both hands, guiding the throwing knife away. However, this time, Joanna Stewart, who was prepared, vaguely saw a glimmer of gray light. Gray, what kind of magic is this? Before Joanna Stewart could figure it out, a flurry of leaves swarmed around her. Joanna Stewart used her left arm guard to protect her face, and with her sword in her right hand, she charged forward, breaking through the leaf attack once again. This time, however, the once dashing Joanna Stewart was covered in dust and looked disheveled. The only clean part was her face, which was being protected. The rest of her body was covered by leaves. Joanna Stewart, her face dark, grabbed the leaf stuck in her hair and threw it viciously to the ground. She shuddered, and most of the leaves fell to the ground. Senior, why bother? It'll just pile up again soon anyway. Murray Green stood beside the tree, many leaves falling like rain, a scene that looked quite beautiful, but Joanna Stewart felt a chill run down her spine. Joanna Stewart pointed her sword at Murray Green, her pretty face contorted with rage. Today, I'm determined to beat you, and no one can stop me. As soon as she uttered those words, Joanna Stewart's aura surged, instantly breaking through to level 2. leaving Murray Green dumbfounded. Senior, this is dishonest and lacks any sense of martial ethics. I don't care about integrity or martial ethics, so what can you do about it? Joanna Stewart gave a soft shout and charged toward Murray Green at an even faster speed, closing the distance between them by half in the blink of an eye. Wow, that was fast. Murray Green was annoyed by Joanna Stewart's dishonest behavior and hurriedly threw out the leaf he controlled. However, the more powerful Joanna Stewart used her flame sword dance to advance, and not a single leaf could get close to her, though her speed decreased somewhat. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight this? Looking at Joanna Stewart, who had entered a berserk state, Murray Green gave a wry smile, feeling that today was going to be tough. So he shouted in the direction of Newman Jeffrey. Brother Newman Jeffrey, you go first, don't worry about me. As long as you spread the word about her unsportsmanlike behavior throughout Ellis Academy, I can die with a smile on my face. Newman Jeffrey, I was just quietly enjoying my meal. Why are you calling me? Therefore, Newman Jeffrey looked at a large tree a dozen meters away. The battlefield between Murray Green and Joanna Stewart had changed. This was no longer the best vantage point. That place was. So Newman Jeffrey took a step, leaped up, grabbed a tree branch, swung towards the target tree, spun 2.5 times in the air, and landed gracefully on the tree. Before Newman Jeffrey could climb a few meters up the tree trunk, a large hand grabbed his shoulder. Hey kid, this is my spot. What are you doing here? Chapter 87 Spiritual Excitement. As a shadow assassin, he was the one who attacked others, but now he was the one being attacked, which sent chills down Newman Jeffrey's spine. He instinctively wanted to draw his dagger to fight back, but his hands were held down by the other person's hand. Newman Jeffrey struggled, but the other man's hands were harder than steel, and he couldn't break free. Turning his head, he saw that the person holding him down was a middle-aged man dressed in hunting attire and carrying a longbow. Are you a teacher? Upon hearing Newman Jeffrey's words, the middle-aged man rolled his eyes, stared at Newman Jeffrey as if he were an idiot, and said in a heavy tone, What you're saying is quite questionable. Do you mean there are students in Mount Caius who are older than me? No. Teacher, I was just so surprised. I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, what brings you here? Well, the middle-aged teacher sighed, turned his head away from Newman Jeffrey, and then said, Someone sent out a distress flare, and here I am. Having said that, the middle-aged teacher released Newman Jeffrey, ignored him, and focused his attention on the battlefield. After regaining his senses, Newman Jeffrey thought for a moment. Then his face flushed red. Damn, I was so scared. I'm so embarrassed. This teacher isn't usually so talkative, is she? No way. Murray Green was unaware of the encounter between the two bystanders, nor was he interested in knowing, because at that moment all his energy was focused on Joanna Stewart. Joanna Stewart, giving it her all, unleashed at least 3 times her previous fighting power. Even spatial enchanted throwing knives were cleaved away by her sword, and under her sword dance, the leaves could no longer touch a single hair on Joanna Stewart's head. Faced with the terrifying Joanna Stewart, Murray Green dared not be careless for a moment. He activated his mental gravity at any time, pulling his body into the forest to evade Joanna Stewart's pursuit. Break! A flash of red light appeared, and a sharp, fiery red longsword sliced a tree as thick as a person in half. Murray Green, who was hiding in the tree, reached out to grab another tree. With a leap, aided by gravity, he landed easily on the target tree. At the same time, he also hurled all the leaves from the cut tree downwards, pressing them down on Joanna Stewart. However, before the leaves could even touch Joanna Stewart, she flashed and instantly appeared under the tree where Murray Green was. He stepped directly onto the tree trunk with both feet and rushed upwards without using his hands. Senior, it can't be that serious. Faced with the ferocious Joanna Stewart, Murray Green gave a wry smile and threw a throwing knife. Faced with the spiraling throwing knife, Joanna Stewart's face darkened, but she still swung her sword and cut the throwing knife that Murray Green had shot at her in half. Although she easily intercepted Murray Green's attack, Joanna Stewart's rhythm was disrupted, and she could no longer continue her charge. Of course it's necessary. I won't be able to calm down until I beat you up today. If I can't calm down, I'll feel really bad. Joanna Stewart plunged her sword into the tree trunk, stabilizing her sliding body. She stretched out her left hand, preparing to grab the surrounding branches and continue climbing. Break! Murray Green, witnessing this scene, dared not let Joanna Stewart have her way, so he immediately used several spinning throwing knives to cut down all the branches around Joanna Stewart. Clutching the severed branch, Joanna Stewart tossed it aside, her face grim. Now I feel even worse. So Joanna Stewart grabbed the tree trunk with her left hand and squeezed hard, leaving a handprint several centimeters deep, which allowed her to continue climbing. Well, as Joanna Stewart drew closer, Murray Green sighed. But his expression suddenly calmed down, and the throwing knives swirling around him froze in midair, motionless. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Murray Green's eyes, and then his eyes were covered with a layer of silvery white light, like the eyes of a god. Joanna Stewart was startled when Murray Green stared at her like that. What happened? Why did his demeanor change? Before Joanna Stewart could react, she felt an immense pressure coming from above, making it impossible for her to climb any further. Upon seeing this scene, the middle-aged teacher's lips curled into a smile, and he subconsciously muttered something to himself. Here it comes, they're getting serious. I thought Payne hadn't taught this skill to this kid. Turns out it was him. He was holding back before, but he can't hold back now. What? Newman Jeffrey's ears twitched, as if he had heard something remarkable, but he couldn't quite make it out. He then looked at the middle-aged teacher, but the teacher ignored him, staring intently at Murray Green and Joanna Stewart. What kind of trick is this? Unable to withstand the pressure and forced to fall to the ground, Joanna Stewart opened her mouth and asked. However, Murray Green seemed a bit off at this moment, appearing extremely indifferent and simply staring at her without replying. Murray Green spread his 5 fingers, and the leaves gathered into a large handprint, pressing down towards Joanna Stewart. A large, leaf-like hand was about to land on Joanna Stewart's head, but Joanna Stewart, sensing the danger, swung her sword and cut it in two. Playing tricks and deception. Joanna Stewart didn't believe that Murray Green, at level 1, could defeat her at level 2, so Joanna Stewart smiled dismissively and used her sword to cut down the tree where Murray Green was. Since we can't climb up, let the other person come down. She looked around and found that there were no other trees within 10 meters of this tree, because she had cut them all down. Just then, Murray Green snapped his fingers, and all the leaves around him fell and gathered around him, forming a long snake of leaves. Go! The snake stretched out its head and lunged at Joanna Stewart, but Joanna Stewart quickly severed its head with a single sword stroke. But when she turned to look at Murray Green, she found that he had stepped on the falling leaves, taken 2 steps in midair, and landed on the nearest tree. Then, he became as agile as a monkey, leaping and bounding among the branches, constantly moving between the trees around her, causing leaves to fall wherever he went. At this moment, Murray Green felt his mind was like boiling water, constantly churning, but the more it boiled, the calmer he became. This strange sense of conflict was very unpleasant. This is the psychic master skill, spirit boiling. It can greatly enhance the 3 powers of a telekinetic practitioner, but the longer it is used, the more serious the consequences will be. Chapter 88 Blazing Sword Control. Joanna Stewart was surrounded by fallen leaves, and every now and then Murray Green would send 2 leaves flying at her. Fighting a magician is definitely not satisfying. Joanna Stewart muttered something under her breath, raised her long sword to her right hand, and gently stroked the blade with her left. Wherever she passed, the long sword emitted a faint red light, flickering like flames. Hey! Turning around and swinging her sword, Joanna Stewart cleared away all the fallen leaves within 5 meters of her, leaving behind a lingering scorching heat that prevented even the leaves controlled by Murray Green from entering. Blazing sword control. Little girl, you've even used this move. Your spirit is boiling with blazing sword control. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity there's no wine. That's a bit of a shame. The middle-aged teacher blinked twice, saying with some regret, then turned his gaze to look behind him. For student warriors walked toward them, but soon spotted Murray Green and Joanna Stewart locked in combat. Hey, isn't that our partner Murray Green? Why is he fighting with someone? Could it be that he came here to steal our prey? If he loses, then we've made a wasted trip. It turns out that these 4 men were the same group that had worked with Grandet to help move the game. They had come after seeing the signal flare that Murray Green and his companion had sent earlier. We won't make a wasted trip. No matter who wins, we'll be the ones to carry the prey. Whoever hands us the carcass will help them. Let's find a place to watch them fight until they decide the winner, then we'll go out. The tall, muscular warrior in the lead spoke calmly, and upon hearing this, his 3 companions around him nodded in agreement. They are just monster merchants, only responsible for transporting monsters. As for who the monsters came from, that depends on the seller's skill. That tree is nice, it's quite tall, and we can see the whole situation from there. Let's go up there and watch the battle. The leading soldier looked at the tree his companion pointed to, nodded in satisfaction, and the 4 of them walked straight toward the target tree and began to climb. Middle-aged teacher. Jeffrey. Newman Jeffrey, hidden in the shadows of the branches, felt a sense of déjà vu about the scene, so he glanced at the four of them with a smirk, then secretly stole a look at the middle-aged teacher's expression. Ugh, what bad luck. However, that spot was the best vantage point for watching the show, and everyone would choose it. This tree was the tallest and offered the best view, so the group all chose it without prior arrangement. Before long, the four climbed up the tree trunk and into the branches. The leader looked up and saw a middle-aged man carrying a longbow squatting on a branch near the top of the tree, with a figure whose face was not visible squatting next to him. At this moment, the middle-aged man stared at them expressionlessly. Teacher Cecil. While making a living in the Kayas Mountains, the tall man leading the group immediately recognized the middle-aged man as the nearby mountain guardian. The four who recognized Cecil were now clinging to the tree, feeling awkward and unsure whether to continue climbing or go down. Hearing the four people greet him, the middle-aged teacher Cecil Carnegie nodded and then turned to look at the battlefield. At this moment, Murray Green gripped the handle of the python pistol at his waist with his left hand, muttering incantations as he concealed himself among the swirling leaves, constantly shifting his position by freely switching between his three powers. Joanna Stewart, wielding the blazing sword technique, charged forward recklessly. With her powerful swordsmanship and formidable battle aura, none of Murray Green's attacks could withstand a single round against her. Damn it, I'm too late again. Joanna Stewart severed the leaves that had coalesced into a human shape with a single sword strike, her gaze following the direction Murray Green had moved. Under the cover of the leaves, Joanna Stewart could no longer see Murray Green with the naked eye, so she could only use her senses to determine Murray Green's location. Murray Green, being a telekinetic master, already possesses immense mental power and is currently undergoing a strengthening phase. Even though Joanna Stewart's rank is higher than Murray Green's, she is still easily perceived by Murray Green, causing her to always arrive a step too late. Suddenly, a leaf 5 meters away from her broke through the 5-meter distance and shot straight at Joanna Stewart. Joanna Stewart was annoyed by the harassment, but she still managed to cut it in half with a single sword stroke. Just then, a spiral throwing knife flew in from another direction. Great. Upon seeing the throwing knife, Joanna Stewart immediately went all out, slashing out with her sword and sending it flying. However, after doing this, Joanna Stewart felt a sudden jolt in her heart, as if she were about to face an even more dangerous attack. Bring on whatever other tricks you have. Joanna Stewart, who loves fighting, doesn't dislike danger. In fact, she feels that only danger can make her happier. After enchanting all 6 bullets, Murray Green flicked his left hand, and the python pistol flew to him. He then reached out with his right hand and grabbed the handle. There were leaves in front of the crosshair, but Murray Green knew that Joanna Stewart was behind the leaves. Without hesitation, Murray Green pulled the trigger and fired at Joanna Stewart's shoulder. The space-enchanted bullet turned into a streak of gray light, silently passing through all the leaves in front of him and arriving 5 meters away from Joanna Stewart. Good timing. Joanna Stewart narrowed her eyes and swung her sword out again with a backhand motion. The gray bullet clashed with the fiery red longsword, producing a crisp sound, yet Joanna Stewart felt a tearing sensation. It's gray again. With a snort of anger, Joanna Stewart unleashed her full power of explosive battle energy, sending a surge of explosive force into her arm. Give me a refund. Joanna Stewart, having increased her strength once more, deflected the spatial enchantment bullets, but her heart sank when she saw yet another deep scratch on her longsword. The first bullet failed to hit its target, but Murray Green remained unfazed and continued to pull the trigger, firing another space-enchanted bullet. At this moment, Joanna Stewart was in a state where her old strength had just faded and her new strength had not yet emerged. So Joanna Stewart gripped the hilt of the sword with her right hand and pressed down on the blade with her left hand, holding the longsword in front of her. Clang! The bullet carried tremendous force, pushing Joanna Stewart back 3 steps before she could deflect it. However, after recovering from the initial shock, Joanna Stewart immediately gripped her sword with both hands and with a powerful cleavage, split the 3rd bullet in 2. Before Joanna Stewart could even feel happy, the 4th bullet struck the longsword in her hand. Caught off guard, Joanna Stewart's hands went numb, and the longsword almost slipped from her grasp. You want to take my sword? Dream on. Understanding Murray Green's meaning, Joanna Stewart's eyes blazed with a fiery red light, and she took the initiative to step forward. Chapter 89. 7 People in the Tree. Leaves fluttered everywhere, and under the effect of the blazing sword's control, Joanna Stewart made way for them. This is difficult. With the spatial feedback, Murray Green clearly sensed that Joanna Stewart was rapidly advancing towards him, while he only had 2 enchanted bullets left in his gun. Especially after Joanna Stewart also used her amplification skill, those 2 enchanted bullets would probably be even less effective against her. Rubbing his head, which ached from using mental boiling, Murray Green turned his gaze to the tree where Newman Jeffrey was. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Murray Green used spatial feedback and discovered that 5 people were peeking out from the tree, and one of them was blurry but should be a very powerful person. I'll go. Murray Green took off running in that direction, and Joanna Stewart, who had noticed Murray Green running away, naturally gave chase. Don't run. Why would I run away if you didn't chase me? Of course I won't chase you if you don't run. As Murray Green walked through the foliage, his silhouette came into Joanna Stewart's view. Running in a straight line, the warrior left the mage far behind, and Joanna Stewart quickly closed the distance between herself and Murray Green. Just then, Murray Green used his right hand to pull on the tallest tree nearby, and with a leap, jumped onto the branch. Seeing the 6 onlookers squatting in the tree, Murray Green also squatted down, looking at the 6 people with a blank expression. Hello. Cecil Carnegie. Newman Jeffrey. Group of 4. The 6 men stared silently at Murray Green, while Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief and returned their gaze. I'll let you climb the tree. Looking at the tree that was nearly 80 centimeters thick in front of her, Joanna Stewart took a step forward, gripped her sword with both hands, and slashed down diagonally. Explosive flame slash. The sharp, fiery red longsword, enhanced by the explosive battle aura, sliced through the thick tree trunk without any hindrance. The sword strike was so fast that it took a second or 2 after Joanna Stewart made her move for the entire tree to begin to move, tilting in one direction and falling. The tree branches began to tremble violently, as if something was about to emerge. Joanna Stewart's eyes narrowed, and she held her sword in her right hand, gathering her strength to unleash a devastating attack at any moment. As Joanna Stewart expected, a figure leaped out from the tree branch, and Joanna Stewart swung her sword, intending to strike. But when she saw the face of the person who jumped out, she was shocked and immediately stopped swinging her sword. Because this person is not Murray Green at all. What's going on? Who is this person? What is he doing here? Where is Murray Green? Could this person be Murray Green in disguise? Before Joanna Stewart could figure it out, several more figures jumped out from the tree branch, leaving Joanna Stewart, who witnessed this scene, completely bewildered. What on earth is going on, Murray Green? Upon hearing Joanna Stewart's angry shout, the 4 who jumped down from the tree and Newman Jeffrey simultaneously looked at the falling tree and said in unison, He's still in the tree. Then what about you guys? Newman Jeffrey and the group of 4 exchanged glances, simultaneously gesturing for each other to step forward and speak. Before anyone could convince the other with their eyes, the 4, as if on cue, took a step back at the same time, shielding Newman Jeffrey in front of them. Newman Jeffrey, you're the one. Tell me, what's going on? The tree had already tilted at a 30 to 40 degree angle and was still falling at an accelerating rate. Inside the tree, Murray Green and Cecil Carnegie were still staring at each other. Finally, Cecil Carnegie couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Kid, why aren't you jumping? If you are seriously injured and dizzy, you are likely to fall if you jump down. If you fall down with the tree, the chances of injury will be much smaller. Upon hearing this answer, Cecil Carnegie curled his lip in disdain. You're already seriously injured. Are you afraid that if you jump down, that little girl down there will beat you up badly? The tree quickly tilted to a 50 to 60 degree angle. Murray Green, seeing Cecil Carnegie still comfortably perched on the branch, was quite impressed and opened his mouth, pleading pitifully. Teacher, save me. Cecil Carnegie chuckled but made no move, while the tree branches began to touch the ground. If he didn't escape, he would be in a sorry state even if he didn't die from the fall. Sigh? These kids these days are all so cunning, especially magicians. They're great at using their brains, but their hearts are dirty, so dirty. Brushing off non-existent dust, Cecil Carnegie surprisingly stood up, grabbed Murray Green by the back of his neck, and with a natural step forward, the 2 disappeared into the tree branches. In the blink of an eye, the 2 appeared on the ground. At that moment, the tree fell to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. The dust rose into the sky and swept in all directions. Cecil Carnegie, carrying Murray Green, took another step forward naturally, and the 2 appeared at the edge of the dust without getting a speck of dust on them. Teacher, Murray Green. Upon seeing Murray Green, Joanna Stewart instinctively raised her longsword, but when she saw Cecil Carnegie, She lowered it, bowed her head, and greeted him. Teacher. Not bad, girl. That exploding flame slash was quite powerful. Thank you, teacher. Faced with this slightly teasing praise, Joanna Stewart felt a little embarrassed, but forced a smile and accepted it. She chopped down the tree, intending to drive Murray Green down, but unexpectedly drove out so many people, including a teacher, which made Joanna Stewart's eyes turn murderous as she looked at Murray Green. It's all this guy's fault. Cecil Carnegie threw Murray Green to the ground, and Murray Green got up with a smile and respectfully addressed Cecil Carnegie. Thank you so much for saving me, teacher. All right, you slippery kid, go back and rest. Being overly excited isn't a good thing. Okay, thank you, teacher. I'll be leaving now. Murray Green walked over to Newman Jeffrey, said a few words to him, and handed over the task of selling the monsters to him. Then, enduring a severe headache, he ran down the mountain without looking back. He then rushed back to Ellis Academy and hid in the meditation room of Stanley Ellis Tower to relax. But then a severe headache caused him to fall into a coma. 3 days later, he recovered from the aftereffects of his mental turmoil. During this time, Newman Jeffrey came to him and gave him the money from the monsters he had sold during his last trip into the mountains. The initial distribution was 30/70ths, but the last level 2 magical beast was kept by Murray Green. After the settlement, Murray Green went into the mountains and collected 47 gold coins. Chapter 90 Murray's Plans. In the bedroom, Murray Green placed all his money on the table and began to count it. His annual allowance, or pocket money, is 240 gold coins. In the past, the Countess would give it to him at the beginning of each month, but this year he went away to school. So the Countess waved her hand and gave him his entire year's allowance, a full 240 gold coins, without any discount. 240 gold coins a year, equivalent to 2,400,000 copper coins, is enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably with just 5 gold coins. It's an astronomical figure, a number you might never encounter in your lifetime. Some things, if you're not born with them, you'll never have them in your life. Therefore, Murray Green was more than once grateful that he had been transported to a noble family. However, 240 gold coins is a relatively small amount for someone who is the second son of a count. 240 gold coins a year, averaging only 20 gold coins a month. For nobles, that amount of money might only be the price of a few bottles of wine. Although Murray Green didn't drink before, he would spend all the money he received within a few days, leaving him with absolutely no savings. After running out of money, he relied entirely on his elder brother's charity or on the Countess being in a good mood and letting him slip a few gold coins through her fingers. Next year, I'll have to ask my mother for a bigger allowance. Given my current situation, I can't say I'll catch up with my older brother, but doubling it shouldn't be a problem. Besides pocket money, there are also red envelopes given by elders when attending a coming-of-age ceremony banquet. Not many, only a little over 100 gold coins, because most people gave them as gifts, and the last one was the money from hunting and selling monsters in the mountains recently. After deducting the recent expenses for manufacturing firearms and some daily expenses, Murray Green's current assets are as follows. 319 gold coins. More than 300 gold coins could allow Murray Green to enjoy a comfortable school life, but they wouldn't be enough to achieve his goal. After 3 days of rest, Murray Green came to a realization. He could either put aside everything else and accept Webster Ellis's advice to focus all his energy on becoming a high-level mage. Alternatively, one could invest even more time and money to become a disciple of a weapon refiner and learn weapon refining. Otherwise, relying solely on blueprints and entrusting other weapon refiners to manufacture weapons for oneself could easily lead to leaks. If one were to encounter a weapon refiner with ill intentions who were to claim one's ideas as their own, things would become even more complicated. So Murray Green chose the second option. Learning weapon crafting is very expensive. First, there's the hefty apprenticeship fee, then there are the costs of materials for learning and practicing. How could a skilled weapon craftsman possibly become proficient without spending a fortune? So Murray Green is now stuck on the most important step, which is not having money. Logically speaking, this should also be considered an expense for learning, but Murray Green, being a spatial combatant, instead of properly training, went to change his class to a telekinetic master, which could be said to be a way to get through the weak early stages. But then he went on to learn weapon crafting, which doesn't make sense. Weapon crafting and potion making are the two slowest professions to cultivate among mages, and their ancestors, alchemists, were notoriously slow. Many alchemists die before reaching level 1. In this situation, some predecessors have broken down the profession of alchemist into several professions, among which the most difficult, slowest to cultivate, and most sought after are weapon crafting and potion making. Such a promising young mage actually wants to learn weapon crafting. If his older brother Ryan Green and Minter Webster Ellis find out, Murray Green might be locked up in a dark room until he becomes a high-level mage before being released. This is really tough. However, Murray Green touched the pair of python pistols placed next to him. It has a cool touch, but contains a burning flame within, just like Murray Green's heart. No matter how difficult it is, living in this dangerous world, if you choose to hide for a while, you may hide for a lifetime. I still want to travel around and see this amazing world. Having made up his mind, Murray Green decided to teach himself weapon crafting. Attending classes, practicing meditation, eating, sleeping, researching in the library, practicing mental power techniques, and making money in the mountains of Kayas when I have free time. The days passed quickly but systematically, and Murray Green was like a taut bowstring, ready to burst forth at any moment. Seeing Murray Green in this state, Webster Ellis nodded in satisfaction. His student was exceptionally talented, and although he had worked hard before, he had a lazy streak in his bones, which he could see at a glance. However, he is just a tutor, not a parent, and he cannot force students to speed up or increase their workload while they are still studying hard. However, if Webster Ellis knew that Murray Green was working so hard to prepare for future weapon forging, it's hard to say whether he would still be so calm. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Murray Green had originally planned to take 3 months to reach the first level of perfection, but he completed his goal in just 2 months. In just 5 months since enrolling, he has gone from an ordinary person to a first-level perfect cultivator. Even in a warrior academy, this cultivation speed is quite impressive. At the Magic Academy, Murray Green was far ahead of everyone else. The 3 combat techniques he cultivated the fastest had probably only recently broken through to the senior level. Unlike warriors, mages emphasize accumulation, so their training speed is much slower than that of warriors. Ellis Academy has been established for 500 years and has produced many level 5 warrior students, but it has never produced a single level 5 mage student. If it weren't for the complicated reason involving Elizabeth Ellis, Webster Ellis would never have agreed to let Murray Green learn telekinesis, and was even planning to let Murray Green try to break the record. Murray Green changed dormitories, moved out of the dormitory building, and paid extra to move into a detached little castle. The stone-built detached castle has 2 floors and 4 bedrooms. The second floor has the master bedroom and guest room, each with its own toilet and bathroom. The first floor has a hall, 2 servants' rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and so on, and also includes a small garden. Most importantly, there's a basement at the very bottom. Murray Green's favorite part was this basement. A spacious basement is essential for a magician to train, practice magic, or engage in other activities. Entering the basement, Murray Green turned on the magic crystal lamp, and the bright light illuminated the dark basement. He looked at the items arranged in the basement and was quite satisfied. This was the result of his hard work recently. After 2 months of accumulation, moving dormitories, and buying these refining tools and introductory refining books, Murray Green almost emptied his pockets. Chapter 91 Enchantment Magic Circle. A magic circle is formed by strengthening magic. It is a combination of several spells. And what weapon refiners learn is the magic circle. For example, Murray Green is skilled at enchanting magic circles, a basic skill for magic enchanters. However, the enchanting magic circle of a weapon refiner is formed by connecting and recombining 3 enchanting spells. The combination of the 3 spells makes the enchanting magic circle more stable than the enchanting spells themselves. In this situation, the magic circle can be inscribed on objects and weapons without the aid of mental power or the magician, allowing these objects to exert magical effects. Standing at his workbench, Murray Green opened a book made of animal hide. The book was filled with crooked writing and drawings that were neither clear nor meaningful. Murray Green touched the animal skin book, gathering his spiritual power in his hands and covering the pages, then closed his eyes and turned the pages. At that moment, the words in the book seemed to come alive, merging with Murray Green's mental energy and flooding into his brain. The text he couldn't understand before was transformed into text that Murray Green was familiar with, and the ambiguous patterns in his mind turned into a scene similar to an instructional video. In this world, apart from some common warrior breathing techniques that are open to everyone, all other cultivation methods are top secret. If you want to learn, you can either become an apprentice or go to school to learn cultivation methods. Even if someone gets the opportunity to learn, In order to keep it secret and prevent the learner from spreading the cultivation method, they will be taught using special methods. When Lyndon Bill taught Murray Green the meditation method, he imprinted it into Murray Green's mind with his mental power and set up a secret mechanism, which enabled Murray Green to practice and memorize the method, but he could not pass it on to outsiders. The same goes for this enchanted magic circle rubbing. It is actually protected by security measures. Anyone who does not know how to decipher it will not be able to understand it at all. Even if you try to burn it or soak it in water, you will only damage it. Without the correct reading methods, it's impossible to learn the content above. After flipping through the animal skin book, the text and illustrations suddenly dimmed, as if fading. Murray Green was not surprised by this. This is the 4th time. There are 3 more chances to learn. If you don't learn it by now, you'll have to buy another book. The reason these rubbings are so magical is that they contain the spiritual power of the Creator. Each time they are read, the spiritual power is depleted, so a single rubbing can only be used about 7 times. Murray Green put down the book, closed his eyes and meditated, repeatedly replaying the images he had seen in his mind. Then he slowly raised his right hand, his fingers sliding gently in the air, practicing how to inscribe an enchanting magic circle. After an unknown amount of time, Murray Green took a deep breath, confidently opened his eyes, took a palm-sized piece of copper from the workbench, and pulled a carving knife from his toolbox. Murray Green held a carving knife and tried to inscribe a magic circle on a copper sheet. He thought it looked easy from the instruction video, but it was very difficult to do in person. It took Murray Green 5 days just to master the enchanted magic circle. For him, no magic had ever taken him that long. Of course, he hadn't learned much magic either. Now, when inscribing a 3-dimensional magic circle onto a copper plate, Murray Green discovered that the most difficult part was not how to completely inscribe the magic circle, but rather the depth of the cuts made during the inscription process. Deep, shallow. Damn it, use the spirit to govern the body. Murray Green discovered that divine control was a wonderful thing. It allowed him to use his mental power to control his body, making it perfectly aligned with his thoughts. Not to mention that Murray Green now possessed telekinesis, which gave him absolute control over his body. He could perfectly execute the nuances of his strikes, as long as he knew the timing and intensity. After 2 days of secret practice, a finished product finally appeared. Looking at the gray light shimmering on the copper sheet, Murray Green wiped away his sweat and revealed a bright smile. It's a success. Murray Green picked up the enchanted copper piece and examined it carefully. He ran his hand over the surface, his fingers tracing the engraved magic circle from beginning to end. Although it's a bit rough and not smooth, it's not a big deal. This piece of copper has been successfully enchanted. Using his telekinesis to grasp the copper piece, Murray Green manipulated it to fly around the basement. He discovered that the copper piece flew faster than an enchanted throwing knife, and the copper piece inscribed with a magic circle could be used for a long time. Unlike enchantment magic, which only lasts for a very short time, Murray Green had to enchant on the spot every time he went into the mountains and encountered a battle. Now that he has mastered the enchanting magic circle, he can complete the enchanting before entering the mountain and use it directly after entering. It's simple and convenient, and it greatly increases his combat power. Just as Murray Green was lost in thought, the enchanted copper piece flying in the air suddenly shattered into several pieces. Seeing this, Murray Green quickly used his telekinesis to grab all the fragments, pulled them in front of him, and examined them carefully. Insufficient material strength. Unlike temporary enchantments, which only last for a short time, engraving enchantment magic circles are different. They are directly engraved onto the object, which will destroy the object's integrity and reduce its strength. There's nothing we can do about it. Murray Green has researched this topic, and in fact, some experienced artists have discussed and practiced surface painting on it for a period of time. This involves using a special ink to draw a magic circle on the surface of an object, but while this method preserves the object's integrity, it is not the only way to achieve this. However, the magic circle is not very effective. If it were a weapon, the magic circle ink on the surface of the weapon could be scraped off after a couple of collisions with another person during combat. Magical weapons that can't be used in combat. What a luxury. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Faced with this situation, neither the maker nor the user could accept it, so this engraving method is now the mainstream. Of course, not all weapons need to be inscribed. There are 2 types of weapon refiners in this world. Those who are warriors, and those who are skilled in crafting weapons with special effects, thanks to their unique material ratios and forging techniques. However, such weapons are very rare, and even fewer people are capable of crafting them. Another option is the magic-based weapon refiner. Once a weapon refiner reaches a higher level, they can choose the integrated smelting method. In other words, the magic circle is placed inside the object before it is fully formed, thus successfully solving the problem. However, such magical items are very expensive and generally unaffordable for most people. Therefore, many people choose to buy a sturdy weapon with a level, and then find a weapon refiner to help them inscribe a magic circle. It doesn't matter if the weapon's lifespan is short, as long as it's powerful. The most important thing is to live a long life. Chapter 92: The Savage Orcs Attack. What? You're graduating early. Time flies when you're focused on something. Murray Green was so engrossed in studying weapon crafting that a month passed in the blink of an eye. Murray Green, who was about to finish class, planned to do some market research and refine some easy-to-sell items to offset the cost of consumables. However, as soon as he stepped out of the classroom, someone was waiting for him in front of the teaching building. It was none other than his older brother, Ryan Green. Hearing Murray Green's question and seeing his incredulous expression, Ryan Green patted him on the shoulder and said, "The savage orcs in the north are too active now. Our territory has been attacked by them many times. Father believes that this is a test by the savage orcs. He predicts that there will be a great war between the north and the savage orcs in the next few years." At this point, Ryan Green broke into a fervent smile. "Murray, our Green family rose from blood and fire, while I am a war knight. Living in a peaceful academy, my strength has not improved for a long time. Only the battlefield is my home, Ryan Green's home, and the place where I, Ryan Green, will make a name for myself." Ryan Green, who was usually gentle and had an aristocratic air, seemed like a different person in front of Murray Green. In Murray Green's impression, he was gradually moving closer to being Earl Green. "I will make the Green family even stronger." Ryan Green arrived and left in a hurry. After depositing a large sum of money into Murray Green's student card, he took the followers he had recruited at the academy and, escorted by a cavalry unit, departed towards Green territory. "War is coming. I can almost smell the blood." Standing at the academy gate, watching Ryan Green and his group disappear completely from sight, Murray Green stood quietly in place, sniffing as if he could smell the stench of blood. Duck blood soup, freshly killed old duck. Young master, would you like a bowl of duck blood soup? Murray Green pondered for a moment as he looked at the peddler carrying his wares on a shoulder pole. "Give me a bowl of duck blood soup, but no duck blood, less soup, and plenty of duck meat, plus lots of chili." Then he took out a silver coin from his sleeve and handed it over. "No need to look for more. Thank you very much, young master." Soon after, the vendor watched Murray Green squatting near the gate, skillfully using chopsticks to pick up duck meat, dipping it in chili, and enjoying his meal with great relish, and felt quite amazed. This young master has quite a good appetite. Murray Green ate his lunch while watching the students come and go at the school gate. He realized that he had been keeping a very tight schedule lately in order to learn weapon crafting without neglecting other things. Eating slowly now is actually a kind of enjoyment. Sigh. First comes bitterness, then sweetness. I hope that after bitterness comes sweetness. After finishing the duck, Murray Green drank the soup in his bowl, returned the bowl to the vendor, and turned to walk into the school to resume his arduous studies. A few days later, Murray Green was notified that all students in grade 1 and above should assemble in the student auditorium. Upon entering the auditorium, one finds it completely different from the previous banquet venue, now solemn and dignified, bathed in an icy blue hue. The students stood clearly divided into two groups. The Warrior Academy students stood on one side, and the Magic Academy students stood on the other. However, compared to the large number of students from the Warrior Academy, the Magic Academy students occupied only a small area and looked pitiful. Although fewer in number than the Warrior Academy students, the Magic Academy students overwhelmingly dominated the Warrior Academy in terms of sheer force. Murray Green quietly slipped into the Magic Academy, stood there, and pondered why the school had issued this urgent notice. Meanwhile, many people around were chatting with others, and when the topic came up, someone said, "That's easy. Northwind Fortress is besieged by a 200,000-strong barbarian orc army. They've been fighting for several days, and the front lines are under a lot of pressure. They probably want to transfer some helpers from the school to the front lines. There are 3 fortresses in the Northlands. The first is the Northwind Fortress, where the kingdom's 3rd Legion is stationed. It is the largest and most heavily fortified fortress in the Northlands, but it is also the closest to the savage orc tribes. If the savage orcs breach Northwind Keep, then a quarter of the Northlands will be left completely exposed to orc raids. So when this news came out, many students were shocked, because their homes might be located in this quarter of the area. A mere 200,000 savage orcs could not possibly breach Northwind Fortress, not even if that number were doubled. It's unlikely, but when there's fighting on the front lines, the rear always needs to provide some assistance. Yes, either give people or give money. Our school has either warriors or mages, and they are all the best of the best. They will definitely provide a group of people, with each person contributing a sentence. The truth of the matter was basically pieced together. Upon hearing their words, Murray Green immediately recalled Ryan Green, who had graduated early and returned home to fight, as well as Green Territory, located on the border. A sudden panic gripped me. I was worried about the safety of my family, because one of the 3 major fortresses in the north is located in the Green Territory. To be precise, it was the 3rd fortress built by the Green family after they conquered part of the grasslands, based on the geographical environment. It was named Forward Fortress. Now that Northwind Fortress is under siege, even without a formal, organized barbarian orc legion outside the Green family's Forward Fortress, there are still quite a few roaming squads looking to plunder. Amidst the anxiety, after an unknown amount of time, a deep bell rang, instantly silencing the murmuring crowd as everyone looked up at the auditorium's podium. As the curtain was pulled back, 3 people were revealed. Standing in the very center of the 3 was Elizabeth Ellis, with a cold expression and white hair and eyes. Next to her was Webster Ellis, the dean of the Magic Academy. Murray Green did not recognize the last one. Based on his deductions and the other person's physical characteristics, Murray Green concluded that he was Upton Ellis, the headmaster of the Warrior Academy. I've heard that Upton Ellis is a hot-tempered winter warrior with immense strength, and under his tutelage, the Warrior Academy suffers a consistently high casualty rate. While Murray Green was still lost in thought, another bell rang, bringing him back to his senses and making him focus intently on the 3 people on the stage. The 3 stood still, with Elizabeth Ellis taking half a step ahead of the other 2. 3 seconds later, Elizabeth Ellis spoke. Students, 200,000 savage orcs are currently surrounding Northwind Fortress. After discussions among all parties, it has been decided that 1/3 of the school's teachers will be transferred to the front lines to provide support. At the same time, some students can also participate in actual combat. These students will be awarded a large number of college points for participating. In addition, they will not only receive battle merits for killing barbarian orcs in the battle, but also receive school credit subsidies. What were merits? Upon hearing the words, military merits, the entire audience erupted in excitement, because in the kingdom of Laney's, being granted a fiefdom and becoming a nobleman depended entirely on military achievements. Chapter 93, Air Combat. Seeing that the atmosphere had been stirred up, Elizabeth Ellis continued. That's right, it's military merit. The school has discussed with the commander of the 3rd Legion that students who participate in combat training will have temporary military ranks and can directly obtain the kingdom's military merit. The battle merits earned can be kept under personal name, family name, or of course, they can be directly exchanged for resources from the Legion's treasury. A noble family is a large collective where individuals and the family share in each other's fortunes, and they support and grow together. Although the noble title belongs to the eldest son, the other children will inherit some property after they reach adulthood, most of which is the family business. These businesses are registered under the family name, but the profits actually go to the children who are allocated a share of the business. So the bigger and more powerful the family is, the greater the profits they reap. People in this world have a strong sense of family because the existence of family is fundamental to their survival. Moreover, both nobles and commoners alike like to have children because more people meant more strength. In this practical training, I will be the commander of all participating students. I hope you will perform well. If you perform exceptionally well, the Legion, the school, and the Ellis family will reward you handsomely. Those who want to participate in this practical training can register with the teachers here now. Those who do not wish to participate can leave. The specific departure time will be announced by the teachers of each college. That's all I have to say. Do the 2 deans have anything to add? Elizabeth Ellis turned to look at the 2 deans, who shook their heads slightly upon hearing her question. Okay, meeting adjourned. As soon as the words meeting adjourned were uttered, the once quiet auditorium instantly transformed into a bustling marketplace. Many students cheered for their achievements, calling out to their friends and lining up to register with the teachers. Of course, not everyone was prepared to participate in real-world training, and many people turned around and left the auditorium. Seeing this, Murray Green was filled with mixed emotions. Compared to his military achievements, He cared more about his academic credits. At Ellis Academy, credits are a more valuable form of hard currency than gold coins, because they can be exchanged for many things that gold coins cannot buy. Some advanced weapon refining knowledge cannot be purchased with gold coins. It can only be exchanged for academic credits. Although Murray Green is still a beginner and doesn't need any advanced knowledge yet, it's good to be prepared so that when the time comes to use it, he won't be able to do anything without the credits. Therefore, I need to get some combat merit credits and test my weapons and equipment. Moreover, the Green family has treated him well, and he is not an ungrateful wretch. He has been away studying for nearly half a year, and now that things are not peaceful in Green territory, he has to go back and see what's going on. Thinking of this, Murray Green looked up at his mentor, Webster Ellis. With his formidable strength and keen senses, Webster Ellis immediately noticed Murray Green's gaze, his eyes shifting slightly as he locked onto Murray Green. "Murray, what's up?" The voice of his mentor, Webster Ellis, echoed in Murray Green's mind. Spiritual communication. Upon hearing his mentor's voice, Murray Green immediately responded in his mind. "Mentor, I would like to participate in this practical training." "Why? You don't even have any spatial magic to rely on yet. Going directly to the battlefield would be very dangerous. I also want to go back and visit my family." Upon hearing this explanation, Webster Ellis's expression softened slightly, but he still replied, "The Green family has spent so much money to send you here to learn magic, and you're only at level 1 now. What good will it do to go back and visit them? It's insignificant, and I doubt Earl Green would be satisfied anyway. It's better to stay at the academy a little longer, improve your cultivation, and go back when the holidays come." Upon hearing his mentor's reply, Murray Green realized he had to use some tactics. He glanced at Elizabeth Ellis with infatuation, then immediately looked away and spoke with increasing embarrassment. "If your highness is going to the battlefield, then I must go too. This child is obsessed. He behaved well for the past few months, and I thought this matter was almost over. I didn't expect that it wasn't resolved, and he still has the energy to think about these things. Isn't he busy enough?" A hint of doubt flickered in Webster Ellis's eyes. He raised his hand to touch his chin and turned to look at Elizabeth Ellis beside him. A stunningly beautiful face, a tall and slender figure, and a noble and elegant demeanor. For young boys experiencing their first love, she is indeed irresistible. If they encountered such a beauty when they were young, they might also be just as crazy. After being given a slightly strange look by Webster Ellis, Elizabeth Ellis was a little confused, so she asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Webster Ellis shook his head. "Alas, indeed, one should not meet someone too amazing when young, or one's life will be ruined." So he sent a telepathic message to Murray Green. "All right, you can go and participate in the real combat training. This time, I won't be leading the team. Upton will be leading the team. So you must be careful. Professor Payne will be there too. I'll tell him. Stay close to him. He should be able to take care of you." Using Elizabeth Ellis as an excuse is fantastic. I wonder if I could succeed if I told him next time that I was forging weapons for Her Highness Elizabeth. If I could, I wouldn't have to study in secret anymore. Upon realizing this, Murray Green quickly thanked him, promising to be careful, and then went to Mr. Payne to register. After registering, Murray Green returned to the basement of his dormitory and began preparing his weapons and equipment for the battlefield. Those who participate in the practical training will be granted leave by the school, so Murray Green was given several days of complete preparation time. 3 days later, Murray Green suddenly received a message from a servant of his mentor, Webster Ellis, asking him to go to Stanley Ellis's tower. What happened? Could it be that my mentor found out I was learning weapon crafting? With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Murray Green arrived at the top of Stanley Ellis Tower and met Webster Ellis. "Tutor." Webster Ellis nodded, raised his hand, and before Murray Green could react, touched his forehead. Murray Green, who had a guilty conscience, thought the other party was going to search his memories and almost jumped up. However, after he felt the familiar warmth from Webster Ellis's fingers, he calmed down and carefully received the knowledge his mentor was imparting. Airstrike. As all the knowledge flooded into Murray Green's mind, he sorted through it and discovered that it was actually a level 1 spatial magic. Murray Green opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a hint of resentment. "Didn't you say that with level 1 spatial magic, you would only have 1 spatial feedback?" As if understanding the meaning in Murray Green's eyes, Webster Ellis extended another finger, bent 2 fingers, and tapped Murray Green's forehead with his backhand, making a loud sound. "Ouch, that hurts. Take your pitiful look away. Among first-level spatial magic, I do only know spatial feedback, but I asked friends in other places to help me find a few spatial skills. Several. Murray Green, ignoring the pain, stared at Webster Ellis with shining eyes. Tutor. Chapter 94 The Rich Weapon Refiner. After Murray Green's persistent pleading, he finally obtained another spatial magic spell. Air Cut. Now, Murray Green, a master of spatial combat, finally has 3 spatial spells. What a joyous occasion. Murray Green was already a first-level perfected space mage, and mastering 2 first-level spells, especially those of the same attribute, was a piece of cake. Aerial attack magic allows the user to deliver a guaranteed hit from a distance after locking onto an enemy with their mind. However, the power of this attack depends entirely on the user's strength. Of course, even if it's a guaranteed hit, if the opponent notices or moves too fast, you can forcibly change the position of the target or escape the mental lock range before launching an attack. Against a warrior, a mage may not be strong, but a sudden attack that disrupts the opponent's rhythm or trips them up can be fatal. Void Cutting Magic, an amplification spell similar to enchantment magic, differs from enchantment magic, which is unrelated to any element. Void Cutting Magic is exclusive to the spatial attribute and is more powerful. If it is applied to swords or other bladed weapons, its destructive power is immeasurable. Because Murray Green was wielding a short sword with a hollow cutting technique, he sliced all the solid materials around him in half. A few days later, Murray Green received his departure notice, wearing a black trench coat. The trench coat was made of monster hide, and the bottom was black cloth jeans, but the cloth was woven from the silk of a spider monster. Most importantly, Murray Green imbued the outfit with a toughening magic circle, transforming it into a level 1 magical item with greatly increased defensive capabilities. He wore tactical boots made of monster leather and black gloves with agility magic circles on them. Fully armed, Murray Green carried a black box covered in cowhide as he walked to the gathering point. When Murray Green arrived at the gathering point, he was stunned to see a sea of people in identical magic robes, and everyone else looked at him as well. He kept glancing at Murray Green's attire, which was clearly different from that of a magician. Has one of our members become a traitor? Murray Green felt his scalp tingle under so many strange gazes and wished he could immediately escape back to his dormitory and put on a magic robe. Murray this. Just then, a familiar voice called out, stopping Murray Green, who was about to run away at any moment. Hearing the voice, Murray Green turned around. A tall figure came into view. It was none other than Nick Brown. Nick Brown was wearing a magic robe and holding a green staff, waving at him. Hey, Nick, my good friend, so you've been here all along. Murray Green flashed a bright smile, opened his arms, and quickly walked up to Nick Brown, giving him a hug that left Nick Brown somewhat bewildered. Has Murray Green taken the wrong medicine? After Murray Green and Nick Brown got along well, and he integrated into the group, the novelty brought by Murray Green's strange clothing quickly wore off, and few people paid attention to him anymore. Nick, didn't you just break through to become a mage? Why aren't you at school continuing your training? Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nick Brown rolled his eyes at him and said somewhat sullenly, What do you mean just became a magician? I've been a magician for over 2 months. Oh, really? I've been too busy lately and forgot. Murray Green scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. In recent months, he has not only had to ensure that his other cultivation is not delayed, but also to teach himself weapon crafting. This has made his time very tight, and he is very busy every day. He has no time to pay attention to some unimportant things. If Nick Brown knew that Murray Green considered his momentous moment of becoming a wizard insignificant, he would surely whack Murray Green on the head with his wand. Of course, you're such a busy person. Aside from teaching, I can't find you anywhere. You're so busy that you've forgotten about your uncle. Nick Brown rolled his eyes and continued to tease Murray Green. Somewhat embarrassed, Murray Green lowered his head, did not retaliate, and accepted the criticism. By the way, what's in that black box of yours? It's nothing, just some toiletries and a change of clothes. Your staff is quite nice. How many gold coins did you spend on it? Murray Green told a lie to get away with it, then immediately changed the subject to distract Nick Brown. Nick Brown, who had been holding the staff for a while, suddenly beamed with joy and started talking. Haha, I didn't buy this staff. I had it custom made by a senior weapon refiner. Well, you still have to pay for it. I already told you. That's not buying, it's custom made. Do you understand custom made? Never mind, just looking at your outlandish outfit. I know you don't understand the charm of custom made. Right. I designed and made this outfit myself. I didn't ask anyone else, especially a senior weapon refiner, to make it. Its charm is nowhere near that of your staff. After persuading Murray Green, Nick Brown smiled broadly and continued, holding up his magic wand. This one of mine. Wow. It's Senior Harlan. Yes, it really is Harlan Horace. He's incredibly wealthy. Just then, a tall senior student wearing a green magic robe appeared, carrying a staff with a similarly green handle in his right hand. However, compared to Nick Brown's staff, the staff of senior student Harlan Horace looks completely different in texture. Just like the difference between a genuine product and a cheap imitation, the wand in Harlan Horace's hand was inlaid with a gem the size of an egg, making it look extremely expensive. Looking at his left hand, he wore a ring on each of his 5 fingers, and these rings faintly emitted a magical glow, indicating that they were all magic rings. Good heavens, is this what a successful weapon refiner looks like? Harlan Horace and Simona Lind made Murray Green realize that although the early stages of weapon crafting and potion making were tough and difficult, once you got through them, a lot of wealth would be waiting for you. Keep it up, Murray, you can do it. Murray Green stared at Harlan Horace with bloodshot eyes, but Harlan Horace was already used to such looks. At this moment, countless classmates have given him that look. Being too outstanding inevitably makes others envious, which is unavoidable. So Harlan Horace, carrying his magic wand with his left hand behind his back, strode past the crowd with a few companions and stopped in a quiet spot. But soon he was surrounded by people. Chapter 95, Floating Magic Tower. Harlan Horace charges high fees, but high fees bring high returns. The magical items he crafts are of very high quality, and Harlan Horace's crafting appointments are now booked until graduation. Murray Green stared longingly at the ring on Harlan Horace's finger, feeling quite envious. At this time, Murray Green was only a beginner level 1 weapon refiner, able to inscribe and enhance some level 1 magic arrays. To create magical items, the material of the item itself had extremely high requirements, otherwise it would not be able to support the magic array. If Murray Green wasn't mistaken, Harlan Horace's 5 rings were crafted using a level 3 refining technique. These small rings were able to hold magic arrays, demonstrating an exceptionally sophisticated refining method. Experts see the details, while laymen just watch the spectacle. Murray Green envied Harlan Horace's weapon forging abilities, while the non-weapon forging masters around him only saw the power of the weapons. After Harlan Horace's appearance, several other heavyweight figures appeared, immediately drawing a crowd of admirers. Punctuality is a virtue. Before long, the students who participated in the practical training arrived at the gathering point one after another. The gathering place was the Magic Tower Forest of the Magic Academy. Once all the students had arrived, the master of the Magic Tower and the teachers in charge of the groups walked out of the gates of the Magic Tower at roughly the same time and gathered behind one person. The teacher leading the group was a dignified middle-aged man with a distinctive head of white hair, undoubtedly a member of the Ellis family. Hello everyone. I am the Vice Dean of the Magic Academy and the leader of this practical training exercise. Because this training exercise is quite special, I hope that all of you will follow the instructions of your teachers or superiors. Do you understand? The Vice Dean's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated in everyone's ears. Upon hearing his words, almost all the students subconsciously opened their mouths to reply. Understood. Very well, then I won't waste any more words and will proceed to the next step. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave instructions to the teacher in charge. Teachers, please stand in a line. Students, please stand behind your assigned teacher in turn. The teacher in charge will count the number of students to make sure everyone is present. Upon receiving the order, Murray Green said goodbye to Nick Brown and, without wasting any time, immediately went to line up in front of his team leader, Payne DuPont. Before long, all the students lined up in front of their teachers, counted off, and then, with a quick thought, passed all the information to the vice principal. Very good. It seems all the students have arrived. Let's set off then. Murray Green was still wondering what kind of transportation the school would arrange to get them to Northwind Keep. It's worth noting that the number of students participating in this practical training was not large, but with the encouragement and support of Elizabeth Ellis, it was still quite substantial. According to statistics, half of the fourth-year students at the Magic Academy participated, 1/6 of the third-year students, 1/14 of the second-year students, and only a few noble students, like Nick Brown, were in the first year, who were most likely just there for fun. There were nearly 200 students present. If carriages were arranged, it would be unrealistic to have one for each student, but at most 2 people could be carried. That was supposed to be 100 carriages, but now Murray Green hasn't seen a single carriage or even a horse. Just as he was wondering what was going on, the vice principal turned around, opened the door, and walked back to his magic tower, while the teachers behind him led the students into the magic tower one by one. Upon entering the magic tower, Murray Green looked him up and down, but then lost interest. He frequently visited the Stanley Ellis Tower, which was 400 or 500 meters high, so this magic tower, which was only 200 meters high, was definitely no match for it. The entire magic tower has over 30 floors. Half of the floors are used to store supplies, and the other half can easily accommodate 200 students. Payne DuPont led Murray Green into a large room with more than a dozen stone platforms, each with a cushion on it. Is this a place for meditation and cultivation? Before Murray Green could even ask a question, Mr. Payne spoke directly to them. Choose a spot, sit cross-legged, concentrate, and be ready to obey my commands at any time. He took the lead, choosing a central stone platform and sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Murray Green and the others then sat down around Teacher Payne. Okay, now start regulating your breathing and put yourself into a state of emptiness. Although they didn't quite understand, the students obeyed the order. Very good. Teacher, what are we doing? Before Murray Green could even ask a question, another senior student spoke up. Prepare for takeoff. Payne smiled mysteriously, calmly replied, and then continued. Now pour your magic down. How do you feel it? Just then, Murray Green felt an invisible suction force coming from below, acting on his magic and guiding it downwards. The suction force wasn't strong, and Murray Green could have interrupted it at any time. But upon hearing what Teacher Payne said, Murray Green not only didn't interrupt, but even mobilized his magic power and actively followed the suction force, pouring into the stone platform. As magic power poured in, the originally dark stone platform suddenly lit up with magical runes. These runes, like wires, connected to the stone platform beneath Payne. All the students' magic power gathered at the stone platform where Payne was, and finally moved towards the next floor. Under the magical influence of the teachers and students, numerous magical runes flickered on the surface of the magic tower, and a powerful force appeared out of thin air, lifting the magic tower. At first, the magic tower shook violently, and Murray Green thought it was an earthquake. But to his surprise, the 200-meter-tall magic tower slowly rose into the air. As he watched the things outside the window grow smaller and smaller, and the magic tower soar higher and higher, Murray Green's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. A 200-meter-tall magic tower suddenly rose from the ground and floated hundreds of meters in the air. The students of Ellis Academy and the residents of the city were all excited when they saw it. While looking up at the magic tower where Murray Green was, he kept calling his friends and family to come and see what was going on. Honey, come out and see the magic tower. These show-offs from the Magic Academy only know how to brag. Fighting is about real skill, not showing off. What are you looking at? Get on your horses now. Meanwhile, the students of the Warrior Academy who were gathering outside the academy also saw the magic tower rising from the ground, and all showed expressions of envy. Upon seeing this, Upton Ellis, the dean of the Warrior Academy, let out a cold snort that echoed throughout the arena, and then gave the order to mount up. The students of the Warrior Academy glanced at the tall, magnificent steeds beside them, then looked at the magic tower floating in the air, flying north, and sighed. Why doesn't this horse taste good anymore? Horse. Chapter 96 Northwind Fortress. Although the floating magic tower's flight speed isn't fast, it flies in a straight line through the air, and not only will anything in its path get hit by 2 fireballs, but even passing birds will be hit. They worked in 3 shifts, with a new batch of students providing the magic every 2 hours, flying for more than 10 hours, and covering more than 1,000 kilometers. After his shift ended, Murray Green stepped out of the room and stood on the lookout tower. The night wind high in the sky blew on his face, icy cold, but he took a deep breath, savoring the brief feeling of conquering the sky. Looking down, the entire earth lay beneath his feet, perfectly flat. Looking ahead, with the help of the moonlight, Murray Green saw 2 majestic and imposing figures. They are 2 tall, steep mountain peaks, standing side by side like soldiers, with a low connecting point between them. This low junction is none other than Northwind Fortress. In fact, Northwind Fortress is very large, but it appears quite small when compared to these 2 mountains. As the magic tower drew closer, despite the darkness of night, the Northwind Fortress revealed its true form to Murray Green under the moonlight and the ever-burning bonfire. The walls of Northwind Fortress are hundreds of meters high and 30 meters thick, stretching for 40 or 50 kilometers, blocking the gap between 2 high mountains and thwarting the savage orc's ambition to move south for thousands of years. Outside Northwind Fortress, the dense cluster of bonfires represents 200,000 savage orcs. This is Northwind Fortress. It's truly magnificent. The 200-meter-high floating magic tower slowed down and slowly approached the Northwind Fortress, while its altitude also decreased, preparing to land. Just then, a figure soared into the sky and arrived in front of the floating magic tower. But are they teachers and students of Ellis Academy? That's right, it's been a long time, Commander Carter. The wall on the top floor suddenly collapsed, and Vice Dean Gar Ellis, standing in the floating magic tower, greeted the Legion commander, who was flying in the air. Haha, it really has been a long time, Gar. Carter Powell, the deputy commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, laughed twice upon seeing the deputy dean, Gar Ellis, and flew directly into the floor where the ladder was located. The floating magic tower continued its descent, preparing to land. Meanwhile, Northwind Fortress dispatched soldiers to clear the landing site and guard the area, awaiting the tower's descent. Boom! With a loud rumble, the base of the floating magic tower made contact with the ground, shook a few times, and the magic array patterns on it flickered as it reinforced the connection. A few minutes later, when the floating magic tower stopped shaking, the magic runes on its body stopped flashing and finally returned to calm. The next day, after a night's rest, the feeling of being overdrawn from providing magic to the floating magic tower the day before disappeared. After stretching, yawning, and loosening his muscles, Murray Green entered a state of clarity. Everyone, follow me. Led by Payne, Murray Green and the others left the floating magic tower and entered the city behind the fortress. Behind Northwind Keep is a main city and 3 small towns, all built around the keep, because Northwind Keep is not only a defensive shield against the barbarian orcs, but also a bridgehead into the Northlands. In the northern grasslands, magical beasts roam freely, and all sorts of rare and precious materials abound. A large amount of mineral resources remain undeveloped due to the presence of savage orcs. Moreover, during times of peace, it is very common to trade and exchange goods with barbarian orcs. This led to a large number of mercenaries and merchants gathering here. Over time, with so many people coming for profit, main cities and small towns naturally formed. The atmosphere in Northwind City was tense. The streets were full of mercenaries carrying weapons, some of whom had their armor covered in blood, clearly having just come from the battlefield. Because of the barbarian orcs' attack on Northwind Keep issued many lucrative exploration and combat missions, which attracted many skilled mercenaries to Northwind Keep. These mercenaries are all ruthless and unruly, and they might even fight to the death over a few words. They are extremely vicious. However, when the teachers from Ellis Academy led the students past, the mercenaries made way for them, and no one dared to block the way. Are these the students who came out of that floating magic tower last night? Yes, someone so young dares to come to the front lines. They must be a student from Ellis Academy. What are these young masters from Ellis Academy doing here? On a picnic? Shoo, do you want to die? Although the mercenaries were hiding in the distance, secretly discussing things, the students present were all quite skilled mages with considerable mental strength. So they easily overheard these discussions, but they didn't pay any attention. They imitated the teacher's calm expressions, stood tall, and walked straight ahead. Soon, the teachers and students entered a military camp, where Carter Powell, who had flown into the sky the day before, was waiting with dozens of officers in military uniform. Vice Dean Gar Ellis strode up to Carter Powell, greeted him, and Carter Powell nodded, then turned to look at all the students. Let's begin registration. Upon hearing the Legion commander's order, an officer stepped forward from behind him, approached Murray Green and the others, and spoke. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Kingdom's 3rd Legion for this month-long combat training. We will register you in a moment. During the registration, you will need to provide true and specific information so that we can make your ID cards. At the same time, we also need to test your specific abilities so that we can assign suitable tasks to each of you. I hope you will take it seriously. The registration process went smoothly, and the testing process was also very simple. The officer in charge of registration asked Murray Green about his strength, and then Murray Green exchanged a few moves with the testing officer, and that was it. After registration, an officer assigned Murray Green a dormitory room. Unlike the dormitory rooms with multiple people in the dormitories that Murray Green was used to, Murray Green was actually given a single room. However, after asking other classmates, he learned that many years ago, Ellis Academy funded the construction of this military camp in Northwind City to facilitate students' training. Teachers' dormitory rooms are furnished with single rooms, and students' dormitory rooms are also available. If Ellis Academy does not use this military camp, the fortress can rent it out, with the rent split equally between the two sides. The next day, the students from the Warrior Academy arrived at Northwind Fortress, their journey taking them by surprise. The once empty military camp suddenly became bustling with activity. On the fourth day, after Corps Commander Carter Powell and Chief of Staff Upton Ellis held a mobilization meeting on the parade ground, Murray Green received a box from an officer. Upon opening the box, one finds two sets of standard military uniforms, a military manual, an identification tag, and a mission assignment letter. Chapter 97, Squad 35. On the first day of the training, Murray Green, fully armed and carrying a black box of weapons, arrived at a military camp as instructed by the mission letter and spoke to the soldiers guarding the camp gate. "Hello, is this the 3rd Army's Reconnaissance Regiment? I am Murray Green, a newly transferred personnel." Looking at Murray Green's youthful face, the gatekeeper was somewhat surprised. At first, he thought this young man was a noble prince visiting Northwind Fortress, but he didn't expect him to be a newly transferred recruit. So he asked with some doubt, "Have you received your ID card? Do you have it with you?" "I have an identification tag, and I carry it with me." Upon hearing Murray Green's reply and seeing the identification tag he pulled from his pocket, the soldier pointed directly to the main gate. "Go inside and turn right into the first office. That's the personnel dispatch office. They'll arrange everything for you wherever you go." "Thank you, brother." "It's all right. Are you a student here for training? You're so young. You look like you've just come of age." "Yes, I only turned 18 this year." The gatekeeper looked at Murray Green with surprise, unsure of what to say. So Murray Green said goodbye to the soldier and, following his directions, found the personnel dispatch office. After checking Murray Green's identification badge and mission letter, the personnel dispatch department sent someone to take Murray Green to his assigned squad. "Squad 35, Squad 35, your new teammates have arrived." Upon hearing this, the 4 burly men who were training on the playground immediately stopped training, quickly ran to Murray Green, and stared at him with puzzled expressions. "You're our new teammate." Murray Green touched his face, realizing he was indeed too young. "If I haven't made a mistake, then this should be it." "Wow, so young, what good is that?" A young man in his early 20s suddenly shouted and looked at the people in the personnel dispatch office with a dissatisfied expression. "Ahem, this is Murray Green, a student from Ellis Academy who is here for training. He is a magician." "What? A magician? Really? Authenticity guaranteed." A burly man in his 30s suddenly looked at Murray Green with shining eyes, making Murray Green feel a chill run down his spine. "Haha, thank you. It was worth it after writing reports for more than 10 days straight. You've finally satisfied me for once." The big man laughed loudly, patted the dispatcher on the shoulder, making him wince in pain, but he still kept smiling. "You guys get to know your new teammates. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." Watching the man rub his shoulder and walk away quickly, Murray Green's eye twitched, and he turned to look at his 4 teammates. A middle-aged man in his 30s, with a rather forthright appearance, was the squad leader, a level 2 soldier, named Below. The young man who initially disliked him and now has some doubts about him is named Marcus. The other 2 are named Mike and Edge. These are Murray Green's 4 teammates. "Hello, my name is Murray Green, a first-level perfect telekinetic master. Please take care of me." "Green, a telekinetic practitioner? Level 1 perfection? Okay. After a brief self-introduction, the 4 men had different focuses, but they all treated Murray Green with much more warmth and did not try to intimidate him. In the morning, Murray Green practiced with the 4 players for a while and then fully integrated into the 35th squad. "Our reconnaissance team's mission is not to guard the city walls. The combat location is in the Biss Mountains. We will patrol according to the reconnaissance routes set up above and search for the savage orcs. The 2 mountains beside Northwind Fortress, though very high and steep, are not entirely insurmountable for a savage orc, who is 2.56 meters tall and strong when fully grown. As a result, many small, scattered savage orcs would cross the 2 mountains and run to the rear of Northwind, keep to cause trouble, and even gather there to rob the supply lines. Their mission was simple. When they encountered small groups of savage orcs, they would report them or team up with other squads to intercept and hunt them down. When they encountered scattered savage orcs, they would intercept and hunt them down as well. In short, it boils down to one word: kill. Without the aid of city walls and fighting the savage orcs in close combat, the scout group consistently had the highest casualty rate, but also the highest battle merits. During wartime, a first-level soldier receives a basic monthly reward of 30 battle merits, plus 1 battle merit per day for each day of duty. If an enemy is killed, an adult orc receives 10 battle merits, which are distributed to the squad and allocated by the squad leader. The basic benefits for mages will be doubled. The squad leader determines the basic and attendance benefits based on the squad leader's strength and ability. 1 month in wartime is equivalent to a year in peacetime. Faced with this sudden war, the 4 members of the 35th Squad were very excited, because their purpose in joining the army was to fight. War is high risk, but high reward. It's better to be a mercenary than a guard in your spare time. You get more money and more freedom. The group of 5 rode to the vicinity of Mount Bis, returned their warhorses to the military camp, registered at the mountain entrance checkpoint, and then entered Mount Bis. Marcus, go ahead and scout ahead. Receive. Upon entering the mountains, squad leader Barlow immediately gave orders to Marcus. This young man, who initially looked down on Murray Green, did not hesitate after receiving the order and quickly stepped forward to scout the way. Let's keep up. By the way, Murray, our patrol is a bit fast. You're a mage, so if you can't keep up with us, just say so. We've never worked with mages before, so we're not familiar with their movement speed. Barlow turned to Murray Green and said something. Murray Green smiled and nodded in response to the special treatment he received from the squad leader. Okay, I'll try my best to keep up with your patrol speed. With that, the 4 of them quickly followed Marcus's pace and proceeded along the patrol route. During this time, Mike and Edge also replaced Marcus and took turns participating in scouting. The mountain path was rugged. Murray Green's physical condition was better than that of an ordinary person, but not as good as that of a warrior. So he used repulsive force from time to time to counteract his own body's gravity and barely kept up with the group. Barlow, the squad leader who had been silently observing Murray Green, was surprised to find that Murray Green, as a magician, was not spoiled but was able to keep up with them. He secretly thought he had struck gold. Whether it was luck or misfortune, after patrolling the mountains for a long time, we found nothing until the sun was about to set. Looking at the setting sun, Barlow raised his hand, halting their advance, and instructed the 3 to find a suitable campsite nearby to set up warning devices and traps. After doing all this, the sun cast its last rays and then disappeared completely. The bright moonlight couldn't penetrate the forest, and since no fire was lit, the surrounding environment was pitch black. However, the 4 of them seemed unaffected, skillfully moving through the darkness and huddling together. Marcus, Mike, and H, the 3 of you will take turns on duty. If anything happens, notify us immediately. Then he said to Murray Green, you should rest first and keep your energy at its best. Evenings in the mountains aren't peaceful. Chapter 98 First Kill of the Savage Orc. Murray Green took out a military uniform from the black box, placed it on the tree branch bed, and sat cross-legged on it, leaning against the tree trunk, feeling much more comfortable. The training period lasts a month, during which Webster Ellis will not be present. After the training ends, you can ask for leave to go home. His purpose in participating in this training was to go home, but Murray Green was afraid that Webster Ellis would not approve his request if he asked for leave directly. Although he was only a tutor and couldn't make decisions for Murray Green, he could get the Earl's parents to write a letter reassuring Murray Green to stay at the school and continue his studies. So he used Elizabeth Ellis as an excuse to come out first, regardless of whether he actually pursued Elizabeth Ellis or not. At least his stance was correct. Even the dean couldn't stop it unless Elizabeth Ellis explicitly announced that Murray Green was being eliminated. It's out now. I'm sorry. A general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders. He acted first and informed the authorities later. Since he was already there, it wouldn't be a big deal to take some time to go home and then go back to school. Because humans and savage orcs frequently clashed in this area of Mount Bis, there are very few magical beasts and animals here, with only a few birds occasionally flying around. Not far from Murray Green, Barlow had made a makeshift hammock out of vines and branches. Lying in the hammock, he looked at Murray Green, who was still awake. Murray, you're so young. Only recently come of age, a student at Ellis Academy, and a descendant of an earl. Why are you participating in this battle? To be honest, it was to go home, and incidentally to the battlefield, or, as the excuse, for Her Highness Elizabeth. Thinking of Murray Green, who always went all out with his act, he didn't hesitate to use that somewhat embarrassing excuse again. I came here for Her Highness Elizabeth. Elizabeth? There were 4 people in the tree. One looked puzzled, while the other exclaimed in surprise. The Elizabeth you're talking about, could it be the future Grand Duke of the North, Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis? That's right. Hearing Murray Green's unequivocal admission, the 4 exclaimed inwardly, wow, these nobles are really something else. They don't go shopping or send flowers when they're in love. They come to the battlefield to flirt. We just don't understand them. Is that why they aren't nobles? The 4 fell silent. Apart from a few bird calls, there was no other sound in the once quiet forest. Take a rest. If you don't take a rest now, you might not be able to rest later. Aki, do your job well and don't fall asleep. After a few minutes, Barlow stopped mentioning the matter, gave a few words of advice, closed his eyes, and regained his composure. Murray Green did the same, but he still released spatial feedback every now and then to put his mind at ease. The bright moon shone high, casting its silvery light, but under the layers of leaves, it was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But at that moment, a group of tall, dark figures suddenly appeared and ran wildly in such an environment. The rugged and complex mountain paths, the tree branches blocking their way, were as if they didn't exist for them. They didn't care at all and nimbly stepped over or dodged them. Mike, who had just taken over, suddenly opened his eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, and took a deep sniff of the air. A faint, fishy stench suddenly wafted over. Mike, who was on duty, drew his longbow with his right hand, pressed his palm against the tree trunk, and shook it vigorously, immediately waking up the other 4 people who were sleeping in the tree. Murray Green didn't sleep very well on his first trip into the mountains, so he sensed when Mike made any excited movements. There might be savage orcs lurking in that direction. Seeing that all the team members were awake, Mike immediately pointed in the direction where he sensed something was wrong. Upon hearing Mike's words, squad leader Ballo tightened his grip on the shield gauntlet on his wrist and gave the order to Marcus. Go and investigate the situation. Good. Wearing tight leather armor, Marcus drew his dagger, leaped down from the tree, and quietly went to investigate in the direction Mike pointed. Let's go down too. The 4 landed, with Barlow leading the way, Murray Green in the middle, Mike carrying a longbow and arrows ready to be drawn at any moment, and Edge wielding a 2-handed greatsword on either side, with the mage Murray Green in the center. Murray, just attack, we'll protect you. No problem. Barlow spoke to Murray Green, who nodded, and the group slowly advanced. Just then, a bird call rang out. It's Markar's signal. Just some ordinary, scattered savage orcs. Move in and take them down. Upon hearing the bird's call, Barlow immediately rushed forward, followed by Murray Green and the other 2. Soon, guided by Marcus, the 4 of them reunited with Marcus. 7 ordinary savage orcs spotted me and ran in that direction. Run? Don't even think about it. Marcus, the 2 of us will stop them. You 3 hurry up and chase after them from behind. I'm going to wipe them out. Barlow, who looked quite honest, revealed a sinister smile and led Marcus forward in a swift charge. As a level 2 warrior, squad leader Below moves incredibly fast when he goes all out. Only the wind elemental assassin Marcus can barely keep up with him. Soon, Baylor and Markars, who had caught up, engaged in battle with the orcs. Not long after, Murray Green and his 2 companions arrived at the battlefield. Baylor, with his shield and fists, was adept at both offense and defense, and he single-handedly disrupted the formation of 5 tall, savage orcs. Marcus, gripping his dagger, kept stalking the 2 savage orcs, though he appeared somewhat disheveled as he scrambled and rolled around. Upon witnessing this, Murray Green and his 2 companions, who had rushed over, immediately came to the rescue. With a roar, each, wielding his 2-handed greatsword, was about to charge toward Marcus, but at that moment, Mike, who had drawn his longbow, suddenly cursed. Fool, don't rush in. Protect the mage and me. Oh. Each stopped in his tracks, while Murray Green flicked his right hand, sending 2 spiraling sword-shaped darts flying towards the 2 savage orcs chasing Markars. This savage orc was tall, about 2.5 to 2.6 meters, with a blue body covered in animal skins. He had 5 claws, a mouth full of fangs, and 2 huge tiger teeth that were exposed. He could fight a tiger head-on, and his physical fitness was no less than that of a first-level warrior. Before the 2 savage orcs who were chasing Markars could react, Murray Green's 2 spiraling sword-shaped darts, carrying unparalleled destructive power, pierced through their chests, leaving bloody holes. After letting out a confused roar, the 2 savage orcs fell to the ground. Their powerful vitality kept them alive, but with their hearts ripped out, they could only silently await their death. Well done. Upon seeing Murray Green kill 2 savage orcs with a single move, Mike cheered and then shot an arrow at the savage orcs besieging Ballo. Chapter 99, A Sudden Turn of Events. Archer Mike had excellent aim, piercing the heart with a single arrow. The savage orc instinctively let out a scream, then was sent flying by a punch from below, crashing to the ground and never getting up again. Barlow, having gained the upper hand, was in high spirits. His shield and fists were both offensive and defensive. He struck the savage orc in the abdomen with both fists, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Murray Green casually threw a spinning knife, decapitating the orc. Good. Of the 7 savage orcs, 4 were dealt with in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3, seeing that things were not going well, no longer cared about attacking Baylor. They put their hands on the ground, used their limbs to exert force, and fled to the open space around them. Don't even think about escaping. Barlow took a large step forward and punched the savage orc in the lower back. The powerful punch broke the orc's back. Hiss! A scream rang out, and Below retaliated with another punch to its head, cracking its head, which was several times larger than a human's. Even the savage orc with its strong vitality died on the spot. Even the powerful Baylor could only stop 1 savage orc, while the other 2 fled quickly. But just then, an agile figure spun in the air and crashed into one of the savage orcs. As for the last one, Murray Green and Mike looked at it at the same time. Mike shot the arrow without hesitation. When Murray Green saw this, he lowered his slightly raised hand and gently flicked the arrow that Mike had shot with his telekinesis. The arrow, carrying immense destructive power, struck the last savage orc precisely in the back of the neck, its sharp tip piercing through flesh and blood, the entire arrow passing through its throat. Forehead. The intense pain made it want to scream, but when it opened its mouth, no sound came out. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, its eyes gradually losing their color. Haha, not bad, Mike. That arrow was simply divine. Looks like you've improved a lot lately. Mike scratched his head, also somewhat baffled by this divine arrow. It was dark, and there was some distance between them. In order to keep the savage orc at bay, Mike chose to shoot conservatively, aiming for the back, but the shot hit the orc's throat, which was indeed unexpected. Haha, just lucky. Well, every mistake has its advantages. What if it wasn't my shot that was accurate, but rather the opponent's catch? It's so convenient to have a magician around. He took care of these greens so easily. It wouldn't have been this easy before. Below was very pleased. After all, with a mage present, their squad's firepower had greatly increased, and both the amount of battle merits they could obtain and their safety would be greatly improved. That's true. Thank you, Murray. Just then, Marcus, holding a dagger, walked over, wiped the blood off the dagger, sheathed it, and looked at Murray Green with a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude. He was the one who initially disliked Murray Green the most, but unexpectedly, he was also the first to enjoy the benefits of being a wizard. As an assassin, he was not good at direct combat. Forcibly stopping 2 savage orcs put him in great danger. If Murray Green had chosen to help the captain first instead of helping him, he might have suffered more. Marcus, who came from a commoner background, was quite talented and became a level 1 warrior in his early 20s, so he was a bit arrogant. However, when he met Murray Green, who was much younger than him, he became somewhat unbalanced. After the battle, Marcus felt relieved. His opponent had easily dealt with the person who had put him in such a precarious situation. To challenge someone like that was like lighting a lantern in a toilet. It was suicidal. The other party has already shown goodwill towards me, so why not yield and cling to their coattails? Whether it's my future or my financial prospects, there's plenty to be had. It's all right. I'm just glad you're all right. Murray Green nodded and replied with a smile, then retrieved the throwing knives and darts. He used his telekinesis to grab them, gave them a strong shake, and the remaining blood on them was shaken off before they flew back into Murray Green's sleeve. After collecting the throwing knives, Mike and Edge also pulled out the fangs of the 7 savage orcs, carefully wrapped them up, and handed them to squad leader Barlow. Barlow took the fangs and carefully placed them close to his body. 7 pairs of beast fangs, 70 battle merits. That's really good. Barlow patted the placed beast teeth with some emotion, then looked at the 4 people. Murray Green performed very well in the battle just now, killing 3 savage orcs and demonstrating his strength. Let's renegotiate the distribution of the battle merits. Upon hearing Barlow's words, the other 3 nodded in unison, while Murray Green looked somewhat puzzled, but still nodded along with him. Murray and I will each take 30%, Marcus 20%, and Mike and Edge 10% each. This is my initial idea. Do you have any objections? Marcus was delighted by the distribution plan and was about to agree. He knew that in the past, the captain would get 50% and a stronger teammate would get 20%, leaving the 3 of them with only 10%. Now that the captain has given Murray Green 20% and also given him 10%, how could he possibly disagree? No problem. Mike and each suffered no loss, so they had no objections. Marcus, who benefited, naturally wouldn't refuse, so after the other 2 agreed, he quickly agreed as well. Then everyone's eyes turned to Murray Green. Faced with the gazes of the 4 men, Murray Green nodded indifferently and agreed. Upon joining the team, Barlow received the same profit share as the captain. Barlow was quite straightforward, so Murray Green didn't have any objections. Seeing Murray Green nod, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief and broke into bright smiles. Okay, Mike, clean up our tracks and head back. No need to deal with it. We have more guests. Before Barlow could finish making his arrangements, Murray Green narrowed his eyes, looked in one direction, and said something. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the four of them immediately became alert. Just then, several tall, dark figures charged towards the five of them. Upon seeing this, Aki let out a cry of alarm. We didn't just kill stray orcs, but scouts. The orc squad is following behind. What are you afraid of? They're just ordinary savage orcs. Charge. Charge straight ahead and break through the encirclement. As the captain, Below had experienced a lot, and, with his extensive experience, he immediately issued orders. H charges in, Mike provides support, Marcus roams to scout other areas, and I'll protect Murray. As he spoke, Barlow reached out his large hand towards Murray Green, intending to pick him up directly. Murray Green resisted and quickly dodged. Go straight for it, I can keep up. Although the other party meant well, with Murray Green empowered by the three forces, he could keep up with them in a short time, so there was no need to waste the fighting power of Barlow, a formidable general. Chapter 100 Fierce Battle. You Greens, your grandpa Archie is here. Aki, wielding a two-handed greatsword, charged forward with a loud shout. Mike quickly followed behind him, holding 3 arrows between 4 fingers and firing them 3 times in quick succession, releasing 9 arrows in the blink of an eye. When faced with Mike's flying arrows, the savage orcs who noticed them blocked or dodged them with their blade-like claws, while those who didn't notice them simply took the hit with their own bodies. The 3-arrow volley was not very powerful. Even if it hit, it only caused superficial wounds. Not a single savage orc fell. However, Mike's 3 volleys of arrows suppressed the savage orc's offensive. Well done, Mike. With a cheer, Aki stomped his feet on the ground and leaped more than 2 meters high, charging towards a savage orc who had been shot by an arrow. With a leaping slash, Aichi struck the savage orc's shoulder. The immense force of Aichi's own sword, combined with the gravity of the fall, caused it to slice through the orc's chest and finally pass by his waist. Such a heavy blow split the savage orc in 2. After killing the savage orc, Aichi landed, flipped over, and swept his arm to try to drive away the savage orc that was getting close to him. But the savage orc was not a pushover and could not be bullied. A savage orc lunged forward, its claws pressing down hard on Ichi's two-handed greatsword, and opened its blood-red maw to bite down on Ichi's head. Just then, Aichi vaguely saw something fly past his eyes and into the mouth of the savage orc, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Murray made his move. The thought flashed through Aki's mind. He raised his left hand and held it in front of his eyes to prevent the savage orc's blood from spraying into his eyes. He then took back control of the greatsword with his right hand, swung it left and right a couple of times, and drove away the other savage orcs around him. The savage orc that had pinned down his 2 greatswords spat out blood, then tilted its head back and fell backward. Aki stepped over its corpse and continued forward. After killing the savage orc blocking Ichi's way, Murray Green fired 2 spiral sword-shaped darts, then quickly applied the repulsive force to himself, making him as light as a feather and swiftly caught up with Mike's pace. Barlow, however, walked at the very back, looking toward Marcus. Marcus, how's the situation? Not good. There are more than a dozen green-skinned creatures behind us. Marcus, no longer caring about concealment, shouted loudly, followed by his frantic escape, with a large group of tall, savage orcs chasing after him. Damn it, we're surrounded after all. Although Barlow had prepared for the worst, he didn't want things to turn out this way. It's all right. There are at most 30 or 40 of them. They can't stop us. The situation was clear, and Barlow didn't wait any longer. He clenched his fist, let out a roar, and charged forward, quickly passing Murray Green. I'll clear the way for each. Marcus will come and get you right away. Okay. Barlow, a fierce warrior, entered the arena and shattered the knee of a savage orc with a single punch. Its knees shattered, and its body uncontrollably knelt down towards the ground. Drink. With a raised hand, he delivered a powerful upward punch straight to the savage orc's chin. The orc screamed and lay on his back, his mouth twisted grotesquely, making it impossible for him to eat. Then Barlow and Mike joined forces and quickly defeated the few savage orcs blocking their way, and the group of 5 escaped the encirclement. After escaping the encirclement, Barlow immediately pulled out a signal flare and fired it diagonally into the sky in the direction they had fled. Run. Once our reinforcements arrive, I'll teach those green bastards a lesson. Whoa. More than a dozen roars came from behind, and the roars kept increasing. Murray Green thought to himself as he sensed the approaching savage orcs behind him. So it turns out that magicians shouldn't go out until they've cultivated to a certain level, otherwise they won't be able to win and won't even have a chance to run away. Well, Murray Green sighed and reached for his waist. I originally intended to fight you as an ordinary mage, but instead I've been met with your relentless pressure and overwhelming force. I'm not pretending anymore. I am. Murray, come up here. Just then, Marcus ran up to Murray Green and grabbed him by the shoulder. With the repulsive force amplifying him, Murray Green's body felt weightless. Marcus casually grabbed Murray Green, tossed him onto his back, and then sprinted forward with Murray Green on his back. Thanks, Marcus. With Marcus carrying him on his back, Murray Green's feelings suddenly became somewhat complicated. You're welcome. Murray Green closed his eyes and said softly, keep 100 meters away from them, and we'll make a big profit today. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 spinning throwing knives hurtled towards the savage orc behind him. The savage orc charging at the front felt a blur before his eyes, as if he saw something flying towards him. Instinctively, he stretched out his sharp claws to block it in front of him. Clang! The throwing knife collided with the claw, making a crisp sound. It felt as if the claw had hit something, and its body froze. Another spinning throwing knife flew from the side and slashed across its neck. The savage orc felt a sharp pain in his neck and took 2 more steps forward, but soon he realized something was wrong, because it suddenly flew into the sky. Can I fly? Before its enormous but not very intelligent head could even process what was happening, its head fell to the ground. Behind it, a headless corpse took 2 steps forward, knelt down, and finally lay prone on the ground. Whoa! Seeing their companion, who was running at the front, die mysteriously, the savage orcs who witnessed the whole thing roared to warn their companion to be careful. But some things can't be solved simply by paying attention, like Murray Green's throwing knives. The palm-sized throwing knife, under Murray Green's control, spins at high speed, making it not only sharp, but also highly lethal. Ordinary savage orcs, without armor or weapons, are easily injured by a graze or killed by a touch. In the blink of an eye, 2 more savage orcs fell to Murray Green's spinning throwing knives. At first, Marcus didn't quite understand what Murray Green meant, but when he turned around and saw the 3 savage orcs being killed by Murray Green's throwing knives, Marcus looked extremely surprised. Then a surge of elation welled up inside him. Is this what a magician is like? They have such methods. It's truly amazing. Marcus then slowed his pace slightly, maintaining a distance of 60 or 70 meters from the pursuing savage orcs. Murray Green released a spatial feedback spell. As a level 1 perfected cultivator, he could use this spatial detection magic to detect the situation within a radius of 100 meters. 7 of them. Let's kill these 7 first. Upon detecting only 7 savage orcs 100 meters behind him, Murray Green immediately controlled 5 spinning throwing knives and charged forward again. As if saying, here we come. The savage orcs spun their throwing knives in the air, tracing graceful arcs as they hurtled towards the wary orcs. Chapter 101 Level 1 Savage Orc. However, just as it was focusing all its attention on the spinning throwing knife, suddenly, a spinning throwing knife with an extremely fast speed and a grayish surface sliced through its neck from its side and rear with lightning speed. This is a spatial enchanted throwing knife. Upon discovering their companion's death, the savage orcs, who had the numerical advantage, were enraged. They ran on all fours, their pursuit speed increasing considerably. You've angered them. It's just impotent rage. Speed up, they seem to be catching up soon. Murray Green replied with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Marcus quickened his pace, once again putting distance between himself and the savage orc. Murray Green also took the opportunity to use his enchanted spinning knives to kill 2 more savage orcs. Even though the savage orcs chasing after him roared in anger, they could only passively take the beating. Suddenly, a sound much louder than a normal beast's roar came, followed by a strong figure attacking from the side of the group. It's a level 1 savage orc. Upon seeing the figure, Mike shouted loudly, his voice trembling. Hearing this, the 4 men, including Barlow, changed their expressions drastically, realizing something was wrong. Besides resembling humans in appearance, the savage orcs also possess their own civilization, capable of fighting against humans, and of course, they also have powerful cultivators. Unlike human battle chi and magic, the training of savage orcs focuses on strengthening their physical bodies, making their physical strength surpass that of steel and adamantite, similar to magical beasts, but more systematic. In some aspects, their training methods can even rival the inheritance of the dragon race. With a body over 2 meters tall and a powerful physique, this savage orc moved faster than the level 2 warrior below, and soon closed in on the 5 people. He's just courting death. After Murray Green uttered those words, the enchanted throwing knife appeared in front of the level 1 savage orc. Faced with this elusive enchanted throwing knife, the level 1 savage orc truly lived up to his reputation as one of the best among savage orcs. Its body, like a snake, lunged forward, and the enchanted throwing knife aimed at his neck only severed a few of its fur. Rotation. The enchanted throwing knife, which had been dodged, traced an arc in the air under Murray Green's control, and then hurtled towards the back of the level 1 savage orc. This time, Murray Green's attack was much more cautious, but the level 1 savage orc, with its beast instincts, immediately sensed that even if the enchanted throwing knife didn't get close, the fur on its back would stand on end, indicating that this attack, even if not fatal, would severely injure it. He opened his mouth and let out a howl. Without stopping, he stomped forward and turned, slapping the enchanted throwing knife with his claw. The sharp, enchanted throwing knife severed the level 1 orc's prized claws the moment it made contact, and continued its advance. With his claws severed and the deadly throwing knife within reach, the level 1 savage orc gritted his teeth, raised his right hand with the severed claws, and held it in front of him. If it can cut through sturdy claws, then cutting through a savage orc's arm is no problem either. However, after cutting through the level 1 savage orc's claws and arm in succession, the enchanted throwing knife's flight speed and lethality have decreased considerably. Like a warrior cutting off his own wrist, the level 1 savage orc who had created an opportunity did not hesitate. He rolled over and once again avoided a fatal blow. Well done, but it's not very useful. The level 1 savage orc, still rolling on the ground, hadn't even stood up when a spiral dart shot straight out, turning into a streak of gray light and heading straight for its head. The level 1 savage orc, rolling on the ground, had a large hole punched in its head. Its brain had been shattered by a dart, and it died on the spot. Upon discovering that their leader had died without even encountering an enemy, the pursuing savage orcs howled incessantly, and their pursuit speed actually decreased considerably. They got scared, so we circled around from the side, using kite tactics to outmaneuver them. No problem. Upon discovering that Murray Green had killed a level 1 savage orc remotely, Marcus was shocked. He lost his focus and almost crashed into a tree. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, stepped onto the tree trunk, ran up the trunk 3 or 4 steps, and then leaped to the ground. Very beautiful. As long as I don't fall, the whole thing is a performance. If it weren't for Murray Green on his back, Marcus would have planned to do a few somersaults after landing. Otherwise, landing straight down would have looked rather abrupt. After landing, Marcus's direction of travel changed slightly. Instead of running straight with the 3, he ran in an arc from the side, shifting his direction from theirs. Marcus, what's going on? Why did you go off course? Come back quickly. Barlow's heart pounded when he realized that Marcus and Murray Green weren't following behind him, but he quickly found them and shouted for help. Upon hearing Captain Barlow's shout, Marcus was still thinking about how to respond when Murray Green shouted back at Barlow. Captain, I've already killed their leader. The rest are just small fry. I can kill them all. I know you've already killed that level 1 greenskin, but we still have more than 30 savage orcs following behind us. It's going to be tough. Being chased by savage orcs, Barlow was furious, but he absolutely could not agree to turn around and fight back. Because one man can't fight against many, even though he was stronger than a level 1 savage orc. If Barlow could break through when surrounded by 30 or 40 savage orcs, Mike and the others would not survive. It's easy. I'm a mage. As long as I keep a certain distance from them, I can kill them all without getting hurt. At this point, Murray Green wielded 3 throwing knives and launched a fierce attack on a savage orc. With 2 claws against 3 knives, there was bound to be some missed, so the savage orc, who was surrounded by enemies, was pierced in the throat by a throwing knife and fell to the ground dead. Barlow was skeptical of what Murray Green said. Although he had heard that mages were invincible if given enough space to cast spells, he was followed by more than 30 savage orcs. If he made a wrong move, he could still escape, but Murray Green and the others would be in big trouble. But in the end, Barlow gritted his teeth and gave instructions to Mike and Edge. You guys keep running forward and wait for reinforcements. I'm going to replace Marcus. As soon as he finished speaking, Barlow turned and ran towards Marcus and Murray Green. He quickly reached Murray Green, grabbed Murray Green's shoulder, and threw him on his back. Marcus, you and Mike, keep running and wait for reinforcements. Murray, since you're so confident, I'll go with you. I hope what you're saying is true, or you'll be in big trouble. To be frank, in this critical moment, Barlow disregarded Murray Green's status and stated his position directly. Don't worry, even if the magician's methods don't work, I can still salvage this situation. Murray Green replied confidently. Chapter 102 Movements from All Sides. As expected of a level 2 warrior, Barlow's running speed control was not only more precise, but even the shaking sensation during movement was less noticeable. This ride, Barlow's shock absorption is pretty good. If Marcus is a sedan, then Barlow is a luxury business sedan, with significant improvements not only in speed, but also in comfort. Therefore, Murray Green could devote more energy to the attack, and the 5 throwing knives danced in the dark forest like ghosts, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Faced with such a bizarre attack, the savage beastmen trembled with fear, lest they lose their heads in the blink of an eye. Before long, 6 more savage orcs fell, leaving fewer than 30 savage orcs chasing behind. Whoa. Just then, the savage orc who was frantically chasing Murray Green and his group slowed down and turned to flee. Damn, they escaped. Upon discovering that all the savage orcs had escaped his attack range, Murray Green immediately spoke up. Hearing Murray Green's words, Barlow was somewhat incredulous and quickly turned his head away. Although it was pitch black and he couldn't see very clearly, he could still make out the savage orcs back, and the figure was getting further and further away. They really escaped? The intelligence of low-level savage orcs is not much different from that of wild beasts, so when they have the upper hand, savage orcs will relentlessly pursue their prey. Looks like these green-skinned bastards do no fear after all. At this point, Barlow paused, his speed gradually decreasing. Murray Green, sensing Barlow's movement, quickly spoke up. Should we give chase and take a few more heads? After a moment of contemplation, Barlow regained his speed, which had been decreasing, but then he twisted his body and turned around on the spot. Our reconnaissance team's mission is to find and hunt down the savage orcs. Although we have already sent out the message, it is still very necessary to keep track of their escape routes at all times. Murray, this is a very important mission, and neither of us should be careless. Roger that, Captain. Murray Green smiled, closed his eyes, and pointed in a direction. Captain, I feel like there are more savage orcs running in that direction. Should we chase them in that direction? Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, other teams that were resting in the Abyss Mountains or searching for the savage orcs saw a distress signal rising into the sky and immediately rushed toward the direction of the signal. I wonder which squad sent out the distress signal. Another squad is about to suffer casualties. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and catch up. We've discovered an idiot. A large number of humans are definitely heading in that direction now. Reconnaissance in other places will be much weaker. Let's take a detour. A tall figure stopped running, looked up at the signal flare in the sky, immediately changed direction, and prepared to bypass the area and find another way to break through. Behind it followed hundreds of savage orcs. As Marcus and his 2 companions fled forward, they noticed that the commotion behind them had lessened considerably. Turning around, they were shocked to find that the savage orcs had escaped, and Murray Green and Barlow had actually taken the initiative to pursue them. Murray is truly amazing, a magician indeed. Marcus sighed, and Mike and Edge nodded in agreement. Although a mage corps was stationed in Northwind Fortress, they were only slightly higher in rank than ordinary soldiers, so they had no chance to come into contact with the group of men in the mage corps. Moreover, they often scout in the Abyss Mountains. On the front lines, they never witnessed the mages in action. All their information came from the taverns and from other soldiers' accounts. Therefore, in their minds, magicians are all very powerful, but they don't have a clear concept of what that means. Now, Murray Green, with his level 1 strength, easily killed a level 1 savage orc, drove away more than 30 savage orcs, and even dared to take the initiative to pursue them. They finally understood that no matter how eccentric the mage's temper was, or how many demands he had, there were countless people who wanted to team up with him. Because they are strong enough, who wouldn't want to team up with a strong person? The captain and Murray have caught up with them. What do we do now? Should we keep running, or go with them? Let's collect the spoils on the ground first, then follow them to pick up the savage orcs they left behind during their pursuit. Mike, your idea is brilliant. Aki slapped his forehead, his thoughts instantly becoming clear. His eyes lit up as he looked at the savage orc's corpse, rubbed his trembling hands together, and walked towards the nearest savage orc's body. A pair of teeth is worth 10 battle merits, and now those merits lie on the ground, left for them to pick up. I wonder how long this simple and blissful happiness can last. Sigh. I heard Murray is only here for a month of training. If he stays longer, we can gain a lot of merits by following him. I want to open a tavern then, drink and work at the same time. It would be wonderful. Aki deftly pulled out the savage orc's teeth, speaking with a face full of longing. Upon hearing his words, Mike shook his head. Murray is a genius student at Ellis Academy, the son of an earl, and a suitor of the future Grand Duchess. He may stay here for a long time, and his future achievements will be limitless. Will they be granted a noble title? Marcus suddenly said. I've heard of the Green family. Their territory is in the west, near the border. They not only defended their territory, but also carved out a piece of land in the territory of the savage orcs. They are particularly fierce. So now, the place in the entire north is the easiest to be knighted. Murray is the second son of Earl Green, and he will definitely go to the battlefield with his elder brother. In addition, with his strength, it is easy for him to be knighted. Now they are all fortunate enough to become cultivators. As long as they don't die in this war, they can gain good benefits, go home to buy some land, or open a shop, and make their future well. But in the kingdom of Laney's, only the nobles live the most comfortable lives. I really envy Murray. He actually has the opportunity to be knighted. Born into commoner backgrounds, their greatest dream was to be ennobled, but they couldn't even achieve the simplest of the two ways of being ennobled, namely, the meritorious noble title, let alone the fiefdom noble title that was like a local emperor. If Murray were to start his own business and choose to carve out his own territory, I would definitely follow him. Haha, do you think Murray is stupid? It's so comfortable following the family. You can easily become a lord and live a life of luxury. Why leave the family and choose to go it alone? Mike shattered Marcus's fantasy and told him to seriously search for the corpses of the savage orcs. If he missed even one, he would lose 10 battle points, which would be a huge loss. Chapter 103 Army Composition. Kill. Murray, kill him quickly. Oh, that one got away. At first, Below, who believed that killing one more would be a bonus and that caution was paramount, discovered that as long as the savage orcs entered within 100 meters of the two of them, they would die in no time. These savage orcs are tall and have physical abilities comparable to a first-class warrior, but their combat skills rely entirely on instinct, which might frighten some new recruits. But against Murray Green, without sturdy weapons or strong physical defense or agility, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in the face of his throwing knives. If, like at the beginning, they could rely on their physical strength and numerical advantage to withstand Murray Green's killing range and reach him, there would still be a chance of victory. After all, novice mages, except for those using the wind element, do have a fatal flaw in their mobility. But now, Murray Green, riding Barlow, has virtually no blind spots. So along the way, more than a dozen savage orcs had fallen on their path, and half of them were still fleeing. This made Below unable to remain calm any longer, and he took off running and chased after them with all his might. But the savage orcs had learned their lesson and realized that as long as they stayed away from Barlow and Murray Green, they would be safe. So the previously somewhat chaotic group simply scattered and dispersed, each group finding its own safety. Witnessing this situation, Below became extremely anxious. No matter how fast he, a level 2 warrior, could run, he couldn't possibly catch all of these savage orcs running around. Captain, there are more savage orcs fleeing this way. The remaining dozen or so savage orcs fled in different directions. To maximize the results, Murray Green immediately identified the direction with the most fleeing orcs. Good. Upon hearing Murray Green's directions, Barlow immediately carried Murray Green on his back and chased after him. Murray Green wielded 5 spinning throwing knives, turned, and flew towards the front of the two. Soon, a slower savage orc entered Murray Green's attack range. 5 spinning throwing knives attacked simultaneously. Before the savage orc could react, he was torn to pieces by the 5 knives, dying a gruesome death. Barlow, who was passing by, suddenly leaped over the unfortunate savage orc, and Murray Green took the opportunity to kill another one. The last one ran much faster than the other two, and Barlow couldn't catch up with it for a while. Run, you green-skinned thing. You think you can outrun your grandpa Below? With a furious roar, Barlow sensed that his speed had increased again. It seemed that Barlow was burning his battle aura. However, no matter how much Earth Attribute Battle Chi burns, it doesn't do much to increase speed, so the two can only slowly close the distance. I'll help you. The last savage orc was incredibly fast. Murray Green, who had been waiting for a long time, retrieved his throwing knife and used his repulsive force to its fullest extent, targeting Barlow. Suddenly, Barlow felt as if his body was weightless, and with a light step, he could travel a long distance forward, which filled him with joy. So he quickly closed the distance, and soon the savage orc who was desperately trying to escape entered Murray Green's attack range. Go to hell. Having been held up for quite some time by this savage orc, Murray Green was also somewhat annoyed. He threw a spiral sword-shaped dart at an unusually fast speed, hitting the savage orc in the head and shattering its brain. Barlow, looking furious, approached the savage orc, crushed its head with a single stomp, then put Murray Green down and pried off its pair of fangs. It's all because of these wretched creatures that we wasted so much time. Otherwise, we could have gone back and chased down a few more of them. After prying off the beast's teeth, Barlow opened the savage orc's head, took out Murray Green's sword-shaped dart, and handed it to Murray Green. Murray Green used his telekinesis to wrap the dart, cleaned it, and then tucked it inside his trench coat. Haha, not bad. The first 7, plus the 22 that followed, make a total of 29. Among them was a level 1 savage orc worth 50 battle merits. We got 340 battle merits tonight, without any losses. I guess that's not bad. Yes. Not only yes, it's fantastic. I never imagined I could earn over 300 battle merits one day. Barlow laughed uncontrollably, like a 200-pound child who had just received candy, almost dancing with joy. Barlow casually tossed aside the orc corpse in his hand, then turned to look at Murray Green, his eyes filled with amazement and delight. I've struck gold. I've really struck gold. This personnel dispatch office has finally satisfied me for once. Unlike last time, when they assigned a capable but brainless idiot. I was finally getting the hang of it when, while dealing with the corpses, he got carried away and had his brain bitten off by a savage orc who was pretending to be dead. The soldiers in this world are actually composed of a rather complex group. The best kind of soldier. These are soldiers from good families who took over after their elders served in the military, retired, or died in battle. These soldiers are the most loyal, and being from military families, they are also quite capable. However, training such soldiers is extremely difficult because the Lord must actively train them. Not only must they be given land and food, but when these people cannot get married or have children, wives must also be arranged for them. The kingdom's 3rd Legion only has a portion of these good family soldiers, who are the core team that the Legion commander brought from the Central Region. Now, they have mostly become officers and retired to the 2nd line. The second type is those who join the army at a young age, participate in military training and ideological development, and have good loyalty and discipline. After training, they can generally enter the main force. Most of the soldiers fighting on the front lines are actually temporary recruits. These temporary soldiers will be reduced or discharged every month for different reasons, so the army will release quotas every month to recruit soldiers to keep the troops in operation. When an emergency occurs, a large reward is offered to restore the army to full strength, and then a large number of missions are issued to mercenaries to handle minor issues. Therefore, the sources of these temporary soldiers who come for rewards are quite complicated. As long as they are physically fit and have no criminal record, they can join the army. After a month or 2 of training, they are sent to various units to hone their skills on the battlefield. Those who died received pensions based on their rank, compensation based on their war merits, or could choose to retain their war merits, which would be inherited by their descendants. Those who survived either received a reward and went home, or were promoted and given a raise, and joined the main force to receive formal military training, but would also be subject to military control. Their squads were all temporary soldiers, formed through assignments. Given that they were constantly fighting against savage orcs, any camaraderie might not have developed before the soldiers were gone. Or perhaps they were terrified by the horrors of the battlefield and submitted their discharge applications, leaving the military. Others may have felt they had gained enough on the battlefield and left the military with substantial rewards. The reasons varied. Therefore, the relationships between temporary soldiers are unstable and are maintained entirely by interests. As a result, Below has no nostalgia for his previous teammate, who sacrificed himself. Now, because of his sacrifice, he has gained a magician. He even felt a bit grateful. Chapter 104 Joy Turns to Sorrow. After dealing with the savage orc, Below looked up at the sky. Even if the distress flare could stay in the air for a long time, after burning for so long, it was now only a few afterglows remaining. Sigh? It's all that green-skinned creature's fault. It made us chase it for so long, and we've strayed far from our original patrol route. It'll probably take us a while to get back now. When they catch up, I will use all my battle chi, even burn it, to get back on foot, which will take quite a long time. After grumbling, a somewhat angry Barlow suddenly kicked the savage orc's corpse more than 10 meters away, sending it crashing into a tree. Blood splattered everywhere, making it look particularly gruesome. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's go back. Otherwise, Marcus and the others will be getting impatient. Murray Green reassured Barlow and turned to walk back in the direction they had come from. But before he had taken more than a few steps, he felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Murray Green quickly looked at Barlow and noticed that Barlow's expression was also a bit off. Captain, do you sense something too? My warrior's intuition sensed something was wrong, but I didn't actually find anything and thought it was an illusion. If you feel it too, then this is bad. One person's feeling that something is wrong might be a misperception, but if two people, a warrior and a mage, both feel that something is wrong, then there is definitely something wrong. He kept turning his head to look around, but everything was calm and there was nothing amiss. Murray Green had also used his spatial feedback several times, but he still didn't get any useful feedback. Now the problem is even bigger. Escape. Before he could finish speaking, Barlow grabbed Murray Green's shoulder and ran back the way he came. But after fleeing for only a few dozen meters, a series of low growls from savage orcs came from the side. Several level 1 savage orcs attacked from the side. The leader was faster and bigger, and was even carrying a weapon. Level 2 savage orc. A level 1 savage orc's combat power is comparable to 2 or 3 level 1 warriors. 3 level 1 savage orcs are enough to overwhelm and kill Baylor, not to mention that the leader is a level 2 savage orc, and there are countless savage orcs following behind them. It's over. Barlow's face darkened, and he decisively activated his battle aura, while Murray Green added a repulsive force to him, increasing Barlow's escape speed. Seeing that Barlow and Murray Green were running faster and faster, the level 2 savage orc, who had intended to easily take care of the two and then quickly cross the patrol line, panicked. As it charged, it raised its 3-meter-long bone spear, its arm muscles bulging. In the darkness, a pair of green lights flashed, its eyes fixed on the retreating figures of Murray Green and Barlow. Drink. The white bone spear in his hand transformed into a beam of white light, shooting straight towards Murray Green. Sensing the deadly danger approaching, Murray Green quickly reversed his repulsive force to meet the flying white bone spear. The repulsive force, combined with psychic power, dissipated upon contact with the immense power carried by the bone spear. What immense power! Through telekinetic feedback, Murray Green sensed the terrifying power of this level 2 savage orc. He grinned, then changed his strategy, using his telekinesis to press down on the head of the bone spear, pulling it towards the ground with suction. With this push and pull, the bone spear that had slipped from his grasp could no longer be controlled and plunged into the ground, its tip embedded in the earth. The level 2 savage orc first let out an incredible roar, then charged forward in a frenzy. Without the aid of repulsion, Below's escape speed decreased significantly, and he was quickly caught up to within 100 meters by the level 2 savage orc. Sigh? Forget it, Captain. If this continues, you'll be dragged down to your death. While you still have some battle energy left and can fight back, let's just kill them directly. ? Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Barlow showed a shocked expression. Brother, you're a mage, but only a level 1 mage. The opponents are level 2 savage orcs and several level 1 savage orcs. You're lucky if you can escape. You think you can fight back? Do you think you can fight back with your head? You're not a wind attribute warrior, so you can't outrun this level 2 magical beast. If I give you a repulsive force boost, you'll be attacked by the spear. If I don't give you a repulsive force boost, you'll be caught up quickly, and the chance of escaping is very small. Let's call for help. Even if we can't kill them, staying put and waiting for reinforcements is the best and last resort option. All right. Although he was very unwilling, Murray Green's words made perfect sense, and Barlow could not refute them. So Barlow placed Murray Green on the ground, took out a signal flare, and fired it vertically. Where are they? Where is the person who cried for help? Guided by the distress flare, a small team arrived ahead and lay in ambush on the road, waiting for the person who had called for help to escape so they could ambush the savage orcs chasing after them. However, after waiting for a while, they found that the signal flare was almost extinguished and the people who had called for help had not yet arrived. Captain, did that squad get caught while they were running away? The tall captain, clad in full iron armor and wielding a two-handed greatsword, shook his head slightly upon hearing his teammate's words, and then spoke. It shouldn't be. Since they fired the signal flare without firing it vertically, it means they have broken out of the encirclement. Once they break out of the encirclement, it's unlikely that the barbarian orcs can annihilate them all. If they can't outrun them, can't they just split up and run away? If even one person escaped, according to calculations, they should have reached this vicinity by now. As for the possibility that they had missed it or arrived too late, they had considered that, but after surveying the area, there were no traces of humans or savage orcs passing by. Neither side, caught in the middle of fleeing or pursuing, had the time or energy to deal with the traces, so they either went astray or failed to arrive in time. But the signal flare was flying in the air, so how far could it have gone? The most likely explanation is that it simply didn't arrive in time. Why don't we head towards the location where the signal flare was launched? At this moment, a team member made a suggestion. After thinking about it for a moment, the captain nodded in agreement, put on full iron armor, jumped down from the tree branch 5 or 6 meters high, and then rushed towards the location where the signal flare had been fired. Soon, the group of 5 found the savage orc lying dead on the ground. One of the team members immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting the savage orc in the head. Captain, this savage orc is dead. Whether it was dead before or pretending to be dead, it was really dead now. So the group strode over to the savage orc's corpse, turned it over, and looked at the body. Its fangs are gone. Right. The beast teeth of the savage orcs can be exchanged for battle merits, so unless it is in a particularly urgent situation, they will take the beast teeth with them. Chapter 105, Squad 17. Let's go. I want to see what kind of trouble they're up to. The group of 5 continued onward, occasionally spotting the corpse of a savage orc with its teeth pulled out. Seeing these corpses, the group members were all a little envious, as these were valuable battle achievements. The 5 of them moved quickly, and soon they saw Marcus and his 2 companions pulling out animal teeth, and they walked over quickly. Upon hearing the commotion, the 3 immediately gathered their beast teeth, gripped their weapons, and looked at the 5 people. They breathed a sigh of relief when they realized that the 5 were relatively short and not savage beast men. Hello, we are members of the 35th Squad of the 3rd Army Reconnaissance Regiment. May I ask which squad you belong to? The 17th Squad of the 3 armies. Now the 35th Squad only has the 3 of you left? Your captain. If I remember correctly, the leader of the 35th Squad should be below. The squad leader of the 17th Squad, Eve, remembered the name, recalled the appearance, and looked the 3 men up and down, but couldn't find below. Could it be that Baylor sacrificed himself, or that he lured away the pursuing savage orcs? The captain and a teammate went to chase the savage orcs. Pursue. Ifri's voice suddenly grew louder, and the atmosphere became much more tense. Marcus and his 2 companions were startled and instinctively gripped their weapons, looking at the 17th Squad with wary expressions. Your squad can handle these savage orcs, so why did you release a signal flare? What do you think a signal flare is? Playing house? You just release it casually. The 17th Squad, which rushed over after seeing the signal flare, was furious. They felt they had been tricked. Not only did they fail to ambush the savage orcs, but they also witnessed other squads reaping a great harvest while they themselves didn't get a single merit. Furious, Eve was somewhat out of sorts and gave the 3 of them a stern lecture. The 3 of them responded with wry smiles after hearing Eve's criticism. Actually, at first, we couldn't beat those savage orcs. We encountered a small orc team, about 30 or 40 savage orcs, led by a level 1 savage orc. Upon hearing Mike's explanation, the 5 men's expressions changed, and they all turned to look at Mike with expressions of doubt. There were 30 or 40 savage orcs, including 1 level 1 savage orc. Based on the team's strength composition, no team could defeat this orc team alone. The normal procedure is to send out a signal flare to call on nearby squads to gather and surround the enemy. So when the 35th Squad fired the signal flare, they immediately rushed to provide support, and at the same time, they came to surround and kill the savage orcs, prevent them from escaping Mount Bis, and earn merit points. Go on, we're listening. After saying this, Eve plunged his 2-handed great sword into the ground, gripped the hilt with both hands, and stared at the 3 with a scrutinizing gaze, bringing them a heavy pressure. After discovering that we were surrounded by this savage orc squad, the captain made a decisive move, leading a few of us to break through and escape, releasing a signal flare to create an opportunity for a counterattack. But the mage in our team is exceptionally skilled. He can control throwing knives and keep killing the savage orcs chasing us. Even a level 1 savage orc has died at his hands. Upon hearing this, Eve's eyes widened, and he stared at Marcus and the other two in disbelief. Wait, what did you say? A mage? There's a mage in your team. Well, although we were also surprised, the dispatch office did send a mage to our team during the day today. Although he was a student mage, he was quite strong and his methods were very ruthless. Ordinary savage orcs, no, even level 1 savage orcs, couldn't get close to him. No, why? Why do you guys have magicians? If Evelyn's mindset was somewhat unbalanced before, his mentality completely crumbled after learning that a mage had joined the 35 squad. Evelyn had never worked with a magician before, so he had only heard that magicians were very strong. Now he finally knew just how strong magicians really were. What would normally require 2 or 3 squads to encircle and annihilate an orc squad was actually routed by a mage leading only 1 squad, who was then able to pursue and kill them. Is this the terrifying power of a magician? I'd also like to find a mage teammate, but my team is currently full and the dispatch office won't assign any new members to my team, which is a problem. Thinking of this, Eve narrowed his eyes, which flashed with an eerie light, and glanced at his 4 teammates. Those who were looked at by him felt a chill run down their spines. Humph, you guys are lucky to have run into a mage teammate. Let's go. Since there was no point in trying here, they decided to lead their teammates back to their patrol line and continue searching for traces of the savage orcs. Call out. Just as the members of the 17th squad turned around to leave, a bright signal flare rose into the sky. Upon seeing this, Eve raised an eyebrow. Here we go again. Are they having a blast tonight? Is it another fake signal squad? But that location looks kind of familiar. Team leader. Upon seeing the location where the signal flare had risen, Marcus and his 2 companions' expressions changed drastically, and they spoke anxiously to Ifri. Captain Eve, that location is the direction our captain and Murray Green were chasing. It must have been their signal flare. They may have been ambushed and can't escape. Please, you must save them. Captain, that location seems to be right next to our patrol line. We just patrolled that area today. What danger could they possibly encounter there? One of the members of the 17th squad said this, and upon hearing it, Ivley snorted and ran in that direction. Let's go? Let's take a look. After Barlow fired the signal flare, he clenched his fists and bumped them together twice. The shield and gauntlets clashed, making a clanging sound, like a horn signaling an impending attack. Murray Green extended his left hand and placed it on Barlow's right shield gauntlet, silently chanting an enchantment spell. Soon, a faint gray light appeared on Barlow's shield gauntlet. I have cast an enchantment spell on your right fist. It will last for about 3 minutes. You must pay attention to the time. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Barlow swung his right fist twice, feeling his punches become much faster, as if there was no air resistance, making it very easy. Haha, Murray, well done. Having a mage teammate is such a blessing. Barlow, who was initially quite scared, gained a lot of confidence thanks to Murray Green's enchantment magic. At that moment, the level 2 savage orc pulled out the bone spear stuck in the ground, opened his blood-red maw, roared at the 2, raised the bone spear, and charged into Murray Green's range of 50 meters. Chapter 106, I'm not playing with you anymore. Seeing the level 2 savage orc charging straight at him, Murray Green's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like I've been too lenient with you. You're so arrogant. 2 enchanted spinning knives swirled around him as Murray Green stretched out his hands and suddenly jerked them forward. Double arc. The moment the hands were raised, the 2 throwing knives soared into the sky like 2 birds, tracing graceful arcs in the air, but their target remained the level 2 savage orc. Ouch! In the blink of an eye, the space enchantment spinning knife flew to the front of the level 2 savage orc. Faced with such a bizarre attack, it roared and thrust out its bone spear without hesitation. Murray Green's fingers twitched slightly, slowing the throwing knife that was about to strike. He skillfully dodged the level 2 savage orc's earth-shattering thrust, and, along the bone spear, aimed for its face. Upon realizing something was amiss, the level 2 savage orc gripped the bone spear tightly with both hands, gave it a sharp shake, and the spear bounced off and landed on the spinning throwing knife. The power of a level 2 savage orc was so great that even an enchanted throwing knife couldn't withstand it. After leaving a deep scratch on the bone spear, the throwing knife was deflected. Then it turned around and swung its spear at another throwing knife that had already reached him from behind. This time, the level 2 savage orc, with previous experience, rapidly flicked its bone spear, unleashing a flurry of spear shadows. Murray Green's micromanaged throwing knives were directly struck by its area of effect attack. The old orc. Upon seeing this, Barlow exclaimed 3 words in surprise, and then carefully examined the other person's appearance. It was tall and more robust than the average orc, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that its back was slightly hunched and its green skin had turned grayish, a sign of old age. It is an old orc with a wealth of combat experience. Barlow adopted a defensive stance and stated confidently, "Unlike humans, savage orcs have much shorter lifespans, only around 40 years old. However, savage orcs can reach adulthood at 7 or 8 years old, and at 3 or 4 years old, they can easily kill an adult man with their bare hands. So even though this orc is old and doesn't have the same stamina as when he was young, his rich combat experience makes him even more difficult to deal with." Looking at the bone spear that had fought alongside him for so long, now bearing 2 cracks after just 2 blows, the old orc's gaze towards Murray Green held a hint of apprehension. Whoa! Wielding his bone spear with imposing power, the old orc, like a ferocious tiger, continued his relentless assault on Murray Green. "Your target is me. You're quite clever. Normally, I might be interested in sparring with you for a while, but I'm not in the mood to play with you right now." Murray Green muttered to himself, while Barlow, standing beside him, was speechless after hearing Murray Green's words. "My brother, you really are my brother. What time is it? The enemy is about to kill us. Quickly use your throwing knives to attack. Stop bragging here." Meeting Barlow's resentful gaze, Murray Green stretched his shoulders, raised his head, and pointed his chin forward. "Why are you looking at me? Look ahead." Upon hearing Murray Green's reminder, Barlow turned to look at the approaching old orc, his face turning serious and wary, ready to fight at any moment. But just as Barlow turned his head, Murray Green drew his gun with his right hand at his waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The magic array on the giant python pistol flickered, and a beam of gray light shot straight toward the old orc's forehead. The old orc, sensing a deadly threat, widened his eyes and vaguely saw something shooting towards him. "Is this what will kill me? It's too small to block. I have to avoid it." Thinking of this, the old orc subconsciously moved his head, trying to tilt it to one side. Murray Green, who was prepared for this, suddenly stretched out his left hand, a gray light flashing incessantly on his hand, and slapped out, "Airstrike. Did I tell you to hide? Stand still right there." Just as the old orc was about to tilt his head to dodge the space-enchanted bullet, he suddenly felt his face being slapped. Although the slap was not very powerful, it could not break through his facial defenses. But this slap not only interrupted its dodge, but also stunned it. In the more than 30 years since it was born, it had never encountered such a strange thing. Oh no! The spatial enchantment bullets did not stop because the old orc was stunned. With the help of spatial power, they arrived at the old orc's forehead in the blink of an eye. Even the tough skin and skull of a savage orc, comparable to a level 1 weapon, are like a slightly old tofu in the face of a spatial enchanted bullet. Not tender, but not hard to chew either. Because of Murray Green's reminder, Barlow turned to look at the old orc and suddenly noticed that the old orc, who was charging towards him, froze for a moment, and then its head suddenly exploded, spraying out a large amount of red and white tissue from the back of its head. The incident happened so suddenly that the old orc's body hadn't even reacted yet. After the accident, he actually ran 2 more steps upwards. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the sudden roar that entered his ears, Barlow stared wide-eyed. What's going on? Could this be Murray's doing? Before he could even turn to look at Murray Green, he saw 6 level 1 savage orcs charging behind the old orc, 5 of whom had their heads explode. The remaining one, seemingly unaware that his companions were all dead, continued to attack Murray Green and Barlow. Until the old orc's corpse fell to the ground, the enormous inertia caused it to roll a great distance, until it reached a spot not far from Baylor. Looking down at the old orc who could probably beat him as easily as a child, Barlow felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat pouring out uncontrollably. Upon discovering that their leader had fallen to the ground and was not getting up, the last level 1 savage orc forcibly stopped, letting out a puzzled roar, and then looked around, only to find that his companion had also fallen to the ground. Woo! Terrified by the situation, the level 1 savage orc let out a pitiful whimper and looked at Murray Green with a look of despair. Murray Green put away the python pistol, took 2 steps forward, placed 1 foot on the old orc's corpse, and calmly looked at it. "Your leader and companions are all dead. You must be quite lonely up there. I'll send you down to keep them company." Before the words were even finished, the remaining savage orc tried to escape, but as soon as he turned around and took a few steps, His face froze as an enchanted spiral sword-shaped dart pierced through the back of his neck. The powerful spiraling force shredded half of its neck. Even with the savage orc's strong vitality, it couldn't catch its breath for more than a few minutes before finally stopping. Chapter 107 Follow-up. Barlow stared in disbelief at everything before him, feeling his worldview being shattered. Level 1, Level 2, Level 1, Level 2. His gaze kept shifting between Murray Green and the old orc, but when he looked at Murray Green, it was as if he were looking at a monster. Although I've heard of some geniuses who can defeat enemies across realms, I never imagined that one day it would happen to me, and I didn't even see what was going on. Barlow, who was having some existential doubts, had pale lips and an unusual flush on his cheeks, and his condition became somewhat abnormal. Ahem, I know you're about to say some words of praise, and I love hearing those, but there's a level 2 beast tooth and 6 level 1 savage orc teeth on the ground. Aren't you going to pick them up? Upon hearing this, Barlow immediately snapped out of his daze and discovered that the ordinary orcs who had been charging alongside the level 1 savage orc had all fled in disarray, while there were plenty of battle merits waiting for him to collect on the ground. He was immediately filled with happiness. Ha, as expected of you. Murray, you are truly a genius magician. While praising him, Barlow's hands didn't stop moving. He quickly pulled out the old orc's teeth, and then went to pull out the teeth of 6 level 1 savage orcs. Murray Green didn't move. Instead, he watched the retreating figures of hundreds of ordinary orcs as they fled, lost in thought. Finally, he shook his head and abandoned his plan. Should we still pursue them? When asked, Barlow, who was happily pulling out animal teeth, immediately shook his head frantically upon hearing this. I'm not going anymore. I really don't want to go this time. After a previous counterchase, he was ambushed again. Although Murray Green always manages to surprise him, he survives against all odds and manages to turn the tables without taking any damage. But doing something so thrilling twice in one night is enough. Any more, and Barlow feels like he'll die. They weren't killed by savage orcs, but scared to death. The two of us are outnumbered and outmatched. Although you are strong, there are hundreds of savage orcs running around everywhere. We can't catch many of them. It's better to consolidate our gains and leave these remnants to other teams to deal with. Without hesitation, Barlow pulled out all the signal flares he had on him and fired them all in the direction the savage orcs were fleeing. Several signal flares rose diagonally into the air, and the squads that were rushing towards the two men couldn't help but curse. Damn it, which squad is this, firing signal flares everywhere? If I find out, I'm going to report them to the commander and make them regret it. Two squads discovered that a signal flare was being fired at their position. Although they thought the squad that fired the signal flare was unreliable, they still lay in ambush and waited for news. Soon after, a dozen or so savage orcs, barely managing to maintain their ranks, appeared before them. Seeing the terrified orcs fleeing in panic, the team's eyes lit up. Hee, thanks to the nameless squad for the gift. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Let's kill. At a command, the squad suddenly sprang into action, catching the already jittery savage orcs completely off guard. That signal flare wasn't fired by your captain again, was it? The three who were rushing towards Murray Green and Barlow's location, along with the Ivy team, showed different expressions after seeing the spectacular barrage of signals in the air. Marcus and his two companions were extremely anxious. The situation looks very bad. Even the captain has started firing signal flares randomly. The Eve squad, however, was quite disdainful, thinking to themselves that the captain of the 35th squad, Barlow, was a fool, knowing that different ways of launching signal flares represented different meanings. The firing of this signal flare indicates that a large number of savage orcs are fleeing toward this area. Normally, when surrounded by a large number of savage orcs, one should fire multiple signal flares vertically from the spot to indicate that a large number of savage orcs have gathered there. Marcus and his two companions fled at breakneck speed, pursued and killed by several Murray Greens, ignoring the savage orc corpses they hadn't yet cleaned up. Soon, Marcus and his two companions saw Murray Green standing there deep in thought, carrying a black box on his back, and Barlow happily cleaning up the battlefield like a little bee. Team leader. Murray. Hey, Marcus, you three are here. Come on, lend a hand. This orc's tooth was knocked out, and I've been looking for it for ages. Let's look together and make sure we don't miss it. It's a level 1 savage orc's tooth, worth 50 battle points. Seeing the two men unharmed, Marcus and the other two looked on in shock, scrutinizing Murray Green and Barlow. Upon hearing Captain Barlow's words, the three instinctively obeyed the order and walked to Barlow's side. However, They quickly realized what was happening and immediately asked, "Captain, what happened here? Where are the savage orcs? Weren't you surrounded? How come there are only savage orc corpses left?" Aki transformed into a walking encyclopedia of questions, chattering on, leaving Barlow feeling overwhelmed. However, the answers to these questions were quite simple. Barlow looked at Murray Green. Moved by his action, all four of them turned to look at Murray Green. What? Murray Green, who was pondering his next weapon, felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by four strange gazes. He immediately snapped back to reality and asked a question. Young Master Murray is majestic, domineering, and handsome, with extraordinary strength, making him endlessly captivating. Although Barlow didn't say it explicitly, Marcus and his two companions immediately understood that Murray Green, their temporary teammate, had played a significant role in killing the orcs and driving away the rest. Of course, none of the three of them would have imagined that all the credit actually went to Murray Green, and their captain was just a bystander. What's going on? Just then, the 17th squad, who had been following behind, arrived. However, when they saw the corpses of several savage orcs and Murray Green and Barlow, who had no obvious wounds, they were surprised to find that Murray Green and Barlow had not been injured. I couldn't help but ask a profound question. You are Evelyn. Upon seeing the leader, Barlow narrowed his eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and recognized his identity. Haha, Evelyn, thank you for coming to our aid. Fortunately, we have a strong teammate today who helped us out of danger. After laughing twice, Barlow quickly walked up to Evelyn, gave him a brief explanation, and then spoke to Murray Green. Murray, this is the captain of the 17th squad, Ifri. Ifri, this is our squad's mage, Murray Green. Murray is very strong. Thanks to him. Otherwise, it would be a question whether I would survive tonight. Eve carefully examined Murray Green. Dressed in strange clothes and carrying a large black box whose contents were unknown, he certainly looked like a magician. He was handsome, and most importantly, he looked very young. Chapter 108, The Squad's Transformation. Thanks, bro. It's alright, you guys hurry up and chase after them. Otherwise, all the savage orcs will be hunted down by the other teams, and you won't have caught many. It would be a waste of your efforts. After bidding farewell to Below, Ifri immediately led his entire squad in a hurried pursuit of the fleeing savage orcs. 1 level 2, 7 level 1, 29 ordinary savage orcs, 200 level 2, 50 level 1, totaling 840 battle merits. This number of battle merits was something their squad might not be able to accumulate even after patrolling Mount Bis for half a year, and they might even suffer casualties. However, on the first night Murray Green joined, he racked up 840 battle merits without taking any damage. Faced with this astonishing number, the four members of Barlow looked at Murray Green with complicated expressions. If your teammates are great, you can rely on them. But now, it seems like it's no longer about whether your teammates are great or not. One god carried 4 noobs, the god got a pentakill, and they just swept through. It seemed like the other 4 didn't even get a chance. No, it can also be used as a mount. Barlow and Marcus felt a little relieved. Lord Murray, the 4 of us discussed it together and decided that the more effort one puts in, the more battle merits one should receive. We need to revise the battle merit distribution ratio for our squad. After collecting the spoils and returning to their original encampment, Barlow, looking quite emotional, approached Murray Green and respectfully said. Upon hearing Barlow's words, Murray Green smiled and nodded in response. Captain, how do you plan to revise the battle merit distribution ratio? After tonight's events, the 4 men, who initially had a somewhat senior attitude, became extremely respectful towards Murray Green. This was a transformation brought about by their increased strength. Given Murray Green's personality, he wouldn't deliberately flaunt his abilities, but he also wouldn't force himself to be low-key, never retaliating or fighting back, adopting a submissive attitude. Just like when Joanna Stewart made a move to test the waters at Elizabeth Ellis's dinner party, Murray Green didn't want to make a special impression. But if Joanna Stewart wanted to use the guise of testing him to make a move on him, Murray Green wouldn't tolerate it and let her have her way. In these mountains, Murray Green wouldn't hold back his strength to hide it. So far he's been performing normally. It's just that his opponents are too weak to warrant him taking out the treasures from his box and getting serious. Even so, Murray Green's performance was simply astounding to the 4 Barlows. Although they wanted to fawn over him, they still maintained some dignity as teammates. Here's the thing. Tonight we gained 840 battle merits, but basically all of them were earned by you. So I'm going to shamelessly ask you to take 80% of all the battle merits, including those from tonight. After saying this, Barlow looked at Murray Green cautiously, afraid that Murray Green would disagree with the distribution plan. Although it seemed like the four of them would split the profits in half, it was still a considerable amount. Upon hearing Barlow's words, Murray Green shook his head, which chilled Barlow to the bone. He opened his mouth to change the percentage from 20% to 10%, but Murray Green spoke first. I am a mage. As long as the enemy hasn't gotten close, they are just targets to me. Tonight, although I killed the vast majority of the savage orcs, without your help, I would have had to spend several times more effort to deal with them. At this point, Murray Green paused. His heart, which had calmed down slightly from what he had just said, suddenly tightened again. Not far away, the three people who were starting a fire also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. So, you take 40%, and I'll take 60%. Really? X4. As soon as Murray Green said this, all four of them spoke at the same time, but Murray Green just smiled and shrugged in response to their questions. What benefit would I get from lying to you? Alas, I am extremely grateful, Lord Murray. Barlow expressed his gratitude to Murray Green with a face full of excitement, and Murray Green did not refuse their thanks, but simply replied with a smile. It's all right, as long as you protect me from now on. Absolutely. With such a fierce mage around, if he doesn't stick with a powerful patron, is he going to go out begging for food? Even though he was only a level 2 warrior, Barlow was incredibly excited at this moment, showing no sense of superiority as someone who was a level above him. Haha, the fire is ready. Boil some water and make Lord Murray a cup of tea. Marcus and I will go hunt some game so that Lord Murray can taste my cooking and have a midnight snack. No need to call me sir, just call me Murray. Yes, Lord Murray. Marcus grinned mischievously with a straight face, looking quite pleased with himself, and then walked around with Mike, searching for prey. Seeing the three of them busily working without consulting him, Barlow's expression became complicated. These three didn't even consult with me. They clearly don't respect me as their team leader. Furthermore, they didn't assign me any tasks. What should I do? Shoulder massage? Thigh pounding? At this moment, Barlow deeply resented that he wasn't a woman, because he couldn't do these things. If they were in a fortified town, he could arrange everything perfectly for Murray Green, ensuring he was well taken care of. But now, in this desolate wilderness, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Before Barlow could come up with a solution, Murray Green glanced at him, then turned his attention back to the campfire. Why couldn't we start the fire before, but now we can? Upon hearing such a simple question, Barlow immediately answered. Because the Abyss Mountains are the battlefield where we fight the savage orcs, and the two sides are secretly clashing here, so concealment is very important. If you light a fire at night, it will easily reveal your location, making you vulnerable to being bypassed or surrounded by savage orcs. At this point, Barlow looked seriously at Murray Green and said, But now, after the previous battle, the savage orcs around us are either being besieged by other squads that have heard the news, or they have already gone far away. At this time, there are not many savage orcs around us, and this place is already our territory. Even if there were, with a mage like you sitting here, coming here would just be like offering yourself up as food. Of course, Barlow only said the last sentence to himself. Not long after, Archie brought over 2 cups of tea, each made of wood. Murray Green and Barlow chatted while drinking the tea. However, it was usually Barlow who did the talking, while Murray Green listened attentively, nodding and smiling from time to time. Although Barlow, who came from a commoner background, was not very knowledgeable, he was able to cultivate to the level of a second-level warrior without the support of his family, and he had experienced a lot. Moreover, the perspective of commoners does indeed differ from that of nobles. As he narrated, Murray Green's understanding of the world gradually became richer. Marcus returned quickly, carrying 2 pheasants. Together with they began preparing them. One was grilled, and the other was stewed. Haha, here comes the chicken soup. Chapter 109 Army Logistics Department. The next morning, Murray Green opened his eyes, rubbed his eyes, and climbed out of the wooden hammock covered with 3 layers of leaves. After getting up, a wooden basin filled with warm water was placed under the tree for Murray Green to wash up. After washing up, Murray Green had breakfast, fried quail eggs with mushroom and chicken soup, and some fruit that he couldn't identify. It was probably wild fruit, but it tasted good, sweet and sour. After a good night's sleep and a hearty meal, Murray Green's mental energy, which had been greatly depleted in the battle the night before, was restored. His eyes were bright and alert, and he was full of energy. Life here is not much different from what we did at home. At home, Murray Green had his personal valet Jim to handle everything. He only needed to arrange and enjoy the services. Now, thanks to the arrangements made by Barlow and others, Murray Green is actually enjoying the feeling of home in the Biss Mountains. Murray, how's breakfast? It's just a shame it's a bit lacking in oil. Otherwise I could have fried the quail eggs until they were golden and crispy, which would have made them even more delicious. It's very nice, it tastes like home. After giving his praise, Murray Green looked up at the sky and watched the sun rise. The brilliant sunlight shone through the trees, creating a beautiful scene that showed no trace of the murderous intent that had lurked the night before. At this point, Barlow, having finished packing his things, looked at everyone and, finding them all ready, led his group to continue along the patrol route he had been assigned. On the 5th day, the 35th Squad, having completed their patrol, returned to the fortress with smiles on their faces and arrived at the Army's logistics department. The Army Logistics Department was located in a small town behind the fortress. It was a huge 5-story building covering tens of thousands of square meters and over 50 meters high. Next to it was the garrison of the main force of the 10th Army. Entering the logistics department's lobby, it was bustling with people, but Murray Green, judging from their uniforms and demeanor, didn't think they were soldiers, but rather, the first floor of the logistics department is responsible for issuing and handing over tasks to mercenaries. Some tasks are not difficult or urgent, but they are more complicated and fragmented. Sending regular soldiers would not be worthwhile, so these tasks will be transferred here to these mercenaries to handle. Seeing the puzzled look on Murray Green's face, Barlow quietly explained it to him. Murray Green glanced around and saw a row of counters directly opposite the entrance, where mercenaries would exchange tasks and collect their rewards. On either side of the hall were 2 rows of wooden walls, with many tasks displayed for mercenaries to choose from. Every now and then, staff members would pick up some tasks, categorize them, and hang them in different areas. When they saw a good task, someone would immediately take it down, and there would even be a lot of arguments over tasks. However, within the logistics department's territory, no one dared to make a move, and even when arguing, they had to be careful with their voices. As for the task, naturally, it goes to whoever is fastest. Unlike regular soldiers' combat merits, mercenaries' mission rewards are coins. Combat merits can be exchanged for coins, but coins cannot be exchanged for combat merits. After watching the commotion for a while, the group quickly went up to the 2nd floor. Unlike the bustling 1st floor, the 2nd floor was much quieter, and all the people there were regular soldiers. This is where soldiers hand over their missions and exchange their battle merits. The 35th Squad of the 3rd Army Reconnaissance Regiment has completed its patrol mission and is now handing over the duties. Please verify. Barlow picked an empty counter, let a few people over, took out a roll of animal hide map from his clothes, and opened the map. It was their patrol route map. Okay. The office worker was a pretty young woman in her early 20s, dressed in military uniform. She took the map with a smile and laid it flat on the counter. She reached out and stroked the animal hide map, and magical runes lit up on the counter. Murray Green's eyes lit up when he saw the magic runes. This is an information transmission magic array that only a level 5 magic array master can set up. Weapon refiners learn to inscribe parts of magic arrays to create or enhance the power of weapons. However, some magicians choose to specialize in magic circles, using them with unparalleled skill, and even creating new magic circles. These are magic circle masters. You can fight with a magic circle master, but you can't challenge a magic circle master to a duel. A magic array master who devotes a lot of energy to the research of magic arrays may not be as good as an ordinary magician of the same level in terms of combat power, but given enough time, after setting up a magic array, he may even be able to confront and defeat a combat magician head-on. This information transmission magic circle is like the computer and network of the last world. The entire Northwind Fortress has many magic circles built up over countless years by a group of magic circle masters. In addition to the defensive and offensive magic circles, there is also an information transmission magic circle, which is a super large magic circle group that connects the information of the entire Northwind Fortress. Not only can it transmit the battle situation of a certain section of the city wall to the commander in real time, making it convenient for him to arrange the deployment of troops, but it can also record the soldiers' battle achievements and positions. In short, it is very convenient. Ellis Academy also has a large information transmission magic circle, and soldier cards and student cards have similar functions. Shortly after the patrol map was uploaded, the magic circle's light flickered slightly, though its color changed somewhat. Handover complete. Sirs, you have completed your missions very well. The mission reward is 50 battle merits. Squad leader, Please give me your soldier's tag so I can record the battle merits under your name. The office worker looked up at the 5 people, and when her gaze fell on Murray Green, she was captivated by his young and handsome face. Taking a deep breath, the office lady smiled even more sweetly and spoke in a more friendly tone. Of course, if the battle merits have already been distributed, then you can all hand over your soldier tags to me, and I can process your battle merit levels accordingly. Forehead. Seeing that the office worker had suddenly become gentle and easygoing instead of being strictly businesslike, the 4 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Those who can work as office staff in the logistics department either have elders in their families who are military officers or come from well-off families, and have had a lot of contact with military officers and have been admired by many. Therefore, their standards are exceptionally high. Ordinary officers don't even meet their approval. So when have they ever been so gentle with us ordinary soldiers? The 4 men carefully observed the woman and noticed that although her gaze was directed at them, she was also stealing glances at Murray Green from time to time, revealing the reason for her change in attitude. Even though Murray Green's attention was mostly focused on the information transmission magic circle, his keen senses allowed him to immediately notice the office woman's peeping behavior. Murray Green smiled inwardly, but his expression didn't change much because he was already used to this situation. Sigh. Being too handsome is a problem. I guess I'll just stick to being a quiet, handsome man. Chapter 110, Exchanging Battle Merits. No rush. We still have some beast teeth to submit. Could you please help us exchange them for battle merits? Barlow carefully pulled a large bag from his pocket, opened it, took out 2 cloth bags, placed them on the counter, and opened them. One of the bags contained a pair of level 2 savage orc teeth. Another bag contained the teeth of a level 1 savage orc, while the last large bag was full of the teeth of ordinary savage orcs. Seeing the pile of animal teeth in front of her, Riva carefully examined the 5 of them, including below. That's right, it's a team of 5. With so many animal teeth placed in front of her, she thought they were spoils of war from a company or battalion. Riva first placed the level 2 savage orc's teeth on the platform, and the magic circle flashed. After verifying the contents, Riva took out a wooden box, packed it up, and repeated the process with the remaining animal teeth. So soon, the battle merits of the 35th Squad were calculated, and with the patrol missions included, the total battle merits were 1,820. Hearing the number, although they were mentally prepared, the 4 of them still felt dizzy and lightheaded when they were about to receive it, saying that they were overwhelmed by happiness. Just like 1,000,000,000 yuan, you might not feel anything when you hear it, but you can only feel the shock when real money is placed in front of you. At this moment, it was time to transfer money into the bank account, and even Murray Green was somewhat excited. The 5 lords have a total of 1,820 battle merits. Should they be recorded directly in this captain's identity card, or separately? The other teams around them, who were also submitting their battle achievements, all turned their surprised gazes toward the 35th Squad after hearing Riva's words. It turned out to be just a small team. They actually managed to accumulate so many military achievements. This surprised them even more. Record them separately. Here, miss, please record 60% of the battle merits on the identity plate of this noble mage, Lord Murray. Squad leader below seemed oblivious to the people around them scrutinizing them, and spoke excitedly. Murray Green calmly met the gazes of those looking at them. Even among level 2 warriors, few could withstand his scrutiny. Realizing that Murray Green was no ordinary man, and with Barlow's words added to the mix, those who had been watching the spectacle, and even some who were envious, mostly turned their attention back to their own business. Wow, this handsome young man is not only a magician, but also a descendant of nobility. That's amazing. As Murray Green approached her, Riva felt a flutter in her heart, and a bright smile appeared on her lips. Hello, my name is Riva. It's a pleasure to serve you, Lord Murray Green. Hello, Riva, just call me Murray. Could you please record my battle achievements for me? Thank you. Murray Green placed his ID card on the counter. Hee, not at all. It's just my job, no need to thank me. With a broad smile, Riva placed Murray Green's identity card on the platform and manipulated the magic circle to transfer 1,092 battle merits onto Murray Green's identity card. Murray, I just heard your captain say that you are a magician and a student from Ellis Academy, who is here for training. Yes, have you met my other classmates? In response to Murray Green's question, Riva nodded. In the past few days, many students from Ellis Academy have come to hand over missions and exchange battle merits, but they are all warriors. You are the first mage I have seen. Chatting with Murray Green, Riva felt that her work was no longer boring. I've heard from others that the vast majority of students from the Magic Academy are assigned to the fortress walls, where they stand guard, cast spells, and attack the savage orcs. Why did you join the reconnaissance team and patrol the mountains with them? Because I am a telekinetic practitioner, joining the reconnaissance team is the only way I can fully unleash my abilities. Murray Green said, without hesitation. As a dignified spatial combat technique, of its 3 spatial skills, only airstrike can be considered an offensive spell. Although it is very useful, its destructive power is not great. For the thick-skinned savage orcs, it is only slightly better than tickling them. Wow, you're a telekinetic master. I've heard that telekinetic masters are the strongest among magicians. Are there many magicians who are no match for you? Riva's eyes sparkled brightly, making Murray Green chuckle, and he said softly, in the first tier, there shouldn't be many people who can defeat me. With a level 1 perfect magic power, a level 1 telekinetic skill set fully equipped, 3 level 1 spatial spells, 3 basic combat skills, plus equipment he crafted himself, Murray Green didn't think anyone could defeat him at level 1, but he still chose to keep a low profile. Although Murray Green spoke very softly, everyone who came to hand over the mission was a cultivator. So many people around still heard Murray Green's words. After spending these past few days with Murray Green, Barlow and his 3 companions felt that Murray Green's assessment was correct. The other level 2 and above people, although they felt that Murray Green was a bit arrogant, did not pay much attention to it. Boys are just bragging in front of pretty girls. Don't take it seriously, because they do the same thing all the time. If they had a couple more drinks, even the King of Heaven would kneel down to them. The first level players were somewhat annoyed, as they were the ones being compared, but thinking of Murray Green's look earlier in his name, they could only choose to endure it. Hearing Murray Green's calm, yet domineering words, Riva's eyes lit up. Handsome, sweet-talking, of noble blood, a magician, and incredibly powerful. I'm in love, I'm so soft, so soft. At that moment, in Riva's eyes, Murray Green seemed like a god descended to earth, radiating golden light, making Riva feel weak all over and incredibly excited. Hee hee. Murray, your battle record is complete. Here, take your identification token, please keep it safe. After taking notes, Riva carefully picked up Murray Green's ID card and handed it to him. Murray Green reached out to take it, but Riva gently covered it with both hands. After placing her identification card in Murray Green's hand, Riva secretly touched his palm twice. Murray Green's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've been taken advantage of. Thank you. Murray Green remained expressionless, thanked Riva, put away his identity token, and stepped back 2 paces to make way for her, amidst Riva's slightly disappointed gaze. My turn, Miss Riva. Could you please process my battle merit record? Thank you. After Murray Green finished dealing with the matter and stepped aside, Barlow walked forward excitedly, placed his identification card on the platform, and respectfully addressed Riva. For some reason, Barlow noticed that Riva, who had been all smiles, was changing her expression from a bright smile to a formulaic one at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 111 Power Gauntlets. Although Riva had lost her enthusiasm and gentleness, she still handled the war merit records for the 4 people in a professional manner. With Riva looking on with reluctance, the group said goodbye to her and went up to the 4th floor. Murray, if you come to the logistics department and don't visit the weapon exchange area on the 4th floor, you've wasted your trip. When I have nothing to do, I like to browse around here. Although I can exchange for most of the weapons there, it doesn't stop me from taking a look and satisfying my craving. Behind the Northwind Fortress front, a city and 3 towns were built. In order to quickly provide support to every corner of the fortress, logistics offices were set up in these 4 places. All 4 logistics offices are 5-story buildings. Except for the one in the main city of Beifong, which is taller and larger, the other 3 are about the same. The functions are similar. The 1st floor is for mercenaries to hand over missions. The 2nd floor is for exchanging battle merits. The 3rd floor is for applying for supplies. The 4th floor is for exchanging weapons. And the 5th floor is for exchanging cultivation methods. They were just a small team, and it wasn't Below's turn to go to the 3rd floor to apply for supplies. Usually, at the very least, it was the captain who came here to apply for the supplies for the month, while their small team applied to their superiors. So Barlow never went to the 3rd floor, but although he didn't go to the 3rd floor, he was a regular on the 4th floor, because that's where he could exchange weapons. As a soldier, who wouldn't want a good weapon? And here, the best weapons in the entire army are gathered, available for soldiers to exchange. If the 1st floor is a vegetable market where mercenaries pick and choose, then the 4th floor is a weapons exhibition hall. Upon entering the 4th floor, Murray Green saw many soldiers viewing weapons, all of which were arranged in different display cases according to type and grade. All the weapons are graded, and each weapon has its own display stand with a piece of paper hanging on it that describes the weapon. Next to the display stand is a price tag. Looking up, all sorts of weapons and equipment came into view. Swords, spears, halberds, longbows, crossbows, full armor, chainmail, and more. Murray Green looked around twice, his brow furrowed, and asked a question. Why are all the weapons and equipment for warriors? Where are the mages' weapons and equipment? Forehead. Barlow, who was looking excited, suddenly stopped in his tracks and realized that Murray Green was not him. The other party was a magician and needed magical equipment, not weapons. Well, the weapons and equipment of mages are managed by the Northwind Fortress Mage Corps, so if you want to exchange for something, you have to go to the mage's residence in the main city, the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower? When do I have time to go and take a look around, see if I can find anything? Murray Green muttered to himself, then declined the suggestion to head to the Mage Tower immediately, choosing instead to accompany the four of them to the weapon exchange area. Some of the weapons here were inscribed with magic circles. Murray Green looked at these magic circles, tested himself, and felt that he had learned a lot. Just then, Barlow stopped in front of a pair of brown boxing gloves. Power gloves. Level 2 weapons. Forged from a mixture of orogeny, magic iron, and 1000 refined steel, and reinforced with a level 2 power amplification magic array. It is incredibly sturdy and can enhance the user's power. Manufacturer. Level 3 refiner Harlan Horus. Price. 180 battle merits. Barlow's weapon is a gauntlet, which is a relatively uncommon weapon that ordinary blacksmiths would never make. Therefore, his pair of shields and gauntlets are still ordinary weapons, without even a level. He has always wanted to get a better pair of gauntlets. Soon, Barlow stood in front of the pair of boxing gloves, drooling, and then waved his hand, speaking with great pride. I changed it. Murray Green thought to himself after reading the description of the boxing gloves. Harlan Horus, isn't that the senior with 5 rings? He didn't go to the battlefield, but is here forging weapons. Sir, I, Harlan Horus, am requesting again to be transferred to the front lines. Harlan Horus, wearing 5 rings on his left hand, solemnly presented his application to a burly officer in military uniform. Looking at Harlan Horus before him, Samuel Garden, commander of the 10th Army's Weapon Regiment, was in a terrible predicament. If any other subordinate dared to speak to him like that, given his fiery temper, he would definitely let them know how badly they were treated. But the person in front of him is a genius weapon refiner from Ellis Academy. He is already a level 3 weapon refiner in his 4th year, and his future is limitless. When this genius was first assigned to his team, he was overjoyed. Harlan Horus did not disappoint, and in just a few days, he created many unconventional weapons. Every weapon is in high demand. They are usually exchanged shortly after being sent to the weapon exchange point. Samuel Gadden took great care of this precious talent, but there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why did the other party insist on transferring him to the front lines? What's the meaning? Is it that my weapon-making team can't provide you, a weapon refiner, with warmth? He handed over his forging room to the other party. You should know that the forging room of the Mechanics Corps leader is configured according to the standard of a level 5 blacksmith, so it is more than enough to meet the forging needs of a level 3 weapon refiner. If other level 3 weapon refiners went in, they wouldn't want to come out. No. Samuel Gadden rubbed his throbbing temples and flatly rejected Harlan Horus's application. Why? Harlan Horus's previously calm face suddenly turned grim with grief and indignation as he began to ask questions. Since his first application went unanswered, this was the second transfer application from the weapon refiner Harlan Horus. Unlike the first one, Samuel Garden rejected his application outright. If I dare to sign your transfer application, then the army commander will sign the punishment notice and send me to a military court. The battlefield is not child's play. Sending a weapon refiner to the front lines is either a sign of madness or a violation of regulations by Samuel Garden. If nothing goes wrong, all will be well. But if Harlan Horus gets into trouble on the front lines, the commander in Ellis Academy will definitely give him a severe dressing down. How could that be? Harlan Horus was starting to lose his composure, especially considering that he had come here to impress Elizabeth Ellis. But while Elizabeth Ellis was in charge of the front lines, he was assigned to forge weapons in the rear. Even if he forged weapons to perfection in the rear, Elizabeth Ellis didn't get to see it with her own eyes. How could he accept that? If I had known this earlier, I would have said I was an ordinary mage during the test. That way, I would have gone to the front lines with the main force instead of being assigned to various weapon regiments as a weapon refiner. Of course you will, Harlan. The commander thinks highly of you. You are a noble weapon refiner, unlike those lowly cowards who risk their lives on the front lines. You can simply sit comfortably in the forge and refine weapons according to your own preferences, and you will have plenty of merits. Chapter 112 Harlan Horace. His battle merits are excellent. At the current rate at which he earns battle merits through weapon forging, it won't take him more than a few years to accumulate enough for the title of Baron of Merit. However, even if he stays here until he dies, he may not be able to obtain the battle merits of a fief baron. Now, he has an opportunity before him, an opportunity to share the power of the Grand Duke of the North. As a non-eldest son of a nobleman, if Harlan Horace does not seize this opportunity, he will have to make his own way in the world. Therefore, Harlan Horace scoffed at Samuel Garden's words. He thought that he could only earn so much through hard work and military achievements. If he succeeded this time, Harlan Horace would enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of his life. Therefore, Harlan Horace's face darkened, and he spoke forcefully. I am here for Her Highness Elizabeth, not to make a sacrifice. In that case, I will withdraw from the trial. As he spoke, Harlan Horace ignored Samuel Garden's darkened face and continued. Sir, please process my discharge papers. Harlan Horace tossed his ID card onto Samuel Garden's desk, turned, and left without looking back. As he watched Harlan Horace's departing figure, Samuel Garden's face turned from black to red, then from red to green, before finally taking a deep breath and returning to normal. Sigh, these talented young people with backgrounds and strength are really not to be trifled with. But it's all for the best. Although we have lost a skilled weapon refiner, I can still give an account to the commander. Samuel Garden, the commander of the machinery regiment, picked up Harlan Horace's identity card, manipulated the magic circle, and processed his retirement application. But just then, a new record of merit appeared on the identity card. Power gloves, sold, 90 battle points. What a lucky guy to actually get Harun's last piece here. If it weren't for being in the army, you peasants would never have such a good opportunity to encounter the works of these genius teenagers. Harlan Horace, a genius weapon refiner and descendant of nobility, is a strong candidate to become Elizabeth Ellis's fiancé. Even the fire attribute battle, Mage Morpheus cannot overshadow him. Therefore, if you want to get a weapon made by his own hands, you have to place an order, and before placing an order, you have to verify your qualifications. Not just anyone can place an order with him. Even with such demanding conditions, his order book was already booked until graduation. Now, because of Elizabeth Ellis, he took a month out of his busy schedule, only to be reassigned to logistics. A few days ago, Harlan Horace was preparing to go through the proper procedures to be transferred to the front lines, but after realizing there was no hope today, he didn't hesitate to withdraw from the trial and go to the front lines as a free agent to show off in front of Elizabeth Ellis. With a stern expression, Harlan Horace walked out of the mechanics unit and strolled briskly along the street, preparing to take a carriage to Northwind City. Just then, a figure appeared out of the corner of his eye. He immediately turned to look at the person, and the person he was staring at immediately felt his gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Hello, Senior Harlan. Murray Green felt that the world was full of wonderful coincidences. He had just bought the weapon made by the other party, and soon he met the person himself. So when he felt the other party's gaze, Murray Green took the initiative to greet him. Murray Green. Senior, you know me. How could I not know you? I went to the dormitory to see who was supposedly the owner of the first invitation to the Magic Academy, only to find a farce. The next day, I was even thrown into the mountains for training. Murray Green hadn't paid much attention to him since he hadn't performed well at the banquet and hadn't made any moves, but he never expected to run into him here. I saw you once at His Highness's banquet, when you were standing next to Ryan Green. Harlan Horace wouldn't say. I've been following you for a while now. Upon hearing Harlan Horace's words, Murray Green replied with a regretful expression. Alas, it's a pity that I left early that night and missed witnessing your heroic performance, Senior. No, I didn't do much that night, but I still hear about the love-hate relationship between you and Miss Joanna. I wonder if it's true. Half true, half false, only hate, no love. Really? Then I'm relieved. I was planning to go the best friend route, but you ended up making enemies with His Highness's best friend. That rival is truly finished. No wonder I ran into him in this remote corner. Thinking of this, Harlan Horace's previously cold expression softened considerably due to what had happened earlier. That's a real shame. I heard that Miss Joanna is favored by the Marquis and a large dowry has been prepared for her. I thought you had already won the race, Junior. Upon hearing Harlan Horace's words, Murray Green glared at him. This senior isn't a good person either. Joanna Stewart, that crazy woman, whoever marries her will suffer. If she doesn't get beaten up 8 times a day, Murray Green can say she's in a good mood. Preparing such a large dowry must all be from medical expenses. Senior, if you can't find a topic, we can talk about weapon refining techniques. There's no need to awkwardly talk about these embarrassing things. Murray Green wouldn't say anything like, I'm here for Elizabeth Ellis, when talking to these competitors. Isn't this just stirring up trouble? So Murray Green deliberately changed the subject, displaying the posture of a loser. Junior, aren't you a telekinetic master? Could it be that you also have some knowledge of weapon crafting? How did you know I'm a telekinetic practitioner? Who doesn't know that? Harlan Horace looked at Murray Green's strange attire. As a magician, he didn't wear a magic robe, didn't carry a magic wand, and was said to not even cast spells. Forehead. Murray Green was speechless for a moment, then changed the subject again. Chatting with this senior is exhausting. Senior, it's quite a coincidence. We saw the weapon you made at the weapon exchange just now. Captain, this is Harlan Horace, the maker of your gauntlets. Listening to the two's somewhat strange conversation, the 4 whispered among themselves, but they never expected that the person Murray Green was talking to was actually Harlan Horace, a level 3 weapon refiner. Barlow glanced at the boxing gloves on his hands, then walked forward with a fawning expression to Harlan Horace. Master Harun, I have long admired your name. The moment I saw these gloves, I was deeply attracted to them, so I exchanged them without hesitation. Harlan Horace nodded slightly. He had heard such praise countless times, if not 1,000, and was already immune to it. So after casually pointing out a few precautions for using the weapon and how to use it to its maximum effect, he bid farewell to Murray Green and headed towards Northwind City. Chapter 113 Breakthrough, Level 2 Mage. Watching Harlan Horace's departing figure, Murray Green felt that talking to him was really tiring, more tiring than fighting a battle. Wow, no wonder he's a level 3 weapon refiner. His bearing, his demeanor, even the way he walks, it's simply amazing. That's enough, Captain. He's already far away and can't hear you anymore. All right. Barlow opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything more. He looked down at the gloves, stretched his arms, and casually swung his fists a couple of times, feeling that the power gloves were getting more and more comfortable in his hands. He turned to look at Murray Green. Murray, thank you so much for these past few days. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to gain such a large amount of merit so easily. Today, we'll treat you to a good reward. Seeing the 4 men's unserious expressions, Murray Green felt a surge of excitement. Don't worry, we've only gone to legitimate places. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Before Barlow could finish speaking, Murray Green agreed, and the group turned their backs on the fortress and walked along the road into the town. The further away from the fortress, the fewer military buildings there were. Gradually, shops, restaurants, and taverns appeared. Continuing on, Barlow led Murray Green to a tavern. Flames and Blood, this is the place. This is a 4-story tavern, mainly red, with many red decorations hanging around it. When the wind blows, it looks like flames swaying, giving it a unique style. Let's go. Let's go inside. Barlow led the way toward the door. At the tavern entrance stood 2 burly men in armor and 2 attractive young women in red dresses. Welcome to Flames and Blood. Have a great time. Murray Green, who was following behind, felt his heart race as he saw this. Goodness, he might learn some strange things today. As he entered the gate, a waitress dressed in slightly revealing clothing came to greet him, but before she could even say hello, Mike flicked his thumb, and a silver coin flew out. With lightning-fast reflexes, the seasoned waiter immediately reached out and grabbed it, his smile widening as he spoke in a sweet, cloying voice. Gentlemen, may I ask where you would like to sit? We have only just opened, and there are still plenty of seats available for you to choose from. It was only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the tavern had just opened, but there were already 2 or 3 tables occupied, with people drinking and chatting, occasionally making fun of the scantily clad waitresses. Arrange a private room for us on the 2nd floor, serve some of our signature dishes, and let us have a good treat while we stay in the mountains for a few days. After completing their patrol, the group rushed back from the mountains, so they hadn't had lunch yet. Okay. Because of the tip, the waiter selected a nice private room for them on the 2nd floor. When the door was opened, the lobby on the 1st floor came into view, and when the window was opened, the street scene outside could be seen. Entering the private room and sitting on the soft leather sofa, Murray Green suddenly felt a little tired. He subconsciously leaned back and lay back on the sofa. The others did the same. Although they had a relatively easy few days because of Murray Green, the battlefield, the front line of fighting against the savage orcs, no matter how relaxed it was, still carried a heavy pressure in their hearts. Now that they've entered a comfortable and safe environment, the pressure is instantly released, leaving the five feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Lying on the sofa, Murray Green cleared his mind, not thinking about anything. He closed his eyes and quietly listened to the soft conversation of a few people, the laughter and shouts of the customers downstairs, and the sounds of people bargaining outside the window. At that very moment, Murray Green's calm mental sea began to operate on its own, and faster. When Murray Green discovered this, the rotation speed had exceeded his usual cultivation limit. What's this? Is a breakthrough imminent? You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Since reaching the first level of perfection in his cultivation, Murray Green has been trying to break through to the second level, but due to the short cultivation time and insufficient foundation, he has been unable to meet the breakthrough standard. Unexpectedly, after 5 days in the mountains, under high pressure, his mental strength naturally transformed, and he began to move towards level 2. Although this location wasn't ideal, Murray Green didn't hesitate to seize this rare opportunity to break through, choosing a quick and decisive victory without being picky about where to do it. Because he wanted to stay at Northwind Fortress for a month and then go home for a while, and he had already reached the first level of perfection in his cultivation for some time, he asked Lyndon Bill for the second level meditation method before setting off. Murray Green was a student of Dean Webster Ellis, so Lyndon Bill didn't hesitate to tutor him privately. Murray Green immediately activated the level 2 meditation technique, increasing the rotation speed once again. Under Murray Green's active control, the rotation speed increased, and the magic power, which had originally expanded to its limit, began to refine and shrink again. Just like soybeans meeting a stone mill, magic meets the vortex built by the sea of consciousness. It is quickly being ground down and eventually turns into a small puddle of liquid, flowing quietly in the sea of consciousness. Seeing this, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. As expected, it all happened so naturally. He became a level 2 mage so easily. The moment Murray Green became a level 2 mage, the 4 people in the same room, including Barlow, felt a powerful sense of mental pressure rising from Murray Green's body. The 4 of them jumped up from the sofa, looking at Murray Green with shocked expressions. After completing his advancement and taking a short break to catch his breath, Murray Green opened his eyes and said with a smile on his lips, "Sorry, I just advanced and didn't control my power well." "No, you broke through like that?" The 4 of them were so confused they looked like they were about to burst through the ceiling. They looked at each other for a few moments, but their eyes were filled with shock, and they didn't exchange any useful information. Marcus swallowed hard, opened his trembling mouth, and asked cautiously, "You've broken through to become a level 2 mage? Otherwise what?" Upon receiving this affirmative answer, the 4 men felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their minds went blank, and they stared blankly at Murray Green, speechless. Doesn't a mage's training require a specific environment, such as clean clothes and food? In this environment, we've broken through. At such a crucial moment, he simply lay on the sofa in the tavern and made a spectacular breakthrough, which was so dazzling that it almost blinded the 4 of them. Knock, knock, knock. I don't know how much time passed, but then there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of the waitress from before. "Excuse me, gentlemen. Is it convenient to serve the food now?" Bring it in quickly. Bring in all the good wine and food you have. We're going to celebrate Lord Murray's birthday today." Once he came to his senses, Barlow immediately yelled, startling the waitress outside the door. Chapter 114 Foot Washing. Although this restaurant, Flames and Blood, seemed to specialize in drinks, the food was also quite good. The 5 of them ordered 2 more dishes and devoured the meal in no time. After their meal, the 5 of them lay on the sofa, too full to move. "Greetings, gentlemen. The foot massage service requested by this gentleman is ready. Please proceed to the 3rd floor." Although Murray Green was lounging on the sofa, not wanting to move, the words "wash feet" sparked a surge of curiosity within him. So I overcame my inertia and followed the waiter into the private room on the 3rd floor. The first thing you see are 5 single sofas. They're called sofas, but they can also be used for guests to lie down. Murray Green sat on the middle sofa, leaning back comfortably, and sleepiness washed over him. After the 5 people were seated, 5 male waiters came in carrying foot bath basins. Murray Green remained expressionless upon seeing this, but was inwardly disappointed. So it really is a legitimate venue. This dampened Murray Green's enthusiasm, but he didn't suggest replacing the team. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Moreover, this body is only 16 or almost 17 years old. Although it has the soul of an experienced driver, most of its energy is consumed in cultivation. Cultivation is of utmost importance. The golden period for cultivation is only a few years. If one loses one's virginity, it will hinder future development, which would be a huge loss. Otherwise, if it weren't for Riva, who had given him the hint before, he could have had a great night just by beckoning her. The staff serving the group placed a foot basin at their feet and lit incense on a small table next to them, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Then, sitting on a small stool, I took off their shoes. However, the moment the shoes were taken off, an indescribable sour and stinky smell overpowered the incense fragrance and instantly filled the entire private room. Upon smelling this odor, Murray Green's sleepiness vanished. Due to his breakthrough, his extremely tired mental energy surged, covering his head and blocking out the stench of the feet. Besides the service staff, the other people were also waving their hands around their noses, trying to blow away the sour and foul smell that was being poured into their nostrils. But unfortunately, it was not very effective. Sigh, every time I come back from the mountains, not only do I ruin a pair of shoes, but the smell is just unbearable. Patrolling in the mountains meant constantly being on alert. Not only did they not eat or sleep well, but they also had to sleep in their clothes and with their weapons. Even Murray Green, who received preferential treatment, was only allowed to wash his face in the morning. As for taking off their shoes to wash their feet, none of them were that brazen. After several days and nights of intense running and sweating, the smell inside these shoes is truly intoxicating. Wash and dry Lord Murray's shoes and bring them back. Get rid of all our shoes and then buy us a new pair of shoes according to our size. As Barlow made the arrangements, a gold coin popped out and was caught by a waiter who immediately agreed with a smile. He then put the shoes of the 5 people into a bag, placed them into a wooden box, and took them out together. Upon hearing Barlow's arrangement, Murray Green no longer wanted his smelly shoes. However, considering that it was a level 1 magical item that I made myself and inscribed with a magic circle, it would be too extravagant to throw it away just because it smelled a little bad. Never mind, it can still be used after washing. Murray Green thought so. Then I shifted my attention. After he took off his shoes and socks, the staff put his feet directly into a foot bath and washed them with warm water. Then they poured out the water and replaced it with a basin of bubbling bath water. This time, the staff spent a long time cleaning his feet thoroughly. With ventilation and incense, the entire private room no longer smelled of his previous sour, smelly feet. This caused the group to gasp for breath. After washing his feet, the staff brought him a basin of ice water. The moment his feet hit the water, a chill ran from his toes straight to the top of his head. Murray Green felt a sudden sense of clarity. Before Murray Green could recover, the staff lifted his feet out of the foot basin and placed them into a wooden bucket filled with red liquid. If what you felt before was ice, then stepping into this red liquid was like stepping into a fire, extremely hot. Before Murray Green could even utter a sound, Marcus, standing to the side, stole the spotlight. Just then, the staff member's hands began to massage his feet. The originally scorching flames became gentle, like the winter sun, making Murray Green feel very comfortable. Wow, this is pretty good. Haha. Of course, we come here to get our feet washed almost every time we come down from the mountain. Their signature dish, flames and blood, is quite good. It's like flames flowing through blood. After the massage, you feel warm all over. Take a shower, get a good night's sleep, and you'll be full of energy again the next day. Murray Green initially thought it was a pub, but he never expected it to be a foot massage place. However, as the staff gradually increased the intensity of the massage, Murray Green wanted to shout, but he held back. I felt incredibly comfortable all over, almost sleepy, but the next second, a chill ran straight to the top of my head. It turned out that the staff had put his feet into the ice water again. I'll go. Murray Green couldn't hold back any longer. The foot bath lasted no more than half an hour, but Murray Green felt like he was dying several times during that time, which was a really novel experience. After washing his feet, Murray Green was no longer sleepy. After taking a thorough shower in the third-floor shower area, Murray Green, wearing a loose bathrobe and carrying a black suitcase, handed his clothes to the staff for cleaning. They sat back in the private room on the second floor. Unlike when they first came in, the 5 of them were now radiant and full of energy. Murray, let's go downstairs for a drink. No, magicians don't drink alcohol in order to keep their minds clear. Murray Green could accept the previous services, but he still didn't want to participate in things like drinking, which was a form of self-inflicted suffering. After declining the four people's invitations, Murray Green's mind conjured up the image of a mature woman, none other than Angie Janis, who had gotten him drunk at his coming-of-age ceremony. Shaking his head, Murray Green cleared his mind and used his inner vision to wander around his mental space twice. After being promoted to a level 2 mage, his inner vision ability improved significantly, becoming increasingly clear instead of being hazy. After examining the liquefied magic, Murray Green felt that its intensity had doubled, making the same spell far more powerful than that used by a level 1 mage. Moreover, his magic capacity has also increased. Once he rests and recovers, his strength will be at least twice as great as before. With my current strength, I could defeat Joanna Stewart even without the Python pistol. Murray Green estimated it and said confidently. Chapter 115 Sparring. As night falls, the foot massage parlor comes alive with activity. Soldiers finishing their missions, groups of mercenaries, and war merchants seeking fortune and danger all come to enjoy life here. Murray Green sipped his juice, looking out the window of his private room at the lively scene below. He glanced out the window every now and then, when just then, several young-looking people with impressive gear walked by on the street. They are students at Ellis College. The thought crossed Murray Green's mind. After glancing at it a few times, he stopped paying attention. At the same time, the leader of the students turned to look at the private room where Murray Green was. "Senior, what's wrong?" "Fine." The senior student in charge shook his head and led the group forward. After these people passed by, Murray Green saw several more groups of students and became somewhat curious. Why did they come here? Could something have happened? The next day, after a good night's sleep at the makeshift military camp, Murray Green stretched and walked out the door, while Marcus and the other two were already training on the parade ground, and Barlow was nowhere to be found. Weightlifting, weighted running, and endurance training are all basic physical training exercises. There are no techniques or combat skills training, so it looks rather boring. Murray Green lost interest after taking a couple of glances at it. "Murray, you're awake. Shall we have a go at each other?" After finishing a set of weight training, Marcus came up to Murray Green and looked at him expectantly. After a moment's thought, Murray Green nodded in response to Marcus's request. "All right, I just broke through last night, so I'll give it a try and test my strength." "Very good." Upon hearing their conversation, Mike and H's eyes lit up, and they immediately made way for each other. The arena wasn't large, and Murray Green and Marcus were about 20 meters apart, a distance that was quite dangerous for a mage, especially since Marcus was an assassin. However, even in a fair one-on-one duel, the assassin is not at an advantage. Marcus gripped his training wooden dagger in one hand, staring intently at Murray Green, and took a deep breath. Mike, standing in the middle, shouted "Start," and then quickly backed away. As soon as he uttered the word "Start," Marcus bent his knees slightly, took a step in a zigzag pattern, and surprisingly did not choose to attack in a straight line, but instead launched a zigzag attack. In the mountains of Biss, Markars witnessed Murray Green kill countless powerful savage orcs with his throwing knives, so even if he was fast, he couldn't outrun Murray Green's throwing knives. Good. He noticed that Marcus was consciously dodging his throwing knife attacks. Although he could defeat Marcus simply by increasing the speed of the throwing knives or using 2 more knives, he decided not to use those methods. When you're having a friendly competition, you should act like one. Therefore, Murray Green opened his right hand, grabbed the ground, and used his telekinetic power to grasp hundreds of pounds of sand, then hurled it at Marcus. Repulsive force. The sand, thrown into the air by telekinesis, transformed into a sandstorm under the impact of the repulsive force, sweeping towards Marcus. Seeing this, Marcus's face darkened. He bent forward and fell to the ground, pressing his left hand against the ground and holding the dagger in front of his face with his right hand. He used his legs and one hand to push forward. Sha-sha. Seeing that Marcus had managed to evade most of his attacks in such a way, Murray Green smiled and pressed his right hand down to the ground. The sand that was flying outwards was pressed down and fell back to the ground by Murray Green. Marcus, crawling on the ground, could no longer dodge the attack. However, the sand was not heavy, and even with Murray Green's telekinetic pressure, it did not cause him any harm. He was just buried in the sand and looked a bit disheveled. So Marcus simply curled up into a ball to cover his face, then suddenly rushed out of the sand dune, stabbing Murray Green with his dagger in a backhand motion. Murray Green, who was brought within 10 meters of Marcus, remained completely calm. He raised his hands forward and upward, and Marcus felt his body become very light, as if he were about to fly into the sky. Not good. Marcus quickly regained his balance, but Murray Green simply pulled the sand off his feet, lifting him off the ground. Take off. A repulsive force struck Marcus directly, and he felt as if he had crashed into a large, round ball that was pushing his body backward. Without any foothold, Marcus was immediately pushed more than 10 meters away, almost back to his starting point. The repulsive force disappeared, and Marcus flipped over and landed steadily on the ground. Marcus looked at Murray Green with a helpless expression. How can we even play this game? He initially thought he would be defeated by Murray Green within those 20 meters, but he never expected that he wouldn't even be able to cover those 20 meters. Or, the three of you can come at me together. After realizing that dealing with Marcus alone was effortless, Murray Green turned to look at Mike and Edge, who were watching from the sidelines. After hearing Murray Green's words, the three of them exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Then the three of us will experience your skills together. Let's go. Each, gripping his wooden greatsword tightly, let out a roar and charged straight ahead. Marcus followed closely behind him, his body concealed behind him, waiting for the right moment to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Mike was behind him, drawing his bow and firing 3 arrows in quick succession. The 3 wooden arrows flew from behind to the front, heading straight for Murray Green. With the 3 of them working together, Murray Green felt some pressure. This is the advantage of having a team to cooperate with, a fully equipped team to fight. First, archers shoot arrows to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, followed immediately by mages' magic sweep, and finally warriors enter the fray to reap the rewards. Faced with this series of attacks, most enemies cannot withstand it. Change. He used his telekinesis to grab the 3 flying arrows, causing them to veer off course and fly past Murray Green. Then he pulled the arrows, making them circle around him before being carried by his telekinesis towards Archie. Drink. Each took 2 steps to the side to avoid an arrow, let out a roar, and slashed out with his greatsword, shattering the arrow. Marcus, who was behind him, leaped forward and blocked the last arrow. Charge. At this moment, each was less than 15 meters away from Murray Green, a distance that would be fatal for a magician. H activated his charge attack, his body transforming into a raging bull, charging towards Murray Green with unstoppable momentum. Oh ho! Murray Green sighed casually and pointed to the weapons rack. A long wooden spear shot into the sky like a missile, then spiraled down from the heavens, piercing Aki with an arc trajectory. Not good. After saying those words instinctively, Mike immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. Heavy arrow. Chapter 116 Floating. Mike's arrow went straight for Murray Green. To relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. Faced with Mike's all-out arrow, Murray Green did not dare to be careless. He withdrew some of his psychic energy from his spear and met the arrow head-on. Seeing the spiraling spear hurtling towards him, Aki's heart sank. He concentrated all the power he had gathered during his charge and swung his greatsword with both hands. The wooden spear and greatsword collided, unleashing tremendous force. The 2 wooden weapons, unable to withstand the clash of power between Archie and Murray Green, shattered instantly. Each covered his head with his hands to block the flying debris, while Marcus ran out from behind him from the side, moving in a curved line towards Murray Green. At this moment, Murray Green's attention was mostly focused on Mike's all-out arrow. He covered the wooden arrow with his telekinesis and struggled against the power that Mike still had in the arrow. Unfortunately, Murray Green didn't have enough time to dissipate the power in the arrow and make it his own, because Marcus arrived immediately. So Murray Green used his telekinesis to pull the arrow back sharply. The heavy arrow veered off course and flew past Murray Green, whose attention was now focused on dealing with the approaching Marcus. With Mike and Edge providing cover, Marcus successfully closed the distance to within 5 meters of Murray Green. 5 meters is just a step or 2 for Marcus. Marcus held the wooden dagger upside down in his right hand, his body swaying as he shot forward like a bullet, instantly closing in on Murray Green. Thrust. Impact. Faced with the attack that was within arm's reach, Murray Green's eyes flashed with silver light, and a powerful repulsive force erupted from his body. Here we go again, using the same trick. Marcus's dagger pierced what seemed like a water balloon, then his arm, and then his entire body crashed into a massive wave. And the closer he got to Murray Green's body, the stronger the impact became. Marcus gritted his teeth, but before he could exert any more force, Murray Green reached out his hand to Marcus, who was already unable to move forward. Seeing Marcus less than 3 meters away, Murray Green grabbed Marcus's neck with his right hand, his telekinetic hand gripping the neck of the unsuspecting Marcus, who was attacking with all his might. Forehead. After grabbing Marcus by the neck, Murray Green lifted him up, and the light-bodied Marcus was lifted off the ground, as if he were a shovel. I'll go. When each, who had just finished dealing with the wood fragments, saw that Marcus was actually floating, he was dumbfounded. Mike immediately drew his bow, ready to shoot, but Murray Green slightly moved his right hand, and Marcus's body blocked his way. Go. With his feet not touching the ground and unable to exert any force, Marcus could no longer contend with the shockwave and was instantly blasted away. Aki immediately jumped up, grabbed Marcus's foot, and pulled him down. Level 2 telekinesis is much stronger. It can actually grab a person. Murray Green stood there thinking, while Marcus and his two companions surrendered. In the sparring session just now, Murray Green only launched an attack once, so it was just a friendly match. If he continued to fight and got serious, then the three of them would be the ones to suffer. Haha, Lord Murray is indeed a young hero. At such a young age, he can already. Mike opened his mouth, wanting to compliment Murray Green, but suddenly saw Murray Green's feet slowly lift off the ground, and his whole body begin to float, flying up. Upon witnessing this, Marcus immediately became stammering and couldn't utter a word. Meanwhile, Murray Green was frantically using repulsive force to make his body repel the ground. Seeing that his feet had successfully left the ground, Murray Green subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, the violent repulsive force dissipated and weakened, just like an airplane that had taken off but lost its wings, and Murray Green's body crashed back to the ground. However, Murray Green didn't float very high, only about 20 or 30 centimeters, so after controlling his body slightly, he landed steadily on the ground, and then began to gasp for breath. At this moment, Murray Green's face turned pale instantly due to the excessive use of mental repulsion in a short period of time, as if he were terminally ill. However, he had a bright smile on his face. Ha ha ha, I did it. I did it. Finally, unable to contain his excitement, he burst into laughter, looking as frantic as Fan Jean after passing the Imperial examination. The three who witnessed the whole thing quickly walked up to Murray Green and loudly congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord Murray. Your strength has greatly increased. May you ascend to the heavens soon. Hearing the three people's blessings, Murray Green felt a little strange, but he still nodded in agreement. You guys continue training. I'm going back to rest. That last bit almost drained all my mental energy. Murray Green, his face ashen, turned and left. Watching Murray Green's retreating figure, Marcus and the other two all showed expressions of envy. He stared at Murray Green's back for a long time until it was blocked by the door. After an unknown amount of time, Mike sighed and said to the two of them, "This is a true genius. To be able to fly at level 2, that's a realm that only level 7 sky warriors can reach." Yeah, level 7. All three showed longing at the same time. As cultivators, who wouldn't want to become incredibly powerful? And at level 7, there are only 3 people in the entire Northwind Fortress. Legion Commander, Deputy Legion Commander, Commander of the Army Mage Corps. These 3 are the pinnacle of the 3rd Legion. In the entire Northland, apart from the level 8 Guardians of the Ellis family, they are the pinnacle. If one cultivates to such a level and then pledges allegiance to the king, even without achieving any military merit, His Majesty will at least best grant him the title of Earl of Merit. If he does achieve military merit, it would be quite normal for him to be granted the title of Duke. Just like the Lord of Northwind Fortress, the commander of the 3rd Legion, he is a meritorious Duke, powerful and noble, and the goal of every cultivator. But now, someone has actually come into contact with the abilities of a level 7 warrior at level 2, which must be quite a shock to them. After closing the door, Murray Green pressed his head in pain, immediately lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing, trying to alleviate the pain caused by the overuse of his mental energy. However, the effect was not ideal. The phrase splitting headache perfectly described his condition at that moment. Hoo-ha! Murray Green was panting heavily, his face as white as snow, but his expression was one of excitement and joy. The sky has always been a forbidden zone for mankind. In the last world, technology was used to set foot in the sky, but now he has set foot in the sky on his own. Although it's only a short 20 or 30 centimeters, and less than half a minute, the breakthrough from 0 to 1 may be endless, but the breakthrough from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, may be a natural progression. Chapter 117 Elizabeth's Inspection. What? Elizabeth is coming to inspect? When? I need to avoid her. Murray Green, whose face was already pale, turned deathly pale upon receiving the news. Barlow said after he had just gone out to gather intelligence. I heard it's this afternoon. Oh my God, this is spicy. Murray Green opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He had finally come to a place far away from Elizabeth Ellis, ready to spend the next month in peace. But instead she came here to inspect. What's the point of patrolling? It would be better to just stay in Northwind City and be a mascot. The people on the city wall say that there seems to be a new development in the battle. The main force of the savage orcs has retreated a distance. According to the scouts, they have split into 20,000 to 30,000 men and are preparing to go into the mountains. What? Upon hearing Barlow's words, Mike and the other two also turned pale. If a large force of savage orcs entered the mountains, wouldn't their patrol mission become even more dangerous? Although their team had Murray Green, they accidentally ran into a large army of savage orcs, who were level 6 or even 7 savage orcs, along with savage orc priests. These small fish and shrimp are swallowed up without a ripple. What about our main force? Mike asked, and Barlow immediately replied. The main force of the 10th Army is currently assembling, and I heard that the main force of the 7th Army will be transferred here soon. Around 2 p.m., Her Highness Elizabeth will arrive here with our regiment and the 7th Army Reconnaissance Regiment. Then Barlow looked at Murray Green. All the students and teachers who come to Northwind Fortress for training will come with your highness. Upon receiving this news, Murray Green's anxiety finally subsided. The entire 3rd Army Reconnaissance Regiment had been transferred, and their squad would inevitably have to follow the main force, unable to avoid Elizabeth Ellis. Unless Murray Green retires during the war, as a student he's only here for training, his choice to retire during the war might be approved. But if Earl Green knew he was retiring during the war, he might be so angry that he'd come over and skin him alive. The Green family grew up during the war, thanks to the heroic sacrifices of their ancestors. But now, their son has retired from the war, and Earl Green can't bear the shame of that. Alas, these are turbulent times. Murray Green sighed. The 4 men, assuming he was referring to the impending war in the Biss Mountains, nodded in unison and returned to their rooms to prepare their gear. After rubbing his head, which had eased considerably and was no longer so painful, Murray Green felt a wave of exhaustion. He touched the black box on the bed, his expression shifting, and finally uttered a single sentence. Damn it, whatever. Being on the front lines of a battlefield means certain death. Trying to keep a low profile and conceal one's strength is truly foolish and courts death. Only by surviving can we deal with the troubles that follow. After dressing in his freshly washed clothes, Murray Green sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating and waiting for what would happen next. Meanwhile, in Northwind City, Elizabeth Ellis, dressed in a snow-white military uniform, stood on a 10-meter-high platform, looking at the soldiers and students gathering on the parade ground below, and asked Upton Ellis and Gar Ellis beside her. Have all the students who came here for training arrived? Upton Ellis, the dean of the Warrior Academy, replied immediately. At the Warrior Academy, there are 1,324 students participating in the training. 1,153 have arrived so far. Among them, 32 were injured and have been removed from the team for retirement and rest. Therefore, there are 1,121 people who can go into battle. The other students have either already gone into the mountains to patrol or are carrying out other tasks and cannot arrive in a short time. All 24 teachers have arrived. Elizabeth Ellis, with a calm expression, nodded and turned her gaze to Gar Ellis, the vice principal of the Magic Academy. At the Magic Academy, there are 186 students participating in the training. 173 have arrived so far. 3 students are on a mission at Mount Biss, so they were not called up. 1 person has retired but will play as a free agent. The others are still on missions. All 13 teachers have arrived. Huh, someone from your Magic Academy has retired? Were they injured? Upon hearing Gar Ellis's report, Upton Ellis began to inquire. Even when the students of their Warrior Academy are standing on the fortress walls, protected by the walls, they will still engage in real, bloody battles with the savage orcs. Even with teachers watching over them, injuries are still unavoidable. Minor injuries can be treated quickly, while more serious injuries can be healed with a healing potion, and they'll be back to their energetic selves the next day. Only those with life-threatening injuries who cannot fully recover even with the help of healing potions will be scheduled for retirement. The mages, however, were different. They cast spells on the walls before the barbarian orcs even got close. Once the main force of the savage orcs had scaled the wall, the group of mages had already retreated. As long as they were careful not to throw spells in their own faces, there was no risk of injury. Hearing Upton Ellis's increasingly teasing question, Gar Ellis gave a wry smile and said softly. It was Harlan Horace who chose to retire. Isn't that your academy's genius weapon refiner? What's going on? Are you scared by the battlefield? Even Upton Ellis had heard of the name Harlan Horace, so he couldn't help but show a look of shock when he heard it. It wasn't that he was scared of the battlefield. He was originally assigned to the equipment regiment, but he wanted to be transferred to the front line. However, the regimental commander disagreed, and he had a conflict with the regimental commander, so he chose to retire. Good heavens, why would a weapon refiner go to the front lines instead of staying obediently in the weapon refining corps? At this point, Upton Ellis's gaze suddenly fell on Elizabeth Ellis, then glanced at Gar Ellis, to which Gar Ellis nodded slightly, and he dropped the matter. After hearing what the two deans said, Elizabeth Ellis didn't say anything else, but simply nodded and calmly made the arrangements. Now that we've all gathered here, let's set off. Dean Gar, could you please arrange for the teachers and students of the Magic Academy to activate the floating magic tower? Dean Upton, go and organize the teachers and students to prepare to climb the tower and head to Mount Bis. Okay, no problem. After receiving permission from the two deans, Elizabeth Ellis turned her gaze to Mount Bis. The towering Mount Bis came into view, but her expression remained cold, like a block of ice that had stood for millennia. On the playground below the stage, Harlan Horace, who had rushed back from the town of Bis Hill, was speechless. He had just retired and returned yesterday, and now he had to go back again today. Then wouldn't my retirement have been for nothing? Chapter 118 Academy Army. Murray Green, you have been transferred. Murray Green, who was waiting for the main force to arrive, had his door knocked on and received a new transfer order, moving him from the 3rd Army Survey Corps to the Provisional 11th Army. The 11th Army? Yes, a temporary army formed by teachers and students from Ellis Academy who came here for training, commanded by Her Highness Elizabeth Ellis. All right. Murray Green nodded, put away the transfer order delivered by the dispatcher, and turned to look at the 4 men, who all wore bitter expressions. A fierce battle is about to break out, but the team star player is going to be transferred away. Anyone would be upset in that situation. However, considering that Murray Green was going back to school to team up with his classmates, which was perfectly natural, what reason did they have to stop him? Barlow, Marcus, Mike, Edge, I'm going back to school. Be careful in the battles to come, and don't get surrounded. As he spoke, the black box behind Murray Green opened automatically, and 4 test tubes containing red liquid flew out and towards the 4 people. These are 4 healing potions as a farewell gift. Keep them safe. I hope you will never need them, but if you do, I hope they will save your lives. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the 4 of them grasped the healing potion, looking at Murray Green with reluctance. They opened their mouths as if to say something, but Murray Green looked up at the sky instead. They arrived much earlier than expected. The 4 of them followed Murray Green's gaze and saw a floating tower flying from the direction of Northwind City, soon to enter the area of Bis Mountain Town. The 4 were stunned by the sight. They had heard that Ellis Academy had arrived by floating magic tower, but it was nighttime when they arrived, so not many people had seen this scene. Now, in broad daylight, a 200-meter-tall giant tower slowly flew in, moving everyone who saw it along the way. I have to go now? Take care. Take care of yourself too. Amidst the farewells of the 4, Murray Green, carrying a black box, calmly walked towards the playground, where the floating magic tower would land. Murray Green walked at a leisurely pace. When he arrived at the playground, it was already surrounded, and the floating magic tower was descending. Before long, the floating magic tower, now in its fixed position, opened its doors, and all the students, led by their teachers, walked out of the magic tower in an orderly fashion. As Mr. Payne walked out of the magic tower, Murray Green walked over. Murray, how have you been in the mountains these past few days? Have you had fun? As Murray Green's coach, Payne DuPont naturally knew what task Murray Green had been assigned to. Telekinesis are not good at direct combat, so they were assigned to patrol Mount Bis, a task that is indeed quite suitable for them. However, what Payne DuPont couldn't quite understand was that Murray Green wasn't a tactician. As the dean's student, he should have strong combat skills, so why didn't he demonstrate his combat abilities and show his prowess on the front lines? Nowhere is the battlefield a better place to demonstrate the strength and deterrent power of combat tactics. Several tactics have been devastating on the front lines. It's not bad. I have some good teammates who take good care of me. Murray Green answered with a smile. Payne DuPont looked him up and down and found that Murray Green was pale, which was obviously due to overexertion of his mental energy. What have you been doing? Your mental energy is so depleted. There has been a breakthrough. Murray Green raised an eyebrow and gave a mysterious smile. That's good. Get back to the team. Compared to the soldiers standing rigidly on the playground, the students at the Magic Academy were much more relaxed. Following behind the teacher, several familiar students gathered together, chatting and laughing, showing no signs of the tension of war. Hey Murray, where have you been these past few days? Just then, a large hand landed on Murray Green's shoulder. Without even thinking, Murray Green knew who it was. We went for a trip in the mountains. Murray Green turned to look at Nick Brown and found that his head was wrapped in bandages, his lips were pale, and he had lost some blood. What are you doing? Fighting savage orcs. Nonsense. I'm a mage. How could I do something so crude? His injury was caused last night when he missed a step while going down the city wall and tumbled down the stairs. Before Nick Brown could finish speaking, a voice suddenly came from the side, followed by a burst of laughter. Forehead. Murray Green first glanced at Nick Brown, who was hanging his head and looking grief-stricken, then looked at the classmates around him. Upon realizing that Nick Brown did not refute him, he also burst into laughter. Ha ha, Nick, you're something else. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my fresh harvest of military merits from the mountains? The students around him burst into laughter at Murray Green's witty and amusing remark. Stop laughing. Nick Brown covered Murray Green's mouth to stifle his laughter, but while he could silence Murray Green, he couldn't stop Murray Green's face from laughing so hard it was practically splitting open. Nick Brown regrets it now. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have participated in the training in the first place. If I hadn't participated, I wouldn't have been on the city wall. If I hadn't been on the city wall, I wouldn't have rolled down the stairs and been mercilessly mocked by this group of people. Especially Murray Green. He's a terrible nephew. All he does is laugh and doesn't care about his health. Although he is tall and strong, he also has a fragile little heart. His Highness and the deans have come out. When all the teachers and students walked out of the magic tower and stood on the playground, Elizabeth Ellis and her two companions stood on a floating stone platform and flew out from the top of the magic tower. Looking up at Elizabeth Ellis, one could see her long, snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, her delicate face exceptionally charming, her figure tall and slender, and the fitted military uniform she wore had a unique style, giving her a touch of heroism. How beautiful! Although it wasn't the first time I'd seen Elizabeth Ellis's face, I was always amazed by her beauty. She truly deserves to be called the most beautiful woman in the North. Seeing the other person's stunning figure, Murray Green felt his bottom line being challenged. Sigh. She's not married yet. Can she be pre-booked as a mistress? Elizabeth Ellis, the focus of everyone's attention, calmly looked down, glanced around, and then gazed at the outside of the fortress walls, a solemn expression appearing in her eyes. This time, 200,000 savage orcs have attacked, mostly the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Their main objective this time should be to explore the two mountains, hoping to find a hidden route to bypass the fortress and serve as a scout for the main force behind them. These scumbags. If His Majesty the King hadn't been so reluctant to declare war, we would have already trampled the wasteland and driven them all into the snow. Upton Ellis replied dismissively. Chapter 119, Entering the Mountains Again. There were 37 teachers, so the students present were divided into 37 teams, with 36 or 37 students in each team. Murray Green's team had a total of 36 people, including him, and the team leader was none other than Payne DuPont, unsurprisingly. After the teams were divided, everyone sat cross-legged in a semicircle. The team leader, Payne DuPont, stood in the center of the semicircle, looked around twice, and then spoke. Now we are all a team, and a team must have a leader. So, I need a captain. Who among you is willing to be the captain? As soon as he finished speaking, many people looked at a classmate. He was well-proportioned, dressed in black, with some light armor on his vital parts, and two single-handed swords lying horizontally on his lap as he sat cross-legged. Under everyone's gaze, the senior in black stood up calmly and composedly, as if he were the protagonist, and walked proudly to Payne DuPont. Teacher, I want to be the captain of this team. I'm neither your teammate nor your competitor, so you shouldn't have said that to me. Upon seeing this person, Payne DuPont replied with a slight smile. The senior in black nodded, turned to look at everyone present, and calmly said, I, Edwin Lamb, want to be the captain of this team. After glancing around, the senior in black continued. After I finish speaking, who agrees and who disagrees? Murray Green had been wondering why so many people were watching this. The senior in black, who looked somewhat familiar to him, seemed to be the one everyone was looking forward to. When Murray Green heard the name Edwin Lamb, He immediately realized that it was indeed the right name. Edwin Lamb, 4th year, level 4 advanced warrior, heir to the Earl of Lamb, and one of the top 10 warriors in the Warrior Academy. If Ryan Green is at the bottom of the top 10, then this guy definitely deserves a spot in the top 5. At the same time, he recalled why the man looked familiar. It was at Elizabeth's dinner party, when the man appeared with Ryan Green and others, and he had seen him a few times. A few seconds later, seeing that no one objected, Edwin Lamb nodded and slung his 2 swords behind his back. Great. Then let's get to know each other, introduce ourselves, and let you get to know me, and let me get to know you. I am Edwin Lamb, a high-level wind attribute warrior and a professional swordsman. Alright, let's start with you next. Edwin Lamb pointed with his right hand to the person on the far right, and the person pointed to stood up and began to introduce himself. Not long after, it was Murray Green's turn, and he stood up to speak. Murray Green, level 2 psychic. Short and direct. Soon, everyone present had finished introducing themselves. 1 level 4, 23 level 3, and 12 level 2. As expected of students from the 1st Academy of the North, this strength ratio could easily support a 1,000-man regiment in the army. The 11th Academy Army has a small number of people, only 1/10 the size of a normal army, but they are all the best of the best among cultivators of the same level, and their combat power is comparable to 2 normal armies. If this army entered Mount Bis, it could easily wipe out the savage orcs, regardless of casualties. I just went to a meeting. Our operational area is the rear half of the defense line of Bis Mountain. We will set off into the mountain in 2 hours. Now we need to take stock of our supplies. In addition to the basic supplies provided by the Legion, we also need to allocate some additional supplies. As Edwin Lamb spoke, his eyes swept over the crowd before finally settling on Murray Green. Murray Green, I heard from Professor Payne that you were on a mission in the Bis Mountains a few days ago, so you have more experience than us. Write me a supply slip, and I'll collect it when I go to pick up the supplies later. Okay. Faced with Edwin Lamb's straightforward arrangement, Murray Green immediately agreed, then asked for paper and pen and began to write on the spot. Weapons and equipment? No. Everyone here is a genius student from Ellis Academy. They all have custom-made weapons. Who would use standard military weapons? So Murray Green wrote down pots, pans, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea on the paper. These inconspicuous daily necessities, though unimportant, would make life in the mountains very difficult without them. When Murray Green saw the list of supplies, his teammates gaped, first with disbelief, then slapped their foreheads and gave him a thumbs up. As expected of someone with experience, you've thought of everything very thoroughly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The group, carrying backpacks full of stuff, hurried toward Mount Bis. Murray Green, being a magician, did not have a backpack and walked in the middle with several of his magician teammates. At the front, Edwin Lamb led the way with a map, while behind him, Teacher Payne DuPont followed at a leisurely pace, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings as if he were admiring the scenery. Nearby were several patrol teams with similar routes, and the teams were not far apart. After several teams entered the mountains together, they set off along their respective patrol routes. Before long, the other teams disappeared, leaving only their team. Many students were visiting the mountains for the first time, their faces filled with curiosity. They saw the beautiful scenery and thought it was a pleasant outing. However, after walking for 2 or 3 hours, they realized that something was wrong. Damn, this patrol is so boring. A mage teammate next to Murray Green complained quietly, but Murray Green replied with a smile. It would be best if this continued to be so boring, otherwise we'll run into the enemy, which would mean the situation on the front mountain is not good. With the sun about to set, Edwin Lamb ordered a halt to the advance and a camp to be set up, even though continuing the march could have allowed for another hour or 2 of patrolling. Unlike the squad's cautious approach, Edwin Lamb directly ordered his soldiers to cut down all the trees around the chosen camp and pile them up as a defensive wall. The view around the camp immediately became clear. Then, several large bonfires were lit around the area, and even at night, the light from these bonfires was almost the same as during the day. Freshly cut trees are not easy to burn, but after a few fireballs, there is no question of whether they are easy or not. It's just a matter of how long they can burn. Seeing those fireballs, Murray Green was practically drooling with envy. Those were offensive spells. He's practically going crazy with his attack magic right now. He has tons of spatial magic swimming around in his mental sea, which is basically useless. Who can understand this frustration? After lighting the campfire and setting up the tents, Murray Green took on the role of chef. asking the soldiers to chop up the rabbits and pheasants they had casually hunted along the patrol route, add oil to the pot, throw them in, add seasonings, and finally stir-fry until fragrant. After the dish was cooked, Murray Green divided it into several portions using a bowl. A strange aroma wafted through the camp, causing everyone who smelled it to swallow hard. Even Payne DuPont came out of his tent and gathered around the pot. Then Murray Green broke up the hardened bacon, threw in some wild vegetables, and made a soup of wild vegetables and minced meat. Everyone gathered around the pot, dipping their military dry bread in the soup and enjoying it immensely. Chapter 120 Delicacies from the Deep Mountains. After the meal, Murray Green consulted Payne about some techniques for level 2 psychic, then returned to his tent to rest. As a magician, maintaining energy is of utmost importance, so Murray Green was not assigned to night watch and was able to get a good night's rest. As night fell, the campfires around them chased away the darkness. Several students on night watch sat together, talking quietly. In the nearby forest, assassins and rangers hid in the branches, taking turns resting and keeping watch. After a peaceful and quiet night, Murray Green, having slept soundly, stretched and stepped out of his tent. I cooked a pot of meat porridge with the rice and smoked meat I brought, then blanched some wild vegetables, made a cold dish with seasonings, and served it with military dry bread. It was another hearty meal. Murray, your skills are quite unique. Where did you learn them? Payne DuPont sat on a wooden post, drinking porridge and eating some cold wild vegetables. He found this way of eating quite appetizing and much more comfortable and convenient than his usual combination of cream, bread, milk, and steak. I learned some simple cooking methods from my former teammates. Oh. After receiving this answer, Payne DuPont nodded and did not ask any further questions. Murray Green also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, lying to a telekinetic master was quite dangerous. A powerful psychic is very knowledgeable about mental fluctuations and can easily distinguish between truth and lies. Since they were all students, although the requirements at the Warrior Academy were much stricter than those at the Magic Academy, they were still not as strict as those at the military. So after finishing their meal, they washed up and then set off again. The team members were all at least level 2. Murray Green's speed was relatively slow, so a wind mage cast a clear feather spell on him, and with his occasional use of repulsive force, he was able to barely keep up with the team. Stop and rest for 15 minutes. After advancing for more than 2 hours, Edwin Lamb arranged a rest period based on the situation, and then continued on his way. He rested twice more along the way, and arrived at around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Edwin Lamb pulled out the patrol route map, glanced at the sun, then took out the locator that had been distributed with the map, looked at it again, and finally nodded. This is the place. They haven't arrived yet. It seems our team arrived relatively quickly. Let's rest here and cook a meal. The patrol routes of each team are planned by the military strategic advisors. If each patrol team is a line, then all the lines intertwine to form a giant net that sieves the area. Their current location is a node in this network, and according to the plan, 3 teams will intersect here. These 3 teams will briefly gather here to exchange intelligence. If the 3 teams do not gather in a planned manner within the specified time, then it indicates a problem. The team that arrives at this location should immediately fire a signal flare to summon surrounding teams to search in the opposite direction for any teams that have not yet arrived. If the enemy is eliminated without even firing a signal flare, it means a big fish is passing by, and experts must be dispatched immediately to hunt it down. If they get lost or for other improper reasons, they will be dealt with according to military law. Once everything was settled, everyone's eyes turned to Murray Green. What prey did you hunt today? Murray Green was caught off guard when he discovered that he had unexpectedly become the head of the mess hall. However, even now, Murray Green couldn't imagine what kind of delicious food these genius students, who probably hadn't even stepped into a kitchen, could possibly make. For his own health, and to ensure he could eat with peace of mind, Murray Green felt it was essential to take on the role of head of the mess hall. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, several students who were responsible for scouting the area brought out a few pheasants and rabbits, a deer, a wolf, and 2 wild boars, 1 large and 1 small. That's really well prepared. Upon seeing the ingredients, Murray Green lowered his head in thought for a moment, then began to give instructions. Seniors, please process these prey. Then he looked at the senior assassins and asked them to find some edible wild fruits and vegetables. After making the arrangements, Murray Green asked one of the senior warriors to cut down a big tree. He used the tree stump as a table and put the spices from his backpack on it. The trees were chopped into firewood for later use. By the way, Seniors, you guys dig a hole here and leave the soil aside. Murray Green was becoming increasingly adept at arranging things. The pit was dug quickly, and the water mage added water to the soil to turn it into mud. Not long after everything was ready, the senior who had gone to process the prey returned. Several pheasants were thrown whole into a pot, along with some plant roots and nuts that could be used for soup. The pot was simmered over high heat, and wild vegetables were added before serving. The rabbit meat was separated from the bones. The bones were coated with flour and deep-fried. After being taken out of the fryer, it was given to all the students as a snack. The meat was diced, stir-fried with chili peppers, and the aroma was so enticing that everyone who smelled it secretly swallowed their saliva. The wild boar was brushed with honey, marinated with seasonings, and then roasted over a fire. Several fire warriors and a fire mage controlled the heat, turning it over from time to time and brushing it with the seasonings prepared by Murray Green. The wild boar meat is cut into strips, marinated with seasonings, and then smoked in a fire. The deer was cut into pieces, pickled, coated with jam made from crushed wild berries, then wrapped separately with large leaves. Finally, Murray Green used his telekinesis to smear mud on it, turning it into several mud lumps, which were then thrown into a pit and then into burning firewood. After a long period of preparation, all the dishes were served on a temporary wooden table made of planks. Wild vegetable and chicken soup, stir-fried rabbit pieces, roast suckling pig, smoked meat, and beggar's deer. Looking at the steaming, fragrant dishes, everyone swallowed hard, touched the military-grade dry bread on their backs, and finally gave up on taking it out. With so many dishes, why would we need dry bread? All right, everyone, my task is complete. Please enjoy your meal. Alas, upon hearing that they could finally start eating, the crowd, who had been unable to contain themselves, immediately reached for their utensils and began to wolf down their food. It was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Apart from having breakfast before setting off in the morning, they had been traveling the rest of the time. Even though everyone was a cultivator, they would be fine if they didn't eat for a few days. But just because you don't starve to death doesn't mean you don't feel uncomfortable when you're hungry. On the contrary, cultivators have a much greater need for energy than ordinary people. The reason they can endure longer than ordinary people is that they can use their internal battle chi or magic power to replenish what their bodies need. However, the feeling of hunger cannot be eliminated, so before cultivating to level 6 and connecting with the energy of heaven and earth, one cannot stop eating. Moreover, even if one cultivates to level 6, one will still choose to eat if one is able to. Whether it was hunger or genuine deliciousness, Murray Green's food was quickly devoured. At first, some people maintained a certain level of composure and reserve, but when they found that they were eating too slowly and others were eating them, they could no longer remain calm and immediately joined the food-grabbing frenzy. After leaving some food for those still patrolling the area, Murray Green joined the frenzy for food. Chapter 121 Cooking Skills Warm Hearts. Halfway through the meal, a classmate who had been patrolling and keeping watch around returned, staring in disbelief at the group eating with great enthusiasm. Hey, senior, I saved a portion for you guys. Come and eat with us. Okay. He walked toward Murray Green, but halfway there he suddenly slapped his forehead, strode over to Edwin Lamb, and said, Captain, I found another team during my patrol and brought them here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed out of the woods and walked over when they saw the group eating. Edwin, I didn't expect your team to move so fast. Did you find anything along the way? There's nothing there. Edwin Lamb put down the deer leg he was holding, looked at the captain of the other team, walked over, and the two exchanged information. After finding no trace of the savage orcs, they parted ways. He then returned and picked up the deer leg. Another team, led by their captain, set up camp about 50 meters away from their team, agreeing to meet at noon the next day. The third team hasn't arrived yet. According to patrol regulations, they have to wait here until they arrive, or until noon tomorrow. In addition, it was getting late, and even if the third team arrived, they would not be able to move their camp. With more people, there would be more strength, and the two teams together would definitely be much safer. After setting up the tents, the hungry group sat on rocks or tree roots and stumps to rest, taking out bacon and military dry bread from their backpacks and eating them with water. Watching the people across from them enjoying a steaming hot meal while they themselves were munching on dry bread and drinking cold water, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Captain, what should we do? What do you mean, what to do? Do you know how to do it? The captain, munching on bacon, asked the question, glancing occasionally in the direction of Murray Green and the others. He sniffed, drooling at the aroma wafting from afar. Cough, cough. Finally, the captain coughed violently twice, drawing everyone's attention, and then spoke loudly. Are there any students in our team who can cook? The students looked at each other in bewilderment. As students of Ellis Academy, they were either descendants of nobles or came from wealthy merchant families. Even those from the worst commoner families were still considered quite good among commoners. Otherwise, how could they possibly be cultivating? They grew up in a life where everything was done for them. Cook? What is this? Moreover, they only brought a few pots that were provided by the company and nothing else. They only used the pots once to boil water. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, the captain glanced back at the person who had asked the question first, his eyes filled with helplessness. Captain, why don't you go and talk to them and ask them to share some of the food? You're telling me what to do. Are you the captain, or am I the captain? You're even giving me orders. Although they were all from the 11th Army and were teammates, there was competition between each team. As captains, they were basically the best of Ellis Academy. Therefore, no one really respects anyone else. He wouldn't bow down to the captain of another team for a little food. However, seeing his teammates eating dry bread and drinking cold water, their spirits low and their fighting spirit weak, he realized that this wouldn't work. Each team had a teacher who was not only there to protect the students, but also had the right to observe and score them. If you lead the team to this state, you're bound to receive a low evaluation. If the team performs poorly in the future, the person who will bear the primary responsibility will undoubtedly be the captain. While others were busy cooking, he was quietly eating bread. The captain gritted his teeth, finally sighed, and suddenly stood up, startling everyone around him. Well, the captain brushed the dust off his trousers, his face resolute, and strode toward Edwin Lamb. The wind howls, the river is cold, the brave warrior departs, never to return. As everyone watched their captain's tragic figure disappear into the distance, they put down the bacon and dry bread they were eating, and their faces lit up with anticipation. Edwin. What's up? Edwin Lamb threw down the leftover lamb leg bone, feeling a bit full, then picked up a bowl of chicken soup, feeling he could probably eat a little more. Just then, the captain of another team came over and called out to him. Could you spare some of your food for us? He spoke his few words in a sentence, and his voice grew softer and softer as he spoke. After all, he had his pride. Upon hearing this, Edwin Lamb looked surprised and looked the opposing captain up and down. I never expected this. Weren't you supposed to be pretty brave at school? It's really not easy for them to back down now. In high spirits, Edwin Lamb turned to look at the food on the table, but after everyone devoured it, there was not much left. What remained were mostly soups and broths, or parts with a lot of bones. Distributing these things was tantamount to making the other party eat the swill that everyone else didn't want, and the captain, who also witnessed this scene, felt a chill in his heart. I'm late. I should have come earlier. Cough, cough. Edwin Lamb coughed twice to draw the other person's attention back to himself, and then spoke. As you can see, we've basically finished all our food. There's not much left to share. Upon hearing this, the captain's already chilling heart nearly died. However, I can ask the classmate who made this food if he can make you something else to eat. This is truly a stroke of luck, a sudden and unexpected turn of events. There's no reason not to agree. Thank you. Could you please introduce me to the classmate who cooks? Although the other party's gratitude was worthless, Edwin Lamb felt better than if he had earned 1,000 gold coins, so he immediately called Murray Green over. After eating and drinking his fill, Murray Green sat in his seat chatting with other classmates. When he heard Edwin Lamb calling out, he lazily walked over. However, when asked if he could help arrange meals for the other team, he was initially reluctant to accept the offer. But seeing the expectant look in the captain's eyes and the hungry classmates in the distance, Murray Green agreed. I've embarked on a one-way path to becoming a chef. It's strange that I can't bear to see anyone go hungry. Once in character, Murray Green divided the remaining wolf into two parts, one half for soup and the other half for barbecue. Because wolf meat wasn't tasty, Murray Green didn't process the wolf. With enough other food available, he left it uneaten. As a result, the wolf didn't end up in their mouths, but in the mouths of other teams. One wolf isn't enough for the whole pack, but getting a hot bite of meat and a sip of soup is a completely different experience from before. Hearing the words of gratitude, Murray Green felt it was all worthwhile. Chapter 122 Pursuit of the Savage Orcs. The next morning, after the third team arrived late, the three teams gathered briefly before setting off again along their respective patrol routes. The mountain road is winding and the forest is abundant. However, in front of a group of cultivators, trees could be cut down and water could be crossed. Even a canyon was just a big pit in front of them. They tied arrows to vines, shot the arrows to the other side of the canyon 100 meters away, and then walked across by stepping on the vines. After being empowered by the light feather technique, Murray Green used his suction to hold onto the vines, stepping on the swaying vines to move forward quickly, like a peerless master, full of vigor. However, when he saw Payne DuPont floating directly towards him, he lowered his head again. Sigh, I still have to practice. He only learned about floating a few days ago, and recently, due to patrol duties, he hasn't had the time or energy to train in floating, which has prevented him from making any major breakthroughs. Not long after crossing the canyon, one of the assassin classmates on the right quickly ran back. Report, there are signs of savage orcs in this direction. Upon hearing this report, everyone's spirits lifted, and their hands instinctively reached for their weapons. Edwin Lamb immediately ordered that any excess luggage be left where it was, and that they prepare for battle. The group then rushed to the place where the savage orcs had been spotted, only to find the place in ruins, with large amounts of wild beast blood spilled on the ground after their brutal feeding. There were also many footprints that resembled neither humans nor beasts, and scratch marks left on the trees. From these, it was clear that savage orcs had rested here. Based on the footprints and the size of the scene, 100-strong savage orc team lingered here. The blood was still warm, so they shouldn't have gone far. Very good. After investigating, Edwin Lamb nodded and smiled upon receiving the news, then immediately made arrangements. Wind attribute warriors and mages stepped forward, and Murray Green, you are a telekinetic mage with strong detection abilities, so we will form the vanguard and go after the savage orcs. The rest of you will follow. Upon hearing Edwin Lamb's order, Murray Green stepped forward carrying the black box, and then a level 3 wind attribute warrior came to him and crouched slightly. Come on, Murray Jr. Although he didn't really want to be carried, he saw another wind mage naturally hoist onto his back, holding his magic wand and beginning to chant a spell, so he jumped on as well. Thank you for your help, Senior. It's okay, just give me some repulsive force on the way. The Senior replied with a smile. Swift wind. Just then, the wind mage shouted, and a gentle breeze swept over the group of pursuers. Enchanted with swift wind, everyone felt light and refreshed. Gentlemen, follow me in pursuit. Before he finished speaking, Edwin Lamb took the lead and chased after him, with the others immediately following behind. On the way, Murray Green amplified his repulsive force on his senior. Having already broken through to level 2, his normal repulsive force was even stronger. The senior felt as light as a feather, and Murray Green on his back felt as light as a feather. Teaming up with a mage definitely makes things much easier. With a sigh of admiration, he quickened his pace considerably and soon caught up with Edwin Lamb. Murray Green, on his back, closed his eyes and used his mental power to scan the surrounding environment, occasionally sending out spatial feedback to search for clues along the way. Murray Green collected the footprints on the road, the animal hair floating in the air, and the claw marks left by the savage orcs on the tree trunks, and informed Edwin Lamb of the orcs' whereabouts. The savage orcs moved like the wind through the forest, but Edwin Lamb and his companions were all wind attribute warriors. With the added boost of the swift wind, the group rode the wind to pursue them, constantly closing the distance. Suddenly, Murray Green sensed a tall figure and instinctively sent a spatial feedback to it. With a body over 2 meters tall and green skin, it was clearly a savage orc. At this moment, it was running wildly forward, completely unaware that a small team was chasing after it. Captain, I found the savage orc, about 200 meters to the right ahead. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the eyes of the pursuing group lit up, and Edwin Lamb nodded and smiled. I'll go check things out, you guys follow. As he spoke, a flash of green light appeared on Edwin Lamb's body, and his entire body became a blur. When he was seen again, he had already darted forward more than 10 meters. After flashing a few more times, he completely disappeared from Murray Green's sight. Meanwhile, in Murray Green's spatial feedback, Edwin Lamb was rapidly approaching the savage orc he had detected. The level 4 wind attribute warrior sprinted at full speed and soon appeared behind the savage orc, who was running headlong with its companion. Judging from its physical characteristics, it was actually a level 1 savage orc. Looking at the others in front of it, they were all level 1 as well. They were indeed a regular army, not a disorganized guerrilla force. Unlike the roaming savage orcs, this group of savage orcs had a more even distribution of strength and were much more disciplined. He circled around the savage orcs from the side, carefully probing their numbers and strength. Upon discovering that there were 70 or 80 savage orcs, and that the leader was only level 3, Edwin Lamb breathed a sigh of relief, but a murderous intent rose in his heart. They can eat them. Upon realizing this, Edwin Lamb immediately pulled out a signal flare and fired it. The savage orcs, who were rushing along with their heads down, were surprised to find a signal flare being fired next to their group. Awoo! One after another, roars of beasts rose and fell. The leading level 3 savage orc was already as intelligent as a 12 or 13-year-old human and had some basic knowledge. Realizing that its team had been exposed, and knowing that exposure meant certain death on Mount Biss, its eyes turned red, and it roared at Edwin Lamb, who had fired the signal flare. Awoo! Kill him! Upon receiving the order to kill, the already savage orc instantly erupted, roaring as he charged toward Edwin Lamb. Faced with so many savage orcs, Edwin Lamb stood calmly in place, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. What a bunch of beasts, courting death. With his twin swords drawn, Edwin Lamb stepped forward, surprisingly choosing to meet the attack head-on. Both sides were moving very fast. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Edwin Lamb was less than 5 meters away from the leading savage orc. Edwin Lamb, wielding 2 swords, moved with a slight dodge, passing by the savage orc. The orc, as if it hadn't seen Edwin Lamb, continued charging straight ahead. As Edwin Lamb passed the 3rd savage orc, the 1st savage orc's upper body flew out, while its lower body fell to the ground. It turned out that he had already been cut in 2 by Edwin Lamb's sword, but Edwin Lamb's sword was so fast that he hadn't had time to react. However, once he did react, he was already close to death. It didn't even see how Edwin Lamb drew his sword. The Sword Shadow is a swordsman whose sword strikes are swift, like a phantom. Chapter 123 Space Enchantment Mixed Magic Crystal Burst Bullet. Murray Green and his companions, who were not far from the savage orcs, saw Edwin Lamb's attack signal, and the Wind Mage immediately raised his magic staff and began chanting a spell. Once the chanting began, he became like the eye of a storm, surrounded by raging winds that continued to intensify. Seeing this, the soldiers around him all looked on with anticipation. Strangling winds. Compared to other spells, this one, which had been chanted for a long time, was finally released. The gentle breeze transformed into numerous sharp blades, flowing into the forest. The savage orcs, who were attacking Edwin Lamb, were caught off guard and immediately wounded by the countless wind blades. The tough skin was scratched with bloody marks, and several unlucky men had their necks slashed open, bleeding profusely. This area of effect magic had a wide impact, affecting 40 or 50 savage orcs to varying degrees. The group heading towards Edwin Lamb paused for a moment. Then most of the savage orcs turned and attacked Murray Green and his men. They're here. 40 or 50 tall, blood-soaked savage orcs charged forward, looking terrifying, but no one present showed any fear. Instead, they all raised their weapons. Triple arrow, draw the bow. Wind attribute warriors are mostly focused on speed, so most of them become assassins or rangers. Rangers carry bows and arrows, so several of them drew their bows, knocked arrows, and aimed at the savage orcs charging towards them from 100 meters away. The magician raised his staff and chanted the incantation again. The archers all glanced at his staff out of the corner of their eyes. A moment later, he pointed the staff forward, and all the archers fired their arrows. Wind attaches. At the same time, the mage unleashed the spell, and the arrow, carried by the wind, hurtled towards the savage orc at an even greater speed. Murray Green looked at the arrow flying towards the savage orc, his eyes narrowed, and he instantly activated his telekinesis, pointing it at the arrow and fine-tuning its trajectory. Awoo! Under the triple volley of arrows, more than 10 wind-driven arrows formed a curtain of arrows. The savage orcs who were hit screamed incessantly. Some were hit in the eyes and did not even have a chance to scream before collapsing to the ground, never to get up again. Under the first barrage of arrows, 4 or 5 savage orcs fell on the road, and the savage orcs who continued to charge forward stepped over their corpses and continued to advance. Free firing. The savage orcs were very fast. After this volley of arrows, they had already reached a distance of 60 or 70 meters from the group. There wasn't enough time for the mage to cast a second wind blessing, so the archers present immediately began firing freely. There are still so many savage orcs. Looks like we're in for a tough battle. Upon hearing his senior's words, Murray Green took a deep breath and channeled his telekinesis into the black box behind him. With a click, the black box suddenly opened. A large alloy object, resembling a giant radish in shape and size, slowly flew out from it, its surface engraved with gray magic runes. The senior students around him were puzzled when they saw Murray Green pull out such a strange magical item. But with the savage orcs about to attack, they didn't have time to ask what it was. Space enchantment mixed magic crystal burst bullet. Murray Green silently answered their questions in his mind. Magic crystals are the best and highest quality energy source in the world, but since Murray Green got involved in weapon crafting, he has discovered that while magic crystals are the best energy source, they are not the best explosives. Just like gasoline, it can be burned to provide energy, or it can be made into gasoline bombs, which are quite powerful. However, compared to nuclear fission and fusion, bombs made of materials like RDX and TNT are not that powerful. Although this world lacks science, it possesses magical research, alchemy, and weapon crafting techniques, thus enabling it to explore certain things, and its explosive power is even greater than that of magic crystals. Of course, Murray Green, who had only recently begun learning weapon crafting, was not yet able to craft anything more powerful, nor had he learned how to do so. However, with a research approach in mind, Murray Green was able to combine his understanding of both worlds and conduct his research. Ultimately, while studying weapon crafting, he developed a catalyst that could amplify the explosive power of magic crystals, increasing it several times over, and that's how this explosive bomb came about. Go! As Murray Green activated his telekinesis, the spatial enchantment magic circle on the surface of the explosive bullet was activated, and the bullet itself began to spiral. Then, with a flash of gray light, Murray Green launched the explosive bullet into the savage orcs using his telekinesis. A savage orc sensed something flying close to him, his heart pounding, his intuition telling him that this thing was extremely dangerous. When it saw the explosive bullet, the spatial enchantment magic circle on its surface collapsed, followed by a white light, and then it lost consciousness. Amidst the savage beastmen, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared. Everyone who saw this white light, whether human or savage beastman, could not withstand its blinding glare. However, the white light only flashed for a moment and did not last long. In the next instant, flames shot into the sky and spread to the surrounding area. Before the fast-moving savage orcs could react, they were engulfed in flames and felt a violent impact that passed through their tough skin and attacked their internal organs. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, followed by a massive burst of flames. Those savage orcs within the blast radius were either instantly killed, their bodies reduced to ashes by the intense explosion, those in the middle were charred or had their limbs torn apart, and those on the outside were engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Those outside the blast radius were also knocked to the ground by the flying flames and the shockwave of the explosion, their faces filled with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? At this moment, their minds were buzzing, and they had no idea what had happened. In the face of an explosion, everyone is equal. Even from a distance, the powerful impact still swept towards Murray Green and the others. Having anticipated this, Murray Green immediately unleashed his full repulsive force, forming a repulsive shield that blocked everyone's path. However, Murray Green's repulsive shield shattered instantly under the impact of the violent explosion, and Murray Green's face turned deathly pale. However, thanks to his intervention, the impact had little remaining power, only knocking the group back several steps. However, the physical impact on the warriors was far less than the mental impact they experienced due to their powerful physiques. What is this? Witnessing the heavy casualties among 40 or 50 savage orcs in the explosion, with even those who survived now powerless to fight back, everyone turned to Murray Green, staring blankly at him, speechless. Space Enchantment Mixed Magic Crystal Burst Bullet. Chapter 124. Stop pretending and start pretending. What the heck? Although no one had heard of this name before, everyone present felt that it was fitting for the creature to be called that. Because an inch longer means an inch stronger. After saying his name, Murray Green turned to look at the savage orc who had been blown to pieces. Seeing Murray Green's actions, everyone reacted. The magician raised his wand, the ranger drew his bow and shot an arrow, and the assassin drew his dagger and charged forward. The explosive bullet was released by Murray Green using telekinesis, combined with a spatial enchantment magic circle. Its speed was so fast that no savage orc could intercept it, so the impact point was extremely precise, hitting the very center and causing maximum damage to the savage orc. 20 or 30 savage orcs died from this attack, and the others also suffered some injuries. Under such circumstances, the group worked together and quickly dealt with all the savage orcs that were attacking them. Murray Green arrived at the site of the explosive bomb explosion. The once relatively flat land had now become a crater more than 10 meters in diameter and 3 or 4 meters deep. Standing at the edge of the crater, Murray Green crouched down and touched the ground with his hand. Due to the high temperature and pressure, it had become very solid, with a texture similar to touching stone, and there were occasional glass crystals. A fine magical weapon. Its power is no less than that of the level 4 magic flame blast. Which weapon refiner created it? I'd like to buy a couple to use in conjunction with my wind magic. Just then, the Wind Mage Senior walked up to him, looked at the large pit under his feet with admiration, and then asked, This is an invention I made by chance when I was researching weapon crafting techniques. You also practiced weapon crafting? Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the Wind Mage stared at him in disbelief. Those words had shocked him more than an explosive bomb. Goodness, if I remember correctly, isn't this guy a telekinetic master? He's even taking up weapon crafting as a side job. Judging by the power of this magical weapon, his weapon crafting skills are definitely not low. I heard he's only in first grade. Where does he get so much time and energy to learn so many things? I studied on my own for a while. Murray Green said it in a low-key manner, but when his words reached the ears of those around him, they sounded very pretentious. Please don't do this. We can still be good friends. That's right, Captain. What do you want? Also, what was the situation with that explosion just now? Did Morphe Crane arrive? At that moment, Edwin Lamb, carrying 2 swords on his back and holding the head of a savage orc in his right hand, walked over. This savage orc's head was larger than the others, and its face still showed shock. Judging from the length of its fangs, it should be a level 3 savage orc. Although Murray Green thought Edwin Lamb should be very strong, he didn't expect him to be able to complete a decapitation without taking damage in such a short time. As expected of a noble heir, he's truly powerful. In that world, many families, even those with limited funds, would invest heavily in educating their offspring. In this world, the heir represents the future of the family, and the territory and the family are entrusted to them. Therefore, the requirements for them are extremely high. As a result, the upbringing these noble heirs receive from childhood to adulthood is unimaginable to many. For example, Ryan Green was raised by Count Green, a level 6 warrior, from a young age. He learned about military parades, handling government affairs, and patrolling the territory through his teachings and example. After the age of 16, he came to Ellis Academy to broaden his experience. Although the Green family wasn't wealthy, they spared no expense in training Ryan Green. Murray Green, as the second son, didn't receive the same treatment, but he still received a solid foundation in education. Unlike some families, which, in order to maintain family stability, not only do they not cultivate their offspring, but also suppress them. Edwin Lamb is the future Earl of Lamb. Unlike the Green family, which is a newly established noble family, the Lamb family is a founding noble family with a deep foundation. Therefore, Edwin Lamb has received even more training than Ryan Green. Faced with Edwin Lamb's barrage of questions, everyone turned to Murray Green, who silently responded. That explosion was caused by my magical weapon. As for Morpheus, he didn't come. You made it with a magical weapon? Edwin Lamb also looked surprised, staring intently at the crater created by the explosive shell. He was just charging at the savage orcs when a wind spell suddenly appeared, drawing most of the savage orcs away and greatly reducing the pressure on him. Shortly afterward, a violent explosion occurred, causing the level 3 savage orc who was fighting him to lose his focus and expose an opening, which he then beheaded with a single sword strike. He was still thinking that this attack, comparable to a level 4 fire magic, should only be able to be delivered by the fire-based combat mage Morpheus Crane, but he never expected that it was Murray Green who did it. What kind of magical weapon are you using? It's quite powerful. Which weapon refiner made it? I'd like to buy a few when I have time. Those around him twitched at the corners of their mouths when they heard Edwin Lamb's seemingly familiar question. This is what I made. What? Upon hearing this, Edwin Lamb looked surprised and stared at Murray Green in astonishment, as did Payne DuPont, who had been following behind Edwin Lamb. Good grief, aren't you a tactician? I was already surprised enough that you came to learn my telekinetic techniques, but you actually secretly learned weapon crafting. Are you even human? Dean, you must come and put a stop to him. He's trying to do too much at once, and he'll only end up ruined if he continues like this. Payne DuPont was in turmoil, while Murray Green glanced at Payne DuPont, whose expression remained calm, but who seemed to understand the other's thoughts. However, he didn't care anymore, because his cultivation progress hadn't been delayed, and he had already mastered the basics of weapon crafting. So what if it was exposed? Even Earl Green and Webster Ellis can't control him now. I said it. Murray Green glanced at the large crater beside him and thought confidently. Was this caused by a magical weapon you created? Edwin Lamb was somewhat incredulous. Although weapon refiners could always create things beyond imagination, wasn't this person a telekinetic master? Then he turned to look at Payne DuPont, his eyes full of questions, and Payne DuPont nodded slightly, confirming his thoughts. That's right. I also taught myself weapon crafting techniques for a while and made some progress along the way. I never expected the results to be so explosive. Murray Green patiently explained, and seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of those around him because of this magical weapon, he felt a surge of secret pleasure. Moreover, he really didn't expect that this space-enchanted mixed magic crystal explosive bullet would be so powerful. When he was researching it, he used a small dose for test explosions. After finding that the power was good, he increased the dose proportionally to make 2 explosive bullets and 1 even larger dose explosive bullet. He had wanted to throw it out to test its power before, but his opponent was too weak, and he didn't want to waste it. This time it was good, so after hesitating for a moment, he threw it out, and the result was beyond his expectations. Chapter 125 Nighttime Attack. When the main force arrived, Edwin Lamb and the others were still standing around the pit, somewhat questioning their existence. At the scene, limbs were flying everywhere, some turned into charred remains, and even worse were the savage orcs who were reduced to mere ashes, which were impossible to pick up. Everyone who witnessed the explosive grenade detonate and cause such a horrific scene looked grim. 30-odd people were collecting the spoils left behind by 60 or 70 savage orcs. It should have been quick, but the violent explosion caused many savage orc corpses to fly everywhere, making them difficult to find. Even those who remained in place found it difficult to act when faced with such horribly mutilated corpses. Let's have something light for lunch today. Edwin Lamb patted Murray Green on the shoulder and said gently, okay. Murray Green glanced around and understood what Edwin Lamb meant. Compared to cold weapons, the aftermath of an explosive bomb is indeed more difficult to manage, comparable to a large-scale spell. The magician who cast the spell never cleaned up the battlefield, so he just kept blasting. Now, a group of academy soldiers are not afraid to fight on the front lines, but cleaning up the battlefield after a violent explosion is a bit of a challenge for them. So Murray Green chose a place far from the battlefield, and with a few assistants who were relieved that they didn't have to clean up the mess, he set up camp and started cooking. I prepared some rice and several large pots of vegetables, without a single piece of meat, so it shouldn't affect their appetite. Even so, the group, who had previously enjoyed good appetites, had significantly reduced their fighting capacity today, and there were even leftovers. What a disaster. I'll need to find some followers to collect the spoils of war. After finishing his meal, Murray Green sat on a wooden stake to rest, looking at the battlefield, which was still in a mess even after the spoils of war had been collected. 1 Class 3, 16 Class 2, and 52 Class 1. This is the estimated number of animal teeth obtained after collecting the spoils of war. In fact, there were more than that, but under Murray Green's explosive bullet, some of the savage orc corpses were mutilated, while others were left with only a single beast tooth, which was paired with another savage orc's beast tooth. Not bad. Although it's not a lot, thanks to Murray Green, we suffered no losses this time. It can be called a great victory. Therefore, I have decided to give Murray Green an extra 500 battle merits. After the meal, Edwin Lamb received the statistics, and everyone held a brief meeting to acknowledge Murray Green's contributions, awarding him a large sum of war merit from the spoils. Having earned this merit, Murray Green calculated that the explosive bombs he had thrown out probably only cost around 200 merits to produce. He had thrown out 1 and received 2.5 in return, which was an incredible profit. This made Murray Green eager to try throwing out the remaining 2 explosive bombs from the black box. However, Edwin Lamb suddenly gave Murray Green a look, suppressing the thoughts that were welling up in Murray Green's mind. Wide-range attacks are convenient for dealing with the enemy, but they are inconvenient for cleaning up the battlefield. Edwin Lamb is not prepared to let Murray Green use explosive rounds again unless absolutely necessary. After finishing their meal and holding a meeting to summarize the results, the group rested for an hour or two before resuming their patrol and continuing their journey. The next day, they met with 2 other different teams and discovered that they had also encountered savage orcs. Under the teacher's care, although they were in a sorry state, no one was seriously injured or killed. On the 3rd night, Murray Green was resting in his tent. Suddenly, a loud whistle shot into the sky, echoing throughout the camp, followed by shouts. Enemy attack. About 500 meters to the southeast, there are probably over 100 savage orcs. but it's unclear who the strongest among them is. Murray Green immediately regained his senses, carrying the black box out of the tent. There were countless campfires on the ground, and many magically enhanced flares were rising into the sky, making it as bright as day even at night. At this moment, the swift Edwin Lamb was already on the high platform, organizing his awakened team members to deal with the approaching savage beastmen. Just then, he noticed Murray Green's intense gaze. Edwin Lamb, understanding his meaning, shook his head slightly, indicating that it wasn't necessary for the time being. Then he drew his twin swords and led his teammates southeast, towards the direction of the approaching savage orcs. Magical flares, seemingly free, shot into the sky one after another, turning the night sky into daylight. The savage orcs who had launched the night attack quickly realized that this team was different from the teams they had faced before. Moreover, when the leader of the savage orcs discovered that there were only 30 or 40 people on the other side, and instead of choosing to defend themselves, they dared to launch a charge against them, the leader of the savage orcs knew that something was wrong. However, now that things have come to this, how can the charge stop? More than 100 tall, savage orcs. How could they possibly defeat these 30 or 40 bean sprouts in an instant? Act, tear them apart. A loud roar came from its throat, and all the charging savage orcs, their eyes slightly red, entered a state of excitement, and their movement speed increased significantly. Watch out. They have orc priests, mages, and our mages. What are you shouting for? Don't rush me. I have my own casting rhythm. Swift wind, go. The wind attribute mage cast a speed-up spell. At the same time, the fire mage standing next to him had fist-sized fireballs appear out of thin air and swirl around him. Fireball scattering. 20 or 30 fireballs flew out at once, passing over everyone's heads and heading towards the savage orcs. The water mage is still chanting. The team's last mage, Murray Green, estimated the distance. More than 200 meters, wow, beyond the reach of his telekinetic power. Telekinetic attacks are very versatile, but they have a fatal flaw. Their attack range is shorter than that of mages of the same level. An ordinary level 2 mage's mental range is about 200 meters, but their magic range can reach 500 meters. Murray Green, as a telekinetic, has much stronger mental power than an ordinary mage. Therefore, once the breakthrough is achieved, the mental coverage range reaches 200 meters, and this mental distance can be increased as cultivation continues. However, the attack range of telekinesis is closely related to mental strength, so at this moment, he can only attack enemies within 200 meters. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Murray Green touched the python pistol at his waist and abandoned the idea, even though the python pistol had a long range and was very lethal within 500 meters. However, the python pistol is designed for agility and catching enemies off guard, and it is most effective within 100 meters or even 50 meters. Therefore, Murray Green used telekinesis to enter the black box. Murray, what are you doing? Why are you pulling out one of those explosive grenades again? The wind mage standing nearby noticed the flow of Murray Green's telekinetic energy and immediately turned to look at him, asking warily. No, that one. I'm showing you a new, amazing treasure. Murray Green gave a mysterious smile. Chapter 126, the prototype of a missile system. 4 black alloy tubes flew out of the black box one after another and assembled in the air into a tube about 2 meters long. After the long tube was assembled, the 3 magicians discovered that it was engraved with magic array patterns, making it sturdy, shock-absorbing, and silent. Holy crap, a hollow alloy tube with 3 magic circles engraved on it. After seeing the 3 magic circles clearly, the 3 magicians simultaneously complained in their hearts. This is too extravagant. 3 magic circles engraved on a hollow tube. Don't weapon refiners charge labor fees? Oh, right, this guy is the weapon refiner. Weapon refiners are so rich and powerful, they're really arrogant. The last disc flew out of the black box and docked with the end of the long tube, causing the entire weapon to float in the air. The 3 mages around it frowned as they watched. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. However, the 3 of them moved a few steps to the side as if by unspoken agreement, choosing to stay away from Murray Green. If you can't understand it, then stay away from it. They knew that when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. They didn't want to be buried with the mad weapon refiner. Why are you all hiding so far away? This thing isn't dangerous. After assembling the weapon, Murray Green saw his 3 companions walking further and further away and finally couldn't help but call out to them. The air is better here. Let's come over and get some fresh air. The 3 looked at each other, but the fire mage was still remotely controlling the fireball, The water mage was still chanting, and the wind mage, who had finished casting the spell, could only bite the bullet and answer. Blow it up. Just then, the fire mage shouted, and 20 or 30 fireballs were hurled at the charging savage orcs. Faced with the incoming fireballs, some nimbly dodged them, some attacked with their claws, and some unlucky ones could only use their strong bodies to take the fireballs head-on. Although the savage orcs are physically strong, they are still somewhat vulnerable in the face of a fireball formed by gathered flames. Several savage orcs that were hit were charred at the point of impact, and the intense pain caused them to collapse to the ground instantly, screaming in agony. Water barrier, go. After chanting for a long time, the water mage finally released his magic, which turned out to be a defensive magic, a water barrier. The armored warrior at the forefront had a layer of flowing blue light appear on the surface of his armor, just like flowing water. Brothers, kill. The fully armored warrior, whose defense has been greatly enhanced, is much taller and bigger than the savage orc, but he is like a steel torrent, directly confronting the savage orc head-on. Leading the charge was a level 3 two-handed swordsman. He gripped his swords with both hands, and with the aid of the swift wind, his heavy full-body armor seemed like wood. He suddenly leaped up and delivered a powerful split-hit attack from the sky. Unable to dodge in time, the savage orc hurriedly used his claws to block in front of him. The sword and claws collided, making a crisp sound, and several of the savage orc's claws were instantly severed. The raging greatsword, carrying immense power, instantly pinned down the savage orc's arms, then slashed at its shoulders, aiming for its heart. The two palm widths of the greatsword ultimately cut 2/3 of its way in. A whoa. The intense pain caused the savage orc to roar loudly. Then it opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the warrior's head. Screw you. The warrior, wielding a two-handed sword in full armor, stepped on the orc's abdomen, drew his sword, and slashed horizontally, sending the orc's hideous head flying. The warrior continued his charge forward, stepping over the orc's corpse. After the two torrents collided, they turned into a quagmire, and both sides were trapped in the quagmire of war, unable to extricate themselves for the time being. Edwin Lamb wielded his sword with both hands, his steps light and agile. Wherever he went, the savage orcs either had their heads blown off or were cut in two, instantly slaughtering all the savage orcs around him. Level 4 warrior Edwin Lamb attacked with all his might, and his powerful aura was instantly sensed by the strong savage orcs. As a result, 2 level 3 savage orcs took the initiative to attack him. Savage orcs are tall and strong. Among their peers, humans are often no match for them. 2 level 3 savage orcs are equivalent to 2 near level 4 orcs. Although they are not strong enough, their size and strength make up for it. Facing 2 menacing level 3 savage orcs, Edwin Lamb showed no fear, thrusting out his twin swords like 2 white snakes raising their heads. Edwin Lammer's sword was so fast that the savage orcs couldn't react at all. Only after the sword pierced the abdomen of one of the savage orcs did it realize it was wounded. The savage orc swung his claw at Edwin Lammer's head, attempting to kill him, but Edwin Lammer wasn't about to let him succeed. He withdrew his right hand and then thrust it out diagonally. While the battle raged ahead, the 4 mages behind them did not stop either. 3 of them raised their magic wands and began chanting magic spells, preparing to unleash their magic. Murray Green, however, sat cross-legged on the ground, the strange weapon floating 2 meters above his head, its hollow tube always pointing towards the battlefield. Mage's eye fly. An invisible eyeball flew out from between Murray Green's eyebrows. This mage's eye, composed of spiritual power, quickly flew to a position 30 or 40 meters away, under Murray Green's control, and observed the battlefield up close. The mage's eye is different from the naked eye. Its color intensity is not as high as that of the naked eye, but it can clearly see the battle aura and magic power that erupts from each person, and even see their intensity. With the aid of the mage's eye, the entire battlefield was clearly displayed in Murray Green's mind. Then, based on the battlefield situation, Murray Green used his telekinesis to control the sniper rifle. Yes, this is a sniper rifle. Don't be fooled by the fact that it doesn't look like a sniper rifle at all. It has no scope, no trigger, and apart from the barrel and drum magazine, it doesn't resemble a sniper rifle in any way, but it is indeed a sniper rifle. It's a high-tech sniper rifle created by Murray Green in this world. Unlike the sniper rifles of the previous world, which had scopes for aiming, triggers for firing, and stocks to counteract recoil, these rifles were different. But in this world, the existence of magic led Murray Green to overturn his original understanding and redesign and manufacture it. Before learning the art of weapon crafting, Murray Green created 2 giant python pistols that were very similar to the revolvers from his original world. But after learning the art of weapon crafting, Murray Green realized that he was still bound by the mindset of the previous world, and his imagination was not free enough. Why do we need a scope? Isn't it just for observing the enemy? Can't the mages I see clearly even when it's right up to their face? Why pull the trigger? It's all for firing. Can it be triggered by telekinesis? You know, telekinesis can move with thoughts, which is faster and more effective than pulling the trigger with a finger. The shock-absorbing magic circle eliminated the recoil, and Murray Green didn't even intend to operate it with his own body, but directly controlled it with his telekinesis, so the recoil had no effect on him at all. At this moment, he was like a central control room. The mage's eye was like a satellite, the brain was like a fire control radar, and the sniper rifle was like a missile. Although small, this missile system is in its early stages. Chapter 127 One Shot, 2 Kills. Edwin Lamb delivered a diagonal thrust, striking the savage orc's armpit just as his claws were about to strike. He then slashed across the enemy's abdomen with his left sword, before swiftly drawing both swords and flashing away. The next instant, a tall figure lunged at the spot where Edwin Lamb had just been standing. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just 2 wild beasts. After retreating to avoid the attack, Edwin Lamb charged forward, his sword flashing like a streak of light, striking the level 3 savage orc who had attacked him. The level 3 savage orc extended its claws and grabbed at Edwin Lammer's sword. The sword and claws clashed, and Edwin Lammer's strength was no match for the level 3 savage orc, so the longsword was knocked back by the claws. Edwin Lamb, who focused on attack speed, immediately thrust out a second sword. The savage orc, who had just blocked the first sword, couldn't react in time. Edwin Lamb stabbed his arm, and Edwin Lamb raised his sword, severing the savage orc's tendons on the spot. The savage orc opened its mouth and instinctively screamed, but at that moment, a gray bullet flew over Edwin Lamb's head and struck it straight in the chest. The bullet, spiraling in the air, pierced the robust physique of the level 3 savage orc, creating a fist-sized hole in his body. The other savage orc behind it had no idea that its brother in front would die so suddenly, without any warning. Moreover, this space-enchanted sharp bullet was able to penetrate the body of its companion in front and continue shooting towards it. Another savage orc, unable to dodge in time, was also hit in the chest, leaving a bloody hole slightly smaller than the first one. 1 shot, 2 kills. Even Edwin Lamb was momentarily stunned to witness 2 savage orcs die right before his eyes. Then he turned to look behind him and saw Murray Green sitting cross-legged on the ground 200 meters away, with a strange thing floating above his head. At this moment, blue smoke was still rising from the opening of this strange contraption. What is this? Despite having many questions in his mind, Murray Green quickly eliminated his opponent with a double kill, freeing him up. Having broken free of his entanglement, Edwin Lamb, wielding 2 swords, charged forward with incredible speed, leaving no survivors in his wake. A sniper's target is either an enemy officer or the enemy with the greatest threat. Currently, the leader of the barbarian orcs has not shown himself. So Murray Green chose the 2 savage orcs as his targets. He originally intended to shoot the first savage orc directly, but the second one suddenly forced Edwin Lamb back and stood in front of the first one. With the second savage orc under Edwin Lamb's control, Murray Green didn't hesitate to shoot. Unexpectedly, the first savage orc was still standing in the same spot and was taken away with it. Seeing Murray Green's incredible achievement, the 3 mages beside him were shocked, and their spells almost stopped. Fortunately, they were quite capable and managed to continue chanting the incantation, successfully releasing the magic. Group attack, wind shield, mass cast, water shield, range, blazing fire. In the heart of the battlefield where the fighting was most intense, all the combatants were covered with 2 layers of shields. Before they could even feel happy, raging flames suddenly erupted from beneath their feet, crashing against them and burning them to a crisp. However, protected by 2 layers of defensive magic, they were only somewhat disheveled and did not suffer much damage. The savage orcs, who had neither armor nor defensive magic and relied solely on their bodies to withstand the magical flames, were no match for them. Many of the savage orcs in the midst of battle were burning and howling in pain, while their opponents, seeing such a good opportunity, would not stop and instead quickened their pace of attack. The savage orcs fighting here were instantly halved. At the heart of the battle was the main force of the savage orcs. With the main force wiped out, the orc leader hidden behind the scenes, the orc priest, could no longer contain himself and let out a roar. At its roar, all the savage orcs present immediately fell silent, even those who were running around in a frenzy with their bodies ablaze. With another roar, all the savage orcs roared in response, as if in response to their leader's command, and then their bodies expanded at a visible speed. Originally, they were all about 2.5 to 2.6 meters tall, with some even approaching 3 meters. But now, they have become even taller, with the smallest being 3 meters and the tallest approaching 4 meters. It's a berserk spell. Be careful, I'm going to take care of their leader. The savage orc priest's signature ritual magic allows the savage orcs to burn their life force and unleash even more terrifying power, increasing their strength by at least 30%. Therefore, the difficulty of their battles increased by at least 30%, but Edwin Lamb could no longer concern himself with the main battlefield. We must first eliminate the enemy leader. Even if we can't eliminate him, we must keep him occupied. If he uses the collective sacrifice spell again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Edwin Lamb immediately dashed off in the direction from which the roar had come, quickly disappearing from the battlefield and vanishing into the dark forest. It seems that this savage orc priest has been hiding at the very back and hasn't charged forward. You guys continue to help them. I'll go help the captain. Swift Wind, go. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the Wind Mage quickly cast a single target Swift Wind spell on him, patted Murray Green on the shoulder, and then began chanting again. Murray Green nodded, and with his sniper rifle in hand, aided by telekinesis and swift winds, quickly bypassed the battlefield and headed towards Edwin Lamb's location. A flare was launched, but before it could take off, it was inexplicably shot down and fell into the woods. Seeing this, Murray Green sensed something was wrong and immediately quickened his pace, firing 2 more flares towards the location where the flares had been launched. But before the 2 flares could shine for long, they were shot down again. In that very short time, Murray Green successfully located Edwin Lamb and rushed over there. With the swift wind and repulsive force, Murray Green moved as lightly as a swallow, and under the pull of his telekinesis, he seemed to be Spider-Man in the present day, moving at lightning speed. Soon, his spatial feedback located Edwin Lamb, but in addition to Edwin Lamb, he also found 4 savage orcs. 200 meters. Murray Green whispered, immediately stopping in his tracks, casting Mage's Eye, and raising his sniper rifle into the air. But just then, a roar came, and Murray Green's flying Mage's Eye was forcibly shattered. Wow, this mage is really hard to deal with. Unlike warriors, mages are very sensitive to fluctuations in mental energy and can easily detect the Mage's Eye. But what can a warrior do if he does detect it? Can he hit the target? However, mages don't have too many ways to deal with the eye of the mage. Indeed, only those who understand their own kind best. Chapter 128 First Encounter with the Orc Priest. After discovering that his Mage's Eye had been shattered by the Orc Priest, Murray Green immediately launched another flare toward Edwin Lamb's location. As expected, the flare was quickly destroyed by the Orc Priest, but in the meantime, Murray Green obtained a lot of useful information using his eyes and spatial feedback. The enemy had 4 savage orcs, 2 of whom were ordinary level 3 savage orcs, and the other, who looked much older, was probably also level 3. However, this older savage orc was wearing bone armor and carrying an iron rod. The 3 savage orcs were besieging Edwin Lamb. The old orc was the main force, and he withstood Edwin Lamb's attacks head-on. With the help of 2 ordinary savage orcs, he barely managed to hold off Edwin Lamb. Not far from them stood an orc priest of average build, with an old face, wearing a leather robe and holding a bone scepter. At that moment, it pointed its scepter at the flare, and Murray Green seemed to hear a roar, after which the flare fell and went out. They are all level 3. Although this orc priest did not go all out, Murray Green is a member of the Green family, which has been fighting against the savage orcs for over 200 years and knows a great deal about them. Orc priests hold a higher status among savage orcs than mages do among humans, so whenever an orc priest appears, he is always accompanied by many savage orc guards of the same or higher level. Since the guarding savage orc was level 3, then this orc priest was most likely also level 3. Murray Green raised his head, straightened his chest, and smiled confidently. If he guesses wrong, Murray Green will just throw a burst grenade. After assessing the opponent's strength, Murray Green quickly moved forward and soon arrived at a distance of about 100 meters from the battle site. Although it was night, the trees near Edwin Lamb and the 3 savage orcs had been broken by the battle, allowing the moonlight to shine through. Murray Green looked at the orc priest. The orc priest, who had sensed Murray Green's arrival, also looked at Murray Green, tightened his grip on the bone scepter, and a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. "Captain, can we handle those 3 guys?" Upon hearing Murray Green's voice, Edwin Lamb responded without hesitation. "No problem, it just might take a while to deal with. If you can hold off that orc priest and prevent him from casting any more spells on them, I can finish this much faster." "No problem." After confirming that Edwin Lamb was safe, Murray Green turned to the orc priest and smiled gently. The sniper rifle floating above his head flashed, and a gray beam shot out from the barrel, heading straight for the orc priest. Faced with Murray Green's sudden attack, the orc priest was startled. It never expected Murray Green to use such methods, which was very different from its impression of magicians. "Don't you chant magic spells?" Although doubts lingered in his mind, the space-enchanted sharp bullets were extremely fast, leaving no room for idle thoughts. He quickly gripped the bone scepter, slammed its base to the ground, and then roared loudly. The invisible sound unexpectedly formed a tangible sound wave at this moment, heading straight for the space-enchanted sharp bullet. However, the orc priest's hastily launched sonic attack posed no challenge in the face of this bullet. The bullet, with its powerful spiraling motion, pierced through the sound waves and still hurtled straight toward the orc priest. Sensing something was wrong, the orc priest gripped the bone scepter with both hands and shook it violently. The bones hanging on the scepter collided with each other, making a piercing sound. Then, the orc priest used the bone scepter to fire at the spatially enchanted sharp bullets. The moment the bone scepter collided with the bullet, the orc priest's expression changed drastically. He never expected that this seemingly weakling, who appeared to be only at level 2, could suddenly unleash such a powerful attack. However, it is a level 3 perfect priest, with a noble status and great strength. If it weren't for its lifespan being nearing its limit, why would it undertake such a suicidal mission? The cacophony from the bone scepter merged with the orc priest's roar, instantly amplifying its power and managing to withstand the impact of the spatially enchanted sharp bullets. The bullet, having lost its power, was deflected by the orc priest's bone staff, but before the orc priest could even smile. Click! With a crisp cracking sound, the bone scepter that the orc priest had used for so long suddenly developed a crack. This was the work of spatial enchantment. Ordinary weapons would have to pay a price to block spatial magic. Seeing the bone scepter that had followed him for many years and fought on the battlefield shattered, the orc priest was furious and roared at Murray Green several times. A barrage of sonic attacks hurtled toward Murray Green. Faced with this kind of attack that went from invisible to tangible and was not easy to detect, many people were struck and sent to hell before they even saw the attack. Murray Green remained calm, channeling his full telekinetic power to create a 20-meter defensive perimeter around him. The moment the sonic attack came into contact with him, Murray Green forcibly deflected it from its original trajectory, causing it to pass right past him. Although telekinetic masters have a shorter attack range than mages of the same level, they win more often than they lose when fighting mages because they have ways to counter mages' magic. Not only archers' arrows, but also mages' magical attacks. Any flying attack that breaks free of control can be effectively countered by telekinesis. Upon discovering that his sonic attack had no effect on Murray Green, the orc priest's bark-like face immediately showed disbelief. But the battlefield doesn't allow for any shock. After processing all the sound waves, Murray Green immediately focused his mental energy on the sniper rifle and activated it again. Another bullet was fired, and the orc priest, realizing what was happening, gritted his teeth and his whole body shrank, his original 2.5 meters tall body instantly shrinking to just over 2 meters. After his transformation, the orc priest raised his bone scepter, and it seemed as if hundreds of savage orcs were roaring around him, causing his animal hide robe to billow incessantly. With 2 bursts of speed, the orc priest forcefully dodged the shot, and then surprisingly charged towards Murray Green. Although it is an orc priest, it is also a savage orc. While its melee combat ability may not be as good as that of other savage orcs of the same level, its strength increases greatly after being empowered by priesthood. It didn't believe that this little brat with magical weapons could escape its grasp. The orc priest was incredibly fast. He not only dodged Murray Green's second shot, but also instantly closed the distance to within 50 meters of Murray Green. Chapter 129, There's No Way to Escape. You dodged it. Murray Green was surprised to see that the orc priest had dodged his second shot, acting out of character. We're all mages, so why are you a dual mage/martial arts practitioner? Seeing that the orc priest was preparing for close combat, Murray Green understood what the other party was thinking. Bang! The third bullet left the barrel at close range. The orc priest, who was on guard, stumbled, but at that moment, Murray Green's right hand flashed with a gray light. Airstrike. What are you hiding for? Stand still right now. At a distance of 50 meters, an air shot is guaranteed to hit, and the orc priest, whose mind was entirely focused on the bullets, never expected that Murray Green would have such a trick up his sleeve. Murray Green punched it in the stomach. The small amount of force didn't cause any real damage, but it forcefully interrupted its evasive maneuver. Huh. After letting out a surprised cry, the orc priest, who had no time to dodge, immediately raised his bone scepter and forcefully planted it into the ground, creating a sound barrier in front of him. The space-enchanted sharp bullets struck the sonic barrier, producing a piercing screeching sound, like an electric drill drilling through a wall, making a difficult but slow advance. As the bullet drew ever closer, a flush rose on the orc priest's green face. Then, it roared furiously, its body gradually returning to its original form, and it continuously reinforced its sonic barrier, trying to block the bullet. Seeing the third bullet drag the orc priest to his feet, Murray Green immediately drew the python from his waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation. 6 shots. Although the python pistol is far less powerful than a sniper rifle, the sniper rifle has just finished firing its bullets, and there is a short interval. At such close range, the python pistol can be used effectively. The orc priest, who had barely withstood the sniper bullets, suddenly sensed the approaching force of 6 beams of power. Before it could react, the sonic barrier shattered instantly, and all 7 bullets struck its body. The tough animal hide robe blocked some of the damage, but all 7 bullets were enchanted with space magic. 7 streams of space magic entered the orc priest's body and immediately began to tear his flesh apart. The combined effects of the bullet wounds and the spatial tearing were too much for the orc priest to handle. He let out a shrill scream and fell straight backward, crashing to the ground. However, a trace of doubt remained in its wide eyes. What exactly is this thing? And this little thing has no martial ethics. It used magical weapons the whole time to bully this old man. The only time it used magic was by sneak attack. Damn it. However, it no longer has the chance to dispel doubts or curse Murray Green. The orc priest's dying screams were so loud that not only the 3 savage orcs surrounding Edwin Lammer heard them, but also many savage orcs on the main battlefield. The savage orc, who had been energized by the berserk spell and had been giving everyone a hard time, deflated like a punctured balloon after hearing the orc priest scream. Oh whoa, the priest is dead, Ron. On the battlefield, orc priests are the gods of the savage orcs. As long as they are alive, the savage orcs are fearless. However, after the orc priests die, the savage orcs are prone to collapse. Firstly, there was a lack of leadership. Secondly, after the leader was killed, fear overwhelmed courage. As a result, the savage orcs who were fighting scattered and fled in all directions. Seeing this, all the students were stunned at first, then immediately picked up their weapons and chased after them, wanting to maximize the results of the battle. At the same time, upon hearing the orc priest's screams and even witnessing his death, 3 level 3 savage orcs roared and launched a fierce attack on Edwin Lamb. Faced with 3 suddenly enraged savage orcs, how could Edwin Lamb, who was known for his agility, possibly withstand their attacks head-on? He dodged with lightning speed, his longsword constantly in motion, managing to evade more than 10 meters before finally managing to deal with the combined attack of the 3 beastmen. But after that attack, the 3 savage orcs turned and ran without hesitation, splitting into 3 different directions. Edwin Lamb was speechless. Even though he was a level 4 wind attribute warrior, these 3 were not much slower than him, and he couldn't keep all 3 of them at the same time. However, Edwin Lamb was a decisive man. He immediately chased after the old level 3 savage orc. Since he couldn't keep them all, he would keep the strongest one first. Trying to escape? Did you get my permission, sniper rifle? With the orc priest dead, Murray Green's spell I was now unstoppable, so he immediately unleashed it, focusing on the 2 fleeing savage orcs. The sniper rifle, having briefly cooled down, fired again. A level 3 savage orc, focused on escaping, felt its heart pounding and instinctively sensed something was wrong. However, the sniper bullets were too fast, and it had no idea where the danger was coming from. A gray bullet struck it in the back of the heart, passing through its chest and leaving a fist-sized hole. The spiraling bullet shattered half of its heart. Even the resilient savage orc could not survive without the orc priest's healing. So it fell to the ground and could only lie there, waiting for its life force to fade away. Finally, it let out a weak scream, then closed its eyes in resentment and stopped breathing. After dealing with one level 3 savage orc, Murray Green quickly chased after another savage orc, but the speed of a level 3 savage orc was comparable to that of a level 4 ordinary warrior. Even with the help of the swift wind and repulsive force, Murray Green not only failed to catch up, but was also left far behind by this savage orc. In the blink of an eye, the savage orc had already created a distance of more than 300 meters. Murray Green found that the sniper rifle had cooled down, gritted his teeth, and climbed up a big tree. Just as he was climbing the tree, the savage orcs fled frantically, already pulling away by 400 or 500 meters. Murray Green crouched on a tree branch, closed his eyes, released the mage's eye, and launched his sniper rifle into the air. Although it was night, the mage's eye was not greatly affected due to its special properties. The branches only partially concealed the savage orc's figure, occasionally revealing part of his body, making it difficult for Murray Green to find an opportunity to snipe. While keeping a close eye on the savage orc, the mage also looked ahead at its escape route and discovered that the trees were much sparser about 700 to 800 meters to the right of the savage, providing excellent sniping visibility. Therefore, Murray Green thought for a moment and fired at the left front of the savage orc. The savage orc, already on edge, instinctively ran to the right when he realized he was being attacked from his left front. Murray Green smiled as he observed the savage orc's escape route heading to the right front, raising his sniper rifle to pre-aim. 5, 4, 3, 2, die. When part of the savage orc's body came into view, Murray Green fired without hesitation. When a streak of blood red appeared in his field of vision, Murray Green smiled and put away his sniper rifle. Chapter 130 Post-War Commendations. After dealing with the two savage orcs, Murray Green encountered Edwin Lamb on his way back. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. As a mage, it's too dangerous for you to go too far alone. Edwin Lamb had high hopes for Murray Green, not only because of his amazing talent and strong abilities, but also because of his excellent handling of situations. Therefore, Edwin Lamb patiently began to guide him. Yes, Captain. In response to Edwin Lamb's kind reminder, Murray Green quickly nodded and handed over the 2 pairs of animal teeth he was holding. Seeing the 2 pairs of beast teeth in Murray Green's hands, it was obvious that they belonged to the 2 level 3 savage orcs. Edwin Lamb was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Murray Green with disbelief. As the heir to the earldom, Edwin Lamb had experienced many shocking things, but he still felt that tonight was the most shocking night of his life. After Murray Green dealt with the orc priest despite being of a higher level, Edwin Lamb felt he had begun to overestimate Murray Green. However, he never expected that the other party would be able to hunt down 2 savage orcs who had separated and fled. Most importantly, he succeeded. Haha, Murray, very good. Edwin Lamb slapped Murray Green on the shoulder, his tone becoming even gentler. It's a pity this guy is from the Green family. Otherwise, I would have gone to great lengths to recruit him as my follower. The Green family is now the easiest place in the entire Northland to become a noble family. Even though he is also an earl's heir, his success rate in gaining followers is not as high as that of Ryan Green. As the young master of the Green family, Murray Green has a high probability of being granted a noble title if he stays with the Green family. He can't be poached by them. After the 2 collected all the beast teeth, Murray Green picked up the orc priest's bone scepter, slung it over his shoulder, and walked towards the main force with Edwin Lamb. At this time, the main force that had gone out to pursue also returned one after another. Those who had caught up with the enemy took their spoils, while those who had not been caught could no longer be caught even if the pursuit continued. Upon his return, Edwin Lamb immediately reorganized his troops, took a head count, and then organized a team to clear the battlefield and loot. They didn't care about what the savage orc carried, so after pulling out the orc's teeth, they dug a pit together, threw the orc's corpse in, and then the fire mage set it on fire with magical flames. More than an hour later, everyone returned to the camp and sat cross-legged around the campfire, and Murray Green's position was now the first one next to Edwin Lamb. Edwin Lamb rose, stood before the campfire, and joined the others in summarizing the battle. In tonight's battle, we killed 5 level 3 orcs, 1 level 3 orc priest, 23 level 2 orcs, and 64 level 1 orcs. On our side, 3 were seriously injured and 17 were lightly injured. It was an absolute great victory. Although they formed a provisional 11th Army to carry out military missions, it was ultimately a training exercise at the school. Each team was assigned a supervising teacher to protect the students. Therefore, under Payne's care, no students died in this battle. However, the 3 seriously injured students are probably no longer able to continue their training. After the results were announced, the entire audience cheered, and Edwin Lamb continued speaking with a smile. The savage orcs launched a night attack, but their plan failed, thanks to our vigilant personnel who promptly signaled the enemy attack, preventing us from being caught off guard. Good. Well done. Good. Upon hearing Edwin Lamb's words, everyone present applauded, and the sentry who spotted the enemy and fired the signal arrow immediately was patted on the shoulder and praised by his classmate next to him. Therefore, I have decided to award him an extra 500 battle merits. Does anyone have any other opinions? Edwin Lamb looked around at the crowd, and no one had any objections to his reward. Those who perform good deeds should be rewarded, and those who make mistakes should be punished. If this sentry hadn't spotted them early, and they hadn't had enough time to react, the savage orcs would have stormed into the camp, which would have been a huge problem. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, everyone. The guard stood up and thanked the people around him, who then began to applaud him. You're welcome. You deserve it. Edwin Lamb smiled and nodded in response, and after the guard sat down, he continued with the commendation. Today, I witnessed a miracle. A level 2 mage not only killed a level 3 orc priest, but also successfully killed 4 level 3 savage orcs. At this point, everyone present turned their surprised gazes toward Murray Green. Although they had heard some rumors while cleaning up the battlefield that Murray Green had a good track record and had killed a level 3 savage orc. But now, listening to Edwin Lamb's explanation, this is not just killing enemies of a higher level, but killing 5 enemies of a higher level. This combat power is probably unmatched even by combat techniques of the same level. That's right, it's Murray Green, our junior, a genius weapon refiner, and a future master weapon refiner. Hey bro, stop praising me, or I'll get cocky. In the first battle, his explosive shells gave us an overwhelming victory. Of course, apart from the battlefield being a bit difficult to clean up and affecting everyone's appetite, there were no other drawbacks. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right. Upon hearing Edwin Lamb's witty remark, everyone smiled or burst into laughter, and Murray Green laughed along with him, showing no embarrassment whatsoever, as if he weren't the one being talked about. A speech in the style of an aristocrat, formal yet witty. Having learned from the first battle, tonight Murray Green, without pulling out his explosive rounds, showcased another masterpiece of his, a sniper rifle. Precise hits, killing the enemy without limbs flying or charred remains. Excellent. Yes, it's absolutely fantastic. The crowd began to applaud, and the applause lasted for more than 10 seconds before stopping. Edwin Lamb then added a sentence. Most importantly, Murray cleaned up the battlefield himself today. Ha ha. After a moment of surprise, understanding Edwin Lamb's meaning, the entire audience burst into laughter while applauding. Murray Green's face was practically frozen from smiling. Holy crap, is this an awards ceremony or a public execution? I can't hold it in any longer. So what if you left the battlefield a mess after the last battle, and then went to cook instead of cleaning up? Is that all that resentment you have? Just then, Edwin Lamb's expression suddenly turned serious, and he clenched his right fist. Everyone fell silent. Given Murray Green's outstanding performance in this battle, I propose that he be awarded an additional 1,000 battle merits. Do you have any objections? Edwin Lamb's gaze slowly shifted, looking at everyone's faces. After more than 10 seconds, when no one raised any objections, his expression relaxed, and everyone turned to look at Murray Green, applauding wildly. Chapter 131 How to Fly. The next day, due to insufficient rest caused by the battle the previous night, Captain Edwin Lamb decided to rest for a few more hours before setting off. At noon, after lunch, everyone set off in high spirits, chatting and laughing all the way. However, most of the conversation revolved around the awards ceremony the previous night, with Murray Green being the most discussed topic. After last night's battle, Murray Green was riding high, with 3 wizards surrounding him, eager to see his sniper rifle up close. Sorry, seniors, this is my secret weapon. I never show it to anyone, nor do I lend it out. Murray Green firmly rejected them because these mages were different from warriors. Warriors thought differently from mages. If a soldier gets his hands on a firearm or weapon, he will generally think of, this weapon is amazing, I need to make good use of it. But the magician's thoughts were different. This weapon is quite amazing, I need to study it carefully. Magicians are very curious. If someone were to borrow his weapon to study it, wouldn't it be easy for his secret weapon to be exposed? Hearing Murray Green's refusal, the 3 were somewhat disappointed, but not angry, because everyone has things they are sensitive about, especially their own expertise, which they might offend others if they inquired about it even slightly. They just mentioned it briefly. What if it succeeds? Seeing the three give up, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief, then raised the white bone scepter he was carrying, waved it twice in front of them, and said with a grin, "Anyone interested in the staff? It's a level 3 staff, selling cheap. First come, first served, while supplies last." This bone scepter was made from the bones of a high-level magical beast. Although the craftsmanship was poor, the materials were excellent, making it equivalent to a level 3 magic wand. "No, it doesn't match my attributes. I'd really like to add it to my collection." At this moment, the water mage spoke, and upon hearing this, Murray Green immediately turned his head and looked at him intently. "But we'll discuss the price once you've carried it out of the mountains, ha." The people around him started laughing, to which Murray Green sighed helplessly. "Sigh, this thing won't be worth this price anymore once I carry it out of the mountains." "It's all right. I'll still include this small fee in your payment. You won't be shortchanged." Murray Green had mixed feelings about the only loot from this battle, a level 3 magic staff. Although he had cracked it with spatial magic, greatly diminishing its value, it was still quite valuable. It was made from the bones of some kind of magical beast, and although it was over 2 meters long, it weighed several tens of kilograms. It was indeed a staff of a savage orc, and it was very convenient for the orc to use to whip people at close range and to cast spells at a distance. But for Murray Green, this was a real problem. It weighed dozens of kilograms, and even though he was already a level 2 mage, his physical abilities were much stronger than those of ordinary people. But carrying this thing around in the mountains, patrolling everywhere, and having to keep up with their movement speed is a bit uncomfortable. A sullen Murray Green declared, "You guys are bad people. You just bully the younger students. I don't want to talk to you." Originally carrying a black box, Murray Green now also carries a white bone scepter. He finds himself carrying a lot of weight, so he keeps using repulsive force. Sigh, if only I could reach level 3, then I could learn the magic of storage space. Murray Green, who had just been promoted to a 2nd level mage, thought to himself. Space mages are very weak in the early game, but become powerful in the mid to late game. Level 1, main training space feedback. If you find something wrong, run away immediately. Level 2, learn to take the air step and run away if you encounter danger. Level 3, with storage space, pack up and run. Level 4, spatial blade plus teleportation. Bro, it's your turn to run. What? You can't escape. Brother, that's not my problem, it's your problem. Despite the difficult journey, Murray Green felt he was becoming more and more proficient in using his repulsive force. If he were to float alone, he should be able to float a meter high. Call out. Suddenly, a signal arrow shot into the sky. Upon hearing the sound, everyone immediately stopped talking and turned to look at the location from which the signal arrow had been fired. Go southwest, 1 kilometer away. Edwin Lamb gave the order immediately, and upon receiving it, everyone rushed toward the direction from which the signal arrow had been raised. What's going on at Mount Biss? We encountered savage orcs just last night, and now we're facing them again today. Isn't this happening too frequently? Has the patrol line been breached? During his journey, Murray Green heard these words and his heart sank. He suddenly thought of Barlow's team, whose patrol location was on the front half of the mountain. If something happened on the front half of the mountain, it would be very bad for them. Well, he sighed, cleared his mind of all distractions, and focused on the battle to come. For them, a kilometer took less than a minute, even on the winding mountain road. Edwin Lamb tore a piece of paper off a tree, read it, and exclaimed, "They're just a bunch of remnants, only 20 or 30 of them. The wind-type ones will come with me to hunt them down, the rest of you stay put and rest." Upon hearing Edwin Lamb's instructions, the wind warriors and wind mages quickened their pace and followed Edwin Lamb in the direction the savage orcs had fled. Before leaving, the wind mage glanced at Murray Green, who shook his head, indicating that he would not participate this time. Stopping in his tracks and watching the departing figures, Murray Green let out a sharp breath and threw the bone scepter in his hand to the ground. "Damn, I'm exhausted." After making a comment, Murray Green looked at Payne DuPont, who was floating by in the air, with envy. "I'm so envious. I'm really envious. But if your cultivation level isn't high enough, just looking at it won't help, just like spatial blades and teleportation." However, his cultivation speed is now at its maximum. In the entire Magic Academy, he may be the only one who has successfully advanced to level 2, while the other 3 combat techniques are still stuck at level 1. Some things can't be rushed, they require time to accumulate. But there may be shortcuts to some things. Murray Green looked up at the sky, unconsciously touching his chin as he pondered. The other two magicians wanted to chat with Murray Green, but found him deep in thought, so they didn't disturb him. How can it fly? In the last world, we traveled by airplane. This world, once a warrior cultivates to level 7, they will naturally be able to fly. The mage has cultivated to level 5 in wind magic and level 4 in telekinesis. Murray Green narrowed his eyes, a draft forming in his mind, which he then began to refine. About an hour later, Edwin Lamb returned safely with the men who had pursued them. Judging from their smiles, it was a good result. Chapter 132 Gossip Among Teachers. This was a group of remnants who had been scattered and fled from other teams and then gathered together. If they accidentally encountered their team, they would be completely wiped out. After dealing with these minor enemies, Murray Green rested and recovered for a while. During this time, he learned some knowledge and skills of telekinesis from Payne DuPont. Then he verified himself and modified the blueprint in his mind. Having likely completed their monster hunting mission for the day, the group patrolled peacefully until evening, where they met up with 3 other teams to exchange information. The 4 teams gathered together, numbering around 140 or 150 people, with the lowest strength being level 2. Unless the barbarian orcs sent a 1,000-strong team, they simply couldn't defeat this force. Although a signal arrow flew into the air, indicating the enemy's presence, there were so many people around that Murray Green didn't need to take action. Inside a large tent, 4 teachers leading the team sat around a wooden stake, drinking tea and exchanging information. This is a practical training opportunity for the school, which not only helps students grow, but also allows the school to select some talented individuals to join the teaching staff. Ellis Academy is a private school of the Ellis family. Apart from a few special cooperating teachers, most of the other teachers are subordinates of the Ellis family. Ellis Academy is the Ellis family's talent training and recruitment center. Every year, a large number of talented people are recruited by the Ellis family through Ellis Academy. Therefore, Duke Ellis was equivalent to the king of the entire Northland. Otherwise, the kingdom of Laney's would not have had the saying of 1 king and 4 dukes. The situation has been special in recent years. Not only has a large number of outstanding talents emerged in the north, but many talents from other regions have also come to the north. It's simply dazzling. A middle-aged man with a well-proportioned build and a friendly face spoke. Upon hearing his words, the other 3 teachers nodded in agreement. They were also well aware of the special circumstances he mentioned. That was Her Highness Elizabeth choosing a husband. In order to impress Her Highness Elizabeth, more and more talented people eagerly appeared, and these teachers suddenly felt a sense of happiness that they couldn't choose from all of them. These geniuses are talented, but they have high standards and lofty ambitions. They don't care about the teacher salaries we proposed. Haha, that's normal. It's still too early to tell who will win and who will take the prize. Why would they give up the chance to rise to the top and become a lowly teacher? Payne DuPont said with a smile, and upon hearing his words, the others smiled in agreement with his point of view. Payne, I heard you have a first grader who's doing quite well. Is there any hope of getting him into the school? Murray Green. Payne DuPont said the name, then shook his head. There's no hope. Just hearing his name. Don't you think the chances are slim? He's here to train, entirely for Princess Elizabeth. If he fails, the treatment he'll receive back at the Green family will be much better than staying at school. At this point, Payne DuPont paused, then looked mysterious and spoke softly. Moreover, based on what I know, there is a good chance that Murray Green will become our future leader. What? Where did you hear this rumor from? Her Highness Elizabeth's search for a husband is a matter of utmost importance and requires great caution. It certainly cannot be decided in a short time, and now, only a short period has passed. Yet Payne DuPont has already made such a pronouncement. What intelligence has he obtained? My intelligence sources are very reliable. As for the specifics, can you keep them a secret? Payne DuPont looked at the other 3 teachers with a serious expression, and the 3 teachers immediately nodded and replied with firm expressions. Of course, don't worry. We are all people who keep our mouths shut and will never spread rumors. Since that's the case, Payne DuPont's gaze sharpened, his expression turning serious. Then I am also a person who keeps secrets and can keep them confidential. Oh this. Payne DuPont, are you playing us? The 3 teachers, who were looking forward to the story, were suddenly taken aback by Payne DuPont's words. They had been looking forward to some juicy gossip, but instead, they had been fooled like idiots. Payne DuPont is simply inhuman. The 3 men were itching to teach Payne DuPont a lesson, otherwise they wouldn't be able to vent their anger. Payne DuPont chuckled as he looked at the 3 men gritting their teeth. I'm really happy about this. As for being beaten, It's not that serious. And even if a fight broke out, although he couldn't beat the three opponents, if he wanted to escape, those three wouldn't be able to stop him. Honestly, why do you think Murray Green has a high chance? You have to remember he's only a freshman. He's showing good talent now, but that doesn't mean he'll be good in the future. Other students, such as Morpheus Crane, are already in 4th grade. His talent is obvious to everyone, and he has been showing it from 1st grade all the way to 4th grade. Upon hearing these words, Payne DuPont shook his head and replied earnestly, Morphe Crane has performed steadily and quite well, but he is far from your Highness's level. Your Highness will not consider him unless absolutely necessary. Alas, that's fire-based combat, the pinnacle of magic, and Morpheus has quite the talent, yet His Highness doesn't even consider it. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If His Highness were to switch to magic, it would definitely be ice-based combat, and even ice-based combat that would be able to reach the level of an 8th level archmage. At this point, another teacher chimed in and continued the lecture. Girls all have a tendency to admire the strong, and your Highness is 17 years old at the time, which is the prime of her youth. It is normal for her to want to find a man who can walk alongside her, or even be stronger than her. But such geniuses are either carefully groomed heirs or guardians by the various dukes, or they are among the royal family members. However, His Highness's mother is a princess who already possesses half of the royal bloodline. His Highness has already clearly rejected those members of the royal family. That's true. If another member of the royal family were to be born, then the next heir of the Ellis family would have 3/4 royal blood. Not to mention the Duke's disagreement. The other 3 Grand Dukes would also object. Although they were all teachers, they chatted about these gossips with great enthusiasm and energy. Just then, a teacher turned to Payne DuPont and asked a question. That student you're mentoring, Murray Green, he's just a telekinetic practitioner. How do you think his talent can rival His Highness's? Payne DuPont pondered for a moment before answering the question. He's more than just a telekinetic practitioner. Before he came to me to learn telekinetic techniques, he already had other teachers. Telekinesis was just a side job. What? Payne, you even take on part-time jobs? Where's your backbone? You're pulling in a mile by sharing students with others. All 3 men showed disdain, but Payne DuPont just smiled dismissively and pointed his finger. What do you know? Murray's other teacher is a big shot up there. Chapter 133 Emergency Gathering. Who is it? The 3 teachers asked in unison. Secret. You son of a bitch. At this critical juncture, Payne DuPont was still keeping everyone in suspense, making the 3 of them want to take him down. It's this big shot who makes me think Murray has a pretty good chance. Just how powerful is this big shot you're talking about, that he can influence His Highness's choice of husband? Payne DuPont sat up straight and answered. You all know about the first invitation to the Magic Academy, right? It was probably this big shot who secured it. That's big enough. Murray Green was just a freshman who was not famous at all. As a result, at the banquet hosted by Her Highness Elizabeth, where there were many talented individuals from the Magic Academy and countless geniuses who had shown their abilities, Murray Green came out on top and attracted a lot of attention. Otherwise, Murray Green might still be unknown. In the Academy, almost every genius will be discovered, but it takes time. Unless he suddenly becomes a sensation and displays exceptional combat talent. But we've never heard of Murray Green being a combat specialist before, and we haven't heard any news about him since. Then we can basically rule him out. Furthermore, since Murray Green later demonstrated more of his telekinetic abilities, he was regarded as a telekinetic practitioner. Unexpectedly, I received some incredible news from Payne DuPont tonight. So the question is, what exactly is Murray Green's primary role? One can work as a psychoanalyst as a side job. Tactics? Then why didn't he show it? Something's not right. Something's 12 out of 10 out of 10 is not right. Seeing the 3 scratching their heads, completely baffled, Payne DuPont calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and a fleeting smile crossed his eyes. Currently, apart from the Green family, Professor Linden, and the dean and higher-ups, very few people know Murray Green's identity as a spatial combat expert. Firstly, Murray Green usually only releases a few spatial feedbacks, which are detection magics, very similar to precision detection. Given Murray Green's identity as a telekinetic, no one thought much of it. Secondly, spatial magic is highly concealed and extremely rare. Most people might not even recognize it when they see it. At first, Murray Green demonstrated spatial magic up close to Professor Linden, and even he was somewhat unsure. After confirming it, he immediately notified the dean of the Secondary Spatial Studies Department. A weapon refiner? Impossible. There's no one in the school who's a weapon refiner master. The group racked their brains, but still couldn't figure out the details. Have we gone off topic? Shouldn't we be discussing tonight whether we can invite those students to the academy and train them to become teachers? Suddenly, one of the teachers slapped his forehead and shouted. Hearing his words, the other two teachers also realized what was happening and had an expression of sudden understanding. Skip Murray Green, and let's not talk about him. Do you have any other good recommendations? He glared at Payne DuPont as he spoke. Payne DuPont smiled helplessly at this. It wasn't his idea to bring up this topic, but once Murray Green brought up His Highness, it became very interesting to talk about, and their conversation drifted off topic. Perhaps because they had shifted from gossip to work, the four of them suddenly lost much of their desire to talk. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a few suitable candidates. Call out. Another signal arrow shot into the sky, and upon hearing this sound, a teacher casually remarked, "This is quite a lively night. This is the second signal arrow already launched. These savage orcs really aren't very bright. They didn't even change direction after the commotion here." Teacher Payne. Just then, the other three teachers suddenly looked at Payne DuPont, because his expression was a little off. As the only magician among the four teachers, Payne DuPont possessed the strongest senses. In addition, as a level 5 telekinetic master, his detection abilities far surpassed those of the other three. Therefore, when he showed this expression, it must mean that something was wrong. Before Payne DuPont could speak, several signal arrows suddenly shot into the air. Arrows were fired in quick succession. The situation was urgent. What's going on? After a period of brainstorming, Murray Green, who had just fallen asleep, immediately woke up upon hearing the continuous sound of arrows, prepared for battle, and stepped out of his tent. At this moment, magical flares continued to rise into the sky, illuminating the night, and everyone's eyes were drawn to the direction from which the signal arrows were launched. Flares were fired one after another in that direction, but they were always shot down halfway through. There's an orc priest. Upon seeing this, Murray Green understood, but was quickly puzzled. With hundreds of them there and many torches lit, any orc chieftain with a modicum of knowledge would avoid attacking them and instead walk around them. As a result, these savage orcs dared to attack tonight. They must have something to rely on. Everyone gathered together. Edwin Lamb was organizing his troops to prepare for battle when, at that moment, Master Payne suddenly soared into the sky, leaving behind these words before flying towards the direction from which the signal arrow had been fired. The other three teachers looked somewhat anxious, but since they were 3 level 5 warriors, they couldn't fly. So they quickly directed the students to gather together. Witnessing this, all the students seemed to understand that tonight's night raid must be something special, otherwise the 4 teachers in charge wouldn't have taken such action. The 3 teachers stood still, and all the students obediently gathered around them, consciously surrounding them in the center, so that if any accident occurred, the teachers could help immediately. Damn it, what's going on? I can't sleep peacefully. Yes, me too. Shut up, all of you. Everyone, obey my orders, Edwin Lamb. The situation was still unclear, but Edwin Lamb spoke up directly, seizing leadership from the other 3 captains. Upon hearing Edwin Lamb's words, the other 3 captains immediately turned to look at him. Faced with the 3 men's questioning gazes, Edwin Lamb's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. The other 3 captains were also quite good, but they didn't seem to be a match for Edwin Lamb. So, after a few seconds, one of the captains lowered his head and dared not meet his eyes. The other 2 frowned, not wanting to be ousted from power. Their abilities were not much less than Edwin Lamb's, but continuing the stalemate was definitely not an option. After exchanging a glance, the 2 sighed softly and shouted loudly. Everyone is required to obey Edwin Lamb's arrangements. The other 3 captains yielded, and Edwin Lamb took command of all the students. He immediately separated the students who had formed a circle, arranged them into a reasonable formation according to the order of warriors and mages, and prepared them for a defensive battle. 3 teachers, could you please stand in those 3 positions respectively? Edwin Lamb began to make arrangements not only for the students, but also for the teachers. Chapter 134 Standoff. Watching Edwin Lambton methodically arranging the teachers and students, Murray Green finally understood the true value of a family heir. Then he remembered Elizabeth Ellis, standing on the high platform before he set off, looking dashing and heroic. These are the elites. They're strong not only in terms of physical strength, but also in other aspects. Under Edwin Lamb's arrangement, Murray Green stood in the ranks of the wizards, facing the direction from which the whistling arrows were fired, with a sniper rifle floating above his head. Not long after, a figure flew over from that direction. Everyone gripped their weapons tighter, but when they saw that it was Payne DuPont, They all breathed a sigh of relief. Payne DuPont was holding a blood-soaked classmate, who was none other than the guard who had fired the signal arrow. Payne DuPont placed him at the back of the line. Two classmates nearby quickly took him over, checked his pulse and breathing. They were relieved to find that he was still breathing, so they took out a healing potion and poured it directly into his mouth. After rescuing the student, Payne DuPont turned to Edwin Lamb and the three teachers and said with a serious expression, "There are about 2,000 savage orcs on the other side. The leader of the savage orcs is a level 5 priest, and he also has many level 5 orc warriors under his command. The situation is not optimistic." "What? Are all the people on the first half of the mountain dead? So many savage orcs have gathered here." Upon hearing the information brought by Payne DuPont, everyone present was taken aback. 2,000 orcs might not seem like much on the front lines, but when gathered in the mountains, they are a behemoth to a patrol team, making it impossible for them to cross the defensive line so quietly. There must have been a flaw in the patrol route ahead, or it must have been breached, allowing them to force their way through. Studying these things now is pointless. The most important thing right now is how we deal with these savage orcs. Payne DuPont looked at the three teachers. Unfortunately, there were no other magic teachers besides him. Otherwise, a level 5 mage could have used a wide-range attack and cast a spell with all his might to inflict heavy losses on the enemy and prevent the students from getting involved in the battle. Now, with 2,000 savage orcs and a level 5 priest, if war breaks out, they will be tied down and unable to look after the students, who had previously been full of energy and courage. That's because they have teachers to back them up, so they're safe and sound. If several teachers are tied down by the enemy, these students could easily die suddenly. When death occurs, some people will be gripped by fear and may even flee. One flare after another fell from the sky, darkness encroaching on light, just like the current situation. What's going on? At that moment, a question mark suddenly appeared above Murray Green's head. A few days ago, they went into the mountains and were having a picnic, singing songs, and occasionally fighting off savage orcs to relieve their boredom. Suddenly, tonight they were surrounded by savage orcs. This change in treatment left not only Murray Green somewhat bewildered, but also many of the students present. Edwin Lamb stared intently ahead, watching the flares fall one after another, and suddenly raised his right hand. "Earth Mage, create an earthen wall." Upon receiving Edwin Lamb's order, the three Earth Mages exchanged glances, immediately raised their magic wands, and began chanting spells. As they continued to cast spells, 3-meter-high earthen walls rose one after another from the ground, forming a small city wall that blocked the way for the crowd. Lightly armored warriors climb the walls. Fully armored warriors stand on both sides of the city wall, ready to withstand the first wave of attack. Assassins retreat and prepare to flank. Archers draw their bows and prepare for a triple volley. After a series of arrangements, all the warriors present were put on high alert, ready to face attacks from the savage orcs at any time. After assigning the warriors, Edwin Lamb turned to the mage and spoke loudly. "Except for earth magic users, cast spells freely within a 400-meter radius directly in front of you, and within a 400-meter radius to the left and right. Use area of effect attacks on all of them." "No problem." Upon hearing Edwin Lamb's command to strike, the magicians present immediately raised their wands and began chanting spells. Soon, fireballs, wind blades, and water arrows. These were spells that were plentiful, effective, and consumed little energy, were unleashed. The spells soared into the air like fireworks, dazzling and spectacular, yet deadly. A barrage of magic rained down, turning the forest 400 meters away from the group into ruins. At the same time, the screams and roars of the savage orcs echoed continuously. The flare firing paused briefly, then Edwin Lamb immediately ordered more flares to be fired, drawing the attention of the beast priests and forcing them to make a decision. Should we continue firing flares or counter the magical attack? How cunning humans are. Just then, a rough voice rang out from the other side. Everyone was slightly startled upon hearing this, not expecting that there would be a savage orc on the other side who could speak human language. "Humph, foolish orcs," Edwin Lamb shouted, retaliating while simultaneously belittling his opponent. "My army has surrounded you. You have nowhere to escape. Humans, surrender." The voice came from ahead again, and this time, no orc priest fired a flare, revealing a dense array of savage orc figures. At a glance, you can see thousands of them, most of them hidden behind trees, so the total number is unclear, but it should be the number Payne DuPont mentioned. Upon seeing so many savage orcs, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, realizing something was wrong. "What's going on?" These mindless green swarms of ghouls actually want to capture us alive. What are they trying to do? Maybe it's because they taste better when they're alive. Murray Green suddenly interrupted, and upon hearing his words, those around him shuddered, a chill running down their spines. Really? It's true, savage orcs have enormous appetites, but they don't engage in production. They mainly live by hunting, eating whatever they catch. They'll even eat their own kind when they're hungry, let alone people. As he spoke, Murray Green drew his python pistol from his waist, twirling and fiddling with it, checking the weapon to prepare for a fierce battle to come. Click, click, click. The revolver spun at a steady speed, making a smooth clicking sound. After inspecting the two python pistols, Murray Green tucked them back into his waistband. Then the black box was opened, and a burst of bullets flew out. Murray Green tied it to his waist, ready to quickly reload. After dealing with the firearms, Murray Green unfolded his trench coat, checked the throwing knives and darts on both sides, and finally took out a short sword from the black box and tied it to his thigh. Now, in his black box, besides bullets, there are only 2 explosive rounds, one large and one small. Sigh. Firearms are useful, but they're not very convenient and take up too much logistical space. Once I learn the magic of storage space, I'll definitely put a Vulcan cannon in it, along with tens of thousands of bullets. Whoever messes with me, I'll just shoot them down. Chapter 135 War begins. Classmates, these green-skinned bastards want us to surrender. Do you agree? Disagree? The student who grew up in the north had never heard of the savage orcs, who were brutal and cannibalistic, and who would suffer a fate worse than death if he fell into their hands. They now have 4 instructors leading the team, so they have no shortage of high-level talent. As long as they persevere, victory shouldn't be too difficult. Good. The captain shouted, yelling at the savage orcs opposite him. You green-skinned bastards, come at me if you dare. Just because you can speak human language doesn't mean you're all talk. You're asking for it, woof. Faced with Edwin Lamb's provocation, the orc leader did not hesitate and immediately let out a thunderous roar, ordering an attack. Upon hearing their leader's order to attack, all the savage orcs, their eyes turning slightly red, charged towards them. Archers also go up the city wall. When the enemy is within 200 meters, start shooting. The first 3 rounds are 3-round bursts. After the 3 rounds, fire freely. After assigning the archers, Edwin Lamb immediately looked toward the mage group. The earth mage kept casting earth walls, creating a defensive zone in front of the team. So he addressed the other magicians. At a distance of 250 to 500 meters, and within a 500-meter radius to the left and right, unleash your area of effect attacks. Okay, earth element, build us a few pillars to serve as our temporary spellcasting platforms. As soon as he finished speaking, several stone pillars grew out of the ground. The magician stepped on them and eventually rose more than 10 meters off the ground, level with some low trees. Combined spellcasting, fire spell, burn down those obstructive trees and green foliage in front of us. Wind spell, support. Several fire mages chanted together, and Murray Green saw fire magic particles surging towards them. Soon, they unleashed a great fire that set the trees ablaze. The wind comes. The wind mage immediately used wind to fan the flames, setting the trees ablaze, and turning them into waves of fire that swept towards the charging savage orcs. The night was ignited by the fire, and even the light from the flares was overshadowed. Whoa! The savage orcs, who were originally running wildly, stopped in their tracks when faced with the fire. Water and fire are merciless. Even the physically strong savage orcs dare not use their bodies to withstand magical flames. Just then, several deep roars of beasts rang out, and then everyone saw that the wave of fire that was originally advancing forward was suddenly blocked by a reef, and a gap was knocked out in the middle. It turned out that the orc priests had cast a spell to forcibly create a path through the waves of fire. Upon seeing this road, the savage orc resumed its pace, continuing its charge towards the group through the fire path. Archers fire. After breaking through the obstacles created by the mages, the vanguard of the savage orcs came within 200 meters of the group, entering the archers' killing range. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A barrage of 3 arrows flew towards the faces of the savage orcs, but these savage orcs were different from the previous ones. Some of them carried weapons. They used wooden sticks, wooden shields, bone knives, and iron swords to parry the incoming rain of arrows, while those without weapons could only use their claws to block them. After a volley of arrows, more than a dozen savage orcs fell, but this number was quickly filled by their comrades who surged forward. However, this volley of arrows created a brief vacuum, reducing the number of savage orcs charging forward. Soon, these savage orcs who had survived the rain of arrows arrived at the earthen wall. Some began to climb the earthen wall, which was only 7 or 8 meters high, while others walked around it. On the earthen wall, lightly armored warriors drew their weapons and slew any savage orc that was about to climb up. Behind them stood archers, constantly firing freely towards the rear of the savage orcs, killing them and reducing the enemy's support. On either side, armored warriors gripped their greatswords tightly, facing off against the charging savage orcs. The rudimentary weapons of the savage orcs posed no threat to them, except for their own immense strength, while their greatswords were perfectly capable of cleaving an enemy in half. Seeing that their offensive was easily defended by the humans, and that their subordinates could only die in vain, Akshan Bloodfang, the leader of the savage orcs, straightened his hunched body, gripped his bone staff tightly, and slammed the bottom of it into the ground. Open up another road. Because of the flames, the only way to attack Murray Green and his group was through the path they had cleared. The savage orcs that charged through were gradually reduced in number and ultimately posed no threat to Murray Green and his group. The flames must be dealt with or suppressed significantly first, otherwise their numerical advantage cannot be utilized. So Akshan Bloodfang raised his bone staff and chanted a ritual in beast language, and several priests around him joined in the spellcasting. Ouch! All the orc priests roared, and a powerful sonic shockwave collided with the raging flames. All the tree branches and debris in the surrounding area were scattered in all directions during the collision. They cleared an even wider road on the right. Witnessing this, all the savage orcs cheered loudly, and then charged toward Murray Green and his men with murderous intent. Damn it, who said savage orcs are all idiots? Aren't these orcs very smart? They actually cleared out the trees, making it impossible for us to get a foothold. All mages are free to cast spells. Without the support of the trees, the blazing inferno was rendered useless. Therefore, the combined spellcasting was terminated and free casting was switched to. Instantly, fireballs and wind blades rained down, interspersed with occasional area of effect spells, causing the savage orcs to suffer continuous losses. The water and earth elements are responsible for defense, constantly casting defensive and healing magic to reduce casualties and increase the student's recovery speed. Magicians are really troublesome. Seeing that he and his priests had just finished dealing with the flames, and that these mages were immediately causing great damage to his subordinates again, Akshan Bloodfang couldn't help but complain. Then he looked at the guards and orc priests around him. Looking around, all the savage orcs had rather aged faces and didn't have many years left to live. Before us are human geniuses from the top academy in the north. You have already seen how formidable they are. If we let them grow a few more years, our descendants will surely face dire consequences if they encounter them on the battlefield. At this point, Akshan Bloodfang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Gentlemen, the tribe paid a heavy price to get us across the defenses, and we are all about to die. It's not a loss to exchange our lives for the lives of these human geniuses. So, everyone, charge with me. Awoo! Upon hearing Akshan Bloodfang's words, the surrounding elderly savage orcs opened their blood-red mouths and roared angrily. They then followed Akshan Bloodfang forward, walking faster and faster until they were running wildly. They seemed to feel again the burning passion of their youth. Chapter 136 Fortress Battle Situation. Near Mount Biss, tens of thousands of savage orcs roared as they climbed Northwind Fortress, their sharp claws gripping the uneven walls and the countless cracks left by their predecessors as they made their way up. The city walls were brightly lit, and flares filled the night sky, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. The guards were fully armed and kept using their weapons to kill the barbarian orcs who were about to climb the city wall. However, some agile and powerful barbarian orcs were not only not killed by the guards, but were also killed and thrown off the city wall. The savage orc who successfully climbed the city wall for the first time let out a triumphant roar, but before it could finish celebrating, a flying arrow struck it squarely in the chest and pierced its heart. The intense pain caused it to instinctively lower its head, but just then, an archer kicked it in the stomach, sending it crashing off the city wall. The archer then drew his bow and fired an arrow at another savage orc climbing below. In the sky, a barrage of magical attacks soared up and finally landed on the savage orcs who were advancing towards the fortress walls, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Before the soldiers guarding the city wall could even show any joy, a deafening roar of a beast crashed against the wall, making the wall shake violently. Some of the weaker ones immediately bled from all 7 orifices, looking horrific. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many more savage orcs climbed the city walls and charged at the guards. On the command platform, the commander of the 10th Army quickly issued orders, directing all the officers and soldiers present to resist the barbarian orcs' attack in an orderly manner. Elizabeth Ellis and the 2 principals stood aside, calmly watching everything and occasionally commenting on the battle. That's strange. This place is near Mount Bis, with complex terrain that makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Why would the barbaric orcs be so incomprehensible as to attack this place? They've been working nonstop since daytime. The main force of the savage orcs is still in the central position. Where did they get so many people? The 2 headmasters spoke in hushed tones, while Elizabeth Ellis looked down at the attacking savage orcs, scanned them for a moment, and then spoke. They are all elderly orcs, but their skin is different from that of normal elderly orcs, and their physical strength and combat power have been enhanced, which should be due to some kind of priestly spell. Berserk spell? Warrior Academy Dean Upton Ellis asked in surprise, but Gar Ellis, standing beside him, shook his head in denial. No, Berserk is a ritual spell that burns life force to enhance combat power. These orcs' enhancement level does not meet the standard of Berserk, and they have been attacking since daytime. Berserk cannot last this long. At this point, Gar Ellis, the vice principal of the Magic Academy, lowered his head and pondered for a moment before speaking. It must be the combination of medication and an improved version of the Berserk spell. The barbarian orcs have come up with 2 strategic methods at once, but instead of using them in the central battlefield, they've exposed themselves here. What exactly does that mean? The 3 people who were discussing this issue suddenly looked up at Mount Bis and saw 6 or 7 blood-red signal flares rising from the mountain. Damn it, their target is us students. The blood-red signal flare is a specially made distress signal flare of the Academy. Very few people can intercept it, and it is controlled by the supervising teacher. It is only released when the supervising teacher faces a problem that cannot be solved. Seeing the barbaric orcs relentlessly attacking outside the city walls, and then witnessing the blood-red distress flare rising from Mount Bis, the 3 immediately understood the barbaric orcs' plan. They actually attacked the students who were participating in the training. These damned savage orcs, if anything happens to my student, I will raze you to the ground. The hot-tempered Upton Ellis roared and leaped forward off the city wall, crashing to the ground like a boulder, instantly turning a 100-meter radius into an icy hell. Countless ice spikes rose from the ground, and before the surrounding savage orcs could react, they were pierced through the body by the sudden ice spikes and hung from them. Drink! With a roar, all the ice spikes around him shattered and flew in all directions. The savage beastmen who couldn't dodge in time were impaled by the shattered ice spikes and turned into bloody gourds. Upton Ellis's spatial ring flickered, and an ice-blue 2-handed sword appeared in his hand. Then, Upton Ellis charged forward and, in the blink of an eye, arrived a kilometer away. Wherever he went, the path immediately turned into a frozen trail, and all the savage orcs on the road lay dead on the ground. In less than a minute, hundreds of savage orcs died at the hands of Upton Ellis. His eyes were fixed on the main camp of the savage orcs, but just then, Elizabeth Ellis called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Snort. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis's voice, Upton Ellis let out an angry snort towards the main camp of the savage orcs, then soared into the sky and flew towards Mount Bis. Just as Upton Ellis made his move, 100 kilometers away on a desolate mountain, a tall, savage orc sat cross-legged with his eyes closed atop the peak. It remained motionless, like a giant rock. Upon closer inspection, one would be surprised to find that it showed no signs of breathing or heartbeat. It resembled a corpse, but just as Upton Ellis made his move and his aura erupted, the corpse suddenly stirred. It abruptly opened its eyes and looked toward Upton Ellis's location. Immediately afterwards, a heartbeat like a drum emanated from its body, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. Finally, its aura reached its peak, and it suddenly stood up. It stands 3 meters tall, making it the tallest among savage orcs. A deafening roar erupted from its mouth, announcing its awakening to the world. With a leap, he soared into the air, a violent aura rushing straight towards the fortress wall 100 kilometers away. Upton Ellis, who was flying towards Mount Bis, immediately sensed the aura of this savage orc and discovered that its target was the fortress. Damn it! Upton Ellis stopped flying, his face grim as he looked in the direction of the savage orc. The 2 faced each other across the distance, locked in a standoff. The savage orc's meaning was clear. If you go to Mount Bis to rescue the students, then I will head straight for the fortress and choose to breach it. The choice is yours. Save the students or defend the fortress. Northwind Fortress has strong defensive capabilities, and besides it, there are other means to defend against this level 7 savage orc. The chances of it breaking through the fortress are not high. However, if a level 7 savage orc leads an army to attack a city, and the fortress does not have a powerful expert to defend it, even if it manages to defend, it will definitely suffer heavy casualties. A level 7 expert went on a killing spree, and Upton Ellis was well aware of the destructive power of it. Most importantly, His Highness Elizabeth was at the fortress, and he couldn't take any risks. Although he was very unwilling, the best solution was to abandon the students and stay at the fortress. Chapter 137 Shinra Tensei. Sensing the aura of this level 7 savage orc, Elizabeth Ellis's face turned cold. Finally, she gave a cold smile and spoke to the commander of the 10th Army not far away. Informed the Legion commander to open the teleportation array to Ellis Academy. I'll have Dean Webster come over. As she spoke, she turned her pretty face and looked coldly at the savage orcs climbing the city wall below and the orc camp in the distance. Since they like it here so much, let them all stay. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis's words, the commander of the 10th Army felt a sense of relief, followed by overwhelming joy. However, remembering what had happened at Bis Hill, he could only suppress his smile and sincerely express his gratitude to Elizabeth Ellis. Elizabeth Ellis simply nodded, glanced at the level 7 savage orcs flying towards them, then turned and led Gal Ellis, the vice principal of the Magic Academy, down from the command platform. Watching the other party's departing figure, the commander of the 10th Army finally felt relieved. When he first saw Ellis Academy's special distress flare, he thought the people at Ellis Academy would ask them to send people to the rescue. But these savage orcs attacked the city overnight in order to tie them down and prevent them from coming to their aid. He was still thinking that if Elizabeth Ellis made a request to him, even as a courtesy, he would have to transfer some soldiers to help them. Unexpectedly, not only did he not have to transfer any personnel, but the other side also left him a level 7 expert, and later a level 7 perfected battle technique would also be sent. Webster Ellis, the foremost mage of the North, a name that resonates far and wide. Don't be fooled by the current savagery. Once Webster Ellis arrives, this place will become their graveyard. Dean Upton is temporarily tied up. Let's head straight into the mountains. Follow me. Beneath the city walls, Elizabeth Ellis mounted a snow-white, horse-shaped magical beast with dragon horns on its head. Beside her, 200 guard knights mounted their horses and followed her and Upton Ellis toward Mount Bis. In the Bis Mountains, after the team leader Payne DuPont fired a distress flare, he immediately focused his attention on the level 5 orc priest who had revealed his true form. Be careful, their experts are coming. Watch out. Don't let them break through the student formation. No problem. The other 3 teachers leading the group nodded solemnly in response. Then let's make our move. Before he finished speaking, Payne DuPont slowly flew into the sky, looking down at the savage orcs on the ground, and then slammed down on the savage orcs. Shinra Tensei? Upon seeing the scene, Murray Green felt a sense of déjà vu. Those 4 words immediately popped into his mind. Boom. The instant Payne DuPont landed, an extremely destructive repulsive force erupted from his body, surging outwards in all directions. All the savage orcs around him were blasted away by his repulsive force. When the repulsive force was released, many savage orcs felt as if their bones were about to shatter. They lay on the ground, unable to move, and could only scream in agony. Some were directly killed by the powerful repulsive shockwave and could no longer move. Then Payne DuPont stepped on the ground, channeled his telekinetic power to the fullest, and all the nearby stones and sand floated into the air. With a flick of his right hand, he pushed them out, and all the sand and stones turned into bullets, shooting towards the savage orcs. Just then, a roar came from in front of Payne DuPont, and a powerful sound wave also struck Payne DuPont's telekinesis. Payne DuPont let out a muffled groan, but still managed to force the attack forward. Due to the obstruction of the level 5 orc priest Action Bloodfang, the power of this area attack was greatly reduced, and it only caused damage to the level 1 savage orc. Human mage, you are strong, but you can't stop us. Action Bloodfang stepped forward, holding his bone staff, and faced Payne DuPont directly. Behind him stood 5 tall, fully armored level 5 savage orc warriors. Just a clay chicken or a clay dog. Upon hearing Action Bloodfang's words, Payne DuPont secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said with disdain, At the same time, the other 3 teachers came to Payne DuPont's side and protected him in the middle. Ouch! Ukshin Bloodfang pointed his bone staff forward, and the 5 savage orcs behind him charged forward. The 3 teachers, not to be outdone, picked up their weapons and met him head-on. The center of the battlefield was occupied by experts. The savage orcs split into 2 groups, bypassing the area where Payne DuPont and others were fighting the orc priests, and charged toward Murray Green. Seeing this, Edwin Lamb quickly instructed the Earth Mage to create an earth wall in another location. Then, while directing his classmates to deal with the nearby savage orcs, he rearranged the formation. After assigning the number of defenders to both sides, Edwin Lamb drew his twin swords and looked at Murray Green, who seemed out of place among the other mages. Murray, arrive. Where are your explosive rounds? Take them out. Okay. Murray Green used his telekinesis to pull 2 explosive bombs out of a black box. One was the size of a long white radish, and the other, larger one, was twice the size of the smaller one and as thick as a calf. Upon seeing the 2 explosive projectiles, the Wind Mage, who had witnessed their power before, shrank back, while the other mages stepped forward, casting spells to attack the barbarian orcs while observing the explosive projectiles that were causing such a stir. Captain, these 2 explosive rounds, one is Type 1 and the other is Type 2. The Type 2 has twice the yield of the Type 1, and its explosive power is much greater. Then what are we waiting for? Fire. Edwin Lamb spoke with some urgency, but Murray Green said helplessly, Captain, I dare not launch them now. There are still orc priests on the other side. I don't know if they can intercept these 2 explosive bullets, but if they are intercepted, they will have wasted their lives. As he spoke, Murray Green turned to the wizard beside him and raised his voice. Seniors, help me suppress the orc priests on the other side and prevent them from intercepting these 2 explosive projectiles. Upon hearing Murray Green's request, the group of mages quickly changed their aim and attacked the orc priest behind the savage orc. The orc priests were somewhat bewildered by the sudden magic aimed at them. No, we haven't attacked you yet, and you've already attacked us. What do you mean? Do you think we're easy to bully? The orc priest was enraged, but he immediately cast a defensive priest spell to defend against or intercept the magic thrown by the mages. The orc priests were few in number, half the number of mages, so they were quickly all entangled by the mages. With the orc priests drawing fire, the barbarian orcs' path to charge became much safer, so they quickened their pace and swarmed forward. Chapter 138 Fire the Cannon. Hurry, hurry, keep up. If we're too slow, those damned mages will react, and we'll be bombarded with magic again. The savage orc roared loudly in his beast language and charged forward at full speed. Fire! Fire it at that! Edwin Lamb immediately pointed his longsword forward and shouted at Murray Green. Upon receiving the order, Murray Green immediately used his telekinesis to lift the Type 2 explosive bullet and make it spiral upwards, rising about 5 meters. At that moment, he used his telekinesis to activate the enchanted magic circle on the Type 2 explosive bullet. The gray magic array flashed, and the Type 2 explosive bullet vanished instantly, flying towards the savage horde 300 meters to the right at a speed invisible to ordinary people. Among the orcs, a level 4 orc leader suddenly looked up at the Type 2 explosive bullet flying towards them, instinctively sensing a dangerous aura from it. Danger! Hearing its howl, the surrounding savage orcs were all startled, thinking that the magician's spell had been unleashed again. But when they looked up, they found no trace of magic, only a small gadget. What danger could this gadget pose? It was flying incredibly fast, faster than magic itself. Some of the savage orcs sensed the danger of the Type 2 explosive bomb, but before they could react, they saw it crash to the ground. The instant the Type 2 explosive shell landed, a white light shot into the sky, brighter than the flares in the sky. All the savage orcs nearby felt a sharp pain in their eyes and instinctively closed them. The white light's illumination range grew larger and larger, enveloping more and more savage orcs. Before the savage orcs could figure out what this thing was, the cracks on the surface of the Type 2 explosive bomb widened, and the raging flames and shockwaves of the explosion spread in all directions. Under extreme temperature and pressure, the savage orcs nearby were instantly turned into charcoal, and finally crushed into powder by the shockwave of the explosion, which scattered into the sky. Sensing something was terribly wrong, the savage orcs tried to get away from the sudden raging flames, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the explosion of the Type 2 explosive bomb. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and everyone present looked toward the site of the blast. Endless flames and smoke danced in the air and burned on the ground. What is that? No one answered his question. Everyone was stunned by the explosion, including Murray Green. He hadn't expected that doubling the amount of the mixed magic crystal gunpowder he had developed would increase its power by more than double. After throwing the explosive bomb, Murray Green immediately stood behind a mage. The powerful shockwave and wind pressure from the explosion were completely blocked by the mage's defensive magic. This Type 2 explosive bomb had the power of a level 4 spell. Nearly 100 savage orcs died from its explosion, and several hundred others were injured to varying degrees. For a group of over 2,000 savage orcs, 100 or so was not a large number, but in a short time, their comrades who had been charging alongside them were instantly turned into charred remains, some even leaving no trace of their bodies. This terrifying shock left a deep shadow on their hearts. Kill them. Just as everyone was stunned by the power of the Type 2 explosive bullet, Edwin Lamb shouted and led his fully armored warriors in a charge. If not now, when? The barbarian orcs' charge was interrupted, and their main force in the middle was blown in two by a burst bomb fired by Murray Green. Even though they survived the explosion, they were still greatly impacted, and their combat strength was severely reduced. Edwin Lamb took the lead, his twin swords flashing like lightning, and wherever he went, savage orcs fell to the ground. The armored warriors charging alongside him formed a charging formation, like a harvester. Although somewhat slow, their advance was steady, and even high-level savage orcs could not stop them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of savage orcs fell to the ground. Whoa! Those fighting in the middle of the battlefield also witnessed what had just happened. The expressions on both sides were different. Compared to the joy of the humans, Akshin Bloodfang was furious. After forcefully clashing with Payne DuPont's telekinetic attack, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. Upon hearing Akshin Bloodfang's voice resound throughout the entire arena, the orcs, who were still in shock, disbelief, and existential doubt, immediately came to their senses. Whoa! A series of howls from the savage orcs rang out, and all the savage orcs were regaining their fighting spirit. But just as they were stunned, Murray Green manipulated the remaining explosive bullets to spiral into the air and fly towards the savage beastman on the left. The savage orc, regaining its senses, suddenly saw a strange object crash down beside it. Before it could even jump up, a white light flashed. Upon seeing the white light, the savage orc felt utterly hopeless, for it would never be able to jump again. Boom! Another explosion occurred. Although this explosion was much smaller than the previous one, it still caused dozens of casualties among the savage orcs and affected hundreds of people. The two sudden explosions shattered the fighting spirit of the savage orcs, and many of them began to consider retreating. Seeing this, Akshin Bloodfang was furious. These henchmen, when asked to kill a few students, used either magic or explosions, failing to capitalize on their numerical advantage at all. The enemy still has 0 casualties. You dare to daydream? You're practically asking for death. Upon discovering an opening in the enemy's defenses, Payne DuPont did not hesitate. He extended his right hand, and a powerful suction force acted on Akshin Bloodfang's bone staff. Damn it! Sensing Payne DuPont's suction, Akshin Bloodfang immediately grabbed the bone staff, but due to its slow reaction, even its body was pulled towards Payne DuPont by the suction. Break! Akshin Bloodfang used a ritualistic spell to block the suction, but at that moment, Payne DuPont converted the suction into telekinesis, using his hands to hold Akshin Bloodfang and prevent him from falling to the ground. Then Payne DuPont withdrew his right hand and thrust out a finger. The compressed psychic energy was concentrated by Payne DuPont and, like a bullet, struck Akshin Bloodfang. Akshin Bloodfang was frantic as he felt his defensive ritualistic spell crumble under Payne DuPont's attack, threatening to strike him at any moment. Violent, Akshin Bloodfang, who was nearing the end of his life, decisively used Berserk on himself in order to face Payne DuPont's fatal blow. With the added power, it forcibly broke free from the psychic restraints, then gripped the bone staff with both hands, raised it high, and slammed it down on Payne DuPont's psychic finger. A crisp collision sound rang out, and a strong shockwave swept outwards. However, those fighting here were all level 5 experts, and the aftershocks of the battle between the two mages had no effect on them. Chapter 139: The Powerful Level 4 Orc. He threw out 2 explosive rounds. Murray Green took out all the bullets, hung them on his body, tossed aside the black box, and stretched his shoulders. The orc chieftain was entangled with the teacher, the orc priest was suppressed by the mage, and of the more than 2,000 savage orcs, 300 or 400 had been lost in the battles involving Payne DuPont, 2 explosive bombs in previous battles. In particular, Murray Green's 2 explosive bombs were used silently without much fanfare, but once they exploded, they directly blew the barbarian orcs' fighting spirit to the brink of collapse. Due to the threat of the explosive bombs, none of the charging savage orcs dared to get too close to their companions, fearing that if they stood too close together, they would attract another bombardment of explosive bombs. However, the team was not closely packed and united, allowing Edwin Brown and his fully armored warriors to sweep through the enemy lines and quickly reach the area where the first explosive bomb exploded. Upon arriving at this location, Edwin Brown and the others saw a crater several meters wide suddenly appear at the epicenter of the explosion. From deep to shallow, the crater was a circle about 20 or 30 meters in diameter. Inside the crater, there was nothing but mud and rocks. Outside the crater, the surrounding weeds and low bushes were flattened by the strong shock wave. Stop, recoil. The savage orc charge was halted here, so there weren't many savage orcs nearby. Edwin Lamb immediately turned his charge around and went back. The right flank was handled by the assault team led by the captain, so Murray Green focused his attention on the left flank. With the spatial feedback, information from within 200 meters flooded into his mind. Receiving so much information made Murray Green feel a headache coming on, but he still gritted his teeth and absorbed it all. At a distance of 63 meters, there was a level 3 savage orc. At a distance of 113 meters, there was 1 level 4 orc and 2 level 3 orcs. 155 meters away, there was a level 3 orc. Senior, where's a level 3 one? Let's shoot it first. Upon hearing Murray Green's words and seeing the savage orc he was pointing at, the 3 mages around him immediately threw the 3 spells they were preparing for the orc priest at the level 3 savage orc. Large fireball, level 2. Fire net technique, level 2. Wind cone technique, level 2. 3 level 2 spells were unleashed simultaneously, terrifying the level 3 savage orc. No way. If they all come at once, who can handle that? The level 3 savage orc nimbly turned around, and a large fireball grazed past his arm. Upon close contact with the magic, he felt as if his arm was being scorched by fire, causing him great discomfort. Before it could completely dodge the fireball, a fire net spell with a wider attack range enveloped it, and the scalding flames made it scream in agony. With all its might, it prepared to break free of the fire net, but the moment it exerted its strength, a wind spike pierced straight into its chest. The tough outer skin was torn apart by the wind magic, and a bloody hole was drilled into its sturdy breastbone by the wind spike. The savage orc, writhing in pain, let out a howl and twisted its body, causing the wind cone aimed at its heart to deflect and fly off to its side. But before it could even breathe a sigh of relief at its survival, a gray throwing knife flew into the bloody hole in its chest with lightning speed, shattering its heart. The level 3 savage orc stared wide-eyed at Murray Green and the others, then collapsed to the ground. Got it, 3 seniors. Where can I find a level 4 savage orc and 2 level 3? Level 4. 3 senior students, 2 at level 3 and 1 at level 2, among whom the fire mage, who was the strongest among the level 3, quickly spoke up. I'm preparing a level 3 spell. You guys help me buy some time. When I unleash the exploding fireball, you'd better control it. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior student raised his magic wand and began to chant rapidly. Seeing this, Murray Green suddenly thought of rapid casting, one of the 3 basic skills of battle mage. If this senior also knew this skill, he could cast it very quickly, even if it was only a level 3 spell. However, since it is a combat skill, it must require a combat talent to learn. Rapid casting utilizes the high affinity of combat techniques with magical particles in the heavens and earth to accelerate the process of magical particles participating in magic, and then uses high mental power to forcibly compress the chanting time, achieving the effect of casting magic quickly. Murray Green knows this skill, but doesn't have any offensive spatial magic that's suitable for him to use. Just as the senior was chanting, the other 2 seniors immediately launched a magical attack on the level 4 savage orc. Fireball. Windblade. 2 level 1 spells were quickly thrown at the level 4 savage orc. Facing the fireball and windblade, the level 4 savage orc showed a disdainful expression, directly extending its sharp claws and smashing the 2 small level 1 spells head-on. Under its immense power, the fireball was shattered into sparks, and the wind blades transformed into a gentle breeze. It let out a triumphant howl, but soon, sensing something was wrong, it immediately stretched out its sharp claws to block in front of it. A gray beam shot straight toward it, too fast to dodge. Clang! A clanging sound like metal being struck rang out. The level 4 savage orc felt a numbness in his claws, and a tearing sensation surged from his claws to his arms. He pushed forward with all his might, and the spatial enchantment bullet was pushed away by the level 4 savage orc's powerful strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 spiraling sword-shaped darts, leaving 2 gray arcs in the air, attacked from the sides of the level 4 orc. Whoa! The savage orc was getting annoyed by the relentless, non-lethal attacks. It stopped in its tracks, let out a roar, and then the muscles in its right arm bulged out suddenly. Then, its right claw lashed out instantly, leaving a semicircular white claw mark in the air. The white claw strike collided with the 2 gray arcs, and the 2 enchanted darts were instantly severed by its sharp claws. Is this what level 4 is? Seeing this, Murray Green was shocked. He hadn't expected this level 4 savage orc to be so powerful, remaining completely unharmed despite the 3 of them's repeated attacks. Murray, well done. Although Murray Green hadn't done any damage to the savage orc, the level 3 wind mage praised Murray Green highly. Because Murray Green bought him some time to cast spells, he also stopped the level 4 savage orc in his tracks. Wind Pillar Technique, level 2 magic. They converged on the savage orc from all directions, and finally lifted him up together. Having just dealt with 2 enchanted darts, the level 4 orc was caught off guard by the wind mage's attack interval. Unable to dodge in time, it felt as if it had been forcibly lifted up by a pillar. A good opportunity. Seeing the enemy airborne, Murray Green reached for his python pistol and fired a 6-round burst. The level 2 fire mage, as always, unleashed a simple yet effective fireball. Faced with 6 bullets and a fireball, the level 4 savage orc shuddered, shattered the wind pillar, stabilized himself in midair, and unleashed a flurry of claw attacks. Chapter 140, Exploding Fireball. Clang 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 bang. The level 4 orc forcibly blocked 6 enchanted bullets and a fireball, but it was still pushed more than 10 meters away by the force they carried while it was in the air. Get up again. Before the enemy could even land, Murray Green tucked the python pistol back into his waistband, raised his hands forward, and used his telekinesis to forcefully support the enemy. Then, with a powerful lift, the level 4 savage orc was raised another 5 meters. Murray Green was panting heavily after finishing the task. He had no choice but to forcibly lift the level 4 savage orc with his level 2 telekinesis. To succeed, he had to do it when the orc was unable to resist. This time was very short, and in order to speed up the lifting process, Murray Green instantly consumed a large amount of mental energy. Alright, take this explosive fireball. Finally, the level 3 fire mage, who had been chanting magic spells, successfully cast the spell. A fireball with a diameter of 1 meter gathered above his head, and the fireball occasionally emitted the sound of flames exploding. Exploding Fireball, level 3 magic. The fire mage lowered his raised staff forward, pointing it at the level 4 savage orc that Murray Grinto had launched into the air, and a burst of fireballs immediately flew out and smashed into him. Seeing such a large fireball hurtling towards him, the level 4 savage orc, whose body was suspended in midair, changed his expression drastically. His howl turned into a whimper, and he tried to swing his limbs in the air, but he could only change his body posture and could not dodge the exploding fireball. Realizing it could not dodge, the savage orc roared, its muscles bulging wildly, and its 2 claws extended more than 10 centimeters, almost the size of short swords. It stood with its arms outstretched in front of it, its claws in front of its head, and its legs tucked in front of its abdomen, its entire body curled into a ball, facing the oncoming fireball in the best defensive posture. Murray Green's right hand flashed with gray light, and he launched an air attack that struck the enemy's arm before he could react. However, his weak strength was no match for the level 4 savage orc, so there was no effect whatsoever. Murray Green wasn't disappointed by the failed aerial ambush. After all, it was only a level 1 spell, and not even an offensive one. The level difference was too great, so failure was to be expected. A fireball a meter in diameter slammed into the arms of the savage orc, who had no way to dodge. It felt like touching molten lava, and a powerful burning sensation rushed over him. It wanted to scream in pain, but it dared not, and could only grit its teeth and endure. Bang! The exploding fireball slammed the level 4 savage orc back more than 30 meters. After landing on the ground with the enemy, it exploded, and savage orcs within a radius of more than 20 meters were also caught in the crossfire and suffered the fire attack. In the very center, the level 4 savage orc lying on the ground was completely charred, with one arm missing, and his fate unknown. Murray Green's eyes narrowed, and he activated a spatial feedback mechanism to focus on detecting the situation of this level 4 savage orc. Upon discovering that the other party was still breathing and had not died, Murray Green was secretly shocked. As expected of a level 4 savage orc, to be hit head-on by a burst of fireballs and still survive, his physical strength was indeed high. Fortunately, they kept it suspended in the air, unable to dodge. Otherwise, the level 3 exploding fireball probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. To nip the problem in the bud, Murray Green waved his right hand, and a spatially enchanted spinning dagger flew out from his clothes, slithering through the air to avoid the charging savage orcs, finally beheading the fallen level 4 savage orc. Then he used the throwing knife to return, ambushing from behind on the way and killing a level 2 savage orc. The neck of this level 2 savage orc was slashed open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It covered its neck with its hands, but it still couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. After retrieving the throwing knife, Murray Green saw that it had become pitted and uneven, and the enchantment array on its surface was on the verge of collapse. As expected of a level 4 orc, even lying there letting me kill him, his neck is still so stiff. In their first battle, Murray Green killed a level 4 savage orc. He felt a lot of emotions. If it were a one-on-one fight, he would have been completely powerless against this level 4 savage orc. After all, the difference in levels is too great, and the biggest drawback of firearms is the user. Once the opponent gets close, the user is doomed. We need to quickly build what we've already conceived. Despite his thoughts, Murray Green continued to move his hands, using his left hand to control a throwing knife and attack the 2 level 3 savage orcs. He drew the python pistol with his right hand, flicked his wrist to open the cylinder, then emptied the spent cartridges into his pocket. 6 bullets flew from his belt and into the cylinder. With another flick, the cylinder reset, and the reload was complete. Thumb down the hammer, aim the gun at the target. Because dealing with the level 4 savage orc took some time, the 2 level 3 orcs that were originally following behind the level 4 savage orc had run to within 50 meters of the defensive line. The 2 level 3 savage orcs were quite annoyed by Murray Green's throwing knives, so one of the savage orcs roared, suddenly stretched out its claws, grabbed the enchanted throwing knife, and opened its blood-red maw to bite the knife. The throwing knife, which was only a level 1 weapon, was instantly bitten to pieces by it. Pooh! It spat out fragments of throwing knives and looked disdainfully at Murray Green. Just then, Murray Green pulled the trigger, unleashing another 6 shots. Faced with 6 space-enchanted bullets, the savage orc hurriedly dodged, but the distance was close and the bullets were fast. Even as agile as it was, it could only barely avoid 2 bullets before blocking one with its claws. The remaining 3 space-enchanted bullets hit it, one in its arm, one in its shoulder, and one in its abdomen, leaving 3 bloody holes that caused it immense pain. The bullet in his arm, in particular, essentially severed his arm, leaving only some skin and flesh. Bang. When it heard the loud bang, it looked down and found that another huge bloody hole had appeared in its chest. The sniper bullet, spiraling out of its body, shattered its heart, and then flew out after creating an even bigger bloody hole in its back. Looking directly at this savage orc, you can see the scenery behind it through the bloody hole in its chest. After killing the level 3 savage orc, Murray Green turned to look at another level 3 savage orc. It quickly covered the 50-meter distance and climbed the earthen wall in a few moves, but was stabbed in the shoulder by a level 3 senior with a sword. Then another senior student cut off his leg with a sword. He jumped off the earthen wall on 1 foot. In midair, he was shot in the back by an archer senior student. The arrow pierced his heart, and the arrowhead protruded from his chest. Finally, it crashed face down onto the corpse of its companion beneath the earthen wall, ending its life. This is the battlefield. Those who are not strong enough to dominate the battlefield are just cannon fodder. Chapter 141 Level 5. On the right side of the battlefield, Edwin Lamb led his fully armored warriors to block the way, charging back and forth. On the left side, Murray Green used spatial feedback to control the information across the entire battlefield, keeping a close eye on the level 3 and 4 savage orcs. Once they enter within 200 meters of the earthen wall, Murray Green will pick them off one by one. He hunts level 3 savage orcs alone, and for level 4, he calls on nearby mages and archers to join forces to kill them. As for the level 2 or lower savage orcs, they were left to the warriors at the front. The lowest level among them was level 2, and most of them were level 3. Fully armed and standing on the earthen wall, dealing with these savage orcs was no problem at all. Therefore, the Academy's fighting spirit grew higher and higher as the fighting progressed, while the barbarian orcs' fighting spirit declined. Especially after their attack, which resulted in the loss of 200 or 300 savage orcs without any success, the savage orcs slowed down considerably, appearing ready to retreat at any moment. A bunch of useless trash. So many of them can't even take down 100 or so students. Seeing the unfavorable situation on both sides of the battlefield, the savage orc leader Akshan Bloodfang was furious. He then looked at the orc priests who were being suppressed by the mages. The biggest failure in this battle was that the orc priest was suppressed. Otherwise, with the orc priest's support, the savage orc's combat power would have at least doubled. However, orc priests are already quite rare, and even fewer are willing to take on death missions. It's good enough if there are a few orc priests. To think they can compete with the number of mages at the First Academy of the North is simply courting death. Thinking of this, Akshan Bloodfang howled at a level 5 orc warrior. Upon hearing Akshan Bloodfang's words, the orc warrior charged towards Payne DuPont without hesitation. Damn orc, stop right there. We were fighting so well, and then you ran away. This infuriated the teacher who was fighting it, who wanted to chase after it, but was forcibly stopped by another orc warrior. Faced with the orc warriors who were determined to stop him, the teacher was unable to break free for the time being. Payne, be careful. I'll take care of it right away, and then come help you. No need. You should keep an eye on the other 4, and make sure they don't escape. Before Payne DuPont could finish speaking, another orc warrior broke away from the battle and charged toward Edwin Lamb's location. You're asking for it. Seeing this, Payne DuPont also became furious. His entire body floated in the air, and he threw a punch with his right hand, using telekinesis to strike the level 5 orc warrior who was attacking him from a distance. Faced with such a strange telekinetic attack, the level 5 orc warrior didn't even have time to react before being sent flying more than 10 meters away by Payne DuPont's attack. Fortunately, it was agile and quickly adjusted its body, landing on its feet. Psychic stay? Just then, Akshan Bloodfang immediately unleashed a sacrificial spell at Payne DuPont. Payne DuPont, who was flying toward Edwin Lamb's location, froze as the sonic attack flew past his eyes. It was clear that the attack was not intended to harm him, but rather to stop him. Meanwhile, the orc warriors on the ground sprinted across the ground, using their legs to propel themselves forward, and leaped towards Payne DuPont in the air. Irritable, Payne DuPont slapped the orc warrior away, sending him crashing to the ground. However, the tough-skinned level 5 orc warrior immediately got up. This time it learned its lesson and knew it couldn't do anything to Payne DuPont flying in the air, so it smashed a tree with its shoulder, broke off the branch with its sharp claws, and then used the branch to shoot at Payne DuPont. The fly-like orc warriors were easy for Payne DuPont to deal with, but he didn't have time to deal with them right now. More important were the orc priests, who were the main force that could stop him. With it around, there was no way I could chase after that level 5 orc who had broken away from the central battlefield. Murray, there's a level 5 orc warrior in the central battlefield heading towards Edwin Lamb. Murray Green, who was sniping a level 3 savage orc, suddenly heard a sentence in his mind, and it was Payne DuPont's voice. Upon hearing this, Murray Green immediately turned to look at Edwin Lamb, and saw the level 5 orc warrior charging towards him. That's a level 5 orc warrior. Why are you telling me this, Payne? Do you think I can stop it? Isn't that giving him too much credit? In fact, Payne DuPont was also helpless, because the 4 of them were being desperately held back by Akshan Bloodfang and others. If they tried to break through, they might not only fail to save Edwin Lamb, but they would also lose their own lives. Therefore, Payne DuPont could only send Murray Green to help Edwin Lamb, because he believed that Murray Green had not yet used his full strength. As a student of Dean Webster Ellis, he hasn't even used any combat techniques, so he must have some trump card up his sleeve. However, Payne DuPont did not force him to help Edwin Lamb. He simply informed him of the news, leaving the decision of what to do to Murray Green. Meow. Murray Green suddenly erupted in a tirade, startling the senior magicians around him. They all thought something had happened, but after hearing Murray Green's words, they realized that something truly terrible had occurred. Seniors, a level 5 orc warrior is charging towards our captain. We need to provide him with support. Level 5. The only reason they could handle level 4 orcs together was because Murray Green could create good attack opportunities for them. Now, they were afraid they would be powerless to deal with level 5 orcs. Should we call Captain Edwin and the others back and use earthen walls to defend against the level 5 orcs? It's no use. One person suggested this method, but the earth mage standing nearby rejected it outright. The earthen walls we built can only defend against level 3 savage orcs. Level 4 orcs can deal a devastating blow to the earthen walls. If we attract level 5 orcs, not only will we lose our captain, but the earthen walls will also be wiped out. There's no time to discuss this. You, the 4 seniors, you stay here and attack that level 5 orc. The captain and I will hold him back and prevent him from getting close to the earthen wall. Level 5 orcs are very fast. They don't have time to discuss methods. By the time a suitable method is discussed, Edwin Lamb's body might be cold by then. Therefore, Murray Green made a decisive move and immediately selected 4 mages, one each of the 4 elements: wind, water, earth, and fire. All of them were level 3 mages, and their level 3 magic should be enough to make the level 5 orcs take them seriously. Although Murray Green was only a level 2, his previous outstanding performance impressed them greatly, so the 4 of them immediately nodded in agreement to Murray Green's arrangement. After making the arrangements, Murray Green stared intently at the level 5 orc warrior, his sniper rifle aimed at him. Bang! Chapter 142. Moving forward. The sniper rifle is named Black Serpent. Like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, it remains still until it makes a stunning appearance. The Black Serpent bullet has 10 times the gunpowder of the giant python. In addition to a spatial enchantment array on the bullet tip, it also has a sharp magic array, making it easy and pleasant to penetrate a 10-centimeter block of iron. Even a level 4 savage orc has to do everything in its power to resist it. But for a level 5 orc warrior, the black snake bullet shot at it didn't even turn its head. With a casual wave of its hand, it sliced Murray Green's black snake bullet into 3 pieces. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight this? Don't be fooled by Payne DuPont's smothering of level 5 orc warriors. They are not Payne DuPont. For them, level 5 orcs are an insurmountable mountain. I need 4 warriors and 1 archer to escort me to the earthen wall, about 200 meters away. Captain, is there any senior student who can accompany me? Murray Green's telekinetic range is only 200 meters. If a level 5 savage orc is placed within 200 meters of the earthen wall, the opponent can easily break through the wall as well. The maximum killing range of one's own mage is about 500 meters, so the best distance to fight a level 5 orc warrior is 400 to 500 meters away. Getting too close to the main camp is dangerous, while going too far away means there's no mage support. Therefore, Murray Green had to move forward 200 meters to use his telekinesis to enhance and control his attack, thus creating some interference with the level 5 orc warrior. Hearing Murray Green's words, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Murray Green to dare to step out of the defensive line and enter the orc-occupied area to fight against a level 5 orc warrior. However, everyone present was a student, and students are easily impulsive, or rather, brave. If Murray Green, a first-year second-level mage, dared to step forward, how could they be afraid? So the nearby warriors eagerly signed up. I'll go with you. Murray Green selected 3 fully armored warriors, an assassin, and an archer, and led them towards Edwin Lamb. Brothers, clear a path for them. The fully armored warriors on the front lines took the initiative to charge out, slaughtering all the nearby savage orcs. Then, they cleared the middle, and a tall, fully armored warrior charged out first. Behind him was Murray Green, with 2 other fully armored warriors guarding him, archers behind him, and assassins roaming around them. The 6-person squad charged into the savage orc horde in a triangular formation. Bang bang bang. Murray Green drew his twin pistols and fired at any savage orc that came within 10 meters of them. Murray Green took down these level 1 and level 2 savage orcs with a single shot, killing 12 savage orcs in total, and the 6-man squad successfully advanced 50 meters. Seniors, I'm changing my bullets. Hang in there. No problem. My greatsword has been itching for a long time. Seeing Murray Green's amazing performance with 2 guns, the others were secretly amazed. This magical weapon is so convenient. I wonder if I can buy it in the future. Now that the giant python had ceased its fire, it was time for them to shine. So the 3 fully armored warriors swung their great swords incessantly, like harvesters, cutting the savage orcs into pieces wherever they went. After advancing another 50 meters, Murray Green reloaded his gun and fired again, wiping out the enemies within 30 meters of him. The team successfully advanced another 30 meters. A rain of arrows is coming. Just then, the archers suddenly uttered those words, and then the group saw a volley of arrows rain down on them, and more than a dozen savage orcs fell to the ground. The squad charged forward, and the assassin quickly finished off the savage orc who had been shot, but was not dead, slitting his throat. Having successfully reached 150 meters, they were met with an increasing number of savage orcs surrounding them, and their advance began to slow down. But just then, hundreds of fireballs rained down on the savage orcs around them. Well done. Because they were attacking Murray Green and his group, the orcs were standing close together. So this wave of fireballs knocked down 20 or 30 orcs and cleared out the surrounding orcs. The 6-person team successfully reached their destination. Cover me. After leaving those words, Murray Green immediately closed his eyes and used his telekinesis to speak to the earth mage behind him. A stone pillar will rise up at my feet. The earth mage, who had been waiting for orders, immediately cast a spell at Murray Green's feet, and a stone pillar burst from the ground, lifting Murray Green up. Seeing this, the archers immediately stood on the stone pillar. Standing atop a stone pillar more than 10 meters high, Murray Green looked out and immediately saw Edwin Lamb's current situation clearly. To cover his comrades' retreat, he wielded 2 swords and engaged in combat with a level 5 orc warrior. However, the difference in their strength was too great, and Edwin Lammer's lightning-fast sword strikes were easily blocked by the enemy's claws. Edwin Lamb parried the attack with his crossed swords, but was still knocked back more than 10 steps. You cover their retreat first. Murray Green immediately spoke to the archer beside him, and then used his telekinesis to define the attack range for the 4 mages behind him, in order to support his comrades in front. After completing these steps, Murray Green fired his dual pistols in rapid succession, emptying his magazine quickly. Then, while reloading, Murray Green used spatial feedback. The spatial feedback swept across, and the level 5 orc warrior who was beating Edwin Lamb looked up at Murray Green. The 2 locked eyes, and Murray Green controlled the black snake to shoot it. Bang! Enraged by Murray Green's provocation, the level 5 orc warrior sliced the black snake bullet in 2 with a single claw. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Edwin Lamb quickly retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the level 5 orc warrior. He wouldn't have willingly sought to be beaten if it weren't to cover for his teammates. Now that his comrades have been picked off, it's time for him to retreat as well. Captain, don't run. We have to stop this big guy here and prevent it from getting close to our defensive line. Suddenly, Murray Green's voice rang in Edwin Lamb's ears, and upon hearing this, Edwin Lamb's face darkened. So you weren't the one who got hit just now? So you didn't know how strong the other person was? A level 5 savage orc is comparable to a level 5 great warrior among human warriors. Regardless of class, there is a significant improvement from level 4 to level 5. The 10 commonly used levels, with level 1 being the entry level, the apprentice level, which is weaker and can be surrounded and killed by dozens of fully armed ordinary people. Levels 2 to 4 are considered 1 tier. At this level, ordinary people are considered worthless. However, it is not impossible for people of different levels to kill each other. The subsequent levels are divided into tiers, with each tier having a terrifyingly large gap between them. A level 5 warrior can use battle aura to protect their body, forming a protective shield on their surface. The damage is lower than that of a level 5 warrior, so don't even think about breaking through the protective battle aura. The destructive power of this level 5 orc is undoubtedly level 5. If Edwin Lamb hadn't been of high status and used a very high-quality weapon, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack at all. Chapter 143: Joining Forces to Defend Against the Enemy. Edwin Lamb exhaled a breath of stale air and looked at his hands, which were trembling slightly, a sign that he was about to lose his grip on the sword hilt. He received a message from Teacher Payne and immediately led his team to evacuate. However, the level 5 savage orc was too fast. If he didn't take the initiative to engage it, and it charged into the group, no one else would survive except him. After exchanging a few blows, as a swordsman, he could barely keep up with the enemy's speed, but even if he defended with his 2 swords, the opponent's strength left his hands numb. In a direct confrontation, given my current condition, I can only last 5 moves at most. What should I do? Damn it, here it comes. Can't I at least catch my breath? After dealing with the black snake bullets, the level 5 orc warrior discovered that its prey was planning to escape. It smiled disdainfully, took a step, and appeared in front of Edwin Lamb. It looked down at the other man and slashed down with its raised claws. Earth Mage, buff the captain with defense. Water Mage, if you have any healing or enhancement magic, use it on the captain. If not, cast a shield. Wind Mage, disrupt the enemy's movements. Fire Mage, unleash your strongest single target attack spell. Get ready. We'll create an opportunity for you to attack. While directing the battle, Murray Green thrust his hands forward, sending 2 space-enchanted spiral sword-shaped darts hurtling towards the orc warrior's eyes. The orc warrior who was attacking Edwin Lammer lowered his head, easily dodging the attack, and then swung a claw at Edwin Lammer. Edwin Lamb dodged the claws with a series of quick steps, but was suddenly kicked away. Edwin Lamb flew more than 20 meters, rolled several times on the ground, and then did a somersault to barely avoid the orc warrior's leaping attack. Edwin Lamb was in a sorry state, completely lacking any of his noble bearing, but he had no time to pay attention to such trivial matters. As the enemy attacked again, just then, Edwin Lamb felt a blue light shine on him, flowing over him like warm water, soothing his pain and making him feel much better. It is a water-based technique that can soothe fatigue and has a good effect on bruises and sprains. Even if there is no injury, it is good for the body to nourish it when you have nothing to do. Then, a flash of yellow light appeared all over his body, and a protective shield-like armor appeared on his body, enhancing his defense. You guys finally came to my aid. Having recovered considerably, Edwin Lamb's fighting spirit also increased. He quickly got up from the ground, and blue magic circles appeared on his twin swords. He activated the magic circle on the long sword in his hand. The two swords were thrust out, but to others, they appeared to be more than 10, each aimed at the orc warrior's vitals. Upon discovering that the weakling he had beaten so badly dared to attack him, the orc warrior roared, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that shattered the illusions surrounding his twin swords. Then a powerful sonic wave shot straight at Edwin Lamb's face, but his earth armor blocked the attack, preventing any damage to him. The twin swords materialized from their illusory form, and with a flick of his wrist, the orc warrior struck both swords with a claw, sending Edwin Lamb flying with its immense force. The orc warrior leaned forward, preparing to give chase, but just then, a cyan gust of wind wrapped around its left leg. It revealed a disdainful expression, lifted its foot, and stomped hard on the ground. The gathered wind was shattered by its stomp and turned into a gentle breeze. Bang! The Black Serpent sniper rifle fired again. At a distance of 200 meters, the Black Serpent bullet appeared in front of the orc warrior in an instant. The enemy swayed slightly, dodging the bullet, and continued to chase after Edwin Lamb. Why are you leaving? Stay here. Murray Green threw a punch, executing a backflip. Aerial Strike lived up to its reputation as a spatial magic spell. Although it was only level 1, it struck the orc warrior squarely on the back of the head. A question flashed through the orc warrior's mind about such a light attack. What kind of attack was this? It was so gentle, like a tickle. Before it could figure it out, Murray Green punched it in the back of the head again. Blessed by mental power, Murray Green enhanced his hands with telekinesis, using the rapid casting speed of combat techniques and aerial magic. The spatial magic that had been swimming in Murray Green's mental sea finally had a chance to be used. With a flurry of punches, like machine gun fire, he relentlessly struck the orc warrior's head. Murray Green's strength, combined with his telekinesis, amounted to only 600 or 700 pounds. When he hit the orc warrior on the head, he couldn't cause any damage. However, after being hit by Murray Green 20 or 30 times, the savage orc's head started to spin. A good opportunity. Seeing that the enemy's attack had paused for a moment, Edwin Lamb seized the opportunity, his feet barely touching the wind as he thrust his sword forward, striking the savage orc in the abdomen. Edwin Lamb felt as if he had pierced a piece of origin, something very solid. His sharp, enchanted long sword only penetrated about 2 centimeters into the orc warrior's flesh before it could go no further. Upon discovering this, Edwin Lamb's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly drew his sword and retreated, but the orc warrior reacted and struck Edwin Lamb with a claw. He held the other sword upside down in front of him, but under the enemy's furious attack, Edwin Lamb flew another 20 or 30 meters. Edwin Lamb blocked the orc warrior's attack with his longsword, but he couldn't withstand the opponent's unparalleled strength. Edwin Lamb fell to the ground, and his yellow armor quickly shattered. Cough, cough. Edwin Lamb, lying on the ground, was on the verge of despair as he uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could he possibly fight back? His full-force attack had failed to break through his defenses. He was considered a strong person among the 4th level, but he was like a child when facing this 5th-level orc. After knocking Edwin Lamb away with a single blow, the fire mage's long-prepared flaming spear appeared before it. With no time to dodge, the orc warrior crossed his claws and unleashed a cross slash, shattering the flaming spear from a distance. You can play it like that? Bang! Seeing this, Murray Green's eyes lit up, and then he fired another shot. This time, the level 5 orc warrior didn't dodge. The black snake bullet hit its chest, But before Murray Green could even rejoice, the bullet was embedded in its chest, the bullet penetrating less than a centimeter into its body. The muscles twitched, and the black snake bullet retreated, finally falling to the ground. The wound it had inflicted was also rapidly closing. Looking down, the wound Edwin Lamb had stabbed was already closed. Level 5 orcs lack the protective battle aura of level 5 warriors, but possess formidable physiques and regenerative abilities. Damn it! Chapter 144 Pain, the master of unleashing his power. With such immense strength, a robust physique, and astonishing regenerative abilities, Murray Green was at a loss, unsure of what to do next. Just then, a mournful roar echoed throughout the battlefield, and upon hearing it, almost everyone turned to look at the central battlefield. Payne DuPont floated in the air, his hair standing on end like an enraged lion, his eyes turning silver, looking down on everything in the world as if a god had descended. He used his telekinesis to fend off the orc priest's hysterical attacks with one hand, while grabbing the level 5 orc warrior with the other. At this moment, the orc warrior was in a terrible state. His limbs hung limply in an irregular position, his face was covered in blood, and his gaping maw, fanged and screaming, kept spitting out blood and foam, indicating that he was seriously injured. Grabbing the level 5 savage orc, Payne DuPont slammed it to the ground, creating a large, human-shaped crater. But soon, Payne DuPont lifted it from the ground and slammed it down again. After repeating this several times, the orc warrior's screams grew fainter and fainter as he entered a semi-conscious state. Payne DuPont threw him to the ground, clenched his fist, and slammed it into his chest with his backhand. Its eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood gushed from its mouth like a fountain. It lay on the ground, completely unconscious. This blow nearly shattered the orc's heart, but Payne DuPont sighed, because the opponent's physical attributes were indeed high enough that even his full-force attack could only injure the heart through the flesh, not shatter it directly. After finishing this task, Payne DuPont was pale, and his eyes began to gleam with a silver light, indicating that his situation was not optimistic either. The combination of an orc priest and an orc warrior is not weak even at level 5. Payne DuPont would have no chance of taking down the orc warrior without paying a price, if he had to withstand the orc priest's attacks first. Well done, Professor Payne. Witnessing a level 5 orc defeated by Payne DuPont, Murray Green perked up and immediately realized that his task was to hold off this level 5 savage orc, not to kill it, so why think so much? Murray Green immediately manipulated 3 space-enchanted spinning knives and attacked the enemy. Although it was intimidated by Payne DuPont's overwhelming strength, Murray Green and the others were nothing more than ants in its eyes. Faced with the attack of the ants, it stretched out its 2 claws and instantly grabbed 2 throwing knives. With a forceful movement, the 2 throwing knives turned into scrap metal, and the last spinning throwing knife slashed across the body of the level 5 orc warrior. This time, however, it only left a white mark on the enemy's skin, which disappeared with a twitch of its muscles. It doesn't break through the defenses. Seeing Payne wreak havoc while he himself couldn't break through the enemy's defenses, Murray Green almost broke through his own defenses. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and continued to fire throwing knives at the orc warrior, constantly disrupting his movements and relieving some pressure on Edwin Lamb. The level 5 orc warrior charged forward, heading straight for Edwin Lamb. At that moment, Edwin Lamb, who was coughing up blood, felt his body become unusually heavy. He used his twin swords to support himself and got up from the ground. A wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of him, but it was quickly smashed by the charging level 5 savage orc. The fragments of the earth wall, like shooting stars, accompanied the orc warrior's figure and hurtled towards Edwin Lamb. Murray Green immediately extended his telekinetic hand, grabbed Edwin Lamb's shoulder, and pulled him to the side for more than 10 meters to avoid the savage orc's charge. A healing spell landed on Edwin Lamb, beginning to repair his injuries. A gentle breeze wrapped around his legs, increasing his speed, and a layer of earth-yellow magical armor enveloped him. Edwin Lamb felt fully revived. He gripped his twin swords and stared intently at the orc warrior. Upon seeing the fully armed Edwin Lamb, the level 5 orc warrior turned to look at the location of Murray Green and the others. He stood atop a stone pillar more than 10 meters high, with archers around him constantly drawing their bows and firing arrows to kill the barbarian orcs attacking them. Below the pillar, more than 20 warriors in full armor stood with their backs against the pillar, forming a defensive stance to fight against the barbarian orcs. The men who had charged with Edwin Lamb did not return to the earthen wall. Instead, they stayed with 3 other fully armored warriors to guard Murray Green, allowing him to focus on directing the mages in the rear to deal with the level 5 savage orcs. I looked at the large ants that I could have easily crushed. Now they were ants that were hard to hold, and then I looked at the small ants not far away. The level 5 orc warrior's mind went straight, and he immediately charged toward Murray Green's location. Don't come any closer. Damn it, we're not done fighting yet. Why are you running away? Edwin Lamb was startled when he discovered the orc warrior's plan. He would have a headache if the orcs chased him, but he would have an even bigger headache if they didn't. Among the students present, apart from himself who could barely exchange a few blows with the opponent, the others were far too weak in level to be easily killed by the level 5 orc. So Edwin Lamb reluctantly took the initiative to attack, even though he wasn't as fast as a level 5 orc warrior. But Murray Green drew his twin pistols, firing 12 bullets, and also fired a shot from his sniper rifle. 5 throwing knives were launched at the enemy, and the archers beside him fired at the level 5 orc warrior. The mages behind him were also under Murray Green's command to keep attacking it. Under such a saturation attack, the orc warriors managed to block the attacks, but their speed was severely suppressed, and they were caught up by Edwin Lamb. Spiral thrust. Edwin Lamb roared and thrust his longsword in a spiral motion toward the enemy's lower back. Sensing the approaching attack, the level 5 orc warrior abandoned his advance and dodged to the side, avoiding Edwin Lamb's charging sword. Seeing the enemy retreat, Edwin Lamb raised his twin swords and once again engaged the orc warrior in combat, preventing him from leaving the battlefield. Enraged at being controlled by a swarm of ants, the level 5 orc warrior let out a furious roar. Then you could see its muscles bulging rapidly, making it even more robust and tall, and its claws growing much longer, almost as long as the longsword in Edwin Lamb's hand. It even has a transformation ability. Murray Green was increasingly surprised as the battle progressed. He glanced at the central battlefield, wondering when Payne and the others would be able to defeat the orc priests and come to their aid. As a result, Payne DuPont, who had just appeared like a god descending from the heavens, was now listless and was being overwhelmed by the orc priest, fleeing everywhere. Sigh, I guess I'll have to pull out my most treasured secret. With a sigh, Murray Green took a cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and found 3 bullets inside. These 3 bullets have the same caliber as the black snake bullet, but are much longer. Chapter 145, the trump card. These 3 bullets are collectively known as Black Serpent Space Enchantment Sharp 2-Stage Separation Armor-Piercing Bullets. It is also known as the Black Snake Armor-Piercing Projectile. The bullet casing is forged from pure gold, the bullet head is made of the magical metal adamantite, and the gunpowder content is twice that of a normal black bullet. Furthermore, it is designed to be activated in 2 stages. After hitting the enemy, it is activated a second time, and its destructive power is no less than that of a level 4 single-target attack spell. This world is a magical world, where wondrous substances are naturally born. The hardness of common metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron is different from that of the past. The more valuable the metal, the harder it is, but these are all common metals. Unlike magical metals, although most magical metals are much harder than gold, the price of each metal is not determined by its hardness, but by the magical properties it contains. The magical property of magic iron is fusion, that of oriental copper is hardness, that of mithril is superconductivity, and that of adamantite is sharpness. Refined gold is a magical metal that grows in gold mines. Gold mines are nurtured by a large number of magical particles and, under other conditions, naturally transform into refined gold. The higher the purity, the better the magical properties. Ordinary metals, when crafted by blacksmiths or refiners, can be made into weapons up to level 3. However, to create higher-level weapons, magical metals need to be added. These magical metals are not only expensive, but also extremely rare. They are not traded on the market, and even if they are not needed for a while, they will not be sold but kept in the collection room, waiting for the right person to possess them. If it weren't for Ellis Academy, Murray Green would have had no idea how to find these magical materials except by going home and rummaging through Earl Green's collection. The 3 adamantite bullets are inherently sharp, and Murray Green further engraved 2 magic circles on them, one for enchantment and the other for sharpness, making them even more lethal. He wore out several engraving knives while inscribing magic arrays on these 3 bullets. If it weren't for the need to increase his means of survival, Murray Green wouldn't have wanted to use this piece of refined gold just like that. Once he learns the 3rd level weapon crafting technique, He can make 10 of these 3 bullets out of refined gold, and they will be even more lethal. But since things have come to this, we must save our lives first. The Black Serpent sniper rifle slowly descended from above Murray Green's head. The drum magazine separated from the barrel. Reluctantly, he picked up a Black Serpent armor-piercing round, stuffed it into the back of the barrel, and then blocked the back with the other side of the drum magazine. With a click, the gun barrel and the bullet drum came together. Finally, Murray Green handed the Black Serpent sniper rifle to the archer beside him. The archer took the rifle with a puzzled look on his face, carefully held it in his arms, and asked in confusion, "Murray, why are you giving me this? I don't know how to use it." "It's alright, I'll shoot. You just need to aim the barrel at that level 5 savage orc. By the way, the recoil is quite strong when it fires, so you'll have to hold it tight." Hearing Murray Green's words, the archer senior nodded confidently. "It's just about aiming and applying force, isn't it? No problem at all, no issue whatsoever." As an archer, among warriors, aside from those brutes who wear full armor as clothing, his strength is considered considerable. While he was reloading, Edwin Lamb exchanged several blows with the enhanced orc warrior. By this time, his armor was riddled with cracks and could break at any moment. Water Mage, add armor to the captain. Earth attribute armor is too tough, but it can't withstand the strength of a level 5 orc. It's easy to break. Earth Mage, you control the terrain and assist the captain. Wind Mage, maintain the captain's speed buff and attack the enemy when you have time. Finally, he spoke to the Fire Mage. You should prepare for single target attacks. We'll create opportunities for you to attack. Upon hearing Murray Green's instructions, the 4 magicians nodded in unison and began to cast the required spells. Water Mist Blessing, a level 2 magic. Earth Collapse spell, level 2 magic. Dance of the Wind, a level 3 magic spell. The orc warrior lunged at Edwin Lamb, who immediately countered with his cyan twin swords. As the 2 swords clashed, a powerful force flowed from the swords into his body. Edwin Lamb staggered back several steps, dissipating some of the force, while his armor shattered completely, turning into a yellow light and disappearing. Just as the earth armor disappeared, a layer of blue mist enveloped him, resisting the remaining residual power. Fortunately, my teammates are quite reliable. After letting out a sigh of relief, Edwin Lamb straightened up and, like a snake, sprang forward, launching an attack on the orc warrior. With the blessing of the Dance of the Wind, and given that he was originally a wind attribute warrior, his movement speed for a short period of time actually approached the semisonic speed of a level 5 savage orc. With his considerable speed and exceptional agility, he began to have the option to choose his battle tactics. When the enemy tried to break away to attack Murray Green and his group, he would attack. When the enemy attacked him, he would fight and retreat, avoiding direct confrontation. The ant turned into a fly. The orc warrior roared and stomped his foot on the ground. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He quickly moved 2 steps to the side. At that moment, the ground where he was standing turned into a pit. It's not deep, only about 2 meters, not even as tall as its body. But it irritated it so much that it slapped the ground, instantly shattering the earth magic that was being nurtured within it. On all fours, it pounced on Edwin Lamb like a wild beast. Having abandoned his human form, the savage orc moved much faster. Caught off guard, Edwin Lamb raised his twin swords, but before he could thrust them out, the orc warrior appeared before him. Without the slightest hesitation, the orc warrior charged into Edwin Lamb's twin swords, his claw striking Edwin Lamb's chest. The water mist blessing was torn apart instantly like a rag, leaving several deep scratches on Edwin Lammer's breastplate. Edwin Lamb himself was also sent flying by the overwhelming force, and before he could even land, the orc warriors pursued him at an even faster speed. Upon seeing this, Murray Green immediately reached out and grabbed Edwin Lamb's shoulders, pulling him sharply towards himself to avoid the orc warrior's attack and ensuring his safe landing. With his feet firmly on the ground, Edwin Lamb took a deep breath. His eyes narrowed as he watched the level 5 orc warrior getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and a hint of blue appeared in Edwin Lamb's eyes, growing brighter and brighter until it covered his eyes. Alas, I was saving it to save my life, but it seems I can't keep it now. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of potion and poured it into his mouth. After swallowing the potion, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Although it was not as strong as a level 5 savage orc, it was not so much that he was completely overwhelmed. Breaking through the orc warrior's imposing aura, Edwin Lammer, wielding his cyan longsword, twirled it in a flourish, and in an instant, he appeared before the orc warrior with even greater speed, thrusting his sword forward. A bluish-green afterimage slowly dissipated from the spot. Chapter 146 Shooting. Faced with Edwin Lamb, whose attack speed was significantly faster, the level 5 orc warrior's vision blurred, and he instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. The long sword sliced across his arm, leaving a bloody gash. Feeling the pain, the orc warrior forced Edwin Lammer back with a claw, then looked at the bloody gash on his arm and calmed down. "Oh, you're quite good. You're a genius from the academy, right? But unfortunately, you won't live past today. I came here specifically to hunt down geniuses." This orc warrior actually spoke human language. It hadn't spoken during the previous battle because it was disdainful, but now, with Edwin Lamb unleashed at full power, he finally deserved to be taken seriously. Hee. Upon hearing the orc's words, Edwin Lamb gave a cold laugh as a response. Then his figure blurred into a blur as he charged toward the enemy. Afterimage kill. Edwin Lamb transformed into several afterimages, charging towards the orc warrior along different routes. The orc warrior's eyes darted around, trying to find Edwin Lamb's true form, but the distance was too close and the time too short, and it couldn't distinguish him for the moment. It raised its right claw and swept it out horizontally. Where the claw passed, a white light appeared, and the semicircular claw light attacked all of Edwin Lamb's figures. Area attack. As the two clashed, one after another of the afterimages was shattered by the claws. Just then, one of the afterimages ducked down, dodging the claw strikes of the level 5 orc warrior, and thrust its longsword toward the enemy's thigh. The orc warrior immediately took 2 steps back to avoid Edwin Lamb's attack. Then he unleashed 2 more claw strikes and charged forward, raising his claws high to smash them down on Edwin Lamb's head. After slashing several times with their twin swords, knocking away the orc warrior's claws, the two became very close. Seeing the claws about to fall, Edwin Lamb thrust his sword diagonally, striking the orc warrior's forearm and leaving a small wound before retreating. Meanwhile, Murray Green, having reloaded his gun, fired 2 shots in quick succession. The orc warrior tilted his head slightly, ignoring everything except the bullet aimed at his eyes. The bullet left a few white spots on his body before being deflected without causing any harm. However, this delay allowed the incredibly fast Edwin Lamb to retreat 5 meters, causing the orc warrior's claw attack to miss, and Edwin Lamb then launched a thrust at the enemy. "You're asking for it, ow." A sonic attack was unleashed from his mouth, aimed at Edwin Lamb. Murray Green immediately used his telekinesis to catch it and lift it upwards, allowing the sonic attack to pass over Edwin Lamb's head. Attack its legs to disrupt its mobility. At the same time, Murray Green's voice rang in Edwin Lamb's ears. Upon hearing this, Edwin Lamb nodded slightly, changed his thrust to a slash, and moved past the orc warrior from the side. 2 bloody marks appeared on its thigh. Fire Mage attack. Such a minor injury did not affect the orc warrior's mobility at all, so it moved and pounced on Edwin Lamb. Suddenly, another flaming spear shot towards it. Although it was a level 5 orc warrior, it did not want to be hit by a level 3 fire single target spell. So it twisted its body and landed in an illogical manner in midair, avoiding the flaming spear. The flaming spear, which was dodged, pierced the ground, followed by an explosion that created a crater 2 to 3 meters deep. Just as it landed, 2 streaks of cyan sword light flashed, leaving 2 sword marks on its thigh. "Damn humans." "Foolish orc," Edwin Lamb retorted, and quickly withdrew again. "Captain, knock this orc into the air." After whispering those words in Edwin Lamb's ear, Murray Green rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and a gray light appeared on his fists. With the help of his telekinesis, spatial magic began to flow rapidly. Airstrike. With his eyes locked on the orc warrior's head, Murray Green swiftly swung his fists, striking its head once, twice, 3 times. Sensing this inexplicable attack again, the orc warrior became alert and turned to look at Murray Green, who was throwing a punch, only to find that it was Murray Green who was behind it. "Hey, where are you looking?" Edwin Lamb attacked again with his twin swords, trying to draw the enemy's attention. But the level 5 orc was no fool and knew that things would definitely not go well if things continued like this. So it neither dodged nor avoided, letting Edwin Lamb attack, then opened its mouth and howled, sending a sonic blast at Murray Green. At this moment, Murray Green focused all his telekinetic energy on empowering himself, either using it to block the sonic blast or enduring the attack head-on. The archer next to him wanted to draw his sword to block for him, but Murray Green stopped him and told him to continue aiming at the enemy with the Black Serpent sniper rifle. Even the savage orcs know that they can withstand attacks and have their actions interrupted, so they won't let them have their way. Water Mage, block this for me. Murray Green did not move and continued to throw punches, while the Water Mage immediately released the shield he had prepared for Edwin Lamb onto Murray Green. The sonic blast struck the water shield, unleashing a deafening roar that made one want to cover their ears, but Murray Green used a bit of telekinesis to isolate it, so the impact was minimal. However, Murray Green was pushed back 2 steps by the force of the sonic blast, almost falling off the stone pillar. Murray Green immediately used his divine control to manipulate his body and forcefully pushed back down. With a flurry of punches, he struck the orc warrior's head from a distance. Although the repeated blows did not cause any damage, the shockwaves left the orcs somewhat dazed. Sensing that the enemy was not quite in control and their movements were not precise enough, Edwin Lamb immediately recalled Murray Green's words. Airborne. With a whispered command, Edwin Lamb suddenly slid in from beneath the orc warrior, then delivered a rabbit-like kick to its belly. The orc warrior, who had never expected Edwin Lamb to make such a move, was caught off guard and flew straight up 3 meters into the air. A good opportunity. Seeing this, Murray Green's eyes lit up. He turned to look at the archer senior and found that his gaze was fixed on the orc warrior. As an archer, he knew very well that this was a perfect opportunity to shoot. Murray Green immediately fired using telekinesis. Boom. A figure in gold and gray flew out from the muzzle of the gun, followed by a muffled roar. The archer senior instantly felt a powerful recoil coming from the Black Snake sniper rifle. The Black Serpent sniper rifle's drum magazine slammed into his chest, instantly catching his breath and causing him to lose his balance, being pushed backward by the recoil. Caught off guard, the archer senior took a deep breath, circulated his battle chi, and forcibly stopped his body. Chapter 147: The Power of Armor-Piercing Shells. The armor-piercing bullet, leaving a trail of gold and gray in the air, headed straight for the level 5 orc warrior's chest. The orc warrior, feeling a deadly threat, was filled with confusion, wondering why a small piece of metal could make him feel threatened. However, it still trusted its physical instincts and quickly adjusted its posture in midair, trying to avoid the Black Serpent armor-piercing bullet. This time, however, it was kicked into a suspended state, with little change in its movement. In addition, the armor-piercing bullet was much faster than a regular bullet, and it hit its shoulder instantly. When the armor-piercing bullet penetrated 2 centimeters into its shoulder, it was caught by its powerful muscles. The orc warrior was delighted to find that he had dealt with the bullet so easily. But before it could even smile, the magic circle on the Black Snake armor-piercing bullet lit up, the outer shell shattered, and an armor-piercing bullet made of refined gold burrowed directly into its body like an eel. Fast, too fast. Sharp, extremely sharp. Before the fast and sharp adamantite bullet, the level 5 savage orc's proud body was completely pierced. A large amount of blood and a thick arm flew into the air together. A sharp pain shot through him, and the orc warrior with his arm broken let out a shrill scream, drawing the attention of most of the people present. The last time this happened was when Payne DuPont killed a level 5 savage orc. Could it be that another level 5 savage orc is about to die? As a result, many people turned their attention to the central battlefield, only to find that the level 5 orcs were all fine. Although the 3 level 5 orcs were badly beaten by the 3 teachers, they were not in danger of dying. The orc priest, weakened by Payne DuPont's earlier killing of a level 5 orc warrior, was now in a better position, giving him the upper hand. If the central battlefield is fine, then... Everyone was stunned and immediately looked to the right side of the battlefield, only to see the level 5 orc warrior fall to the ground in a sorry state, its entire arm below its right shoulder missing. Its irregular wounds show that its arm was either violently torn apart or blown apart by an explosion, which is extremely painful to look at. A good opportunity. Although he knew Murray Green might have some trump cards up his sleeve, Edwin Lamb never expected them to be so powerful. Had the level 5 savage orc not dodged a vital spot, this shot would have killed him instantly. Witnessing this scene firsthand, even Edwin Lamb was stunned, missing the optimal time to attack when the orc warriors landed. However, the enemy was already severely wounded and had openings everywhere, so Edwin Lamb quickly rushed to the orc warrior's right side and stabbed it in the wound with his sword. Take advantage of its severe injuries to kill it. Because of the pain, the orc warrior did not notice Edwin Lamb's attack and was stabbed more than 10 times by Edwin Lamb, each sword drawing blood. Hateful. It's true what they say, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. After being seriously injured, This little bug has become much more arrogant. Enraged, the orc warrior suppressed his pain and let out a deafening roar. The blood that had been gushing out stopped instantly, and the orc warrior's body began to swell. Its height quickly exceeded 3 meters, reaching 3.5 meters, with muscles undulating like fish scales, making it look terrifying. The orc warrior, now fully transformed, lashed out with his left hand like a whip, striking Edwin Lammer's sword. The immense force sent Edwin Lammer's hand numbing, and the sword slipped from his grasp. Oops. Upon sensing this power, Edwin Lamb blurted out those 2 words, and his entire body uncontrollably tilted towards the direction of the orc warrior's whip. Edwin Lamb tried to control himself, but before he could react, a large foot kicked him, and a multicolored magical protective barrier immediately appeared on his body. It turned out that his life-saving magical artifacts were starting to take effect, but even so, when he was kicked by the Berserk level 5 orc, his body was sent flying like a football. He flew 20 or 30 meters through the air before crashing to the ground, rolling 30 or 40 meters before finally stopping, his life-saving magic shattering. The situation reversed instantly. Edwin Lamb and his team, who had initially held the upper hand, were suddenly overwhelmed by the level 5 orcs in the blink of an eye. Before many people present could react, Murray Green immediately shouted, "Attack the level 5 orc with all your might, and save the captain." The mage cast a spell, and the archers fired arrows, all aimed at the level 5 savage orc. 40 or 50 people attacked together. Although they did not cause much damage to the Berserk savage orc, they effectively stopped its pursuit. Edwin Lamb lay sprawled on the ground, vomiting mouthfuls of blood uncontrollably. Countless bones in his body had been shattered from being kicked. He struggled to pull out a bottle of high-grade healing potion, intending to drink it, but his injuries were so severe that he couldn't even lift his head. Murray Green quickly used his telekinesis to take his high-grade healing potion and poured it into Edwin Lamb's mouth. As soon as the potion entered his mouth, a trace of color returned to his cheeks, which had been pale. Seeing this, Payne DuPont sensed something was wrong. He sighed and his mental energy began to circulate rapidly again. His originally dull eyes gradually began to glow with silver light. Just then, as if sensing something, Payne DuPont breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face, and stopped his overdraft. "You're all finished." Hearing Payne DuPont's bewildered words, Akshin Bloodfang frowned. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw a ball of ice blue light rise into the sky. The ball of light was so bright that it overshadowed the moon's radiance, casting a chilling glow upon everyone. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by, covering the ground with frost wherever it passed, and the sound of horses' hooves rose up, growing ever closer. "Damn it, their reinforcements have arrived." Akshin Bloodfang let out a roar, then shouted loudly in beast language. Murray Green couldn't understand beast language, but from the tone of Akshin Bloodfang's roar, he could hear the despair and the desperate gamble. Murray Green's pupils contracted, and he immediately used his telekinesis to lift Edwin Lamb up, making his body float in the air and then fly towards him. He gritted his teeth, stared intently at Edwin Lamb, and used his telekinesis to its fullest extent. Whoa. At this moment, the savage orcs, who had been standing there bewildered because of the previous incident, opened their blood-red maws and howled along with Akshin Bloodfang after he let out a deafening roar. The savage orc, who had begun to howl, turned bloodshot, grew larger, and exuded an increasingly oppressive aura. "It's a berserk spell. Everyone, defend with all your might." These savage orcs were all old, with only a few years left to live. The berserk spell is activated by squeezing out life force. By activating berserk now, they are essentially prepared to die here and not retreat. After unleashing a massive berserk attack, Akshin Bloodfang's once strong body weakened instantly, but he still managed to cast a spell to forcibly keep Payne DuPont, who wanted to rescue the students, in. "Psychic, you've won, but I haven't lost either." Chapter 148, Opening a Gambling Session. Taking advantage of the orc's pause in responding to the berserk spell, a squad fully armored rushed forward and safely escorted Edwin Lamb to Murray Green's side. Murray Green, having climbed down the stone pillar, returned safely to the earthen wall with Edwin Lamb under the protection of the group. After settling Edwin Lamb behind him, Murray Green breathed a sigh of relief, his face instantly turning deathly pale, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, his mental energy severely depleted. There was no other way. Having only just come into contact with him while he was floating, forcibly using telekinesis to bring Edwin Lamb back to the rear was an extremely difficult maneuver. Murray Green pulled a bottle of psychic potion from his pocket and drank it all in one gulp, which made him feel a little better, but he was still feeling terrible. Suppressing his pain, Murray Green looked outside the earthen wall. The savage orcs, empowered by the berserk spell, attacked even more frantically. Archers and mages went to suppress the level 5 savage orcs, causing a large number of them to charge at the earthen wall. Although the earth mage continued to reinforce the earthen wall, it soon became shaky again, putting immense pressure on the armored warriors and swordsmen at the front. Every moment, seriously injured students were evacuated from the front to the rear, where they drank healing potions and received treatment from the water mage. However, none of the water mages were healers. They only knew 1 or 2 water-based healing spells. When they were learning, they thought that if they got injured, they could use them in an emergency. Unexpectedly, these 1 or 2 healing spells became the team's hope. Murray Green's initial learning plan was to become a healer, but unfortunately, his water attribute, which he was almost certain to acquire, did not awaken. Instead, he became a space combat tactic that was temporarily useless. Space. His gaze fell upon the level 5 orc warrior, who moved with lightning speed, dodging attacks while advancing towards the earthen wall. If it weren't afraid of being shot again, it would have charged forward at peak semisonic speed and appeared in front of the earthen wall. In Murray Green's eyes, even if other savage orcs were empowered by the berserk spell, doubling their combat power, none of them posed as much of a danger as this level 5 savage orc. Even if the other orcs increased in strength, the senior students could barely buy some time by putting up a good fight. But this level 5 savage orc was different. Its strength was drastically different from theirs, and it could easily kill them instantly. Edwin Lamb could barely stand up. He certainly couldn't withstand the attack from this level 5 savage orc any longer. Now that reinforcements are on their way, we don't need to fight desperately. We need to find a way to hold them off. Otherwise they might fall on the eve of victory. Senior, bring me my sniper rifle. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the archer senior who had been holding the sniper rifle immediately ran over and handed it to Murray Green. Murray Green quickly replaced an armor-piercing bullet with a levitating one above his head. He then took out 2 bottles of mental potion, downed them, and used mental boil to accelerate digestion and forcibly enhance his mental power. After drinking 3 bottles of psychic potion in a short period of time, Murray Green's face was no longer pale, but abnormally flushed, like a gambler who had been gambling for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. In a state of heightened excitement, Murray Green was like a gambler about to embark on a gamble with his life on the line. Give me that level 5 savage orc, and you attack the other orcs. More and more savage orcs climbed the earthen wall, and although they were quickly driven back, this situation could not be sustained for long. So Murray Green quickly ordered the mages and archers to change their targets to relieve the pressure on the front. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the mages immediately unleashed their magic in front of the earthen wall, clearing out a section of savage orcs. The senior students on the wall and to the side breathed a sigh of relief. The level 5 savage orc, no longer restrained, stopped dodging and looked up at the earthen wall, meeting Murray Green's gaze and noticing the Black Snake sniper rifle floating above his head. This is it. It's the culprit that broke its own arm. Upon realizing this, the level 5 savage orc immediately unleashed an angry roar at Murray Green. You wretched insect! How dare you ambush me with a magical weapon? I'll tear you to shreds. Come on if you dare. My sniper rifle is itching for a shot. I only failed to blow your heart out earlier because you dodged quickly. The next shot will be aimed at your head. Come on. With a confident expression, Murray Green shouted at the savage orc. Hearing Murray Green's words, the orc looked up at the top of its head, its black sniper rifle still pointed at it. The level 5 savage orc fell silent. The previous shot had brought it to the brink of death, and now it faced another shot. Although it wasn't quite frightened, it was still afraid of the black serpent sniper rifle. Bang. The roar of the beast and the sound of gunfire rang out at the same time. The level 5 savage orc, seeing the bullets flying towards it, hurriedly dodged, but soon it realized that this time the bullets shot at it did not pose a threat to it. It wasn't the same kind of bullet as before. Thinking of this, the level 5 savage orc turned and glared at Murray Green, who was holding a giant python revolver in his right hand, pointing it directly at him. This is hilarious. Is this what a savage orc is like? I thought it was a rat that would run away at the slightest sound. It's so funny. Murray Green laughed and fired 2 more shots. The bullets from the python revolver hit the enemy, but bounced off without even leaving a white mark. The level 5 savage orc, humiliated, was burning with rage. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Murray Green, while Murray Green's eyes also gleamed with silver light. Initially, Murray Green's plan was to use the empty city strategy, but the opponent was not a smart person and would not think too much, making it easy for him to lose more than he gained. Furthermore, given that the enemy has already decided to fight to the death, no matter what, even if reinforcements arrive, they will still choose to attack despite the pressure of the black serpent armor-piercing shells. So he changed his strategy to provocation. Although an enraged savage orc would be more lethal, Murray Green didn't want to face a calm and cautious level 5 savage orc. So this was his life or death gamble, betting that he could hit the target. If he hit, everyone would be happy. If he missed, he would risk his life. Murray Green, who was ready to launch, touched the short sword strapped to his thigh and stared intently at the level 5 savage orc. Come on, let's start the betting. The level 5 savage orc let out a roar, his body slightly bent, about to launch a charge. A ridiculous beast. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out, and to Murray Green's astonishment, an ice wall 20 or 30 meters high and several hundred meters long appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. The savage orcs attacking the earthen wall were instantly frozen inside. Outside the ice wall, a vast area was covered with ice spikes. Those savage orcs who couldn't dodge in time were pierced through by the ice spikes, and their scalding blood fell onto the icy ground, creating a strange and beautiful sight. Da-da-da. On the flank, a cavalry unit of over 200 men charged out, their snow-white armor and mounts contrasting sharply with their blood-stained, icy blue cloaks, making them appear as terrifying as hellish cavalry. Chapter 149 Reinforcements arrive. The leader, though wearing full armor, was clearly a woman based on the style of her armor and her physique. This person was none other than Elizabeth Ellis. Your Highness Elizabeth? Yes, it's Her Highness Elizabeth. Thank goodness, Her Highness has come to our rescue. Upon seeing the arrival of reinforcements, everyone cheered, and even Murray Green's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Just then, a level 5 savage orc roared and charged toward the earthen wall without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Murray Green immediately shouted, "Watch out, a level 5 savage orc is attacking." The tough, level 5 savage orc charged into the ice spike forest without any attempt to dodge. The ice spikes flew everywhere as it crashed into them, and it quickly arrived at the ice wall. At this point, the straight-line distance between Murray Green and the orc was no more than 50 meters. The two could vaguely see each other through the crystal-clear ice wall. Spatial feedback locked onto the enemy, and the magic array on the Black Snake sniper rifle flickered, ready to fire at any moment. He only had this one chance, because the distance was too close, there wasn't enough time, and his mental power couldn't withstand the recoil of the armor-piercing round. The Black Snake sniper rifle would likely be destroyed in this shot. Court death. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out on the battlefield, followed by a beam of icy blue light that struck a level 5 orc who couldn't dodge in time. After knocking the level 5 orc warrior away, the icy blue light revealed its true form, a lance nearly 4 meters long. Elizabeth threw out her lance, then reached up with her right hand and grabbed another lance, which appeared in her hand as she led the cavalry behind her in another charge. When the cavalry appeared, they were like lawnmowers to the savage orcs. Wherever they went, the orcs lay on the ground. As the cavalry charged, they were enveloped in a layer of icy blue light, which greatly increased their speed and lethality. A large amount of icy blue light gathered on Elizabeth's body, greatly increasing her strength. Even a level 4 savage orc was pierced through by her spear with a single shot from her level 3 weapon. The level 5 orc who was shot away immediately got up from the ground. Ignoring the wound from the lance, he slammed his left arm into the ice wall. The huge ice wall cracked and popped, and many cracks appeared where it was hit. Damn it, it's trying to break the ice wall. Upon discovering this, everyone was shocked and, forgetting all about watching the show, became on high alert. The ice wall protects them from attacks by enemies outside, but it also prevents them from attacking enemies outside. Just when everyone was at a loss, Elizabeth surprisingly chose to split her forces, leading more than 10 cavalrymen to charge towards the level 5 savage orcs, while the remaining cavalrymen continued to fight on the battlefield. Damn humans. Before the level 5 orc could even smash the ice wall twice, ice spikes suddenly sprouted from it and pierced it. The orc warrior swung his sharp claws and shattered the ice spikes, but lacking his right arm, its defense was greatly reduced, and many ice spikes pierced its body. The sharp ice spikes left a dense trail of blood spots on the level 5 orc warrior's strong physique. Although they didn't cause much damage, the emerging ice spikes knocked him away from the ice wall. At that moment, Elizabeth Ellis's cavalry squad arrived, and the icy blue light from more than a dozen cavalrymen converged on Elizabeth Ellis, while the light from her body converged on the lance in her hand. Drink. Elizabeth Ellis, fully armored, gave a soft shout and pulled sharply on the reins. Her snow-white horse, Snow Dragon, leaped into the air, its hooves treading on the frost. Murray Green was stunned by what he saw. The icy blue lance pierced the level 5 savage orc. The orc warrior, covered in dust from the ice spikes, turned around and saw a cold glint, which quickly filled his eyes. A claw-like strike was unleashed, but it was shattered by the lance as easily as popping a bubble, and then thrust straight toward the savage orc's face. Sensing the danger, the orc warrior could only raise his left arm to block the damage while turning his head to avoid a fatal attack. The moment the lance collided with the claws, the power that had been building up within the lance exploded, overwhelming the claws and finally piercing the enemy's left shoulder. The blood, like rose petals, danced in the air, creating a beautiful scene. Whoa! The level 5 orc warrior let out a shrill scream as his left shoulder was shattered by the lance, and his left arm flew to the ground. The Snow Dragon horse, carrying Elizabeth Ellis, galloped past the orc warrior whose arms had been severed, while the cavalry behind continued to thrust their lances at it. After the entire squad charged forward, the orc warrior was revealed. He was kneeling on one knee, his body bent like an old tree, blood flowing from his mouth and filling his chest. His arms were broken, and there were several bloody holes in his body, which was covered in wounds. Murray Green smiled as he saw the enemy in such a miserable state. You dared to bully the weak? Now that our reinforcements have arrived, aren't you so capable? Why don't you stand up and show us what you're made of? You may go. Elizabeth Ellis twirled the lance twice in her hand to shake off all the blood, then sheathed it and raised her right hand to wave it. The cavalry following behind her immediately broke away, ran past her side, traversed a curve, changed direction, and charged towards the level 5 savage orc. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Ellis rode her horse toward the earthen wall where Murray Green and the others were. When she arrived at the ice wall that could forcefully repel level 5 savage orcs actually transformed into a doorway for her to enter. Your Highness. When Elizabeth Ellis entered the ice wall, everyone except those classmates who were too badly injured stood up to greet her. Hello, students. Sitting upright on her horse, Elizabeth Ellis calmly scanned the faces of all her classmates, then removed her helmet, revealing her delicate features and long, snow-white hair. After putting away her helmet with her spatial ring, Elizabeth Ellis extended her right hand. Seeing this, many people present looked towards Edwin Lamb and Murray Green. Murray Green, who was being stared at by a group of people, was startled. He glanced at Captain Edwin Lamb without showing any emotion, only to find that Edwin Lamb was also looking at him and was giving him a knowing look with a smile. After Edwin Lamb made his statement, everyone looked at Murray Green. Elizabeth Ellis was surprised to find that the vast majority of her classmates were looking at Murray Green. Her snow-white eyes also turned to Murray Green, a hint of curiosity flashing in her calm gaze. Damn it, you bunch of ungrateful people. I knew I shouldn't have fought so hard, and I should have let a few of you die. However, Murray Green, who was being watched by everyone, wished he could faint immediately, but at this moment, his powerful mental strength made him extremely excited. So he could only silently complain in his heart, but a bright smile appeared on his face. Finally, he suppressed his smile and walked towards Elizabeth Ellis with a serious expression. On the way, his classmates made way for him. Chapter 150 Post-War. Murray Green reached out his hand to Elizabeth Ellis as she rode beside her horse. Their eyes met. Elizabeth Ellis looked at him with a calm yet curious gaze, while Murray Green's eyes were filled with amazement. A stunningly beautiful woman with a tall and slender figure, dressed in blood-stained armor, and who had just displayed such heroic spirit as riding a horse and brandishing a spear. How could anyone not be amazed? After a brief eye contact, Elizabeth Ellis placed her hand in Murray Green's. The moment Murray Green touched her hand, he felt a chill, like a block of ice. Moreover, Elizabeth Ellis was wearing full armor and iron gauntlets, so the slight romantic feeling that had just arisen in Murray Green's heart immediately subsided. She leaned back slightly, her long legs straddling the horse's back, and with Murray Green's help, smoothly dismounted. After Elizabeth Ellis dismounted, Murray Green slowly released her hand and stood beside her, while Edwin Lamb also came over and stood on the other side of Elizabeth Ellis. Students, I am very sorry that due to the Academy's improper arrangements, you have encountered such a dangerous situation during this training. I, Elizabeth Ellis, hereby assure you that appropriate compensation will be provided to you." At this point, Elizabeth Ellis glanced around again before continuing her speech. "Today is a somber day. Many teachers and students have lost their lives because of this accident, but I am so glad that you are all still alive. The savage orcs are willing to pay a huge price to destroy us because they fear us and are afraid that we will grow up and destroy them. Now that we have survived, they will perish." After Elizabeth Ellis's impassioned speech and reassurance, everyone's tense nerves completely relaxed. Those who wanted to rest could rest behind the ice wall, while those who still wanted to fight could join the cavalry in hunting down the savage orcs. Don't be fooled by the fact that Elizabeth Ellis led a guard of 200 men into the mountains to rescue them. With a level 6 mage, for level 5 knights, 200 cavalrymen of at least level 3, and uniform magical beast mounts, how could these savage orcs possibly be a match for them? After downing 3 bottles of psychic potions, Murray Green's mental state was temporarily brought back to its peak, but it couldn't change the fact that he had already overexerted himself. So, before the effects of the potions wore off, Murray Green quickly returned to his tent to begin adjusting his condition. His mental sea spun rapidly, replenishing the magic power consumed in the previous battle. In this battle, Murray Green used every trick in the book, almost pulling out all his trump cards. If it weren't for timely support, he would have had to draw his short sword and fight the orcs with bayonets. His final move was the last of the 3 spatial spells, Space Cut. This specially crafted 3 magic array short sword, enhanced with the air cutting technique, is extremely sharp. Combined with the jet-powered hilt he installed, its lethality is no less than that of the black serpent armor-piercing bullet. Not long after dealing with the savage orcs there, Elizabeth Ellis led her cavalry to the location of another distress signal flare. Pale-faced Payne DuPont instructed the uninjured or only slightly injured students to clean up the battlefield. About an hour later, after cleaning up the beast's teeth, the group discarded all their luggage, took their necessities, and hurriedly headed towards the fortress. Although Elizabeth Ellis had repelled the savage orcs and they were now safe, anything could happen in the mountains, and staying there wasn't particularly safe. So the group traveled through the night back to the fortress. The next day, around noon, the group, covered in dust and dirt, returned to the town of Bissus. Everyone in the town was discussing the war that had broken out the previous night, especially everything that Webster Ellis, the headmaster of Ellis Magic Academy, did after his arrival. Murray Green only realized that his mentor, Webster Ellis, had arrived when he overheard some passers-by discussing him. However, exhausted, Murray Green didn't care about that and just wanted to get some sleep. After returning to the barracks, Murray Green washed up and went to bed. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Although his face was still a little pale, he was in much better condition. After stretching, Murray Green got up, opened the weapon box next to his bed, took out all the contents, and carefully placed them on the bed. A pair of python revolvers, a black serpent sniper rifle, 2 black serpent armor-piercing rounds, a tri-array spray dagger, and some bullets, throwing knives, and darts. These weapons performed well in the previous battle, but each also had its limitations. The python revolver and enchanted throwing knives and darts are very convenient for dealing with low-level opponents. However, these items were originally made by others and then further processed by myself. Therefore, they did not quite meet Murray Green's expectations. In addition, the materials and craftsmanship used at the time made them unable to be upgraded later and could not keep up with Murray Green's pace, so they had to be phased out. The Black Serpent Sniper Rifle is effective against single targets, particularly level 3 enemies. However, it has limitations against groups of enemies because the interval between each bullet is relatively long. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. When it was created, Murray Green was only a level 1 mage. He used level 1 materials and added 3 magic circles to create it. It's good enough that it can withstand the launch. It wants to fire continuously. Dream on. This needs to be upgraded. Try to make it a rapid-fire version, so that we won't have to worry about encountering several level 3 opponents. Murray Green's gaze then fell upon the Black Serpent armor-piercing rounds. They were extremely lethal. Even a level 5 savage orc would die if hit head-on by one. It's unclear whether it can penetrate the protective battle aura of a level 5 warrior, and Murray Green can't possibly find a level 5 warrior to test and verify this. However, if it cannot break through the protective battle aura of a level 5 warrior, then these 2 Black Serpent armor-piercing bullets can only be used to bully level 4 warriors. Finally, there's the short sword. This triple spell-bursting short sword is Murray Green's last resort, because when a mage pulls out a melee weapon to fight, it means he's desperate. Its handle was modified by Murray Green into a rocket-like structure. Once activated, it would strike the enemy with extremely high speed and powerful force, catching them off guard. Fortunately, Elizabeth Ellis provided timely support. Otherwise, Murray Green would have been forced to fight a level 5 savage orc with bayonets that night. After taking stock of the weapons, Murray Green pondered deeply, devised new upgrade and modification ideas, carefully put them away, and left the room. His mentor, Webster Ellis, was still here, so he couldn't possibly not pay him a visit. Besides, he had already reached level 2 and it was time for him to learn level 2 spatial magic. Chapter 151, The Dean's Strength. I learned from Edwin Lamb that Dean Webster Ellis has been handling affairs at the Fortress Command headquarters for the past 2 days. This time, the savage orcs turned their guns on the students of Ellis Academy, and although they paid a heavy price, they also took the lives of more than 200 teachers and students. It should be noted that the students who can study at Ellis Academy are basically the elites of the North. After graduating, these students will become the pillars of the North after a few more years of training. Now that more than 200 pillars of the future have fallen, even Ellis Academy is under great pressure, especially since these 200 students are related to more than 200 families. Commoner and merchant families are easier to deal with, but noble families are not so easy to appease. Fortunately, no noble heir was killed, otherwise things would have been even more difficult to handle. Upon reaching the fortress walls, one finds a large crowd, including not only soldiers but also many residents from the rear, as well as mercenaries and merchants. Murray Green was still wondering what scenery was worth seeing on the city wall, but when he walked up the wall and turned to look outside, he discovered that the world outside was actually a world of ice and snow. The temperature inside the city was normal, but outside the city it had turned into a world of ice and snow, covered in silver and white, with many snow sculptures. Upon closer inspection, however, they were not snow sculptures at all, but savage orcs. The orcs in front charged forward, those in the middle looked terrified, and those at the back fled. The reason was that the freezing came too quickly, and they retained their original expressions even after being frozen instantly. The entire icy world is 2,000 to 3,000 meters wide, stretching all the way to the main camp of the savage orcs. Now, apart from the main orc force, no orc army dares to approach within 100 kilometers of this place in the Northwind Fortress. Because Webster Ellis, the foremost mage of the North, is currently stationed here. The icy world outside the city walls was his creation. He defeated the level 7 savage orcs, who fled in panic, leaving behind the orc troops who were besieging the city, which Webster Ellis used to vent his frustration. Apart from a few lucky ones like Xing Ling who escaped, even the level 6 orc general was frozen here by him. Murray Green was stunned by the spectacular scene. He had always heard that high-level mages were incredibly powerful, but he had only heard about it, and didn't have a concrete idea of what it meant. They believed that the only significant threat is the destructive power, and that once they develop their own nuclear weapons, they will be able to put up a fight. But now, Webster Ellis's move has an astonishingly wide killing range, and most importantly, almost 2 days have passed, yet the icy and snowy landscape he created with magic remains unchanged. That's the most terrifying thing. If a level 7 being can briefly contend with nature, one can only imagine how powerful a level 8 or even 10 magic god would be. After observing his mentor's masterpiece for a while, Murray Green composed himself and suppressed the slight pride he felt for breaking a level 5 savage orc's arm. I'm still very weak. Upon reaching the command post, Murray Green was stopped by the guards, so he asked one of them to inform them that he wanted to see Dean Webster Ellis. Excuse me, what is your name? And why are you here to see the dean? Since the dean took over here, countless people have come to visit. If it weren't for Murray Green's youthful appearance and aristocratic attire, which allowed him to recognize him as a student of Ellis Academy with a high social standing, he would have kicked him out long ago. He wouldn't have bothered asking Murray Green's name and purpose. Even for students of Ellis Academy, it is very difficult to see the dean. Murray Green calmly answered the soldier's question. My name is Murray Green, and I am a student of Dean Webster. I have some questions about cultivation that I would like to ask my mentor. Could you please inform him for me? Thank you. As soon as Murray Green spoke, the nearby guards all showed surprised expressions, but before they could react and go to report, Webster Ellis's voice rang in their ears. Oh, it's Murray. Come in. Okay, mentor. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, the guard immediately gave Murray Green a bright smile and then said eagerly, Young Master Murray, please come in. They then moved aside the weapons blocking their way, helped open the gate, and let Murray Green inside. Thank you. You don't need to be so polite, Mr. Murray. Murray Green nodded, walked into the command center, and went to Webster Ellis's temporary office. Tutor. Standing in front of his desk, Murray Green respectfully gave a student salute. Webster Ellis nodded, opened his half-closed eyes, and looked Murray Green up and down. His eyes lacked the cloudiness of an old man's. Instead, they were bright, occasionally flashing with a sharp light. Therefore, Webster Ellis often squinted, which made him appear much more amiable. But when he opens his eyes to look at people, it is no less than an interrogation for the person being looked at. You've reached level 2? When did that happen? He was promoted a few days ago after his first patrol. Not bad. Your cultivation progress hasn't fallen behind. After taking a look, Webster Ellis nodded with a satisfied smile. What he valued most now was Murray Green's cultivation progress. Quickly getting through the week early stage was the most important thing for a space mage. You've come to me now because you want to learn how to leapfrog, i.e., take a leap of faith. Hee. Yes, after the training over the past few days, I found that my mobility is too weak. When I encounter enemies I can't beat, I can't even run away. Plus, after breaking through to level 2, I wanted to learn how to use the skywalk from you. Murray Green, sitting on the sofa nearby, answered. Upon hearing Murray Green's reply, Webster Ellis smiled non-committally and took out a document. He opened it, glanced at it, and said with a somewhat strange expression, According to the battlefield report, you broke the arm of a level 5 savage orc, right? Yes. Murray Green nodded slightly, immediately understanding the other person's thoughts, and his heart sank. Then I estimate that even a regular level 4 wouldn't be a match for you. It would take a level 5 to make you flee in terror. Even if I taught you the skywalking technique, you still wouldn't be able to outrun a level 5. Murray Green was both amused and exasperated by Webster Ellis's teasing. He had performed exceptionally well in the previous battle, accomplishing many things that even a level 4 couldn't with his level 2 strength. But at that time they were trapped in place and were being fiercely attacked by orcs. If he had held back a little and let the orcs break through the defenses, the others would have had a chance to escape. But he was just a level 2 short-legged mage. How could he possibly outrun those savage orcs who were like wolves and tigers? Everyone else could run, but he couldn't, so Murray Green pulled out basically everything he could. And since he used these things, he couldn't hide them anymore. Especially since the other party is the dean of a magic academy. Chapter 152. No, what's your question? He had secretly taught himself weapon crafting without his mentor's knowledge, and now that it had been exposed, he was getting his comeuppance. But whether he stuck his neck out or not, he was going to get the same cut anyway. Therefore, Murray Green remained single. He had already learned it. How could he possibly extract the art of weapon crafting from his head? So, in response to Webster Ellis's teasing, Murray Green bluntly replied, Guide, I learned weapon crafting to make up for the lack of attack power in the early stages of spatial combat. Originally, I just wanted to get some weapons to save my life. Unexpectedly, I didn't manage to save my life, but I did achieve some success in attacking. Fortunately, I was able to come back alive because of this small success. As he spoke, Murray Green stared at Webster Ellis with teary eyes. Being looked at like that, Webster Ellis felt a chill run down his spine, so he quickly replied, Sigh? Fine. As long as it doesn't delay your cultivation progress, you can do whatever you want. If he were to follow his safest teaching method, he should lock Murray Green in the tower of Stanley Ellis and release him only when Murray reaches the 4th level of Advanced Magician. Unexpectedly, he broke through to level 2 not long after he went out to train. This speed was much faster than burying himself in hard training. He even found time to teach himself weapon crafting techniques. He's a young man with boundless energy. This reminded him of when he was about the same age as Murray Green, and he also didn't like to learn according to the training methods arranged by his mentor. True geniuses are not produced through rigid, conventional teaching methods, especially when the other party has already experienced real combat and has begun to have their own ideas. Forcibly disciplining them will only backfire. Thank you, mentor. Upon receiving the other party's consent, Murray Green was overjoyed, feeling quite happy inside. With Webster Ellis's agreement, it wasn't impossible for him to use it as a basis to apply for another tuition fee to study weapon crafting. After Murray Green's persistent pleading, he finally learned the magic of levitation from Webster Ellis. Stepping into the air, a level 2 spatial magic. By compressing space and transforming it from virtual to real, a small, temporary spatial platform is created, allowing the caster of magic to step on it. The explanation of the term is a bit convoluted, So to put it simply, it's an upgraded version of stepping on the right foot with the left, meaning you can fly even by stepping on air. The space platform is very small, only enough to fit one foot, but there is no rule that only one space platform can be made, so you can make a row of space platforms according to your own ideas and run on them. Which direction is the easiest to escape from? Of course, it involves running into the air, hence the magic was named Skywalker. I'm currently floating with one hand and stepping on air with the other. It seems I'll be able to take off at level 2. In the future, I'll be holding a sniper rifle in the air, constantly sniping the enemies below, while they can only look up at the sky and wait to be sniped. Thinking of this, Murray Green couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile. Ahem, if you have nothing else to do, go and cultivate. I still have some matters to attend to. Okay, thank you, Minter. You're busy, Minter. Goodbye. Murray Green was also eager to practice the new magic he had just learned, so after saying goodbye to Webster Ellis, he hurriedly left the office. Watching Murray Green's cheerful departing figure, Webster Ellis smiled and shook his head. He lowered his head, looking at the list of deaths on the table. His face darkened, and the temperature in the entire office instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees until he sighed and returned to normal. I laughed triumphantly as I watched. Murray Green walked out of his advisor's office, humming a cheerful tune as he headed towards the door. Just then, he heard the sound of a door opening and instinctively turned to look. Your Highness. The door next to Webster Ellis's office opened, revealing Elizabeth Ellis's face. Upon seeing her, Murray Green's cheerful figure froze instantly, and he immediately gave her a respectful subordinate salute. Murray Green, I need to talk to you about something. Come in for a moment. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis's words, Murray Green felt a pang of reluctance, but still managed to smile and said happily, Yes, Your Highness. Alas, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. This local tyrant of the North is someone you can't afford to offend now. Upon entering Elizabeth Ellis's office, Murray Green sat respectfully at his desk, facing Elizabeth Ellis directly, who was also scrutinizing him. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. You like both men and women, right? Question mark. Murray Green's pupils contracted sharply, and he looked at Elizabeth Ellis with a shocked expression. No matter how good he was at acting, he couldn't handle such a direct question from her. No, are we that close? You're asking such a hardcore question right off the bat. As a straight man, he should tell the other person firmly that he likes girls who are sweet and soft. You can even ask someone who likes both men and women. But the thought of Elizabeth Ellis on the other side forced Murray Green to suppress his emotions, regain his composure, and lower his head, looking as if he couldn't face her and couldn't lift his head. Seeing Murray Green's expression, Elizabeth Ellis knew he had tacitly agreed, so she sighed inwardly. He was a perfectly fine young man, handsome, with a clean background and good talent. Edwin Lamb said that his personality and abilities were also good, but how could he have such a bizarre hobby? After Webster Ellis's recommendation, the name Murray Green quickly came into her view. Given his talent for spatial warfare, Elizabeth Ellis had high hopes for him. As a result of the investigation, it was learned from a powerful insider, an unnamed uncle, Nick Brown, that Murray Green showed signs of having such a hobby. Previously, it was just suspicion. After all, Murray Green still maintained his virginity, something Webster Ellis could attest to. But now, in front of her, Murray Green didn't even try to deny her question. He simply admitted it. Although many people in aristocratic circles have such hobbies, and it's not a bad one, Elizabeth Ellis couldn't accept that her future husband, when lying in bed with her, would actually be thinking of a man. The thought of this situation made her feel uneasy and her scalp tingled, so she quickly moved Murray Green's name down several places on her mental list. Forget it. I still have almost 3 years until I turn 20. In these 3 years, I don't believe I can't find someone who is somewhat suitable. If all else fails, then I'll just go with him. But the father has to be removed and the child kept. Before the child is born, he is not allowed to come into contact with any male, not even males. Chapter 153 Old Comrades. Damn, this woman is after me. Although Elizabeth Ellis simply stared at him expressionlessly without making any other move, Murray Green's powerful mental strength gave him a vague sense of unease. Damn it, I don't know what you're thinking right now, but don't mess with me. Remember, fortunes change, so don't underestimate me. The two, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, exchanged a few words. He was commended for his outstanding performance, and the specific rewards would be announced at the commendation ceremony after the statistics were compiled. They didn't have much in common, so Elizabeth Ellis quickly dismissed Murray Green and let him go. After leaving the command post, Murray Green finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked back to the barracks without looking back, returning to his dormitory to study the incident. He silently chanted an incantation and drew a magic circle with his hands. After several hours of research and practice, Murray Green created a small, slightly compressed space in front of him. At this moment, there was nothing in front of him, but when he reached out, he could touch a small, circular flat surface. It was amazing. This was the space pedal, the core of the magic of stepping into the void. Touching the spatial platform, Murray Green tried to move it, but it wouldn't budge. With a little force, the spatial platform shattered like a biscuit, returning to its formless state. The spatial platform is formed by compressing space and cannot be moved by physical force. To move it, spatial power must be used. Therefore, once the spatial platform is successfully created, the caster does not need to worry about it being stepped on. Of course, this is on the premise that the space pedal he creates is sturdy enough, otherwise the space pedal will be crushed. The beginning is always the hardest. After successfully creating the first spatial treadmill, Murray Green's spellcasting success rate increased significantly. A few hours later, Murray Green stood quietly a meter or so in the air and burst into laughter because he had been able to create a space platform to support his weight. I'm a genius. I mastered the second-level spell Skywalk in just one day. I'm practically invincible. A very happy Murray Green muttered to himself, then took a step forward, stood firmly, and stretched out his left leg. After taking a few slow steps, Murray Green's head was almost touching the ceiling, so he used a levitation technique and his body gently floated to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Murray Green felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Feeling lightheaded, Murray Green knew something was wrong. He had been too engrossed in practice today, and his old injury had flared up again. The overexertion from the previous 2 days hadn't fully healed, and then he practiced the stepping into the air technique for so long today, causing his mental energy to start to backfire. Realizing this, Murray Green quickly stopped his plan to continue practicing, lay down on the bed to rest, and adjust his state. When he opened his eyes, daytime had already passed, but the outside was brightly lit. Murray Green touched his stomach and found that it was growling with hunger. He then realized he hadn't eaten yet, so he quickly got up, went out of his room, and saw many students playing on the playground in front of the dormitory building, and some students sparring with each other, with many people watching. Although everyone suffered a major setback in the past 2 days, with many familiar classmates and teachers suddenly leaving, the pain will fade with time, and the students are recovering their spirits. Seeing this, Murray Green's lips curled up into a faint smile as he walked towards the cafeteria. He met a few senior students from his team along the way, greeted them, chatted for a few minutes, and then said goodbye, patting his stomach. Entering the mess hall, although it was past mealtime, there was no formal mealtime in the military camp. The mess corps took turns to ensure that soldiers could eat as soon as possible and have a full meal so that they wouldn't go to the battlefield hungry. So soon a plate of braised pork with beans, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, 2 pork chops, and a bowl of soup were placed in front of Murray Green. Starving, Murray Green devoured them in no time. He ate quickly, but he had adapted to the instincts of this body, and even while eating quickly, he maintained proper aristocratic manners, making him a pleasing sight to behold. After the meal, Murray Green left his 11th Army camp and went to the temporary camp of the 3rd Army Reconnaissance Regiment. After checking his identification tag, Murray Green waited in the camp's front hall while the staff went to notify the 35th Squad. After waiting for a while, Captain Barlow, who looked somewhat weathered after only a few days, came over. As soon as he saw Murray Green, he smiled and said to Murray Green, "Murray, you've come to see us. We heard your army was attacked by barbarian orcs. Are you all right?" Upon hearing Barlow's words of concern, Murray Green smiled and shook his head in response. "You know I'm a magician, standing at the very back, receiving the best protection. How could anything possibly happen to me? And what about you?" "We're fine too, Captain Barlow, but I don't think you're all right. Take you for example. Although you acted normally, I smelled a strong, very fresh blood on you. It wasn't from the battle, but from your body." At this point, Murray Green stared calmly into Barlow's eyes and spoke slowly. "Captain, what's the situation with the squad?" Murray Green exerted a slight mental pressure. Although Barlow was also at level 2, how could he possibly be a match for Murray Green? So he couldn't withstand Murray Green's mental pressure, and Barlow didn't consider Murray Green an enemy either. So Barlow sighed and said to Murray Green, "Murray, you're very clever. We couldn't hide anything from you, but you'll see for yourself the truth." After Barlow helped Murray Green register, they entered the barracks. Murray Green had rested here before, so he was quite familiar with the place, and they quickly arrived at the 35th Squad's dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, Murray Green immediately spotted two mummies covered in bandages, though they weren't wearing headscarves, making them instantly recognizable. Mike, Edge, your outfits are quite nice, very artistic, and you look like you have a lot of status. Murray. Young Master Murray. The two men greeted Murray Green excitedly, but seeing only them and not Marcus made Murray Green's heart sink, and he had a bad feeling. However, after sensing the room for a moment, he discovered that there was still an aura in the room, and this room had previously been occupied by Marcus. So Murray Green walked inside, and soon saw Marcus lying on the bed. Marcus, pale-faced, opened his eyes, looked at Murray Green with a complicated expression, and greeted him. Murray, you look even more mature than I've seen in the last few days. Looking down at Marcus lying on the bed, without even using spatial feedback, he knew from the smoothness of the blankets that Marcus's two thighs were gone. Chapter 154 Warrior Level. After greeting Marcus and exchanging a few words, Murray Green noticed that Marcus wasn't in high spirits, so he didn't disturb him further, told him to get some rest, and left his room. Noticing that Murray Green looked a little off after leaving the room, Barlow offered him words of comfort. During the battle against the savage orcs, Markar's legs were torn off by the savage orcs. If he hadn't drunk the healing potion you gave him in time, he might have bled to death on the spot. Yes, we have to thank your healing potion for this, otherwise the four of us would probably have died in the mountains. The two-handed swordsman, Aki, suddenly spoke up, looking as if he had lingering fear, and then looked at Murray Green with great gratitude. Now that the war is almost over, what are your plans for the future? Webster Ellis, such a powerful level 7 warrior, is sitting here, and the corpses of those savage orcs are still frozen. If the main orc force continues its attack, they will not only face the full strength of the kingdom's 3rd Legion head-on, but also suffer retaliation from Ellis Academy. Therefore, the war could be considered over almost immediately after that night. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the three of them exchanged glances, and finally Barlow spoke. Marcus is finished. I'm currently processing his retirement paperwork. Once he's recovered and receives his disability pension, he can leave Northwind Fortress and return to his hometown. As for the three of us, we discussed it after the war and decided to retire after the war. I served in the army for several years and accumulated a lot of merits. I don't plan to exchange these merits for money here. Instead, I will go back to my hometown and use them to exchange for a piece of land from a nobleman so that I can live the good life of a nobleman. At this point, Barlow's face showed a longing expression. In the kingdom of Laney's, nobles are divided into two types, fief nobles and meritorious nobles. The differences between the two types of nobles will not be elaborated here. They were all nobles, so they must have something in common. The thing they had in common was that they were all nobles appointed by the king, so they were all vassals of the king. As vassal nobles, especially those with fiefdoms, they had great power and many responsibilities. They couldn't do everything themselves and needed vassals to help them handle matters. Therefore, a third class naturally emerged between the nobles and the commoners. Sergeant rank. The ranks of officers are divided into knights and knights. The lower-ranking officials helped the nobles handle affairs and controlled some of the nobles' rights. Therefore, in the eyes of the common people, they were no different from the nobles and were also nobles. The feudal nobility was based on the primogeniture system, and as long as they did not commit treason or commit a fatal error, they would not be stripped of their titles. The system of succession for meritorious nobles was based on diminished titles. This was because meritorious nobles were generally granted their titles by the king through their strength or military achievements. So when the first generation of nobles died, the second generation of successors might not be as powerful as the first. For example, a person might be recognized by the king and granted the title of earl with the strength of a level 6 earth warrior, but after his death, his son might only be level 5, or only level 4, or even a cripple. So, can this heir fulfill his father's responsibilities? Obviously not. If he is not capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of an earl, how can he be granted the title of earl? Granted, then His Majesty the King would be a fool, using the resources meant for raising a level 6 earth warrior to support a second, third, or fourth generation who is incapable of fulfilling their responsibilities. If he doesn't grant them the privileges, and then kicks his family out of the nobility right after his henchman dies, it would seem rather heartless. Who would want to work as his henchman then? Thus, the system of diminished peerage inheritance came into being. Diminishing peerage means reducing the peerage, but it is done one level at a time, with each generation reducing one level. Starting from the first generation, if the first generation is an earl, then the second generation is a viscount, the third generation is a baron, and the fourth generation is kicked out of the ranks of nobility. It's as if the state has been helping to support 2 generations for free, and no one can find fault with that. Moreover, this system of diminished peerage inheritance is very flexible. Depending on the circumstances, there will be different inheritance schemes, and it is not necessary to reduce the peerage by 1 level with each generation. If the first generation is at the 6th rank and holds the title of Earl, and the second generation is also at the 6th rank, then the second generation will also be an Earl. If the third generation is below the 6th rank, then they will be a viscount. Only when the successor is unable to shoulder the responsibilities of their predecessors will the title be reduced. The rank of soldier is for life. They only govern 1 generation, and their descendants have no right to inherit. If the noble class is the game played by His Majesty the King, then the rank of warrior is the game played by the fiefdom nobles. His Majesty the King can establish rules to bestow titles upon the nobles, and the fiefdom nobles can also establish rules to create the rank of warrior. Commoners could use their strength or military achievements to make a deal with nobles and be promoted to the rank of warrior. The minimum strength requirement for a meritorious noble is level 5, and for a soldier class noble, it is level 3. Level 5 is an unattainable level for the vast majority of people and is basically impossible to reach. But they also want to be superior to others and experience the life of the aristocracy. Therefore, one strives to reach level 3 and then serves a fiefdom noble. In return, the fiefdom noble will allocate a territory to the other party based on strength or the exchanged military merits, entrusting it to their management and allowing them to enjoy a portion of the taxes for a lifetime. This is a lifetime employment system. Captain Ballow's strength is at level 2, which is below the level 3 standard for a warrior, but he has military merits, which allows him to negotiate with the feudal nobles to exchange for territory and become a warrior. The reason why military merits can be exchanged for territory with nobles is that military merits are the foundation of the Kingdom of Lanes, a contribution to the country, and can only be obtained through war. Nobles are promoted through military achievements. The higher the rank of a noble, the more privileges they enjoy. Therefore, all nobles choose to advance their careers, except for the 4 dukes. Of course, how they advance their careers depends on their own ideas. Furthermore, nobles can use their battle merits to exchange for rare and precious materials, control resources, cultivation methods, and so on with the royal family. Therefore, no noble would ever feel that they have too many battle merits, as they are never enough. So they will use various methods to collect battle merits. After Barlow finished explaining his plans, Murray Green nodded, agreeing that it was a good option. After all, in this world, people are divided into different social classes. Through his own hard work, Barlow successfully broke through the ranks of commoners and rose to the elite class. This not only allows him to live out his old age in peace, but also gives him the opportunity to raise suitable descendants so that they can continue Barlow's glory in the future. Mike and Edge glanced enviously at Captain Barlow and then revealed their plans. When this war ends, there won't be many merits to be gained by being a soldier. In addition, the captain is retiring, and we are afraid that we will not get along well with the new captain after the team is reorganized. So we will also retire, then become mercenaries, earn money for a few years, and then go back to our hometown to buy shops and become our own bosses. The 2 were only at the 1st rank, and their battle achievements were not as great as Barlow's, so the methods that suited Barlow were not suitable for them, and they had to find another way out. Chapter 155 Bronze Eagle Medal. After chatting with the 3 men for half an hour and leaving his contact address, Murray Green said goodbye to the 4 and left the military camp. Walking down the street, it was bustling with activity. Soldiers on leave, residents providing logistical support to the fortress, merchants and their assistants doing business, mercenaries coming and going, and vendors selling small goods and snacks. Although the war was not officially declared over, those who had lived there for many years and were experienced were like ants on a rainy day. They knew all along and took advantage of the free time after the war to make a fortune. War is actually a big business. During wartime, the prices of weapons, armor, food, smoked meat, and strategic materials all rise, so many merchants bring their goods to sell. During wartime, soldiers' salaries and benefits would increase, and given the constant risk of death, many soldiers did not have the habit of saving money and would spend it lavishly after receiving their paychecks. As a result, many liquor merchants and women specialized in selling to soldiers and made a fortune. The bold get rich while the timid starve. Anyone who isn't afraid of being caught in the crossfire and dares to gamble that the fortress won't be breached can reap a profit in this war. As for the two sides in this war, the barbarian orcs and the nation, each had its advantages and disadvantages. The nation repelled the barbarian orcs' attack, which allowed the Northland to have a few years of stable development, but it could not obtain war reparations from the barbarian orcs. Because of war, the massive amounts of war funds and military achievements invested cannot be recovered in any way. In a normal war, there are always winners and losers. The losers pay war reparations to the winners in exchange for leniency, which is why the winners can profit from the war. However, fighting against the savage orcs offers little benefit other than obtaining their bones. If the savage orcs realize something is wrong and retreat immediately, then it would be the best option for the nation to pursue them and occupy their territory. If you were to step outside the tall, sturdy fortress walls and fight the savage orcs on their own territory, the savage orcs would probably laugh their heads off. The grasslands outside Northwind Fortress are flat and open, allowing the savage orc army to form ranks and launch a full-scale attack, resulting in heavy losses for the pursuers. Therefore, as compensation, the tax revenue of the North will inevitably increase in recent years to make up for the country's war expenditures. When a dynasty prospers, the people suffer. When a dynasty falls, the people suffer. As for the savage orcs, although they were defeated and many died, weakening their fighting strength, most of the dead were old orcs, cannon fodder deliberately pushed out by the savage orcs. After these cannon fodder die, a lot of resources can be freed up to train young orcs. In addition, savage orcs have a high reproductive rate and grow quickly. Like leeks, they need to be harvested every few years, so putting them into the war is a way to make use of waste. Murray Green sighed, collected his thoughts, and stopped thinking about things that were irrelevant to him. He started strolling around and soon passed by a shop. The shop is called Flames and Blood. As Murray Green passed by the shop, he suddenly felt quite tired, especially his feet, which were very sore from days of hiking in the mountains and needed some rest. Therefore, without realizing it, his legs carried him into the store. "Welcome, young master. What service do you require? Give me a signboard." The next day, a spirited Murray Green stood on the platform in the military camp, while Upton Ellis, the superintendent of the Warrior Academy, spoke loudly beside him. Murray Green, a first-year student at the Magic Academy, fought bravely and united with his classmates during the mission, killing a large number of savage orcs and seriously injuring a level 5 savage orc, thus buying time for subsequent support. His performance was outstanding. Upon the Academy's report and with the approval of the military, Murray Green is promoted to the rank of Squadron Leader, which can be retained upon retirement. He is also awarded the Bronze Eagle Medal, and in addition to kills and mission achievements, he will receive an extra 2,000 merit points. Let's give him a round of applause. Upon hearing Upton Ellis's words, everyone except those on Murray Green's team and those who had heard about the incident showed expressions of shock. Although they were somewhat skeptical, given how astonishing the record was, they still applauded. The entire playground erupted in enthusiastic applause. Standing on the stage, Murray Green looked at the students below and listened to the applause for him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, thinking, this is what a true man should be like. Soon, the applause stopped, and Elizabeth Ellis, dressed in a snow-white military uniform, pinned the Bronze Eagle Medal on Murray Green, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you." "Thank you, Your Highness." When Elizabeth Ellis's words reached his ears, Murray Green felt a chill in his heart, and his previous high aspirations shattered instantly. However, he maintained his aristocratic smile, gave Elizabeth Ellis a subordinate's bow, then turned to Deans Upton Ellis and Gar Ellis to give a student's bow, and finally bowed to the students below the stage before stepping down. After Murray Green stepped down from the stage, another student who had received an award went up. Murray Green glanced down at the Bronze Eagle Medal on his chest and chuckled. He hadn't expected that his first medal would skip the Iron Eagle and be awarded the Bronze Eagle. Quite a high start. The finest adornment for a nobleman's chest is a medal. When attending a banquet, wearing this Bronze Eagle and sitting in a secluded corner, a whole host of noble ladies and wives will gather with their wine glasses to hear the story of this Bronze Eagle Medal. Of course, the Bronze Eagle Medal has more benefits than that. It can be used to enjoy discounts in many shops in the Kingdom of Laney's, and the country will provide a subsidy every year from the time the recipient receives the medal until their death. This subsidy is relatively small, roughly equivalent to the price of a bottle of wine for a nobleman, but it can solve the food problem for medal recipients. Of course, those who receive medals for meritorious service no matter how difficult their circumstances, will generally not experience food shortages. After the commendation ceremony, Murray Green went to check his battle merits. 9,624. Looking at the number, Murray Green rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he hadn't misread it, he broke into a bright smile. On my first trip into the mountains, I earned over 1,000 battle merits. On my second trip, the mission rewards and kill rewards combined totaled over 6,000. Adding the extra 2,000 battle merits I just received, I gained nearly 10,000 battle merits from this training trip. Indeed, high risk brings high reward. Although the casualty rate on the front lines remains high, the benefits are obvious. The exchange rate between war merits and gold coins is 1-to-1, so Murray Green earned nearly 10,000 gold coins in this war. If he exchanged all his war merits for gold coins, he wouldn't have to worry about his tuition fees for the next 3 years. However, exchanging battle merits for gold coins is the most wasteful way to use them. The truly good things are things that money can't buy, such as cultivation techniques, magical metals, and rare and precious materials. If you don't find a suitable platform to buy them, you basically can't get them. Chapter 156 Spatial Meditation Method. The battle merits were credited to his account, but there was no point in using them or keeping them as they wouldn't earn interest. So Murray Green immediately rushed to the Mage Corps' headquarters in Northwind City, to the Mage Tower, and went to the Battle Merits Exchange office. As soon as Murray Green stepped into the exchange area, his eyes lit up instantly. It was filled with all sorts of things that mages used: magic robes, magic wands, magic weapons, meditation techniques, spell books, and magic job change books. Murray Green was dazzled by the sheer variety. After an unknown amount of time, Murray Green finally stopped drooling and went to the place where the meditation methods were displayed. He looked through them one by one, and soon stopped searching, looking at the 3 animal skin scrolls in front of him. Chester Space Meditation Method, 100 battle merits. Chester Space Meditation Method, 2 to 300 battle merits. Chester Space Meditation Method, 3,000 battle merits. Murray Green is currently learning the Academy Meditation Method, which is the general version suitable for all types of mages. However, those who have the means will generally switch to their own attribute-specific meditation method after understanding their own attribute. Using a unique meditation method for cultivation can not only accelerate the cultivation progress of the corresponding attribute, but also increase some attribute damage. Murray Green had long wanted to obtain a spatial meditation method, but spatial meditation methods are too rare and not easy to find. Webster Ellis had studied spatial meditation, but he only had the right to learn it, not the right to teach it, so he could not teach his meditation method to Murray Green. However, he knew that there was a spatial meditation method in the Battle Merit Exchange office, but exchanging for the meditation method required battle merits and going to the battlefield. At that time, Murray Green was just a level 1 mage who knew some telekinetic skills, and his combat power was probably not even as good as that of a mage of the same level. With such combat strength, the probability of death on the battlefield is too high, so he did not tell Murray Green about this, not wanting Murray Green to participate in actual combat training because of the spatial meditation method. Although the Academy meditation method is slower than the exclusive meditation method, it is safer and avoids risks. If you spend more time cultivating to level 4, you can easily obtain battle merits on the battlefield. Then you can switch to the spatial meditation method later. But Webster Ellis didn't expect that Murray Green would use his pursuit of Elizabeth Ellis as an excuse to force himself into the combat training. Since it involved Elizabeth Ellis, Webster Ellis couldn't stop it, so he instructed Payne DuPont to keep an eye on Murray Green. He could make him suffer a bit, but he had to bring him back to school intact. Finally, something shocking happened. Murray Green advanced to a level 2 mage, single-handedly killed a level 3 savage orc, joined forces to kill a level 4 savage orc, and severely injured a level 5 savage orc. When he first heard the news, even Webster Ellis wondered if he was seeing things, but after reading the battle report several times, he became more and more confused. Where did his student get so many strange and unusual, yet quite useful, gadgets? Therefore, when Murray Green went to Webster Ellis to learn how to step into the void and confess that he had taught himself weapon crafting, Webster Ellis gave Murray Green the information that the Battle Merit Exchange Center had a spatial meditation method. Upon seeing the 3 animal hide scrolls, Murray Green quickly picked them up and held them tightly in his hand, as if afraid they would grow legs and run away. After finding his primary target, he went to the magic storage area and located the space magic storage area. The level 1 spatial magic only has spatial feedback, and it lacks spatial attack and spatial cut. When he was learning these two spatial magics, his mentor said that he asked a friend from another place to find them for him. It seems that this other place is still outside the kingdom of Laney's. Upon hearing this news, Murray Green felt a warm current flow through his heart. Although Webster Ellis didn't usually pay much attention to him, he had gone to great lengths to find usable spatial magic for him before he went to the battlefield, making him a truly good teacher in silence. There are two level 2 spatial spells. One is the skywalking spell that Murray Green has already learned, and the other is the sky tremor spell. Tremor, a level 2 spell. Vibration space, causing shock damage to enemies within range. Upon seeing the spell, Murray Green raised an eyebrow and put it back. Since the void shaking spell was available here, there was no reason why his mentor wouldn't know it. After returning, he would ask his mentor about the techniques for practicing void stepping and, while he was at it, learn this level 2 spatial spell. There are two level 3 spatial spells. One is the storage space that Murray Green has long desired, and the other is the defensive spatial barrier. Storage space, level 3 magic. Create a space around you where you can place inanimate objects. Spatial barrier, level 3 magic. Compress space multiple times to block damage. In fact, the level 3 magic spatial barrier is an upgraded version of the level 2 magic airborne technique. Both are about compressing space, but the compression of the spatial barrier is much more difficult. However, the resulting spatial barrier is very sturdy and can block level 3 or even level 4 magic head-on, which is very powerful. Murray Green was very envious of these two spells, but he had only advanced to level 2 and didn't know how long it would take to advance to level 3. Besides, his mentor would definitely know these two spells, so he wouldn't need to spend his battle merits to exchange for them. This is the advantage of the mentorship system. Although it costs a lot to become an apprentice, it can solve many problems at once. When Murray Green became an apprentice of Webster Ellis, the Green family's apprenticeship fee was a priceless spatial ring. Murray Green didn't see any level 4 spatial magic here. After asking the staff, he learned that level 4 items were all on the floor above. To enter the exchange area up there, one needed to pass a screening of 10,000 battle merits or be a captain or higher. Unfortunately, Murray Green is lacking in both aspects. Otherwise, he could have gone to the level 4 exchange office to broaden his horizons. After watching the spatial magic, Murray Green went to the position of the telekinetic master and took a look. He glanced at the weapons and equipment, but didn't examine the magic robes and wands closely because he wasn't interested in them and didn't need them. He was quite interested in decorative weapons such as magic rings, pendants, earrings, belts, and brooches. Seeing these decorative magic weapons with different effects, Murray Green studied them carefully because this was his future main focus. As a spatial mage who has learned the art of weapon crafting, I will definitely need to create spatial rings in the future. Murray Green, who had been studying for a long time, rubbed his eyes, walked away reluctantly, and finally came to the weapon refining method area to choose a method. Analysis of the 10 commonly used level 2 magic arrays. This is useful. Take it. 18 techniques for using the engraving knife. This is also good. Take it. A brief analysis of basic refining methods. Quite basic, but very useful to me. Take it. Chapter 157 Genius? A rare talent. I'm starting to regret it. Murray Green rubbed his head, looking at the dozen or so magic rubbings laid out in front of him with a pained expression, feeling utterly overwhelmed. This world is extremely secretive about knowledge. Not only are there security measures on the rubbings, but there are also limits on the number of times they can be used. If you fail to learn within the allotted number of uses, all the spiritual power on the rubbing will be consumed, and then you'll have to exchange it again. Moreover, once you have learned it, you will have a mental seal that guarantees that the learner will not leak the knowledge. Most importantly, you must complete your studies here before you can leave. You are not allowed to take the rubbings out of the house. After Murray Green readily paid for his achievements, he was shocked to learn of this rule. It's easy to imagine how happy he was when he made his selection, and how sad he became afterwards. Therefore, Murray Green had no choice but to grit his teeth and begin studying the dozen or so magic imprints. Fortunately, there was no time limit here, and the training room and 3 meals a day were provided free of charge until Murray Green used up all the magic imprints. When he walked out of the magic tower, rubbing his throbbing head, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Using a magic imprint is not like reading a book. Rather, it involves using one's own spiritual power to sense the spiritual power within the imprint, creating a resonance. After unlocking the secret, one then uses their spiritual power to integrate the knowledge. The knowledge from more than 10 books was crammed into his brain in just one day and one night. Fortunately, his mental strength was relatively strong, otherwise he would have been knocked out sideways. However, this learning method has one advantage. It allows learners to remember things firmly. Regardless of whether they have learned them or not, they just need to get the information into their heads first. As Murray Green stepped out of the magic tower, he encountered several fellow magicians who were also there to exchange items. They saw Murray Green and felt that he looked familiar, and soon someone called out his name. Murray Green. Hello. Although he was a little confused about who this unfamiliar person was, since the other party had already called him by name to his face, he could only respond. Ha ha ha, it really is you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Turns out you're the genius junior who was awarded the Bronze Eagle Medal by His Highness at yesterday's awards ceremony. Excuse me, just now you were referring to a genius? Murray Green, whose brain was aching from overwork, doubted his ears, wondering if he had misheard. But the other person spoke clearly and fluently, so it must be true. Ha ha, Gui Kai, you are indeed a noble talent, a high-ranking genius. His Highness has high hopes for you, and your future will surely be extremely distinguished. The quick-thinking senior stepped forward, patted Murray Green on the shoulder, gave him a knowing look that all men understand, and then chuckled lewdly. Junior, we have something urgent to attend to. We'll have to go now. We'll talk again next time. Before Murray Green could react, the senior student quickly said goodbye and hurriedly walked into the magic tower. Watching the other person's flustered departure, Murray Green narrowed his eyes. That's right, he's a genius. Good heavens, he'd only been in the magic tower for a day, and a nickname had already appeared. He could imagine how many people had heard of this nickname. Genius, that's not a bad nickname. Murray Green nodded and turned to walk forward. Northwind City, as the main city of Northwind Fortress, is even more prosperous, but the exhausted Murray Green has no mood to go shopping and wants to get back to the barracks to rest as soon as possible. Until he passed by a shop. Flames and Blood, main store. Huh. Upon seeing this sign, Murray Green realized that Flame and Blood was actually a chain store. If the branches were doing well, the main store must be taking off. Thinking of this, Murray Green suddenly felt a surge of impulse. Welcome, young master, please come in. Give me a signboard and a head massage. I have a Bronze Eagle Medal. What discounts can I get here? Recipients of the Bronze Eagle Medal are entitled to a 15% discount, plus a complimentary first-grade Beast Blood. Beast Blood? Savage Orc Blood. Upon hearing those two words, Murray Green was taken aback and looked at the staff member in surprise. However, the staff member had encountered this situation before and immediately explained. Yes, it's the blood of savage orcs. We add beast blood to the bath water we prepare. Savage orc blood is similar to that of magical beasts, containing powerful energy. Using special massage techniques can stimulate the energy contained in the beast blood, making the skin firmer. And rest assured, our specialty, blazing blood, is animal blood. The processed animal blood is clean and hygienic, and we guarantee there will be no problems. Oh, I understand. It's like a medicinal bath. Come on. By the way, give me a private room. I like it quiet. Murray Green, having understood, nodded in agreement. Lying on the soft recliner, he let out a deep sigh of relief. His tense nerves relaxed, and the pain in his head eased a little. Not long after, two waitresses with good figures and delicate features, dressed in maid outfits, walked in. Murray Green, who was resting with his eyes half closed, immediately widened his eyes, and his heart pounded. As expected of the flagship store, the service quality has improved dramatically. Very good. Young master, hello, it's a pleasure to serve you. Really? That makes me so happy. Seeing the two looking at each other blankly, Murray Green laughed heartily, feeling much better. Haha, just kidding, don't mind me. Upon seeing Murray Green, a handsome, young, witty, and humorous man who was also said to be a recipient of the Bronze Eagle Medal, the two waitresses' eyes lit up. They exchanged a glance, sparks flying between them. Not at all, young master, you're so humorous. Come, young master, please lie down, I'll massage your head. One of the waitresses replied with a smile, and walked nimbly behind Murray Green. Hearing her words, Murray Green lay down, but this type of recliner, similar to a sofa, could not be fully reclined, so his head was aligned with the waitress's waist. Soon, a pair of warm hands landed on Murray Green's forehead and gently stroked it a few times. The pain in Murray Green's head instantly subsided by half. Just as his attention was focused on his head, a voice came. Young master, I'm about to take off your shoes. If you're not feeling well, just tell me. Okay. The footmaster removed Murray Green's shoes and socks, first washing them with warm water and toiletries, then massaging his feet to relax them. Then she suddenly put him into ice water, but Murray Green, who was mentally prepared, forced himself to endure it. Then she put Murray Green's feet into the bloodbath and began to knead them. With one head and 2 feet, enjoying himself on both sides, Murray Green suddenly sensed that the guy in the middle was becoming dissatisfied. Startled, Murray Green quickly used his telekinesis to suppress it and continue to enjoy this comfortable yet unbearable service. Chapter 158, Returning to School. The floating magic tower rose again, heading towards Ellis Academy. Standing inside the tower, Murray Green looked down at Northwind Fortress, a place where he had only stayed for a little over 10 days but had gained a great deal. The plan was to ask the teacher for leave to go home after participating in the practical training. However, such a tragic accident occurred during the training, which led the Duke, the principal of Ellis Academy, to issue an order to bring all teachers and students back to the school as soon as possible. Therefore, the 5-day rest period following the commendation ceremony was cancelled, let alone leave was granted to him. As a result, Murray Green could only use his military merits to ask the army mailman to help him bring a few letters home, as well as his obsolete weapons and equipment, back to Green territory. Murray Green was promoted to level 2, and he had recently learned a lot of useful knowledge and exchanged his combat merits for many good things. Therefore, he plans to upgrade his weapons and equipment. Discarding the obsolete weapons and equipment would be a waste, and selling them would make them easy for other weapon refiners to study. Therefore, apart from the 3 magic array short swords and 2 black serpent armor-piercing bullets, Murray Green sent all other weapons to Ryan Green. Now his black box is full of good things exchanged for battle merits. Once he has used them all, Murray Green believes that his normal combat strength can reach level 4. His research approach is not focused on large-scale development, such as bombarding the ground with artillery shells, because cultivators exist in this world, and highly destructive artillery shells can only blow a gust of wind at the opponent unless they hit them head-on. Moreover, large-scale development requires a large number of people, which could easily lead to leaks. Therefore, before reaching level 5, Murray Green did not intend to hand over his research results to the Green family. Now, all his research is focused on how to improve his combat capabilities. The floating magic tower wasn't fast, but it traveled in a straight line through the air, taking about 10 hours to travel from the northern border to Ellis City in the heart of the northern lands, and then landed at Ellis Academy. On the 3rd day after returning to school, the school held another internal commendation ceremony. Murray Green went on stage to receive an outstanding student certificate and then received the credit rewards and compensation promised before the trial. A total of 15,000 credits. The school really went all out this time, but Murray Green's ability to earn so many credits is still thanks to his own hard work. More than 9,000 of those credits were earned on a 1-to-1 basis based on his combat merits. In this practical experience, Murray Green was incredibly successful. With so many resources at his disposal, he didn't need to worry about materials and funding for a while and could just focus on burning materials and doing research. 2 weeks after returning to school, the school held a memorial service, which was attended by the entire school and the families of the deceased teachers and students. The memorial service was presided over by the principal, Grand Duke Ellis, and this was the first time Murray Green had ever seen the Grand Duke. He was dressed in black, with only the Ellis family crest on his clothes and no other decorations, making it very simple. Tall and imposing, with white hair and eyes, and a slightly plump face, he looked very kind. If it weren't for Elizabeth Ellis, dressed in a black dress, appearing arm in arm with him, Murray Green wouldn't have known that this was the Grand Duke Ellis, the ruler of the North. The memorial service concluded peacefully under the guidance of the Grand Duke of the Northern Lands. After attending the memorial service, Murray Green chatted with a few familiar classmates for a while, said hello to them, and then returned to his basement. Turn on the lighting equipment, and the lamps created by the light magic circle are very bright, illuminating the originally pitch-black basement as if it were daytime. Murray Green walked straight to the workbench, which was filled with a large number of parts. These parts were all different, unassembled, and their purpose was unknown. Looking down at the design drawing that was being weighed down by parts, Murray Green pointed a finger at a part on the drawing. He then went to the forging table, lit the flames inside, and then stretched his body as he walked to the material rack. The materials he exchanged for with his battle merits were all displayed on the shelf. Looking at the magical materials on it, Murray Green smiled with satisfaction. Then he took out a piece of copper, a piece of silver, and a few gold coins from the shelf. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took a small piece of origin copper. The parts we need to manufacture today are quite important and have high durability requirements. Since his crafting skills are not quite up to par, we'll have to make up for it with materials. After selecting the materials, Murray Green took off his clothes and put on a work uniform made of fire-resistant and heat-insulating materials, which could protect him from many dangers. The copper block was placed into the smelting chamber of the forging table. Soon, under the fierce flames, the copper block melted into molten copper, which flowed out of the smelting chamber and fell into the crucible. Then Murray Green melted the silver block and gold coin into liquid and placed them in the crucible for safekeeping. After completing the preparations, Murray Green placed the small amount of oriental copper into the smelting chamber. The oriental copper did not change at all after being smelted at high temperature, so Murray Green added a shovelful of combustion aid containing magic crystal powder to the combustion material. Like adding fuel to a fire, the burning flames suddenly intensified, and the orchard began to change, showing slight signs of melting. However, after several minutes of high-temperature smelting, it did not completely melt into a liquid. Murray Green used tongs to take it out and placed it on the forging table. He divided it into 2 equal parts, then used his telekinesis to power his arm, raised the hammer, and struck one of the origin pieces. During the hammering process, Murray Green continuously added molten copper, molten silver, and molten gold in proportion, fusing them together. Finally, Murray Green hammered this alloy into a standard rectangular strip. Having done this, Murray Green used a handkerchief soaked in ice water to wipe the sweat from his face. Level 1 and Level 2 crafting methods mainly involve inscribing magic arrays and rarely involve manufacturing finished products. In the past, Murray Green would provide the blueprints and ask crafting masters or blacksmiths to help create the parts. However, the parts obtained in this way would be somewhat incompatible. Now, Murray Green needs to forge this item, which requires extremely high precision. He can only forge and adjust it himself. Therefore, when the crafting method is insufficient, he also studies the forging method. Born into the Green family, he has a background in blacksmithing. With the addition of his telekinetic powers, his strength can be greatly enhanced in a short period of time, allowing him to wield a hammer and forge parts. After wiping away the sweat, Murray Green immediately picked up the clamps and twisted the alloy strip into a ring. Then, he used his telekinesis to press down on the connection point, and picked up a hammer to strike it repeatedly until the telekinesis could not withstand the high temperature and shattered. Only then did he stop. After carefully examining the joint, Murray Green found that it had been hammered together but was not smooth. So Murray Green put the entire ring back into the melting chamber to heat and soften it, and then used a small hammer to gently tap and adjust it, finally obtaining an alloy ring the size of a bracelet. After measuring and testing, a satisfied Murray Green replicated the process and manufactured another ring. Chapter 159 Iron Man Boots. After making the 2 rings, Murray Green used a small hammer and his telekinesis to refine them continuously, polishing them until they were shiny. After placing the 2 finished rings on the workbench, Murray Green took out an engraving knife made of a mixture of adamantite and mithril and engraved magic circles on the rings. Level 2 Solid Magic Circle. Level 2 Fire Resistance Magic Array. With practiced ease, he successfully inscribed the 2 spells within an hour or so. After securing the protective array, Murray Green threw the ring inscribed with the magic array back into the smelting chamber. Finding that it did not change under the high temperature, he added an accelerant, but it still did not change. 5 minutes later, Murray Green took out the ring, carefully examined it for any slight deformation, and then used magic to activate the magic circle. Both magic circles were now working properly. Relieved to find no problems, Murray Green rested for a while, then replaced the incendiary material in the forging table with magic crystal powder, lit it, and a blazing flame rose. Murray Green then threw the ring that activated the magic circle into it. Murray Green timed it perfectly, and before the magic circle's power was exhausted, he took the ring out of the smelting chamber. The ring, just out of the smelting chamber, shone brightly, like gold. Gritting his teeth, Murray Green made a snap decision and placed the ring directly into the cold extracted oil. Instantly, flames shot into the sky, but Murray Green, who was prepared, immediately used his telekinetic shield to isolate it, preventing any harm to him. After cooling, Murray Green retrieved the ring and found that it remained unchanged. After detailed measurement, no changes were observed. Murray Green was overjoyed upon reaching this conclusion and burst into laughter. It's done. We've finally succeeded. After successfully completing one, Murray Green finished the other in the same way, in even less time. After making the 2 rings, he went on to make several small parts. After placing all the parts on the workbench, Murray Green wiggled his fingers, closed his eyes, activated spatial feedback, and all the parts on the workbench were projected into his mind. When he opened his eyes, a flash of silver light appeared, and under Murray Green's control, his telekinesis quickly picked up the parts and began to assemble them. The parts on the workbench kept flying towards the main body in the air, like rivers flowing into the sea. As the constant clicking and clanging of metal echoed, a strange melody played out. When the melody stopped, a pair of strange metal shoes appeared before Murray Green. Upon seeing the shoes, Murray Green nodded and muttered to himself, "Teacher Tony, the movie tickets I bought for you before are considered as my advance payment for the copyright." Murray Green turned on the switch, put his feet in, and then turned it off, putting on the metal shoes. After moving around a bit, the size was just right. However, because of the metal sole, Murray Green was a little unaccustomed to it. But for now, he could only overcome it himself. Later, when they found memory metal or soft metal, it would be better. After walking around the basement a few times, Murray Green seemed to have gotten used to it, so he went to the testing room to test the shoes. Murray Green stood in the center of the room and slowly channeled his magic into it. The levitation array activated immediately, creating an upward buoyancy. However, the levitation array was too small, and the buoyancy it provided was insufficient to counteract Murray Green's body weight. Since the advent of levitation magic, the mage community has studied how to use it to make people fly. They discovered a pattern. The larger the levitation magic circle, the greater the buoyancy it provides. As a result, the platform supporting the magic circle also needs to be larger, leading to an increase in the platform's weight and the need for even greater buoyancy. This created a vicious cycle, but the magician overcame it through numerous experiments and created the levitation platform. Murray Green had actually seen this levitation platform in the Tower of Stanley Ellis, and he used it frequently, though he used it as an elevator. Later, the magicians created floating magic towers. At this point, some magicians suggested that since towers could fly, why not create a floating city? They did it, and they succeeded. This floating magic city is currently the headquarters of the Mage Association, which is traveling around the world. After calculating the time, he knows that in 3 years, this floating city will stay in the Kingdom of Laney's for a week, and he will definitely go and see it then. So they successfully solved the flight problem and concluded that they should just go big. There's a strange phenomenon in this world. If magic can solve a problem, then it's not a problem anymore. Basically, no one will research the problem anymore, because research is the magician's right. The predecessors have already pointed out the direction, so all we have to do is follow them. The problem Murray Green is now researching is how to build a personal flying machine. Actually, his first idea was the Green Goblin skateboard, but because it was inconvenient to carry, he shelved the design and put it aside for further consideration. Next up are these Iron Man combat boots. As magic continued to flow in, Iron Man's boots vibrated slightly, as if something inside had been activated. A huge roar sounded, and a powerful gust of air shot out from under Iron Man's boots. Murray Green, whose weight was already reduced by buoyancy, was almost thrown directly onto the roof, but fortunately he immediately used his telekinesis to control his body and keep it stable in the air. Standing in the air, Murray Green clenched his right fist and swung it forward with great excitement. Then he began to adjust the magic power he had poured into the whirlwind magic circle and regulate the size of the jet stream. This whirlwind magic circle is a rare magic circle that Murray Green searched for a long time to find. It is generally used in basements, tunnels, mines, and other places where the airflow is not very good. Murray Green installed a turbine in the high-speed man's boots. The whirlwind magic circle drives the turbine, which generates a large amount of compressed air. The compressed air is then ejected to create an upward force. The buoyancy and jet stream counteracted Murray Green's gravity, so Murray Green stood in the air. Haha, not bad. Let's try moving forward. Murray Green used his divine power to slowly adjust his posture, and his body began to shoot diagonally upwards. However, after Murray Green used his telekinesis to hold it down, he could only fly forward. After flying for more than a minute in the testing room, Murray Green stopped flying and landed on the ground when his magic power dropped by half. Although flying in the air was exhilarating, Murray Green felt a sense of security when his feet touched the ground. After resting for a while, Murray Green used his levitation technique to its fullest extent. His whole body slowly floated up, and then he stepped on the spatial pedal in midair. A burst of air shot out, carrying Murray Green towards the ceiling. This time, it was too fast. Even though he was mentally prepared, he didn't have time to react before he crashed into the ceiling. Chapter 160, The Noble Counsel. Eating, sleeping, cultivating, refining weapons, studying. Before you know it, the end of the academic year has arrived. Ellis College has a 4-year program, with an academic year of 8 months, from the beginning of March to the end of October, with a 4-month break, which is also the winter in the north. Normally, there are 4 seasons, each lasting 3 months. However, winters in the north are quite long, with snow covering the land for about 4 months. During these 4 months, people in the north mostly stay at home and endure the cold weather. Murray, long time no see. I haven't seen you in class lately. How's your cultivation going? Murray Green was ordering food in the cafeteria when he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. He turned around and saw the polite Levi Ellis smiling at him. Hello, Leeway. It's been a long time. I've been focusing on consolidating my cultivation lately, so I haven't had enough time in class and haven't been able to ask the teacher for leave in time. I don't know if the teacher called my name during roll call. If I get a demerit, I won't get any academic credits, which would be terrible. Leeway Ellis said with a smile. I did point it out, but I didn't record a demerit on you because you are a level 2 mage and it's the time when you need time to train. Your teacher understands that. Really? That's wonderful. Of the 5 courses in the first year, only meditation is compulsory. The other 4 courses are designed to broaden students' horizons and are considered interest courses. They are optional, but the focus is ultimately on cultivation. Once a student successfully meditates and advances to the level of a first-class mage, they can stop attending classes after clarifying their future learning goals. Murray Green was the first student in the first year to advance to the level of a second-class mage, and his remarkable achievement has been talked about ever since he took the stage at the commendation ceremony. We're all first graders. Why are you so impressive? Because his record was so outrageous, a wave of exposing his frauds swept through the Magic Academy. The goal was to expose Murray Green's deception and reveal his true colors. At the time, many people challenged Murray Green to a duel. Murray Green, who was busy learning weapon crafting and forging weapons on his own, had no time to play with them, so he chose a heavyweight opponent who was the most aggressive. Beak, a wind-based combat mage, is one of the 3 new combat mages. That is, the warrior among the merchant's descendants. Perhaps because of his background, he was particularly eager to seize the opportunity to change his identity, which is why he was a fervent admirer of Elizabeth Ellis. Therefore, in his first year, he formed cliques, first breaking up the local aristocratic children's alliance that lacked a leader, and then specifically opposing the aristocratic children from other places, becoming famous throughout the school. Just when he felt incredibly proud and was getting closer and closer to Her Highness Elizabeth, Murray Green suddenly rose to fame and overshadowed him in the first year. This really angered him. He was the one who started the anti-fake news campaign. Murray Green didn't take it seriously at first, but after it interfered with his normal life, he didn't hesitate and directly challenged Baker to a duel between men. Baker was naturally delighted and immediately agreed, then taunted. So what if Murray Green is only a level 2? He's a battle mage, and as everyone knows, battle mages are experts at challenging opponents of higher levels. Let's see him defeat Murray Green and show everyone just how fake Murray Green really is. The next day, standing on the ring 100 meters away, Murray Green shattered his defensive magic with 3 punches from a distance and slapped him off the ring. Upon seeing this, the people who had been laughing and joking while watching the spectacle fell completely silent. No matter how fast a battle mage's spellcasting is, it can't beat Murray Green's slap. If it weren't for the fact that mages can cast defensive spells before the start of a battle, Murray Green could knock his opponent off the stage with a single slap. He declared that anyone who wanted to challenge him must first defeat his defeated opponents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time or energy to play with them. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving behind a mysterious and invincible silhouette. This slap shattered Baker's golden armor of tactics, then added a layer of gold to Murray Green's record, significantly increasing its value. That slap immediately secured Murray Green's position as the top freshman, and no one dares to challenge him now. Of course, it's also possible that Beck, the goalkeeper, performed well and didn't allow any outsiders to disturb him. Murray, the school year is coming to an end soon. I've prepared a dinner party and would like to invite you to attend. I wonder if you could spare an evening out of your busy schedule. Looking at Leeway Ellis in front of him, Murray Green felt a little emotional. The school year was about to end, but it felt like he had only been enrolled for a short time. It seemed like Leeway Ellis had invited him to the opening banquet in the same way. Haha, how could I dare not come to Leeway's invitation? I promise I will be there. Then thank you very much for your support, Murray. The two were having a meal together when, suddenly, Livy Ellis said something. Murray, at the end of this year, His Highness Grand Duke Ellis will step down as Duke and pass the throne to His Highness Albert. What? Murray Green, who was focused on eating, thought he had misheard and looked up in surprise at Livy Ellis, who had spoken. Seeing the questioning look on Livy Ellis's face, Livy Ellis nodded confidently and said, "You heard me right. Her Highness Elizabeth's father, His Highness Albert, is about to succeed to the title of Grand Duke of the North." Murray Green recalled the memorial service, presided over by the Grand Duke of the North. He was full of energy and showed no signs of old age. Moreover, he was a level 7 warrior, in his 60s or 70s, at the peak of his life. Why would he retire prematurely and pass on his position? Normally, nobles would pass on their throne to their heirs before they die. However, some nobles, fearing that their heirs might not be able to control their territories, would pass on their thrones earlier and then assist the new noble in helping them quickly take control of their territories. The current Grand Duke of the North, let alone being near death, still has 20 or 30 years left in his prime. So Murray Green is very suspicious of Lee Ellis's intelligence, because this matter is too outrageous. Before Murray Green could show any more doubt, Livy Ellis revealed the reason. The Speaker of the Royal Noble Council is elected every 10 years and is always a core member of the 4 dukes. Now it's the turn of the Northern Lands. His Highness the Duke has decided to step down from his dukedom and go to the Royal Capital Council to serve as the Speaker. Oh. Upon hearing this from Lee Ellis, Murray Green suddenly realized why the Grand Duke of the North had chosen to abdicate at the height of his power. The Kingdom of Laney's is ruled by the king and nobles, with the king being the highest-ranking noble. To assist the king in managing the nobles in various regions, a council of nobles was established. All matters concerning the succession, promotion, demotion, stripping, addition, and punishment of nobles must be approved by the council. The position of the chief of the noble council is second only to His Majesty the King in the Kingdom of Laney's. Chapter 161 One-Handed Control of Murray Green. The fact that the Grand Duke of the North became the Speaker of the Noble Council is a momentous event for the North. In the next 10 years, the lives of the nobles of the North may become even more comfortable. So it's a great thing, but it doesn't really concern Murray Green, because he's not an aristocrat. As for returning to the Green family and getting a knighthood from his father or brother, Murray Green estimates that it probably won't happen in the next 10 years. He wanted to take a walk and explore this wonderful world. When His Highness goes to the capital to take up his post, he will take Princess Elizabeth with him to study at the Royal Academy. Really? Murray Green was taken aback. This was truly great news. As long as Elizabeth Ellis wasn't watching him, he was practically ready to take off. It's true, the news has already spread throughout the family, and we're just waiting for it to be announced. Leeway Ellis nodded in reply. However, it's not just Her Highness Elizabeth. The school will also select a group of outstanding students to accompany Her Highness to study at the Royal Academy. The school will cover the travel expenses, tuition fees, and admission qualifications. Oh. Murray Green, who was initially overjoyed, suddenly had a bad feeling after hearing this, so he cautiously asked Levi Ellis, "Am I one of the students you're talking about?" "It's wrapped." Leeway Ellis gave Murray Green a bright smile and answered the question without hesitation. "Murray, you are an outstanding student. If you are not elected, who else can be elected? You are the one everyone wants to be elected. To hell with being the popular choice. What use is this qualification to me? Does it mean I can't get into the Royal Capital Academy without it? What a joke. But now I'm really becoming a joke. I never thought that I, the person who least wanted to be Elizabeth Ellis's fiancé, would end up getting closer and closer to her. God is unfair. No, that's not right. It should be my fault. I'm too good, and it's also the fault of these competitors. Not one of them is capable. My spatial combat technique hasn't even reached its peak yet, and you've all been defeated." Seeing Murray Green's ever-changing expression, Leeway Ellis was quite surprised. At the same time, he thought to himself, as expected of Her Highness Elizabeth, no matter how talented a person is, he can lose his composure when talking about her. "I hope that after you two get together, you'll still remember the favor of me tipping you off." A dozen seconds later, Murray Green took a deep breath, looked at Livy Ellis in front of him, and slowly uttered a sentence. "This is wonderful." Murray Green channeled his grief into his appetite, and Cuckoo devoured 3 large plates of barbecue. In Livy Ellis's eyes, this was a sign of good mood and a great appetite. After finishing his meal, he said goodbye to Murray Green, leaving with a final remark. "Tonight, still at Rose Garden, see you there." "No problem." Murray Green looked up at the departing figure, and as he thought about the dinner party that evening, a terrible thought suddenly came to mind. The weather had turned quite cold, but the rose garden was still filled with vibrant roses. Murray Green took a deep breath, and the natural fragrance of roses wafted into his nose, making him feel quite good. Welcome, and have a great time tonight. When Murray Green arrived at the entrance of Rose Garden, the greeters immediately greeted him with bright smiles and warm welcome. Thanks. Murray Green nodded with a smile, then walked straight into the rose garden. Various kinds of roses were planted on both sides of the garden's path, and many invited female students were there to admire the flowers. As Murray Green passed by, a female student excitedly whispered to her companion, "Look, it's Murray Green. He's really handsome. I heard he's the strongest student in our first year. He's both handsome and powerful." "What? He's Murray Green? He looks so delicate and frail. I feel like I could crush him with one hand." Although they spoke softly, Murray Green, with his powerful mental strength, still heard them. The first sentence made Murray Green feel very pleased with himself, but after hearing the next sentence, he subconsciously turned his head to look. After glancing at it, Murray Green quickly turned his head back, buried his head, and strode into the lobby. He ordered a juice at the bar, drank it down in one gulp, and then breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. The woman behind him who claimed to have single-handedly crushed Murray Green was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 270 pounds. No wonder she dared to say that. She was a true powerhouse. Murray Green didn't even dare to look at her face clearly before turning his head back, afraid that she would find out that he was looking at her. The girl next to her, however, was quite youthful and cute. Phew, this banquet. Has it been too long since I've had one? Has everything changed drastically? Murray Green, his face somewhat pale, muttered a few words to himself. "Hey Murray, you're here too." Hearing someone greet him, Murray Green looked at the person and saw it was his meditation classmate. He smiled and replied, clinked glasses with him, took a sip of his drink, and then sent him away before heading to a secluded corner with his glass. However, on his way there, he was stopped by several people who offered him drinks with smiles on their faces. Murray Green didn't want to be rude, so he took a sip of his drink, chatted for a while, and then said goodbye to them. He went to a corner, sat on a sofa, looked back at the sofa, and squinted at the banquet hall that was gradually becoming lively. "Haha, Murray, you've arrived." Just then, Nick Brown, reeking of alcohol, walked towards him, holding a wine glass in his right hand and a bottle of wine in his left, and plopped down on the sofa in front of Murray Green, looking at Murray Green with a complicated expression. The two had known each other for a short time after enrolling in school, and were even relatives, so Nick Brown was fairly familiar with Murray Green. However, after the Battle of Biss Hill, Murray Green became famous overnight, while Nick Brown was carried out of Biss Hill. The difference was so great that even Nick Brown, with his strong heart, found it hard to accept. Looking at Nick Brown in front of him, Murray Green sighed inwardly. The difference between heirs and non-heirs was not only in resources, but also in mindset. Nick Brown is a typical aristocratic non-heir. He has ideals, but after a little effort, he finds that it's better not to strive at all. At least his family's financial situation allows him to live comfortably even without striving, so he begins to slack off. Because they have no worries about food and drink and live quite comfortably, and at the same time, they are not burdened by the responsibility of an heir or strictly supervised. Many non-heirs from aristocratic families choose to indulge themselves. Attacked by savage orcs on Mount Biss, Nick Brown, who had approached the training with a playful attitude, faced death for the first time. As a result, Murray Green noticed that he had become quite lax. Although he was still on the path of a wizard, he was no longer on the same path as Murray Green. Chapter 162 Persuasion. Nick, the dinner has only just begun and you've already drunk quite a bit. If you keep going like this, you'll have to be carried out after the dinner. Hee, it doesn't matter whether you carry me or not. I can sleep here. Come on, let's have a drink. Despite Murray Green's subtle hint, Nick Brown dismissed it, offering his glass to Green. Seeing this, Green shook his head helplessly, picked up his own glass, lightly clinked it against Green's, and took a sip. Nick Brown, who had finished his glass of wine in one gulp, frowned and complained somewhat discontentedly as he watched Murray Green's performance. "Murray, that's not fair of you. You treat them like this, and you treat me like this too. Aren't you just not taking me seriously? If that's how you think, then there's nothing I can do." Murray Green casually placed his glass on the table, shrugged at Nick Brown, and looked completely indifferent. Murray Green's first drinking session after his transmigration left him with psychological trauma. In addition, Murray Green was not a big drinker, so he usually drank in an aristocratic manner, taking a small sip. A dinner party usually involves at least several dozen people. If everyone drinks it all in one gulp, it's just drunken behavior. They'll be lying down before the dancing even starts. Seeing Murray Green's behavior, Nick Brown was furious. This nephew was disobedient and unacceptable. Murray, I'm your uncle. Shouldn't you show me some respect? It's not about giving face to others, but about earning face for yourself. If you keep drinking like this, it won't be long before you're drunk and passed out on the ground, completely losing face. At this point, Murray Green's face turned serious, and his ocean-like eyes stared directly into Nick Brown's eyes, instantly extinguishing the anger in Nick Brown's heart. Then he slowly began to speak. Your face is puffy, your eyes are lifeless, and your mental strength has not only failed to grow recently, but has even shown signs of decline. My dear uncle, can you tell me what you've been doing lately? Although Nick Brown might not be on the same path as him, as Murray Green's first friend at school, and also a relative, he decided to lend him a hand. This time, I don't expect my opponent to work harder. I just hope that Nick Brown can graduate normally and not drop out halfway. In this world of cultivators, his strength may not be of much use, but when needed, the higher it is, the more useful it will be. Faced with Murray Green's slightly oppressive question, Nick Brown gritted his teeth and tried to raise his head to meet Murray Green's gaze. But for some reason, he just couldn't lift it. In fact, he kept lowering his head, and finally, he couldn't hold his breath and collapsed onto the sofa as if paralyzed. I didn't do much, just attended classes, meditated, and drank some wine in my spare time. Nick Brown's voice grew softer and softer as he glanced at Murray Green from time to time, sighing inwardly. He recalled the first time he met Murray Green, when the boy was a small, slender teenager under his control. Yet, in less than a year, the boy was still small compared to him, but possessed immense power. Nick, my dear uncle, do you know? We were all born into a good family, with no worries about food or clothing, no worries about travel, no need to struggle for survival, and we enjoy the best educational conditions. All of this was earned by our ancestors through hard work and struggle. During this combat training, I had a teammate named Below, a level 2 soldier. He was a civilian who was over 30 years old. He had been fighting on the front lines for several years and finally brought all his merits back to his hometown to exchange for a territory, becoming a soldier and achieving a leap in rank. Upon hearing this, Nick Brown frowned, wondering what Murray Green was trying to say. Why bring up a commoner? And was it really that difficult to become a knight? He was the son of an earl, a nobleman's son, and would become a knight without having to do anything. Seemingly sensing Nick Brown's impatience, Murray Green ignored him and continued speaking. When I found out what he was thinking, I asked him, how would you enjoy life after becoming a sergeant, Nick? Guess what his answer was? Nick Brown instinctively answered Murray Green's sudden question. Attend a banquet, drink fine wine, go hunting. Murray Green shook his head, ruling out all of Nick Brown's answers. He was talking about raising his offspring. He had been working hard since he was a child and only achieved some success in his 30s. So he wanted to go back to his hometown, marry a merchant's daughter, and pass on all his abilities and wealth to his children so that they wouldn't have to suffer like he did from a young age. Nick, your father is an earl, but what is the father of your child? A knight for life? Or a businessman? Will he enjoy the same treatment as you? If your child is like you, what will happen to his child? Nobles, scholars, merchants, commoners, and the lowest of the low, water flows downhill, and people strive for higher positions. Now, you enjoy the privileges of being a noble's offspring, yet you not only fail to capitalize on your innate advantages, but also willingly degenerate and become complacent with the status quo. Then your descendants are not in a good position if you can't help them, because everyone is trying to climb higher, but there's not enough room for so many people at the top. Clang. Nick Brown accidentally let go of the bottle in his hand, and it fell to the ground. The sturdy bottle made a crisp sound as it hit the ground, but Nick Brown didn't care. At this moment, his eyes widened, and he had a shocked expression on his face. Seeing Nick Brown's expression, Murray Green nodded to himself, hoping his words would have some effect. In any world, except for those with mental disorders, everyone wants to provide a high-quality life for their offspring. In this world, the obsession of nobles with their offspring is ingrained in their very bones, because if a noble has no heir, they must give up their noble status to their brothers and sisters. Even those who are not heirs are taught that the larger and stronger the family, the better the lives of its members will be. The way to make the family stronger is to have more children. Nick Brown thought that after his older brother succeeded to the throne, he could try to get a rank of soldier, but his child would be a commoner after birth. Surely we shouldn't ask our elder brother for help. Besides, at that time, Our elder brother already had quite a few children. He would have arranged for his own children first before arranging for his own. And there were also the descendants of his other brothers and sisters. Even if they were an earl's family, it would be impossible for them to come up with so many ranks of nobility to bestow titles upon them. Thinking of this, Nick Brown's eyes flashed, and he stared straight at Murray Green. Have you figured it out? I've figured it out. Chapter 163, Abandoning the Plan. I want to become stronger, but I don't know how. Just drink less alcohol and focus on learning from your mentor. Everyone wants to become stronger, but not everyone can become stronger. Murray Green himself is still exploring this path, so he can't give Nick Brown any guidance. However, he knows how to remove the stumbling blocks on the road to becoming stronger. Cultivation is like learning. Some people can only persist until junior high or high school, while others can pursue master's and doctoral degrees, learning until they reach the highest academic hall. Although reaching a high level of cultivation requires extremely high talent, and Nick Brown's cultivation talent can only be described as average, with the Earl's resource allocation, he can at least take a few more steps forward on his cultivation path. Just like some students who don't do well in school can still go abroad to get a master's degree if their families are rich. The key question is whether Nick Brown is willing to go to the water. Starting tomorrow, I will abstain from alcohol. Get lost. Don't bother me while I'm admiring the pretty girls. Seeing Nick Brown gradually regain his composure, Murray Green didn't want to say much. Everyone has their own path. He was just a relative, not his biological father. Besides, even his biological father didn't care. Giving him a hand was enough. Doing more would just be meddling. You still dare to look at beautiful women? Be careful, or I'll tell Her Highness Elizabeth and ruin your hopes of pursuing her. Nick Brown gave a sly look and threatened, but Murray Green was more than happy to accept his threat and rolled his eyes at Nick Brown. Get out. Snort. After a soft hum, Nick Brown picked up his wine glass and bottle, as if he had something on Murray Green, and walked away with his head held high and chest puffed out. Seeing this, Murray Green shook his head and finally sighed. Actually, among aristocratic science, Nick Brown's character is quite decent. It's just that he's too young now and can't withstand temptations and setbacks, so he's showing signs of depravity. The banquet continued, and even though Murray Green was sitting in this secluded corner, people still came up to toast him from time to time. When he felt that it was almost time, Murray Green stood up, straightened his wrinkled tuxedo, picked up his wine glass, and walked toward a group of female classmates. Murray Green scanned the area with his eyes, and once he found his target, he walked straight over to him. Soon, Murray Green stood in front of the person, held out his wine glass, and said softly with a smile, "Beryl, may I have the honor of being your dance partner and dancing the first dance of the evening with you?" When Beryl Pete saw Murray Green suddenly walking towards her, she thought he was just passing by. But when Murray Green held up a glass of wine to her and invited her to dance, Beryl Pete was so surprised that she stood there dumbfounded, staring at Murray Green with an incredulous look. "Beryl, little Bay, why are you stunned? Are you too surprised?" Beryl Pat's companions were also surprised, not expecting Murray Green to invite Beryl Pat to dance. However, when they realized that Beryl Pat was still staring blankly at Murray Green, they immediately looked on with envy and then reached out to shake Beryl Pat awake. Once she regained consciousness, Beryl Pete touched her gradually reddening cheeks, took a step towards Murray Green, and asked softly, "Murray, are you sure you want to invite me to the first dance? Otherwise, why would I be standing in front of you?" Murray Green asked a playful question, then raised his glass to indicate that he wanted to confirm. Beryl Pete, who had been waiting for confirmation, quickly handed over her glass, clinked it lightly with Murray Green's, and excitedly downed her drink in one gulp. Hey! Seeing this, Murray Green suddenly began to doubt his plans. When he learned that he was to go to the capital with Elizabeth Ellis for further studies, Murray Green, driven by a sudden impulse, came up with an idea to find a girlfriend and end his single life. "You, Elizabeth Ellis, are a future Grand Duchess. Do you think you can steal a husband from someone else?" After coming up with this idea, Murray Green thought about it for a long time and realized that his best female classmate was actually Beryl Pat, the girl he danced his first dance with at the beginning of the semester. That's why he just asked Beryl Pete to dance, but when he saw how excited she was when he asked her, his heart sank. He was just using her as a shield. If she took it seriously, wouldn't he, Murray Green, be a complete scumbag? Thinking of this, Murray Green narrowed his eyes and, feeling somewhat guilty, finished his drink with Beryl Pete. Holding each other's soft, delicate hands, the two walked slowly into the center of the hall to the accompaniment of the dance music. Swaying their bodies to the music, Beryl Pete leaned close to Murray Green, and Murray Green could even feel the softness that occasionally touched her. Smelling the fragrance of the girl before him, and looking at Beryl Pete's flushed cheeks, with one hand clasped in his and the other on her waist, Murray Green felt his heart pounding faster and faster, and a hint of dazedness appeared in his usually clear eyes. The cultivation of magicians requires a calm mind, and the study of weapon crafting requires careful attention. Since he began cultivating, Murray Green has been able to control his physical instincts very well. The last time he couldn't control himself was during the flames and blood incident. At that time, he spent a lot of mental energy and couldn't control his physical instincts. Now, he suddenly felt the same way again. To avoid embarrassment, Murray Green used his telekinesis to hold it down again. As they twirled and danced, their movements became increasingly fluid and captivating. Beryl Pete moved closer to Murray Green, pressing her face against his chest and whispering something. "Murray, I'm so happy. I never expected you to invite me to dance the first dance tonight. If we're not dancing at the banquet, are we just going to drink?" Murray Green estimated that if he confessed his feelings to Beryl Pater now, he would have a 98% chance of success. But now, he hesitated because it would be very immoral to involve Beryl Pater in his affair with Elizabeth Ellis. Unless he's determined to marry Beryl Petit in the future, he's a jerk. But Murray Green had no intention of getting married, and doing so was purely toying with Beryl Pat, which was unacceptable to Murray Green's morality and conscience. After much deliberation and a flood of thoughts, Murray Green sighed inwardly and forcibly suppressed the plan. His matter with Elizabeth Ellis was something only Elizabeth Ellis could handle. It was no one else's concern. After abandoning the plan, Murray Green felt relieved and much more relaxed. His dance steps became more agile, and he smiled broadly at Beryl Pete. "Tonight is the last party of the semester. I'm going to have a blast. At the first party of the semester, I danced with 13 beautiful girls. I've gotten a lot stronger now. I'm going to break my old record no matter what." Chapter 164 Aerial Dance. Oh. Beryl Pater, who had been full of anticipation, felt like she had been doused with cold water. But thinking about it, it made sense. Murray Green was now a strong contender for Her Highness Elizabeth's fiancé, so why would he give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be with her? Faced with this outcome, Beryl Pat could only abandon any hope she had and settle down to dance with Murray Green, though the atmosphere between them was no longer romantic and ambiguous. In contrast to the dejected Beryl Pat, Murray Green felt a sense of relief and joy. There's always a way out, and things will work themselves out. Why was he so troubled by this? Once the Ellis family's betrothal gifts reach the Green family, there will still be time to think about these other things. Elizabeth Ellis is still about 2 years away from turning 20, and I can easily outwit her during those 2 years. Even if he wins, if the other party doesn't choose him as her husband, he has wasted his precious cultivation time, and he has still lost miserably. Thinking of this, Murray Green's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his dance steps became lighter and lighter. He spun around Beryl Pete in the center of the hall. Beryl Pete felt as light as a feather, controlled by Murray Green, and danced with his steps. This was her first time experiencing something like this, and it was very novel. Her mood, which had been somewhat depressed because of Murray Green's words, began to recover, and she whispered in Murray Green's ear. "Is this the telekinetic power of a telekinetic master? I feel like a dandelion. This is not telekinesis, it is repulsive force. I am canceling out part of your gravity, so you will feel very light." Murray Green responded with a smile in her ear, and Beryl Pater smiled sweetly upon hearing the answer. "This light and airy feeling is wonderful, like walking on cotton. It's so comfortable. I wonder if it feels like to fly." "It feels even better to fly. Do you want to fly?" Beryl Pater answered Murray Green's question without hesitation. "Think. Okay, hold my hand tightly, and I'll take you flying." After a period of training, Murray Green's mental strength and magical power have greatly improved. If calculated according to the 3rd level and 10th grade, he is already a senior 2nd level mage. During practice, his levitation skills are already enough to easily lift him, who is fully armed, let alone the slender Beryl Pete, who weighs less than 100 pounds. Therefore, Murray Green didn't need to use levitation on Beryl Pete at all. He could simply use repulsive force to completely neutralize the gravity on Beryl Pete's body. Murray Green changed his hand from caressing Beryl Pete's waist to gripping it, and with a slight exertion, Beryl Pete's body was slowly lifted up by Murray Green. Beryl Pete was initially frightened when her feet left the ground, but perhaps surprise overcame her fear, and she quickly looked at her feet with curiosity. Murray Green released his grip on Beryl Pat's slender waist, and took her hand in his right. At this moment, Apart from her hand being held by Murray Green, Beryl Pat seemed to float in the air like a balloon, about a meter high. Wow! The men and women dancing nearby noticed this immediately and instinctively gasped in surprise. No, how did you fly? Upon discovering that Beryl Pete was actually dancing gracefully in the air, the female students' eyes lit up with countless little stars, and they wished they could take her place. Beryl Pete was completely unaware of the envy and jealousy of the other women. All her attention was focused on flying through the air, and her excitement was beyond words. Murray Green slowly released Beryl Pat's hand, and she floated completely in the air. He made her spin around him a few times, and Beryl Pat's long dress bloomed like a flower before finally gently descending to the ground. Beryl Pete, dizzy and flushed as she landed, faced Murray Green. Murray Green, however, placed his right hand on his chest, smiled, and leaned forward slightly, giving a noble farewell gesture, a gesture in dance signifying the end of the dance, and that he had enjoyed the performance. Slap, slap, slap. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted in the hall, indicating that it was a wonderful performance. Beryl Pete, realizing what had happened, quickly returned the gesture by placing her left hand on her chest, lifting her skirt with her right hand, and slightly bending her knees. Murray Green extended his right hand, palm up, and Beryl Pete immediately placed her left hand on Murray Green's hand. They turned around together, lifted their skirts, nodded and slightly bent their knees to the clapping students, expressing their gratitude. Then the two walked straight ahead, and the students in front applauded and made way for them. Along this path, the two quickly walked out of the dance area, and the applause slowly subsided. How does it feel to fly? That was amazing. I wish we could do it again. Beryl Pete looked at Murray Green with anticipation, but Murray Green replied, Beryl, greed is not a good quality. We've already flown over this banquet. If you want to fly again, you'll have to wait for the next banquet. All right. Reluctantly, Beryl Patel finally nodded, bid farewell to Murray Green, and walked toward her companion who was looking at her. But before she could take a few steps, her companion came to greet her, passing by her and seductively surrounding Murray Green, taking the initiative to ask him to dance. You? Seeing this, Beryl Pete gritted her teeth, wishing she could drag the infatuated girls away, but then she remembered that she couldn't fight them all, so she didn't do it. A bunch of little bitches. At this moment, the superficial sisterhood was on full display. As Beryl Pat's best friends, they were mostly beautiful aristocratic ladies. Faced with their pitiful eyes and watching them flirt and charm, Murray Green, who just wanted to relax, had no reason to refuse. Line up, one at a time, don't rush, don't grab, everyone gets a share. Murray Green said with a smile, and upon hearing his words, the noble ladies surrounding him burst into silvery laughter and cheered. At this moment, Leeway Ellis, who was drinking hangover soup on the second floor and preparing to take a break, heard the applause and the screams of surprise from a woman downstairs. He frowned, opened his eyes, sat up from the sofa in the second floor private room, and looked down. But then he saw Murray Green dancing gracefully with a noblewoman. Witnessing this, Livy Ellis's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What's going on here? And what are you thinking, Murray Green? Inviting you to the dinner party was a mistake. After drinking some alcohol, Leeway Ellis, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, covering his face with his hands and displaying a pained expression. Chapter 165 Teacher-Student Conversation. At the last banquet, Murray Green danced 13 dances in one night, because there were basically only 13 dances at the banquet. But at this end-of-term banquet, Murray Green set a new record. 53. With so many female dance partners in such a short time, Murray Green couldn't possibly finish a dance with each one. Most of the time, he would toss them into the air, let them spin a few times, and then move on to the next one. Murray Green alone took over the entire dance hall. Please call him the Dance King. After the banquet, the end of the semester arrived. The final exam was very easy. Murray Green didn't even attend the meditation class, and Lyndon Bill simply wrote A on his report card. For the other 4 courses, Murray Green didn't attend many classes later on, but he borrowed his classmates' notes, took a few notes, and easily passed. With the boost from his cultivation level, he also got an excellent grade. Not long after the test, a meeting notice was sent to Murray Green's small castle. Murray Green picked up the notice and went directly to Webster Ellis. Murray, what do you want from me? As the dean of the Magic Academy, Webster Ellis was always busy, but he still met with Murray Green in his study, reviewing documents and asking questions. Professor, I'd like to ask about this. Murray Green placed the meeting notice on Webster Ellis's desk. Ellis glanced at it, then turned to Murray Green and spoke. Elizabeth is going to study at the Royal Academy. The school has selected some good students to go with her. This meeting is to make the final selection for Elizabeth. The final selected students will be eligible to study for free. This is a good thing. If you can go to the Royal Capital Academy, you can come into contact with geniuses from the Central Region and the other 3 major regions. There, you can learn a lot of useful things. Webster Ellis spoke calmly, explaining the pros and cons, but Murray Green shook his head in response. Mentor, I don't want to go to the Royal Capital Academy, at least not for the foreseeable future. Why? Webster Ellis, who was about to continue dealing with academy affairs with his head slightly lowered, suddenly looked up at Murray Green, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes, and his tone began to fluctuate. It seemed that Murray Green's words were also shocking news for Webster Ellis. Because I feel that even if I go to the Royal Capital Academy now, I won't have a better learning environment and conditions than I do now, unless the Royal Capital Academy has some method that can significantly and without side effects improve my cultivation. Otherwise, it's better to stay in the northern lands and wait until I reach level 3 before going to the Royal Capital. Upon hearing Murray Green's answer, Webster Ellis looked Murray Green up and down. Murray Green, unfazed, calmly looked at his mentor. He put down his pen and tapped his right index finger lightly on the desk, making a rhythmic tapping sound that was extremely intimidating. A person with a weak will might be so frightened by this that they would probably wet themselves on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, the clicking sound abruptly stopped, and Webster Ellis spoke. Although I really don't want to admit that Ellis Academy is inferior to Royal Capital Academy, Royal Capital Academy's cultivation techniques, resources, and teaching staff are much better than Ellis Academy's. There's even a level 6 mage at the Royal Capital Academy who specializes in spatial magic. I've exchanged ideas with him on spatial magic, and we've gotten to know each other. If you go to the Royal Capital Academy, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Wow. There are even teachers who specialize in teaching spatial magic. To be honest, Murray Green is a little tempted. Can he speed up my cultivation? Regarding this question, Webster Ellis carefully examined Murray Green again, and finally shook his head slightly. No, or rather, it's not obvious. Your cultivation speed is so fast that, not to mention spatial mages, there are very few people who can rival you even in the 4 basic attribute combat techniques. Hearing this, Murray Green revealed a confident smile. Others' cultivation process involves capturing magical particles from the outside world and incorporating them into their bodies before they can begin meditation. But for him, if he lacks spatial magical particles, he can simply grab a handful from his mental sea and use them. If his cultivation speed doesn't take off, it would be an injustice. So even if he can help you avoid some detours, he can't speed up your cultivation to level 4. However, Webster Ellis paused briefly at this point before continuing. However, he might be able to give you access to the secret of how a space mage breaks through from level 5 to level 6. Murray Green frowned, suddenly not quite understanding his mentor's words. Could it be that there were some conditions required to break through from level 5 to level 6? After thinking about this for a moment, Murray Green suddenly realized that whether it was the Academy meditation method, the military meditation method, or the Chester space meditation method, they all seemed to have only 5 volumes and could only be cultivated to the 5th level of perfection. Seeing Murray Green's expression of sudden realization, Webster Ellis knew he needed to figure something out, so he continued his explanation. Some popular meditation or breathing techniques can only be practiced up to level 5 and cannot break through to level 6. This is because of the control over the techniques. For example, your father was only granted the method and resources to break through to level 6 by the kingdom after he successfully became an earl. Secondly, breaking through to level 6 requires meeting many conditions. Without guidance, it will be extremely difficult to break through, not to mention the later levels, which will only be more difficult. Level 5 is the ceiling for ordinary people. But once someone cultivates to level 5, they have to make a choice, whether to wander the world and seek opportunities for breakthrough, or to join the king, become a meritorious noble, work for others, and obtain subsequent cultivation techniques. By relying on this method and noble positions, the king could easily gather a large number of talented people. That's a brilliant tactic. Murray Green narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. I still want to postpone my studies at the Royal Academy, and the student even wants to apply for a temporary leave of absence. Murray Green had already made up his mind, but after hearing Webster Ellis's words, he became somewhat hesitant. However, in the end, he still made the decision. Why? Webster Ellis raised an eyebrow, not angry that Murray Green was disobeying him, but rather showing interest, wanting to hear the student's own thoughts. Because what I lack now is not learning opportunities, but time to digest what I have learned. After practical experience, I have exchanged a lot of useful knowledge in the army and school. Therefore, I want to go back to green territory, master all the knowledge, break through to level 3, and then go to the Royal Capital Academy. Technological development is inseparable from war, and Murray Green's research results also need a testing ground. There is no place more suitable than green territory. If he goes to the Royal Capital Academy, his technological weapon crafting will have to be suspended, and he will have to focus on cultivation. This may make him stronger, but it will not make him stronger than he imagined. Cultivation is what I desire, and so is the technological crafting of weapons. Why can't I have both? I want them all. Chapter 166 Return to Green Territory. After carefully analyzing Murray Green's words, Webster Ellis's fingers began to tap lightly on the table again, making a clicking sound. Less than half a minute later, the tapping stopped, and Murray Green cast an expectant look at his mentor. I'll give you a year. I'll reserve your qualification for further study for a year. If you haven't broken through to level 3 by this time next year, then you should stay in green territory and not come back. Murray Green has only received a meeting notice and his eligibility for further study is not yet confirmed, but Webster Ellis has directly obtained the eligibility, making a bet with Murray Green. However, Murray Green readily accepted the bet and readily agreed. In the following time, Murray Green did not discuss the matter again, but instead began to inquire about cultivation precautions, what preparations were needed to break through to the 3rd level, and other matters related to cultivation. Webster Ellis answered questions and offered guidance while handling academic affairs. After leaving Stanley Ellis Tower, Murray Green pumped his fist in delight. That final dinner had given him a lot to think about. Most of the time, I am a passive person, but now, it seems that I have a little bit of initiative. Why not take advantage of it? That's why he took the initiative to talk to Webster Ellis about cultivation today and postponed his studies. To his surprise, he achieved both of his goals. This is the right of a genius. He is no longer an ordinary little guy who can be manipulated, but a genius magician from the Grimm family, the future master of spatial warfare. An elated Murray Green then visited Payne DuPont. Since the battle at Mount Biss, Payne has been recuperating for a long time. At that time, he had overexerted himself by killing a level 5 savage orc. Unlike Murray Green, who only used the levitation technique to its limit for a short while, and who was in his prime training period with an astonishingly strong recovery ability, he recovered most of his strength after sleeping in a few more times. Payne DuPont's complexion was rosy, and he seemed to have fully recovered. He was very surprised that Murray Green was about to take a break from his studies to continue his training. If it weren't for the dean's doing, Payne DuPont would have given that tutor a good dressing down for leaving a promising student at home to study on his own. Isn't this misleading and corrupting young people? However, he couldn't fathom the dean's teaching methods and thoughts. Moreover, the fact that this guy could perform so well showed that the dean's previous teaching methods were not wrong. He just hadn't understood them. Therefore, Payne DuPont told Murray Green all the skills, techniques, and precautions for breaking through to level 3 of the 2nd level telekinetic master, and explained them to him in detail. After learning enough knowledge from his 2 mentors to digest for a long time, Murray Green rushed to the credit exchange office, took out his more than 10,000 credits, and frantically exchanged them, as if he wanted to empty the exchange office. However, he underestimated Elizabeth Ellis's wealth. His spending of over 10,000 credits didn't make a splash at the redemption counter, except for the staff who were a bit surprised. The next day, after attending the meeting, he took a carriage full of goods, and in another carriage, escorted by a cavalry squad sent by the Green family, he set off towards Green territory. When Murray Green arrived at Green Castle, it was already the afternoon of the 5th day. Looking at the familiar castle before him, a complex emotion flashed across Murray Green's eyes. The carriage quickly stopped at the castle gate. The guards at the gate stepped forward, opened the carriage door, and Murray Green straightened the wrinkles in his clothes before stepping down. "Young master." The nearby guards immediately bowed slightly to Murray Green, who smiled and nodded to them before speaking to his personal valet, Jim, who rushed over to greet him. "Find a few people to help me move everything from that carriage in the back to my room. Be careful." "Yes, young master." Jim, a man in his early 20s with a handsome face and slightly short stature, replied with a smile. After giving the order, Murray Green strode straight toward the castle hall. He walked on and soon entered the hall, where he immediately saw Countess Penny Campbell. Murray Green strode forward a few steps and immediately stood in front of the Countess. She stood up excitedly, looked at Murray Green with joy, and gave him a warm hug. "My dear son, my precious little baby, Have you missed your mother while you've been away for so long? Think. Murray Green, his face flushed with embarrassment at the Countess's actions, managed to utter a single word, while Penny Campbell patted his shoulders, arms, and abdomen a few times, nodding and smiling. Not bad at all. During the time you were away, you not only grew taller, but you also gained more masculine charm. You've matured a lot since the last time I saw you. Hey. At this moment, Murray Green was like a rag doll being manipulated by the Countess, who kept asking him about his studies and life at school. At first, the Countess would ask a question and he would answer it, but after Murray Green got used to it, he began to take the initiative to talk about his experiences at school. The mother and son chatted happily for more than half an hour. Murray Green turned around and looked around. His father and brother had not yet appeared, so he asked the Countess, "Mom, Dad and my brother are almost home. It's almost dinner time, and they still haven't come back." Well, upon hearing Murray Green's question, the Countess suddenly sighed, a hint of worry appearing on her previously smiling face. "Your father and brother are still at the forward fortress. Ryan came back about 2 weeks ago to escort supplies, while your father last came back 4 months ago." 4 months ago, Murray Green estimated the time, which should have been shortly before Ryan chose to graduate early. When Ryan Green graduated early, the two brothers reunited for a while, and he mentioned that their father had already gone to the front lines. However, he did not expect that Earl Green had not yet come down from the front lines. "Mother, what is the current situation at the forward fortress?" "Sai, what else can we do? Large-scale battles are rare. It's just some savage orcs loitering around the Green Plains, harassing our rear, and playing hide-and-seek with your elder brother. Here's the battle report, take a look." Penny Campbell pointed to the papers on the table, and Murray Green immediately picked up the battle report and began to examine it carefully. The battle report was sent yesterday, recording what happened the day before yesterday. The fortress was peaceful the day before yesterday. The patrol team behind the fortress captured 3 groups of wandering orcs, killing 63 enemies, losing 14 of their own, seriously wounding 5, and lightly wounding 20. 4 settlements were attacked by roaming orcs, but were repelled by the guards, who killed 35 of them, suffered 11 casualties, 16 were seriously wounded, and 24 were slightly wounded. In terms of supplies, there has been no major impact. Chapter 167 Recent Developments in the Territory. I picked up the battle reports from a few days ago and glanced at them. I found that they were all scattered battles. The intensity of the battles was not high, but they were very annoying, especially the roaming orcs in the Green Plains, which seriously delayed the economic development of the Green Territory. Green Territory consists of 7 cities and 3 fortresses. The 7 cities are located within the kingdom's borders, with Green City at the head. The 3 fortresses are located outside the borders, with Forward Fortress at the head. The 3 fortresses enclosed a large grassland, which was conquered by Earl Green more than 20 years ago and named Green Grassland. The Green Plains are relatively remote in the entire northern grasslands and cannot support large savage orc tribes. At its peak, there were only 2 tribes with tens of thousands of people each. Therefore, the previous Green family patriarch seized the opportunity and took the initiative to launch a fatal attack when the savage orc tribes had fewer people. The war was won, but it attracted attacks from 2 nearby tribes of 10,000 men each and 1 tribe of 100,000 men each. In order to hold on to this prize, the previous head of the Green family died in battle, and the current head of the Green family went all in, fighting with his back against the wall. He severely damaged and repelled the 100,000-strong savage orc tribe, achieving a hard-won victory. After the war, 3 fortresses were built to defend against 3 nearby savage orc tribes, but they could only hold off the main forces, not the small groups of wandering orcs. Normally, these savage orcs dare not invade the Green Plains, but ever since the Bloodfang tribe outside the Northwind Fortress became restless, the savage orc tribes around the kingdom's border have also begun to stir. The forces of the 3 savage orc tribes have been stationed near the fortress, tying down the military strength of the Green Territory and weakening its patrols, giving wandering orcs the opportunity to enter the Green Plains. In the hands of the savage orcs, the Green Grassland was just a relatively remote area, but in the hands of Earl Green, it became a natural horse pasture, where a large number of cattle and sheep could be raised, producing beef and mutton, wool, and many precious plants unique to the grassland. Because of the Green Plains, merchants flocked to Green Territory to do business, bringing considerable economic benefits to the territory. However, when war broke out, if these wandering orcs were not dealt with properly, they would pose a deadly threat to the caravans. In such cases, after weighing the pros and cons, the merchants would suspend their business activities. War consumes resources, and now that logistics and economic supplies are insufficient, Penny Campbell, the finance minister of Green Territory, is very worried. If things continue like this, she will have no choice but to step in and borrow money from her father, the Marquis of Campbell, for emergency relief. It's impossible to fight on the front lines while the rear can't provide military funding. This would severely damage the soldiers' morale. After putting down the battle report, Murray Green rubbed his temples and chatted with the Countess for a while. After dinner, the two went to Count Green's study, where the Countess was sitting at her desk, handling affairs of the Green Territory. Apart from Green City, the other 6 cities each have a city lord who can handle the affairs of the city, but their work records are sent to Earl Green's study every week for the Earl to review and comment on. Earl Green had a fiery temper and disliked reading documents. Before the marriage, he could still spare a few documents and glancing at them reluctantly. After the marriage, he discovered that Penny Campbell had the ability in this area, so he handed the task over to the Countess. Therefore, the Countess was not only the finance minister of Greenland, but also a pseudo-countess. Elizabeth Ellis was so sought after not only because she could marry into a ducal family, but also because noblewomen generally did not pay attention to or handle politics. This gave the men who married into the family the opportunity to intervene in and control the power of the nobility, thus becoming pseudo-duchesses. Murray Green searched through the files on Earl Green's archive shelf. Once he found them, he sat down on the sofa next to him and began to look through them. For a moment, the only sounds in the study were the turning of pages and the rustling of writing. According to population data from 5 years ago, Green Territory had approximately 1.3 to 1.4 million households and a population of nearly 5 million, which was considered a medium-sized population among earls. Therefore, the war potential of the Green Territory is not low. As long as Earl Green grits his teeth, he can mobilize an army of more than 100,000 people at any time. However, most of these people are poor and can't collect much tax, so the fiscal revenue of the Green Territory has always been far from ideal. In addition, the Green Plains, the economic pillar, is now being ravaged by wandering orcs, which has further exacerbated the fiscal burden. To resolve the current predicament of Green Territory, the primary task is to deal with the wandering orcs, restore commerce on the Green Plains, and revitalize Green Territory. However, this is only a return to normal. For Green Territory, which has been in a state of war, this is only a temporary respite. Even if Green Territory returns to normal, it cannot withstand a 3-front standoff and will eventually collapse due to prolonged financial difficulties. So Murray Green looked into what special products Green Territory had, hoping to use his knowledge from the previous world to achieve the goal of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. However, after thinking for a long time, he realized that apart from the grassland specialties of cattle, sheep, and horses, there was nothing else worth mentioning. There are 2 types of cattle, yaks and dairy cows. Yaks are sold for meat, and dairy cows are sold for milk. Sheep are mostly sheep, which produce mutton and wool. Horses are divided into 3 types: war horses, ordinary horses, and drugged horses. War horses are rarely sold, and the vast majority are used by the family's own army. The ones sold are ordinary horses that can be ridden normally, as well as drugged horses for hauling goods. When Murray Green saw wool, he recalled some things, and finally a word came to mind: the incident of sheep eating people. The incident is quite simple. The development of the textile industry led to a rise in wool prices, making sheep farming profitable. As a result, large amounts of land were fenced off for sheep farming, leaving farmers who had lost their land to wander around. If this tactic were used against the savage orcs, then, after thinking for a while, Murray Green shook his head and rejected the idea, because the savage orcs were not something that Green Territory or the Northland could handle. Deeper into the northern grasslands lies the Orcish Holy City, comparable to the 3 great human empires. If this plan is not handled properly and provokes a counterattack from the savage orcs, Green will become the first ant to be crushed. However, this plan can be improved and used. If implemented properly, it can plant the seed of industrialization in Greenland and significantly increase Greenland's fiscal revenue. Just as he was carefully considering the way out for Green Territory, the Countess turned to look at Murray Green and found him quickly flipping through documents, concentrating intently with a serious expression. She nodded slightly and smiled. The 2 brothers, the eldest son Ryan Green, is similar in character to Count Green, brave and skilled, but also possesses some of her patience and sensitivity, making him the perfect heir to the family. Her youngest son, Murray Green, is very much like her. He likes peace and quiet and is very meticulous. Now that he has gone out to study, he has gained more experience and maturity. With further training, it is not impossible for him to become the Lord of Green City. Penny Campbell was extremely proud to have given birth to such a pair of children. Chapter 168, Persuading the Countess. Late at night, Murray Green returned to his bedroom and began to examine the things he had brought back. Upon opening the wooden box, 5 explosive bombs, each about the size of a forearm, came into view. They lay quietly on the cotton, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the candlelight, looking quite comforting. These are the latest Type 3 explosive rounds, in 2 wooden crates, containing a total of 10 Type 3 explosive rounds. The Type 3 explosive bullets are not much different in destructive power from the Type 2, and their power is comparable to a Level 4 Fire-type area of effect spell. These 10 Type 3 explosive bullets can determine the outcome of a war involving 1,000 people. Because Murray Green's weapon forging technique has improved significantly, the materials required for its manufacture can be reduced. The cost of the Type 3 weapon is much cheaper than that of the Type 2 weapon, costing around 300 battle merits each. Thus, 3,000 battle merits were spent, which accounted for 1/3 of Murray Green's total battle merits. So while firearms are convenient and the frontline troops are thrilled, the logistics support staff are cursing them out. After inspecting the explosive rounds, Murray Green carefully placed them aside. Then he picked up a long, black wooden box, opened it, and a pure black Barrett rifle lay on the white cotton, creating a striking visual effect. This time, Murray Green didn't try anything fancy. He basically copied the gun exactly as it was, including the magazine, scope, trigger, stock, etc., but without the bipod. As I gently stroked the gun, the intricate magic array patterns shimmered and glowed, exuding a mysterious aura. The combination of rugged technology and enigmatic magical light created a spectacular visual feast. 10 consecutive shots, 10 times the speed of sound, 10 kilometers. The destructive power is no less than a Level 3 single-target spell. Even a Level 4 warrior can be killed instantly if hit. Its name is Destruction, and it can bring destruction to the enemy. After a night's rest, Murray Green's fatigue from the journey disappeared the next day. When his personal valet found Murray Green had gotten up, he quickly prepared water for him to wash up and then helped him get dressed. Upon entering the hall, the Countess was already seated at the dining table. Murray Green quickly walked up to her and greeted her. "Good morning, Mother." "Good morning, Murray. How did you sleep last night?" "It's nice, very comfortable." The two chatted and ate, when Murray Green suddenly spoke. "Mother, I want to go to the Green Plains and work with my elder brother to deal with the wandering orcs and restore trade." "No." Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the Countess, who had been smiling, immediately changed her expression and rejected Murray Green's idea outright. "Your father and Ryan can handle the matters concerning the grasslands. If you have time, you can come to the city lord's mansion and help me with some government affairs." The family of 4, with Count Green and Ryan Green on the front lines, and she having been alone in the rear, was very worried. Now that her youngest son has returned, she can feel a little more at ease. In the event of unforeseen circumstances leading to the most terrible outcome, Penny Campbell would still have someone to rely on, and the Green family would still have descendants to hold them off. The day after Murray Green returned home, she wanted to go to the war zone. She couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her. Her heart trembled at the thought. Moreover, sending a Level 2 mage like Murray to provide support would be of little significance to a battlefield of tens of thousands of people. He would only be going through the motions, and it would be better for him to stay in the rear, where she could train him on how to handle government affairs. Murray Green had anticipated his mother's refusal, so he spoke slowly. "Mother, I have been to Northwind Fortress before, fought the savage orcs at close range, killed quite a few, and even received a Bronze Eagle medal." As he spoke, Murray Green took out a small wooden box, opened it to reveal the Bronze Eagle medal inside, pushed the box in front of the Countess, and continued speaking. "Therefore, I know them fairly well. They are ferocious, bloodthirsty, and fast-moving. To catch up with them, we must send cavalry. However, a large number of cavalry have been transferred to the front lines by my father, which has resulted in insufficient cavalry in Ryan's patrol teams. They are being led by the nose by these savage orcs, so we have not been able to get rid of these hateful wandering orcs for a long time." Reaching out of the wooden box, she picked up the Bronze Eagle medallion and infused it with magic. The bronze eagle on the medallion slowly glowed and released a clear eagle cry. The Countess stared at the Bronze Eagle medallion in astonishment and looked up at Murray Green. Seeing his mother's surprised expression, Murray Green chuckled inwardly. He hadn't told her about this before, so he could use it as a trump card to increase his persuasiveness. The number of cavalry is too small to conduct a net-like encirclement and annihilation of the wandering orcs. This problem will still exist even if you enter the Green Plains. The only difference is that you will have one more person in your force. The Countess carefully placed the bronze eagle medal back into the wooden box. Her attitude had changed. If it had been a parent's commanding tone before, it had now unconsciously transformed into a consultative one. Upon hearing his mother's words, Murray Green nodded in agreement, but then asked a question. "Mother, if I had a way to accurately locate the roaming orcs, wouldn't that speed up the process of eliminating them and allow the Green Plains to resume commercial trade as soon as possible?" "Really? What is it?" Even though Penny Campbell had never been on the battlefield, she knew from what she had seen and heard that if Murray Green's methods were true, they could have a significant impact on the war situation. But before she could ask for details about what those methods were, she saw Murray Green, who was sitting in a chair, slowly float up. Levitation. Although the levitation spell of a telekinetic master is only a level 2 spell, it takes a long time to practice in order to make a person float. Penny Campbell never expected that Murray Green could master the levitation spell to this extent. However, even a level 2 levitation technique can only reach a maximum distance of 10 meters. To observe situations at a greater distance, one would need to be at least 50 or 60 meters away, which is the ability of a level 4 or 5 psychic. "Mother, I have a way to fly higher. Would you like to come and see?" After the meal, he carried a box and went with the Countess to the private training ground behind the castle. When he opened the box, there was a pair of metal shoes. The Countess was puzzled when she saw the shoes. What did these shoes have to do with flying higher? She could believe it if you said wearing it would make her run faster, but she was skeptical about making her fly higher. Murray Green immediately put on the high-speed trainer boots, moved away from the Countess, about 20 meters away, and said to her with a smile, "Mother, watch out, I'm about to take off." As soon as he finished speaking, the magic circle on Iron Man's boots lit up, and Murray Green's body slowly floated into the air. Suddenly, the Countess heard a roaring sound coming from his boots. Then, she saw Murray Green's body suddenly shoot into the sky, instantly appearing 100 meters above the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the Countess's pupils contracted sharply, her heart tightened, and she nervously looked up at Murray Green, only to find him standing quietly in the air, bowing his head to greet her. Chapter 169, Sam's Hard Days. Although the Countess was very reluctant for Murray Green to enter Green Plains, his tactic had a huge impact on the war. Locking onto the enemy from a distance and pursuing them directly could greatly speed up the clearing process. Once the number of roaming orcs in the Green Plains decreases, she can immediately send her caravans into the plains to transport the products back. Only a small number of cavalry escorts are needed to complete the mission. However, even with the Countess's consent, Murray Green could not depart immediately. Instead, he was told to wait until tomorrow, as the Countess needed to dispatch a cavalry unit to escort Murray Green into Green Plains. The vast majority of cavalry have now entered the Green Plains to participate in the war. Most of those left behind in Green City and the castle are guards. The cavalry squad that escorted Murray Green home yesterday consisted of only 10 men. The Countess was not at ease with such a small number of men escorting Murray Green. Unable to set off today, Murray Green rode his horse to Green City. Due to the war at the front, the city was not very lively. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and many of the shop assistants were sitting not far from their shop entrances chatting and talking about the war. Seeing this, Murray Green knew what the problem was. The premise of commercial development is goods. The products produced locally in Green territory could not attract the locals. They had a special fondness for foreign goods, so merchants brought in goods that Green territory did not have and made huge profits. After selling their goods, they would purchase local specialties and transport them to other places to sell. A single business trip might involve visiting several places, but they would make a good profit in each place, offsetting the expenses and losses along the way, and still making a considerable profit. You see, in this world where transportation is done by oxen and horses, the cost of transport is extremely high. Unless they can make double the profit on the goods they bring from other places, they will not bring any more goods in, because they cannot purchase specialty products from Green territory to earn profits at their next destination. If this continues, these merchants will exclude Green territory and form new trade routes. Even if the wandering orcs are dealt with and the products of Green grassland are sent out, it will take a long time to reopen the trade routes. When ordinary people have money but can't spend it, and shops have goods but can't sell them, commercial activity declines, making it impossible to collect commercial taxes, leading to a decrease in fiscal revenue. This is a vicious cycle that must be broken as soon as possible. Furthermore, a green territory must have a unique product, a product that merchants cannot help but come to. After riding around the city and combining the information he had seen in his study the previous night, Murray Green roughly understood the current situation in green territory. He sighed and went to Sam's Tavern. By this time, Sam's Tavern had started to have customers, but judging from their attire, they were mostly locals. Some of them ordered a drink and gathered together to drink and chat. One of the waiters, who was chatting nearby, glanced habitually toward the door. Suddenly, he saw Murray Green walk in. His eyes lit up, and he immediately put on a bright smile and quickly walked toward Murray Green. "Welcome, Mr. Murray. It's been a long time since you've been here. You've become even more handsome. I heard from the owner that you're away studying. I wish you all the best in your studies." The waiter immediately showered Murray Green with compliments, which put him in a good mood. With a flick of his right hand, a silver coin flew out, and the waiter happily caught it. "Thank you, Mr. Murray, for your generosity." "All right, Sam's upstairs, right?" "Yes, the boss hasn't gone out recently. He's still upstairs." Murray Green went up to the 4th floor and knocked hard on Sam's door a few times. Sam's voice immediately came from inside. "Who?" "I am Murray." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door opened, and Sam, a fat man in pajamas and reeking of alcohol, appeared. Upon seeing Murray Green outside the door, he laughed loudly. "Haha, Murray, long time no see. You're on vacation? How's it going to study at Ellis Academy? Come in and have a seat." "Not bad." Murray Green gave a casual reply, and then, at Sam's invitation, went into his bedroom. The first thing he saw was a messy bed with several empty wine bottles beside it, and a half-empty bottle on the bedside table. He sat on the sofa, looked at Sam, and said jokingly, "Hey, why are you drinking wine that costs less than 10 silver coins? Didn't you say that wine costing less than 10 silver coins isn't even considered wine?" "Hee, don't say any more. I'm poor. Business has been bad lately. Downstairs are full of ordinary people drinking beer, chatting for hours with just one beer. They treat this place as their chat room. I can't even afford to pay the waiter's wages." Sam sighed, opened the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of green wine worth 3 gold coins and 2 wine glasses, sat down on the sofa in front of Murray Green, opened the wine, poured some, and pushed 1 glass in front of Murray Green. "Since the war started, there have been fewer and fewer merchants from other places. My business has been getting worse, and I have been losing money. Recently, I have not dared to hold banquets here." "Hee, what are you afraid of? You're selling alcohol, which doesn't expire. The house is purchased, so there's no rent. As for the staff salaries, you can just drink 2 fewer bottles of alcohol a month." After making a joke, Murray Green picked up his wine glass, gently swirled it, and the blue wine turned in the clear glass. It looked good, so he took a sip. After hearing Murray Green's words, Fat Sam gave a helpless, bitter smile, took a sip of his drink, savored it for several seconds, and then reluctantly swallowed it. It's been a while since I've had good wine. I really miss this taste." Sam's Tavern makes about 200 or 300 coins a year. After deducting the shared dividends for his partners, he can get 100 or 200 coins a year, which is not bad. However, Fat Sam is not a good person to save money. He likes alcohol and women. He has alcohol, so most of his expenses are on women. He had no women in his bed today and was drinking cheap wine that cost less than 10 silver coins. He must be really poor. Serves you right for being so cocky. Murray Green felt a surge of secret delight, because Sam used to boast about his womanizing ways to him, which Murray Green had always envied. Now, he had no money, but he could have any woman to play with. In a good mood, Murray Green took another sip of green wine and then spoke. "Tonight, I'm hosting a small party at your place. Please invite them over. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so let's meet up and have a chat tonight." Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Sam immediately beamed and patted his chest, shouting loudly, "Oh, Mr. Murray, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely make you satisfied tonight." Chapter 170 Private Dinner. At night, the banquet hall on the top floor of Sam's Tavern was brightly lit, with food laid out on long tables and champagne glasses piled up like a tower. Fat Sam stood on the podium, laughing and shouting, "Mr. Murray will be footing the bill for everything tonight." As he spoke, he pointed at Murray Green. At this moment, Murray Green, who was sitting on the sofa, turned pale and glared at the funny Sam. Everyone present was amused by Sam's performance and applauded. A burst of crisp applause rang in Murray Green's ears, and around him stood many beautifully dressed, youthful noble women. It was a small dinner party, and most of the attendees were his cronies and their families. That's right, These people brought their unmarried sisters along. Brother Murray, thank you for hosting the banquet. I'd like to propose a toast to you. A noblewoman, holding a wine glass, approached Murray Green. Looking at the handsome Murray Green, a slight blush appeared on her face. Her white dress looked clean and pure, showing the girl's demureness and innocence. When the young woman offered him a toast, Murray Green frowned, stood up, snatched the glass from her hand, and said with some displeasure, "Judy, you're not an adult yet. Did your parents allow you to drink?" Judy, the underage girl, lost all her courage in an instant and replied with a flushed face, "Murray is a bad guy." She lowered her blushing face and hid behind a thin man, looking as if she was too ashamed to be seen. When the man saw his sister like this, he shouted loudly at Murray Green, "Murray, what's wrong? My little sister finally asked you to have a drink, and you won't even drink with her. I can tolerate you not giving me face, but I can't tolerate you not giving her face. Get lost. Judy is only 13, and you're already taking her out drinking. I'm going to tell your dad about this later. When he hangs you up and beats you, I'll see if he'll take a couple of lashes for you out of respect for you." Murray Green didn't take Judy's threat seriously at all, and even threatened back. However, upon hearing Murray Green's words, Judy's brother, Matt, laughed heartily without a care in the world. "Haha, then you'll have made a wasted trip. My dad isn't home, and I informed my mom before taking Judy out. You don't need to worry about what might happen to me. Don't overthink it." Murray Green rolled his eyes at Matt, who was beaming with pride. "You keep an eye on Judy and don't let her drink tonight." Faced with Murray Green's request, Matt shrugged and turned to call out to the fat Sam on the podium. "Hey, fatty, what are you still doing up there? Come down and have a drink." "Okay, right away." Upon hearing Matt's call, Sam abandoned his stand-up comedy performance on the stage, jumped off the stage, walked towards the bar, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, Murray's treating tonight. We don't get many chances to rip off a big spender, so let's drink until we drop. Oh, and Murray, could you please look after our sisters tonight?" Ha ha. At Sam's urging, Murray Green's group of cronies all headed towards the bar, while Matt patted Judy on the shoulder and gently pushed her toward Murray Green. "Go ahead, little sister. Murray, I'm entrusting my little sister to you tonight. Take good care of her." With a blush on her face, Judy timidly walked towards Murray Green, glancing up at his handsome face every now and then before quickly lowering her head again, like a frightened fawn seeking reassurance from Murray Green. Murray Green sighed inwardly at this. Damn it, these bastards, when will they ever be reliable? After cursing under his breath, he looked around. The girls around him were all looking at him expectantly, which gave Murray Green a headache. Just then, a figure entered his field of vision, holding a wine glass, walking gracefully straight towards him. "Oh, young Master Murray, it's been a long time. I've come of age now. May I offer you a drink?" "Of course, Angie." Angie, who had gotten Murray Green drunk at the coming-of-age ceremony, was still wearing a black evening gown, which contrasted sharply with her snow-white skin. Her red lips were as red as blood, and her seductive eyes were fixed on Murray Green. A strong aura of a mature woman wafted over him, which made Murray Green suddenly panic. So he quickly used his mental power to suppress his body, calmly raised his wine glass to Angie, and after gently clinking glasses, the two of them each took a sip of wine. "Angie, you're on vacation?" Angie is a warrior who also studies at an academy, but not Ellis Academy. She studies at Grimm Academy. Just by hearing the name of this academy, you can tell who founded it. That's right, the Green family also founded an academy, but their academy couldn't even come close to Ellis Academy. They could only train first or second level students, and they were all warriors. "I graduated ahead of schedule," Angie answered with a smile, and upon hearing this, Murray Green looked her up and down a few times before speaking. "Congratulations. Congratulations on becoming a level 2 warrior. Green College is a 6-year school, and the graduation requirement is level 2. Therefore, as long as you advance to level 2 within 6 years, you can choose to graduate early." "Thank you, Murray." "Sister Angie." Just then, Judy walked up to Murray Green and greeted Angie, who reached out and touched her hair and rubbed her cute little face. "Judy, it's been a long time. You've become more and more adorable. If you were an adult, you'd definitely have a lot of suitors coming to your house." Yes, Judy is getting cuter and cuter. The older women around her also began to praise her. Hearing these words, Judy's cheeks flushed red, and she thanked them repeatedly, glancing at Murray Green from time to time. Murray Green sighed inwardly at this. "There's nothing I can do. I'm just too handsome, and I've captured the hearts of young girls. It's truly a sin." Seeing Murray Green surrounded by beautiful women, Fat Sam looked on with envy and said to his cronies beside him, It has to be Murray. As soon as I got home and told them he was back, before I could even say a few words of encouragement, they came over on their own. My husband is like that too. He almost blows my skull off at home, but he behaves so ladylike here. It gives me goosebumps. If Murray were to marry him, would he come to return him after finding out the truth? A younger brother, who was often bullied by his older sister, looked at his sister, who was covering her mouth and laughing in front of Murray Green with a complicated expression. He felt that his sister, with whom he had grown up, was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Haha, then you'd better pray that Murray marries her soon, so you can get rid of her clutches as soon as possible. You're right. Chapter 171 First Steps into the Grasslands. The next day, Murray Green, riding on horseback, yawned and rubbed his eyes, which were red from drinking. Young master didn't get enough rest last night. Should we rest for a bit before heading into green grassland? Just then, his companion asked a question. This companion was wearing full armor and a white cloak, and had a weathered face, looking to be in his 50s or 60s. No need, Sir Harry. We need to rendezvous with Rhine as soon as possible. Faced with the knight's concern, Murray Green replied calmly, but felt ashamed inside. Last night, he had planned to chat and have a few drinks with some friends, and the banquet was not expected to last long. As a result, they brought their unmarried sisters along, and Murray Green was caught off guard and given a surprise blind date. Especially Angie, perhaps because he had been drunk by her before, Murray Green unknowingly started to compete with her, determined to drink her under the table. But he forgot that Angie, despite being a woman, was a level 2 warrior. A mage competing with a warrior in drinking was just asking for trouble. A cute little girl kept pouring him drinks, a beautiful mature woman accompanied him, and other girls assisted him. Even if Murray Green could control himself, he was still a man, and he almost got drunk to the point of blacking out. If he hadn't used his powerful mental strength to temporarily suppress his drunkenness and quickly escape the banquet to return to Green Castle, Murray Green wouldn't know whose bed he would have gotten out of that day. In that case, we need to speed things up. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Sir Harry, the captain of the 50-man cavalry unit, nodded, immediately gave the order to speed up, and charged to the front of the column. Murray Green was surrounded by layers of cavalry, protected in the center of the column. Looking at the back of the knight Harry, Murray Green showed a respectful expression. Harry the Knight is a level 4 warrior who manages a village of 400 or 500 households. He was already over 50 years old. Although soldiers live longer than ordinary people, the average lifespan of ordinary people in this world is only 50 or 60 years. In addition, he had been on the battlefield and had been injured, so he was now retired and no longer at his peak. However, upon the Countess's summons, he did not hesitate to bring one of his sons to Green Castle and accept the mission of escorting Murray Green into Green Meadow. Led by the experienced knight Harry, the group quickly passed through checkpoints, ran across the battlefield isolation zone, and entered the green grassland. Because of trade and the passage of large numbers of troops, there were also man-made roads on the green grassland. Although these roads were dirt roads made by horses' hooves and wheels, they were still roads, and were better than grasslands with weeds that were half a person tall. Following the dirt road forward, avoiding ditches and hillsides, he rode his horse across the flowing river. After riding only a few steps across, Jim sniffed the air and detected a faint smell of blood. He then suddenly raised his right fist, ordered a halt, and instructed 2 nearby cavalrymen to scout in the direction he was pointing. The 2 cavalrymen quickly moved 300 meters away from Murray Green, out of the range of spatial feedback, but soon they ran back, clutching a handful of blood-stained wool, and reported loudly. "Report, there are sheep bones ahead." Judging from the traces at the scene, it was caused by savage orcs feeding on them. There were probably more than a dozen savage orcs, and it happened about 3 hours ago. There is no trace of their body heat at the scene, so they should have left this place long ago. Upon hearing the cavalryman's words, Murray Green showed a hint of surprise, because this place was not far from the Green City Pass, and these wandering orcs had actually appeared here. It seemed that Ryan Green's work was not very effective. After receiving the results of his investigation, Sir Harry turned to look at Murray Green, but Murray Green calmly nodded at him without offering any opinion, acting as if he was in charge. Seeing this, Sir Harry was secretly pleased. What he feared most was that this young master didn't know how to command, but would give orders blindly, which would cause a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the other party had the self-awareness. Let's go to the scene and check out the situation. Soon, they arrived at the feeding area of the savage orcs. Knight Harry dismounted, touched the wool on the ground, and then dipped his finger in the blood and smelled it. After smelling it, he frowned, inhaled rapidly through his nose, and began to walk around the scene. Finally, he squatted down and carefully smelled the blood twice. That's right, it's this disgusting, fishy smell. There's also the blood of savage orcs here. Some of them are injured. Then, Sir Harry surveyed the surroundings and said confidently, "They must have attacked the settlement, captured some sheep, and then been driven out by the guards. They fled into the river to escape the pursuit, ate here, and then ran downstream. Let's go upstream, find the settlement, and see if they have any information about young Master Rhine. Even if there isn't any, it can still give us some information about the green grassland at this time, so we won't go in completely clueless." Upon hearing Sir Harry's arrangements, Murray Green expressed his sincere admiration. As expected of someone who, even after retirement and a significant drop in combat effectiveness, was still favored by the Countess and given a separate summons, this experience allows them to avoid many detours and dangers. The group set off again, following the river upstream. After traveling 6 or 7 kilometers, Murray Green suddenly noticed that the grass was much thinner in one place than in other places, and told Harry about the information he had received from his spatial feedback. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, the aged-looking knight Harry glanced at him with some surprise, then led his men to turn and run in the direction Murray Green indicated, quickly arriving at the location Murray Green had detected. Seeing the vast, empty land before him, exposed by the lack of grass, Sir Harry nodded and smiled. "These are signs of grazing. This settlement should be nearby. You 5 form a team and go find the settlement. Once you find it, send a signal." Harry dispatched 6 5-man squads to search for the grazing tracks. About 20 minutes later, a signal flare went up into the sky. Upon seeing the message, Harry and Murray Green exchanged a glance and immediately rode off in that direction. Before long, Murray Green saw the settlement enclosed by a wooden fence, with hundreds of colorful tents set up inside, and many herders and guards standing behind the fence watching them. Harry led Murray Green straight to the wooden fence and shouted loudly, "Beside me is the son of the great Earl Green, Lord Murray Green. I am Sir Harry. Who is in charge here? Open the fence now." Chapter 172 News from the Patrol. After Harry identified himself, the people of the settlement immediately opened the gates to welcome the cavalry into the camp. The leader of the gathering was a burly man in leather armor. He warmly greeted everyone and prepared to slaughter a sheep to entertain Murray Green and the others. However, Murray Green and his companions, who had just left Green City, were eager to find Rhine Green and reunite with him as soon as possible. So Murray Green declined his invitation, and then Sir Harry began to inquire about the current situation in Green Plains and whether he knew the location of Rhine Green's patrol. "Sigh, there are so many savage orcs in the Green Plains now, like cockroaches in the sewers. Our settlement is attacked every few days. Not long ago, more than 30 savage orcs attacked us, but fortunately we had enough guards to keep half of them alive." Inside his tent, Murray Green sipped goat milk tea and listened to the leader's account, gradually refining his understanding of the green grassland. He had read many recent battle reports in his study, but war is raging and new changes can happen at any time. Moreover, the communication capabilities of this world are relatively weak. Unlike Northwind Fortress, Green Territory cannot install information transmission magic arrays to quickly transmit intelligence. This resulted in delayed and incomplete battle reports. Furthermore, it can only record the information collected. In the nearly 30,000 square kilometers of the green grassland, this information is less than 1/5 of the complete information. Therefore, the overall situation will be greatly inaccurate when predicting it based on the collected information. Our original settlement was near the western fortress of Advance, but in the past month, there have been more and more savage orcs there. In addition, the caravans that used to come to trade have been late in arriving. If we keep feeding our sheep, we will lose money. So, for safety's sake, and also to deal with these sheep, I led them to migrate towards Green City. But as we went in, we also encountered a lot of savage orcs. You see, this is our migration route." As he spoke, the leader took out a roll of parchment map and spread it out on the table. Murray Green and Harry immediately got up, walked to the table, and looked at the map. It was a map of Green Plains. At the bottom is a border line, representing the area where Green Territory meets Green Plains. At the top is a thickened and widened horizontal line, which is the forward fortress. On the left and right sides, there are 2 slightly thinner horizontal lines, representing the 2 fortresses, east forward and west forward. The map also shows many small dots arranged in a regular pattern. These are military outposts, responsible for detecting the main force of barbarian hordes, determining their location, providing emergency supplies and facilitating subsequent material transport. With these sentry posts and a map, it is easy to determine one's location. The leader pointed to a circle on the map, which was where they used to be stationed. Then he moved his finger toward its current position, but when it reached 1/3 of the way through, he stopped and pressed hard on that spot. This is the place. About 2 weeks ago, we encountered 2 patrol teams passing by here. They were in teams of 30 riders. The first team came from this direction and headed straight for that direction. As he spoke, I gestured with my hands to indicate the direction. The second pair is from. Sir Harry stared intently at the map, and finally spoke excitedly to Murray Green. Young Master Rhine must be using a crisscrossing patrol. At their patrol speed, the main force of the patrol team should be able to reach our northeast direction, roughly around this location, in half a month. Before he finished speaking, Sir Harry drew a large circle on the map with his hand. It wasn't very precise, but it gave a general direction. Next, they would search in this direction and contact the military outposts along the way. They should be able to find Rhine Green soon. Not long after setting off, they received such good news, and Murray Green couldn't help but smile broadly. After bidding farewell to his leader Harry, he prepared to lead the cavalry, which had rested for a while, on their way. Young Master Murray, your horse. Upon reaching the horse grazing area, Harry shouted a signal to prepare for departure, and the cavalrymen who were resting or feeding their horses immediately mounted. A young man in his early 20s immediately led Murray Green's horse to him, helped Murray Green mount the horse. Thank you, Leo. You're welcome, Mr. Murray. After helping Murray Green onto his horse, the young man, named Leo, nimbly climbed onto his own mount and stood guard beside Murray Green. This Leo is the son brought by Sir Harry. At only 21 years old, he is also a genius student who graduated early from Green Academy. After graduation, Sir Harry took him out to experience war so that he could help his elder brother gain military merit and inherit the territory. Knights belong to the rank of knights and are granted a lifetime title. When a knight named Harry dies, his son does not inherit the knighthood or lands. However, rules are made by humans, and since they are made by humans, there are certain flexibility options. If a father is granted the rank of soldier and the right to manage a territory through his combat prowess or military achievements, and his son cannot inherit it, can't he obtain the same rank again through the same method? It's just that the territory granted will still be the same as his father's. According to custom, once the rank of a warrior in a territory dies, the territory will generally not be granted to others for 10 years. These 10 years are an opportunity for the descendants of the original warrior level. As long as they can make enough contributions during this period to exchange for this territory, it will be granted to them. If more than 10 years have passed and the accumulated military merits are insufficient to redeem this territory, it can only be given to others who are capable of redeeming it, and they will have to move to other territories. Of course, if the battle merits gained far exceed those of the original territory, and there happens to be a better territory available for exchange, it is not impossible to choose the better one. Sir Harry has 3 sons. His eldest son is already a 3rd-level warrior and is currently serving as a cavalry captain in Earl Green's cavalry. The merits he has earned should be enough to earn him a minimum-level knighthood. However, such knights can only manage 100 household village, which is quite a distance from Harry's 400 or 500 household villages. So Sir Harry was somewhat anxious, hoping to see his eldest son inherit his territory before he died, so that his death would be worthwhile. The second son's talent for cultivation was not very good, so when he came of age, Sir Harry separated him from the family and arranged 2 shops for him to run, ensuring he would have no worries about food and clothing. The youngest son was the most talented in cultivation among the 3 brothers. After he graduated, Sir Harry took him under his wing, hoping to hone his skills and then have the 2 brothers work together to gain enough merit as soon as possible. After setting off again, Harry the Knight once again took the lead, running northeast with the team, while Murray Green and Leo were protected in the center of the team. Chapter 173 Detection and Kill. After leaving the gathering place, they ran 6 or 7 kilometers northeast, but the dirt road disappeared, so the group could only move slowly through waist-high weeds. Wait a moment. Just then, Murray Green suddenly shouted, stopping the group. Hearing Murray Green's words, Harry immediately came to his side and asked in confusion, "Young Master Murray, have you discovered anything?" Harry Knight had been impressed by Murray Green's spatial feedback earlier, and thought Murray Green had discovered something again, but Murray Green just shook his head and replied with a single sentence. "No, I just want to check out the surroundings. Please form a circle and wait a moment." Okay. Although the experienced Harry couldn't figure out what Murray Green was up to, It wasn't a big deal, and there was no need to fall out with Murray Green and forcefully lead the team forward. Murray Green leaned back, raised his right leg over the horse's back, and prepared to dismount. At the same time, a box hanging on the side of the horse opened automatically, and a pair of metal shoes flew out and flew automatically to Murray Green's feet. The Iron Man boots opened and were put directly onto Murray Green's feet. As Murray Green dismounted and his feet touched the ground, the Iron Man boots were already on his feet. It was just a simple act of putting on a pair of shoes, yet the people around were dumbfounded. It was simply amazing, even with automatic dressing. They couldn't understand it, but they were greatly astonished. Noticing the surprised expressions on the faces of those around him, Murray Green remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was laughing uncontrollably. This is just the beginning. You'll see what true shock really means when I'm fully dressed. Standing in the center of the encircled circle, Murray Green used his levitation spell and magic to activate his Iron Man boots. With a loud roar, Murray Green soared into the sky, leaving a trail of white air behind him. Wow. Holy crap. Those who witnessed Murray Green take off in real time were all shocked. They opened their mouths wide, stared intently, and looked up sharply at Murray Green, who was already hundreds of meters in the air. Really? It's true. Young Master Murray flew. Leo slapped his face hard, trying to wake himself up. This wasn't the time to sleep or daydream. But after slapping himself twice until he was wincing, he realized that it was all real. Harry looked up at Murray Green, who had flown into the sky, and then at Leo, who was slapping himself. Suddenly, he felt a strange urge. After flying to an altitude of 100 meters, Murray Green felt that his field of vision had expanded considerably, and he could see far into the distance. The grassland was not flat. It had hills, ravines, canyons, forests, and rivers, so there were significant gaps in his detection capabilities. So Murray Green flew another 100 meters, reaching a height of 200 meters. The wind in the air had become quite strong, and it began to blow Murray Green's body. Murray Green, who was encountering this situation for the first time, was also somewhat surprised. Air step. Feeling he could no longer fly upwards, Murray Green quickly used air step to create a spatial platform. Stepping onto the platform stabilized him considerably, and then he used Mage's Eye. An invisible Mage's Eye appeared, circling around Murray Green and scanning the surrounding area in a 360-degree arc. 4 kilometers to the due east, there are 8 savage orcs. 7 kilometers to the northeast, there are 23 savage orcs. 6 kilometers to the due north, there are 12 savage orcs. 7 kilometers to the southwest, the gathering place we passed by earlier. Damn, there are savage orcs everywhere. Just like that old man said, they're almost like cockroaches. After a careful 3-minute search, Murray Green discovered a number of wandering orcs. However, each group of wandering orcs was small and could be wiped out by a normal patrol. But once they gathered together, they could cause a huge impact on the settlement. Thinking of this, Murray Green reached down with his right hand, opened the case containing the Barrett Annihilator, and the Barrett Annihilator sniper rifle flew out. They're all ordinary orcs, so ordinary bullets will do. He muttered something to himself, and several standard magazines of bullets flew up, heading straight for Murray Green. The people below, seeing this, felt they had used up all their surprise for the day and had no idea how to react. What is this thing? I've never seen this before. No wonder he studied at Ellis Academy, the top academy in the north. Has the outside world become this terrifying? Upon acquiring the Barrett Annihilation, a cool metallic sensation emanated from it, but within Murray Green's heart, a blazing fire ignited, as if it were about to be unleashed to destroy the world. That's so childish. However, with a weapon in hand, the urge to kill arose naturally. Murray Green did not hesitate to change the magazine, load the gun, open the scope, open his eyes, and look at the 8 savage orcs 4 kilometers away through the scope. At this moment, 8 savage orcs were walking on the grassland. Half-person-high weeds covered their thighs. To conceal themselves, they crawled forward on all fours, occasionally standing up to observe their surroundings and see if any danger was approaching. But they were completely unaware that Murray Green, 4 kilometers away and 200 meters in the air, had already aimed his deadly weapon at them. Murray Green took a deep breath and immediately used his mental power to control his body. Less than a second later, he quickly pulled the trigger of Barrett Destruction. The magic circle engraved on Barrett lit up instantly, followed by a violent roar. Boom, boom, boom. Sigh. The war horses, which had been huddled together, were startled by the sudden roar and began to neigh uncontrollably. However, the cavalry quickly brought the frightened horses under control. Murray Green's mount, the Wind Chaser, was a level 2 magical beast arranged by the Countess. So it didn't neigh like an ordinary warhorse. Instead, it looked up at its master in the air, its eyes filled with fear, and it trembled. This is terrifying. It senses a deadly crisis. Is this still the same weak and helpless master from before? A savage orc crawling through the weeds sensed something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. So it continued crawling forward, only to discover that its once strong and powerful arms had become weak and powerless, unable to lift. This feeling was like severe blood loss and a heart that couldn't supply blood. So it looked down at its own chest. My chest. And my heart. Looking at the large bloody hole that suddenly appeared in his chest, he could see directly into the sky behind him through the hole. When did this appear? In a short time, it thought about many things, but its body slowly collapsed. I'm going to die. Realizing this, it hurriedly turned to look at its companions and found that their chests had also been ripped open, and some even had their heads blown to pieces. What's going on? It opened its eyes wide in confusion, fell to the ground, and its life completely vanished. Chapter 174 20 kills in 10 seconds. After killing 8 savage orcs with 8 bullets, Murray Green immediately turned his gun towards the 12 savage orcs to the north. A distance of 6 kilometers would take nearly 2 seconds for even a bullet traveling at 10 times the speed of sound to reach. But since they are running straight ahead, you only need to aim according to their speed of movement. With his aim in hand, Murray Green fired 2 shots, emptying the remaining 2 bullets in his magazine. Without even looking at the results, he immediately reloaded, chambered a round, and raised his gun in one fluid motion. In less than half a second, the 2 bullets he had fired were still flying rapidly through the air. After reloading, Murray Green started pulling the trigger again, emptying all the bullets in the newly loaded magazine in one go. The 12 bullets flew towards different targets at different times, and soon the scene in his sniper scope turned blood red. Seeing this, Murray Green nodded in satisfaction, exhaled, and his face suddenly paled, and he felt that his energy and spirit had dropped significantly. Killing 20 savage orcs from a distance in less than 10 seconds seems impressive, and it is indeed very impressive, but what is the price of such prowess? It is an overload of mental power. Whether it is controlling the body with a god or instantly calculating the movement trajectory of the savage orc and the precise timing of one's own shot, mental power is required. If Murray Green fired one shot after another, every 2 seconds, it wouldn't bother him at all. But firing 20 shots in less than 10 seconds would be a bit difficult for him. However, he did it on purpose because he wanted to test his limits. Many battles require not only knowing how strong the opponent is, but also understanding how strong you are. Now that you've entered the green grassland, if you don't quickly test your limits, you'll just be fighting blindly later on. After catching his breath, Murray Green recovered and reloaded his magazine, eliminating all the savage orc squads except those to the northeast. As for the largest roaming orc group to the northeast, he didn't intend to alert them, since they were in the direction Murray Green and his men were heading. So Murray Green planned to take care of them while he was on his way there with his cavalry. After emptying 4 or 5 magazines, Murray Green, holding the Barrett destroyer in both hands, stomped down hard, shattering the space pedal beneath his feet. Murray Green's body, controlled by his levitation technique, slowly descended like a dandelion, landing in the exact same spot where he had taken off. Young master, what just happened? What is this magical weapon of yours? How could it emit such a terrifying roar? I dealt with the wandering orcs in the vicinity. Murray Green put the gun back in its case and casually explained, but upon hearing Murray Green mention that there were savage orcs nearby, many of the people present immediately drew their weapons and looked warily at the surrounding weeds, on guard against the savage orcs that might launch an attack from there at any moment. Don't panic. The nearest place I'm talking about is 4 kilometers away from us. It won't suddenly appear from this area. 4 kilometers? That direction is closer. Let's go there and deal with them first, then continue on our way. Sir Harry immediately responded with a question, and upon hearing this, many of the cavalrymen present nodded slightly and smiled, supporting Sir Harry's decision. No need. I've already dealt with them all. However, about 7 kilometers ahead of us, there are 23 savage orcs. I haven't dealt with this group of savage orcs yet. I need to hurry over and deal with them. Otherwise, after a while, they might change their direction of travel or hide in the forest, and then they'll be hard to find. Murray Green closed the gun case, patted the lid again, and without taking off his Iron Man boots, lightly leaped onto the Wind Chaser, holding the reins in one hand and pointing forward with the other. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, somewhat incredulous, as if Murray Green were rambling nonsense. After a 2-second hesitation, Sir Harry issued a command. Everyone, check your equipment and armor, enter combat mode, follow my lead, advance. Giddy up. Knight Harry pulled on the reins, the metal heels of his full-body armor lightly tapping the belly of his mount. Receiving the command, the horse immediately carried Harry forward, and the remaining cavalry followed. The entire column transformed into a long snake, trailing behind Knight Harry. Murray Green took out his water glass, took a sip, and then rode his steed, Wind Chaser, to catch up with the group. Leo, who had been by Murray Green's side the whole time, followed behind him. After running for 5 kilometers in the form of a long snake, the Knight Harry, who was at the forefront, raised his lance, and the long snake immediately spread out to both sides, turning into a triangular arrowhead. Once the triangular arrowhead was formed, everyone bent forward slightly, gripped the reins tightly with one hand, grabbed the 4-meter-long lance with the other, tucked the lances but under their armpits, and pointed the lance forward, entering charge mode. Charge. Drink. At Sir Harry's command, the entire force charged. The war horses galloped, and wherever they passed, the terrifying force flattened everything in their path. The once overgrown land was instantly transformed into a wide-open road. Soon, the 3-kilometer distance was covered by the charge, and the cavalry's momentum reached its peak. Murray Green immediately cast the Mage's Eye, which quickly locked onto the wandering orcs 100 meters in the air. Murray Green, caught up in the atmosphere of the charge, immediately shouted out, "Charge! 500 meters in that direction." Upon arriving at their destination and finding no enemy, some of the cavalrymen began to grow dissatisfied, feeling that Sir Harry was merely playing games with the young master, and that they were the ones being toyed with, and they wanted to halt their charge. But since we've already charged this far, charging another 500 meters won't be a big deal, so I put aside my distractions and kept up with Knight Harry's pace. The sound of horses trotting on the grass was very faint, but when 50 horses charged at the same time, the savage beastmen who were crawling on the ground first felt the earth tremble, and then heard the sound of hooves getting closer and closer. Huh! A bewildered savage orc stood up from the grass and turned around to look behind him, only to see a scene that terrified him. Dozens of cavalrymen were charging towards them. The 2-meter-tall savage orc stood up, immediately towering over the crowd. Upon seeing this savage orc, the cavalrymen, who had been inwardly complaining about Murray Green's unreliability, suddenly brightened up, and their dissatisfaction with Murray Green vanished instantly. "Brothers, charge with me. Kill them." With a roar, the helmet on, Knight Harry charged straight at the savage orc. Chapter 175 Cavalry Charge. Whoa, there are cavalrymen. Upon seeing the cavalry charging towards them, the savage orc quickly let out a warning roar. Hearing this, the surrounding savage orcs immediately stood up from the grass and looked behind them, only to see a cavalry force twice their size. Whoa, run. They were originally outnumbered and could have put up a fight even against a patrol team. But upon discovering that there were so many enemies, the leader, a level 2 savage orc, immediately gave the order to flee and then instantly turned tail and ran away. Seeing their leader flee without hesitation, the other savage orcs were stunned for a moment, then quickly followed behind him, fleeing frantically. The savage orcs in front were running for their lives, while a group of cavalrymen behind them were slowly approaching in a charging manner. Before long, the distance between the two sides was reduced to 300 meters. Riding on his swift horse, Murray Green immediately made his move, using his telekinesis to grab the ankle of the last savage orc. The savage orc, who was desperately trying to escape, never expected that the person behind him would have this trick up his sleeve. Caught off guard, he tumbled to the ground and fell flat on his face. Help me. The savage beast man who fell to the ground felt a chill in his heart and cried out for help to his companions. But his companions were all eager to run faster and would not stop to go back and rescue him. In fact, after hearing his pitiful cries for help, they broke through their own speed limits and ran even faster. Feeling that it was running faster, the second to last was overjoyed and slowly approached the third to last. But just then, a telekinetic hand grabbed its ankle, and it fell to the ground as well. Help me. It instinctively let out a shrill cry for help, but before it could finish speaking, it raised its head and suddenly saw that the third to last person running in front of it had also inexplicably fallen to the ground. Moreover, as the cavalry behind it gradually approached, more and more of its companions in front of it inexplicably fell down. Whoa, there's no escaping it now? Whoa, Kill. Whoa. Running separately. Ouch. Finished. The savage orcs suddenly became chaotic. Some chose to get up and continue to run away. Some lay on the ground, trying to hide themselves in the weeds. Some ran wildly from the side, and some charged towards Murray Green and the others. Their actions were inconsistent. Good timing. Not only did the enemy not flee, but they even dared to counterattack. With a roar, Knight Leo thrust his lance straight at the charging savage orc. The sharp lance instantly pierced the savage orc, who couldn't dodge in time, penetrating its solid chest with the momentum of the charge. The body, much taller than a human, was lifted up by Knight Leo. Out of pain, it opened its blood-red maw and let out its last scream before death. Hearing the shrill scream of its companion before its death, all the savage orcs present were filled with boundless fear. Hearing the screams of the savage orcs, the human cavalrymen felt as if they were listening to celestial music. Their faces flushed red, their blood surged wildly, and their eyes began to turn bloodshot as they stared intently at the savage orcs not far away. Kill them. After instinctively roaring out these words, all the cavalrymen thrust their lances at the savage orcs. There were fewer savage orcs than cavalrymen, and one savage orc was pierced by several lances. Then, its body was torn to pieces by the ferocious charge of the cavalrymen. The limbs and corpses fell to the ground and were trampled over by the hooves of the horses behind. As the cavalry approached the savage orcs, vibrant crimson flowers bloomed on the patchwork of green and yellow grass. Knight Leo planted the lance, which was carrying the orc's corpse, in the ground, grabbed the butt of the lance, and with the help of his warhorse, pulled the lance out of the orc's corpse and continued his pursuit. Murray Green used his telekinetic powers to repeatedly grab and crush the savage orcs, allowing the cavalry to quickly catch up with and kill them. Knowing there was no escape, the savage orc, in a desperate fight, turned back and leaped towards a cavalryman. Faced with the orc's relentless counterattack, the cavalryman immediately thrust out his lance. The savage orc's lunge clashed with the cavalry's charge, and the lance unsurprisingly pierced the orc's abdomen. The cavalryman, unable to withstand the collision of the two forces, loosened his grip, the lance slipped from his hand, and in an instant drew his sword from his horse, severing the orc's arm that was lunging at him. The cavalryman running behind the cavalryman also attacked the savage orc, thrusting his spear into its neck. Half of the orc's neck turned into minced meat that flew out, and it died on the spot. After killing the savage orc, the cavalrymen behind them casually pulled out their companions' lances and threw them forward. Catch the gun. Thank you. The cavalryman in front casually brandished his longsword twice, scattering the beast's blood. After sheathing his sword, he took the lance thrown to him by his comrade, thanked him, tightened the reins with his left hand, and slapped his horse's belly with both feet. The horse immediately sped up and caught up with the charge. As time passed, when the last level 2 savage orc was pierced through the body by Knight Leo's spear and thrown high into the air, a large amount of blood splattered into the air, like a red flag fluttering in the golden sunlight, a breathtaking sight. Drink. Knight Leo forcefully threw the orc chieftain to the ground. Its body, far superior to that of an ordinary orc, had kept it alive, but its increasingly weak breathing indicated that it didn't have much time left. But Knight Leo pulled hard on the reins, and the galloping warhorse reared up and stomped down hard, crushing the head of the orc chieftain, who couldn't dodge in time. After killing all the savage orcs, the cavalrymen gradually slowed down, ending their charge, and finally mounted their warhorses, trotting as they surrounded Knight Leo and Murray Green. Ha! Young Master Murray, this battle was all thanks to you. You not only located the enemy, but also controlled them and prevented them from escaping. You are the hero of this battle. When Knight Harry removed his helmet, his originally aged face became ruddy from the battle, making him look more than 10 years younger. The surrounding cavalrymen laughed and agreed with Sir Harry's praise. They had never fought such a satisfying battle before, locking onto the enemy while the enemy was practically still standing there waiting for them to kill them. Killing these infamous, extremely dangerous savage orcs was as easy as slaughtering chickens. It felt absolutely fantastic. The battle ended quickly. From the moment the enemy was spotted to the end of the pursuit, they only continued chasing for 2 or 3 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, if the savage orcs were determined to escape, they would not be able to catch up in a short time. It would take them at least 10 kilometers to catch up, and they still could not guarantee a complete annihilation. Not long after, several 5-man squads that had gone to hunt down the escaping beastmen returned, dragging back the corpses of the savage orcs. After counting the number of men, Knight Harry took out a notebook and began to record the battle. He would occasionally call over a few cavalrymen and have them recount their battle in detail. Chapter 176 Post-War Reorganization. Murray Green sat cross-legged on a large rock, meditating, while some cavalrymen began piling up the corpses. After carefully removing and preserving the savage orc's teeth, they piled the remaining corpses together, sprinkled them with dry grass, and lit a fire, preparing to cremate the bodies. Seeing this, Murray Green suddenly remembered that he had killed 40 or 50 savage orcs from a distance before, and that he should also deal with them. So Murray Green called Leo over, told him the locations of all the savage orcs he had killed, and asked him to take care of them. Upon hearing Murray Green's instructions, Leo went to Sir Harry's side, reported to him, and Sir Harry gave him a few words of advice before arranging for some cavalry to run with him toward the location Murray Green had indicated. After Sir Harry finished making his record, he led the rest of the group to the nearest river to let the warhorses drink and eat, and they themselves began to rest and eat as well. After a relatively mild battle, the group suffered few injuries, but they were all somewhat exhausted from the long charge. So, after tending to their warhorses, some of them made a straw bed out of weeds, lay down on it, and fell fast asleep. Murray Green sat by a low tree on the riverbank, eating the food the Countess had prepared for him. He took a piece of dried meat out of his pocket and tossed it to Windrunner, who took a bite, nudged Murray Green affectionately with its head, and then began to chew it slowly. This wind chaser is a level 2 magical beast. Its shoulder height alone is almost the same as Murray Green's height. It is bluish-white all over with smooth fur. When it runs, it is like a gentle breeze. When it runs at full speed, it can catch up with the gale. The wind chaser is gentle and easy to tame, so Earl Green kept a herd of wind chaser horses in the Green Plains, which were exclusively for the Earl's personal guard. Murray Green was not entitled to own one, but the Countess thought that if Murray Green had a swift horse, his chances of escaping danger would be much greater. So she waved her hand and led one out of the Earl of Green's stable for Murray Green to use temporarily. Although this wind chaser was raised from a young age and has a gentle and human-like temperament, it is still a level 2 magical beast with considerable combat power. Earl Green is powerful enough to easily subdue it, so it submits to Earl Green. In its eyes, Murray Green is just a weak and powerless magician, so why should it ride him? At first, Murray Green was a bit difficult to handle, which was the result of its lack of cooperation. Murray Green did not notice this. He thought that he was used to riding ordinary horses, and that the reason he was now given a high-performance monster horse was because his driving skills were not up to par. As a result, Murray Green's earlier leap into the air created a deadly sense of threat, so the wind chaser began to actively court Murray Green. Murray Green, who had been nudged twice by the dog's large head, smiled and reached out to stroke its head. Its fur was very soft and felt comfortable to touch, and Murray Green couldn't help but stroke it. What a fine horse, truly a fine horse. Murray Green fed the horse several more pieces of jerky until it stopped eating. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to recover his mental and magical energy. More than an hour later, the sudden sound of hooves startled Murray Green awake. Soon, a beaming Leo returned with his cavalry, who all looked at Murray Green with eyes full of admiration. "Young master, these are your spoils of war." Because some of the savage orcs' heads were torn off, their teeth were also incomplete. So we only found 3 pairs of teeth from level 1 savage orcs and 42 pairs of teeth from ordinary orcs. Please take a look. Leo quickly dismounted, went to Murray Green, took out a leather pouch, carefully opened it, held it in both hands, and handed it to Murray Green. Murray Green glanced at Beast Fong, then at Leo, and saw that Leo's gaze had completely changed from respect to reverence, with even a hint of fanaticism deep in his eyes. Having a high status only earns you superficial respect, while people secretly curse you, thinking, so what if you were born into a good family? But after the battle just now, Murray Green's outstanding performance, coupled with his solo long-range sniping of more than 40 savage orcs, has caused his status in the hearts of the entire team to rise rapidly. Let's include it in the total credit. Murray Green did not reach out to take the beast's teeth that were so close at hand, but instead had Leo hand them over to Sir Harry to be included in the overall credit. As Leo and the others returned, the group, who had long since regained consciousness, were now staring intently at Murray Green. Upon hearing his words, they were startled, and then their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. It's important to understand that they weren't involved in killing these 45 savage orcs at all, so it should have been considered Murray Green's personal achievement. Yet, He wanted to include them in the total credit, which is equivalent to Murray Green giving them a large portion of his own credit. Young master, this. Everyone else was almost laughing out loud, but Leo, who was closest to Murray Green and heard the words most clearly, froze, staring at Murray Green in shock. Suddenly, he felt his legs go weak and wanted to kneel down before Murray Green. That's such a generous and open-minded leader. Following such a boss, I'm sure I'll live a life of luxury from now on. Leo, realizing what was happening, didn't know what to say. He turned to look at Sir Harry, then glanced at his companions around him, then at Murray Green, who had closed his eyes again, and finally cast a helpless look at his father. In response, Cavalier's Harry stepped forward, coughed twice, and all eyes turned to him. He then walked quickly to a spot not far from Murray Green, and said with a sigh, "Young master's kindness is too much for us to accept. Please take it back, young master." Upon hearing Sir Harry's refusal, Murray Green opened his eyes, looked around, and said with a light smile, "Okay." The crowd, who were just celebrating, froze, their eyes widening as they stared at Murray Green and the others with disbelief. "No, brother, why are you refusing? That's a war achievement." "No, young master, you already said that it would be included in the overall merit and shared with everyone. Taking it back all at once seems a bit too frivolous." Harry Knight also looked at Murray Green with surprise. He had lived for over 50 years and had been on countless brutal battlefields. He had seen all kinds of storms, but in this situation, he had to admit that he had never seen anything like it before. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. A man's word is his bond. Although I, Murray Green, am young, I understand this principle. These beast teeth will all be counted as part of the total merit. Sir Harry, please count them." The crowd kept giving Sir Harry meaningful glances. "Brother, please stop pushing. If you keep pushing, we're afraid we'll really have to take it back." Then on their behalf, "I thank you for your generosity, young master." As for this unpredictable young master, Knight Harry is not going to resort to the usual 3 offers and 3 refusals. Chapter 177 Rhine's Whereabouts. After setting off again, without Sir Harry's arrangement, the cavalrymen who had benefited from Murray Green spontaneously sided with him, and their gazes toward him became respectful and even reverent. There was no other way. In the previous battle, we fought so hard and killed 23 savage orcs, which meant each person killed less than half an orc on average. As a result, with just a casual remark, young Master Murray balanced everyone's kill count onto a single unit. If we don't latch onto such a powerful figure now, we won't have the chance to rely on him when we encounter the main force. Murray Green nodded in approval at this situation. This was the right way to handle it. His image in the eyes of others wasn't very good because of his drunkenness. If he keeps things hidden until a crisis hits, it might feel good, but before that time comes, everyone will give him a hard time. As for the matter of allocating the battle merits to the savage orcs, he didn't really care about it. They had worked so hard for so long, and this was all the battle merits they had earned. When he finds Rhine Green and presents the explosive bomb, which cost 300 battle points to produce, to him, and sells it for 1,000 battle points, he'll still have to thank us. Moreover, his military achievements in Green territory are of little use. He is now a genius mage with spatial combat skills. Unless his family no longer needs him, they will definitely give him a knighthood. No amount of military achievements could promote him further, so he distributed these achievements to the cavalry. They were happy and grateful, and it also made him feel much better. High in the sky, the mage's eye constantly observed the surrounding situation. The group headed straight towards the northeast direction predicted by Jim the Knight, passing a military outpost along the way. This military outpost was built on a hillside, a simple wooden fortress with more than 20 guards. If they encountered a large group of savage orcs, they would use emergency means to send a message to the main force to let them know that there was a situation there. When encountering small groups of savage orcs, make a record to provide reference for the patrol team. At the same time, it can also provide temporary rest and supplies for passing armies. In peacetime, it can also provide accommodation for passing caravans. Of course, there's a fee. From this military outpost, Sir Harry and Murray Green received news that was both good and bad. The good thing is that 10 days ago, Rhine Green's patrol passed by this area, so Sir Harry's prediction was correct and their exploration direction was correct. But that was 10 days ago. If Rhine Green's patrol hadn't turned, at its normal patrol speed, it should be near the eastern fortress by now. That area was a major disaster zone for roaming orcs trying to cross the defense line. It seems that Rhine Green is going to gamble on the spring, directly reducing the roaming orcs' attempts to cross the line at the source. However, there are too many loopholes on the Green Plains. If one is plugged, there are many more that can be used. As long as Earl Green's army is not liberated, these wandering orcs will have nothing to fear. On the downside, they won't be able to reach the eastern fortress by today and will have to camp overnight in the wild. At night, human eyesight is inferior to that of savage orcs, and since they cannot charge at night, cavalrymen are forced to dismount and fight, resulting in a significant reduction in their combat effectiveness. After leaving the military outpost, they continued forward, and every 20 kilometers, Murray Green would scout overhead and snipe all the savage orcs except those in front of them. Their progress was slower than expected, marked by frequent stops and battles, as well as rest and looting. However, the others wished they could go even slower, because by this time their battle achievements were already 2 savage orcs each. As night fell, we had covered 70 or 80 kilometers and killed over 100 savage orcs, making it a fruitful day. In front of the campfire, Murray Green carefully wiped the Barrett destroyer's gun body with animal hide dipped in a special maintenance solution, performing maintenance on it. This gun is made of ordinary materials. Murray Green hammered it out one hammer blow at a time, using his telekinesis and physical strength, and then inscribed a level 2 magic circle on it, making it equivalent to a level 2 weapon. So, it can be used to deal with close combat temporarily. Each time a magic circle is activated, it causes some wear and tear on the weapon, and the magic circle itself is also partially damaged. Therefore, ordinary people, once they obtain a magical weapon, will not activate the magic circle unless it is absolutely necessary, in order to prolong the life of the weapon. But Murray Green didn't have this concern, because he was a weapon refiner himself. After using it, he could maintain the weapon and keep the magical weapon in peak condition at all times. Therefore, every shot Murray Green fired activated a magic circle. With the spatial feedback, every detail of the gun flooded into Murray Green's mind. The shock-absorbing magic array is somewhat damaged. After finishing the gun's maintenance, Murray Green took out an engraving knife, infused it with magic, and slowly engraved it on Barrett destruction to repair the magic circle. The sharp engraving knife, infused with spatial magic and enhanced by psychic power, rendered the sturdy gun body as soft as tofu before it. Leo, standing to the side, stared intently at Murray Green. He never expected that this young master was not only a powerful magician but also a weapon refiner, judging by his bold techniques and the fluid speed of his engraving. Leo then realized the difference between Ellis Academy and Green Academy, and it wasn't just on the surface. A deep sense of loss swept over him, and over everyone present who was paying attention to Murray Green. Not long after, Murray Green stopped the engraving process and poured magic into the gun. All the magic circles activated normally, and the magic flowed rapidly within them without any obstruction. Perfect. After repairing the magic circle, Murray Green looked up at Leo, who was staring intently at him. The campfire made his face glow red, and the flame in his eyes was hard to tell whether it was the campfire or the longing in his heart. Their eyes met, one burning with passion like a campfire, the other as calm as a deep pool. Looking into each other's eyes, Murray Green's heart stirred. He glanced at the powerful bow hanging on Leo's mount and asked a question. Are you a good archer? Leo was taken aback by Murray Green's seemingly random question, but immediately replied confidently. I am ranked among the top 5 archers in the academy. I see. Murray Green stroked his chin and continued. Can I see it for myself? No problem. Although Leo didn't know why Murray Green suddenly wanted to test his archery skills, he was not afraid of anyone. When he heard that Leo was going to show off his archery skills, everyone present cheered, and the originally peaceful night began to liven up. In the military, such skill demonstrations are very common. Anyone with a skill is not afraid to show it off. If they can outshine others, they will be noticed by their superiors, and their chances of promotion and meritorious service will be much greater. Chapter 178 Examination. Leo took the bow and arrow from his mount. It was a hard bow with a string length of 1.6 meters. It was not a riding bow. It had a simple appearance, but it looked particularly domineering and had a powerful sense of strength. How much draw weight does this bow have? It takes 800 Jin of force to draw the bow. It is called the Jinyu bow. It was forged by a blacksmith to be tailor-made for me. When fully drawn, it takes 1,600 Jin of force and has a range of 1,000 meters. After giving a detailed introduction to his weapon, Leo slung his quiver over his shoulder, gripped the feathered bow in his left hand, and gestured for Murray Green to proceed with his right. Young master, please select a target. No problem. Murray Green nodded in reply, then used his telekinesis to grab a half-burnt piece of firewood from the campfire, flew it to a distance of 100 meters from Leo, and then signaled to Leo that he could now demonstrate. Having received permission to shoot, Leo turned to look at the target. In the pitch-black night, 100 meters away, the burning firewood was only the size of a matchstick. Leo squinted. His right hand swiftly drew the arrow and pulled back the bow, releasing the arrow without hesitation. The eagle-feathered arrow, carrying immense power, flew toward its target. Murray Green, who was holding the firewood with his telekinesis, felt a jolt of telekinesis, and the firewood in his eyes turned into sparks, scattering in the night sky like fireflies dancing. Continue. Murray Green then used his telekinesis to pick up 2 pieces of firewood and send them flying 150 meters apart, with the 2 pieces of firewood 20 meters apart. Hitting a 30-centimeter target from 100 meters is a basic skill for archers under Earl Green's command. If they can't do it, they can't be considered archers. Almost every cavalryman present could do it, since cavalrymen are the superior rank of archers. In the Green Territory and even the Kingdom of Laney's, the conscription standards are not much different. Apart from private soldiers trained from childhood, although the age of adulthood in this world is 16, the conscription age is 18 years old and above. The requirements are strong and powerful, with arms weighing 300 pounds and a speed of 10 seconds for 100 meters. This world has magical particles. As long as you have some talent for cultivation and practice regularly, 2 years is enough time to put yourself at a significant distance from ordinary people. The purpose of conscription is to recruit these people with cultivation talent. After enlisting, these people started as spearmen, with a spear and a leather armor. They had no worries about food and drink, received military pay, and spent their time training. Those who performed well during training or had some combat merits on the battlefield would be promoted to elite spearmen and would be given an extra sword. More importantly, we started to teach him breathing techniques. After learning the breathing technique, his strength will increase significantly, but without guidance and resources, he will be unable to break through to become a first-level warrior. At this point, he will need to go to the battlefield to earn merits and exchange them for resources to help him grow. The next rank up for a spearman is a spear squad leader. They are upgraded from leather armor to light armor and begin to have squad command authority. Spear squad leaders continue to be promoted. It depends on his development direction, because once he gets here, he will basically achieve some results in his training, such as increased strength or increased speed. There will always be some outstanding performances. There are 2 ways to advance in strength. One is to become a heavy infantryman. If he has sharp eyes, he can become an archer. Heavy infantry and archers represent the pinnacle of what ordinary soldiers can achieve. For a qualified archer, hitting a stationary target at 100 meters is merely a basic skill. Moving up from archers, the next class is rangers, a role only available to first-level warriors. They work in teams, roaming freely across the battlefield to eliminate enemies, much like snipers in modern warfare. Therefore, the ranger is not only a warrior class, but also a military class. Once a wandering knight advances beyond the 2nd level of cultivation, they will be equipped with a horse and become a cavalryman. After heavy armor soldiers are upgraded to full-body armor warriors, they will also be equipped with horses and become heavy cavalry. Scouts skilled in speed will eventually become light cavalry, using light bows along the way, and later using horse bows once they have a mount. The ceiling for common soldiers is cavalry, and cavalrymen who achieve merit can transcend class and become knights. Therefore, all 50 cavalrymen present can use bows and arrows, and most of them are former archers. Even heavy cavalry, if their aim isn't good, will carry a bow and arrow to create suppressive fire. They'll get the hang of it after a while. As they watched Murray Green's second test, the crowd, who had been laughing and joking, began to take it seriously, because if Leo could hit the target, he would become one of the best among them. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Leo remained calm, his eyes locked on 2 targets 150 meters away. He drew 2 arrows from his quiver, drew his bow, and in less than half a second, the 2 arrows flew out, instantly turning the 2 targets into sparks. Good. Well done. A good 2 arrows fired at once. Seeing this, the crowd cheered. But Leo remained unmoved, still looking at Murray Green, because he knew that his achievements were nothing compared to the young master in front of him. While helping Murray Green clean up the orc corpses, Leo estimated that the young master's furthest kill was 8 kilometers away, where he shot and killed a moving savage orc. His own distance was that of a stationary target, so it was nothing to celebrate. Upon discovering the second challenge, which Leo easily completed, Murray Green was curious to know exactly where his opponent's limit was. So, he used his telekinesis to pick up 2 pieces of firewood, flew them to a distance of 200 meters, and began to move them. Moving targets, and 2 moving targets at that. Murray Green looked at Leo, anticipating his performance. If Leo could hit the target again, he would have reached the level of a second-level archer at Ellis Academy. It's important to understand that Leo only studied at Green Academy, and the teaching and guidance he received were nowhere near as good as those at Ellis Academy. Just being close to them was a sign of considerable talent. Leo's heart tightened at the sudden increase in difficulty, and his eyes instinctively glanced at his father, Sir Harry. However, the expressionless Sir Harry offered no help, for this was a test for him alone. Moreover, Sir Harry was thinking about something else. After withdrawing his gaze, Leo took a deep breath, gripped the tremor bow tightly with his left hand, and drew 2 more eagle feather arrows with his right hand. He knocked the arrows and drew the string, but this time, he hesitated to shoot. He subtly adjusted the direction of his shot with his left hand, trying to hit both moving targets at once. 10 seconds later, Leo, having found the pattern of the firewood's movement, released it. 2 arrows, like falcons, flew in smooth arcs, shattering the 2 pieces of firewood into dust. Only after the arrows were released did the tremor bow emit a clear, crisp bow beat, like the cry of an eagle. Good accuracy, good shooting skills. Seeing Leo successfully hit the target, Murray Green praised him with a smile, and the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, applauding Leo. Knight Harry also looked at Leo with a smile. Chapter 179 locked. As his hand traced the Barrett Destruction's gun, magical runes flickered faintly in its wake, their brilliance undiminished even by the roaring campfire. All eyes involuntarily turned to Barrett Destruction, while Murray Green raised his right hand, the entire gun slowly floating in front of him, and looked at Leo, whose eyes were burning with fervor, and asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" "May I?" Leo was eager to try out this powerful artifact, which he had never heard of or seen before. Now that he had the opportunity, he could hardly believe it. His friends were all stunned. Seeing Barrett Annihilation floating towards him, Leo, disregarding his shock, immediately threw the fluttering bow in his hand to Knight Harry. He rubbed his hands on his clothes repeatedly to make sure they were clean and dust-free before taking 2 steps forward with a pious expression and picking up Barrett Annihilation with both hands. It feels cool to the touch, with a metallic feel, but his heart is burning with passion. I finally met them. I'll never wash these hands in my entire life. This weapon is very simple. It has a scope on top. You lock onto the target through it, load the gun, and pull the trigger to fire the bullet. Each magazine holds 10 bullets, so you can only fire 10 times. After 10 shots, you need to change the magazine. You can familiarize yourself with it first. Hearing Murray Green's instructions, Leo gripped the gun handle with one hand and raised the gun with the other, mimicking the same action Murray Green used when sniping the savage orcs. He brought his head close to the scope, and through the scope, he discovered that the distant scene had been magnified, as if it were right next to him. Leo turned his head away again, not looking through the scope. The distance remained distance. Nothing was approaching, and he hadn't suddenly moved closer. So he looked through the scope again into the distance, his face showing surprise at this strange occurrence. This is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's comparable to my eagle eye technique. I wonder if it can be used in conjunction with my eagle eye technique. Leo, who was muttering to himself, was so fond of it that the others looked at him with great envy, wishing they could take its place. A few minutes later, Murray Green used his telekinesis to pick up a torch, flew it 300 meters away, and then spoke to Leo. "Aim and fire." "No problem." Leo looked through the sniper scope at the torch 300 meters away, pulled the trigger, and in an instant, the match in the scope turned into dust. "That's too fast." Seeing this, Leo screamed inwardly. At this distance, his arrows would take at least half a second to travel, but this divine weapon hit the target the instant he pulled the trigger. Its flight speed was 2 to 3 times faster than his arrows. It was simply terrifying. At a distance of 300 meters, the drop is negligible for the Barrett Destroyer, which travels at 10 times the speed of sound. The powerful force carried by the bullet makes air resistance have no effect whatsoever. So even if Leo is handling this gun for the first time, as long as he can aim, the rest is up to the gun. So Murray Green set up 5 moving targets 300 meters away, and their movement speed was similar to that of a level 1 orc. Each torch moved irregularly at a speed of 20 meters per second. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The distance and the speed of the movement were quite difficult. Leo stared in surprise at the 5 targets, then composed himself, holding the Barrett Annihilation, and kept moving the muzzle to aim at them. Boom! Gunshots rang out, but there were still 5 torches in the air. Leo had failed, but Murray Green calmly said to Leo, Continue. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Leo, who was still struggling to accept his defeat, immediately took a deep breath, aimed again, and this time fired more decisively. However, his second shot missed, so he immediately fired a third shot, extinguishing one of the 5 torches. You've won. He got one of them. Before Leo could even feel happy about hitting his target, he suddenly noticed that the torch's flight speed was increasing significantly, stabilizing at 40 meters per second. Wow. Leo no longer felt the excitement of encountering Barrett destruction. Instead, he felt intense anxiety and wanted to quickly destroy all the torches. So he fired again, and the 4th shot hit the target precisely. Just as he was about to continue shooting down the remaining 3 targets at this pace, the unexpected thing happened. Their speed increased significantly. And this time, the speed seemed to have reached its limit, never stabilizing. Leo glanced at Murray Green and noticed that he was looking at him calmly with a smile on his face. The speed won't stabilize anymore. We must shoot them down quickly. Thinking of this, Leo immediately fired again, but the 5th shot failed, and the torch's speed was still increasing, now reaching 70 meters per second, which was already the speed of a level 3 savage orc. He had 4 bullets left in his gun, and there were 3 targets in the air, meaning he could only afford to fail once more. Leo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed all the distracting thoughts and anxiety in his mind, clearing his mind. His eyes followed the torch through the scope, staring intently at it. Yes, that's the feeling of being locked in. Murray Green, who was controlling the torch with his telekinesis, felt as if someone was watching him from behind. This was a lock-on. Leo had locked onto the torch, and the telekinesis on the torch transmitted this lock-on feeling back to Murray Green's body. He had felt this before when Leo shot the arrow. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the torch that Leo had locked onto was shattered, and then the feeling of being locked onto vanished in an instant. It turned out that Leo had fired 2 shots and hit 2 targets. With only 1 torch remaining in the air and 2 bullets left in the magazine, Murray Green used his telekinesis to remove the lock on the torch and increase its movement speed to 100 meters per second. At that speed, if it weren't for Murray Green's telekinetic protection, the fire would have been extinguished long ago. However, as the flame moved at high speed, a tongue of fire was drawn out, which actually covered the main body of the fire. I'll go. Oh dear. How are we supposed to fight like this? Leo felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the lock being erased. The onlookers, who had been in shock, were now speechless. Level 4, this is a level 4 speed. Leo, a level 2 warrior, never imagined that he could shoot a level 4 enemy 2 levels higher, and with only 2 chances, he was under immense pressure and wanted to give up. He turned around and looked around, only to find that everyone's eyes were on him, which increased his pressure and made him feel a little lost. He wanted to pull the trigger and fire the remaining 2 bullets. But he couldn't accept the outcome of giving up and surrendering after finally getting his hands on this powerful weapon. Gritting his teeth, he kept locking onto the torch through the scope, but every time he locked on, his lock was erased by a mysterious force. This happened every time, causing an unspeakable anger to rise within him. Chapter 182 Choices. Having arrived in this magical world where individual strength is immense, Murray Green has considered many things, and he has plenty of ways to increase the speed and power of his weapons. But the enemy is not a fool who stands still and takes a beating. Even if they cannot withstand the power of firearms head-on, they can easily dodge them. As far as he knew, some powerful opponents could even block or intercept firearms, but the opponents he had encountered so far were not of a high level. The highest level he had encountered was that level 5 savage orc. Against that old, savage orc, even with a powerful level 4 warrior and 4 level 3 mages creating opportunities for him to fire, he could only break one of the orc's arms. If Elizabeth Ellis hadn't arrived in time, he would have had to rely on luck. Murray Green doesn't like gambling. He prefers to do things that are almost certain. And if you want to be almost certain of your accuracy, you have to find ways to increase the odds. So Murray Green studied the 2 major ranged professions in this world, mages and archers. These 2 professions, when cultivated to a high level, can hit their opponents even when they are hundreds of kilometers apart. Even the fastest magic or arrow, after traveling hundreds of kilometers, will allow the opponent to leave the spot even if they have to crawl. So how can we guarantee a hit? Relying on prediction? Impossible. Therefore, after studying these 2 professions, Murray Green discovered that magicians' spells have a locking effect. When an enemy is locked on, although it is not guaranteed to hit, it is difficult to dodge. The same is true for archers' arrows. This is a higher level of aiming than visual prediction, aiming from the mental level. It's somewhat like controlling one's body with divine power, but it affects magic or arrows that are not physically attached to the body. They can even achieve a tracking effect by locking on. However, mental locking can be interfered with, erased, or countered by higher-level mental forces. Therefore, when visual pressure prediction and mental locking become ineffective, one will revert to the most primitive intuition. Come on, young man, let's see how your intuition works. Murray Green looked at Leo with increasing anticipation, wondering if Leo could hit the last torch. But at that moment, Leo was overwhelmed by agitated anger and couldn't concentrate on aiming. He was in a terrible state. Although he was just standing there quietly holding the Barrett destroyer, his strength was rapidly draining away. He was sweating profusely, his face was gradually turning pale, and the more anxious he became, the weaker he grew. Leo felt his finger on the trigger begin to tremble. The trigger, which he could usually pull with a little force, was now impossible for him to pull. But he dared not put down the gun, because he was afraid that once he did, he would never have the courage to pick it up again. Leo's chest heaved violently, his face flushed red, and he let out a furious roar before slamming the trigger. Boom! Barrett Destruction roared fiercely, but the last torch still floated in the air, unextinguished. He failed, but he also succeeded. He withstood the pressure in his heart and fired this shot, which released all the distracting thoughts, anger, and repression in his mind. After taking a few deep breaths, Leo closed his eyes and kept locking onto the target. As expected, the mental lock was ruthlessly erased by Murray Green as soon as it appeared on the torch, but Leo, having vented his anger, showed no change in expression. He simply closed his eyes and quietly felt it. Those around him held their breath, watching Leo intently, afraid of disturbing him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The last bullet, fired at Mach 10, shot out of the barrel, followed by a white streak, flying straight toward the torch 300 meters away, passing right by it. However, the torch eventually turned to dust as it was shattered by the spiraling force of the Barrett bullet. Murray Green narrowed his eyes, as if he had seen something clearly, then turned to look at Leo and clapped softly. Apart from Knight Harry and Murray Green, no one else present could see the specific situation clearly, but the last torch went out, which meant that Leo had succeeded. So the onlookers cheered and applauded Leo. Some even swarmed around Leo and tossed him into the air, while Leo just clung to his gun and grinned foolishly. After laughing heartily for Leo, Harry the Knight walked quickly to Murray Green and gave him a hand gesture. Young master, may we talk over there? That's exactly what I was thinking too. The two exchanged a smile, ignoring the revelers, and walked side by side toward a secluded spot. You have a good son. Although his foundation isn't the best, you can still improve him. Listening to Murray Green's mature-sounding comments despite being under 17, Harry Knight felt a bit taken aback, but considering the other's performance today, he couldn't really treat him like a child. Thank you for your praise, young master. May I ask what plans you have for Leo? Having witnessed Murray Green's previous military exploits, Sir Harry knew that Murray Green was a straightforward person who didn't like beating around the bush, so he went straight to the point and asked. Through Murray Green's assessment and comments on Leo, he knew that the other party clearly had his eye on Leo. As Leo's father, he had to ask him about it in order to decide on his son's future development. Murray Green answered Harry's question without much thought, blurting out his thoughts. I have two ideas, but which one to choose depends on Leo's decision. One is to become my follower, and I will cover his training resources, weapons, armor, and annuity. The other is to follow my older brother Ryan Green, and I will also train him to become stronger. These are Murray Green's two ideas. Now his weapon forging technique is showing initial results, and he can also sell weapons, which is more than enough to support a follower. As a magician, Murray Green finds it inconvenient to travel alone, so having a talented follower is a good option. If possible, he'd like to recruit a few more, one to sniper, one to use a Vulcan cannon, one to charge with a rifle, and one to use a mortar for ground attack. As for him, he simply sat quietly watching the situation unfold, leisurely pressing the missile launch button, utterly defeating the enemy. He wanted to assemble a small group of followers who could start a war at any time. So when Murray Green saw the fervor in Leo's eyes, he decided to test him and gave him a chance to prove himself. Leo performed well, so Murray Green wanted to recruit him as a follower. However, Murray Green knew that he was not Ryan Green and could not offer benefits that were readily apparent. Therefore, Murray Green gave two options. If the latter option was chosen, Murray Green would also train Leo to replace him and play a role alongside Ryan Green. At the same time, he would leave something behind for the Green family as a way of repaying them for their nurturing and care. He wanted to see more of the world, to visit the 3 great empires, the legendary Dragon Island, and the floating island where magicians were based. Chapter 181 Finally Encountering Rhine. Murray Green told Harry Cavaliers and Leo to have a proper discussion and not to rush into an answer. The night passed peacefully, and the night raid that everyone had been so worried about did not occur. Early the next morning, they set off, hoping to find the patrol team before nightfall and rejoin the main force. Along the way, Murray Green did not continue to snipe the savage orcs from the air. Instead, he had Leo take Barrett Destruction and a small team to roam around the area and deal with the savage orcs he detected. After last night's shot, Leo became more familiar with the gun, and both his accuracy and rate of fire improved significantly. He even had a confident smile on his face when he fired. Every qualified sniper needs to be fed bullets, and now is the time to sharpen his blade. So Murray Green took out all the ordinary bullets to help Leo grow as quickly as possible. As for the issue of loyalty after training, neither the follower contract nor the training methods of nobles should be underestimated. In addition, the influence of Sir Harry's family will make him highly loyal. Finally, at worst, we can cut off his ammunition supply. Without logistics, firearms can't cause any major problems. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Murray Green and his group were fortunate enough to encounter a patrol team. Led by the patrol team, Murray Green and his group headed straight for Ryan Green's location. A grid-like cross patrol involves patrol teams weaving themselves into a net, advancing in a cross pattern along specific directions within an area, while the main force is positioned in the center of this net, ready to support the flanks at any time. As the Wind Chaser moved swiftly, a 100-man cavalry unit appeared in Murray Green's mage eye. Just as he saw them, the mage eyes of the mages in Ryan Green's group also saw Murray Green and his companions. Soon, Ryan Green's group stopped moving and waited for Murray Green and the others to approach. Half an hour later, the 2 groups merged, and Murray Green came to stand in front of Ryan Green. "Haha, Murray, you've arrived." Upon seeing Murray Green, Ryan Green laughed heartily, gave him a tight hug, and patted Murray Green hard on the back twice, the force of which made Murray Green's eyes roll back. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have come. "Cough, cough, be gentle. I'm your younger brother, not your enemy. Why don't you save your strength to fight your enemies, but instead use it to fight your own brother?" "Hee, your brother has plenty of strength. Enemies I encounter are swept away like autumn leaves in the wind. And you, my little brother, did you bring your little throwing knife?" Upon hearing Ryan Green's words, Murray Green suddenly looked at him with some wariness, while Ryan Green pulled out an enchanted throwing knife and handed it to Murray Green. The space-enchanted throwing knife was slightly bent, and the magic circle on it was on the verge of collapse. Murray Green felt that it might only be used one last time. This throwing knife was given to Ryan Green by Murray Green when he was dealing with obsolete equipment. The Python revolver and the Black Snake sniper rifle also returned with it. "I don't have any of those throwing knives anymore. But what about the other 2 things I sent back before? Have you used them? How were they?" "You mean this?" Ryan Green pulled a giant Python pistol from his waist and skillfully twirled it in his hand. "This thing is useful and convenient, and it's pretty good for dealing with ordinary savage orcs. However, the bullets are too few, and they were all used up on the 2nd day. Now it can only be used as a decoration. Also, that sniper rifle thing is out of bullets. But that hollow stick is good. I'll use it as a blowpipe." The blowpipe with the 3 magic circles is indeed quite good, but Murray Green didn't expect Ryan Green to use bullets so quickly. The thing he gave him for self-defense was used up the next day. The enchanted throwing knife that can be reused is still barely holding on until now. Ryan Green's eyes lit up as he looked at the box hanging on Murray Green's horse. He quickly walked over, and Murray Green, sensing that his possessions were about to be confiscated, knew something was wrong and quickly grabbed Ryan Green. "What do you want to do?" "That's a weapon I forged with my battle merits. If you want to use it, you'll have to pay." "Haha, Murray, money is no big deal. Let me see the goods." As the heir to an earldom, Ryan Green was incredibly wealthy. Although the Green family was in financial straits due to the war, it was because the war had mobilized tens of thousands of troops, which was indeed a strain. But Ryan Green devoured Murray Green's food in one gulp without even uttering a burp. "Really? Then I'll have to give you a proper introduction." Upon hearing that Ryan Green was willing to pay, Murray Green not only did not stop him, but even ran ahead of him, went to the Wind Chaser, took down several boxes, and carefully placed them on the ground. "Come on, brother, let me introduce you to my latest research results, the third type of space-enchanted hybrid magic crystal burst bomb. Murray Green opened a box, revealing explosive bombs inside. People gathered around to watch, and were immediately confused when they heard the thing had such a long name. What is this thing? I've never seen it before. Even Harry Knight and Leo, who had come all the way with Murray Green, were a bit confused. Wasn't this explosive round a bullet too? But if it's that big, wouldn't the gun that fires it be even bigger? It would be difficult for a person to operate. Murray Green used his telekinesis to pull out an explosive bullet, which floated between the two brothers. He reached out and stroked its surface, and the level 2 enchanted magic circle emitted a faint gray light. This is a good thing. It's filled with magic crystal powder. It's a magical explosive that I made. Its explosive power is equivalent to a level 4 fire spell. The blast diameter is 50 meters. Within 50 meters, even a level 1 savage orc will die. Beyond 50 meters, an ordinary orc cannot withstand the shockwave of the blast. As he spoke, Murray Green patted the Type 3 burst floating in the air, startling the onlookers who instinctively took 2 steps back. Good heavens, if this explodes, they'll all be wiped out. Murray Green laughed, seeing the fear on the faces of those around him. Don't worry, its outer shell is quite sturdy. It won't explode unless there's a strong impact. It's quite safe under normal circumstances. How about it, bro? For just 1,500 gold coins, you can get a level 4 magic strike right away. Isn't that a great deal? In Murray Green's eyes, battle merits were far more useful than gold coins, and since Murray Green didn't need the battle merits he earned, he converted them into gold coins and priced them at 1,500 gold coins. That's too expensive. I can hire a level 4 fire mage to participate in a war for less than 5,000 gold coins. These 3 are worth the price of a level 4 mage. Asking for an exorbitant price, but settling for a bargain. Ryan Green had money, but he wasn't a fool. He stuck his head out and let Murray Green hit the stick, so he held up 2 fingers. 200. Chapter 182 Arms Deal. Upon hearing this number, Murray Green thought he had misheard and missed a 0. What did you say? 200 gold coins for 1 explosive bomb. Get lost. The cost of 300 battle merits, converted into gold coins, would be over 400 gold coins, not even counting the labor costs. The magic crystal powder used to fill it alone would cost over 200 gold coins. Ryan Green was dreaming if he thought he could get an explosive bomb for 200 gold coins. Moreover, when it comes to bargaining, you always cut the price in half, but Ryan Green's Dragon Slayer sword cuts the cost in half. There's no such way to bargain. Seeing that Murray Green was getting impatient and was about to take back the explosive round, Ryan Green grabbed the explosive round and added a little to the price. How about 400 gold coins? 1,300, no less. This is an explosive bomb made from materials I earned with my battle merits. The magic crystal powder in it is incredibly valuable. For 100 gold coins? You're dreaming if you think you can get a magical weapon that can unleash a full force attack comparable to a level 4 mage at any time. Ryan Green weighed the explosive grenade in his hand and retorted. Even if it were made entirely of magic crystals, this weight wouldn't be worth 1,300 or 1,600. Hee, if you can achieve this power by using only magic crystals, then why bother with explosive bombs? Just detonate the magic crystals and throw them out. This is mixed with my own magical gunpowder. The formula alone cost me a lot of money, and the cost is even more expensive than magic crystals, 1,100. Magic crystals are a high-quality energy source in this world and can also be ignited and exploded, but the effect is like a gasoline bomb. It's lethal, but not the most cost-effective. Since the time of alchemists, many explosive formulas have been developed to enable explosives to be used in war. It was a popular research topic at the time. However, after the explosives they threw were returned intact by the enemy, they became more cautious and chose to research more stable weapons of mass destruction. If you go to so much trouble and use so many resources to make a bomb, when it's finally dropped, the outcome will still depend on the strength of the two sides to determine where the bomb explodes. It would be better to just throw the resources at people and increase the number and quality of strong people. Therefore, in this world where individual strength is paramount, the development of technological weapons has not been smooth, and these are the problems that Murray Green will have to face in the future. Currently, these explosive bombs are being used on a small scale, taking advantage of the fact that these savage orcs lack skilled fighters. This doesn't affect the overall battle situation, so no skilled fighters will bother dealing with them. 800. Even if you spend a lot of money on the formula, the family can reimburse that amount, so don't include it in the calculation. 1,000, No need to pay in gold coins. You can use materials from Dad's collection to pay for it. Make a deal. Upon hearing that Murray Green could use it as collateral, Ryan Green agreed without hesitation. Although his father, Earl Green, would eventually own the collection, it wasn't his now, so Ryan Green didn't hesitate to use it for the transaction. You should have mentioned this condition earlier. Why didn't you say so sooner? If you had told me earlier that it could be used to offset the debt, I probably wouldn't have even tried to negotiate the price in the first place. The two brothers, having reached an agreement, both beamed with joy, instinctively shook hands, and then burst into laughter. Okay, 10 explosive bombs. You need to get something worth 10,000 gold coins from the collection room for me. No problem. Ryan Green smiled confidently, then carried the 2 boxes of explosive bombs over and tossed them to his second-in-command behind him. The second-in-command happily hugged them, preventing anyone from getting close. All right, everyone's done. Let's go see the little guy. As he spoke, Murray Green opened another box, and a strangely shaped weapon appeared in everyone's view. It looked somewhat similar to the Barrett destroyer, but was much bulkier than a sniper rifle. It was 1.3 meters long, with a solid barrel, a heavy stock, a drum magazine the size of a human head, and a carrying handle. This was a weapon created by Murray Green based on the Pecan machine gun. Its gun body is made of secondary materials, and the barrel is engraved with an ice magic circle. When activated, it can cool down the hot barrel, but it will affect the service life. Therefore, it is also equipped with 3 spare barrels. The gun body is engraved with a sturdy magic circle to ensure that the gun body will not be damaged by violent shooting. During his combat experience, Murray Green had had enough of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemy troops. After much consideration, Murray Green abandoned his plan to build the Vulcan Gatling gun and instead developed a light machine gun. First, the supply of bullets is difficult. Currently, all the bullets are made by Murray Green alone. Even though he has made a lot of molds and has the help of telekinesis, he can't make many by himself. So another purpose of Murray Green's search for followers is to find trustworthy assistants or workers. Secondly, it offers flexibility. This gun allows a strong warrior to ride a horse, wielding the gun, and move alongside the cavalry, instead of being limited to stationary firing, which would be too inconvenient. I've named this gun Fury. As Murray Green explained, he picked up the Fury machine gun, loaded it with a drum magazine containing 100 bullets, and, holding the machine gun, performed a spatial feedback maneuver to get a feel for the surrounding situation. Then, he turned to look in one direction and addressed the onlookers blocking his way. Could you please move aside? Hearing Murray Green's order, they didn't know what was going on, but they obediently moved aside and followed Murray Green's gaze to see a rock that weighed about 10 tons, which was about 150 or 160 meters away from Murray Green. Watch carefully, learn well, I will only teach you once. After saying this, Murray Green took a deep breath, channeled his telekinesis into his body, cocked the gun with his right hand, gripped the handle, placed his index finger on the trigger, held the Fury machine gun, aimed the muzzle at the rock, and pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. A sound like firecrackers went off as bullets flew from the gun barrel and struck the rock. The rock, weighing over 10 tons, was shattered into pieces. After Murray Green fired 100 bullets in one go, the rock was as if it had been cut in half, leaving only one half. Furious machine guns, 2,000 gold coins each, 1 gold coin each, 5,000 bullets in total, 9,000 gold coins in total, or we can use the items in the collection room to pay off the debt. Seeing how powerful this thing was, even a level 2 savage orc would be badly hurt if shot, and if it hit a vital spot, it could be fatal. So Ryan Green shook hands with Murray Green without hesitation and made the deal. By the way, both the Python revolver and the Black Snake sniper rifle can use this bullet, but there are only 5,000 bullets available, so you'd better use them sparingly. Haha, don't worry, 5,000 bullets are enough for me to kill half of that orc tribe outside the eastern fortress. Ryan Green said confidently. Murray Green said inwardly. Hearing this, Murray Green thought to himself, brother, you're being too naive. I hope the future owner of these 2 furious machine guns won't get slapped to death by you in the future. Chapter 183 Ryan's Bold Plan. When Leo saw Murray Green easily earn $19,000, a sum equivalent to more than a decade of his family's tax revenue, and recalled the choices that Sir Harry had given him, he fell into deep thought. After completing the transaction, the 2 brothers rode side by side to continue their patrol. Murray Green said to his older brother beside him, I have 2 things to do when I enter the grasslands. The first one is already done. I'm handing these weapons over to you. With their help, things will be much easier for you. The second thing is to wipe out the savage orcs of the green grasslands and restore the trade routes. He turned his head, stared at Ryan Green, and spoke softly. The shops in Green City are basically not doing any business right now. Foreign merchants can't buy grassland specialties here and haven't come for a while. The territory's tax revenue and finances are in big trouble. To ensure a continuous supply to the front line, Mother is under a lot of pressure. We must quickly eliminate the savage orcs, restore the trade routes, and allow the family's transport teams to enter the Green Plains to safely transport all the cattle, sheep, and horses out for sale, providing funds for the Green Territory to fight the war. Otherwise, even if we borrow money to win the war, the family will have to repay huge sums every year for 30 or 40 years. 30 or 40 years. Ryan Green exclaimed in surprise. He was only 20 years old. 34 years from now, he might have grandchildren. If he were to be burdened with such a debt, his life would be pretty much over. Brother, you don't want to spend the rest of your life scrimping and saving, living a poor life just to pay off debts, do you? Faced with Murray Green's teasing, Ryan Green frowned and his heart sank. He really didn't want to live like this, but due to geographical reasons, Green Grassland had too many loopholes. These wandering orcs, forced to leave their tribes to survive the winter, are like cockroaches, impossible to kill or exterminate. Since his early graduation and return, he has patrolled the Green Plains twice, killing no fewer than 2,000 wandering orcs. But every time he left, new roaming orcs would appear, continuing to wreak havoc on settlements, disrupt supply routes, and attack transport convoys. Relax. I found a way for you to quickly eliminate these roaming orcs before I even entered the Green Plains. Murray Green patted Ryan Green on the shoulder and smiled, and Ryan Green's eyes lit up when he heard Murray Green's words. Really? What method? I can now fly 200 or 300 meters into the air and observe the situation within a 10-kilometer radius through the Mage's Eye. Expand your clearing range. With my intelligence and your patrol team, we should be able to solve this problem soon. Ryan Green's bright eyes suddenly dimmed after hearing Murray Green's idea, making Murray Green's heart sink. He began to reflect on whether there were any loopholes in his plan. Before Murray Green could figure it out, Ryan Green spoke directly. If we follow your plan, the extermination operation will indeed be completed faster, but I think this method can only solve the problem temporarily. The number of roaming orcs will increase again the following year. Are we going to use this method every year? Faced with Ryan Green's question, Murray Green was a little confused. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that what he said made a lot of sense. Savage orcs had short lifespans, but high fertility and grew much faster than humans. Every year, a large number of savage orcs were born, which also meant that every year a large number of savage orcs who were about to die were abandoned by the tribe. Before you came, I had an idea, but I wasn't sure. After you came, with the explosive rounds and the Fury machine gun you provided, my idea can finally be put into practice. Seeing Murray Green's puzzled expression, Ryan Green uttered 6 words. Raid the orc tribe. Gah! The bolder the people, the greater the harvest. After realizing that his extermination plan was ineffective, Ryan Green, in his torment, had a bold idea, to launch a surprise attack on the orc tribe. Currently, the main force of the orc tribe is engaged in a stalemate with Earl Green's main force outside the fortress, which greatly increases his chances of success. If he succeeds, and the orc tribe does not retreat, then their rear will suffer, their strength will be greatly weakened, and they will be able to live peacefully for a few years. If they retreated, he would take the soldiers who were left vacant in the fortress and join forces with his father to besiege the main force of another tribe, severely weakening the other tribe. But there's a prerequisite. He must succeed in the raid. If he fails to even breach the tribe's gates, he'll become a laughingstock. Now, with Murray Green's support, he felt much more confident and wanted to get started on his plan as soon as possible. After hearing Ryan Green's plan, Murray Green nodded repeatedly. Apart from being a bit risky and dangerous, it was indeed a very good plan. Huitzubing, who famously sealed the wolf's lair in ancient times, mastered this method in countless ways. Co can go, and so can I. Brother, what do you think of my plan? It's very good, but the risk is quite high. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. War is not child's play. Sacrifices must be made. The two brothers stared at each other for a long time. In Ryan Green's eyes, it seemed as if endless flames were burning. Murray Green knew that his older brother had made up his mind. Well, Murray Green sighed. Okay, but I'll go too. You go? This plan is very dangerous. Ryan Green is prepared to die. There are only 2 brothers in his family. If they both perish, the consequences will be unimaginable. My chances of survival are far greater than you imagine. If this plan hadn't been your idea, you definitely wouldn't have agreed to withdraw. Otherwise, I would have led the team to carry out this plan with you. Even if we fail, there is a high chance that we can bring you safely back to Green Castle. Murray Green patted the chest on his horse and said confidently. Ryan Green was very interested in the remaining chests, but Murray Green just wouldn't let him see them. The more he was prevented from seeing them, the more he wanted to see them. Otherwise, he felt itchy and uncomfortable. Murray, what exactly is in these boxes? Can I take a look? You'd better not see the secret weapon appear, because it means your plan has gone wrong or is not going smoothly. All right. Ryan Green sighed, but he was even more curious about what was in Murray Green's box. Under Ryan Green's orders, the patrol's course was adjusted, and they reached the eastern fortress before nightfall. This fortress is built between a mountain and a river. It is a circular fortress with a large area of wood and stone structure, like a small city, with walls that are 15 meters high. Chapter 184 Crossing the Border. After entering the eastern fortress, the two brothers visited the fortress's supreme commander, Viscount Brady Hosea. Hosea's territory was right next to Green's territory, and if something happened to Green's territory, Hosea's territory would also suffer. Under such circumstances, several nobles near the border signed an alliance with the Green family to jointly defend against the barbarian orcs whenever they invaded. Despite the oppression of the savage orcs, the relationships among the noble families were quite good. When the two brothers visited, Brady Hosea, who was somewhat overwhelmed by the war, finally smiled after a long time. However, when Ryan Green discussed his plan with him, Brady Hosea's expression became extremely serious. He tried to persuade him at length, but still couldn't dissuade Ryan Green from his idea. Therefore, he could only sigh and agree to Ryan Green's request for cooperation. At the same time, he and Ryan Green each wrote an urgent report to Earl Green, ordering someone to send a messenger to inform the Earl of the plan, because at that time, they would need to rely on the Earl to hold back the enemy's main force and prevent them from providing support. Ryan Green's patrol had more than 500 men, plus the 50 cavalrymen brought by Murray Green, making a total of 600 men. However, they were all cavalrymen, with the lowest level being a level 2 warrior, and there were also 8 level 3 warriors and 4 level 4 warriors. Another piece of good news is that Ryan Green has successfully advanced to level 4. Although he has only just entered level 4, his profession is War Knight. With the support of a large number of cavalry, he can unleash terrifying destructive power and can even confront level 5 barbarian orcs head-on. This is also the reason why Ryan Green dared to formulate a surprise attack plan before Murray Green arrived. Just then, Murray Green suddenly thought of Elizabeth Ellis, who was covered in ice blue light, and guessed that she must also be a knight. Otherwise she would not be able to mobilize her companion's power so smoothly. After a night of rest and resupply, the two brothers led 600 cavalrymen out of the fortress and took a detour to the southeast to avoid the main orc force outside the fortress. 3 hours later, the cavalry arrived at a mountainous and hilly area, which was the dividing line between the green grassland and the eastern tribe of 10,000 people, called the Ruvas Valley. The Ruvas Valley has a complex terrain with hills, ravines, and forests. There are no roads, but there are paths everywhere. Tall, savage orcs climb through this area to enter the green grassland. Earl Green established 3 military outposts here, but the area was still full of loopholes. So, normally, a patrol of 500 men was stationed here, but now they have been transferred to the eastern fortress to confront the main force of the orcs. Looking at the Ruvas Valley before him, Ryan Green gave a straightforward arrangement. We entered the Ruvas Valley via the 7th military outpost to the east. There are fewer savage orcs on this route, and the path is easier to walk. For the first half of the journey, we can use the previous patrol route, which can save a lot of time. Murray, you scout from high altitude. Don't let the savage orcs spot us. No problem. Murray Green nodded in acceptance of the task, and Ryan Green then turned to look at a level 4 knight. Sir Lyle, you are leading 50 riders as the vanguard, clearing the way ahead and trying to create a path for the horses. We cannot abandon them, otherwise our plans will be greatly affected. Lord Ian will accompany you. Thank you for your help. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Knightlaw was a strong man in his early 40s with a full beard. He was at the peak of his life and full of ambition, so he did not hesitate to take on the most difficult road-clearing job. Ian was a mage in his 50s, a level 3 earth mage, and was a mage specially selected by Ryan Green to accompany the army. Although Ian was a little unwilling to do the road-clearing work, wasn't this using him, a mage, as a road worker? However, Under Murray Green's watchful gaze, he nodded in agreement. After making arrangements with Knight Lyle and Wizard Ian, Knight Harry also received orders to cooperate with Murray Green. Once he discovered the enemy, they were responsible for quietly dealing with them without making too much of a commotion or revealing their whereabouts. Lyle took the lead, passing the military outpost and heading towards the Ruvas Valley. After creating a 500-meter gap, Ryan Green led the main force to follow slowly behind. Meanwhile, Murray Green, riding his wind chaser, led Knight Harry and his original crew, roamed around the main force. From the entrance of this road, the straight-line distance through the Ruvas Valley is about 20 kilometers, but the difficulty of traversing it is even more terrifying than 200 kilometers. As they continued to go deeper, they lined up in a row and slowly moved forward. Drive. Murray Green pulled on the reins, and the wind chaser leaped up, stepping onto the cliff beside him. After a few quick leaps, it carried Murray Green to the top of the cliff, which was more than 10 meters high. This was the terrifying thing about the magical beast mount. Before, when traveling, he had even made it carry his weapons, treating it like an ox and not using its full potential at all. Haha, what a fine horse. It's a really good horse. Once the war is over, I'll definitely ask my dad to let me have it. After breaking away from the main group, the chasing wind horse galloped wildly through the Ruvas Valley like a wild horse, easily leaping over ravines more than 10 meters wide, as if walking on flat ground. Soon, Murray Green rode his wind chaser to a small hill. Looking down, he could see the cavalry advancing in a line. He closed his eyes, activated his mage's eye, and began to observe whether there were any passing savage orcs. Perhaps because they had only been there a short time, and because this place was relatively close to the military outpost, no savage orcs approached. After failing to find anything, Murray Green rode his wind chaser and continued on to the next location. During the journey, we passed by the vanguard team and saw them cutting down trees that blocked their way, moving or smashing stones, and creating steps on the surface of large rocks to allow horses to pass. Knight Lyle cut through mountains and built bridges over rivers, while Murray Green patrolled the surrounding area, occasionally flying up to scout the situation and, upon spotting the savage orcs, to see if they would encounter them in their direction of travel. They wouldn't just let them go if they came across them. If they did, then it was considered unfortunate. Murray Green would guide Harry Knight and the others to deal with them and bury the bodies a meter deep. The journey through the Ruvas Valley went smoothly, except for the slow pace of progress. Everything proceeded according to plan, and finally, as the sun began to set, the 600 cavalrymen arrived in the territory of the barbarian orcs after traveling more than 20 kilometers. Seeing Ryan Green take a deep breath and gaze into the distance, Murray Green urged him to quickly find the location of the savage orc tribe. If possible, he would launch a surprise attack on the savage orcs tomorrow. Chapter 185 Launching a Sneak Attack. Late at night, Murray Green led 20 winded tribute cavalrymen. Except for his wind chaser, the others dismounted and set off on foot to explore the tribe of the savage orcs. The mage's eye floated in the air. Without an orc priest, the savage orcs couldn't detect it at all, so Murray Green had a clear view of his surroundings. Therefore, he saw several scenes that were truly appalling. There's a reason why these savage orcs can reproduce so many times. Murray Green then made a gesture to the soldiers around him. Get rid of them. Upon receiving the order, the warriors swiftly approached the two savage orcs who were enjoying themselves. As they drew near, the male orc, who was working hard, shuddered, sensing something was wrong, and stopped. However, after the female orc gave it a disgruntled cry, it resumed its work of fertilizing its young. Just then, four wind attribute warriors, wielding sharp swords, suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes. The male savage orc, caught completely off guard, was struck by 3 swords. He instinctively looked up and opened his mouth to howl, but the last sword severed his head. After dealing with the male savage orc, the 4 quickly killed the female savage orc. At the same time, Murray Green used his telekinesis to envelop the corpses of the 2 savage orcs, forcibly suppressing the smell of blood. It's a strong level 2 savage orc. If it hadn't been a sneak attack, we probably wouldn't have been able to take it down anytime soon. Savage orcs, the strong rule. Savage orcs without strength don't even have the right to mate. Bury them. Under Murray Green's arrangement, several warriors dug a pit on the spot, buried the ill-fated couple in it, and covered all the bloodstains with soil so that other savage orcs with a keen sense of smell could not smell it. On their own territory, these savage orcs were less vigilant and focused on other things, so most of them died, without even knowing how they died. 2 hours later, Murray Green and the others hid on a small hillside, looking towards the orc tribe in the distance. By the moonlight, they saw a long stretch of tents, most of which were just sheds made of a few animal skins, only able to keep out the rain, not even the wind. No wonder these savage orcs like to do things outside. It turns out that in the tribe, doing these things is a live broadcast, a show to cheer on the other savage orcs. Let's go? We've found the location. It'll be easy to spot us if we go any further. Overjoyed to have found the orc tribe, Murray Green and his companions quickly retreated back to their hidden camp, marking the route on Ryan Green's map. Launch the attack first thing tomorrow morning. Speed is of the essence in war. If it weren't for the fact that the savage orcs could see at night, making night raids less effective, Ryan Green would have loved to send troops on the spot for a night raid on the orc tribe. My soldiers, today will be a great day. Today, our experience will be applauded and admired even if we tell those noble ladies 100 times. Today, we will slaughter those ugly and cruel green swarms until their blood flows like a river. Everyone, listen to my command. All troops, attack. At dawn, Ryan Green, seated on horseback, delivered a passionate declaration of war. Upon hearing Ryan Green's speech, everyone present blushed, their fighting spirit soaring. When Ryan Green gave his final command, everyone grabbed the reins and rode off towards the savage orc tribe. 600 cavalrymen marched out of the valley where they were hiding and into the grassland. Their war horses galloped, and Murray Green kept directing his men to deal with the savage orcs along the way. Before long, the team quickly arrived within 20 kilometers of the orc tribe. No matter how Murray Green tried to deal with it, without being able to use Barrett destruction, he couldn't eliminate all the patrolling orcs immediately. This huge team could no longer be concealed. As for why the Barrett annihilation cannot be used, firstly, the sound of firing is too loud, and firing would give away its position prematurely. Secondly, even if the savage orcs have excellent eyesight, they cannot see Murray Green hundreds of meters in the air during the day or night, but it is different during the day. Just then, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, followed by the voices of savage orcs echoing across the grasslands, one after another, reaching all the way to the orc tribe. The group that was discovered showed no surprise, because this was normal. How could a sneak attack go undetected? With such a large scale, unless they used a teleportation array to teleport directly into the barbarian orc camp, they would definitely be exposed. The key to a sneak attack isn't whether you'll be discovered, but whether you can react in time, even if you are. Disperse. Ryan Green raised his right fist, and then spread his fingers. The 4 knights who received the order immediately led 100 cavalrymen and separated from Ryan Green. The entire force was divided into 5 groups, like 5 long snakes crawling on the grass. The horses in this world are much faster. Their normal forward speed can reach 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, while war horses can easily exceed 60 kilometers per hour and approach 100 kilometers per hour when sprinting. On the flat grassland, war horses galloped wildly, chasing the surrounding savage orcs into a panicked flight. As for these savage orcs, apart from killing those who stood in their way, there was no need to pursue them. Dealing with them now would be a waste of time. After receiving news of the human attack, the orc tribes waited quite a while before the loud war horns sounded. Many savage orcs were caught off guard when they heard the war horns being blown, because they never expected to hear the sound of war horns on their own territory. When they finally realized what was happening, they found themselves surrounded by helpless companions who had no idea what to do. A few minutes later, the cavalry was only 10 kilometers away from the orc tribe, but the orc tribe was still in chaos. Ryan Green raised his lance, and the 5 teams dispersed again. After breaking up and regrouping, a triangular cone-shaped charging formation appeared, with Ryan Green at the head of the cone. The charging speed of the entire team was slowly increasing. By the time they reached the final 5 kilometers, the team's charging speed had increased by half, essentially reaching its peak. Meanwhile, the area in front of the orc tribe's camp was still in complete chaos. The savage orcs outside wanted to escape into the tribal camp, while the guard orcs inside wanted to go out and meet the enemy. The 2 sides clashed, and were unable to form a defensive formation for a long time. The orc commander was so angry that he tore several savage orcs to pieces on the spot, and barely managed to control the situation. The orc commander roared defiantly, but before it could finish howling, it felt a strong sense of danger approaching. Turning its head, a bullet flew towards its chest. Standing there howling, it had no idea that the enemy's attack range would be so far. Before it could react, it was hit. Chapter 186 Sparks Bloom. 3 kilometers away, Murray Green applied the suction to his feet, wearing Iron Man boots as he rode on horseback, one in front of the other, as if riding a surfboard to conquer the waves. He held Barrett Devastation in his arms, his eyes aimed at the orc tribe through the sniper scope. With a single shot hitting the target, Murray Green moved the gun away to find the next worthy target to snipe. Seeing their leader, a powerful level 3 savage orc, die a spectacular death right before their eyes, the already disorganized ranks instantly descended into chaos. Some moved forward, some backward, some were filled with fear, some with anger, each with their own reaction. At this moment, the charging cavalry had reached a distance of 2 kilometers. Ryan Green let out a roar, his battle aura boiling over, and an inexplicable aura of iron and blood emanated from him. The cavalrymen enveloped by this aura felt their blood begin to burn, as if they had inexhaustible energy. Alas. Charge, brothers. The cavalrymen could no longer remain silent. They raised their lances and shouted, their auras rising and their bodies covered with a faint crimson glow as their battle spirit surged into their warhorses. Hiss. Like a car powered by nitrogen, the battle aura instantly doubled the charging speed of the warhorses. The 2-kilometer distance was reduced to 1 kilometer in just a few breaths. At this distance, the cavalry could be said to be standing right in the face of the savage orcs. Just then, a majestic roar came from the center of the orc tribe's camp. Upon hearing this sound, the savage orcs, who had been in complete chaos, instantly fell silent. The animal skin curtain of the central tent was pulled open, revealing a tall figure draped in a monster skin, with a slightly aged face and a deep scar that ran from the top of his head across his eye and then down to the side, so he only had one eye. It strode out of the tent, facing the charging cavalry. Wherever it passed, the savage orcs made way for it, and after it passed, they followed closely behind. With the one-eyed savage orc in control, the level 3 commanders were able to organize their subordinates much faster, and they quickly gathered under the command of the level 4 orc. Explosive shell. Seeing that even in such an emergency, someone among the savage orcs was able to stand up and forcibly organize the group, Ryan Green grinned, his eyes fixed on the one-eyed orc, his gaze filled with fighting spirit. In the blink of an eye, the charging cavalry was less than 500 meters from the barbarian orc camp. Ryan Green immediately shouted the words, "Explosive bullet," and took an explosive bullet out of the bag on his horse. Hearing this name, the other 4 level 4 knights did the same. Infused with battle aura, the magic array patterns on the surface of the explosive bullets lit up rapidly. The 5 men raised the activated explosive bullets high and, with all their might, threw them toward the orc camp. Under the full force of the level 4 warrior's throw, the activated explosive bullet flew rapidly, as if there was no air resistance, and the speed increased, instantly appearing in the area where the savage orcs were gathered. Just then, the orc priests hidden in the tribe shouted danger and tried to use a ritual spell to intercept them, but the space-enchanted explosive bullets were too fast, and they didn't have time to cast the ritual spell. 5 explosive shells fell, and 5 blazing sparks bloomed. The dazzling sparks were brighter than the sun for a moment, stealing the light from the sunlight. The savage orc under these 5 sparks felt his vision go black and lost consciousness. At the heart of the bursting flames, everything turned to ashes, rubble, sand, and the mangled remains of their companions scattered like raindrops. A powerful shockwave swept outwards, knocking the surrounding savage orcs to the ground, where they lay groaning in agony. The savage orcs were horrified by what they saw and were at a loss. The thick smoke from the explosion quickly spread, blocking out the sunlight, and the savage orcs, who were dizzy from the shockwave, fled in all directions. A series of rhythmic roars rang out, and the thick smoke that had covered the explosion site vanished instantly, revealing the scene. 5 circular craters, each more than 20 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in the spot, surrounded by barren land with nothing else around them. "My soldiers, charge with me." Seeing that Murray Green's explosive bombs were far more powerful than he had anticipated, Ryan Green shouted excitedly and charged into the orc camp, followed by his cavalry, who then slaughtered the panicked orcs. 600 cavalry charged forward, their lances carrying immense momentum. Even the tall, strong savage orcs could not withstand a single slash from them. Like a harvester, they reaped all the savage orcs in front of them and continued to advance. Witnessing the entire process, the one-eyed orc's eyes widened in fury. He opened his blood-red maw and roared at Ryan Green before charging straight at him. Seeing the one-eyed orc launch his charge, the savage orcs following behind him roared and then charged towards the charging group. A level 5 orc. This one-eyed orc is a level 5 orc. Seeing the opponent's advancing speed, Murray Green immediately reminded Ryan Green. At the same time, Barrett Destroyer aimed his gun at the one-eyed orc, fired all the bullets in the gun in one go, and then quickly changed to an armor-piercing magazine. Despite Murray Green's shooting, the one-eyed orc remained unfazed. He shifted his stance, dodged, and appeared a meter away. His speed remained unchanged, but all the bullets aimed at him missed their mark. No, not all of them failed. A few unlucky guys following behind the one-eyed orc were shot to death. Haha, what a formidable opponent. Come on, my darling, I will cut off your head, make it into a beautiful specimen, and put it in my display case. You will be the first stepping stone for my great rise to power, Ryan Green. Ryan Green, usually calm and rational, suddenly went berserk. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the crimson light from the cavalry behind him began to gather around him, quickly forging him into a crimson armor. He held his lance level, the tip pointing directly at the one-eyed orc's chest, and the crimson light began to spread across the lance. In the blink of an eye, Ryan Green's entire body, his mount, and his lance were covered in a scarlet light. A chilling smell of blood emanated from Ryan Green, and upon smelling this scent, Murray Green felt a surge of desire. Kill them, tear them apart, crush them into mincemeat. Kill. Behind them, the cavalrymen, their eyes bloodshot from smelling Ryan Green's scent, roared at the approaching savage orcs. Chapter 187 Charge. Hissing sound. Ryan Green's mount, the level 3 magical beast flame steed, galloped wildly under the aura of a war knight, carrying Ryan Green like a bullet towards the one-eyed orc. On the battlefield, two eye-catching figures rapidly approached each other. In an instant, Ryan Green thrust out his crimson lance, while the one-eyed orc extended his claws, which turned into white light. A blinding light suddenly emanated from between the gun and the claw. Everyone blinked instinctively, but when they opened their eyes again, the two had switched places and were facing away from each other. After the initial clash, neither side could stop immediately and had to force their way back to engage in another battle. Murray Green stood on horseback, holding a sniper rifle, constantly observing the two men. A bloody gash appeared on the one-eyed orc's right arm, while 3 cracks appeared on Ryan Green's waist armor. Each side had its victories and defeats. Seeing this, Murray Green was amazed. In the Battle of Biss Mountain, he had witnessed Edwin Lamb being beaten so badly by a level 5 savage orc that he couldn't fight back at all. Yet Ryan Green, whose cultivation was obviously much lower than Edwin Lamb's, actually managed to fight the level 5 savage orc to a draw by relying on his professional skills. Well done, brothers, let's split it. The original conical formation, which was charging forward, transformed into a pincer attack under Murray Green's command. Like a giant pincer, it bypassed the two combatants and fiercely clamped down on the savage orc. Machine gunner, prepare to fire. Ryan Green broke away from the group and entered a one-on-one duel with the enemy leader. Murray Green took over the command without hesitation. The two level 3 knights, who were holding lances and carrying Fury machine guns, immediately put down their lances and took off their Fury machine guns after hearing Murray Green's order. They picked them up and loaded them. 2 enraged machine gunners, each protected by 2 level 4 knights, charged at the tip of the giant pincers, which were now less than 300 meters from the main force of the savage orcs. Seeing the 2,000 or 3,000 savage orcs hastily assembled, Murray Green raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the tribal totem flag on the central tent, pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew 2,000 meters, breaking the tribal totem flagpole. Kill. Go to hell, you Greens. Upon receiving the order to fire, the 2 enraged machine gunners held their guns and quickly pulled the triggers. Flames shot out from the muzzles, and the savage orcs charging in the front row fell to the ground rapidly. For a moment, the screams and howls of the orcs drowned out the roars of the charge. The savage orcs lying on the ground were trampled by their comrades charging from behind. Many savage orcs who were seriously injured but had not yet died were trampled to death by their comrades. Although the number of savage orcs lying on the ground was negligible compared to their overall numbers, their charge was interrupted by the furious machine guns. Well done. Seeing this, a level 4 knight quickly took out an explosive bullet, activated it, and threw it forward. However, halfway through the flight, a force appeared out of nowhere and forcibly intercepted the explosive bullet. Damn it, it's an orc priest. Seeing this, Murray Green immediately fired the explosive round, causing a powerful explosion between the two sides. The shockwave kicked up a lot of dust, which then slammed into both of them. However, Neither side was within the blast radius, so there were no casualties, only a slight nausea from the impact. The intercepted explosive projectile was too far from Murray Green, and his telekinesis couldn't reach it. Otherwise, Murray Green could have used his telekinesis to fight back and forcefully throw the explosive projectile, instead of having to forcefully destroy it and waste a precious explosive projectile. Kill them. The cavalry, carrying the momentum of their charge, crashed head-on into the horde of savage orcs. The savage orcs, whose momentum had been suppressed, were instantly clamped in 2 deep wounds by the giant pincers. The giant pincers began to contract and close within the horde of savage orcs. Wherever the cavalry passed, the corpses of the savage orcs fell one after another. Soon the 2 cavalry forces merged together and formed a cone-shaped charging formation, cutting through the sea of people. After navigating through the sea of people, Murray Green roughly counted and found that the 600-strong cavalry force was now reduced to only 540 or 550 men. 50 or 60 of his brothers had been lost in the crowd and would never have a chance to get out. There was no time for grief. The cavalry quickly turned around, and the 2 furious machine gunners, after changing their magazines, stood up like Murray Green, holding their furious machine guns with their fingers on the triggers, refusing to let go. The machine gun had a very high rate of fire, and the newly replaced magazine was quickly emptied. However, they inflicted heavy casualties among the dense horde of savage orcs, so they replaced the magazine with a third one and began firing wildly. Meanwhile, Murray Green was not idle either, and began searching for traces of the orc priests in the crowd and tent area. Just then, rhythmic roars of beasts rang out from the crowd and from the tents. It was the orc priests casting a spell. The savage orcs who heard their roars began to swell in size. Murray Green let out a cold laugh and quickly locked onto an orc priest. The orc priest was heavily protected by orc warriors, but Murray Green still pulled the trigger. A will. The newly replaced armor-piercing rounds pierced through a savage orc and, with undiminished power, killed the orc priest hiding behind him. The orc priest stared in shock, dying with his eyes wide open, never expecting to die like this. After dealing with the orc priest, the savage orcs around him stopped swelling and gradually returned to their original size. The priestly spells they were receiving were forcibly interrupted by Murray Green. After killing the orc priest, Murray Green's gaze shifted, and the muzzle of his gun followed his eyes, quickly locking onto his next target. Once locked on by Murray Green, the orc priest's heart pounded wildly, as if he would die in the next instant. So it slammed its staff heavily on the ground, and a sound barrier enveloped it. But just then, a bullet suddenly appeared in front of it and hit the barrier. The bullet clashed with the barrier, and before it could even blink, the surface of the sonic barrier turned into a spider web. The next instant, it shattered into pieces and disappeared. Without the barrier to stop it, the bullet continued to fly, but the orc priest managed to dodge it. Will quickly protect the high priest. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet blew the orc priest's head off before he could recover. His blood spurted out like rain, soaking the surrounding orc warriors. The blood that had just flowed from their bodies was warm, but the hearts of the orc warriors who were being drenched in it turned ice cold. Without the buff of the orc priest's spells, they would likely die in the next battle. Chapter 188, continuing the charge. Damn humans. Just after Murray Green killed the second orc priest, a broken but standard human voice rang out from the barbarian orc's tent, followed by a sonic attack that shot straight toward Murray Green. The invisible sound waves materialized, becoming as sharp as blades, and even the armor of cavalry could not withstand them. Murray Green's eyes narrowed, and he used his telekinesis to push Leo, who was guarding him, onto his horse. He then fell backward, dismounting his wind chaser and avoiding the orc priest's sonic attack. Young Master Murray. Leo exclaimed in surprise and looked at Murray Green, only to find that he had defied the laws of physics, his body suspended in midair without landing. Hearing Leo's voice, Knight Harry disregarded the guards and furious machine gunners and hurriedly moved towards Murray Green's location to protect him. Murray Green, who had fallen onto the space platform, sprang to his feet with a somersault, replaced his armor-piercing rounds with incendiary rounds, and a powerful blast of air shot out from the bottom of his Iron Man boots, instantly propelling Murray Green's body 10 meters off the ground. Murray Green held his sniper rifle, aiming the scope at a tent 6 or 700 meters away. The attack had just come from there. At this distance, the enemy was hiding inside the tent, and Murray Green couldn't lock onto them, so he fired a shot at the top of the tent. The incendiary bomb was made of a special material that could ignite even on water, let alone a dry animal hide tent. A fire broke out instantly, and Murray Green pulled the trigger, firing 2 more shots, setting the entire tent ablaze. The tent was set ablaze, and the orc priest inside could no longer remain calm. A cacophony of animal roars erupted, and the rapidly burning animal hide tent shattered into pieces in an instant, revealing the situation inside. Murray Green, who had been aiming at the area through his sniper scope, immediately pulled the trigger the moment he saw the orc priest appear. 3 incendiary rounds were fired, flying straight toward the orc priest. However, when they were 10 meters away from the savage orc, they were intercepted by a sonic barrier and burst into flames on its surface. Seeing this, Murray Green threw Barrett Destroyer and all the bullets in his body at Leo, then leaped down and landed on the back of the Wind Chaser. Level 4. That should be the leader of these orc priests. Let's go and kill him. With that, Murray Green, along with the hastily arriving Knight Harry and Leo, dispatched 50 riders to charge towards the level 4 orc priest. After the level 4 orc priest appeared, many savage orcs began to gather around him. In the blink of an eye, 200 or 300 savage orcs blocked Murray Green's path. The protected level 4 savage orc immediately raised his staff and began to roar incoherently. Watch out, it's a sonic attack. Suddenly, a piercing sound wave passed through the crowd. Those hit by the sound wave immediately felt dizzy, lightheaded, and had a strange feeling of nausea. Murray Green possessed strong mental power and withstood the area of effect sonic attack, so he also began to cast magic. Come on, I also have area of effect attacks. Who's afraid of who? As he spoke, Murray Green unleashed a powerful blast into the air. Void Shattering, a level 2 spatial magic. Vibration Space, causing shock damage to enemies within range. Murray Green had seen this spatial magic at the Army's exchange office, but he didn't exchange for it because he thought Webster Ellis would also know it. Sure enough, he did know it, so not long after returning to school, he learned this spatial magic from his tutor. Murray Green drew a space magic circle with his spatial magic. As the magic circle took shape, a piece of space in Murray Green's hand began to vibrate slightly. He then immediately pushed this vibrational force forward. The shockwave pushed forward and quickly enveloped the savage orc at the forefront. The savage orc, who was full of murderous intent, suddenly felt his whole body trembling. This feeling was like a car traveling at high speed suddenly starting to shake, as if it was about to fall apart, which was very uncomfortable. Charge! Knight Harry charged to the front of the column, impaling 2 savage orcs together with a single spear thrust. He then rammed them into the ranks of savage orcs, followed by all the cavalrymen who, using the momentum of their mounts, charged in with their lances. Just as the 2 groups clashed, 30 or 40 savage orcs fell, while on Murray Green's side, 5 or 6 unfortunate cavalrymen were pulled off their horses by the savage orcs. Murray Green rapidly activated his mental sea, frantically mobilizing magic power and forcibly absorbing spatial magic particles. He used magic power and mental power to hold them together, forming a space-shaking magic array. Soon, another space-shaking magic array was formed. This is the Battle Mage's rapid casting skill. This Battle Mage skill doesn't require any special skills. It relies entirely on talent. Strong mental power and high magic affinity can force magic particles to directly participate in the casting process, greatly reducing casting time. If a magician lacking talent were to use this method, the magical particles would immediately rebel and explode within his mental space. After the shockwave took shape, Murray Green immediately unleashed it, stunning the savage orcs in front. Then the cavalry charged forward, sending another 30 or 40 savage orcs flying and crashing to the ground. Some died instantly, while others were seriously injured. Before they could even celebrate, 3 cavalrymen running alongside the columns suddenly let out a scream, and then their bodies, along with their mounts, were instantly torn to pieces as if struck by a sharp blade. Damn it, it's that orc priest. Murray Green looked at the 4th level orc priest at the very back of the savage orcs. He saw the priest holding a staff, the tip of which was pointed at the slain cavalryman. When he noticed Murray Green staring at him with hatred, he smiled disdainfully. A mere human level 2 mage dares to try and kill me? How laughable. Faced with his mockery, Murray Green didn't say much. He pulled a sword-shaped dagger from his blouse with his right hand. The dagger had a blade that was 20 centimeters long and was covered with fine magic circles. Strangely, its handle was round and also 20 centimeters long, making its structure look very strange. What's even stranger is that it doesn't have a guard to defend against attacks. It only has a blade and a hilt, making it very simple. Go. Murray Green tossed the strange dagger into his hand, then gripped it tightly with his telekinesis and sent it flying rapidly toward the orc priest. Seeing that Murray Green, a magician, was using a dagger instead of magic to deal with it, it couldn't hold back any longer and laughed loudly. Little human magician, what's wrong, out of magic? Come on, I'll give you a chance to fight me hand to hand. As he spoke, the orc gestured with his thick arm, showing off to Murray Green. Chapter 189: The Great Devastation of the Orc Tribe. This strangely shaped dagger, after being continuously accelerated by Murray Green's telekinesis, quickly broke the speed of sound and began to possess lethality. Upon discovering this, the orc priest frowned, not expecting that Murray Green had used telekinesis instead of a mage's hand. But what can a level 2 psychic do to him? He is a level 4 priest. Even a combat mage couldn't defeat him even if he was 2 levels higher, let alone a psychic. With a low chant, the orc priest raised his staff and began casting his spell again. A barrier appeared in front of him, while Murray Green's dagger was still 200 meters away. The orc priest, having prepared his defenses, turned his gaze to Murray Green behind Knight Harry and began casting his spell again. This time, he intended to eliminate both of them at once. When the dagger's speed was boosted to its limit by telekinesis, its hilt suddenly detached, revealing the inside. It turned out that the back of the hilt was not solid, but a round hole, from which a burst of flame shot out. The dagger, which had already reached Mach 2, suddenly increased its speed to Mach 20. At a distance of 200 meters, before the level 4 orc priest could react, the jet dagger appeared in front of him. Its 5-meter-long tail flame made it look like a spear. The tip of the dagger touched the sonic barrier, and the magic array on the blade flashed rapidly. Level 2 Anti-Magic Magic Circle, Level 2 Spatial Enchantment Magic Circle. 2 Level 2 magic arrays would be no match for the barrier cast by the Level 4 Orc Priest, but with the momentum of Mach 20, the dagger successfully slashed through the barrier. The dagger, engraved with 2 magic circles, entered the barrier, but its tail was stuck, forcing it to push against the barrier and stab the Orc Priest. Faced with a fatal crisis, the Orc Priest no longer cared about attacking Murray Green. He hurriedly raised his staff to defend himself, pouring all his power into the barrier, hoping it could stop the fatal blow. But then something despairing happened. The hilt of the dagger suddenly broke off, and the freed blade, carrying its final power, grazed the edge of the staff and pierced the Orc Priest's chest. The level 4 Orc Priest stared wide-eyed at Murray Green with an incredulous look. His lips trembled as he tried to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Finally, he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. The dagger was fast and sharp, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't see the cuts on his clothes. But if you look at him from behind, you will see a huge blood pit on his back. It turns out that after the dagger entered his body, it shattered into many small pieces. These small pieces rolled around in the Orc Priest's body and finally flew out of his body. His heart was shredded into pieces. Even a level 4 Orc Priest couldn't save him. His staff fell, and his corpse collapsed backward. After the Orc Priest died, the savage orcs, who had been empowered by his ritual magic, instantly felt their rapidly increasing power leaking out. They were immediately exhausted. On the battlefield, exhaustion is no excuse for the enemy to wait. Knight Harry led his cavalry and crushed them directly. The savage orcs who had been blocking their way were shocked to find their level 4 orc priest suddenly dead. They all showed expressions of disbelief and, after realizing what had happened, fled frantically in all directions. Ha ha ha, young Master Murray is awesome. Mighty. After defeating this group of savage orcs, Knight Harry and Leo, among others, cheered. However, Murray Green pressed down with his right hand, suppressing their cheers. What are you waiting for? Turn around, change direction, and let's keep killing. Yes, ma'am. After killing the most powerful level 4 orc priest, the savage orc's fighting spirit plummeted. Wherever Murray Green and his men went, no savage orc dared to stop them. The remaining orc priests were forcibly killed by Murray Green and his men, and the main orc force, which had been charged by the cavalry, began to collapse. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all. Go back and kill them. These are all little brats. The adults aren't home, so kill them all and wipe them out. The most elite orcs were taken to the front lines, while the older orcs were driven out of the tribe. Those who remained in the tribe were mostly inferior or young orcs. The 2,000 or 3,000 savages that the one-eyed orcs had barely managed to gather could only withstand a single charge from 600 cavalrymen. After leaving behind thousands of orc corpses, the brutal savage orcs began to panic and fled in all directions. Murray Green paid no attention to these savage orcs and immediately led the remaining nearly 500 cavalrymen toward the rear of the tribal camp. Soon, they encountered a group of female orcs trying to escape. Savage orcs, regardless of gender or age, pose a deadly threat to humans. However, the cavalry, who could rout male orcs, would easily crush these female orcs. Screams rang out incessantly as large numbers of female savage orcs were slaughtered. Some of the nearly 2-meter-tall underage savage orcs, driven by rage, did not choose to flee but instead charged at the cavalry. The cavalrymen responded to this act of delivering food with amiable smiles, smashed their heads with their lances, and then trampled over their corpses to continue their rampage towards their comrades. The cavalry rampaged through the barbarian orc camp. The level 5 one-eyed orc, forcibly stopped by Ryan Green, roared repeatedly, but it dared not be careless in the face of the menacing Ryan Green, because at this moment, Ryan Green could break through its defenses and kill it. 50 riders per squad, go hunt. Soldiers. Due to the previous battle, many young orcs escaped from the camp and entered the grasslands. Murray Green immediately ordered his men to pursue and kill them. These are the future forces of the savage orcs. They have already killed a large number of female orcs in this tribe. After killing these underage savage orcs, even if the main force of orcs outside the fortress suffers no losses, this tribe will be dead in name only. Within 20 years, they will either disappear completely or migrate and merge into other tribes, posing no threat to the Green territory. Watching the retreating figures of the various squads rushing off in pursuit, Murray Green smiled, turned his head to look in Ryan Green's direction, yanked the reins sharply, and the wind chaser turned around, galloping quickly towards the battlefield where Ryan Green and the level 5 orcs were fighting. Sensing that all was lost, the one-eyed orc knocked back Ryan Green's lance with a single blow and turned to flee in one direction. Don't even think about escaping, baby. I've already reserved your head. Ryan Green, whose eyes were bloodshot and face was flushed, was in an abnormal, neurotic state. When he saw the one-eyed orc running away, he chased after him without hesitation. Chapter 190 Pursuit of Level 5 Orcs. Although it is said that one should not pursue a desperate enemy, this level 5 savage orc has to be pursued. At least it must be seriously injured or entangled. Otherwise, if the enemy attacks and interferes during their retreat, it will affect their retreat speed, and they will easily be intercepted by the main force of orcs who have rushed back after hearing the news. Sir Lau, Sir Horton, you will come with me to help Ryan deal with the Cyclops. Sir Harry, inform all cavalry to give them 1 hour. Within this hour, kill as many savage orcs as possible. After 1 hour, immediately lead all cavalry back through Ruva's Valley. Yes, ma'am. Sir Harry was no longer at his peak in combat, but he was very experienced and steady in his actions. Therefore, Murray Green entrusted him with the task of bringing back the cavalry. The other 2 knights, who were in their prime and had stronger combat power, went with Murray Green to pursue the level 5 orcs. After making the arrangements, Murray Green led 2 level 4 knights and followed the fiery hoofprints left by the flame horse. Before long, the 3 of them spotted Ryan Green's back and immediately caught up with him. Ryan, we're here. Phew, you finally arrived. By this time, after a fierce battle, the crimson light gathered on Ryan Green's body had dimmed, and his armor was covered with claw marks. Some of the weakest points in his defense had been torn open by the one-eyed orc, leaving deep bloody marks. The level 3 magical beast, the flame-treading horse, beneath him was also in bad shape, with several deep, bone-revealing wounds on its body. If it weren't for the invigorating effect of Ryan Green's war aura, which acted like a shot of adrenaline, it would have given up long ago and run away. 2 level 4 knights stood in front of Ryan Green, locking onto the level 5 orc in front of them, ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. Murray Green took out a healing potion and a battle chi replenishment potion, tossed them to Ryan Green, and then took out several more healing potions. He used his telekinesis to extract the potions, gathered them into a ball, and poured it into the mouth of the flame horse. This horse will be very useful when we escape later, so we can't let it perish here. After taking a few healing potions, the flame horse's condition improved considerably. The unstoppable bleeding began to slow down, and with the reduced pursuit speed and less exercise, it began to recover. How's the battle going on your side? As the aura of war faded, Ryan Green was regaining his senses and asked in a hoarse voice. Murray Green smiled and replied to his question. It's better than expected. This tribe won't be able to recover within the next 20 years. How is your health? Can you still hold on? After drinking the 2 potions, Rhine Green took a breath. No problem. It's just that the war aura can't be used. That one-eyed orc is probably preparing to retaliate. Even if it could be used, we don't have enough soldiers to buff you right now. What we should be thinking about now is preserving our gains and safely bringing the remaining personnel back. Murray Green used his telekinesis to apply the external potion to the man and the horse. Unfortunately, the situation was too critical to bandage them. Otherwise, they would have been lively and energetic again the next day. The one-eyed orc running at the front discovered that the cavalry force he had anticipated was not chasing him. There were only 4 cavalrymen behind him, the strongest of whom was suddenly losing power and would probably be no threat to him soon. With a cruel smile, the one-eyed orc slowed his pace, keeping a close eye on his rear. Once that war knight was no longer able to fight, he would show them what true terror was. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. There was still a level 4 priest left in the tribe. How did the other party kill him? Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defeat the tribe's remaining forces so quickly. Be careful. That one-eyed orc has noticed something is wrong with me. He will probably come back to fight soon. Our mission is to hold him off, buy time for the others, expand our gains, and make a safe retreat. Success in this battle, Sir Lyle, Sir Horton, you will be knights from now on. Upon hearing Rhine Green's words, the 2 knights' faces lit up with ecstasy. They had given up their comfortable lordships to personally go to the battlefield, all for the sake of military merit. Now that such a golden opportunity was presented to them, how could they possibly let it slip by? Their knightly territories only have 300 or 400 households, far fewer than Harry's, a veteran knight. Once he is promoted to knight, he will be able to manage a town of 1,000 households, and his income and power will rise to another level. However, high rewards come with high risks. People can die at any time in war. Among the 4, Rhine Green, as the heir to the earldom, should be the last to die, while Murray Green, as the second son of the earldom, is the second to last. Therefore, if they want to get the reward promised by Rhine Green, they have to fight desperately and hold off the level 5 orcs. Young masters, rest assured, even if I die, I will ensure your safe return to the territory. But if I am unfortunately killed in battle, I hope you will pass on your merits to my eldest son. While keeping a close eye on the one-eyed orc, Knight Lyle was giving his last instructions. After all, their chances of surviving against a level 5 orc were slim. However, they had already prepared themselves for death when they left the Green Plains. This great victory, coupled with his death on the battlefield, suggests that based on his understanding of Earl Green, he would surely not mistreat his descendants. Don't be so pessimistic. All 4 of us will return safely to Green Grassland. Having experienced the Battle of Biss Mountain, Murray Green had fought a level 5 orc from a distance and even broke one of its arms. Now, with 3 level 4 knights by his side, he should be able to hold off a level 5 orc for a while. His equipment was even more powerful than before. Even if he couldn't kill the one-eyed orc, it could still threaten him and make him dare not act rashly. Murray Green's biggest worry right now isn't the one-eyed orc, but the main orc force advancing beyond the eastern fortress. If their retreat is blocked by the main orc force, he'll have no choice but to force a breakout with Rhine Green, which would put the others in grave danger. Therefore, this level 5 orc must be stopped. Otherwise, if he delays the cavalry's retreat, the consequences will be unimaginable. With this in mind, Murray Green had an idea. He took out 3 jet daggers, handed them to the 3 knights, and explained how to use them. Unlike the previous jet dagger, these 3 daggers have 2 engraved magic circles that are level 2 sharpness and level 2 enchantment. The tips are infused with adamantite, making them effective against enemies with high physical defense. The previous dagger was used to break magic against mages. Upon hearing that this small dagger could actually penetrate the physical defenses of a level 5 orc, all 3 showed expressions of disbelief, and Rhine Green's gaze towards Murray Green began to look somewhat strange. Chapter 191 Explosive Missile. Good heavens, there's such a good thing. This kid is keeping it hidden from him. I'll definitely have to open his box and see what's inside when we get back. He promised he would only look inside and wouldn't take anything. Murray Green, who was explaining the operation to the 2 knights at the time, was completely unaware of his older brother's strange look. Before long, the crimson light on Rhine Green's body completely dissipated, and his aura also weakened considerably, barely reaching level 4. Sensing that there was no longer any threatening presence behind him, the one-eyed orc stopped without hesitation, turned around to look at the 4 riders behind him, and Murray Green and the others also pulled on their reins, stopped their horses, and looked at the one-eyed orc 2 kilometers away. The 2 looked at each other. Ryan Green had fully recovered from the injuries he had inflicted on the one-eyed orc. This was the terrifying aspect of a level 5 orc, second only to the physical defense of a battle aura and the ability to recover quickly. In the mountains, if Murray Green hadn't shot off the arm of that level 5 orc, the orc wouldn't have had time to pick it up. Otherwise, he might have been able to demonstrate his ability to reattach severed limbs on the spot. Damn humans, you destroyed my tribe and killed my people. I will never forgive you. The one-eyed orc spoke haltingly, but his anger was palpable. However, Ryan Green scoffed at his words. I'm going to kill you all. I only regret that I didn't kill more, or faster, and that I didn't kill you too. But don't worry, you'll be going down to join them soon. Faced with Ryan Green's provocation, the one-eyed orc, who felt he had the upper hand, was not going to tolerate it. After a furious roar, he immediately charged at the 4 of them. Ahem, here they come. Remember, don't scatter, or we'll be picked off one by one. If we stick together, they won't be able to do anything to us for a while. Go. After coughing twice, Ryan Green immediately gave the order. Upon hearing his command to attack, Lyle and Horton, who were already on edge, immediately mounted their warhorses and charged towards the one-eyed orc. The two brothers followed closely behind them. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them was less than a kilometer. Murray Green immediately picked up a box, jumped off his horse, and soared into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters. The one-eyed orc who witnessed this was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, weren't you level 2? How did you fly into the sky? Faced with such an unexpected scene, the one-eyed orc, who was originally confident of killing all 4 of them here, suddenly felt a shadow fall over his heart. Murray Green, who had flown into the air, stared intently at the one-eyed orc. He channeled his telekinesis into the box behind him, and a lid suddenly opened, releasing a small explosive bullet. Unlike the regular type, this explosive bullet was only as thick as a forearm, but 50 centimeters long, looking like a short stick. Full name: 2-stage split-type explosive missile. As the explosive missile appeared, the warhead immediately aimed at the one-eyed orc. With a loud boom, a violent tail flame shot out from behind it, and then it shot straight toward the enemy at Mach 15. 700 or 800 meters away, when the one-eyed orc saw how fast Murray Green's attack was, he frowned and quickly changed his footing, moving a few meters to the side to avoid the missile. But at that moment, the missile in the air exploded and disintegrated, the warhead shooting towards the one-eyed orc at an astonishing Mach 25. However, once the missile is launched, Murray Green is unable to change its trajectory, so the Cyclops can rely on prediction to dodge it. The Mach 25 explosive missile landed 5 meters away from the one-eyed orc. The moment the missile hit the ground, it exploded with a bang, followed by a flash of white light, and then a fierce burst of flames that engulfed the one-eyed orc. Amidst the flames and ash, an angry roar resounded, followed by a tall figure bursting out of the flames and revealing its true form. The one-eyed orc's animal skin robes were now tattered and torn. Had it not been for the sturdiness of the magical beast hide, the one-eyed orc's clothes would have been burned away instantly. The green-skinned orc who emerged from the flames had now turned black, his body covered in black ash, remnants of his burning fur and skin. With its blood-red maw wide open, the one-eyed orc roared angrily again. Although the missile explosion did not cause him great harm, it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. His skin was burning hot all over, and even though his powerful regenerative abilities were repairing his body, the pain could not be alleviated in any way. This physical strength is simply amazing. Finding that his missile hadn't done much damage to the enemy, Murray Green immediately pulled out 3 more explosive missiles and fired them without hesitation. The one-eyed orc, who was keeping a close eye on Murray Green, was shocked to discover that the opponent could pull out 3 such powerful weapons at once. His heart pounded with surprise, but he still gritted his teeth and ran forward while dodging the missiles. However, after 2 stages of propulsion, the missile reaches a maximum speed of Mach 25. The one-eyed man can dodge it and avoid being hit by the missile, but he cannot escape the blast radius. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive missiles landed and exploded simultaneously. The one-eyed orc, who was less than 10 meters away from the 3 missiles, was once again engulfed by an even larger inferno. This time, the crisis was even greater, and he was thrown more than 10 meters into the air by the powerful explosive force. Having witnessed the entire process, Ryan Green and his 2 companions had already charged to within 200 meters. The 3 exchanged glances, then looked up at Murray Green with complicated expressions. Seriously? Dude, you're planning to solo a level 5 orc? The explosion site was covered by towering flames and billowing dust, obscuring the figures of the savage orcs. This made Murray Green, who was preparing to launch a follow-up attack, frown. At this moment, he was 700 or 800 meters away from the enemy, unable to see them, and the spatial feedback detection range was insufficient, so he had to abandon this plan. Drive. 3 knights raised their lances and charged into the dust, thrusting all 3 lances at the one-eyed orc who had just gotten up from the ground. The one-eyed orc was in a sorry state, completely naked, his skin charred and blackened by the explosion. It's truly a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. He was beaten so badly by a mere magician using his magic tools, and these 3 even came to join in the fun. Then let's fight. After a roar, the one-eyed orc stretched out his claws and slapped away the 2 lances that were thrusting at him. The 3rd lance then pierced his body. The sharp lance managed to penetrate 5 centimeters into the one-eyed orc's body before it could go no further. It could only use the force of the charge to push the savage orc's body backward. Chapter 192 Bloodlust and Berserk. Knight Lyle, having stabbed his enemy, gripped the lance handle tightly with both hands and roared through gritted teeth. Rise! The tall, one-eyed orc was lifted up by Knight Lyle's spear, and his galloping warhorse carried him for over 100 meters. After catching his breath, the one-eyed orc looked down at Knight Lyle, his eyes filled with rage. The one-eyed orc raised his right hand, his claws aimed at the lance shaft, and with a fierce swipe, he severed the lance shaft in 2. Knight Lyle's pupils widened in shock at the sight, completely unprepared for such a move from the savage orc. The one-eyed orc, now out of control, tumbled to the ground, then got up, gripped the lance shaft with his right hand, and with a slight effort, pulled the lance out of his body. But just then, 2 missiles came flying at him. The one-eyed orc quickly threw the lance head out of his hand, detonating one of them in midair, while the other hit him squarely in the body. Boom! 2 violent explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The one-eyed orc hit by the exploding missile was blasted 40 or 50 meters away and crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a circular dent where the missile had struck. Cough cough. The one-eyed orc, who had taken the brunt of the explosive missile, could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Even he was seriously injured. After spitting out several more mouthfuls of blood, the one-eyed orc looked up at Murray Green, standing in the air. Murray Green looked down at him, their eyes locked, neither giving an inch. Just then, 2 more explosive missiles flew out from behind Murray Green, spraying out brilliant trails of flame. Die! Murray Green's lips moved slightly, and after uttering those 2 words, the explosive projectile was launched, heading straight for the one-eyed orc. Seeing the attack about to come, this time, the one-eyed orc did not dodge, but stood still and let out a long howl. A whoa! The level 5 orc, standing on the ground, raised his head and let out a long howl. His muscles, covered in charcoal, began to throb violently. At that moment, 2 explosive missiles struck him, and a burst of sparks shot into the sky from the one-eyed orc's body, blooming exceptionally brightly. Although he witnessed his 2 explosive missiles strike the enemy squarely, Murray Green showed no joy. Instead, he frowned and stared at the area engulfed in flames. At the same time, he suddenly recalled that in Mount Biss, the savage orc had unleashed even greater power after his arm was broken, and almost killed Edwin Lamb in a few moves. The long howl stopped, and after the explosion, a sudden gust of wind blew away all the dust in the dusty area, revealing what was inside. A piece of black charcoal appeared in front of Murray Green, and the charcoal was still shaking violently and even expanding. In an instant, the charcoal expanded to twice its original size. With a crisp cracking sound, like a chick hatching from its shell, the cracking sounds continued, and many cracks appeared on the surface of the coke. Through the cracks, a blinding green light shone out. Ouch! With a deafening roar, the charcoal shattered completely, and a savage orc, over 3 meters tall with muscles covering his entire body like fish scales, broke free from the charcoal's restraints, revealing his full form. Upon closer inspection of his body, Murray Green was shocked to discover that the wounds they had inflicted on him were healing at a visible rate, and it wouldn't be long before all the injuries on the level 5 orc were completely healed. Such strong recovery ability. As long as he isn't killed instantly, he can quickly recover to his peak condition. Is this the terror of level 5? Is there such a big difference between level 4 and level 5? Seeing that his enemy, whom he had beaten so badly, had not only fully recovered but had even become stronger, Murray Green, who only had 2 of his 10 explosive missiles left, was being watched closely by the one-eyed orc and did not dare to make any rash moves or launch another attack. The two faced off, their auras locked together. It is Bloodlust and Frenzy, a life-saving skill for level 5 orcs. It can greatly enhance strength, but it requires burning one's own blood, flesh, and life to activate. Once activated, it brings one closer to death. After use, the body will enter a state of overexertion, and strength will drop significantly. As the future Earl of Grin, Rhingrin knew a great deal of inside information and was very familiar with the savage orcs. So when he saw the one-eyed orc reveal this appearance, he immediately roared, revealing all his secrets and telling the two knights not to approach him. At this moment, the savage orc is in a terrifying extreme state. Anyone who gets close to him will encounter a terrifying attack. A level 4 warrior would easily be torn to shreds if he went near him. Run! We have to run. Upon realizing this, Rhingrin immediately spurred his horse and galloped away into the distance. Hearing Rhingrin's command, the other two knights did not hesitate and immediately followed Rhingrin in their escape. Although they are eager to make a name for themselves and crave battle, this level 5 orc is clearly going into overdrive. If they rush up to fight him now, wouldn't that be suicide? Murray Green was equally astonished by his powerful appearance and quickly activated his Iron Man boots, propelling himself to a maximum height of 300 meters. The one-eyed orc let out a disdainful sneer at the four's escape, glanced unwillingly at Murray Green, and then turned to look in the direction where Rhingrin and the other two had fled. If he could, he would have preferred to take down Murray Green, who was flying in the air and causing him considerable damage, before chasing down the 3 level 4 knights. However, even at this point, he was somewhat powerless in the face of the 300-meter aerial distance. With a powerful stomp of his legs, a deep crater appeared where he had been standing, but the savage orc had vanished without a trace. Instead, he moved like a gust of wind, a flying arrow, straight toward the 3 knights. In his bloodthirsty berserk state, his speed had increased to a whole new level, and the distance between the 3 knights and him was rapidly closing. Damn it, he's too fast. It won't be long before he catches up with us. When that happens, we'll be facing him from both sides, and we'll be completely helpless. After Rhingrin discovered this situation, he realized that the risk of running away was actually higher than that of fighting head-on. Unless he unleashed the maximum speed of the level 3 magical beast Flame Steed and abandoned Lyle and Horton to help him hold off the enemy, he could hold out until the Cyclops' bloodlust ended. However, he was the future Earl Green, and the 19-year-old Rhingrin could not make such a choice as to abandon the knights behind him and save his own life. So he pulled on the reins, turned around, and charged towards the level 5 orcs that were chasing him, with the 2 knights behind him following closely behind. Chapter 193 Intense 1v4. Rhingrin pulled out a berserk potion, gulped it down, and swallowed it in one go. The potion took effect immediately after being ingested, unleashing a violent aura from his body. Rhingrin, his eyes red, let out a furious roar. War aura activated. A faint crimson light emanated from the 3 knights, and then converged on Rhingrin. However, this time, there were too few soldiers following behind, and even though both knights were level 4, Rhingrin did not receive much power boost. Rhingrin, barely managing to unleash the war aura once more, compressed all its power into his lance and charged headlong into the oncoming one-eyed orc. Go to hell. Overestimating one's abilities. In his bloodthirsty, berserk state, the one-eyed orc uttered these words and then swung his claws repeatedly, sending countless white claw marks flying more than 20 meters as he attacked Rhingrin. Faced with the Cyclops' long-range attack, Rhingrin crouched down, his lance still pointed directly at the enemy. Many of the aerial claws were pierced by the charging lances, but the rest landed on Rhingrin and the Flame Steed. After their injuries were treated and had begun to improve, the man and the horse were once again covered in blood. Hiss! The flaming horse, which was galloping wildly, cried out in pain, but still persevered with Rhingrin, rushing to the one-eyed orc. Rhingrin then thrust out his scarlet lance. The one-eyed orc never expected that Rhingrin would dare to trade injuries with him. How dare he? Didn't you see how strong my recovery ability is? You think you can beat me in a recovery contest? With his arms crossed, he held the lance in front of him, and the sharp, scarlet lance pierced through one of the one-eyed orc's arms and into his second. Even with all his might, Rhingrin was unable to push his lance any further and plunge it into the enemy's chest. With force, the one-eyed orc was pushed back 60 or 70 meters. The enemy's feet moved like a soil turner, leaving 2 cracks in the grass. As the two sides grappled, the powerful savage orc gradually suppressed the weakened Rhine Green, standing firmly like a reef blocking the waves. The one-eyed orc looked up, staring intently at Rhine Green, who was less than 2 meters away. With a forceful shove, Rhine Green dropped his lance and stumbled backward on his fiery steed. Before the one-eyed orc could launch a counterattack, the knights Lyle and Horton caught up while the two were locked in a struggle and immediately attacked the one-eyed orc, thrusting his spear straight at him and slashing with his sword. The one-eyed orc, who had just pushed Rhine Green away, still had his arms pinned together by the crimson lance. After dodging the lance's thrust, he opened his mouth, which was full of fangs. He bit down hard on the long sword that was slashing toward his neck, his powerful bite like an iron clamp, gripping the sword tightly. With its bite force increasing, a sharp level 3 long sword snapped in two with a snap, leaving the knight Lyle, who was holding the sword, in shock once again. No, that's going too far. As a level 4 knight, it's a bit beneath you to use a level 3 lance and a level 3 longsword, but you can't treat my weapons like this. Thinking of this, knight Lyle, his eyes bloodshot, dropped his broken sword, drew his jet dagger from his waist, crushed the outer shell of the dagger hilt as he leaped off his horse, activated the jet dagger, and then pounced behind the one-eyed orc who couldn't dodge in time, plunging the dagger into the enemy's back. The Cyclops' muscles were harder than steel. Even with all his strength, knight Lyle could only pierce the dagger 2 or 3 centimeters deep. Just as he was wondering why the dagger wasn't as powerful as Murray Green had said, a loud roar came from the hilt of the dagger, followed by a jet of flame several meters long shooting out, and a powerful propulsive force propelled the dagger forward. The one-eyed orc was also stunned by this sudden attack. Before he could react, he was pushed forward a few steps and dropped while knight off him. The dagger, which had been stuck inside the one-eyed orc's body, continued to advance under the force of the jet. Sensing the danger, the one-eyed orc immediately clamped the dagger with its muscles to stop it from going any further. In the fierce confrontation, the dagger, made of only level 2 material, shattered instantly inside the one-eyed orc's body. He roared in agony, dropping the scarlet lance that pinned his arms, and tried to pull out the dagger, but only managed to pull out the hilt. The blade remained inside his body. Seeing that the jet dagger could indeed damage a level 5 orc, Rhine Green, who was not far from the enemy, had a bright idea in his eyes. He immediately drew his dagger, dismounted, activated the jet dagger, and stabbed the one-eyed orc in the abdomen. You deserve to die. The fragments of the 2 daggers tumbled inside his body, causing him unbearable pain even with the bloodlust berserk activated. He casually slapped Rhine Green away. Rhine Green, who had rolled several times on the ground, got up, spat out a mouthful of blood, picked up his lance, and whistled. As the fiery steed galloped past him, Rhine Green grabbed the reins, his body flying through the air. With a twist of his body, he landed on the horse's back and thrust his spear at the enemy who was writhing in pain, trying to expel the shards of the dagger. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Rhine Green laughed wildly and thrust his spear forward, but the one-eyed orc raised his right hand and swatted the lance away with a claw. As the flaming horse galloped past the one-eyed orc, Rhine Green extended his left hand, pulled the leaping Lyle knight back onto his horse, and handed him the sword at his waist. My sword is level 5, so it shouldn't be easily broken by the enemy. Seeing the 3 men move away, Murray Green immediately launched the last 2 explosive missiles, then pulled out 2 jet-powered daggers and threw them at Rhine Green and his companion. The one-eyed orc was once again thrown into the air by the explosion of the explosive missile, but this time, he was much faster and suffered less impact and damage, only flying about 20 meters. After a few twists in the air, he landed steadily on his feet, then pried a shard of dagger from his wound and looked up at Murray Green. Murray Green was startled by what he saw and sensed great danger. He quickly activated his telekinesis, and at that moment, a fragment flew towards him. It was thrown by the one-eyed orc. The tiny dagger fragment, propelled by the one-eyed orc's immense power, hurtled towards Murray Green. In the blink of an eye, the fragment was 300 meters away from Murray Green. Murray Green immediately used his telekinesis to grab the fragment, but the fragment contained the power of a level 5 orc, which Murray Green's telekinesis could not overcome. Murray Green hurriedly used all his strength to forcefully pull the fragments aside. As he felt the sharp shards of a dagger fly past him, Murray Green's heart nearly stopped. This experience of facing death head-on sent chills down his spine. Chapter 194 Explosive Missile. After the initial shock came great anger. Murray Green felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. which even the usually rational Murray Green couldn't suppress for a moment. So Murray Green dropped the box on his back and reached down with both hands. A box on the back of the wind chaser opened, and a warhead several times thicker than a missile floated out of the box, flying straight toward Murray Green, followed by two cylindrical sections. As they flew toward Murray Green, the warhead docked with the two cylindrical sections, eventually becoming an enlarged version of a burst missile. It was 2 meters long and 30 centimeters in diameter, with a tail fin at the back. It was entirely silver-white and covered with dense magic array patterns. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. It was a burst missile, a weapon that could theoretically rival a level 5 magic weapon. Seeing Murray Green flying in the air and pulling out such a thick and large weapon, the one-eyed beastman's heart pounded wildly, and his body instinctively issued warnings. So he quickly pulled out a dagger fragment from his body, wanting to continue attacking Murray Green. Just then, Horton Knight, who had returned, thrust his spear at him. Faced with this incessant harassment, the one-eyed orc was enraged. Forgetting about continuing to collect the fragments, he lunged forward to meet Horton Knight's lance. As the spear and claws collided, Knight Horton felt an unparalleled force emanating from the point of impact. The powerful force knocked Knight Horton off his horse, and his mount was also affected by this force, as if it had crashed into a wall, unable to move forward at all. Hiss! The warhorse neighed, its forelegs leaping up and kicking at the one-eyed orc. The one-eyed orc, unable to dodge in midair, was hit, but instead of being sent flying, he grabbed the warhorse's forelegs and pounced on it. Horton Knight's warhorse was only a level 1 wind chaser, no match for a level 5 orc. The one-eyed orc stabbed the wind chaser in the chest with a claw. With a forceful twist, a bloody hole appeared on the wind chaser's chest. The one-eyed orc ripped out its heart, opened its blood-red maw, and bit it to pieces. A large amount of horse blood gushed out, staining the green and black one-eyed orc crimson. He rolled on the ground, and Knight Horton, who had witnessed his warhorse companion being killed, angrily raised his spear and thrust it into the one-eyed orc's abdomen. However, it could only penetrate 4 or 5 centimeters, and did not cause much damage to the enemy. He released his lance, drew his jet dagger, crushed the outer shell of the hilt, and quickly poured his battle aura into it. The magic array on the jet dagger immediately activated, and with a roar, the jet dagger flew from his hand toward the one-eyed orc. Once again attacked by the jet daggers, the one-eyed orc's vigilance was raised to the extreme, and he quickly raised his hand to block the direction of the jet dagger's attack. The sharp dagger, propelled by the powerful force, pierced the one-eyed orc's still healing arm, but before it could advance further, he grabbed the dagger's blade with his other hand. Click! The dagger shattered under the powerful grip of the one-eyed orc. He then turned to Murray Green, spread his arms, and made a throwing motion. Damn it! But before he could throw it, Horton, enraged by the death of his mount, drew his sword and slashed the one-eyed orc's thigh. Even a level 5 orc was jolted by Horton Knight's full-force sword strike, causing him to flinch and pause in his throwing motion. Yes, that's it. Attack his legs and disable his mobility. Ryan Green, riding his fiery steed, shot a spear through the one-eyed orc's hand, shattering the dagger fragments that fell to the ground, thus averting Murray Green's crisis. Meanwhile, the Knight Lyle, who was riding alongside him, grabbed a jet dagger in one hand, jumped off his horse, rolled a few times on the ground, came to the one-eyed orc's feet, and immediately activated the jet dagger, stabbing it into the enemy's calf. The fragments from the 2 jet-propelled daggers shredded the flesh of the one-eyed orc's shin, leaving his white shin bone clearly visible to everyone present. The intense pain caused the level 5 orc to scream, and he swung his claw at Knight Lyle. However, Knight Horton, who was not far away, held his sword in both hands and blocked the attack for Knight Lyle. Well done, Horton. Lyle immediately stood up, drew the level 5 longsword that Ryan Green had given him, and as the sword was drawn, a sharp aura rushed towards him. Lyle's eyes lit up, and he slashed at the one-eyed orc's seriously wounded spot. The level 5 longsword struck the white bone with a crack, and Lyle cut a notch in the one-eyed orc's shin bone. Lyle was overjoyed at the sight. With just one more strike, he could sever the enemy's shin bone and cause him considerable damage. However, the one-eyed orc was not made of wood and would not stand still and wait for him to continue hacking. So he immediately retreated and then swung a claw at Lyle. Don't you take me seriously? Just then, Horton roared and slashed at the one-eyed orc's outstretched arm with all his might. Seeing that Horton had blocked another attack for him, Lyle gave him a grateful look, then slid down to the one-eyed orc's injured calf and slashed him again. The battered calf could no longer withstand the sword strike. The sharp level 5 longsword severed it, and the one-eyed orc, with his calf severed, staggered and nearly fell to the ground. However, his powerful physique granted him exceptional balance, allowing him to stand firmly on his remaining leg and drive the two knights away with his claws. Damn humans, they broke my leg. It's unforgivable. Ha ha, we'll not only cut off your leg, we'll take your life too. Ryan Green charged forward again, thrusting his spear into the chest of the one-eyed orc. With only one leg, the orc was lifted up by Ryan Green and sent away from Lyle and Horton. This time, the one-eyed orc, who was seriously injured, was unable to break free from Ryan Green's attack and was lifted high and thrown into the air. The tall, one-eyed orc soared 20 meters into the air with Ryan Green's full power. After doing this, Ryan Green immediately lowered his head and lay on the horse's back, pouring all his battle aura into the flame steed's body. Despite his serious injuries, the flame horse seemed to have taken a powerful stimulant, instantly regaining its energy and running at a speed exceeding its peak. What makes a good teammate? This is a good teammate. They perfectly created the attack opportunity he wanted. Murray Green was full of praise for the three of them. Then he turned to look at the explosive missile that had been assembled and was aimed at the one-eyed orc. The magic array patterns on the silver-white outer shell gradually lit up, and a faint current of air began to swirl around it. This current of air grew larger and larger, surging wildly into the explosive missile. Chapter 195, Slaughtering Level 5 Orcs. With a large influx of magic power, the explosive missile's tail first spewed out a strong compressed airflow, slowly flying forward. Suddenly, flames appeared in the airflow, and then the flames replaced all the airflow. At this moment, the explosive missile's instantaneous speed had reached Mach 20. When the missile was less than 100 meters away from the savage orc, its speed had already climbed to Mach 25. The level 5 orc in the air looked at the explosive missile getting closer and closer to him with a look of horror. The explosive missile slammed into the one-eyed orc, who couldn't dodge. The magic array on the warhead flashed rapidly, and eventually, a crack appeared on the round warhead. The cracks multiplied and grew longer. Click. Although he hadn't heard any sound yet, he seemed to hear them when he saw the cracks. Then, the one-eyed orc felt a sudden white light before his eyes as a violent explosion engulfed him, and he was also blasted away by the powerful shockwave. A towering flame appeared, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Ryan Green, who had run a long way away, felt a shockwave shove him and his flame horse to the ground. Turning his head, Ryan Green looked behind him. A magnificent mushroom cloud slowly rose, and a black figure flew out from the center of the explosion. Squinting, Ryan Green stroked the flame steed lying on the ground, comforted it for a moment, then picked up his lance and walked straight toward the black figure. The one-eyed orc, half his body charred, was blasted hundreds of meters away and crashed heavily to the ground. This time, even his terrifying regenerative abilities were powerless against such severe injuries. His chest, struck head-on, was completely charred, his internal organs were roasted, all his skin was burned away, and his strong muscles were reduced to charcoal. At this moment, he only had a last wisp of consciousness left, barely opening his single eye and staring blankly at Ryan Green, who was walking towards him. What is that? Have no idea. Faced with the one-eyed orc's question, Ryan Green honestly shook his head, gripped the lance shaft tightly with both hands, raised the lance high, its sharp point facing the one-eyed orc, and brought it down without hesitation. When the lance made contact with the one-eyed orc's body, a crisp cracking sound rang out, like crushing instant noodles. The sound was incredibly satisfying. The one-eyed orc was split in two by Ryan Green's blow, and his single eye was still staring intently at Ryan Green, his eyes filled with disbelief. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to believe that Ryan Green wouldn't know about such a terrifying weapon, but in reality, Ryan Green truly didn't know. Brother, your stuff is simply amazing. If you had 100 of these, I'd be willing to turn the 100,000 strong tribe at the fortress upside down. Looking down at the level 5 orc who had died in front of him, Ryan Green sighed with emotion. He never expected that the first level 5 orc he killed would be with the help of his younger brother. As the smoke cleared slightly, Lyle and Horton found Ryan Green and went to his side. Ryan Green turned to look at the long sword in Lyle's hand, and Lyle immediately handed it to him. Ryan Green took the long sword and severed the one-eyed orc's head. Although the head was covered in charcoal due to the explosion, making it unrecognizable, Ryan Green's hope of making it into a specimen was dashed. However, the skull remained intact and could still be used as a decent ornament. Murray Green activated his levitation spell and slowly descended. Upon seeing Murray Green appear, Lyle and Horton, the two level 4 knights, immediately removed their helmets and smiled broadly at him. Young master, your weapons are truly masterpieces. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to kill this level 5 orc. We would have been lucky to escape with our lives. Cough cough, it's alright. But the final explosive missile still has some immature aspects and needs some improvement. Murray Green said, his face pale. To activate this explosive missile and provide it with the necessary energy, I've poured almost all of my magic into it. Forehead. Haha, I think it's perfect. The two men were at a loss for words with Murray Green. In their eyes, it was a weapon of genius, but in his mouth, it was a failed product that needed modification. So, the question was, can such failed products be sold at a discount? Hey, why are you trying to steal my loot? After seeing Ryan Green cut off the one-eyed orc's head and pack it up, Murray Green immediately questioned Ryan Green. Upon hearing Murray Green's question, Ryan Green chuckled. According to the rules of the battlefield, whoever kills the orc has the right to choose the loot first. I killed this orc with the last blow, so I have the right to choose first. That savage orc was roasted to a crisp by his explosive missiles. You kill Stealer, and you still have the nerve to call it the last kill? Huh. So Murray Green began arguing with Ryan Green, trying to get the level 5 orc's head back from him. Lyle and Horton exchanged a glance, and then began to examine the level 5 orc's corpse. Finally, Ryan Green, who was getting increasingly annoyed by Murray Green's nagging, offered to compensate Murray Green in exchange. This was the first level 5 orc head he had ever seen. Ryan Green didn't want to return it to his younger brother no matter what, but he was indeed in the wrong in this matter. In this battle, Murray Green's explosive missile accounted for at least 60% of the battlefield contribution, and the rest was to be divided among the four of them. 10,000 gold coins. How about we use something from the collection as collateral? Make a deal. Although he hasn't become the owner of the collection room yet, Ryan Green is about to sell everything in it. Having achieved their goal, the two looked at each other and smiled, both revealing satisfied expressions. Murray Green didn't have a collecting habit, so giving the head to Ryan was fine with him. However, he didn't want to give it away for nothing. As a result, after saying a few more words, he received 10,000 gold coins worth of supplies. He really made a killing. For Ryan Green, the first level 5 savage orc head he had ever obtained in battle was priceless. It was the first glorious step in his legendary journey. Making this head into a work of art would be something he could proudly present to friends or at a banquet. After exchanging the heads, Murray Green turned to look at the remaining corpse of the savage orc. He asked Horton to help cut off the claws, and then had the three of them help him cut some muscle tissue from various parts of the savage orc's body. He wanted to study why the savage orc's muscles were so tough when he returned to his territory. After packing everything up, the four of them embarked on their journey home. Chapter 196 Evacuation Plan. Ryder Horton's horse was killed, and Ryan Green's flame horse was seriously injured. Even after emergency treatment, it would not fully recover from its second injury for a while. So Lyle and Horton rode the same horse together, and the two brothers rode the Wind Chaser together. The Orc tribe is about 100 kilometers away from the eastern fortress, and about 130 to 140 kilometers away from the Ruvas Valley, while the Ruvas Valley is only about 50 kilometers away from the eastern fortress. The distances were not far, making it convenient for the savage orcs to attack the fortress and sneak across the Green Plains, which also facilitated Ryan Green and his men's surprise attack on the tribe. More than 2 hours have passed since they attacked the tribe and killed the level 5 orc. Given the barbarian orcs' incredible speed of communication, or even faster with eagle messengers, the main force of the tribe outside the fortress should now know about the attack. With their home attacked, the main force of the orcs will, as expected, return to the tribe. But anyone with a modicum of sense knows that when they return, they will be met only with a ruined tribe and a camp reduced to ashes. So, in order to get revenge, they would definitely seek out their enemy. The grasslands are so vast that searching everywhere is obviously not a good idea, so they would intercept the cavalry's retreat and kill Ryan Green to avenge themselves. These orc forces will most likely split up, with one group chasing them down and the other blocking any possible routes to Green Plains. Ruvas Valley will definitely be the top priority. So here's the problem. Before Murray Green could pursue the level 5 orcs, he ordered Knight Harry to lead all the cavalry to retreat towards Ruvas Valley. During the retreat, they would be easily intercepted by the main force of the savage orcs who had split up. This was also part of the plan. On the night before leaving Green Plains, the two brothers visited Viscount Brady Hosea, the supreme commander of the Eastern Fortress, to ask for his help. Brady Hosea did not provide assistance before or during the attack, so this assistance would come after the attack. If they were blocked by the savage orcs in front of Ruva's Valley during their retreat, the main force advancing eastward would cross through Ruva's Valley and attack the savage orcs from both sides, thus forcibly wiping out a portion of the savage orcs' main force. So their escape route was bait. If the savage orcs didn't take it, they would successfully return to the Green Plains. If they did take it, they would be caught and eaten. After their successful raid on the orc tribe, they gained control of many things. This is a winner-takes-all scenario, and the decline of the barbarian orc tribe is a foregone conclusion. The only question is how long they can hold on. The cavalry led by Knight Harry was not in much danger. On the contrary, the 4 men at the rear were still in danger. According to the plan, if there were any level 5 orcs left behind in the tribe, they were responsible for intercepting them and preventing the enemy from disturbing the main force's retreat. After the others have evacuated, they will wage guerrilla warfare on the grasslands and retreat towards the fortress. At that time, Earl Green will take the initiative to launch a decisive battle and take the opportunity to bring them back to the fortress. If there were no level 5 orcs, that would be the best case scenario, and they could evacuate with the main force. As for killing level 5 orcs, they didn't include that in their plan because it was too unrealistic. So their plan was to escape from the level 5 orcs. Escape, intercept, repel, defeat, kill, capture alive. With 6 different difficulty levels, if it weren't for Murray Green's explosive missile that killed them instantly, the 4 of them probably wouldn't know how long they would have been entangled with the level 5 orcs. The enemy's main force might have returned while they were still fighting. So now the 4 of them are in an awkward situation. Although they have successfully killed the level 5 orc, it seems that they still have to move towards the forward fortress, because the forward east fortress does not know that Ryan Green and the others can return from there, and will not send troops to meet them. As for meeting up with the cavalry in Ruva's Valley, they would first need to break through the encirclement of the main tribal forces searching for them. Since they are not at their peak condition, encountering a level 5 orc or a group of savage orcs would be difficult to deal with. It would be better to take advantage of the kill of the level 5 orc and retreat to the forward fortress as soon as possible. If they run all the way, they may reach the forward fortress while the pursuers searching for them are still wandering outside the forward east fortress. Riding his horse forward, Ryan Green looked at the last 2 boxes still hanging on either side of the wind chaser and asked curiously, "Are those 2 boxes of yours also filled with those explosive missiles?" Murray Green shook his head in response. "No, I only managed to carve out one of those big ones. My weapon refining skills are only at level 2 right now, and I only know some inscription techniques. These weapons were made by hand, hammering them out 1 hammer blow at a time, after I learned some forging techniques. Apart from the time I spend studying and cultivating, I don't have much other time to make these things. We just ran out of explosive missiles. The most difficult part of making missiles, and jet daggers is their propulsion system, which requires extremely precise control. If I didn't have the help of telekinesis, the weapons I made would not have achieved such good results at all. Handcrafting engines and turbochargers. That skill would impress anyone in any world. What's in those 2 boxes?" Hearing that such useful missiles were gone, Ryan Green was somewhat disappointed, but also became even more curious about the contents of the box. Seeing Ryan Green's somewhat furtive behavior, Murray Green was speechless for a moment, but still told him, "That's what we use to save our lives." As he spoke, Murray Green opened a box, revealing its contents. Upon seeing these items, Ryan Green's eyes widened in surprise. If missiles surprised him, it was because he had never seen them before. But he never expected that Murray Green's most treasured possession would be something he recognized. Full body armor? To make it easy to pack and take away, the box was full of parts. However, Ryan Green, who had been dealing with armor for many years, could tell from just a few parts that it was a full suit of armor, and a heavy suit at that. A fragile mage wearing heavy full body armor. Do you even understand what that means? Ryan Green touched a piece of armor. The material was average, only level 2, but it was made of high-quality material and had magic array patterns on it. It should be fully covered. It was too extravagant. This kind of cheap material was not worth adding so many magic arrays. But if I were to switch places, it would be as if I hadn't said anything before. "Brother, look, my armor was almost torn to shreds in the battle just now. You don't need your armor right now anyway. So why don't you put it on first, and I'll return it to you when we get back to the fortress." As he spoke, Ryan Green showed off his battered armor. Some of the protective plates had fallen off, and others had been shattered or pierced, which greatly reduced the armor's defensive effectiveness. Chapter 197 King of a Tribe of 100,000 People. As the heir to the Grin family, Rheingrin's weaponry is quite good, with a level 5 lance and a level 5 longsword, but his armor is only level 4. It's not that he can't afford to wear it, it's that he can't wear it. Armor is different from weapons. While wielding a high-level weapon may not allow you to unleash its full power, it is still usable and significantly enhances combat strength. However, armor is different. Level 5 armor is created to complement the battle aura protection of a level 5 warrior. With the protective aura of battle, a level 5 warrior can engage in close combat with a level 5 savage orc, which gives you an idea of its sturdiness. You get what you pay for, which makes the full body armor of a level 5 warrior very heavy. Rheingrin's level 4 armor had shielded him from many attacks during the battle with the level 5 orcs, so it was now severely damaged. Murray Green immediately shook his head in response to Rheingrin's suggestion. No, this is our life-saving armor. Wearing it will only allow you to withstand a few more hits, but if I wear it, I can fly you back to Green territory. Fly. Upon hearing this word, Rheingrin stared at Murray Green in surprise, then glanced at the Iron Man boots on his feet. When he first learned that this thing could make people fly, Rheingrin couldn't wait to snatch it from Murray Green's feet and try it out himself. However, Murray Green refused, because Rheingrin did not know levitation. If he were to forcefully use his battle aura to activate his boots, the miniature levitation magic circle engraved on the boots would not be able to move Rheingrin. If the jet propulsion system is activated, Rheingrin, who has not received extensive training, will be propelled into the air like a rocket, only to have the propulsion system overload and explode, thus allowing Murray Green to successfully inherit the title of Earl of Green. Murray Green's words were so frightening that Rheingrin had given up trying them for the sake of his own life. But now that he heard Murray Green say that this heavy armor could also fly and take him flying with it, he was immediately itching to try it. Brother, Rheingrin looked at Murray Green with shining eyes and a bright smile on his face. I'll just wear it and try it on, I won't activate it. No, this suit of armor was made according to my body data. You can't wear it. Haha. How do you know I can't wear it if you don't try it on? I made this, believe me. The two brothers chatted as they traveled. The distance between the eastern fortress and the fortress was 200 kilometers, but if they detoured outside the border, it would be nearly 400 kilometers. The two swift horses were fast enough, but with two people riding on them and the fact that they weren't very familiar with the roads, they covered 100 kilometers in one go. Once the pursuers behind couldn't catch up for a while, their speed slowed down. At this time, the sun began to slowly set. The group found a water source to rest, ate some of their own dry rations, and let their mounts rest for a while before leading their horses onward toward their destination. Since mages are not physically strong, Nightlaw made a chair out of tree branches and carried Murray Green on his back. Murray Green, who weighed over 100 pounds, was less heavy than the armor he wore for a level 4 warrior. Sitting cross-legged in the chair, Murray Green closed his eyes and began to meditate. His mental sea circulated rapidly, and his mental power expanded quickly. Murray Green, who had just become a senior second-level mage, was rapidly advancing towards perfection in his magical power. Combat is indeed the best way to improve quickly. Whether you're a warrior or a mage, after a battle, Murray Green felt his mental energy was much more active, and the speed at which he converted magic power was faster. If I stay on the battlefield for half a month, I estimate I can achieve perfection, and I will definitely break through to level 2 and become a level 3 mage within half a year. Thinking of this, Murray Green felt a surge of excitement. After all, the space magic of storage space was simply too good to pass up. He had a lot of equipment for this battle, and if it weren't for his level 2 magical beast mount, he would have had to bring several horses to carry all those weapons. If he could control the storage space, things would be much simpler. The starry sky over the grassland was beautiful, and the moonlight was dazzling, so the three of them moved forward very quickly. In 2 or 3 hours, they had covered 50 or 60 kilometers. They were indeed level 4 warriors, walking faster than many people could run. The 3 magical beast horses behind them rode as easily as if taking a stroll. After resting for a while, the group mounted their horses and galloped for over 100 kilometers before entering the territory of a tribe of 100,000 people. It was only a little past 2 in the morning. The relationship between barbarian tribes can also lead to wars over food, territory, and population. Therefore, once a tribe enters the territory of a barbarian tribe, the pursuing barbarian tribe will not dare to set foot on the territory for a while, which is a good thing. However, This tribe of 100,000 people was much more powerful, so they had to slow down and proceed with caution. So Murray Green would occasionally fly into the air to observe whether they would encounter savage orcs on the way ahead. Under Murray Green's guidance, the group traveled another 50 kilometers. As the sun rose in the morning, the four of them were less than 100 kilometers away from the fortress, but those last 100 kilometers were the most difficult part of the journey. 40 kilometers from the fortress, a large number of savage orcs were entrenched. On the central hillside, a magnificent large animal hide tent stood tall, and an eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters landed on the top of the tent. Upon seeing the eagle, a savage orc took out a piece of bloody meat. Attracted by the food, the eagle flew down and landed on the ground, its eagle eyes fixed on the meat. Seeing this, the savage orc immediately threw the meat to the eagle, which caught it with its sharp beak and began to eat. The savage orc who had thrown out the food strode toward the eagle that was eating, took a thumb-sized white stone from its body, and respectfully handed it to the guard orc in front of the tent. Urgent message from the Bristle tribe. The guard orc took the white stone, carefully knocked on the door, and the door immediately opened. A female orc, who was very beautiful in the orc's eyes, stood in the doorway. After exchanging a few words with the white stone, she closed the door and walked to the throne in the very center of a tent. A tall, savage male orc with shiny green skin sat on the throne, while several beautiful female orcs served him breakfast around him. His breakfast was a lion-shaped monster, which was over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and 4 meters long. Its teeth were the size of a palm, and its claws were longer than daggers. However, it had become food. Many female orcs took weapons and cut pieces of meat from its corpse, then put them in golden basins and served them to the male orcs for them to eat. After the male orc finished eating, the monster was carried out, and a group of powerful, savage orcs swarmed around it, dismembered it, and began to eat it. My lord, this is an urgent message from the Bristle tribe. That's right, this is the king of the 100,000-strong tribe, the ruler of the Pastille tribe, and a terrifying level 6 orc. Chapter 198 The 9 Extremes of the World. In the savage orc's belief, they were created by a god using his own body, and therefore they are part of that god. The titles hair, skin, blood, and bone are reserved for tribes with a population of 10,000 or more. Hair represents 10,000 people, skin 100,000, blood 1 million, and bone 10 million. The most powerful and important title is heart. Among all the savage orcs, there is only one such tribe, the Orc Holy City in the far north. It is one of the 9 poles of the world, alongside the 3 great empires of humans, Dragon Island of the dragons, the forest of 10,000 beasts of the monsters, the endless abyss in the ocean, the world tree of the elves, and the Titan land in the far south. As the king of a tribe of 100,000 people, King Pastille looked down on the smaller tribes around him. Therefore, no matter how urgent their news and intelligence were, he would wait until he finished his own business before dealing with them. He reached out his large hand, grabbed the female orc's wrist, and gently pulled her into his arms. Then, while embracing her and groping her, he activated the sound recording stone. This white stone can record sound. After being processed by orc priests, it can record the sounds they want to preserve, and these sounds will not dissipate for a long time. A series of animal sounds rang in King Steele's ears. King Pigong, our Thorn tribe was attacked yesterday. After our people chased them down, we discovered that 4 human leaders had entered your territory. Please keep an eye out for them. If you can help me capture them, I will reward you handsomely. I would also like to send men to capture them. Please grant me your permission. Upon hearing the voice left by King Bristle, King Steele showed some surprise. He hadn't expected that humans would take the initiative to attack the orc tribe. King Steele, who had been somewhat bored due to the game, suddenly became interested. You have quite the nerve to try and enter my territory. I'll only allow your head in. As for the 4 humans you mentioned, I'll escort them to your territory tomorrow morning. I've heard you have a very beautiful daughter. I hope she can come back with me when I escort the humans back tomorrow. After leaving those words, King Pastille casually tossed out the recording stone, which a female guard immediately caught and relayed out of the royal tent, issuing King Pastille's command. Behind her, the low, plaintive moans of a female orc could be heard. Soon after, the order to capture the 4 humans who had sneaked into the territory spread throughout the orc army, and large numbers of patrolling orcs began to explore the territory. As the eagle flew by, the Thorn King, who had received the reply, clutched the recording stone. After hearing the words left by the Steel King, his face darkened, and his eyes stared fiercely ahead. That was the boundary between them and the Steel tribe. Several canine-like magical beasts were barking wildly at the other side from the ground. If they hadn't been held back by the iron chain in his hand, they would have rushed into the Steel tribe's territory. The hounds spotted the enemy, but they couldn't catch up. Thinking of the miserable state of his tribe and King Steel's opportunistic plunder, King Spike's anger surged. He crushed the recording stone with force, but in the end, he sighed and looked more than 10 years older because he had compromised. At this point, after navigating numerous twists and turns and avoiding the orcs, Murray Green and his companions arrived 80 kilometers from the forward fortress. Suddenly, Murray Green noticed that the density of savage orcs in the vicinity had increased significantly. However, with Murray Green's spatial feedback, there was nothing Murray Green didn't know within a distance of 300 meters. Therefore, the 4 people crawling in the grass didn't need to look up to know where the orcs were and how many there were. As for the 3 mounts, for the sake of concealment, they were released. There were many Wind Chaser and Flame Chaser tribes on the grasslands, who had given them a lot of help. They were given their freedom and allowed to return to their tribes. Ryan Green was very reluctant to let the Flamehorn go, because it was a gift for his 16th birthday, and he had raised it for 3 years, developing a deep affection for it. However, given the current situation, if they don't let it go, they will easily be exposed, and it might die. So, they reluctantly removed all the horse tack and set it free. After the Wind Chaser left, the 2 boxes left behind were carried by the knights Lyle and Horton. This weight was a piece of cake for a level 4 warrior. They eventually stopped at a secluded spot 70 kilometers from the forward fortress. It was a mud pit, and they rolled around in it. The savage orcs searching around couldn't find them. Even though their noses were very sensitive, they were powerless against the complex smells of the mud. Okay, let's stay here and wait. Waiting for war. The 4 watched the sun slowly climb higher. At the same time, Earl Green, standing on the city wall of the fortress, looked up at the sun, then turned to look at the desk beside him, on which lay 3 letters. The 2 letters were written to Ryan Green and Brady Hosea, the supreme commander of the Eastern Fortress, before Ryan Green and his men set off, concerning their surprise attack plan. The last letter contained the latest intelligence on the surprise attack. The cavalry that attacked the barbaric orc tribe returned safely, totaling 423 men. However, Ryan Green, Murray Green, Knight Lyle, and Knight Horton, who went to pursue and intercept the level 5 orcs, are currently missing. Earl Green stared intently at the words, missing, then narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sun in the sky before speaking calmly. Men, put on your armor. At noon, under the blazing sun, Earl Green, clad in full red armor, walked to the command platform and gazed into the distance. His red armor appeared majestic and imposing in the sunlight, like a divine weapon born from fire, its red color resembling burning blood. The armor plates were arranged closely like fish scales, each gleaming with a dazzling luster, as if it had been tempered by flames countless times. When he stood on the platform, the entire audience fell silent and looked toward Earl Green. I have good news. The Thorny tribe to the east has suffered heavy casualties after our warriors breached their stronghold. They have achieved such a great victory, and now we are facing them. As he spoke, Earl Green looked straight ahead at the Steel army 40 kilometers away and continued. We are still facing this filthy, ugly, and cruel savage orc. What should we do? My soldiers, answer me, what should we do? Kill. 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 Under Earl Green's encouragement, the soldiers were filled with fervor, shouting and yelling incessantly. Their shouts resounded through the sky, startling the barbarian orcs patrolling nearby. A dozen seconds later, Earl Green nodded with a smile, raised his left hand, and gently pressed down. The soldiers who were shouting stopped and looked at Earl Green, who was holding a 2-meter-long 2-handed greatsword horizontally in his right hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the orc camp. Then kill them. Chapter 199 Iron Man Suit. Your Majesty, the Fortress of Advance has taken the initiative to send troops. What did you say? King Pastille, who was enjoying being served, suddenly stood up upon hearing this unbelievable news. After receiving confirmation, he burst into laughter and anger. Ha ha, a bunch of turtles dare to stick their heads out, but good thing, I'll tear them to shreds. Dressed by his maids, King Pastille, clad in a beast-hide battle skirt, wearing a thong necklace and a skull crown, and draped in a beast-hide battle robe blessed by a priest, stepped out of the royal tent. A 4-meter-tall, 10-meter-long earth dragon with scales the size of a palm was led to him. King Leathersteel leaped lightly onto the earth dragon, looked down at the densely packed army of 30,000 savage orcs below, and let out a deafening roar. Hearing the king's roar, The orcs below opened their mouths and roared along with King Leathersteel. Their roars could be heard from the forward fortress 40 kilometers away, and Earl Green, who was leading a cavalry of 10,000 men, was no exception, but his resolute and calm face showed no fear. 70 kilometers away from the fortress, in a swamp, Murray Green and his companions also heard the collective roar of the savage orcs. Ryan Green opened his eyes and said happily, "War is about to break out. Don't rush, lie down a little longer. We'll get up after the patrolling orcs around us have all gone back." The surrounding savage orcs also heard King Leathersteel's war roar, so they rushed back to join the battle. In less than half an hour, all the patrolling orcs arrived at the battlefield and participated in the fierce war. On a flat area between the fortress and the hillside, one side was a stampede of 10,000 horses, their sharp lances and sturdy full-body armor gleaming in the sunlight. The other side was tall and imposing, with incredibly sharp fangs and claws, their speed and impact at full gallop no less than that of war horses. The leader of both sides was a man dressed in heavy red armor, standing on the back of a 4-meter-tall level 5 flaming horse king. He held a 5-meter-long lance in his hand, a 2-meter-long two-handed greatsword hanging on one side of the horse, and several 3-meter-long spears on the other. A man nearly 3 meters tall, dressed in an animal skin battle robe, stood barehanded on the back of a level 5 earth dragon. His skin was glowing green, and his hands, as big as wash basins, had sharp claws extending from them, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Both of them charged at the forefront of the group. The speed of their level 5 magical beast mounts carried them away from the main force, and soon they were 10 kilometers apart. Count Green drew a spear, poured in his battle aura, and the red flame battle aura covered the spear and extended it to 5 meters. Raising his spear high, Count Green's muscles were taut, every line containing explosive power. The spear seemed to come alive in his hands. Count Green leaned back slightly, gathering his strength like a fully drawn bow. Suddenly, Earl Green's arm lashed out like lightning, his spear transforming into a streak of red light that whistled through the air as it charged toward its target with an aura that seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle. A flash of red light arrived first, and upon seeing the spear hurtling towards him, King Pigong was filled with excitement and burst into laughter. Good timing. King Pai Gang raised his right claw, his muscles bulging and springing like living things. His body stretched into a straight line, his right arm swung back, and he slashed out with his claw in midair. The sharp claw sliced through the air, leaving a crescent-shaped white mark. The fiery red spear and the white crescent slash collided instantly, generating a powerful shockwave and explosion. The spear, its surface now much darker, passed through the blast zone and continued its attack on King Steel. Snort. Seeing this, King Pigong let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction and swung out a crescent slash with his left hand to meet the spear. The spear, whose surface battle aura was much weaker, was cut in half by the crescent slash. After the crescent slash cut the spear, it shattered on its own after flying a short distance. Just then, another flaming spear flew over. Facing this spear, King Steel dared not underestimate it anymore. He crossed his hands and unleashed a cross slash, and the two collided. Just as the two were exchanging blows from a distance, their two magical beast mounts galloped wildly, bringing them to within a kilometer of each other. Count Green gripped his lance tightly, pouring his violent battle aura into it. The 5-meter-long lance was covered by the battle aura and even began to expand, eventually growing tenfold. Count Green raised a fiery red lance, 50 meters long, high, and thrust it toward King Leathersteel. His enemy, King Steel, was not to be outdone. After an angry roar, his body emitted a dazzling green light, which finally gathered in his right claw. He swung his claw out fiercely, and a 50-meter-long green giant claw appeared out of thin air, grabbing at the 50-meter-long lance. Two level 6 powerhouses fought fiercely, while their soldiers clashed and swung together, blood flowing endlessly and staining the earth red. Sensing that the time was about right, Murray Green and his 3 companions immediately climbed out of the mud. Ryan Green and the other 2 were jolted. Most of the mud on their bodies was shaken off and landed on the ground, while Murray Green used his telekinesis to peel off all the mud. After a brief treatment, Murray Green dug the 2 boxes out of the mud, opened the lids to reveal the armor parts inside, enveloped the 2 boxes with his telekinesis, and began to pick up the parts, which flew towards Murray Green. Murray Green stood in place wearing Iron Man boots, arms outstretched as if welcoming the arrival of the parts. First came a pair of calf armors, connected to the boots, then the chest armor, gauntlets, and gradually, many armor parts were assembled onto Murray Green's body, while Ryan Green and the other two stared in disbelief at the scene before them. So handsome. Then he looked down at the armor that had been with him through thick and thin, and suddenly felt a little ashamed to show it off. Not long after, with the help of telekinesis, Murray Green put on the complete Iron Man suit. He designed the suit based on the idea of Mark 42, but the finished product looked similar to Mark II, with an all-silver white body and a rather heavy appearance. After donning the Iron Man armor, Murray Green stretched and found it somewhat heavy. Even though his physique was much better than that of an average person, wearing several hundred pounds of iron was still a bit uncomfortable. So he infused some magic into the armor, and the magic array on the surface of the armor flickered slightly. Murray Green felt that his power and agility had increased a lot. He casually swung it around a couple of times, and a strong sense of air being cut through returned to him. This feeling became very comfortable. Looking at the three men drooling over their own armor, Murray Green smiled and thought to himself, "I look so cool." Thinking of this, Murray Green injected some more magic power, activated the propulsion device on his body, and suddenly strong airflows shot out from his feet, hands, and the sides of his shoulder blades. Finally, Murray Green, who was standing in place, slowly rose into the air and hovered 5 meters above the ground, looking down at the three of them. "I'm ready, let's go." Chapter 200. Let's fly together. With the Iron Man armor, Murray Green was able to fly very high, so he could fly thousands of meters into the air, carrying the air currents. At that distance, he looked almost exactly like an eagle. Once in the air, he used his air-walking magic to stand steadily on the space platform. Looking out at the battlefield more than 50 kilometers away, he could vaguely see the two sides fighting, like two pixelated images, one white and one green, now merging together, becoming dense and looking very uncomfortable. After confirming that the war had begun, Murray Green landed 5 meters off the ground and addressed the three men. "There are no enemies ahead. Charge straight ahead. I'll be waiting for you." After leaving those words, the 6 jet generators suddenly spewed out a large amount of air, and Murray Green immediately flew forward close to the ground. Looking at Murray Green, who was moving away from them, the three of them exchanged glances and fell silent. "Let's go." A few seconds later, Ryan Green sighed, started running, and began to run in the direction Murray Green was heading. After running for about 20 or 30 kilometers, the journey was smooth and they did not encounter any savage orcs. They are now less than 50 kilometers from the forward fortress and only 20 to 30 kilometers from the battlefield. According to the plan, when the cavalry breaks through the barbarian orc ranks, they will appear, follow the cavalry to charge back, and then return to the fortress. The charge of 10,000 cavalrymen was powerful, but the main force of the barbarian orcs numbered 30,000, each of them at least a level 1 orc. Their formation was unorganized but extremely tough. Even with a level 5 knight leading the charge, they couldn't break through the stalemate quickly, and the cavalry's advance was actually slowing down. Now, on a small hill, Ryan Green frowned as he looked at the less than optimistic situation, then turned to look at Murray Green, who was sitting cross-legged to the side, recovering his magic. The Iron Man armor is powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy. He hasn't yet developed a stable energy supply system. If he were to refuel it, it would be more suitable for a single-use weapon, and he's afraid he might accidentally self-destruct. Therefore, this Iron Man armor is powered by his magic. At his peak, the armor can carry him 100 kilometers. Now he has 4/5 of his magic left, and he wants to recover as much as he can while there is no battle. Murray, the situation there is not optimistic. Without help, that cavalry might be forcibly wiped out by the barbarian orcs. The cavalry, who had been following behind Earl Green in a triangular wedge formation, entered a fierce battle as the fighting intensified. The savage orcs are not weaklings who fall at the first touch, so if they fail to break through the enemy in one wave, the charging cavalry will gradually break into a dozen or so triangular cones, and under the leadership of the lead cavalry, they will try to break through the enemy. The cavalry that Ryan Green was referring to numbered only 500 or 600, and the leader was just a level 4 knight. Under the frenzied counterattack of the barbarian orcs, they were unable to break through the enemy lines, and their charge was getting slower and slower. Sooner or later, their charge would be stopped. What kind of cavalry can stop charging? They are easily surrounded and killed by savage orcs from all sides. Seeing this, Ryan Green, as the future Earl of Green, would certainly not stand by and watch his soldiers die. "You said before that you could take me flying, so send me there now." Ryan Green's expression turned serious. After hearing his request, Murray Green pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although casualties are inevitable in war, they were only one of the causes of this war. Even if it wasn't to rescue them, this war would have broken out sooner or later. It was just a little earlier than expected. Therefore, their sacrifice was inevitable. Murray Green could convince himself of this. But now that he has the ability to help, instead of standing here watching the show and not offering a helping hand, Murray Green would look down on him. Having agreed, Murray Green immediately stood up and extended his right hand to Ryan Green. "Hold my arm tightly." Upon hearing this, Ryan Green immediately complied, grasping Murray Green's arm, and Murray Green reciprocated by grasping his arm as well. Then, they activated the levitation magic circle and cast an enchantment spell to reduce their own weight to the extreme. Finally, the 5 jet engines were activated, and Ryan Green was lifted up and quickly ascended into the air. Ryan Green, flying for the first time, felt the earth getting farther and farther away from him, and he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. But at the same time, he felt his bladder suddenly feel a little full. Wow, that feels great. Because he was carrying a passenger, Murray Green only flew 500 meters to be on the safe side, and then flew straight toward the battlefield more than 20 kilometers away. In the air, Murray Green spotted many eagles circling above the clouds. They also saw Murray Green, and, perhaps seeing someone fly for the first time, they were momentarily stunned. Damn it, it's the savage orcs falcon. These falcons, raised by savage orcs, were extremely aggressive towards humans. When they saw Ryan Green hanging below, they realized it was a person and immediately flapped their wings to attack him. Oh no, we're doomed. As a level 4 warrior, Ryan Green could easily deal with these level 1 or 2 falcons, but now he was in the air, 500 meters above the ground. Feeling very uneasy, Ryan Green was somewhat desperate, but he still gripped his lance tightly, facing the falcons that could attack at any moment. "What's the panic? I'm still here." Murray Green immediately offered words of comfort, then slowed the flight and raised his left hand. The air was shaken. The space suddenly trembled, and the falcons flying in the air suddenly felt a jolt, their wings flapping erratically, and their movements toward Ryan Green paused. Then, Ryan Green saw Murray Green's left gauntlet open, and a black tube rose up. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp gunshots rang out, and the falcons that had been hit by Murray Green's blast were all wounded and fell to the ground. Tisk, portable weapons are indeed not powerful enough. They can't even kill a few eagles. After dealing with the eagles, Murray Green subconsciously made a comment, leaving Ryan Green speechless upon hearing it. Even though you didn't kill them, falling from a height of 500 meters, they were only 500 meters away from death. Seeing Murray Green kill several of his companions, the remaining falcons were furious. They flapped their wings and continued to fly towards the 2 brothers, extending their sharp talons to grab them straight at them. Why bother? Murray Green unleashed 2 more aerial attacks, taking control of Falcon before immediately carving a bloody path through the air with his arm gun, and continued forward with Ryan Green.